Qin Yu, your comprehensive evaluation score is 99. I'm sorry you were not selected to become the pilot of the Blazing Dragon War God. However, in consideration of your outstanding results, the higher-ups have decided to assign you the Dark Knight Phantom. Qin Yu, congratulations, you have officially become a mecha pilot. Beijiang City Monster Mech Training Base. The examiner was in the office revealing Qin Yu's final assessment results to him. 99 points. This was already a very good score. The full score was 100. Few people had achieved this score since the base was established. Every one of them was a world-famous superhero and superstar. Qin Yu could get 99 points. Although it couldn't compare with those perfect scoring prodigies, it was enough to make him a rising star, attracting everyone's attention. However, Qin Yu, who had achieved this score, was very dissatisfied with his own result. In his eyes, he should have gotten 100 points. How could it be only 99? Teacher, is there a mistake? How could I get 99? I think I should be 100. I object to my score. I request a review of my score. Qin Yu, your score is correct. You got full marks in the theoretical exam and practical simulation. The reason you didn't get 100 is that you lost some points in the interview, affecting your comprehensive evaluation. The examiner spoke while feeling regret for Qin Yu. As an examiner, he really hoped to produce a perfect scoring student. That would be his pride as well. But reality is often cruel. A perfect score isn't something Qin Yu can get just because he wants it. Qin Yu was unconvinced. He stood up excitedly, questioning the examiner. Teacher, why was I deducted points in the interview? I think my interview performance was perfect without any flaws. The interviewers were very satisfied with me. Where was the deduction? I don't understand. This. The examiner looked troubled, as if there was something difficult to say. Teacher, please tell me. Even if you don't tell me, I will definitely keep asking. This is not just a matter of 1 point. It's my 2.5 years of hard work. I can't let my 2.5 years of effort go to waste. I have to give myself an answer. A perfect score and 99 points. It sounds like just 1 point difference, but the treatment after graduation is worlds apart. Perfect scoring students can directly qualify to pilot SSS class mechas after graduation, while 99-point students at best can only pilot S-class mechas. To obtain a higher level mecha, one can only accumulate combat merits. It's possible. The Dark Knight Phantom that the instructor just mentioned is an S-class mecha. Monster mechas are divided into 10 levels, from high to low: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Among them, the SSS class is the highest level of mecha and also the strongest weapon currently mastered by humanity. Due to its high manufacturing difficulty, their numbers are extremely scarce. Only the most outstanding mecha pilots can qualify to pilot them. Qin Yu had been training hard at the base all these years, also aiming to become an SSS class mecha pilot. For this, he had devoted almost all his time and energy. If he couldn't find out the truth, he really couldn't accept it. Alas, the examiner sighed softly, raised his hand, and patted Qin Yu on the shoulder. Qin Yu, don't ask anymore. Even if you find out the truth, it won't change the outcome. Accept your fate. The Dark Knight Phantom is also a mecha with good performance. If you can kill monsters and earn merits, you might still have a chance to pilot an SSS class mecha in the future. Why must you find out? Hearing this, Qin Yu was completely certain that there was something fishy about his score. What exactly is going on? Teacher, I beg you, let me die with my eyes open, okay? Seeing Qin Yu say this, the examiner, after all, had a soft spot for this excellent student he had taught for over 2 years. He then revealed the truth. It turned out that among the same batch of trainees as Qin Yu, there was another outstanding trainee named Lin Yi. Since the two started training, Lin Yi had always been suppressed by Qin Yu. Qin Yu was first and Lin Yi was the eternal second. When this assessment began, it coincided with the unveiling of the latest SSS class mecha, the Blazing Dragon War God. Qin Yu's usual excellent performance had been noticed by the higher-ups. Many higher-ups felt that Qin Yu had the potential to be a perfect scoring student, so they planned to wait until the assessment was over to see Qin Yu's results. If Qin Yu really graduated with a perfect score, they would give the Blazing Dragon War God to Qin Yu to pilot. Conversely, if Qin Yu didn't get a perfect score, they would select an outstanding pilot from all candidates for the Blazing Dragon War God. Lin Yi's grandfather was one of the top high-ranking officials at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to get Lin Yi the qualification to pilot the Blazing Dragon War God, Lin Yi's grandfather made a little move with his authority. The subordinates understood his intention, so they deliberately deducted Qin Yu's interview score during the final interview. This prevented Qin Yu from graduating with a perfect score and becoming the pilot of the Blazing Dragon War God. As for the subsequent selection of the pilot for the Blazing Dragon War God, with Lin Yi's grandfather's influence, with a little manipulation, who could compete with Lin Yi? Who could outdo Lin Yi? Upon learning this result, a mocking smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. So they knew Lin Yi could never beat me in the practical simulation, and that's why they came up with this lousy idea, right? The examiner did not answer, and his attitude itself was an answer. In the graduation assessment, there was a crucial segment. That was to have trainees pilot mechas of the same level for virtual combat. Only those who defeated all other trainees could get a perfect score in this segment. and Lin Yi had never beaten Qin Yu even once in this test. But this segment couldn't be manipulated. That meant Lin Yi had no chance of getting a perfect score. Since Lin Yi had no hope of getting a perfect score, they had to find a way to prevent Qin Yu from getting a perfect score. Qin Yu was furious. Why, oi? Teacher with Lin Yi's family background, even if he can't get the qualification to pilot an SSS class mecha, now, he will probably get it through other means soon. Why do they have to compete with me for this one SSS class mecha? I refuse to accept. I really don't accept it. Just because I have no background, because I'm a nobody. The examiner naturally understood Qin Yu's feelings at the moment. But for Qin Yu's future and prospects, he had to persuade Qin Yu. Qin Yu, this is fate. People like us without backgrounds have to accept fate. You are excellent, the best student I have ever seen. You have a bright future. Even if you lost the chance to pilot the Blazing Dragon War God this time, I believe you will stand out in the future and become a hero of humanity. So accept all this peacefully. Don't take it too hard. Fine. Light of Nika's. Hu Lang stood speechless. If it had been him, he would have faced the same situation. Surely he would choose to endure. But Qin Yu is not him after all. He has his own choices. And he cannot say this choice is a bad one. All right, Hu Lang, enough, we'll meet again in the Jianghu. Qin Yu patted Hu Lang on the shoulder. He bid farewell to his dorm mate of more than 2 years. Finally, he dragged along his suitcase. He left the place he had lived for more than 2 years. Hu Lang watched Qin Yu depart. The wheels of the suitcase scraped against the ground. The clatter continued as Qin Yu reached the gate. An unexpected person stood ahead, their eyes fixed on him. Looks like he's waiting for him. Qin Yu scoffed, huh? He stepped forward. Lin Yi, you wouldn't be waiting here on purpose, would you? The man turned out to be Lin Yi. Hearing Qin Yu's slightly sardonic tone, Lin Yi did not get angry. Instead, he spoke very sincerely. Qin Yu, I'm sorry, this was my fault, I hope you can forgive me. Qin Yu would not fall for this. He retorted mercilessly, why should I forgive you just because you say sorry? Do you think your face is that big? Lin Yi, upon hearing this, slowly pulled out a check from his bag and handed it to Qin Yu. This is a check for 10 million as compensation for you. Take it and forget about these things from now on, okay? With this, your life for the rest of your days will basically be worry-free. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Yi's harmless-looking face. He raised his hand and took the 10 million check from Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face lit up with a hint of joy. He thought Qin Yu had accepted the apology. However, in the next moment, Qin Yu, right before his eyes, tore the 10 million check into pieces. Casually, he threw it onto the ground. Lin Yi exclaimed in shock, Qin Yu, what are you doing? This is 10 million. Don't you want it? I'm interested in money, but what you did disgusts me. Oh, I could never forgive you in this lifetime, no matter how much money you offer. After speaking, Qin Yu pushed Lin Yi aside, picked up his luggage, and left the base. He had actually wanted to punch Lin Yi just now to vent his anger. But he restrained himself. There were monitors all around. If he really punched Lin Yi would fall to the ground. That would only bring trouble to himself. The trouble would only be himself. Not worth it. If he truly sought revenge, it would have to be a big one. Something that would leave Lin Yi unable to recover. Watching Qin Yu walk farther away, Lin Yi's previously harmless expression flashed a grim gleam. Bastard. He won't take my check. I don't know whether you're really not greedy for money or you're just cautious in your actions. Damn it, if you had taken my check to cash it, it would take at least 10 years to come out. What a pity you didn't fall for it. That 10 million check. Lin Yi wasn't giving Qin Yu compensation out of kindness. It was a trap he had laid for Qin Yu. If Qin Yu dared to cash the check, then he would be arrested by the police for theft. Such a large amount would keep Qin Yu behind bars for life. That would allow Lin Yi to rest easy, not afraid that others would learn of his family's abusing power. If Qin Yu learned Lin Yi's intent, he would probably regret it. There had been so many opportunities in the past. He hadn't beaten Lin Yi down hard enough a few times. There were official cars outside the base taking people from the base to the city. After Qin Yu got into the car, he narrowed his eyes waiting for it to depart. Suddenly his consciousness turned chaotic. Then the world spun. Uncertain how long had passed, he found himself in a mysterious golden space. Before him stood a colossal stone sarcophagus. An emotionless electronic voice sounded. Host, congratulations on awakening the light giant system. The system will soon match you with the most suitable light giant. With that voice, golden light shot out from the sarcophagus into Qin Yu's consciousness. Before he could react, the system's voice rang again. After evaluation, the light giant most compatible with the host is Nika's Ultraman. Next, the host will receive Nika's Ultraman's transformation device, Evolution Confidant, and the accompanying items, Energy Blaster Gun and Stone Wings. Whoosh. 2 streams of golden light converged before Qin Yu, finally forming the Evolution Confidant and the Energy Blaster Gun. He looked at the 2 items before him. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Isn't these 2 things our system? Is this really mine now? Yes, host, from now on you are Nika's Ultraman. But a word of warning. For now you can only transform into the silver juvenile form of Nika's Ultraman. This is Noah Ultraman's juvenile form, one of the 4 mysterious ultras. Although it's a juvenile form, it actually possesses power enough to crush most Ultraman. Even the Little Golden People's tribe's Little Golden Sword and Libet together are no match. If by luck you could evolve into a complete form, becoming the legendary Ultraman god Noah Ultraman. Not to mention a mere blue star. Even the entire universe would not threaten him. He is the incomparable god within this universe. Qin Yu could hardly imagine that he might gain such fortune, receiving the qualification to transform into Nika's Ultraman. Yes, host, from now on you are Nika's Ultraman. But a reminder, currently you can only transform into Nika's Ultraman's silver juvenile form. You must defeat monsters and absorb their energy to unlock more forms. To unlock more forms, defeat monsters, absorb monster energy. Hearing this, Qin Yu froze. What the heck? The Nika's Ultraman you gave me isn't the full version. Do I have to unlock the forms myself? This is too harsh. Nika's Ultraman has many forms: the juvenile form, the red youth form, the blue youth form. Going higher there lies Noah, one of the 4 mysterious Ultras. The juvenile form is the weakest. Even Nika's Ultraman's signature metafield cannot be opened yet. At least upgrade to the red youth form to unlock the metafield. Originally, Qin Yu thought that even if he couldn't directly transform into Noah, at least he could transform into blue Noah. Good grief, I didn't expect the system to be so ruthless. Not even blue Noah is granted, it's only given him the juvenile form to play with. Let him grind monsters to level up slowly. What a divine trap. Does that mean he has become a slave? Host, if you have time to gripe, you'd better work hard and defeat monsters. That's right. A warning to the host. Please take care of yourself and never become a martyr. Otherwise, Ji Yajuan will be your cautionary tale. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. You don't have to say that. I won't be like senior brother. If senior brother had a temper, he would have wiped out that night raid squad of fools. Nor would the latter half of the plot be all blood and misery. It could be as grim as it needs to be. I will never follow in his footsteps. The host knows best. After saying this, the system fell silent. Qin Yu's consciousness quickly returned to reality. When he opened his eyes, the bus had already started speeding towards the city. Was I just dreaming? Awakening, Qin Yu wasn't sure if what had happened was a dream. If it was a dream, it felt too real. If it wasn't, then where was his transformation device? Thinking of this, Qin Yu suddenly jolted awake. Right? The transformation device. The evolution trust. He searched himself frantically, but after a long while he couldn't find the evolution trust or the energy blaster. So it was indeed a dream. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel dejected. He had thought he had a chance to change his fate to become the human host of Nexus Ultraman, but it turned out to be nothing but wishful thinking. Just as Qin Yu was wallowing in despair, a familiar synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. By the way, host, the energy blaster and evolution trust are stored in the system space. If you want to take them out, just imagine them. No need to fumble around your body. It was the system's voice. This time Qin Yu was certain. He hadn't been dreaming, it was all real. He tried to visualize the evolution trust in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, a golden light coalesced before him, eventually forming the evolution trust. Qin Yu immediately reached out and grasped it firmly. The cool, smooth texture was similar to the toys he had bought before. Fortunately, only Qin Yu and the driver were on the bus. The driver was focused on driving and didn't notice what was happening in the back. Otherwise, Qin Yu's feat of conjuring light with his bare hands would have been unexplainable. The bus continued towards the city, but Qin Yu's mood was now completely different from when he had left the base. His future was filled with boundless possibilities. Beijiang City Mecha Monster Base. Bad news. A monster energy reaction has been detected in the city. This monster's energy level is 6-0. It's a rare high-level great monster. Mecha monsters varied in strength. The monsters attacking Blue Star were the same. Currently, humans classified monster danger levels from 1 to 10, with 10 levels in total. Level 1 was the weakest, level 10 the strongest. Monsters with a danger level exceeding 5-0 were called great monsters, because those above 5-0 were at least 40 to 50 meters tall. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Every time they appeared, they often caused massive destruction to human society. Director Li, the head of the Beijiang City base, was furious upon receiving the report from his subordinates. Those damn monsters. I cursed their ancestors. Showing up again and again, never ending, aren't they? Immediately order Yi Ling to deploy the Wasp Assault. We must eliminate the monster before the disaster escalates. The Wasp Assault, the strongest mecha in Beijiang City, was an SS-class mecha. It excelled in agile assaults. It was a rare mecha with flight capabilities. Its arms were equipped with wasp blades, said to be capable of cutting through anything. Its attack power was formidable. Understood. I'll notify Yi Ling immediately. From that moment, the entire base became a flurry of activity. Mecha combat wasn't just the pilot's responsibility. The unsung staff in the base also contributed immensely. Even though no one cared about or noticed them, their efforts could not be erased. Upon receiving the order, Yi Ling quickly returned to his post. A level 6-0 great monster. I've never faced one before. I wonder how formidable it is. I'm really looking forward to fighting it head-on. As a mecha pilot with an impressive record of 8 victories in 8 battles, Yi Ling indeed had the right to be proud. He faced the powerful monster without any worry. At that moment, the voice of Director Li, the base's highest authority, rang in Yi Ling's ear. Yi Ling, don't be careless. This is a level 6. 0 great monster, very strong. It's different from the enemies you've faced before. To be safe, I've arranged 2 additional A-class close combat mechas to accompany you on this mission. Only S-class mechas or above were eligible for naming. Mechas below S-class were referred to only by their level and function. Yi Ling curled his lips and chuckled lightly. Got it, Director. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down? If I can slay this level 6. 0 monster, I'll be completely famous. Currently, the strongest monster known to humans was level 8. 0. To defeat that level 8. 0 monster, humanity had sacrificed 3 SSS-class mechas, 5 SS-class mechas, and 10 S-class mechas. The loss of mechas below S-class numbered in the hundreds. It was arguably the greatest disaster in human history, but such a calamity had only occurred once so far. Encountering a level 6. 0 monster was already a rarity. If he could independently slay a level 6. 0 monster, he would become famous worldwide. Everything was ready. Yi Ling entered the cockpit. His neural signals connected to the mecha. Brainwave synchronization rate 100. Wasp assault. No abnormalities detected. Ready to deploy at any time. Director Li heard the reports from his subordinates and nodded slightly. Wasp assault. Deploy. At his command, the alloy armor gate above the base opened. Yi Ling piloted the Wasp assault, soaring into the sky. He headed towards the target area. The greatest advantage of the Wasp assault was its flight speed and endurance, allowing it to reach the monster's location in the shortest time. It could intercept the monster's attack. Of course, with advantages came disadvantages. To make the mecha lightweight and increase speed, this mecha sacrificed some defense, commonly known as glass cannon. However, with its speed and Yi Ling's superb piloting skills, this drawback was hardly a problem. Monsters rarely had a chance to hit the Wasp assault. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was sitting on the bus playing with his phone. Suddenly, an inexplicable tremor stirred in his heart. What's going on? Why do I feel so strange? Without knowing why, Qin Yu turned his head and looked out the window into the distance. In his line of sight, there was only a continuous mountain range. He saw nothing else. System, what's happening? I have a strange feeling in my heart, as if something is about to happen. Is this normal? Qin Yu asked quietly. He didn't dare speak loudly, afraid the driver would think he was crazy. Host, I must remind you that as the human host of Nexus Ultraman, you now possess a certain precognitive ability. You can sense monsters about to appear nearby. Oh, precognitive ability, huh? I see. Wait, what the hell? That means a monster is about to appear near me. Qin Yu suddenly became tense. Although his dream had been to pilot a mecha and fight monsters, up until now he had never truly faced a monster. He had only fought monsters in various simulations. Suddenly facing a real monster made him a bit nervous. Host, unleash the tremendous power of Ultraman Nexus upon those humans and monsters. I believe in you. You can do this. Alright, I'm Nexus now. Those monsters should be the ones scared of me. What am I even worried about? Qin Yu suddenly snapped back to reality. With Nexus's power dealing with the monsters of this world, wasn't that just a slaughter? Piece of cake. What was there to be nervous about? After piecing it all together, Qin Yu was no longer tense. Instead, a hint of anticipation began to stir within him. His debut match was about to begin. The driver had no idea of the impending danger and continued to drive with full concentration. Suddenly, rumble rumble. The ground began to tremble faintly. Qin Yu's sharp ears caught the vibration. The driver had not yet noticed. He probably thought it was just the sound of tires rolling over the road. But as the tremors grew increasingly violent, the driver finally realized something was wrong. He slammed on the brakes, brought the car to a halt, and engaged the handbrake. After stopping, the swaying sensation inside the cabin was unmistakable. The driver panicked. He unbuckled his seatbelt, stepped to the front of the car, and asked Qin Yu, "Hey little brother, is the car shaking, or is the ground?" "Looks like the ground is trembling," Qin Yu replied with feigned alarm. The driver's heart dropped. In a rush, he threw open the car door and stepped out. Indeed, when his feet touched the ground, he confirmed it. The ground itself was shaking, not the car. Earthquake. Bad, it's an earthquake. The vehicle was stranded halfway up a mountain switchback road. The driver didn't know what to do. Going uphill? No. Going downhill? Also no. It seemed only one path remained. Wait to die? Qin Yu rose to his feet, stepped out of the car, and walked to the edge of the road. Staring down toward the mountain base, his premonition grew stronger and stronger. A monster is coming. The words had barely left his lips when in the next instant a creature resembling a colossal pangolin erupted from underground. The ground collapsed instantly. A massive pitch-black crater formed. At that very moment, the earthquake reached its peak. The driver lost his footing. He stumbled and fell, his head striking the asphalt. He went unconscious immediately. Qin Yu glanced at the injured driver, walked over, and performed a quick check. No serious injuries. The man was likely just knocked out from fright. Since the driver was fine, there was no need to dwell on it. Qin Yu drew forth the evolution trigger. He intended to transform into Ultraman Nexus and deliver his magnificent first battle. Just then a towering figure clad in yellow and black descended from the sky in a straight drop. In the blink of an eye it touched the ground. Boom rumble. A flawless landing. The impact sent plumes of dust billowing outward and the earth shuddered twice. Compared to the chaos caused by the pangolin monster's emergence, this was comparatively controlled. As the dust settled, Qin Yu finally made out the identity of that yellow and black giant. Is that the SS-Mech Wasp Assault? It's actually him deploying. Looks like there's a show to watch. As a trainee at the mech base, Qin Yu was thoroughly familiar with all Dragon Nation's S-Class and above mechs. The Wasp Assault before him was the strongest mech in Beiji City. He had certainly heard rumors. Legend held that this mech was forged by the Dragon Nation official base using the corpse of a B-type monster. It was significantly lighter than ordinary mechs, yet its attack power was no less formidable. He had once simulated piloting the Wasp Assault in combat drills. Roar! The pangolin monster let out a devastating roar at the sudden appearance of the colossal mech. Yiling, though proud, was not arrogant. He did not rush into battle. Instead, he held position against the pangolin monster while maintaining contact with base command to gather intelligence on his opponent. Command has the data analysis on this monster coming yet. Yiling, this pangolin monster, stands 26 meters tall with a body length of 70 meters. Its foreclaws and teeth are extremely sharp. Do not let it touch you, or even the Wasp Assault's defenses may not withstand a single strike. Additionally, its abdomen registers an astonishing energy signature. Preliminary analysis suggests it may possess projectile energy abilities. Exercise extreme caution. Understood. As expected of a level 6. 0 Mega Monster. Truly formidable. It's completely different from previous foes. This is the kind of opponent that actually sparks my interest. Yiling, hold position and engage the monster for now. 2 reinforced A-class mechs are en route and will arrive shortly. Once they're in position, the 3 of you will encircle the target from 3 directions and eliminate it in one coordinated strike. This will significantly reduce risk. The Wasp Assault was fast enough to reach the battlefield in the shortest time. The other 2 A-class mechs lacked that kind of speed. In fact, the other 2 A-class mechs had no flight capability at all. They had to be airlifted by multiple fighter aircraft and could not arrive as promptly as the Wasp Assault. Copy that. If the monster doesn't act recklessly, I won't either. Don't worry. Yiling had made up his mind. He would stall the pangolin monster until reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. He wanted to drag out time and wait for backup. But the pangolin monster had no intention of complying. That glaring, vibrant yellow armor of the Wasp Assault clearly irritated the pangolin monster. Roar! After letting out another furious bellow, the beast charged straight at the Wasp Assault. Despite its enormous size, the pangolin monster's speed was nothing short of alarming. Incredible even. Yiling was caught slightly off guard by the sudden assault. He dared not meet it head-on. Quickly maneuvering the Wasp Assault into the air, he activated the dual shoulder-mounted energy cannons and opened fire on the pangolin monster. Boom! Boom rumble! 2 energy blasts streaked forth, striking the pangolin monster and detonating in a torrent of flames that engulfed its entire body. Smoke filled the sky, spreading across several kilometers. Qin Yu, standing at a distance, was barely affected and even had the presence of mind to comment. Based on the law of smoke without damage, this monster is probably fine. Sure enough, once the smoke cleared, the pangolin monster was still hopping around utterly unharmed. Not a scratch on it. Fresh information arrived from base command. Yiling, the pangolin monster's exterior is covered in a thick layer of armored scales with extremely high defense. The Wasp Assault's firepower alone is insufficient to breach it. Switch to the Wasp Blade and test whether you can penetrate its defenses. The Wasp Assault was built around speed as its defining advantage. It could not be equipped with heavy artillery. The dual shoulder cannons already represented the limit of its long-range offensive capability. To think those attacks couldn't even scratch the monster's hide. Copy that. Yiling fired back in irritation. This was the first time his attacks had failed to deal any damage whatsoever. He felt deeply frustrated. At the same time, it made him truly understand just how formidable a level 6. 0 Mega Monster truly was. Things could easily escalate into an unprecedented and brutal battle. The pangolin monster roared with intense hatred and disgust towards the large flying mech before it. It lifted its head and kept roaring. Yiling dared not land for the moment. He circled in midair, drawing the pangolin monster's attention. Finally, the pangolin monster could not bear it any longer. It opened its cavernous maw and spat a fireball at the Hornet Assault. Boom! The fireball shot rapidly into the sky. Yiling had long known that the pangolin monster possessed the ability to launch energy attacks. He was not at all surprised. Calmly, he piloted the Hornet Assault to evade the fireball. Whooshed! The fireball missed. It flew toward the distant horizon and exploded in the sky. Boom. The bursting fireball dyed the sky crimson, as if it would incinerate the entire world. Meanwhile, the battle between the Hornet Assault and the pangolin monster was captured by Dragon Nation's surveillance satellites and broadcast live globally. Many people witnessed the performance of the Hornet Assault. Some thought it was steady and performed well. Others considered its performance too timid. The fight was not satisfying at all. The two sides were locked in a heated debate online. Yi Ling, go. Hornet Assault. Attack. Smash that monster. This monster is huge, it must be a level 5, 0 or above large monster, right? Not just that, judging by its appearance I'd estimate it is a level 6, 0 or above monster. A level 6, 0 monster hasn't appeared in over half a year. Why has it suddenly shown up? The Hornet Assault's long-range firepower is a bit weak. If only the Blaze Hunter could handle this monster. The Blaze Hunter specializes in heavy long-range attacks and could blow up this monster with one shot. Please don't compare. The Blaze Hunter guards Magic City. By the time it's moved to North River City, the city would be flattened by the monster. Hornet Assault, just attack. Why so cowardly? Slash its neck with one strike, so it can't be arrogant anymore. Yi Ling Hornet Assault. Come on. What is Yi Ling doing? Just flying in the sky without attacking the enemy. Can he win like this? Or does he intend to keep flying in the sky until the opponent gets dizzy? Every second the monster mech is activated is burning money. Yi Ling's approach is wasting our taxpayers' money. I suggest replacing the pilot of the Hornet Assault. Exactly, Yi Ling is too useless, he doesn't deserve the Hornet Assault. You people should shut up. Yi Ling is a mech pilot with 8 wins and 8 battles, his record can be verified. You trolls just spout nonsense online. If you're so capable, why don't you try? Go ahead and try to get a mech pilot license. I won't go, but I'll keep talking. What about it? If he's bad, can't we criticize? The livestream comment section was in chaos. Yi Ling was still unaware that he was being cyberbullied. At that moment his eyes were fixed solely on the enemy. Although he had dodged the fireball spat by the pangolin monster, he did not know when the next one would come. Thus he dared not be careless at all, constantly watching every move of the pangolin monster. In the distance, Qin Yu watched Yi Ling's maneuvers. He could not find any fault. Yi Ling truly deserves to be the pilot of an SS-class mech. His combat experience is rich. His approach is correct. Facing such a thick-skinned enemy, the Hornet Assault needs someone to feint and create an opportunity to attack. If he rashly charges in to fight the enemy, it would be a suicidal act. The Hornet Assault's armor is too fragile. It would lose function after 2 hits. I wonder if he can take down this monster. My evolution trust is already thirsting for action. If not for his desire to see the true strength of Yi Ling and the Hornet Assault, Qin Yu would have transformed long ago. Watching Yi Ling freely pilot the Hornet Assault soaring in the sky, Qin Yu's hatred for Lin Yi grew even stronger. If not for Lin Ye's underhanded tricks that caused him to lose the qualification to pilot the Flame Dragon God. In the near future, he would surely become a better and more popular mech pilot than Yi Ling. The pangolin monster's consecutive attacks had all failed to hit the Hornet Assault. Perhaps it felt it could not fight this opponent, so it simply gave up the target and turned toward the city. A dense life aura was drawing it there. This place was less than 30 kilometers from the city. If the pangolin monster entered the city, it would inevitably cause severe damage to North River City. At this, Director Li began to panic. Yi Ling, don't let the monster enter the city area. Attack the monster, draw its attention. Under no circumstances let it advance further. Understood. Having received the order, Yi Ling had no choice. He had to abandon his original strategy and use his shoulder cannons to fire energy blasts continuously at the pangolin monster. Boom, boom, boom. One energy blast after another was fired, all hitting the pangolin monster accurately. But for the pangolin monster with its thick scales, these attacks were nothing more than a tickle, utterly insignificant. The surrounding forest caught fire under the Hornet Assault's repeated attacks. The pangolin monster, perhaps unable to bear the heat of the flames, crawled even faster. Seeing that the monster was not falling for it, Yi Ling began to panic. No, this monster won't be tricked. It's ignoring me. How long until reinforcements arrive? If it comes to it, I'll try a surprise attack and see if I can hit its weak points like eyes or rear. Attacking the rear, although it sounds unpleasant and even a bit disgusting for most monsters. This spot is indeed a vital point that cannot be protected. Many terrifying giant monsters in the past have died from this rear attack technique. Before he could finish speaking, 2 bulky mechs appeared in Yi Ling's sight. The 2 mechs had identical appearances. They were each towed by 5 large transport aircraft using special hooks and chains suspended in midair, moving quickly. On the back of the 2 mechs were printed the words North River A4 and North River A6, respectively. These were the codes of the 2 mechs. Reinforcements have arrived, Yi Ling. Don't act rashly. Follow the original plan. Got it. Understood. Yi Ling, who had been waiting for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since reinforcements had arrived now, it was time for him to shine. North River A4 and North River A6 were transported and dropped directly in front of the pangolin monster's path. Without the drag of the hooks and chains, the two heavy mechs returned to the embrace of Mother Earth under gravity. Thump. Thump. The impact of the two mechs landing was almost earth-shattering. The dust kicked up was far more than that of the Hornet assault. Qin Yu almost wanted to hold up a sign. Perfect score. This was absolutely a perfect score landing. If Gaia, the rebellious son of the Earth, saw this landing, he would surely be gratified. Startled by the imposing presence of the two heavy mechs, as they landed, the pangolin monster halted its advance, eyeing them with suspicion. As the dust settled, the two mechs, towering over 40 meters in height, now stood before the pangolin monster. Roar! The beast bellowed in fury. It vented its rage upon the colossal steel entities before it. Engage, pin down the monster, and create an opening for the wasp assault. Roger. The pilots of the two heavy mechs acknowledged the command, immediately propelling their machines forward, charging at the pangolin monster. With every step, the ground trembled violently. Boom, boom. Perhaps intimidated by the heavy mech's momentum, the pangolin monster. It promptly spat two fireballs, each aimed at one of the heavy mechs. A speed-type mech like the wasp assault could dodge the pangolin monster's fireball attacks. But these two heavy mechs were not so swift. They could only charge forward while raising their arms in defense. On their arms, they bore shield-like, thick vambraces, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. BOM, BOM, boom. The fireballs exploded. The explosive force halted the heavy mechs, advanced, their feet sinking deep into the earth. They struggled to pull their machines' legs free. But such maneuvers required time, and the pangolin monster clearly wouldn't grant them that luxury. It charged forward at full speed. Thud. The Beijing A4 mech was tackled by the pangolin monster, pinned to the ground, and mercilessly ravaged. The pangolin monster possessed astonishing strength, overwhelming even the heavy mech's defenses. Piece by piece, its thick outer armor was torn off. Help! Save me! Please save me! The pilot panicked, screamed for rescue. In his view, a colossal monster loomed over him, relentlessly attacking. It would be abnormal if you weren't terrified. Stay calm. I'm coming. Seizing the moment when the pangolin monster's attention was fixed on Beijing A4, Yiling piloted the wasp assault mech at full speed, slashing with all his might, using the wasp blades on both arms. Thwack! Thwack! The wasp blades' power did not disappoint. They actually managed to slice through the pangolin monster's outer scale armor, embedding deep into its flesh. Roar! The pangolin monster screamed in agony. It became extremely frantic. Danger arrived in that instant. Oh no! The wasp blades are stuck in the monster's flesh. I can't pull them out. The wasp blades had lodged deep into the pangolin monster's flesh, refusing to budge. Yiling tried to wrench them free, but the blades were wedged too tightly, impossible to extract. Crucially, the wasp blades were connected to the wasp assault's arms. If the blades couldn't be removed, the wasp assault would be immobilized, dragged uncontrollably by the pangolin monster. The pangolin monster rolled on the ground. The wasp assault, too light, had no chance to resist and was slammed onto the earth. Yet the blades remained stuck, not loosened by the impact. Beijing A6 helped the wasp assault get the blades out. Hurry! Director Li issued the command swiftly. According to system data, that fall had already inflicted 18 damage to the wasp assault's functions. The wasp assault had fragile armor, it couldn't withstand much. They had to rescue it quickly, or all would be lost. Got it! Beijing A6 had just managed to pull its feet from the ground. As it moved to assist the wasp assault in extracting the blades, the pangolin monster suddenly flung the wasp assault toward it. Crash! The two mechs collided, and the heavy Beijing A6 was sent flying, a testament to the immense force behind the blow. The wasp assault also suffered severe damage from the impact. System damage at 57, no good. The wasp assault is too damaged, nearly losing all mobility. The technicians were in a panic. In the current situation, they were helpless. The wasp blades were stuck, and they could think of no way to salvage it. Beijing A4 struggled to its feet. Though it had lost some parts, it was still operational. I'll take it. Having just faced death, the pilot quickly regained his courage to confront the monster. Beijing A4 spread its arms wide. It lunged forward, embracing the pangolin monster's head in an attempt to restrain its movements. Yet the monster's strength was astonishing. Even exerting all his power, he couldn't hold the pangolin monster down. Not only did he fail, but the beast threw him off with ease, pinning him down again. Roar! The pangolin monster opened its terrifying maw, condensing a massive fireball aimed directly at Beijing A4. Such a point-blank blast would be lethal. Even an SSS-grade heavy armor might not withstand it, let alone an A-grade like Beijing A4. Seeing this, Director Li's blood pressure skyrocketed. He roared into the command center microphone. No. Beijing A4. Dodge it. You must not be hit by the monster's fireball. You'll die. Can't. The monster's too heavy. I can't break free. It's over. The pilot of Beijing A4 closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, prepared to sacrifice himself. But at that moment, a beam of light appeared. Shum! A descending light crashed into the pangolin monster before its fireball fully formed. Thud. The pangolin monster was sent flying. Beijing A4, previously pinned beneath it, barely escaped with its life. The force that sent the pangolin monster flying was so immense that it finally dislodged the wasp blades from the wasp assault. However, the wasp assault lost its balance, tumbling uncontrollably for some distance before crashing hard into the ground. Wasp assault damage at 67. No good, it's nearly scrapped. But at that moment no one had time to care about the wasp assault's damage. All eyes were fixed on the sudden appearance of the light. The light rapidly coalesced, eventually forming a towering silver-gray giant over 40 meters tall. Qin Yu, transformed into the Nexus Ultraman juvenile form, made his official debut. What is that? A new monster. Even the experienced director, Li, couldn't identify the Nexus Ultraman. Meanwhile, in the global live stream, all viewers erupted at the sight of the Nexus Ultraman. What is that silver giant? A new monster. Monster? No way, he looks pretty cool. How could he be a monster? Did he just save Beijing A4? It seems so. If he hadn't acted in time, Beijing A4 would have been blown to scrap by the monster's fireball. Could that silver giant be here specifically to rescue people? What exactly is that silver giant? It's a monster. That must be a monster. Could it be some new type of mech? Mech? Are you kidding? Does your mech breathe? Look, that silver giant clearly has breathing motions. He's alive, not a mech. My god. Alive. Could he really be a monster? Regardless of whether he's a monster, as long as he helps humanity, he's great. I support him. Go silver giant. Some were captivated by Nexus's handsome appearance. They believed that Ultraman Nexus was a powerful mecha developed by humans. Others thought that Nexus was no different from the other monsters. All were here to destroy the world. People in the comment section expressed their own opinions, arguing fiercely without reaching any consensus. No one could convince anyone else. Chaos reigned. However, despite the arguments, it did not hinder the spectators from watching the show. Long with the headquarters of the Jingxing Mech base, the news of the silver giant's appearance soon reached Yi Yunlong, the supreme commander of the Long Guam Mech Combat Division. He learned that a strange silver giant had appeared in Beijing City. Yi Yunlong was greatly astonished. He had never watched mecha combat live streams before, but in order to obtain first-hand information, he began to watch the live stream as well. When he saw the silver giant appearing in the live stream, Yi Yunlong's astonishment was beyond words. What exactly is that silver giant? Judging by its appearance, it seems different from ordinary monsters. Could it be a new type of monster? Unfortunately, Jingxing was far away from Beijing City, separated by mountains and rivers. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to dispatch 2 SSS-class mechas to Beijing City to test the silver giant. Qin Yu transformed into Ultraman Nexus for the first time. This novel experience made him unable to suppress his excitement. Is this the feeling of transforming into an Ultraman? I am now brimming with power. I can do anything. Just as Qin Yu was rejoicing, the pangolin monster turned over, climbed up, and from Nexus's body. The pangolin monster sensed an unprecedented threat. Roar. It roared at Nexus, attempting to drive away the fear in its heart. Seeing this, Qin Yu assumed a combat stance. As a former top mecha training cadet, Qin Yu's combat prowess was extraordinary. He was proficient in most fist techniques and weaponry. However, Ultraman Nexus's juvenile form had no weapons available, so Qin Yu could only use his fists to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Thump. 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 The pangolin monster charged forward, racing toward Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu showed no fear. He rushed head-on. It's just a little monster. How could its strength compare to Nexus? I'll face you head-on today. However, the pangolin monster was unscrupulous. Halfway through its charge, it suddenly curled up its entire body, exposing only its scales, and transformed into a huge iron ball that rolled rapidly and crashed into him. Qin Yu was not surprised by this move. Animals like pangolins and hedgehogs, when encountering powerful enemies, would choose to curl into a ball to protect their soft bellies. They would point their hard shells or sharp spines at the enemy, leaving the enemy helpless. Watching the huge iron ball charging at him rapidly, Qin Yu clenched his right fist, gathering energy. His fist, enveloped in a faint golden glow, punched out. Boom! A terrifyingly immense power erupted. To everyone's surprise, the pangolin monster was actually sent flying by a single punch. Not only that, but if one was observant, they would notice. The spot where the pangolin monster was struck by Qin Yu had become a bloody mess. The enemy that the Hornet Assault had struggled to breach with all its might, and the powerful Hornet Blade, Qin Yu had easily broken through its defense with just one punch. Such a vast disparity in power was terrifying. In the livestream room, many viewers were stunned by this punch. What a powerful punch. The Beijing A4 and A6 heavy mechas could only be crushed by the monster's power, yet this silver giant's strength was so great that it could punch the monster flying with one blow. How terrifying is its power? So cool. Punching the monster flying with one blow. Even an SSS-class heavy mecha couldn't do that. Could it be that the silver giant's power has already surpassed SSS-class heavy mechas? No way. If that's the case, how strong is the silver giant? Could it be a level 8, 0 monster? A level 8, 0 monster. Bro, don't scare me. Do you know how terrifying a level 8, 0 monster is? Back then, to eliminate a level 8, 0 monster, the nations of Blue Star formed an alliance and paid a heavy price to achieve victory. If another level 8, 0 monster appears, my heart can't take it. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. Based on this silver giant's power, let alone 8, 0, it could even be level 9, 0. Alright, now you can start panicking. Level 9, 0. Huh. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If a level 9, 0 monster appears, the world will be destroyed. Let's just wait to die. Where did this silver giant come from? Why has it never appeared before? But since the silver giant is fighting the pangolin monster, it should be safe for now, right? Not necessarily. Maybe after the silver giant defeats the pangolin monster, its target will be the entire Beijing city. Don't be blindly optimistic, everyone. No, the silver giant is so handsome. I believe in him. He must be righteous. Looks are supreme. This world that only judges by appearance is truly hopeless. The appearance of Nexus completely stole the spotlight from the mecha and monsters. Now fewer and fewer people in the live stream were discussing the Hornet Assault and the 2 Beijing A-class heavy mechas. Everyone was talking about Nexus. Beijing base. How can that silver giant's power be so strong? Can you check its danger level? Upon hearing Director Lee's words, the technician couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Reporting, sir. According to the detection reaction, the silver giant's danger level is how much? Speak up, don't dawdle. It's 9, 0, and it's still rising, already approaching 9, 1. This silver giant's danger level cannot be fully estimated at present. What? A monster over level 9, 0. Are you joking with me? Director Lee was so shocked, he nearly jumped up. What did a level 9, 0 monster mean? He didn't know, because humanity had never faced a level 9, 0 monster before. A few years ago, to deal with a level 8, 0 monster, the entire world paid a painful price. Several small countries were completely destroyed in the war. They turned into a wasteland. Now a level 9, 0 monster appeared. To him, it was like a bombshell. What difference was there from saying the apocalypse had come? The technician almost cried. Director, there's no mistake. According to the standard, the silver giant is a level 9, 0 monster. No, it's already level 9, 1, and rising to 9, 2. The silver giant's danger level is still increasing. What kind of monster is this silver giant? Why does it have such tremendous power? Damn it. Director Lee had never felt so powerless, frightened, and angry as he did today. At this moment, he actually had a strange thought. He wished the pangolin monster could be stronger and more powerful. Preferably, it could fight the silver giant to a mutual destruction. That way all troubles would be resolved. However, he also knew that his idea was somewhat wishful thinking. A monster over level 9, 0 fighting a level 6, 0 monster would be a complete stomp. How could there be a mutual destruction? Unless the pangolin monster had reinforcements to help. Wow, that feels great. This monster was actually sent flying by my punch. Such incredible power. Although he had long been mentally prepared, he knew that the power of Nexus Ultraman was formidable. Yet when Qin Yu actually punched the pangolin monster, flying away, the shock that surged within him still involuntarily arose in his heart. Great, keep going. Qin Yu's confidence now surged even more. He charged forward. Leaping into the air, he crossed hundreds of meters and pinned the pangolin monster to the ground, pounding it mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. He punched again and again into the pangolin monster's body. The commotion was enormous. Roar, roar. The pangolin monster was beaten into continuous screams and howls. Although it struggled fiercely trying to throw off Qin Yu, who had transformed into Nexus, faced with the enormous gap in power, its resistance was almost negligible. This scene stunned even Yi Ling and the others watching from the side. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle? A level 6, 0 great monster was actually pinned to the ground and brutally beaten, completely helpless. Who would believe that if told? Even an SSS class heavy mech couldn't suppress a level 6, 0 great monster to such an extent. Matching its strength would be about the limit. Holy moly, what kind of monster is this giant? Just as Yi Ling was marveling, Director Lee's voice sounded in his ear. Yi Ling, can you hear me? I hear you, Director. What's the matter? Follow my orders, help the monster, and attack the silver giant. What? Director, did I hear that right? You want me to help the monster and attack the silver giant? That thing is that ferocious. How am I supposed to attack him? Yi Ling was not unwilling to attack Nexus for other reasons. It was mainly because Nexus's current performance was too ferocious and terrifying. He was truly a bit afraid. If he angered Nexus, the armor of the Hornet Assault Mech would be much easier to tear apart than the pangolin monster's hide. According to detection, the silver giant's danger level exceeds 9, 0, making it an unprecedented great monster. We must find a way to kill him. Even if we can't kill him, at least now, we must find a way to weaken his combat power. Otherwise a level 9.0 great monster is enough to destroy this world. Do you understand? Hearing that Nexus's danger level exceeded 9.0, Yi Ling was stunned. His heart almost burst from the intense emotion. What? 9.0? Director, you're not joking, are you? That silver giant is a level 9.0 great monster. Currently, there hasn't been a level 9.0 great monster in the whole world. An unprecedented great monster was right before his eyes. Yi Ling couldn't help but be nervous. Was the world going to be destroyed today? Director Li's emotions were so agitated that his voice nearly cracked. How the hell could I joke about something like this? Stop playing dead. Get on with it. Help the monster attack the silver giant. That's an order. Understood. Director, I'll carry out the order immediately. Yi Ling dared not hesitate any longer. If his momentary hesitation caused the world to be destroyed, then he would be the greatest sinner of this world. The Hornet Assault Mech rose from the ground. The mech's damage had exceeded 70%. At this point, the Hornet Assault Mech was at the end of its strength, likely to collapse at any moment. Silver Giant. A great monster with a danger level over 9.0. If I can leave a scar on you, then I'll become famous. Let's go. Yi Ling overcame his fear, piloted the Hornet Assault Mech to charge, and swung his arms hornet blades with full force, striving to inflict even the slightest damage on Nexus. The Hornet Assault Mech's movements were not small. Although Qin Yu had been brutally beating the pangolin monster, he could still notice the Hornet Assault Mech. On constant guard. Seeing the Hornet Assault Mech make a move against him, Qin Yu didn't even think. He directly grabbed the pangolin monster's tail with both hands. He used the pangolin monster as a weapon and slammed it fiercely toward the direction of the Hornet Assault Mech's charge. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted. Shockwaves spread in all directions. The Hornet Assault Mech was smashed to the ground by this move from Qin Yu, its body disintegrating into pieces scattered everywhere. It was utterly miserable. A legendary mech that had once boasted an impressive record of 8 victories in 8 battles had now become history. Yi Ling. Director Li shouted Yi Ling's name hoarsely. The Hornet Assault Mech was so severely damaged that as the pilot, Yi Ling's hope of survival was slim, almost certain death. The viewers in the live stream were also stunned by this scene. The Hornet Assault Mech was actually destroyed by the Silver Giant. That Silver Giant is too brutal. The Silver Giant's danger level is definitely not lower than 8.0. His strength is terrifying. He treats a level 6.0 monster like a toy and casually destroys an SS-class mech. Is this Silver Giant a demon? Where are those who said the Silver Giant was a hero? Come out. This is clearly a terrifying demon. How can that be? The Silver Giant looks so handsome, how could he harm humans? If the Silver Giant is on the monster's side, why did he just attack the pangolin monster? That doesn't make sense. Silver Giant, you've disappointed me. Sorry, Silver Giant, I'm turning from fan to hater. What the hell are you people thinking with your pig brains? That Silver Giant might destroy the world, and you're actually supporting him here. Are you crazy? Will the Silver Giant trigger a new wave of global disaster? Is the Hornet Assault Mech really gone? How tragic. At least it was an SS-class mech destroyed in one blow by the Silver Giant. What level of monster is the Silver Giant? And no official has come out to say anything. So anxious. Generally, when a monster appears, the authorities will immediately announce its danger level to let everyone know, so that people can be mentally prepared for the upcoming disaster. However, Director Li did not dare to have his subordinates report Nexus's danger level. A super great monster exceeding level 9.0 had descended. If ordinary people knew, it would be enough to cause worldwide panic. Perhaps by then, before the Silver Giant even made a move, humanity would drive itself to destruction. But regardless, Qin Yu's feat of destroying the Hornet Assault Mech with a single blow had already shown people a glimpse of Nexus's power. Such terrifying strength cast a psychological shadow over many. On the battlefield, after destroying the Hornet Assault Mech, Qin Yu didn't forget to complain. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly attack me for no reason? Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise if your Hornet Blade had cut me, it would probably have hurt to death. As for the Hornet Blade of the Hornet Assault Mech, Qin Yu had heard of it long ago. It was a magical weapon that could cut through anything. Although Nexus Ultraman's power was great in terms of defense, Qin Yu had no confidence. Even if it didn't cut through his skin, it would definitely hurt. He had no masochistic tendencies. He certainly didn't like being cut by others. Bang! Bang! At this moment, Beijiang A4 and A6 also stood up again. The two mechas received orders. They were ordered to assist the pangolin monster in attacking Qin Yu. Initially, the two were somewhat reluctant. However, after seeing the Wasp Assault get destroyed by Qin Yu, they no longer had any choice whether willing or not. In their eyes, even if they did not act now, they would eventually be killed by Qin Yu transformed into the Ultraman Nexus. It was better to strike first. The two charged at full speed, rushing headlong toward Qin Yu. Are you asking for death? Fine. Then I'll grant your wish. Qin Yu grabbed the tail of the pangolin monster, swung it around, and hurled it out. Boom. Boom. 2 heavy mechas were destroyed by the body of the pangolin monster, scattering parts everywhere. Thus, all 3 mechas dispatched from the Beijing mecha base were annihilated. However, they were not defeated by the monster, but by Qin Yu. The pangolin monster had already been beaten to a miserable state by Qin Yu. Used repeatedly as a weapon by Qin Yu, it smashed 3 mechas. Even though it was thick-skinned and tough, it couldn't withstand it. Blood flowed continuously, dripping onto the ground, dyeing the area a large swath of red. Qin Yu looked at the pangolin monster, which was now like a dead dog, and no longer wanted to torment it. With all his strength, he threw it into the sky. Then he gathered power and released a finishing move. Cross Light Storm. Boom. Qin Yu formed an L shape with his hands. A golden beam shot from his wrist, striking the pangolin monster midair. Boom. The monster's body was instantly blown apart by the beam. It turned to ashes, not even a trace left. The explosion's flames dyed the sky red. The battle ended. Qin Yu didn't even flash his light. Congratulations, host, for defeating a 6-0 level monster. Current progress for unlocking the Red Youth Form 10. Keep up the good work. Defeating a 6-0 level monster only gives 10 progress. Damn, then to unlock Noah I'd have to wait forever. Qin Yu was speechless. A 6-0 level monster was already a very rare giant monster, appearing only once every few months. Defeating one such monster only provided 10 unlocking progress. Needless to say, monsters below 6-0 level would give even less. This made Qin Yu feel a sense of hopelessness. Please don't be discouraged, host. The world is vast, and there are many monsters. As long as you work hard, it will actually be quick. Yeah, easy for you to say, TCH. Qin Yu rolled his eyes internally. He looked down and saw that the 3 mecha pilots were still alive. Although severely injured, their lives were not in danger. You 3, considering your ignorance is excusable, I'll spare your lives. If you ever attack me again, I will show no mercy. When he attacked the 3 mechas earlier, Qin Yu deliberately avoided the cockpit positions. Although the mechas were destroyed, the damage to the cockpits was not severe, so it was no problem to save the 3 pilots' lives. This was Qin Yu's final act of kindness toward the 3 pilots. After confirming there were no more threats, Qin Yu crossed his arms. His body emitted a dazzling light, gradually becoming ethereal, and he de-transformed, finally disappearing. Just as he had appeared suddenly, he suddenly disappeared. The viewers in the live stream saw Nexus vanish abruptly. They were very puzzled. No, how did that silver giant disappear? Where did he go? Could it be that the silver giant appeared only to defeat the monster? Possibly the silver giant came out to fight the monster, and now that the monster is dead, he naturally has to leave. But why did he destroy 3 mechas? Those 3 mechas were our human protection force. Of course, because those 3 mechas tried to attack him, didn't you see? The reason those 3 mechas were destroyed was that they tried to attack the silver giant. They brought it upon themselves. If they hadn't attacked the silver giant, nothing would have happened. I think so too. The silver giant didn't intentionally attack those 3 mechas. It was because they wanted to attack him that he was forced to retaliate. No, you can even defend that. Are you even human? How can you speak for that evil silver giant? How is the silver giant evil? He destroyed 2 precious A-class mechas and 1 SS-class mecha. Isn't that evil enough? Bullshit. I support the silver giant. The silver giant is a hero who fights monsters. I think so too. The silver giant is a hero. Bullshit. The silver giant is a demon. The silver giant is no different from those monsters. In the end, the viewers fiercely argued over the silver giant. Some humans, for various reasons, believe that the silver giant Nexus was a righteous hero and a god protecting humanity. Another part believed that the silver giant, by destroying 3 mechas, was no different from those monsters, and his sudden disappearance might be for some special reason. Overall, the second group was far more numerous than the first. Most people were still very afraid of this unknown and powerful entity. Beijing Mecha Base. Director Li calmly directed the aftermath work. Quick, rescue team, move out immediately. Check if Yi Ling and the other 2 are still alive. See them alive or see their bodies. Although he was also puzzled by the silver giant's sudden disappearance. At least for now, this was not a bad thing. Their Beijing's strongest SS-class mecha, the Wasp Assault, was no match for the silver giant in a single exchange. From now on, even if they exhausted all means, they probably couldn't do anything to the silver giant. The silver giant's disappearance, for whatever reason, at least temporarily relieved him from facing the threat of the silver giant. As for the subsequent matters, he could leave them to the higher-ups to worry about. The rescue team, already on standby, boarded transport planes and arrived at the scene in the shortest time, carrying out rescue operations. In less than half an hour, all 3 mecha pilots, including Yi Ling, were rescued. All 3 were severely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, it was only superficial injuries. There was no danger to their lives. They just needed to recuperate for a while and would be bouncing around again. Director Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent mecha pilots are sometimes more precious than mechas. Yi Ling had piloted mechas in many battles, possessing superb piloting skills and combat experience. He was undoubtedly one of the top mecha pilots. If he had died directly, he would have been heartbroken. On Qin Yu's side, after detransforming, he returned to the original mountain road. The bus driver was nowhere to be found. With no other choice, Qin Yu had to drive the bus back to the city himself. Fortunately, the battle hadn't damaged the road. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have had to return to the city on the stone wing. Having never driven a bus before, Qin Yu drove very slowly. It took over an hour to reach the city, and by then dusk was already falling. In this world, Qin Yu was an orphan with no family. His parents had perished long ago in a monster disaster. To survive, Qin Yu had to work part-time jobs while attending school. Life was arduous. Fortunately, his academic performance was outstanding. After being admitted to university, he received a scholarship, finally casting off poverty and hardship. Later, feeling that studying held little appeal, he joined a mecha training base as a cadet. This time, upon returning, Qin Yu resolved to complete his unfinished studies. He didn't want to leave any regrets. Pulling out his phone, he scrolled through his contacts and dialed a number labeled Bai Ying. The call was answered quickly. "Hey Qin Yu, what made you think of calling me?" Bai Ying on the other end was his closest friend from university. As far as he knew, she had already been admitted to graduate school and was furthering her studies under a distinguished mentor, achieving considerable success. Qin Yu wanted to return to school to continue his education. With Bai Ying's help, things would be twice as efficient. "Bai Ying, are you free? Let's grab a meal together later. I have something I'd like your help with." Qin Yu was never one to beat around the bush. Since he needed her assistance, he came straight to the point. "My help? Sure, with our relationship, anything is doable. Where shall we meet? I'll come over right away." Qin Yu told Bai Ying the location, and they hung up. He picked up his 2 suitcases, hailed a taxi, and headed to the destination. When Qin Yu arrived, Bai Ying was already there, having reserved a table and waiting for him. Seeing her after more than 2 years, Qin Yu noticed she had become much more beautiful. The braces that had once marred her appearance were gone, and the large black-rimmed glasses had vanished. Her formerly messy long hair, washed only once every half-month, had been replaced by soft, curly chestnut tresses. Her usual simple t-shirt and jeans were now a fresh floral print dress. A gentle smile revealed 2 adorable dimples. Qin Yu gazed at Bai Ying's lovely face and chuckled. "They say girls change 18 times before adulthood, but we've only been apart for a little over 2 years, and your transformation is so dramatic I almost didn't recognize you. So, are you mesmerized?" Bai Ying seemed pleased with his reaction, her smile radiant. Yes, I'm completely captivated. Let's eat first. I'm starving." That was true. Qin Yu had eaten almost nothing today. Transforming into Nexus Ultraman and fighting had consumed enormous energy. His stomach was empty, growling all the way here. The pleasant atmosphere was shattered by Qin Yu's words. Bai Ying shot him a mock glare, but soon broke into a smile. "What a foodie, just like before. Fine, let's eat. To celebrate our reunion, today's meal is on me. Eat as much as you want." "Thanks, I won't be polite then." Qin Yu ordered a few of his favorite dishes and tossed the menu aside, waiting for the food to arrive. The restaurant had a large screen that had been showing a TV drama, but someone switched it to the news channel. "Dear viewers, earlier this afternoon, a danger level 6. 0 pangolin monster appeared 50 kilometers south of Beijing City." The news anchor was reporting on the day's events. Many patrons in the restaurant were drawn to the news report. As the person directly involved, Qin Yu listened to the broadcast, feeling somewhat awkward. Currently, the pilots of Mechas Beijing A4, Beijing A6, and Wasp Assault have been rescued and are out of danger. Hearing that the 3 mecha pilots who had fought were out of danger, many people felt relieved, glad that everyone was safe. However, there were also some ignorant ones who claimed the 3 pilots had played no decisive role in the battle and had caused 3 mechas to be scrapped, calling them useless. Others in the restaurant couldn't stand such remarks and immediately lashed out, driving the foolish commenters away. According to the Beijing mecha base, the Silver Giant is a terrifying monster of danger level 7, 0 with astonishing power. As for the purpose of its appearance and why it suddenly vanished, that remains unknown. The Beijing mecha base will continue its investigation. No matter what the Silver Giant is, as long as it may threaten the safety of citizens, the Beijing mecha base will fight to the end, even if it means the last person standing. Learning that the Silver Giant's danger level exceeded 7, 0, many diners in the restaurant became uneasy. Danger level over 7, 0. Is that for real? Beijing City has never seen a monster above 7, 0, has it? The strongest recorded monster in Beijing City was level 6, 3. Back then, to deal with that 6, 3 level monster, Beijing urgently summoned an SSS-class mecha and 2 SS-class mechas from the capital, and only one at the cost of scrapping the 2 SS-class mechas. This is serious. A level 7, 0 monster, Beijing is no longer safe. Maybe I should consider leaving early for another city. Indeed, a level 7, 0 monster can destroy a city. Beijing isn't safe, we need to get out fast. I heard Qin City in the south is very safe. The strongest monster there so far was only level 4, 8. No way. That Silver Giant is only level 7, 0. That's nonsense. How could a level 7, 0 monster slaughter a level 6, 0 monster so easily? The silver giant is at least level 7, 5, maybe even level 8, 0. Exactly. A level 7, 0 monster is indeed stronger than a level 6, 0, but it couldn't defeat it so effortlessly. The silver giant not only beat the 6, 0 level monster, but also destroyed 2 A-class mechas and 1 SS-class mecha, and judging by how relaxed it looked, that might not even be its full power. Bro, stop talking. The more you say, the more scared I get. But one thing, don't you find it suspicious? Why did the silver giant disappear after defeating the enemy? Look at its movements just before vanishing. It clearly chose to leave. What did you notice? Throughout the whole fight, the silver giant clearly showed intelligence completely different from other monsters. I noticed too. Its fighting style was very methodical, like a human trained in martial arts. That's why I felt something was off when I watched the live stream. Do you think the silver giant could be a human transformed? No way. Absolutely not. The silver giant. Brother, nonsense are you talking about? Crazy. That silver giant is so enormous. How be human? Do you think it's Attack on Titan? That silver giant may have learned human fighting techniques somewhere, hence the shadow of human martial arts. This possibility seems plausible. I wonder whether the silver giant will prove to be a boon or a threat to humanity. The silver giant looks so handsome that some hope he has come to help humanity, for then humanity would have hope. People in the restaurant continued to discuss in the background. Qin Yu found it hard to keep his composure because what those people said was about him. Bai Ying noticed that Qin Yu's expression looked a little odd. He lowered his chopsticks and asked curiously whether Qin Yu was interested in the silver giant. Right, you are a trainee at the mecha base. You will become a pilot commanding a mecha to fight monsters. This silver giant might be someone you could contact one day. Listening to Bai Ying, Qin Yu's face showed a hint of a helpless smile. He put down his chopsticks and raised his wine glass. He downed the cool beer in one gulp and admitted that he had already left the mecha base and would not be able to become a mecha pilot. What? How could that be? Aren't you the strongest trainee at the mecha training base? Why did you quit? Could you have been injured? Where were you hurt? Is it serious? Bai Ying looked at Qin Yu with concern, her eyes sweeping over him to see whether the injury was serious. No, I'm not hurt, it's just... How to put it? Qin Yu hesitated, unsure whether to tell Bai Ying the truth. Just say it, we are best friends. Is there something you can't tell me? This remark moved Qin Yu. In this world, there are not many people he cares about. Bai Ying is one of them, otherwise he wouldn't have contacted Bai Ying first. For someone like her, perhaps he should be honest and tell her the truth. Actually, it's because my scores were tampered with. I should have graduated with a perfect score and earned the SSS level mecha piloting qualification. Some people couldn't beat me, so they used underhanded methods to alter my scores, which left me with only an S level mecha. I was furious, so I left the base and gave up becoming a mecha pilot. After hearing Qin Yu's words, Bai Ying did not doubt him and chose to believe him because she was convinced that Qin Yu would never lie to her. How could this be? Those people are so cruel to do this now, showing they do not care about humanity's safety and still playing these petty tricks. Are they crazy? Bai Ying's righteous anger drew the attention of others in the restaurant, but they treated Qin Yu and Bai Ying as a couple. Everyone treated it as a quarrel between a couple and did not pay much attention. After a glance, they turned back to watching TV. Qin Yu waved his hand to indicate Bai Ying should stay calm. Then softly he told Bai Ying that he had decided to give up becoming a mecha pilot and return to finish his studies. Gold shines wherever it is, doesn't it? Bai Ying said she was happy for him and suggested that if he returned to study, she would try to help him gain guaranteed postgraduate admission so they could work on research together with him, getting a share of the work. Am I treating you well enough? Before Qin Yu could ask, Bai Ying had already laid out an arrangement clearly. He was moved. Besides being moved, he was deeply moved again. He had only recently felt the world's cruelty by day, while at night, he suddenly felt humanity's kindness and warmth. This gave him renewed hope for the world. Thank you, Xiaobai. I initially asked for your help because I hoped to join you at school, but I didn't expect you to solve these problems on your own. I am really grateful. Xiaobai replied that she was willing to recruit him because of his abilities. After so long as classmates, she knew his level, give him a little time, and he wouldn't be worse than her. Then they would cooperate sincerely. They would surely become a new star in the field of physics. Cheers. Cheers. The two raised their glasses. They drank together. Years had passed since they last met. The two had a lot to say and shared their experiences over the years. Time passed unknowingly. Qin Yu drank happily on his side, while Director Li on the other side remained tense. But there was no happiness. The terrifying silver giant suddenly appeared. Although it did not cause much harm, it sounded a warning to him. The capital took this matter seriously as well. Dragon Country and several other senior officials organized a video conference to discuss the silver giant. In the conference, Director Li shared some basic information about the silver giant. When they heard that its danger level had reached as high as 9.3, they were astonished. All Dragon Country officials were stunned. How could this be? The Silver Giant's danger level actually reached 9. 3. This is an unprecedented level. Back then a single 8.0 giant monster had already forced all the world's nations to unite against it. Now a 9.3 level giant monster has appeared. Is the world finally doomed? That Silver Giant is unprecedented. What is its origin? No wonder it can easily defeat a 6.0 monster and 3 mechs. It is a 9.3 level super monster. It seems humanity's extinction crisis is imminent. If the Silver Giant is really this powerful, we must consider whether we should cooperate with other countries. A 9.3 level monster is absolutely not something one country can face. We must unite with other countries. We don't know when the next Silver Giant will appear. If only we could know the time of its appearance in advance. More than a dozen officials argued back and forth. The meeting grew very noisy. Seeing that no conclusion could be reached, the dragon country's leader silenced the crowd. Okay, enough. Everyone stop talking. Calm down for a moment. Yunlong, what do you think we should do next to deal with the Silver Giant? Do we need to seek aid from other countries now? The dragon country's leader turned the question to Yi Yunlong, the chief commander of Dragon Country Mecha Operations. Yi Yunlong is the nominal head of all mecha departments. He is also the person who knows the current strength of Dragon Country Mecha the best. Everyone, I personally believe that at present we may still have the option to wait and see, and there is no immediate need to seek assistance from other nations. Upon hearing Yi Yunlong's words, many people felt astonished. A 9.3 grade giant monster had already appeared on their very doorstep, and they still wanted to wait and see. What the hell was there to wait and see? If they continued waiting and seeing, wouldn't they lose their homes entirely? Silence, everyone. The leader of Dragon Nation once again called for quiet from the noisy crowd. Yunlong, why do you think we can still afford to wait and see? Judging by the Silver Giant's behavior after appearing, his arrival seems directed toward the monsters rather than humanity or urban destruction. Otherwise, he would not have vanished immediately after defeating the beasts. Since there is currently no indication of hostility toward us, we should not deliberately make enemies of him. Everyone fell silent. It did sound reasonable. Although the Silver Giant had dismantled their 3 mechas, it was entirely because the 3 mechas had attempted to attack him. Before the 3 mechas initiated hostilities, the Silver Giant had not struck at them. Director Li's expression darkened, for the order to attack the Silver Giant had been issued by him personally. However, against Yi Yunlong's argument, he could not bring himself to object. In a setting like this, daring to contradict one's direct superior would mean he was finished. Lin Jinwei, the highest-ranking military official, spoke up. Indeed, Yunlong's words make sense. Since the Silver Giant has not yet shown clear hostile intentions toward us, there is no need for us to recklessly forge an enemy. Lin Jinwei was Lin Ye's grandfather. He was also the one who had secretly ordered the alteration of Qin Yu's records. If he were to learn that the Silver Giant who had instilled such dread throughout Dragon Nation was none other than Qin Yu, the very person whose grades he had tampered with behind the scenes, he wondered what his reaction would be. The others present nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning sound. They found it compelling. Yi Yunlong added, nevertheless, we must not let our guard down. As a precaution, we could deploy 2 SSS-class mechas and 2 S-class mechas to guard downtown Beijiang. If the Silver Giant reappears with intentions to annihilate humanity, the 2 SSS-class mechas should at least buy us some response time. Agreed. Director Ye's words are very reasonable. Director Li immediately voiced his support. Given the matter of the Silver Giant, he was thoroughly panicked at the moment. He feared the Silver Giant might appear at any moment and destroy all of Beijiang City. If 2 SSS-class mechas came to hold the line, even if they could not necessarily defeat the Silver Giant, it would at least provide him with some psychological comfort. By the way, regarding that Silver Giant, should we give him a code name? A senior official suddenly spoke up. Generally, super-tier giant monsters each had their own distinctive code name. The Silver Giant's danger level had already exceeded 9.0, so he deserved a proper impressive code name. Speaking of which, numerous senior officials began to grow animated. How about Silver Giant? Why not Silver Warrior? Just call him Giant. Giant Mountain, Overlord, Ultraman. What in the world is Ultraman? Just because those 2 eyes of his look like egg yolks. The crowd argued endlessly, yet no one could produce a code name that satisfied everyone. The leader of Dragon Nation simply had no desire to waste time on such meaningless deliberation. He decided to conclude the meeting. All right, there's no rush to assign a code name. We can discuss it later. Everyone, this meeting is adjourned. The meeting came to a close. The various senior officials of Dragon Nation proceeded to log off one by one. Director Li's expression was deeply displeased. Did I make a mistake ordering Yi Ling and the others to attack the Silver Giant? Damn it. It's all that Silver Giant's fault. That Silver Giant clearly possesses intelligence, yet deliberately chose not to reveal his stance at the time. If he had shown even the slightest inclination, I never would have ordered Yi Ling to attack him. Was he doing this on purpose? I'm afraid this incident will damage my standing in the eyes of those senior officials. This is going to be difficult. If Qin Yu had known what Director Li was thinking, he would have laughed himself silly. I just went and saved the driver of the Beijing A4 mecha. What else do you want me to do? Don't you have your own eyes to see for yourself? Qin Yu and Bai Yingying had both drunk until they were thoroughly intoxicated. Qin Yu was required to abide by the regulations at the base and could not drink. He had not gotten this wasted in a long time. He set aside all psychological pressure and allowed himself to get thoroughly drunk. This feeling was truly exhilarating. The next day, he slept straight through until noon. Last night, he had driven the drunken Bai Yingying home. To save trouble, he simply stayed at Bai Yingying's place. Bai Yingying slept in the bedroom while he took the sofa in the living room. When Qin Yu woke up, no one was in the apartment anymore. Bai Yingying had left a note on the side table nearby. Qin Yu rubbed his slightly aching head and picked up the note from the table. Qin Yu, I've gone to class. If you're hungry when you wake up, there's food in the refrigerator. If you're bored, you can use the computer or watch TV. The door code is 55566. I have something to attend to today and may not return until very late. Make yourself at home. Don't be a stranger. Looking at Bai Yingying's graceful handwriting, a warm feeling welled up in Qin Yu's heart. Perfect. Since I have nowhere else to stay, lodging here with Bai Yingying has saved me a great deal of trouble. However, Qin Yu did not intend to stay here long term. He made a silent resolution. As soon as he found a place of his own, he would move out. After freshening up, Qin Yu took a slice of bread and a carton of milk from the refrigerator. He ate his breakfast while browsing the internet. He wanted to see how the public was evaluating him regarding the matter of the Silver Giant. It had already caused a sensation across all of Dragon Nation. Almost everyone was discussing the Silver Giant. Several topics trending online included Silver Giant danger level, Silver Giant friend or foe, Silver Giant, what exactly is it? Will the Silver Giant become humanity's greatest threat? Is the Silver Giant the most powerful enemy humanity has ever faced? Although the Dragon Nation authorities claimed the Silver Giant's danger level was only 7.0, many people refused to believe it. Some so-called experts with knowledge of monsters, after analysis, reached the conclusion that the Silver Giant was undoubtedly a super-tier monster with a danger level above 8.0. There were numerous reasons. For instance, his strength. The Silver Giant had pinned a level 6.0 armadillo monster to the ground and beaten it mercilessly, leaving the armadillo monster utterly defenseless. This display of power was far beyond what a level 7.0 monster could possess. Moreover, the Silver Giant's finishing beam that obliterated the armadillo monster. That beam had reduced the armadillo monster to nothingness. Its destructive power far exceeded humanity's most potent weapon, the super ion cannon. No level 7.0 monster could possibly wield such a terrifying energy beam. Qin Yu watched the experts' elaborate analyses online and couldn't help but nod. Their reasoning seems quite sound, though. I wonder what my actual danger level truly is. For the threat level of Nexus in its juvenile form, Qin Yu had never truly grasped a clear understanding. He only knew it was extremely powerful. However, how powerful exactly remained uncertain. He guessed it might be around level 8.5 or higher. Currently, the prevailing consensus online believed the Silver Giant differed from other monsters, yet few trusted that it held no malice toward humanity. Many suspected the Silver Giant's disappearance stemmed from depleted stamina rather than any other cause. After destroying 3 mechas, online vitriol against the Silver Giant ran rampant. Qin Yu merely smiled at such comments and let them pass. He paid them no mind. After browsing for a while, a pop-up notification caught his attention, something that genuinely piqued his interest. The SSS-level mechas Yanlong Zhanshan and Baofeng Qiang will arrive at the Beijing mecha base tonight at 8 o'clock to execute defense duties for Beijing City. Citizens of Beijing, please remain calm. The 2 SSS-level mechas will surely protect the peace of Beijing City. If things had gone as planned, the Yanlong Zhanshan should have been Qin Yu's mecha all along. But behind-the-scenes manipulation by the higher-ups had kept him from claiming it. Qin Yu never forgave himself for that missed opportunity. The grudge festered in his mind until a bold notion suddenly emerged, that the Yanlong Zhanshan would arrive at the Beijing base that very evening. So it seems tonight calls for some movement on my part. Since he couldn't pilot the Yanlong Zhanshan himself, he refused to let anyone else claim the role either. Especially Lin Yi. He'd rather see the Yanlong Zhanshan destroyed and reduced to scrap metal than watch that fool show off in it while the world worshipped him. That was more disgusting than anything he could imagine. Qin Yu made up his mind. That night, he would tear apart the Yanlong Zhanshan, and no one would stop him. After an early lunch, Qin Yu headed out to run and exercise. This had become his routine since joining the mecha training base. As a mecha pilot, you needed a strong physique. Even though he no longer served as a pilot, as an Ultraman, maintaining physical fitness remained essential. The stronger his human form, the greater the power he could unleash after transforming into an Ultraman. Unknowingly, Qin Yu found himself running through a nearby park. The sweat pouring from his body allowed him to momentarily forget all his worries before he could react. A girl in pink athletic or stumbled into his arms. Fortunately, Qin Yu's sturdy frame could absorb the impact. Otherwise, he might have been knocked down. You alright? To avoid any complications, Qin Yu gently pushed her away. The girl stepped back with visible embarrassment. I'm fine, sorry about that. I was listening to music and didn't notice the path. It wasn't until then that Qin Yu truly took in her features, delicate facial contours, and a practical short haircut, and a healthy athletic figure that radiated youthfulness. For some inexplicable reason the moment he saw her clearly, a strange restlessness stirred within Qin Yu's heart, as if something about her was pulling at him. It's all right, he said, his gaze tracing over her figure from head to toe. He was certain he had never met this girl before. They were strangers. Yet he couldn't explain where this inexplicable pull was coming from. If there's nothing else, I should go. The girl had no intention of chatting and quickly jogged off. It appeared she was an active person like Qin Yu himself. As she ran farther away, that strange restlessness in Qin Yu's chest faded just as quickly. How strange, he murmured. Whatever that sensation had been, he couldn't explain it, so he pushed the mystery aside. At the same time, he filed away her face in his memory. His intuition told him they might cross paths again someday. What Qin Yu didn't realize was that the girl, once she was far enough away, glanced back over her shoulder. What's wrong? That person just now. Why did I feel such intense pressure from them? I could barely breathe, and I don't even know who they are. Why does this feel so overwhelming? Reason she had been running so fast was simply because Qin Yu's presence had been so overwhelmingly oppressive that she could barely handle it, though the girl didn't dwell on it afterward. Once she steadied her breathing, she continued her run. Later that evening at 8 o'clock, the Mecha's Baofeng Chihong Yanlong Jianshan and 2 additional S-level units were airlifted to the Beijiang Mecha base. Several mecha pilots were summoned to Director Li's office for a briefing. Li Lu, the pilot of Baofeng Chihong, had personally eliminated 15 monsters. He had also taken down a level 5.0 monstrosity single-handedly, which launched him into stardom among mecha pilots. Had there been no interference, Qin Yu would have been the one piloting the Yanlong Jianshan. Unfortunately, he had been eliminated from selection. The position should have been filled through proper competitive procedures. But somehow Lin Jinwei had manipulated the process to directly appoint Lin Yi as the pilot. Among the assembled mecha pilots, Lin Yi was the complete rookie, the only one without any combat experience. The other pilots harbored deep resentment toward this privileged son who had obtained his SSS-class mecha qualifications through connections. Yet everyone dared only to seethe in silence. After all, his connections were too powerful to antagonize. Crossing him would only bring trouble. Director Li stood before them, his expression grim and authoritative. The aura of command radiated from him, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. Gentlemen, you're all aware of the situation regarding the Silver Giant. At the mention of the Silver Giant, Li Lu and the other pilots grew visibly tense. They understood the gravity of their mission to Beijiang City. They might face the legendary Silver Giant, a creature rumored to exceed danger level 9.0, an opponent beyond the reach of conventional mecha combat. Even facing the Silver Giant with humanity's most powerful SSS-class mecha would offer little advantage. I'll spare you the details. If the Silver Giant appears and threatens the city and its people, I expect each of you to fight with everything you've got to stop it. Li Lu declared with unwavering conviction. Director Li, as warriors, we're ready for battle. The other pilots shared his fierce determination. They had clearly accepted the possibility of death. Yet the moment Li Lu finished speaking, Lin Yi dismissively remarked, that Silver Giant may not even show up. Perhaps it's just passing through, already moved on to another city. Among those present, Lin Yi stood out as the most untroubled. Having never faced real combat or encountered actual monsters, Lin Yi's confidence stemmed from countless simulated victories that had inflated his sense of capability. The repeated mock victories had bred arrogance in him. He believed monsters were nothing to fear, convinced that even a Silver Giant with a danger level exceeding 9.0 wouldn't pose a problem. I've got an SSS-class mecha now, he thought smugly. How could I possibly lose to that thing? Yet he remained ignorant of a crucial truth, that an SSS-class mecha meant nothing against truly formidable opponents. Lin Yi's words immediately drew disgusted glances from the others. They had always looked down on this third-generation official Brat, who had obtained his SSS-grade mecha through connections. Now Lin Yi actually said such a thoughtless remark, making the others detest him even more. Director Li's gaze turned sharp and severe, piercing toward Lin Yi like a drawn blade. Regardless of whether the Silver Giant appears or not, we must remain vigilant at all times. This is the most fundamental quality of a warrior. Lin Yi, don't you possess even this much awareness? Lin Yi was stunned speechless by Director Li's intimidating stare. Director Li had been in a foul mood these past 2 days. Lin Yi had basically walked right into his line of fire. But Lin Yi was, after all, the grandson of Lin Jinwei. Director Li didn't dare to push him too far. A warning would suffice. He didn't say much more. He dispersed the crowd. Lin Yi cast a resentful and unwilling glance at Director Li. What the hell do you think you're pulling, you damn smartass? You're just a division-based director. Who do you think you are to yell at me like that? But he would only dare to think these words, never speak them aloud. If he actually said it, he wouldn't dare. insulting a superior officer. If it got out, it would severely impact his future career. After the mecha pilots left, a young girl pushed open the door and entered Director Lee's office. If Qin Yu saw this girl, he would definitely be surprised, for the girl was exactly the one Qin Yu had bumped into while running during the day. Dad, Director Lee was somewhat surprised to hear the girl's voice. Lingling, why are you here? You shouldn't be running around outside lately. It's dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to just stay home properly? The girl was named Li Lingling. She was Director Lee's daughter. Li Lingling walked over to Director Lee and hugged his arm, acting coquettishly. Dad, I missed you, so I came to see you. Besides, in all of Beiyang City, where could be safer than the mecha base? There are 2 SSS-grade mechas and several SS-grade mechas stationed here. Even if a monster were to appear, we could annihilate it completely. That's not a bad point. Director Lee said, his smile harder to suppress than ever. Alright then, stay at the base tonight and have fun. Hee, Dad, you're the best. Then I'm going out to play. Li Lingling lightly punched Director Lee's shoulders a few times with her small fists, then bolted out the door in a flash. However, after leaving Director Lee's office, she seemed like a completely different person. Her expression grew extremely serious. No matter who you are, if you truly intend to disrupt the peace of Beiyang City, I will never let you off. Li Lingling's tone was filled with confidence, as though she possessed some extraordinary secret weapon. Midnight. Qin Yu arrived alone outside the Beiyang City mecha base. The base covered a vast area equivalent to 100 soccer fields. And this was only the surface. Beneath the ground lay even vaster spaces. Countless times before, Qin Yu had imagined himself becoming a mecha pilot serving Dragon Kingdom and the Beiyang City mecha base, guarding this territory, becoming a hero in people's eyes. But because of Lin Yi, his dreams of the future shattered. Moreover, it was here that he would make a move that would shock the entire world. Beiyang City mecha base, if you're going to blame anyone, blame Lin Yi. It's all because of that bastard. My only target is the Flame Dragon War God. I hope you don't make things worse for yourselves and minimize your own losses. Saying this, Qin Yu drew the evolution trust and transformed. A golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Many people in the base saw this pillar of light, but they had no idea what it meant. They were merely curious. It wasn't until the silver juvenile form of Nexus emerged from the pillar of light that they realized. So the silver giant had arrived. Wait. Hold on a minute. Silver giant. The silver giant appeared. The silver giant actually appeared right at the base. Alert. Sound the alarm immediately. Enemy attack. The mecha base's alarm bells soon rang out. The shrill, piercing sound set every nerve in the base on edge. Everyone panicked. They had guessed the silver giant might appear again, but never imagined it would show up directly at the mecha base. If the silver giant directly attacked the base, the mecha base would suffer heavy casualties. Director Lee was completely flustered and immediately ordered all pilots at the Beiyang City mecha base to launch their mechas. But mecha startup required time. To buy some buffer time, Director Lee ordered all base defense systems to activate. As long as the silver giant made any hostile movement, they would fire immediately. But unexpectedly, after appearing, the silver giant took no action whatsoever. It just stood there, casually crossing its arms as if waiting for something. Director Lee had never encountered such a situation before. Several large question marks appeared above his head. What is that guy doing? Could it be he's not here to attack the base? Meanwhile, Li Lingling stood on the base's observation tower watching from afar as Qin Yu transformed into Ultraman Nexus. She remained calm, not panicked in the least. It was as if she was certain nothing serious would happen. Seeing Qin Yu take no action for quite some time, Li Lingling closed her eyes. Hello, Ultraman. Her voice suddenly echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Who's speaking? The sudden female voice startled Qin Yu. Qin Yu never expected someone could telepathically transmit their voice directly into his mind. Even more unexpected was that the other party knew he was an Ultraman rather than calling him the Silver Giant. Don't panic. Like you, I'm also an Ultraman. May I ask what your Ultraman name is? Li Lingling's voice resonated in Qin Yu's mind once more. You're also an Ultraman. So there's more than one Ultraman in this world. Qin Yu had always believed he was the most special one. He was the only person in this world who possessed the power of an Ultraman. He never expected someone like him could also transform into an Ultraman. And that person was a girl. I also originally believed there was only one Ultraman in this world. Until I saw you, I realized there may be more than one. Perhaps besides us, there are other Ultramen as well. My name is Nexus. Or rather, you may also call me Noah. They are quite similar. Qin Yu told the other party the names Nexus and Noah. He wanted to test whether the other party knew the legendary reputation of the Ultraman god Noah. Then I'll call you Noah. My Ultraman name is Grigio. Grigio? You're Grigio. Hearing the name Grigio, Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. Because the Ultraman Grigio, he knew her too well. She was the notorious healer among Ultramen. Making her debut, she had restored 3 Ultramen flashing red lights back to full health. She had made a name for herself in that one battle. Do you know me? Li Lingling was surprised. From the other party's tone, it was clear they knew about Grigio and seemed to have some understanding of her. But up to now she had never transformed in public. How did this person know? Of course I know you, just a healer with abysmal combat power. What planning to stop me? Qin Yu mercilessly exposed her weakness. Healer. Li Lingling was speechless and wanted to retort, but she confirmed it. The silver giant truly knew about Grigio, for that description was too accurate. During her conversation with Li Lingling, Qin Yu used telepathy to locate. Finally found Li Lingling's position. He could also see her appearance. So it's you. I found you. After clearly seeing Li Lingling's face, Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. He never expected it to be the girl he had encountered that day. At that moment he finally understood why there had been that restlessness during the day. It turned out the other party, like him, was also an Ultraman. This was the mutual attraction between Ultramen. Upon learning her position had been exposed, Li Lingling suddenly panicked. You? What exactly do you want to do? You should be human like me, right? As a human, would you do something that harms humans? I don't plan to harm humans. I just need to handle some matters. If you don't want the disaster to escalate, I suggest you stay out of it later. Otherwise I wouldn't mind dealing with you too. As a mere healer you pose no threat to me. You? While the two were talking, the Flame Dragon God and Storm Red, 2 SSS-class mechas along with 3 SS-class mechas, Yellow Rock Heavy Armor Charm, Sea Siren, and Night Demon King, were all ready. The mecha pilots drove the 5 mechas onto the base's open ground. Qin Yu's gaze fixed firmly on the Flame Dragon God. Ultra-eye penetration. Through layers of obstruction, he saw Lin Yi inside the cockpit. When he realized the Flame Dragon God's pilot was indeed Lin Yi, Qin Yu's rage reached its peak. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. You tampered with my records, pushed me out, and finally gave the Flame Dragon God to this trash, right? You top officials are really amazing. If I don't tear the Flame Dragon God into scrap metal today, I'm not Necrius. Qin Yu, who had been standing still for half a day, finally could not hold back and began to move. He rushed toward the Flame Dragon God at full speed. Thud, thud, thud. Each step he took on the ground caused the earth to shake violently. Everyone could clearly feel the tremor. Open fire. Boom, 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 boom. At Director Li's command, the base's defense firepower was fully activated. Bursts of beam cannons and energy shells were all fired toward Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu's entire body erupted with light. In an instant, his running speed increased dozens of times over. He became a blur, dodging all firepower attacks and rushed to stand before the Flame Dragon God. He directly punched the Flame Dragon God. This move is called Mach movement, which can instantly release energy to increase speed dozens of times. Many Ultramen know this move. Thud. The Flame Dragon God stood over 50 meters tall, slightly taller than Qin Yu's Necrius form. However, facing Necrius' strike, it had no resistance at all. With one punch from Qin Yu, the Flame Dragon God was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A large area of the base's buildings was crushed by the Flame Dragon God. Li Luren was dumbfounded. So fast. The silver giant's speed in that instant completely exceeded my understanding. With such a massive body, how can it move so fast? Stop worrying about that. Quickly save the Flame Dragon God. Director Li commanded. Whether it was the Flame Dragon God or its pilot Lin Yi, both were very important. If these two guys were to die together at the Beijing Mecha base today, then his career as a director would probably come to an end. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone else sprang into action. The charmed Sea Siren shot several water arrows toward Qin Yu's direction. These water arrows seemed unremarkable. In reality, however, they were terrifying weapons formed by the charmed Sea Siren after highly compressing special liquid. A single arrow could pierce through even a mountain peak. Qin Yu was already well aware of the terror of these water arrows, so he naturally would not resist them head-on. He tilted his body and easily dodged all the incoming water arrows. The Night Demon King is a rare mecha capable of invisibility. Its entire body is covered with a special monster skin. Once the invisibility function is activated, it can enter a state of complete invisibility and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy unseen. It is a renowned assassin among mechas. After becoming invisible, the Night Demon King wielded a plasma sword and thrust it toward Qin Yu's neck, attempting to kill him in one strike. However, such cheap tricks could not deceive Qin Yu. The Night Demon King's invisibility was real enough, but the noise it made while moving would not disappear along with it. Against those mindless monsters, its assassination attempts could still have some effect, but against intelligent Ultramen, it was completely useless. Hearing the sound of the Night Demon King, Qin Yu counterattacked with a hand-shaped beam shot. Boom. The hand beam accurately struck the plasma sword held by the Night Demon King. The blade was knocked away. Immediately afterward, Qin Yu fired another hand beam. Boom. The Night Demon King was hit by the hand beam, sending sparks flying in all directions. It automatically exited its invisibility state. The hand beam is a common skill shared by all Ultramen. The characteristic of this move is its speed, no charging required. It can be fired instantly. As for the downside, it is simple, the power is weak. It is only suitable for feints. Thud, thud, thud. the yellow rock heavy armor strode forward. The characteristics of this mecha, just from its name, are clear. It is an ultra-heavy mecha specializing in defense and strength. The tremor it caused with each step was no less impressive than Qin Yu's. Facing this giant Qin, Yu had no intention of wasting time on it. This thing moved very slowly and had no formidable long-range attack capabilities. Even ignoring it would cause no problems. With a leap, he jumped behind the flame dragon god, which had just stood up. His hands condensed energy, and he struck downward with full force. Bang! Bang! The flame dragon god's two arms were severed by these two hand strikes. This ultra hand slice is also a common skill among all Ultramen. However, the power depends entirely on the individual Ultraman's own strength. Qin Yu had just used all his strength in the hand slice attack. If he still could not cut through the flame dragon god's two arms, then it would truly be ridiculous. Damn it! Lin Yu was also a proud person. Although the flame dragon god had lost its arms and attack capabilities, in his anger, he actually drove the flame dragon god to ram directly into Qin Yu with his body. Thud! A mech weighing tens of thousands of tons still had considerable mass. Being struck so suddenly, even Qin Yu could not remain unaffected. He staggered backward 2 steps. Although it caused no damage to Qin Yu, to many people present, this strike undoubtedly sounded the horn of humanity's counterattack. A golden opportunity. Li Lu seized the moment. Piloting the Crimson Storm, he fired several laser beams toward Qin Yu. As an SSS-class mecha, the Crimson Storm's greatest asset was its overwhelming firepower system. Beyond laser beams, the Crimson Storm was equipped with plasma cannons, electromagnetic energy cannons, antimatter cannons, and more. When its full arsenal was unleashed, it could easily annihilate an entire city. Even a typical 5.0 class kaiju could not withstand its devastating firepower. Boom, boom. 2 laser beams struck Qin Yu. A searing pain spread through his body. Li Lu pressed his advantage. He intended to continue firing laser cannons at Qin Yu, but Qin Yu countered by launching 2 hand blade rays faster than the incoming attacks. Rumble, rumble. The laser cannons on the Crimson Storm were damaged by the hand blade rays. Li Lu could no longer attack Qin Yu with lasers. Next, he had 2 choices: either charge up a more powerful volley or rush in for close quarters combat. Li Lu chose the latter. He charged straight at Qin Yu. The enchanting blue siren and the yellow rock heavy armor also surged forward. Seeing this, Qin Yu activated Mach move again, instantly accelerating. He dashed behind the blazing dragon god and delivered a fierce flying kick. Thud! The blazing dragon god was sent flying, colliding directly with the yellow rock heavy armor. Although the blazing dragon god was an SSS class armor, it was not a heavy type mecha. In a head-on collision, it was no match for the yellow rock heavy armor. It instantly lost many external components from the impact, then crashed heavily onto the ground, denting the solid concrete floor of the base. Struck by the blazing dragon god, the yellow rock heavy armor inevitably toppled backward, crushing a row of buildings and equipment behind it. Swish! Swish! The enchanting blue siren shot water arrows. Qin Yu with sharp eyes and quick hands dodged, while seizing 2 of them. Then he hurled the water arrows back at the blazing dragon god. Bang! Bang! The chest and abdomen of the blazing dragon god were instantly pierced by the water arrows. 2 clear puncture wounds appeared. The Crimson Storm closed in and threw a punch. Qin Yu caught the fist with one hand. He swept his leg, and the Crimson Storm immediately lost its balance, toppling sideways. Thud! The crash of a giant mecha was like a cataclysm. The Night King pounced toward him. Though it had lost its stealth function, the Night King's base performance was still excellent, making it a formidable close combatant. Qin Yu spun and delivered a flying kick, striking the Night King square in the chest. Boom! The Night King was sent flying over a kilometer. Even the chest armor was severely deformed by the kick. A second later, the Night King landed and skidded a long distance, leaving a clear gouge mark on the ground. Numerous components scattered. This single blow rendered the Night King completely combat ineffective. The enchanting blue siren, refusing to give up, kept hurling water arrows. This incessant harassment annoyed Qin Yu. He predicted the enemy's trajectory and condensed 2 hand blade rays. Swish! The first missed, failing to hit. Boom! The second struck the enchanting blue siren's abdomen, punching a hole through it. The high-speed mecha lost its balance. It crashed awkwardly to the ground. Qin Yu paid it no more heed, redirecting his focus to the blazing dragon god. He intended to dismantle the blazing dragon god into scrap metal. Though the blazing dragon god had lost both arms and many parts, this level of damage could be repaired in about a month. It did not meet Qin Yu's standards. He strode forward, grabbed the blazing dragon god's head with one hand, and twisted its neck with the other. Then with a single wrench. Crack! Amidst sparks and flashes, the blazing dragon god's head was torn off by Qin Yu. Typically, the cockpit of a mecha was located in the head. Without its head, the blazing dragon god was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Director Li was frantic. Qin Yu now held Lin Ye's life in his hands. If Qin Yu in a fit of rage crushed the blazing dragon god's head, Lin Yu would die. All units attention. Open fire at full power. Attack the silver giant. Do not let him harm the pilot of the blazing dragon god. Boom, 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 boom. Missiles and beam cannons fired in unison, striking Qin Yu. Qin Yu initially had no intention of killing Lin Yi. He had come only to destroy the blazing dragon god. Killing was never his plan. Seeing the base's defensive firepower raining down on him so fiercely, he simply hurled the blazing dragon god's head into the barrage. Then he raised an energy barrier to block the attacks. I didn't kill Lin Yi. If Lin Yi was actually blown up in the bombardment, it would be the fault of the Beijiang City mecha base. They were the ones who recklessly opened fire and killed him. That has nothing to do with me. Rumble, rumble. Many missiles and beam cannons struck the blazing dragon god's head, causing explosions. The poor mecha had endured attacks it was never meant to face. Explosions flared one after another. Thud. After being baptized by the barrage, the blazing dragon god's head finally hit the ground, cracking the floor. To be fair, the blazing dragon god's head was truly tough. Having been hit by so many shells, it stubbornly refused to explode. Though most of the outer shell was damaged, the cockpit inside remained intact, undestroyed. However, Lin Yi inside had already passed out. He fainted from terror. At that moment, he had thought he was about to die. Little did he expect the blazing dragon god's defense to be so formidable. It had miraculously shielded him from the wave of firepower. He was not blown up. After the barrage subsided, Qin Yu quickly gathered power and unleashed a cross-light storm. It struck the wreckage of the blazing dragon god lying on the ground. Rumble. The remains exploded, utterly reduced to ash. Now it was beyond repair unless a new one was built. An SSS-class mecha had been destroyed by Qin Yu. Li Lingling, watching from the shadows, could no longer hold back. She thought the blazing dragon god had fallen and that Qin Yu would now go after the others. One by one, he would dismantle the remaining mechas. If Qin Yu really destroyed them all tonight, not only would the Beijiang base be finished, but her father, Director Li, would also be ruined. For Beijiang City, and for her father, she had no choice but to pull out the spiral flash and transform. Flashed. Another pillar of light shot into the sky within the base. Everyone was stunned. The previous pillar of light had brought a silver giant. What would this one bring? The answer was simple. This pillar of light brought another silver giant. When the light faded, a silver giant with distinctly feminine features appeared before everyone. Ultraman Grigio. She made her entrance. A silver giant. Another silver giant. What's going on? Why are there more silver giants? How many silver giants are there? Director Li was on the verge of tears. One silver giant was already more than they could handle. Now there was another. Was this truly the end for him? Another silver giant. This one seems different from the previous one. This silver giant is female, and she looks quite cute. Idiot. Is this the time to say that? It's over. One silver giant already left us powerless. With another one, we're all doomed. Heavens. How could such misfortune befall us? Run. The base can't hold. Two silver giants. Not just the base, the entire North River City will be destroyed. I'm out of here. Don't run. Everyone stand still. Don't you dare run. Panic spread through the base. After the appearance of Li Lingling transformed into the Ultraman Jalikio, some even began to desert their posts. They directly abandoned their duties. The mecha pilots like Li Lu were completely bewildered. What's going on? How did another silver giant appear? Their mechas had already been routed by Qin Yu. With another silver giant, they lost all will to continue fighting. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after the appearance of Ultraman Jalikio, she did not attack the base. Instead, she assumed a combat stance facing Qin Yu. This sight stunned everyone. What's happening? That female giant seems to be taking a fighting stance against the silver giant. What does she intend? Could she be trying to stop the silver giant? A wild thought flashed through Director Li's mind. Though he hardly believed two giants would fight each other. Now it seemed that was exactly the case. If he knew that female giant was his daughter Li Lingling, he would probably faint on the spot. Qin Yu rolled his neck, turned to look at Li Lingling, and said, "You finally showed up. I thought you'd stay a spectator forever. What do you think, a healer like you can stop me?" "I don't know if I can stop you, but I want to try. I won't let you run rampant here." Li Lingling's stubborn voice was audible only to the two of them. No one else could hear it. To others' ears, only the battle cries of two Ultramen, "Hey ho ha," were audible. Li Lu was dumbfounded. Are they talking? Could that female giant be helping us? She wants to stop the silver giant from fighting. Though he thought it absurd, he couldn't shake the feeling. Qin Yu raised his hand and beckoned Li Lingling with a slight curl of his finger, taunting, "Then show me what you've got." Li Lingling said no more. Shouting to bolster her courage, she charged at Qin Yu. Whooshed. Her soft pink fist aimed at Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu casually caught it, effortlessly holding her fist in his hand. "Your strength is too weak. Even among Ultramen, there are differences in power. I am the strongest Ultraman. Do you understand?" With that, he kicked out. showing no mercy, even though Li Lingling was a girl. Thud. Li Lingling was knocked over. Severe pain made her curl up, clutching her stomach. Qin Yu bent down, grabbed her by the shoulder, and lifted her. Can't even endure this little pain, and you call yourself an Ultraman. He hurled her away. Rumble. Li Lingling was thrown over 100 meters. Her landing crushed 2 buildings. Thump, thump, thump. Qin Yu walked with heavy steps. Step by step he approached Li Lingling. Li Lingling trembled in pain, but stubbornly rose from the ground. I know I may not be your match, but for what I love I must stand up. Qin Yu walked up to her and grabbed her by the throat. If you truly want to protect what you love, then strive to become stronger than anyone else. The weak can never protect anything, understand? I didn't know before. Thank you for making me understand now. As she spoke, Li Lingling attempted a knee strike to catch Qin Yu off guard. Qin Yu was not one to be caught off guard by such a crude move. He blocked it easily, then threw Li Lingling away again. Thud. Li Lingling crushed several more buildings. For some reason, Director Li felt a pang of anguish watching the female giant being beaten. Why does my heart ache so? Am I pitying that female giant? How can this be? That female giant has nothing to do with me. Why do I pity her? Between the 2 giants fighting, no matter who wins, it seems to have no effect on me. No, that's not right. The silver giant is brutal. The female giant seems gentler and kinder. If the female giant wins, she might spare us. Yes, that's it. Director Li finally found a reason to justify aiding the female giant. He immediately gave the order. Attention all units. On my command, attack the silver giant, cover the female giant. Repeat, cover the female giant, attack the silver giant. Upon receiving Director Li's order, no one was surprised. The silver giant was too strong, too brutal. With the North River base's strength, they could not contend. Now their only hope was to trust the female giant. Rely on her power to defeat the silver giant. Perhaps there was still a chance for survival. Boom, 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 boom. The remaining turrets fired energy blasts at Qin Yu. Qin Yu casually erected an energy barrier to block all attacks. Then he fired several handbeam shots in return, obliterating every remaining turret on the base. A chain of explosions engulfed the entire base in raging flames. Qin Yu stood amidst the base like a demon, bringing destruction to the world. In truth, Qin Yu was also speechless. I only wanted to dismantle the Flame Dragon War God. Why did you all have to fight me to the death, eh? Now look, the entire North River base is nearly destroyed. Are you happy now? How much do you get paid a month to risk your lives like this? Seriously, you're making me look like a big villain. Right now, if I were dyed black, I'd probably be darker than Dark Zaki. If Director Li knew that Qin Yu's original intention was merely to dismantle the Flame Dragon War God, he would probably weep. In order to protect the Flame Dragon War God, the entire North River base was lost, and the Flame Dragon War God wasn't even saved. This round, huge loss. The 3 still functional mechas, Storm Crimson, Yellow Rock Heavy Armor, and Siren Blue, stood up again. The 3 mechas formed a defensive line, blocking in front of Li Lingling. Through their actions, they told Li Lingling, from now on they were her teammates. Li Lingling was not fighting alone. Seeing this, Qin Yu felt a foreboding sense of déjà vu. No, this is very, very wrong. I've seen this scene somewhere before. Are they about to start talking about bonds, friendship, protection, and all that? In a normal tokusatsu production, if a scene like this appeared, it would mean the protagonist was about to undergo a power boost. At such moments, the protagonist's combat prowess would become highly subjective, defying common sense. Qin Yu was utterly panicked, wondering if he would be mistaken for a villain and eliminated. To dispel his doubts, Qin Yu took the initiative. The Yellow Rock Heavy Armor shielded the front, using its sturdy body as a bulwark. Qin Yu threw a punch, and the Yellow Rock Heavy Armor followed suit. Thud. The mecha's steel fist clashed with Qin Yu's Ultraman fist. The Ultraman fist was undoubtedly superior. One of the Yellow Rock Heavy Armor's arms was blasted off by Qin Yu, twisted and deformed beyond recognition, scattering numerous parts. Then Qin Yu gathered energy in his palm. Morphing his hand into a blade, he aimed at the neck of the Yellow Rock Heavy Armor. Bang! The mecha's neck was severed by Qin Yu's palm strike, and its massive head flew off, leaving a headless corpse. The Cerulean Siren and Crimson Typhoon simultaneously attacked Qin Yu. He casually lifted the Yellow Rock Heavy Armor's body as a shield. After blocking all attacks, he hurled the Yellow Rock Heavy Armor's body like a brick toward Crimson Typhoon. Thud! Crimson Typhoon failed to dodge and collided violently with the Yellow Rock Heavy Armor's body. The impact shattered Crimson Typhoon into pieces. But the Yellow Rock Heavy Armor fared no better, its body essentially wrecked. Both mechas were beyond repair. The Cerulean Siren lunged, attempting to grapple Qin Yu. However, the disparity in their strength was too vast. With a slight effort, Qin Yu broke free from its grip. He even tore off both of the Cerulean Siren's arms. Then, grabbing its head, he twisted it gently. The headless Cerulean Siren completely ceased to function. Without a pilot to control it, the cerulean siren's body sagged naturally and collapsed to the ground. Qin Yu glanced at the cerulean siren's head in his hand. He raised it slowly, bringing its eyes level with his own. Up. The pilot inside the cockpit, seeing himself so close to the silver giant, screamed in terror. That shriek could rival the highest notes of any soprano. Yet Qin Yu had no intention of tormenting him further. After a brief look to frighten the pilot, he tossed the cerulean siren's head aside. Now he had only one target. Li Lingling, who had transformed into Ultraman Grigio. She struggled to her feet, rising unsteadily. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm too weak to protect you. I'm truly sorry. If only I were stronger, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The energy indicator on her chest began to flash, signaling that her remaining transformation time was limited. What does that mean? Why is the light on the female giant's chest blinking? Director Li, already on the verge of collapse, still noticed the energy indicator on Li Lingling's chest. Qin Yu approached Li Lingling. She threw a furious punch. Qin Yu caught her fist effortlessly. She tried to pull it free, but his strength was overwhelming. Even exerting all her power, she could not succeed. Such subjective power boosts only existed in television. In reality, no amount of belief could multiply one's combat strength several times over. Qin Yu looked at Li Lingling, who was struggling stubbornly and unwilling to yield. He said in a low voice, Grigio, if you are willing to give me half of your energy, I will leave this place. What? Give you half of my energy? Li Lingling was stunned. Surrendering half of her energy was an exorbitant demand. As a healer, she was not particularly strong to begin with. Losing half her energy would make her even weaker. You can refuse, that's your right. But allow me to remind you, even if you refuse, I will forcibly absorb your energy. It will just be a bit more troublesome. Currently, Qin, you could only transform into Nexus's juvenile form, which he found deeply unsatisfactory. He needed to unlock the red adult form as soon as possible. Only by upgrading to the red adult form could he use Nexus's signature skill, the metafield. At that point, he would barely have the means to protect himself. The appearance of Ultraman Grigio filled Qin Yu with a sense of urgency. If this world could produce Nexus and Grigio, more Ultramen could appear. He could not be sure what kind of people held the power of other Ultramen. The only way to stay safe was to maximize his own strength and remain invincible. Li Lingling felt deeply humiliated, but for the sake of the Beijiang base and the people within it, she had no choice. Fine. I am willing to give you half of my energy, as long as you promise to leave the base immediately after receiving it. Deal. With that, Qin Yu released her hand. Li Lingling wept, rubbing her wrist where he had squeezed it. The female giant is crying. How can she cry? Is this a ghost? A giant who cries. A female giant with immense power is crying. What's going on? Why is she crying? I feel so sorry for her. That silver giant is such a jerk. Not only did he attack our Beijiang base, but he also bullied the female giant. Is he even human? He's definitely not human. Look at his appearance. Does he look human? True, he's not human. Many were astonished by the sight of the female giant crying. They could never have imagined that a giant with such formidable power could shed tears like a human. It was utterly abnormal. More were curious about the reason behind her tears. Was it just because she lost to the silver giant? Alright, stop feeling wronged. Hand over your energy. Qin Yu prepared to receive half of Li Lingling's energy. Li Lingling composed herself. She raised both hands and placed them flat before her chest. A pure golden light shot out from the energy indicator on her chest. Qin Yu sensed that this golden energy was extremely gentle, devoid of any offensive power, pure light energy. He opened his arms to welcome it. The golden energy entered Qin Yu's body through the energy core on his chest. His body began to glow faintly. The process was brief, lasting only a few seconds. Qin Yu quickly absorbed all the energy transmitted by Li Lingling. Congratulations, host. Red adult form unlock progress 40%. Grigio's energy was far more potent than Qin Yu had imagined. Just half of it increased the red adult form's unlock progress by 30%. That was 3 times the amount from a 6-0 level giant monster. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Li Lingling's chest energy indicator light flashed more and more urgently. She was already severely injured. Now she was giving up half of her energy. Her body could no longer hold on. In less than 3 seconds, the energy indicator light on Li Lingling's chest stopped flashing and went completely dark. Ultraman Jalikio's body rapidly faded away as if it had never existed. And at the spot where Ultraman Jalikio had originally stood, Li Lingling, having reverted to human form, collapsed limply and fell into a coma. Director Li witnessed all this from his office. When he saw the female giant fade away and turn into his own daughter, Li Lingling, Director Li's heart was instantly torn apart. Lingling. He could never have imagined, even if he racked his brains, that the female giant who had stepped forward to fight the silver giant was actually his own daughter. All the strange actions just now were now explained. Li Lingling could not bear to watch the silver giant's deeds, so she resolutely intervened and fought the silver giant. But due to insufficient combat power, she could not defeat the Silver Giant. So she sacrificed her own power to make a deal with the Silver Giant. In exchange for the Silver Giant's ceasefire, thinking of how much his daughter had sacrificed to protect the base and the people inside, Director Lee as a father was overwhelmed with tears. Many people in the base recognized Li Lingling when they saw that flower-like girl lying in the ruins with her face covered in blood. Everyone felt deep sympathy. Qin Yu kept his promise to Li Lingling and did not attack again. He had not intended to continue fighting anyway. His purpose today was mainly to dismantle the Flame Dragon Warrior. Having ended up like this, it could be considered exceeding the mission. Today I only take half of your power. I hope you work hard to make up for the lost power, so that next time I can drain another half. He would never do something as foolish as draining the pond to catch all the fish. Qin Yu wanted to unlock higher level forms. He must absorb the energy of monsters or Ultramen. But he was not sure when a monster or Ultraman would appear. Since he now had a known target, he could not drain her all at once. First, drain half of her energy. Leave half. If she could recover, that would be better. He could find another chance to drain. If she couldn't recover, it didn't matter either. It was for emergencies. The reason he had just beaten Li Lingling fiercely was also for this. The abilities of the human host are closely related to the Ultraman. If Li Lingling after this beating suddenly awakened and worked hard to train and increase her power, then his desire to quickly unlock forms would have a long-term sponsor. How interesting. I never thought a battle between Ultramen could be so splendid. Since mechas and Ultramen have already appeared, shouldn't a monster show up to liven things up and make the scene more exciting? In the distant mountains from the base, a pair of sinister eyes were fixedly staring at the direction of the base. To be precise, they were staring at Qin Yu. He had been watching everything that just happened coldly from the sidelines, comfortably playing the spectator. Now that Ultraman Jalicio had disappeared, the mechas and defensive firepower in the base had all been destroyed by Qin Yu. The show was over. There was nothing left to watch. He planned to step onto the stage himself and put on a show for everyone. The mysterious man raised both hands to the sky, releasing a dark energy. The next second, Guilin Long, the earth began to tremble violently. A ferocious monster emerged from underground. Qin Yu had originally planned to leave the Beijiang base. The sudden appearance of the monster caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw a giant monster like a corn cob appearing among the nearby mountain ridges. Qin Yu recognized the monster at a glance. What the? Red King. The skeleton monster Red King, due to its unique appearance, was also called the corn cob. It was an extremely ferocious monster with terrifying brute strength. Because its head was relatively small, its intelligence was very low, and it often did things that were hard to understand. Roar. Red King let out a fierce roar. The violent and terrifying sound spread across the mountains. Fortunately, this place was far from the city, otherwise just its roar would be enough to plunge the city into panic. Director, after testing that monster shaped like a corn cob, is a super giant monster with a danger level exceeding 8.0. The technicians at the base quickly detected Red King's danger level. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Director Lee, who was originally grieving for his daughter, wiped his tears and said in near despair, "A super giant monster of level 8.0. Are you sure?" Looking at the data displayed on the screen, the technician's voice began to tremble. "I'm sure. And the danger level is still slowly increasing. The monster's true danger level should be higher than 8.0. The suspended heart finally died. At this moment, all the strength in Director Lee's body was drained. He couldn't even stand steady and collapsed limply. It's over, everything is over. Beijiang City is finished, all is lost. All of you go. Flee for your lives. The base is probably about to be destroyed." The defense system had completely collapsed. All mechas were smashed into scrap metal. His daughter, who was the female giant, was unconscious. At this moment, the Beijiang City mech base had no combat power left. Director Lee couldn't think of anything to stop the corn cob. Other than waiting for death, they could do nothing. What else could they hope for? Could they hope that the silver giant who had destroyed the Beijiang base would help them stop the corn cob? Was that possible? That would be crazy. Panic spread through the base. Quite a few people chose to abandon their posts and flee the base. At this moment, staying alive was the most important. Everything else was insignificant. With the appearance of the corn cob, the Dragon Kingdom's surveillance satellites detected the monster's reaction. They broadcast the tragic scene at the Beijiang base to the global live stream. The automatic monitoring system of the surveillance satellites could only detect the energy reaction of monsters. It seemed unable to automatically detect the energy reaction of Ultramen. So when Qin Yu and Li Lingling successively transformed into Ultramen and appeared, the satellite monitoring system had no reaction. Only when the corn cob appeared did the system finally start working. Viewers flooded into the live stream. They directly saw a tragic scene. The Silver Ultraman stood on the ruins, surrounded by the wreckage of several mechas that had been dismantled into parts. The flames of war were still burning, not yet extinguished. Opposite him, a strangely shaped monster was furiously venting its emotions. Anyone who didn't know the truth would probably think that the corn cob had destroyed the base and the silver giant was guarding the base, fighting tenaciously against the corn cob. This turn of events indirectly cleared Qin Yu's name. My heavens! What am I seeing? Is the silver giant protecting the base? That monster looks ridiculous, such a massive body with such a tiny head. The head isn't even as big as a fist. Could that monster have destroyed the base? What the hell? Am I seeing this wrong? Could that corn cob-like monster actually be an 8-0 level super giant monster? Oh my god, my legs are going weak. An 8-0 level monster. Hasn't it only appeared once before in history? That's right, it's only appeared once. During that incident, countries around the world joined forces to deal with that 8-0 level behemoth, paying a devastating price. One nation was even completely wiped out. Beijing City residents, run for your lives. An 8-0 level monster is coming. If you don't flee quickly, you're dead. Oh dear, I'm from Beijing City myself. I'm already on my way to the garage to get my car. Flight tickets. Book them right now. Are you crazy? Booking flights at a time like this. By the time you board, Beijing City will already be ruins. Even if you run on foot, just run. What about the shelters? How about taking refuge in the underground shelter? The underground shelter isn't safe either. An 8-0 level monster possesses world-destroying power. The shelter probably won't withstand its onslaught. Everyone, isn't the silver giant right there? Is there a possibility that the silver giant could defeat the corn cob monster and save Beijing City? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Setting aside whether the silver giant would even fight the corn cob monster to protect humanity, let's talk about strength. The silver giant is merely a 7-0 level monster. How could it possibly stand a chance against an 8-0 level beast? Didn't I see analyses online saying the silver giant exceeds 8-0 levels? Shouldn't its strength be comparable to the corn cob monsters? That's just speculation, mere speculation, get it? It means there's no actual evidence. Hoping the silver giant can defeat the corn cob monster is pointless. You'd be better off running away. Go silver giant. Silver giant, although I've cursed you before, please do your best. I'm right here in Beijing City, and I don't want to die. Same here, silver giant. If you can defeat the corn cob monster this time, I'll switch from hater to fan and support you forever. I've been paying off my house in installments for 30 years, and I haven't even bought monster insurance. I beg you, silver giant, please defeat the corn cob monster and save my house. Otherwise, my life is over. What a pathetic corporate slave. Even at a time like this, the first thing on your mind is your installment bought house. Truly heartbreaking. You from upstairs, by your tone, you must be wealthy, right? No, I'm broke. I can't afford a house, so I don't have to worry about one. Feel free, light as a feather. Awesome. The live stream viewers were engaged in heated discussion. Everyone had something to say, but most of the audience had little faith in Qin Yu. Either they believed Qin Yu wouldn't fight the corn cob monster at all, or that his Neon Genesis Ultraman juvenile form wouldn't stand a chance against it. In short, in many people's eyes, Beijing City was doomed. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Yu struck a combat stance facing the corn cob monster. What? Is the silver giant planning to fight the corn cob monster? A flicker of hope reignited in Director Li's eyes. In this moment, the silver giant's figure loomed infinitely tall in his heart. He forgot his grudge against the silver giant. He also forgot that the base had been destroyed by the silver giant. He even forgot that the silver giant had hurt his daughter and stripped the base of all its high-grade mechas. All he hoped for was that the silver giant could defeat the corn cob monster, preserve the foundation of the base, and save Beijing City. Roar, thud, thud. Qin Yu's movements were seen as provocation by the corn cob monster. It let out a deafening roar and slammed its fists heavily against its chest twice. Then it charged straight at Qin Yu. Its massive frame made the earth quake with every step. Qin Yu gathered energy in both hands and fired 2 beam blades at the charging monster. Boom, boom. The beam blades struck the corn cob monster's abdomen and chest respectively, but for the thick-skinned, tough-fleshed beast, such attacks were nothing more than a mere tickle. They caused no real damage. Instead, it only drove the monster into an even more frenzied rage. It ran faster. Since conventional attacks proved ineffective, there was only one option left: hand-to-hand combat. Qin Yu charged head-on toward the corn cob monster. Just as the two were about to collide, Qin Yu suddenly activated Mach speed movement, vanishing in an instant and reappearing behind the corn cob monster. The corn cob monster had mustered all its strength to knock Qin Yu down, but the target suddenly disappeared, leaving it completely bewildered. It skidded to a halt, almost losing its balance and toppling over. Once it steadied itself, it looked left and right, up and down, but it couldn't find the target anywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Yu behind it gripped his fist tightly and delivered a powerful punch straight to the corn cob monster's head. Thud. Roar. Roar. The corn cob monster clutched its head, jumping up and down in agony. The livestream viewers erupted in laughter at this sight. So stupid. That corn cob monster is so dumb. Its head is so tiny, completely disproportionate to its massive body. Its IQ must be rock bottom. Suddenly I feel like anyone could handle a silly monster like this. Are you insane? This is an 8-0 level monster. Could you handle it? You'd be feeding it an easy kill, that's for sure. Looks like the Silver Giant should be able to handle the corncob monster. Go Silver Giant. Go Silver Giant. Crush that corncob monster. Silver Giant. I've switched from hater to fan. Same here, I'm switching too. I admit my voice was a bit loud before, but starting today, I'm turning into a Silver Giant fan too. To toy with an 8-0 level super monster like it's nothing, the Silver Giant's strength is terrifying. It's definitely not just 7-0 level. I never believed those expert analyses before, but now I do. The Silver Giant's level should be as the experts said above 8-5. Silver Giant V5. Silver Giant 87. Seeing Qin Yu actually engage the corncob monster in battle, Director Lee finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the Silver Giant's terrifying strength, dealing with such a silly corncob monster should be no problem. Beijing City was saved. He hurriedly called out to the remaining staff members. Quick, quick, go rescue the wounded, especially my daughter. Nothing must happen to her. His urgency wasn't merely born of personal attachment, because Li Lingling was a female giant, and right now they knew almost nothing about the Silver Giant. Perhaps they could learn something about its origins through Li Lingling. Even more importantly, perhaps Li Lingling already knew the Silver Giant. The remaining staff members were all unafraid of death. They braved the danger and rushed out to rescue the wounded. Longwood Jingxing Mech Base. Yi Yunlong, the supreme commander of the Mech Combat Department, was watching the battle with others in the base. The situation where the Silver Giant and the corncob monster erupted into combat. It far exceeded their original expectations. Yi Yunlong had already prepared to have the mech bases from surrounding cities support Beijing City. Unexpectedly, the Silver Giant stepped forward. When Qin Yu punched the corncob monster, sending it scurrying in place. A strange idea suddenly popped into Yi Yunlong's mind. Since the Silver Giant has intelligence, do you think it's possible for us to make the Silver Giant a combat weapon controlled by our mech department? This idea was extremely bold. It shocked the others around him. Someone said, Commander Yi, theoretically your words are feasible, but in practice we don't know if the Silver Giant can communicate with humans. If communication is impossible, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve your goal. That's true. Having intelligence is one thing, but whether it can communicate is another problem. So saying, Yi Yunlong's gaze was deep. No one knew what he was thinking. Longwomodu. Inside a luxurious top-floor office of a skyscraper that pierced the clouds, a middle-aged man was drinking red wine, watching the battle on the livestream. There are other Ultramen. It seems this world doesn't have only me as an Ultraman. It seems his strength is not bad. I wonder if defeating him I can seize his power and make it my own. Worth a try. But before that I need to find out his true identity. Having said that, the middle-aged man drained the red wine in his glass. Then he took out his phone. Sent a message. Yingjiangwo Heigo. This was the place where the leader of Yingjiangwo worked and lived. At this moment the leader of Yingjiangwo was also watching the live broadcast of the Silver Giant fighting the corncob monster with several of his subordinates. Could it be that Longwo like us has already deployed Ultramen as combat weapons into battle? One subordinate replied, My lord, it's very likely. Judging from the live stream that Ultraman appeared precisely to save Beijing Base and fight the corncob monster. Another subordinate said, but we don't know how many Ultramen Longwo currently possesses and what their strength is. The leader of Yingjiangwo curled his lips into a disdainful smile. No matter what, our Yingjiangwo is definitely the strongest. We have 5 Ultramen. What can Longwo compare with us? The subordinates chimed in. Of course, our Yingjiangwo is the strongest country on Blue Star. Longwo is not even worthy of polishing our shoes. We just don't want to show our true strength. At this moment, a middle-aged man who had been silent said, if possible we can also recruit Longwo's Ultramen and make them our people. This middle-aged man was named Mark. The 5 Ultramen that the leader of Yingjiangwo just mentioned were under his command, acting on his orders. The leader of Yingjiangwo's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he gave Mark a thumbs up. Mark, this idea of yours is good. I like it. I hope you're not just talk. Mark nodded. My lord, I will find out the true identity of this Silver Ultraman as soon as possible and win him over to serve us. Qin Yu did not know yet how much attention his battle with the corncob monster had attracted. Countless open attacks and hidden arrows were already about to strike him. The corncob monster held its head and jumped a few times. The pain in its head aroused its ferocity. It launched an attack at Qin Yu with claws and teeth. Qin Yu nimbly dodged the corncob monster's various attacks and retaliated. The corncob monster was soon beaten dizzy by Qin Yu. Only because of its thick hide could it withstand so many of Qin Yu's attacks. If it were any other monster, it would have been beaten to death by Qin Yu's fists long ago. After fighting for a while, seeing that the corncob monster was nearly at low health, Qin Yu unleashed a cross-light storm, finishing it off. Rumble, rumble. The corncob monster was blown up by the light. Its body turned to dust. No trace was left, and all its energy contributed to Qin Yu's unlocking progress. Host absorbed monster energy. Congratulations, host. The red youth form progress unlocked 75%. The unlocking progress provided by the corncob monster was more than Qin Yu had imagined. He originally thought it would be about the same as half of Jalikio's energy. Unexpectedly, it was 5% higher. This was an unexpected gain. The mysterious person who had been secretly watching Qin Yu from afar seemed not too surprised to see Qin Yu defeat the corncob monster. Able to easily defeat the corncob monster, it seems your strength is not bad. Next we can have a good play, he. In a strange, eerie laughter. The mysterious person left. It seemed they were temporarily satisfied. With the corncob monster eliminated, the crisis caused by Qin Yu was completely resolved. Beijiang base was in ruins. The staff did their utmost to search for survivors in the rubble. Unlike the tragic atmosphere of Beijiang base, the livestream room was jubilant. Great, great. The silver giant defeated the corncob monster. The silver giant is really too strong, dominating the corncob monster throughout. So powerful, could it be a 9-0 level invincible giant monster? Maybe it's really possible. If the silver giant is a 9-0 level giant monster, then it would probably be the first in history. Silver giant, thank you. My 30-year mortgage house is saved. Great, great, now I don't have to flee. Good news, the corncob monster is eliminated. Bad news, I was driving too fast and crashed. Silver giant, you are my god. Beijiang City is really unlucky. Things keep happening these 2 days. Is there some bad luck haunting Beijiang City? After all, monsters are appearing all over the world. There is no safe place. But what is the origin of this silver giant? It appeared only yesterday, and now again today. This time the silver giant won't just flash a light and disappear again, will it? It's really possible. The silver giant appeared twice, both times to fight monsters. He is indeed a hero who fights monsters, right? Maybe the silver giant is a god sent from heaven to eliminate monsters and save us. Don't say that, it's really possible. Qin Yu hadn't done anything particularly special. In fact, he had destroyed quite a few mechs these past 2 days and had nearly devastated Beijiang base just now. Yet the ordinary people's impression of him was automatically beginning to change. One could only say with strength one can truly do whatever one wants. All had settled. But this time, instead of glowing and fading away as people had predicted, Qin Yu simply raised his arms wide above his head. Then he shot straight into the sky, disappearing into the vast night. He flew away. Judging by that, did he fly into outer space? Director Lee speculated in his mind. It wasn't just him. Many others shared the same thought. The mecha base headquarters in Beijing Dragon Country had mobilized all available technology to track the silver giant's whereabouts. But the results were far from satisfactory. I'm sorry, sir. We cannot track the silver giant's position. He suddenly disappeared within the atmosphere. The only thing we can confirm is that he should still be within Blue Star, having not left it. Yi Yunlong sighed and shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. He knew it wasn't his subordinate's fault. The silver giant's abilities were simply too formidable. Failing to track him was only natural. This matter would have to be temporarily shelved. Late at night, having finished his business, Qin Yu returned to Bai Yingying's home. She hadn't come back yet. Qin Yu lay on the sofa scrolling through his phone, reading online opinions about tonight's events. To his surprise, contrary to his expectations of being viciously criticized, many people began to support him instead. They had become his fans. This left Qin Yu utterly speechless. I haven't done anything worthwhile, have I? Why do you all like me so much? Are you sick? As he kept scrolling in certain posts, Qin Yu began to see mentions of Ultraman. Qin Yu was equally surprised by this. But after thinking it over, he understood. It seems my appearance has caught the attention of other Ultramen. Those guys, unwilling to stay silent, want to first spread information about Ultraman online, letting the whole world know what kind of existence Ultraman truly is. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. This world is far more wonderful than I imagined. It seems my days ahead won't be boring. Just as Qin Yu was enthusiastically browsing posts, Bai Yingying returned. She even brought late-night snacks. Qin Yu, I guessed you wouldn't be asleep. Eat with me, will you? I've been busy all day and barely ate anything. I'm starving. She refused to grab something to eat outside despite being starved, insisting on waiting to eat with Qin Yu after returning home. Only someone as clueless about girls' minds as Qin Yu would miss the subtext. Unaware of her hidden meaning, he cheerfully replied, sure. Having just finished a fierce battle, Qin Yu was hungry too. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. The two ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. The next morning, Li Lingling woke up in a private room at the finest hospital in Beijing City. By her bedside, Director Li, who had labored through the entire night, was dozing in a chair. His snores were earth-shattering. If not for the sheer volume, Li Lingling might not have woken up so soon. Dad. Unable to stand her father's snoring any longer, she gently pushed him twice to wake him. You're awake, daughter. Is there anything uncomfortable? Let me call the doctor. Saying this, Director Li reached for the call button. No need, Dad. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Hearing this, Director Li felt somewhat relieved. Li Lingling's fingers gripped and tightly crumpled the corner of her bedsheet. Her heart raced with tension. Dad, do you have something you want to ask me? Since deciding to transform last night, Li Lingling knew her identity might no longer stay hidden. Yes, there are things I want to ask you. By the way, daughter, is this yours? Someone found it near you last night. Director Li took out the spatium beat from a bag and held it before Li Lingling. Li Lingling slowly accepted the spatium beat from her father's hands and said, yes, it's mine. This is my transformation device for becoming Grigio Ultraman. Grigio Ultraman? You mean the giant woman who transformed last night is called Grigio Ultraman? Accustomed to calling them simply giants, Director Li was still a bit unaccustomed to using Ultraman's true name. That's right, Dad. What about the silver giant? The one who fought you. What's his name? He seems to have two names. One is Nexus, the other is Noah. Li Lingling obediently shared all the information she knew with Director Li. Nexus, Noah. Such strange names. So what exactly are you giants? Can you tell me? Actually, I'm not entirely clear on what Ultraman truly is. I only know they are a group of beings of light possessing tremendous power, and there should be quite a few of them. I happen to be chosen by Grigio Ultraman's light, granted the spatium beat, and thus gained the ability to transform into Grigio Ultraman. As for that fellow named Noah, his experience is likely similar to mine. Wait. Daughter, does this mean that Noah Ultraman is also likely transformed from a human? Compared to the cumbersome name Nexus, Director Li preferred calling him Noah. Simple. Not likely. He is human. Li Lingling replied affirmatively. Then that's truly bizarre. If he's human, why did he attack the Beiji mecha base without reason, destroying all its defenses and mechas? Is he crazy? Does he want to use Ultraman's power to annihilate humanity? Even if Director Li racked his brains, he could never guess the real reason Qin Yu destroyed the base. It was because his scores had been tampered with, causing him to lose the piloting rights to Yanlong War God. Moreover, he hadn't initially planned to dismantle the entire Beiji mecha base. It was the base's overly fierce response that prevented Qin Yu from stopping. He had no choice but to tear it all down in one go. If he knew the truth, he would surely regret it to death. Why didn't you just say so earlier? If I had known your target was only one Yanlong War God, I would have let you in to tear it apart directly. What need was there for all that trouble? Throwing the entire Beiji mecha base into the bargain. Li Lingling thought for a moment and said, as far as I know, the person who transformed into Noah Ultraman is not that kind of person. Last night when I interacted with him, judging by his demeanor, I speculate he must have had some grudge against the Beiji mecha base, which is why he acted that way. He simply wanted to vent his emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared my life. He's not purely evil. Not purely evil, and had a grudge against the Beiji base. Director Li stroked his chin, pondering, as if trying to recall anyone who fit that description. Unfortunately, he thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. He decided to set it aside for now. By the way, I also want to ask you, what exactly did you two say at the end last night? Why did you suddenly stop resisting? Did you reach some kind of understanding with him? He said he would spare the Beiji base if I gave him half of my energy. So I handed over half of my energy to him. Hand over half of your energy to him to make him stop. My daughter, how could you be so foolish? Sai, will this have any adverse effects on you? Director Li was filled with helplessness and self-reproach. His own daughter had sacrificed far too much to protect the Beijing mecha base. Li Lingling forced a smile. I should still be able to transform, but my power will definitely be far weaker than before. However, it's fine. Grigio has never been a combat-oriented Ultraman anyway. Losing half my strength makes little difference to me. Not combat-oriented. Then what is Grigio mainly used for? Director Li asked instinctively. Well, Grigio's role leans more towards support. She excels in defense and can restore energy and heal injuries for other Ultramen. No wonder you couldn't defeat the Silver Giant. So you're a support type. Director Li did not understand the power hierarchy among Ultramen. He could only attribute Li Lingling's defeat to the fact that she was a support character. A healer cannot overpower a warrior. It made perfect sense, didn't it? Dad, in my opinion, that Ultraman Noah is likely someone from Beijing City. We must find him as soon as possible. Otherwise, given his reckless style, he may cause even greater chaos. I know. But Lingling Noah's power is far too overwhelming. Even if we find him, we wouldn't stand a chance. What should we do? Dad, Ultramen cannot remain in their giant form on Blue Star for extended periods. Transformation continuously drains their energy and physical stamina. If you can confirm Noah's identity, you could strike when he's weakened after the battle ends. The success rate would be quite high. So that's how it is. In that case, Ultramen aren't completely invincible after all. At least in their human forms, there must be a way to deal with them. Director Li's heart pounded with excitement. The intelligence Li Lingling had provided was extremely valuable, offering clear direction for their upcoming operations. Good, Lingling. You rest first. I have work to attend to and must head out. Remember to call me if you need anything. Understood, Dad. By the way, a reminder. When searching for Noah's human identity, keep things quiet and avoid drawing his attention. The more discreet the better. Otherwise you might provoke his vigilance. Don't worry. Your old father still knows the difference. Be good, my daughter. I'm leaving now. Director Li departed from Li Lingling's hospital room. He hurried back to the Beijing Mecha base. The losses suffered by the base in this incident were devastating. As the highest-ranking official in charge, he bore undeniable responsibility. However, with the intelligence Li Lingling had provided coupled with the fact that she was Ultraman Grigio, there was a possibility he might escape punishment. Therefore, upon returning to the base, Director Li's first action was to contact Yi Yunlong. The internal video call connected. The two began their conversation. Commander Yi, I have important intelligence to report. Is this about your daughter? The fact that Li Lingling was a female giant was already known to many within the Beijing Mecha base. It was impossible to keep secret. Yi Yunlong was already aware. He was also quite curious and had been eagerly awaiting Director Li's detailed report. Yes, Commander Yi, according to my daughter. Director Li then reported everything about Ultramen being capable of transforming from humans along with several other circumstances. Of course, he emphasized the matter where Li Lingling relinquished half of her own power to safeguard the Beijing Mecha base. This was done to help Li Lingling gain the trust of Longwa's top leadership. After all, with Qin Yu's previous actions, there was no guarantee that the higher-ups would not hold prejudices against Ultramen. If Li Lingling's deeds were made public, at least on the surface, Longwa's leadership would need to consider the broader implications and refrain from taking action against her. Upon hearing Director Li's report, Yi Yunlong's expression grew animated. Director Li, excellent. You have provided very crucial intelligence. It seems our top priority going forward is to locate Ultramen hiding among humans. Perhaps there are more than just those two. Although Grigio was somewhat lacking Noah's power, fascinated Yi Yunlong deeply. If Longwa could acquire even a few more Noahs like him, those monsters would be nothing but nuisances. They could be crushed within minutes. If any other nation dared to defy Longwa, they would be suppressed as well. Blue Star would enter the era of Longwa. Of course, this all hinged on the premise that they could actually find so many Ultramen, and that those Ultramen would willingly serve Longwa and follow its directives. Otherwise, it would all remain empty talk. From that day forward, Longwa's authorities began searching nationwide for clues regarding Ultraman transformation candidates. Before they knew it, half a month had slipped by. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Regarding the silver giant, the authorities had officially designated the name Ultraman Noah. As for Li Lingling's transformation into Ultraman Grigio, since she had not appeared in the live broadcast that day, Longwa's officials decided to keep her as a secret weapon of the nation. Thus, her identity remained undisclosed for the time being. She was under strict confidentiality. Many people were thrilled by the appearance of Ultraman Noah. However, the authorities had not yet determined his alignment. Whether Noah was friend or foe, and what his true purposes were, nobody knew. This mysterious background only fueled growing curiosity about Ultraman Noah among the public. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, the human behind Ultraman Noah, was enjoying an unusually relaxed period. He had accomplished nothing extraordinary. After finishing the paperwork, he settled into his studies at school with peace of mind. No one would ever imagine that such an utterly ordinary student could possibly be the legendary Ultraman Noah, possessing world-destroying power. Having been away from school for over 2 years, Qin Yu had largely forgotten what he had previously learned. He could only cram intensively. During the daytime, he spent almost all his free time in the school library. He would not return home until late at night to buy Ying's residence. It was not that Qin Yu did not want to move out. The truth was that finding an apartment was far more difficult than he had anticipated. Affordable places were of poor quality, which Qin Yu refused to accept. Slightly better apartments were far too expensive, exceeding his budget. During his years as a mecha trainee, Qin Yu had earned no income. Although the base covered his meals and lodging, it did not subsidize any other expenses. His previous savings had been nearly depleted. Who would have imagined that the Ultraman Noah, capable of destroying the entire world in moments, would struggle to rent a decent room? If anyone were to know, they simply would not believe it. To resolve his livelihood issues, Qin Yu decided that before looking for a rental, he needed to find a way to raise some money. In truth, if one wanted to know the fastest way to make money, one only needed to read the criminal law. However, Qin Yu prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. He would certainly not commit illegal acts. He could only seek another path. But making money was never that simple. If it were so easy to earn, there would be no poor people in this world. Qin Yu went alone to the most bustling commercial street in Beijing City, hoping to find some inspiration there to see if he could discover a way to make money. If only he could simply pick up a stack of cash to solve his living expenses. That would be even better. He leisurely sipped a cup of milk tea on the roadside, chugging it down. Watching the passers-by, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Such a life was truly wonderful. If only he had a little more spare money. That would be even better. Just as he was happily enjoying his milk tea, a strange foreign woman, holding a device that looked like a Dragon Ball radar, walked up to Qin Yu. Beep, beep, beep. The closer she got to Qin Yu, the more urgent the device's sounds became. Hearing the strange beeping, Qin Yu turned his head to look. Seeing it was a foreign woman, he was puzzled. The foreign woman, noticing Qin Yu's attention, calmly put away the device. Then she walked over. "Hello, handsome, how are you?" Although she had a slight accent, Qin Yu could understand what she said. "Hello, something I can do for you." Qin Yu looked at her warily. Instinct told him this woman was no ordinary person. She gave him the same feeling as Li Lingling. Back when he first met Li Lingling, an inexplicable restlessness stirred within Qin Yu's heart. Now seeing this foreign woman, the same feeling arose. This made Qin Yu suspect that the other might be an Ultraman. "Handsome, I see you're alone here, feeling a bit lonely. Coincidentally, I'm also traveling alone in Beijing City. How about you show me around?" said the foreign woman. This foreign woman had very attractive features and was quite young. Blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, sexy and fiery with long legs. Except for some freckles on her face that slightly marred her overall appearance. But given her generous bosom, this minor flaw was hardly noticeable. All in all, she could be considered a top-tier sexy and fiery beauty. Had it been anyone else, they would probably have been eager to agree immediately. But for Qin Yu, this woman was trouble. "Take me around with you. It's not impossible, but can you give me a reason to agree?" The foreign woman had expected Qin Yu to readily agree to her request. After all, her looks and figure were right there. No man could refuse. She never expected Qin Yu to pose a question to her. This caught her off guard, and she fumbled for words for a long time before blurting out, "Because you're handsome. Is that reason good enough?" Faced with the foreign woman's reason, Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. "That's a pretty good reason. All right, I'll accompany you and have some fun." The two of them set off together. At the foreign woman's suggestion, they visited some places, ate some food, and had a great time. Through conversation, Qin Yu learned the foreign woman's name, Bei Si. Before they knew it, they had enjoyed themselves until evening. After dinner, Bei Si invited Qin Yu to go hiking with her. She wanted to admire the most beautiful night view of Beijing City from the mountaintop. This sudden invitation to hike puzzled Qin Yu. He didn't know what Bei Si was up to. But since she had made the suggestion, she must have prepared something. If he refused, wouldn't that spoil her preparations? Qin Yu readily agreed to Bei Si's request, but he was too lazy to climb. At the foot of the mountain, they took a cable car and reached the summit in less than 10 minutes. It wasn't the peak tourist season, so there were very few people on the summit enjoying the scenery, just a sparse handful. Qin Yu and Bei Si found an excellent vantage point overlooking Beijing City. The entire nightscape of Beijing lay before their eyes in full view. Just as they were admiring the breathtaking scenery, the Beijing Mecha base was in a flurry of activity. Director, we've detected a level 6.5 monster reaction. The target is moving at high speed, underground destination unknown. Upon hearing his subordinates report, Director Li felt a headache coming on. "We just had a few days of peace. Why are monsters appearing again? And a big one at level 6.5. Does anyone want to live anymore?" But despite his headache, he still had to do what needed to be done. Issue the order: 2 S-class mechas and 2 SS-class mechas stand by. Once the monster surfaces, the mechas will attack immediately. After Qin Yu had destroyed all the mechas at the Beijing base last time, the capital headquarters urgently dispatched several advanced mechas to the Beijing base. These mechas were the latest models and had no pilots yet. As it happened, the mechas of Li Lu, Lin Yi, and others were all destroyed in the previous battle. With the arrival of new mechas, they directly took over the new ones. After his previous experience, Lin Ye's mentality was completely shattered. He had originally planned to give up and quit being a mecha pilot. Then he learned that there was an Ultraman at the Beijing mecha base. He felt confident again. More importantly, through his grandfather Lin Jinwei's connections, he learned that Noah Ultraman had reached an agreement with Li Lingling. Believing that Noah Ultraman would no longer attack the Beijing base, he felt even more confident. He planned to stay at the Beijing base from now on, following Li Lingling, a female Ultraman, to earn some battle merits. Wouldn't that be a huge boost? He had high hopes. However, this time the 2 SS-class mechas that arrived were not for him. The 2 mechas were assigned by Director Li to Li Lu and the original pilot of the Azure Siren. Lin Yi had hoped to use his grandfather Lin Jinwei's status to secure 1 SS-class mecha, but Director Li, under pressure, firmly rejected him. Lin Yi's performance piloting the Flame Dragon War God last time was too disappointing, and Director Li was far from satisfied. He didn't dare to entrust a powerful mecha to Lin Yi again. However, out of respect for Lin Jinwei, he couldn't completely humiliate Lin Yi either. So he gave the S-class mecha Dark Knight Phantom to Lin Yi. As it happened, this Dark Knight Phantom, if things had gone as expected, would have been Qin Yu's mecha. But Qin Yu, angered by the despicable actions of the Dragon Kingdom's higher-ups, refused to accept the Dark Knight Phantom, leaving this S-class mecha without an owner. This time, it was simply sent to the Beijing base by the capital headquarters as support. Whether it was a twist of fate or not. Understood, Director. The order was issued. The Beijing mecha base began to operate swiftly. Last time, Qin Yu had only destroyed the base's ground defense systems and some buildings. After this period of emergency repairs, though not fully restored, the base was able to function normally, just without defensive firepower. The mechas were soon ready. Li Lingling was also called to Director Li's office, ready to transform at any time. During this period, Li Lingling had undergone a complete transformation. To compensate for her weak combat ability, Director Li had arranged a series of training sessions for her to enhance her physical fitness. Now Li Lingling could be said to have been reborn. Not exactly a different person, but no longer the same as before. She was far stronger than before. On the hillside, Qin Yu see night view suddenly felt hour. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Did you hear? What movement? Bei Si asked in confusion. Does it feel like an earthquake? Qin Yu lay down, pressing his ear to the ground. A clearly audible rumble reached Qin Yu's ears. Hearing it, Qin Yu immediately stood up. Seems like a monster is coming. What? A monster is coming? No way. We're on a mountain, isn't that dangerous? Bei Si's expression grew anxious. Not sure if it's real or not. It's a bit dangerous, so we must hurry down the mountain to the nearby shelter. Let's take the mountain cable car, it will get us down faster. After saying this, Bei Si pulled Qin Yu toward the cable car station. There weren't many people there at the moment. They quickly boarded the cable car. It hadn't traveled halfway when the entire mountain began to tremble violently. A rumble filled the air, and even the cable car was affected. It began to sway. Qin Yu and Bei Si gripped the cable car rails tightly to avoid being knocked down or losing balance. Someone shouted that a monster had arrived. People on the mountain began to flee in panic. Fortunately, there weren't many people, and there were no stampedes. But for someone like Qin Yu trapped in the cable car, it would be troublesome. There's no escape. A moment later, a colossal monster burst from the ground, appearing on the hillside halfway up. Roar! The monster's roar echoed in all directions, frightening many and causing chaos. This is the monster that has appeared. Its shape resembled a tyranno monster, but its forearms were much thicker. A single horn crowned its head. I wonder what function it serves. Standing about 50 meters tall, it was a large monster. Oh my gosh! A monster! Bei Si exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the tyranno monster. It lunged at Qin Yu and clung tightly to him, unaware of how much pressure its broad chest placed on him. Yet Qin Yu had no time to dwell on such thoughts. When the monster was about to appear, pulling me onto the cable car, was that intentional? Qin Yu didn't think so. In moments like this, when a monster is about to appear, not taking elevators or cable cars is basic common sense. He couldn't believe Bei Si didn't know this. There is only one possibility. There is only one possibility. The other party did it on purpose. He might also be Ultraman. Qin Yu speculated that the other party could be deliberately leading him into danger. He wanted to test whether he was truly Ultraman. The tyranno monster, whatever triggered it, had crimson eyes and was terribly agitated. It opened its gaping jaws and spat a dragon fire onto the mountainside. The forest erupted into flames, spreading very quickly. Thick smoke rose into the night sky. Seeing this, Director Li could not stay put. If the fire continued to spread, it would greatly affect Beijiang City. Many people might even perish. To stop the fire from spreading, Director Li could only let Li Lingling transform into Jalicio Ultraman first. To extinguish the blaze and hold back the tyranno monster, Li Lingling did not hesitate. She immediately unleashed the whirlwind flash and transformed into Jalicio Ultraman. A golden beam shot from the Beijiang Mecha base. In just a few seconds, it crossed hundreds of kilometers and appeared above the tyranno monster. Jalicio Ultraman's silhouette was wrapped in the light, faintly discernible until the light was completely drawn into her body. Only then did she reveal her true form before the world. Even before the monster appeared, Director Li had guessed that Li Lingling might need to act. So he had already informed the Dragon Nation's leadership in advance, requesting that this battle not be broadcast to protect Jalicio Ultraman's secrecy. To prevent other nations from knowing that the Dragon Nation already possessed Ultraman as a biological weapon, the Dragon Nation's leadership also found the proposal reasonable. So they temporarily shut down the broadcast satellite. After Li Lingling appeared, she immediately sent a beam into the sky, and the beam exploded in midair. In the next moment, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, swiftly extinguishing the mountainside fire caused by the tyranno monster. Roar! The flames she had started were extinguished. This enraged the tyranno monster greatly. It spat fire at Li Lingling in the sky. A column of fire shot toward the heavens. Jalicio barrier. Li Lingling spread her arms, releasing energy. In front of her, a golden barrier unfolded, easily blocking the tyranno monster's flame attack. As a nurturer, Jalicio Ultraman excels at defense and healing. In the lore, her barrier is 5 times stronger than that of her 2 brothers Luo Suo and Bulu. Even Rougesate Ultraman's signature move Genesis Requiem could be easily blocked, let alone the fire spewed by a tyranno monster. It was utterly effortless. Bei Si exclaimed, "That female Ultraman is so powerful," before realizing the seriousness of the situation. Qin Yu lunged forward, delivering a kick that knocked her aside. The entire cable car rocked from the impact. Bei Si clutched her abdomen. The intense pain twisted her refined features slightly. "What are you doing, Qin Yu? Do you know Ultraman? Who are you?" Damn. Realizing she had exposed her identity, Bei Si stopped pretending. She slowly stood up. "Qin Yu, I am Ultraman, just like you." "What Ultraman are you?" "Bei Si." "Huh? What?" "I said the Ultraman I transform into is Bei Si." "Bei Si Ultraman." "Oh, Qin Yu had not realized it at first. Basie emphasized it, and he finally remembered. There really is such an Ultraman. But this Ultraman is the female Ultraman among the USA's 3 Ultras. Very obscure. If you don't deliberately think about it, you can't recall such an Ultraman exists. You approach me on purpose. What do you want? Qin Yu, I mean no harm. I just want to represent the Yingjiang Nation and invite you to join us. Invite me to join you. Do you Yingjiang Nation have many Ultraman? So far we have more than 5 Ultraman. I don't know how many Ultraman other countries have, but I believe our nation's Ultraman are the most numerous and the strongest. More than 5 Ultraman. You actually have so many Ultraman. Are you serious? Even Qin Yu was astonished to learn how many Ultraman the Yingjiang Nation possesses. 5 Ultraman in total. Even if he possessed the power of Nexus Ultraman, it would still be difficult to contend, for he can only transform into a juvenile form for now. Not yet able to transform into higher level forms. Basie didn't answer Qin Yu's question, but instead posed a condition. Qin Yu, if you join us, we can give you everything you want. Beauty, money, status, everything. We are very sincere. Would you consider it? Money, fame, status. How the conditions you've offered are indeed enticing, precisely what I lack most at this moment. Hearing Qin Yu say this, a flicker of joy crossed Bess's face. Qin Yu, then join us. I believe the treatment we can provide you will far surpass what the Dragon Kingdom offers. Really? Really? In that case, what if I want you? Can I have you? Me? Bess was taken aback, then glanced down at her own proud figure, as if comprehending something. If you desire, we can offer you many beautiful women, but not me. I only stay with those I love. Of course, if you can win my heart, that would be possible. Qin Yu let out a peculiar chuckle. Are you misunderstanding something? Misunderstanding? What? When I said I want you, I meant the power within you, not you as a person. Hand over the power of Bess Ultraman, and I might consider joining your Eagle Sauce Nation. Bess Ultraman, one of the USA trio, possessed formidable strength. According to lore, the USA trio were elite warriors of the Red Clan, each with combat prowess rivaling the Ultra Brothers. Though relatively obscure, they were by no means weak. If he could fully absorb Bess Ultraman's power, activating the Red Youth form would be a sure thing. Bess was startled. Hand over the power of Bess Ultraman. Impossible. Think about it. How could I possibly give you an Ultraman's power? Qin Yu, are you mocking me? As she spoke, Bess realized that Qin Yu's words meant he had never intended to agree. Sorry, but I'm not just mocking you. I plan to take your power right now. Before his words faded, Qin Yu struck instantly. Bess was not to be outdone, and the two clashed in the cramped cable car. Though Bess appeared delicate, her physical combat skills were formidable. They exchanged several moves, and Qin Yu's attacks were all deftly evaded by Bess. However, the inherent strength disparity between men and women was evident. Bess's attacks were somewhat weaker against Qin Yu, easily deflected. The two grappled for over a dozen exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. The cable car could not withstand their struggle and shook violently. Meanwhile, Li Lingling, transformed into Jiligio Ultraman, was also engaged in battle with the Tyrannosaurus monster. After training, Li Lingling had grown immensely stronger. Her combat power was explosive, completely suppressing the Tyrannosaurus monster, leaving it only to rage impotently, without any effective counterattack. Li Lingling, who had been utterly humiliated by Qin Yu and nearly lost all confidence, finally regained some self-assurance by overpowering the Tyrannosaurus monster. Meanwhile, the battle between Qin Yu and Bess finally reached the cable car's breaking point. With a crack, a screw on the cable car loosened. The latch shattered under the pressure, and the entire cable car plummeted instantly. With a bang, at the critical moment of life and death, Bess used her psychic power to transform. Her body burst into brilliant, dazzling light. Like Jack Ultraman, the USA trio transformed using psychic power without needing a transformation device. Meanwhile, Qin Yu drew out the evolution trust. A prismatic radiance enveloped him as he flew out of the cable car. The colorful light and golden light coalesced in the mountains. Simultaneously, they transformed into two towering giants, standing opposite each other: Nexus Ultraman's juvenile form and Bess Ultraman. Li Lingling, who was still battling the Tyrannosaurus monster, was stunned at the sight. What? Another new Ultraman I've never seen. What are they up to? Li Lingling was not particularly surprised by Nexus's appearance. After all, whenever a monster appeared, Nexus Ultraman seemed to show up. However, the appearance of Bess Ultraman was completely beyond her expectations. Moreover, Bess's color scheme was entirely different from hers, and Qin Yu's Nexus juvenile form. Jiligio and Nexus's juvenile form were predominantly silver. That was why people initially called them the Silver Giants. In contrast, Bess Ultraman was a Red Clan Ultraman with most of her body covered in red. The silver parts were minimal, giving her a completely different style. Such distinct colors naturally raised doubts about whether they belonged to the same race. Taking advantage of Li Lingling's momentary distraction, the Tyrannosaurus monster swung, its tail striking her with a powerful blow that sent her tumbling. She crashed to the ground. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus monster roared in fury, unleashing a war stomp, its massive feet trampling wildly over Li Lingling. Li Lingling wrapped her arms around her head, momentarily flustered and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Bess paid no attention to her plight. After exchanging a glance, they launched a ruthless assault on each other. As usual, Qin Yu started with a handblade beam, firing 2 small golden beams at Bess. Bess responded with 2 small blue beams, intercepting Qin Yu's attack. Then she condensed high-density energy in her right hand, forming a rapidly spinning blue light wheel in her palm. This technique, the Ultra Slash, was a standard skill shared by all Ultramen. Bess had clearly mastered the essence of the Ultra Slash. Instead of throwing the light, she maintained it in her palm. Using it as a close combat weapon, she charged at Qin Yu, striking with the light wheel. The cutting technique was specialized for armor penetration, and even Qin Yu dared not face it head-on. He dodged swiftly, then kicked her in the abdomen. Thud! Bess staggered back 2 steps, then steadied herself. She continued her assault on Qin Yu, who evaded again, and this time punched her square in the chest. The fierce blow caused Bess immense pain. She cried out in agony. Qin Yu pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, pounding Bess until she could no longer maintain the blue light wheel in her hand. The light wheel vanished. With no further restraint, Qin Yu pinned Bess to the ground, trapping both her arms, rendering her unable to resist. He then repeatedly smashed her face with punches. At the Beijing Mecha base, Director Li, watching the 2 different battle scenes on the left and right screens, was on the verge of tears. What's going on? Why are Nexus Ultraman and that Red Ultraman showing up now and causing trouble? What exactly are they trying to do? Originally, it was just an ordinary monster incident, easily handled with Li Lingling's power and a few mechas. But now, with the addition of Qin Yu and Bess, the situation had become far more complicated. Director Li couldn't help but feel relieved that he had stopped the global live broadcast. Otherwise, if audiences worldwide saw such a scene, who knew what they would think? Still, seeing his daughter being bullied by the Tyrannosaurus monster, Director Li was deeply pained. Where are Li Lu and the others? How soon until they reach the battlefield? Tell the transport to speed up. His subordinate replied, Director, they've already arrived and are about to deploy the mechas. Above the battlefield, 4 mechas hung, suspended in midair, held by steel cables from the transport aircraft. The moment the cables were released, they would enter the fray and join the fight. Deploy the mechas immediately. Help Lingling. Yes, sir. At Director Li's command, the steel cables dragging 4 mechas were released. 4 mechas descended from the sky. Boom. The impact of their landing stirred up a cloud of dust. Director, what should we do next? Li Lu asked. First, focus all efforts on helping Ultraman Grigio defeat the Tyrannosaurus monster. Ignore the fight between Ultraman Noah and the red female Ultraman for now. Our mechas can't intervene in an Ultraman battle. Having been taught a lesson twice, Director Li finally learned his place. He no longer entertained the idea of using mechas in Ultraman fights, but instead ordered them to simply engage the monster. Unbeknownst to him, his words brought relief to Li Lu and the other mecha pilots. They feared Ultraman Noah even more than Director Li did. The previous battle had left an indelible psychological scar on them. 4 mechas took their positions and launched an attack on the Tyrannosaurus monster. A barrage of cannon fire struck the monster's head. The beast howled in pain, staggered backward, and tripped over its own feet, crashing to the ground. Li Lingling finally caught her breath. Recalling the Ultraman cutting technique she had just witnessed from Bess, she mimicked the move. A golden spinning light wheel formed in her palm, and she slashed it down at the monster's tail. Squelch! A torrent of bright red blood splattered. The Tyrannosaurus monster's tail was severed cleanly by Li Lingling's Ultraman cut, as easily as slicing through paper. Roar! The monster let out a pained cry. Its shrill roar filled with fury. Even Li Lingling was startled by the power of the technique. Such a formidable move. How did they research this? Boom. Enraged, the monster spewed flames at Li Lingling. She immediately focused, activating her Grigio barrier to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Li Lu made a decisive move. He piloted his mecha forward, circled behind the monster, and swung his weapon, a sword, down upon it. Clang! Sparks flew. The monster's tough skin withstood Li Lu's blow, though not without pain. The strike hurt, causing the monster to halt its flames. It whipped around and delivered a heavy slap to Li Lu's mecha. Thud! Li Lu's mecha couldn't withstand the force of the monster's claw. It was sent flying. Warning, mecha damage at 20%. The Tyrannosaurus monster's incredible strength had crippled an SS-class mecha with a single blow. Die, monster! Seeing the monster's attention fully on Li Lu's mecha, Li Lingling charged her power and unleashed her ultimate ray. Grigio beam. A golden stream of quantum energy shot toward the monster, dispelling the surrounding darkness. In people's eyes, there was only that dazzling golden beam of light. Boom. Struck by Li Lingling's ultimate ray, the Tyrannosaurus monster exploded on the spot. Most of its body was annihilated by the beam, though small fragments remained scattered nearby. Compared to the power of Ultraman Nexus's beam, Grigio's beam was still too weak. It couldn't erase the enemy from a quantum level like Nexus's beam did, leaving no trace behind. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After releasing the beam, Li Lingling felt weak and fatigued. Her legs gave way and she knelt down. The energy indicator on her chest began to flash. Under normal circumstances, she should have left now, but with Qin Yu and Bess still fighting, she didn't know the situation between them and dared not leave abruptly, fearing that the battle between the two Ultramen might cause massive destruction to Beijing City. The four mechas stood by, showing no intention of intervening. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Best to stay out of it. What are you two doing? Why are you fighting? Li Lingling asked. Bess replied first, sister, help me. This man is a demon. He wants to absorb my energy to become the strongest Ultraman and destroy this world. Don't let his scheme succeed. Unaware that Qin Yu's transformation into Nexus and Li Lingling's transformation into Grigio had already met, she thought they had no connection, and tried to trick Li Lingling into helping her against Qin Yu. Li Lingling was stunned by Bess's words. What? Noah wants to destroy the world. How is that possible? Qin Yu, while pummeling Bess, said, destroy the world. Bullshit. I just want her energy. She's an Ultraman from the Eagle Nation. Absorbing her energy means weakening the Eagle Nation's strength. She's an Ultraman from the Eagle Nation. So the Eagle Nation has also mastered Ultraman as a biological weapon. Li Lingling had heard Director Li mention before that there might be more than one or two Ultramen. If their Dragon Nation could harness Ultramen as biological weapons, other nations might too. Especially the Eagle Nation, the most powerful country on Blue Star, which might already possess more than one Ultraman. This turned out to be a prophetic statement. Bess tried to struggle. Sister, don't listen to his lies. Save me, or else once he absorbs my energy and becomes stronger, no one will be able to stop him. No sooner had she spoken than Qin Yu punched her down. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Finally, Bess could no longer hold on. The energy indicator on her chest began to flash. Compared to Bess, Li Lingling naturally trusted Qin Yu more. After all, he had spared her in the Beijing Mecha base last time. Noah, do you need my help? If not, I'll leave. I can't sustain my energy much longer. After Qin Yu had taken half her energy, Li Lingling's standby time had been significantly reduced. Barely 2 minutes into her transformation, she already felt her energy was nearly depleted. Do I look like I need help? Looking at Bess being pinned down and beaten by Qin Yu, Li Lingling felt her question was somewhat redundant. Goodbye. With that, Li Lingling flew into the sky and left the battlefield. Director Li noticed that she seemed to be conversing with Qin Yu and Bess, but he had no idea what the three Ultramen had said. He was anxious, but without a clear stance from Li Lingling. He dared not act rashly, fearing to worsen the situation. Watching Li Lingling depart without warning, Director Li was bewildered. What's this? Why did Lingling suddenly run off? What's she doing? Fortunately, Li Lingling called him shortly after. Dad, don't worry about Noah and that female Ultraman. She's from the Eagle Nation. Her fate is none of our concern. Though in name, the world's nations had united against the monsters as allies. In reality, the Eagle Nation, relying on its superior strength, had been bullying other nations on Blue Star for years. Everyone was fed up. Although Li Lingling was kind, seeing the Eagle Nation suffer a loss was something she didn't mind. Hearing Li Lingling's words, Director Li couldn't suppress a smile. An Ultraman from the Eagle Nation. We don't need to bother with her. It'd be best if she died. While Qin Yu was brutally beating Basie on the mountaintop, the mysterious figure who had once summoned the corn cob monster appeared at some unknown time. Nuya, you're a grown man, yet you bully a girl. Isn't that going too far? It seems I must become a protector and help her. After the mysterious person finished speaking, he raised his hands to the sky and released dark purple energy. Rumble. A thunderclap resounded across the heavens. The next second, a massive black vortex opened in the sky. A terrifying figure passed through the black vortex and slowly descended, finally appearing before the world's eyes. Volcano monster Bird Batten. It is a bird-type monster that normally lives in volcanoes and can spew powerful flames from its mouth. Its flight speed is extremely fast. Of course, as a bird, its most powerful part is undoubtedly its sharp beak. It had once pecked to death Ultraman Taro and Lord Shafulin. It boasts impressive combat records and is an extremely terrifying giant monster. By comparison, it is far stronger than the corn cob monster that the mysterious person had summoned earlier. Another monster has appeared. This time it's a bird-type monster. It looks really powerful. Lilu was panicked as hell. Just by looking at the art style, one could tell that the current volcano monster bird and the earlier Tyrannosaurus monster were not on the same level at all. What is the danger level of this bird-type monster? Can it be detected? Director Li was also panicking terribly. Li Lingling had just transformed once, so she couldn't transform again in a short time. Without Li Lingling as Ultraman relying only on the remaining mechas, they could at most barely deal with a level 5-0 monster. To deal with a monster above level 5-0 was completely impossible. Director, the danger level of this bird-type monster has reached 8-7 or another unprecedented giant monster. The technician stammered. Apart from a few Ultramen, the current 7-level volcano monster bird Baden was the strongest monster that had ever appeared in this world. A monster of this level could not be defeated even by gathering the power of the entire world. Facing such an enemy, there was nothing but despair. No, there was also collapse. All is lost. A super giant monster of level 7 appears. Oh my god, what sin have I committed to deserve such a miserable fate? Why is our Beijiang city plagued by so many disasters? Last time it was the corn cob monster, and now it's the monster bird monster. The monsters that appear are more troublesome than the last. Is there no way for people to survive? Director Lee was so sad, so tired, and wanted to retire. Sitting in the position of head of the Beijiang City Mech base, he always felt that his heart might stop suddenly from excessive stimulation at any moment. Seeing Director Lee scared out of his wits, a subordinate reminded him, "Director, don't be so anxious. Isn't Ultraman Nuya still here?" With his temperament, he shouldn't stand by and ignore a level 7 super giant monster, right? Right. There's still Ultraman Nuya. With Ultraman Nuya's strength, dealing with a mere level 7 giant monster should not be a difficult task. That's right, Ultraman Nuya, go for it. You must win. Director Lee, who had once regarded Ultraman as an enemy and wanted to eliminate him, was actually cheering for Ultraman at this moment. It must be said that this scene was truly ironic. What about Li Lu and the others? They probably can't participate in a battle of this level. Should we call them back? Director Lee waved his hand. No, let them stand by on site for now. If Nuya needs help, they are to assist him in defeating the enemy. Understood. The subordinate immediately relayed Director Lee's orders to everyone. Upon receiving the orders, Li Lu and the others moved to the side to stand by. After the volcano monster bird appeared, it immediately aimed at Qin Yu. Its scarlet eyes were exactly the same as the corn cob monsters. Qin Yu also noticed the black vortex that had just appeared and the volcano monster bird before him. What was that black vortex just now? It was filled with dark energy. Could it be that some dark Ultraman nearby had summoned this monster? Or was it some powerful dark creature? Darkness and light are both opposing and interdependent. Since this world can produce the ultimate light creature Ultraman, then it can also produce the ultimate dark creature. This is not a hard thing to understand. However, Qin Yu didn't understand why the other party didn't reveal itself. Instead, it summoned monsters to feed him, giving him experience. Isn't that charity? At least to him, this behavior was no different from doing charity. The volcano monster bird lunged straight at Qin Yu. Its beak had pecked Ultraman to death, so Qin Yu didn't dare to take it head on. He could only, as it was about to get close to him, roll on the ground and dodge the attack. Basie finally caught her breath. She quickly stood up and looked down. The energy indicator on her chest was flashing nonstop. It meant her transformation time was running out. Qin Yu, I will remember this grudge. You wait. Someday I will make you spit out your power. What? You want to run? Did I permit that? Seeing the prey within his grasp, how could Qin Yu let her escape? He immediately rushed forward. At that moment, the volcano monster bird flew over again. Qin Yu had to deal with it first. Seizing this opportunity, Basie's body quickly turned into a red orb of light. It flew into the distant sky and disappeared. This technique was also a common skill of all Ultramen, light orb transformation. It had no special effect. It was only for saving energy during long-distance travel, and it allowed slightly faster flight than normal speed. Qin Yu was held back by the volcano monster bird. He watched helplessly as Basie escaped and immediately raged. The volcano monster bird didn't know it had angered Qin Yu and recklessly attacked continuously. In a fit of rage, Qin Yu gathered energy in his hands and struck with a hand knife. Bang! Bang! The venom sacs on both sides of the volcano monster bird's beak were blown up. The venom flowed back into the volcano monster bird's body, causing it great pain. It kept twitching and screaming in agony. Damn creature, that was the energy of a complete red tribe Ultraman. Do you know how precious it is? Because of you I lost such an opportunity to evolve. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. By destroying you and absorbing your energy, I can still unlock the red youth form. Last time the corn cob monster helped Qin Yu achieve 35% unlocking progress. And this volcano monster bird is only stronger than the corn cob monster. It should be impossible not to fill the remaining 25% gap. Qin Yu placed his hope of evolution on the volcano monster bird. He couldn't let it escape under any circumstances. And the volcano monster bird had no intention of fleeing either. Although the venom made its body extremely uncomfortable, it also drove it into a frenzy, charging at Qin Yu like a madman. Qin Yu kicked the volcano monster bird away, then condensed a spinning light wheel in his palm and used Ultraman / cutting off the volcano monster bird's beak in one go. Bang! Sparks flew. The front part of the beak flew off. The most powerful part of the volcano monster bird was its beak. Without its beak, its combat power directly dropped by more than half. The volcanic monster bird let out a sharp, piercing scream. The sound made Li Lu and the others nearby shudder in terror. His body trembled. Oh my god, such cruel methods. This Noah Ultraman remains as vicious as ever. Li Lu couldn't help but wrap himself tighter. The fear of last time, when he was dominated by Noah Ultraman, seemed to be right before his eyes. Qin Yu gripped it firmly with both hands and lifted the volcanic monster bird. He then hurled it forcefully to the side. The volcanic monster bird crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to shake. Watching the volcanic monster bird beaten so badly, Lin Yi inside the Dark Shadow Phantom cockpit began to feel tempted. This monster seems almost defeated by Noah. If I strike now, can I steal the kill? That's just how some people love to court death. How dare he think about stealing Qin Yu's kill at such a moment? The volcanic monster bird had already been beaten by Qin Yu to the point of nearly losing all ability to move. Too weak to rise from the ground. Just as Qin Yu was about to charge up his finishing beam to eliminate the volcanic monster bird, Lin Yi finally could no longer restrain his greed. Piloting the Dark Shadow Phantom, he charged toward the volcanic monster bird and brandished his dual blades. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Li Lu was both shocked and enraged to see Lin Yi act without permission. Don't interfere. I'm taking this monster's head. If I can slay an 8.7 class giant monster and claim the kill, I'll become the greatest mech pilot in history. Ha ha. Lin Yi's eyes had been completely clouded by greed, forgetting entirely whether Qin Yu would even allow him to steal the kill so easily. Lin Yi rushed to the volcanic monster bird's side, raised his dual blades, and planned to stab straight into its eyes. Eyes were a vital weak point for any creature. He didn't believe he couldn't kill the volcanic monster bird this way. At that moment, Qin Yu reacted, swiftly waving both hands to summon two blue-white light whips that wrapped around the Dark Shadow Phantom's arms. With a forceful yank, the Dark Shadow Phantom's body was overpowered by Qin Yu's strength and thrown to the ground uncontrollably. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and activated the Ultra Eye. Through X-ray vision, he could see Lin Yi sitting in the cockpit. Good Lin Yi, you're really something. You stole my mech before, and now you're trying to steal my kill. You really don't fear death. In that case, I'll grant your wish and let you die heroically in battle against the monster. Fresh grievances and old grudges surged within him. Qin Yu once again pulled hard on the light whip, hurling the Dark Shadow Phantom violently onto the volcanic monster bird. The volcanic monster bird was struck and rolled on the ground in pain. Though it had already been drained of strength, this impact actually roused some energy within it. It flipped over and pinned the Dark Shadow Phantom mech beneath itself, mercilessly pounding it. Though it had lost its beak, its wings could still strike down enemies. The mech's frame was severely deformed from the relentless assault. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi cried out in terror. Mother, help, help. I don't want to die. Save me. I don't want to die. If he had known this would happen beforehand, he would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. Unfortunately, there was no room for regret now. No good. Go save him. Though Li Lu and the others were displeased with Lin Yi's actions, he was still their teammate after all. They couldn't simply stand by and watch him die. They quickly charged toward the volcanic monster bird, intending to rescue Lin Yi from its grasp. But before they could act, Qin Yu was already charging his cross-ray storm. Upon seeing his starting stance, the other three were so frightened they immediately stopped. Last time, when Qin Yu killed the corn cob monster, they had witnessed the devastating power of the cross-ray storm firsthand. Even the corn cob monster's formidable defenses were obliterated completely, leaving not a trace behind. They certainly didn't believe their mechs could withstand any more than the corn cob monster's hide. Even a glancing blow from the cross-ray storm would likely prove fatal. Cross-ray storm. Qin Yu showed no mercy. He unleashed his fully charged beam directly at both the volcanic monster bird and the Dark Shadow Phantom. A powerful golden beam slashed through the night sky, striking the volcanic monster bird. The explosion's firelight erupted skyward. Both the volcanic monster bird and the Dark Shadow Phantom were engulfed by the blast shockwave. Red youth form unlock progress 100%. Blue youth form unlock progress initiated. Blue youth form unlock progress 5%. The red youth form has finally unlocked. What a struggle. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Yu was extremely excited. With the red youth form obtained, he could finally activate Metafield. As Nexus Ultraman's premier ability, the significance of Metafield was beyond words. Just like before, if Qin Yu could have used Metafield, Base would never have escaped. Qin Yu would have trapped Base within Metafield, where mere confinement would have been enough to defeat it. This was the power of Metafield. As the explosion's flames dissipated, the volcanic monster bird, the Dark Shadow Phantom, and Lin Yi inside the cockpit were all sent away by that single cross-ray storm. Not a trace remained. For Qin Yu, this truly was a double blessing. His spirit felt noticeably lighter. Li Lu and the others had witnessed Lin Yi's death before their eyes, leaving them overwhelmed with mixed emotions. When they looked at Qin Yu transformed into Nexus Ultraman, their gaze carried a new undertone of fear. This powerhouse was truly untouchable. One wrong move could cost them their lives. What the hell? What is Noah doing? He actually killed Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you damn fool. Trying to steal kills at a time like this, are you insane? Director Li was nearly driven mad with anger. First, he was furious at Lin Ye's foolish disobedience. Second, he resented that Qin Yu had casually eliminated Lin Yi. Lin Yi held an unusual status. His death in Beiji City would create significant complications. Qin Yu glanced at the mech before him. The pilots were terrified, assuming an enemy presence, and immediately took defensive stances. However, Qin Yu had no intention of attacking them. After a single glance, he raised his arms to the sky and departed. It wasn't until Qin Yu's figure vanished completely into the vast night sky that they finally exhaled in relief. He's finally gone. That look he gave me earlier, I almost thought I'd end up like Lin Yi. Noah Ultraman's presence is absolutely overwhelming. The driver of the charmed blue sea demon stated. Li Lu said, "Why is Noah Ultraman so incredibly powerful? Neither Grigio Ultraman nor the red female Ultraman from earlier could stand against him. Is he truly the strongest Ultraman?" Another mech pilot half-jokingly suggested, could it be that Noah has a particular weakness against women, dealing guaranteed critical hits against female Ultramen? But would that advantage disappear if he fought male Ultramen instead? Actually, that might not be far-fetched. Though spoken as a joke, Li Lu felt the possibility seemed quite high. After all, the two Ultramen Qin Yu had faced so far were both female. He hadn't yet clashed with a male Ultraman. Things are becoming increasingly fascinating. It seems I must procure a far more formidable creature for him to toy with next time, as these ordinary monsters no longer satisfy his appetite. Hee. The mysterious figure who had been observing from the shadows watched Qin Yu depart before melting into a wisp of black fog with a sinister smile. The battle was over. Several mechas were transported back to the Beijing mecha base. Director Li paced back and forth in his office, utterly unsure of how to explain Lin Ye's fate to his superiors. What if Lin Jinwei, Lin Ye's grandfather, were to learn of his death? He would be flayed alive. Knock, knock, knock. Daddy. At that moment, Li Lingling's voice reached him from beyond the door. Come in. Upon receiving Director Li's permission, Li Lingling pushed open the door and stepped into the office, her gaze immediately falling upon his deeply furrowed brow. Li Lingling was somewhat taken aback. Father, what is troubling you? You appeared deeply agitated. The entire incident had concluded without a hitch. She could not fathom why Director Li bore such a heavy burden of worry. After all, they had faced an 7-tier super beast, yet only Lin Yi had fallen and the damage inflicted was minimal. This should have been cause for celebration. Director Li lamented, Lingling, you know nothing of this. Lin Yi is dead and his grandfather Lin Jinwei is a titan within Longwa's military establishment. Pray tell, how am I to face the high command? Li Lingling answered without a moment's hesitation. Simply report the facts as they are. Over the years, countless mecha pilots have fallen. By what right does Lin Yi claim exception? Were the other mecha pilots not human? Were they destined to perish instead? Lingling, my dear, you remain far too naive. He paused, then abruptly caught himself. That's right. He was but a mecha pilot. The instant he took his seat within the cockpit, he had already pledged his life to the cause. Why should he be afforded any special exemption? Precisely. If Lin Jinwei comes after me, I shall retort with these exact words. Struck by his epiphany, Director Li's spirits lifted immeasurably. He approached Li Lingling and, overcome with relief, pulled her into a fervent embrace. My dear daughter, it is your wisdom that saves me. Such brilliance. You have untangled my dilemma in a single breath. Ha ha ha. Moments later, Director Li hastened back to his desk, seated himself, and commenced drafting the mission report. They had vanquished the most formidable super beast ever recorded in 7-tier Colossus. He needed to ensure he received due credit. True, it was Qin Yu who had slain the beast, not a single operative from the Beijing mecha base. But what did it matter? Regardless, the beast had been vanquished upon Beijing City's soil. Thus, the merit of the Beijing mecha base was indisputable, etched beyond the reach of any who might seek to deny it. Li Lingling approached the desk. Father, I came to speak with you about something. Speak, my child. I am all ears. Director Li did not lift his gaze, his pen still flying across the paper. I have been plagued by a peculiar sensation lately, as though some unseen force is calling out to me. It intensifies with each passing day. At these words, Director Li finally looked up, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features. An unseen force summons you. Can you discern its nature? I cannot say for certain, but I sense it is of profound significance. It appears tied to the power of Ultraman Grigio. Therefore, I intend to journey forth and seek out whatever calls to me. Director Li offered no immediate assent. Instead, he bowed his head in deep contemplation before asking, will this journey take you far? Not particularly distant. My senses guide me toward Shanghai. Shanghai, you say? That is hardly a great distance. Very well. When do you intend to depart? Not I depart tomorrow. Very well. At first light tomorrow, I shall arrange a helicopter to convey you to Shanghai. But heed this, should any emergency arise here, you will return without delay to render aid. Do you understand? I understand, Father. Upon receiving her father's blessing and comprehension, Li Lingling's spirits soared. She departed the office with a buoyant, carefree step. Once Li Lingling had departed, Director Li's kindly countenance slowly hardened into solemnity. Could that which summons an Ultraman be another Ultraman? One can only wonder how many Ultramen roam this world. An abundance of them may not be a blessing after all. He sighed. If the world held but 1 or 2 Ultramen, they could devote themselves solely to slaying beasts free from other concerns. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be ideal. Yet if the number of Ultramen were to multiply excessively, conflict between them becomes all too probable. When deities clash, mortals bear the brunt. Should the Ultramen turn upon one another, the devastation wrought upon humanity would be utterly catastrophic, more terrifying than any monstrous horde. Creak. Qin Yu pushed open the door and returned to Bai Yingying's residence. Qin Yu, you are home. Bai Yingying sat upon the living room sofa, engrossed in television. Upon spotting Qin Yu's arrival, her face lit up with delight. Yes, I was detained by some matters. Forgive my tardiness. Qin Yu settled beside her on the sofa, and together they watched the screen, engaging in casual conversation. The hours slipped by unnoticed. The following morning, Qin Yu conceived of an exceedingly profitable venture, one entirely above board. He hurried to a lottery kiosk at dawn, employing his supernatural vision to peer through the scratch-off lottery tickets. He selected every winning slip and claimed his prizes. Through the morning, he visited over a dozen outlets, scratching hundreds of tickets. His net profit exceeded 20,000 yuan. Clutching the hard-earned cash, Qin Yu felt quite smug, yet he could not resist a wry observation. These lotteries are a genuine racket. I scoured countless shops only to find not a single major prize. Without my special sight, I would have suffered a catastrophic loss. With capital in hand, he finally secured the means to lease his own dwelling. Qin Yu headed straight to a real estate agency and secured a residence he had previously admired. Across the ocean in the United States, Base dragged her grievously wounded frame back to her facility. The energy she possessed from the previous night was severely depleted, wholly insufficient for the transatlantic journey. She had been forced to seek refuge and recuperate for an extended period before gathering enough strength to cross the sea. Upon witnessing Base limping back in such a compromised state, the personnel within the facility were shocked. A burly, athletic young man with piercing blue eyes and golden hair stepped forward to steady her. Base, what has befallen you? How did you sustain such grievous wounds? The man was named Scott. Much like Base, he was an Ultraman possessing the ability to manifest as Scott, one of the triumvirate of American Ultramen. Base responded with a fading voice. It was Noah. We clashed, and he left me severely wounded. Bear me to the med bay at once. Hold on. I have you. Scott hoisted Base onto his shoulders and hurried her into the cryomedical chamber, initiating the restoration sequence. Mark and the other American Ultramen hastened over upon learning of the commotion. The United States retained 3 Ultramen in total. The last of the national triumvirate was Chuck the Chuck Ultraman. There was also Ultraman powered alongside Ultraman Gray. Upon witnessing Base confined to the healing pod, their expressions darkened with fury. What transpired? How did Base sustain injuries of such severity? Mark demanded. Scott replied, it was Noah. Beth said Noah injured her. Paul was furious, his eyes practically bursting with flames. Noah dares to harm Beth. What a bastard. Is he tired of living? It seems he refuses to join our Eagle Nation. I'll take this one. I'll crush Noah. Seize his power. I can't believe someone would defy the Empire's will. Chuck grabbed Pawit urgently. Pawit, don't act on impulse. Wait until Beth wakes up and we understand the full situation. Gray also chimed in to dissuade him. Exactly. Beth isn't weak, yet she was injured. Noah's strength appears far greater than we imagined. Pawit gradually calmed down. He had merely been overcome by emotion in that moment. Coaxed by his companions, he composed himself considerably. Ultraman's human hosts generally possess physiques far beyond ordinary humans. Even when injured, they recover much faster than normal people. Combined with the therapeutic effects of the healing chamber, Beth's wounds healed significantly within moments. The healing chamber opened, and she regained consciousness, seeing the group before her. She was not at all surprised. You've arrived. Mark stepped forward and asked, Beth, what exactly happened? Were you sent to recruit Ultraman Noah on behalf of our Eagle Nation? Why did a battle break out? Has Ultraman Noah already been recruited by Dragon Nation's government and refuses to switch sides? At the mention of this, Beth grew furious. Her pale, delicate hands clenched into fists. Noah is a madman. He covets the Ultraman power within me and wants to seize it. He had no interest in our recruitment and attacked without any provocation. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Scott fumed. He wants to steal your Ultraman power. That guy is insane. Absolutely mad. Undoubtedly, Ultraman's power was tremendous. If one could absorb another Ultraman's power, it would undoubtedly make them even stronger. Among them, not a single person had never entertained such thoughts. However, their strengths were roughly equal. If they truly fought, it was uncertain who would win. Thus, no one had ever dared to reveal their true intentions. Noah's overly direct behavior might disrupt an existing balance. Beth spoke excitedly. Not only is he a madman, but an incredibly powerful one. During our battle, I was suppressed throughout. His strength is extremely formidable. I was no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Oh, and there's something else. Dragon Nation has already acquired an Ultraman. As far as I know, it's a female Ultra Silver all over just like Noah. How strong is she? Mark pressed. Her combat ability is mediocre. If it came to a fight, I'm confident I could defeat her easily. It seems the host is likely a young girl with little combat experience. Upon hearing that the host was merely an inexperienced young girl, Mark's eyes lit up immediately. I'll have someone investigate the identity of that female Ultraman. If the opportunity arises, we may be able to intercept and seize her power. On this point, Mark and Director Lee shared the same mindset. Any Ultraman not belonging to their own nation should preferably be eliminated. If they could seize the enemy's power and enhance their own strength, that would be even better. Chuck, who had remained mostly silent, stepped forward. Then you didn't accomplish anything during your trip to Dragon Nation. You just came back after being beaten by Noah. It wasn't entirely fruitless. I learned the identity of Noah's host. His name is Qin Yu, and he appears to be a student from Beijiang City in Dragon Nation. A student? Upon learning that Noah's host was merely a student, the others were astonished. A mere student? Could he possibly possess such formidable combat prowess? That had to be a joke. Yes, he is a student. However, before becoming a student, he seems to have been a mecha trainee, one of considerable skill no less. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. It made sense now. An ordinary student could never possess such strength. But if he were a mecha pilot, that would be entirely plausible. Every mecha pilot undergoes the most rigorous training. Both their combat abilities and physical conditioning far exceed those of ordinary people. Therefore, it wasn't hard to fathom why his transformed Ultraman form might be slightly more formidable. After all, an Ultraman's strength is closely tied to the host themselves, a fact they had all long accepted. Mark stroked his chin, lost in thought. After pondering for a while, he suddenly asked, Beth, based on your interactions with Qin Yu, is there any possibility we could still recruit him? Beth immediately shook her head. Impossible. From what I've seen, Qin Yu is an extremely proud person. He cannot be controlled by anyone, neither us nor Dragon Nation's government. Given this answer, Mark smiled. In that case, let us send Dragon Nation's government a grand gift. Gray assumed Mark had lost his mind. Send Dragon Nation a gift. Sir, have you gone mad from anger? They are our enemy. Gifting our enemies. Mark's gaze swept across Gray's astonished face, a sinister smile forming. Indeed, I intend to send them a gift. I will reveal to the entire world that Qin Yu is Ultraman Noah. Since he is the first Ultraman to appear before mankind, why not also make him the first Ultraman to expose his human host? What do you think? Does this gift suffice in magnitude? Chuck immediately grasped Mark's intention. Are you using Ultraman Noah? No, using Qin Yu himself, to destabilize Dragon Nation from within. Mark nodded. Precisely. Since Qin Yu cannot be assimilated by Dragon Nation's government, yet he operates actively within their territory, once his identity is exposed, conflict is inevitable. Don't you find this rather amusing? Brilliant, sir. Truly worthy of you. What an ingenious plan. Beth gave Mark a thumbs up. Having been injured by Qin Yu, she harbored deep resentment. If there were a chance to cause trouble for Qin Yu, she would wholeheartedly welcome it. Enough, you lot. Train hard. I'll go discuss how to maximally explosive exposure of Noah's identity. Mark concluded, then turned and departed. The others did not proceed to training. Instead, they slacked off discussing what Qin Yu might face once his identity was revealed. Dragon Nation capital city. Lin Ye's grandfather Lin Jinwei was practicing Tai Chi in his courtyard. Advanced in years. Despite holding a high position, he was essentially semi-retired. Unless an important matter arose, he generally did not participate in military affairs. A plainly dressed woman approached, holding Lin Jinwei's phone in her hand. She was a personal life assistant assigned by Dragon Nation's government specifically to care for Lin Jinwei's daily needs. Sir, you have a call. It's an internal line. It was an internal direct line. These calls were almost always related to official business. Even Lin Jinwei dared not neglect them. He paused his actions and took the phone from his personal assistant. Hello, this is Lin Jinwei. Who is this? Elder Lin, it is Yi Yunlong. Yi Yunlong's serious voice came through the other end of the phone. Xiao Yi, it is you. What is this call about? Elder Lin, there is something I must tell you. I hope you are prepared mentally. Hey, at my age, what storms haven't I weathered? What could possibly shake me now? Speak freely and don't beat around the bush. Yi Lin. He is dead. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinwei's smile vanished instantly. His eyes turned as cold as frozen ice. What did you say? Say that again. Yi Lin is dead. Even through the phone, Yi Yunlong could already imagine just how furious Lin Jinwei would be upon learning this news. Yi Lin was the grandson Lin Jinwei valued most. He had been deeply hoped upon and carefully nurtured since childhood. Now he was gone in an instant. Decades of devotion had been destroyed in a single moment. It would be strange if he could remain calm. How did Yi Lin die? Lin Jinwei forced himself to suppress the anger raging within him. He perished alongside an 8-7 class supermonster in battle. Perished alongside an 8-7 class supermonster. How is that possible? When did this 8-7 class supermonster appear? Why have I never heard of it? It happened last night. Due to the special nature of this incident, there was no broadcast, nor has it been made public. Currently, only a very small number of people know about it. Lin Jinwei had held high positions for many years and was quite familiar with the operational style of the Dragon Kingdom's top leadership. An 8-7 class supermonster had never appeared in recorded history. It was simply staggering. If news of such a level of monster leaked out, it would cause widespread panic. That was precisely why it had to be kept hidden. Not everyone could be let in on this. Lin Jinwei, already elderly, seemed to age a full 10 years in that very moment. All vitality drained from him in an instant. Can Yi Lin's body be brought back? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yi Lin had been obliterated by Qin Yu's cross-ray storm. He had been disintegrated directly at the atomic level. How could there possibly remain any corpse? Why did the monster devour Yi Lin, leaving nothing behind? The very thought that his own grandson might have been eaten by the monster without even a body to bury plunged Lin Jinwei into even deeper grief. He was heartbroken to the core. Yi Yunlong dared not reveal the true circumstances to Lin Jinwei. He could only speak in vague terms. Elder Lin, that is roughly what happened. Yi Lin's remains were completely destroyed, so we are unable to bring his body back to you. Please accept my condolences. Sigh. I understand. Since he chose to become a mecha pilot, he had long made peace with the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. To perish alongside the most powerful 8-7 class supermonster in history, that is also his glory. What could Lin Jinwei possibly say at such a moment? There was nothing he could say. Could he truly blame Yi Yunlong for sending Yi Lin to a dangerous frontline? That had been his own request all along. He had hoped his grandson could earn some military merit on the front lines so he might one day inherit the family standing. Little did he expect. That very ambition had instead become the death warrant for his grandson, sending him straight to his demise. Who could he blame? Only his own misfortune. Thank you for your understanding, Elder Lin. That is enough. At my age, what could there possibly be I cannot accept? Let it be. Sigh. Lin Jinwei let out a long breath. He hung up the phone. However, his heart was far from as at peace as he appeared. Turning again, he dialed another number. The call was answered almost immediately. Xiaozhang, my grandson Yi Lin is dead. Do you know about this? Xiaozhang, as Lin Jinwei referred to him, was a senior figure at the capital city mecha base headquarters. Although Lin Jinwei could not directly intervene in the base's affairs, he had planted several trusted associates within it. For a matter of this scale, it was still an easy task. Sir, you already know about this. How did Yi Lin die? Yi Yunlong says he perished alongside an 8-7 class supermonster. Is that true? Let's say that is roughly correct. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's response, Lin Jinwei felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. Let's say, either it is or it isn't. What do you mean, let's say? Is there more to Yi Lin's death? Not exactly more to it. It is just that the circumstances at the time. Elder Lin, are you certain you want to know the truth? I fear you may not be able to bear it. Tell me. Yes, sir. The true situation is that the one actually battling the 8-7 class supermonster at that time was Noah Ultraman. Yi Lin and several others were watching from the sidelines. By that point, Noah had already beaten the monster to near death. Suddenly, Yi Lin charged out to steal the kill. Noah, unwilling to let his effort be robbed, intervened to stop him. Then, as the monster made its final desperate counterattack, it became entangled with Yi Lin's mecha. When Noah destroyed the monster, he inadvertently killed Yi Lin as well. Just from the description alone, it was already clear. Yi Lin's death had been entirely of his own making. If you don't look for trouble, trouble won't find you. This simple principle, some people never seem to understand. However, even saying it so straightforwardly, making someone accept such an outcome calmly was not so easy. So you are saying that Noah Ultraman is the one who killed Yi Lin. He disregarded Yi Lin's safety and released an attack that killed both Yi Lin and the monster. Is that correct? Sir, if you understand it that way, then yes, that seems accurate. Very well. I understand. Lin Jinwei hung up the phone, his voice thick with burning fury. His personal assistant beside him did not dare even breathe heavily. She could fully imagine just how enraged Lin Jinwei must be right now. That was the family heir upon whom such great expectations had been placed. And now he was simply gone. Noah Ultraman, whoever you are, I will have your life. I will make you pay with your existence for my grandson's death. If Qin Yu had heard these words from Lin Jinwei, he would probably have laughed himself to death. Make me die? Ridiculous. I should be the one receiving gratitude. If you consider yourself fortunate that I have not destroyed this entire planet. A swarm of ants daring to attempt to slay a god. Did they truly believe he was as kind and reasonable as his brothers? Evening fell. Li Lingling walked along the bustling streets of Modu. She could feel it. That call was growing closer and closer, until she arrived at the entrance of a shopping mall, where she spotted two people dressed in panda mascot costumes handing out flyers. She knew she had found the person she was looking for. Li Lingling walked up behind one of them and playfully pulled off the panda mascot head. Beneath the costume was a handsome young boy, who appeared even younger than Li Lingling. What are you doing? After having the headpiece removed, the boy turned around and asked in confusion. Li Lingling did not bother with any pretense and went straight to the point. Are you an Ultraman? Off. Upon hearing Li Lingling's words, the boy's expression turned extremely panicked, his eyes filled with helplessness. Li Lingling smiled. There is no need to deny it. I know you are an Ultraman because I am one too. The moment those words left her lips, the panic on the boy's face vanished, instantly replaced by delight. You are also an Ultraman. What kind of Ultraman are you? I am Ultraman Jalicio, and you? Li Lingling readily revealed the Ultraman power she had obtained and asked the other party. I am Ultraman Luoso. My name is Hai Luo, and beside me is my younger brother Hai Yong. As he spoke, the young boy pointed to the panda suit-wearing person. He is Ultraman Baloo. Luoso Baloo. Hearing these two Ultraman names, Li Lingling felt a profound stir within her heart. She sensed that these two Ultramen must share a deep connection with the Jalicio Ultraman she transformed into. Hai Yong saw that his brother kept talking to Li Lingling instead of handing out flyers. He walked over, removed his headpiece, and complained, Bro, you're not working. What are you chatting about here? Hai Yong's appearance was almost identical to Hai Luo's. Those unfamiliar could not tell them apart. The only difference between the two was perhaps their hairstyles. The elder brother had bangs while the younger brother had his forehead exposed. Hai Luo excitedly said to his brother, Bro, this sister is also an Ultraman just like us. We've finally found our kind. Hai Yong's expression changed upon hearing this. He hastily pulled Hai Luo aside. Bro, are you stupid? You don't know her background or intentions, yet you admit it so easily. What if she has ill intentions? Hai Luo scratched his head awkwardly. That's not possible, right? I feel an inexplicable closeness to her the moment I see her, and I trust her without knowing why. Are you bewitched? Let me test her. Hai Yong remained skeptical. Although Li Lingling was beautiful, could she really possess such allure? He deliberately put on a stern face and walked up to Li Lingling. However, when he saw Li Lingling's face, his heart involuntarily melted. All the words he had prepared were choked back. His tone became unprecedentedly gentle. Hello, sister. I'm Hai Yong. Are you also an Ultraman like us? May I ask why you're looking for us? Li Lingling pondered for a moment. Unfortunately, she couldn't figure it out and could only shake her head. Actually, I don't know why I came to find you. I just felt an inexplicable urge inside knowing you were here, so I desperately wanted to meet you. Maybe it's related to the Ultraman we transform into. What transformation device do you use? Is it the same as mine, a Huixin Shangwang? Hai Yong nodded repeatedly. Yes, my brother and I both need to use the Huixin Shangwang to transform. Upon learning this, Li Lingling grew even more excited. Well, what if I said I want to invite you to join the Longhua Mecha Division and become warriors protecting Longhua? Would you be willing? Hai Yong simply couldn't refuse Li Lingling. Really? Do we have that honor? Actually, we've always wanted to be mecha pilots, but the threshold is too high. Neither of us qualified. If we can join the Mecha Division as Ultraman Transformants, that works too. We are willing to contribute our strength to protect the world. Hai Luo immediately chimed in. Yes, that's right. If possible, we'd like to join the Longhua Mecha Division. Become the Ultra Warriors guarding Longhua. Great, this is fantastic. I'll tell my father the good news right away. Congratulations, you are now members of the Longhua Mecha Base Beijiang Branch Base. Li Lingling immediately called Director Li to inform him of the wonderful news. Learning that Li Lingling had recruited 2 Ultramen in one trip, Director Li was beaming with joy. Nothing could be better than this. Nowadays, the more Ultramen Longhua had, the stronger its power and the higher its safety factor. Director Li promptly told Li Lingling to bring the brothers Hai Luo and Hai Yong back to Beijiang City. Hai Luo and Hai Yong didn't even care about their wages. They packed up overnight and returned to Beijiang City with Li Lingling. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Qin Yu had moved out of Bai Yingying's home and lived alone, enjoying 2 days of peaceful, tranquil life. During these 2 days, there were no monsters, no Ultramen, no mechas. Everything was just like the world he had once lived in. Although Qin Yu enjoyed transforming into Ultraman to fight monsters, occasionally living such a life brought him great comfort. After morning classes ended, Qin Yu left the classroom and headed to the library. On the rooftop of a school building, a mysterious figure hidden in a black robe stared at the hurrying Qin Yu and let out a sinister laugh. Hee Nuya, this time I've gone to great lengths and endured countless hardships to prepare something special for you. I hope you won't disappoint me and have a good time playing with the big surprise I've arranged. With that, the mysterious figure performed the same familiar motion, raising both hands to the sky, releasing dark energy. The next second, a massive black energy vortex appeared in the sky above the school. Whoosh, whoosh, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the vortex. A terrifying sense of oppression arose. Many students noticed the black vortex in the sky. What is that? It looks pretty formidable. I have a bad feeling about this. That thing is pitch black. How could it possibly be good? Hey everyone, aren't you running? This thing screams villain territory. How could a good guy create something so dark? I'm out of here. Yo, my God, run. Sorry, I'm off first. Don't just watch the show. Everyone flee for your lives. Instantly, chaos erupted across the school. Everywhere were students and teachers fleeing for their lives. Qin Yu stared at the black vortex in the sky. He activated his ultra eye, seeing through the situation inside the black vortex. The black vortex contains terrifying dark energy. It must be a big one, far more powerful than the monsters before. How perfect. My red youth form hasn't fought since being unlocked. I'll use this thing to test my strength. Qin Yu was the calmest person in the entire school. He stood still staring at the black vortex, waiting for whatever was hidden inside to descend. At the same time, the Beijing Mecha base also detected the existence of the black vortex. Director, something's wrong. A powerful energy fluctuation has been detected over the city. According to satellite surveillance, it originates from a black vortex. The technician projected the live footage onto the command center's large screen. Seeing the ominous black vortex, Director Li furrowed his brows. What is that thing? A monster? Or something else? No matter what it is, we need to be prepared. He turned to the others. Have Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong head to the scene to investigate. Meanwhile, put Li Lu's mecha on standby, ready to support. Though he had already acquired 3 Ultramen as biological weapons, Director Li still hadn't abandoned the idea of using mecha in combat. Despite the mecha's power being far inferior to that of the Ultramen, there might come a time when they could prove useful. Hai Luo transformed into Raso Ultraman. He brought Li Lingling and Hai Yong to the scene. Thump. As he landed, dust swirled, and the earth trembled slightly. Qin Yu caught sight of the appearing Raso Ultraman. At first he was taken aback, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Raso Ultraman. Interesting. Grigio Raso. Does that mean Blue is about to show up too? If the 3 of them merge into Grob, I wonder if they can barely contend with my red youth form. As everyone knew, the 3 Ultramen, Raso, Blue, and Grigio, together formed a blazing fire, but apart they were scattered embers. Individually, their power was far below that of ordinary Ultramen. Yet if they combined into Grob Ultraman, the situation would be entirely different. Grob Ultraman possessed the caliber of an ultimate level Ultra. Among the strongest forms of the new generation Ultraman, he ranked among the top. After all, he gathered the power of 3 Ultramen. He couldn't be too weak. Hai Luo gently set Li Lingling and Hai Yong down on the ground, then condensed a fireball with one hand and hurled it at the black vortex in the sky as a probing attack. Raso and Blue could use different ultra crystals to switch into various elemental forms, unleashing skills of different attributes. At this moment, Hai Luo's transformed Raso Ultraman was in his flame form, so all his skills were fire attributed. After the fireball struck the black vortex, it was instantly swallowed without even a ripple. Damn, that black vortex is fierce. It devoured my energy in one go. What now? Hai Luo used his ultra telepathy to project his voice into the minds of Li Lingling and Hai Yong. Before he could finish, the black vortex in the sky immediately stirred. Boom. A larger, more violent fireball shot out from the vortex, heading straight for Hai Luo. Instinctively, he raised an ultra barrier to defend himself. Rumble. The fireball struck Hai Luo's barrier and exploded on contact. The immense blast sent the unprepared Hai Luo flying. He crashed through a building behind him. Seeing Hai Luo in trouble, Li Lingling and Hai Yong couldn't stand by. They immediately took out their RB gyros and transformed. Li Lingling became Grigio Ultraman and Hai Yong became Blue Ultraman in his aqua form. Simultaneously, they charged up their ultimate moves and unleashed their finishing beams at the black vortex. Watching their actions, Qin Yu couldn't help but mock. Idiots, the enemy hasn't even shown its face yet, and you're already going all out. This is just begging to be wiped out. Alas, they couldn't hear Qin Yu's jibe. Naively, they fired their beams skyward. Grigio Ray. Aqua Strium Beam. A golden and a blue beam shot toward the vortex. This time the vortex didn't absorb them. Instead, it unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning to clash with the 2 Ultraman's beams. Boom. Rumble. The terrifying energy collision sparked a tremendous fireball in midair. When the flames dissipated, a hideous, terrifying beetle-like monster appeared before everyone. The insect-type space beast Bejevazin made its dazzling debut. What a disgusting monster. As a girl, Li Lingling felt an innate fear of such ugly creatures. She was instantly frightened by the appearance of the insect space beast. Hai Yong was also panicking. This monster feels really strong. Our combined finishing moves couldn't take it down. This is going to be a tough fight. Hai Luo dusted himself off, ran over, and stood side by side with Li Lingling and Hai Yong. It's okay, there are 3 of us, and only one of it. 3 against 1. The advantage is ours. Don't chicken out. The only advantage they seemed to have left was their numbers. Roar. The insect space beast bellowed and charged at the 3 Ultramen. The 3 Ultramen stood ready, confronting the beast with their utmost strength. In the distance, people watched the scene of 3 Ultramen battling the space beast, stirred to tears. 3 Ultramen against 1 monster. This time we're definitely safe. I never thought there would be so many Ultramen besides Noah. Are those Ultramen the ones protecting our Dragon Kingdom? Heaven bless the Dragon Kingdom. With these 3 plus Noah we have 4 Ultramen protecting us. I wonder who's stronger, those 3 or Noah. Definitely Noah. He looks way cooler than them. Can looks fill your stomach? In this world what matters is strength. Those 3 need to gang up on one monster. They're probably weak. I'm a bit worried too. We still need Noah. Hey, why hasn't Noah shown up this time? Are these Ultramen on a shift system, taking turns to fight monsters? No way. Could be. What if they lose? What then? Then we'll hold a grand funeral. These onlookers had no idea that their fear of the monster was actually providing energy to the insect Space Beast. Space Beasts fed on human fear. As long as humans felt terror, they could absorb that emotion and enhance their power. Just as Li Lingling and the others were battling the insect Space Beast, the technicians at the Beijing Mech base finally calculated its danger level. 10-0. The monster's danger level has reached an unprecedented 10-0. The technician's voice trembled with uncertainty. Even he found the number absurd. Director Li, though he thought his nerves had been tempered enough, still felt his legs go weak upon hearing 10-0. What? A danger level 10-0 monster? How is that possible? In our initial projections, a level 10 monster could easily destroy a planet. Is this thing here to annihilate the blue star? Could the calculation be wrong? That insect monster is indeed level 10-0, no mistake. The technician was confident in his expertise. He never believed he could err in this regard. Yet Director Li wished desperately that the technician had made a mistake, that the danger level was overestimated, that the insect monster wasn't so terrifying. Facing the most powerful level 10-0 monster in history, even with 3 Ultramen in the Dragon Kingdom, he had no confidence in victory. Director Li Lu and the other 3 mecha pilots are ready. Should we deploy them? Asked his subordinate. No, don't bother. A level 10-0 giant monster. Any single attack from it would likely overwhelm those mechas. Sending them would only be a waste of their lives. This battle's outcome ultimately rests with Lingling and her 2 companions. Only the power of Ultraman can defeat such terrifying monsters. Director Li showed clear self-awareness. At first he had wanted to send Li Lu and the others to help. But upon learning their opponent was a level 10-0 super monster, he immediately abandoned that foolish idea. He spared several excellent mecha pilots from certain death. Everyone was praying. They hoped that Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong would not let everyone down, that they could defeat the insect Genesis Beast and save the world. Yet Li Lingling and her 2 companions, upon whom all hopes rested, were being ruthlessly beaten by the insect Genesis Beast at that very moment. The 3 tried hard to attack the creature, but their strikes simply bounced off its body. All attacks were completely blocked by the hard beetle shell covering the Genesis Beast's exterior, unable to inflict even the slightest wound. In contrast, the insect Genesis Beast possessed terrifying strength. Every casual strike against them dealt devastating blows. The 3 were thoroughly beaten and pushed to their limits, leaving the surrounding spectators utterly despairing. Originally, they had assumed that 3 Ultramen fighting together would make defeating a monster an effortless task. They never expected these 3 Ultramen to be this weak. 3 versus 1, yet they were being bullied by that giant monster. Their performance was in no way comparable to that of Ultraman Noah. What's going on? I feel like these 3 Ultramen are really weak. Yeah, though I really don't want to admit it, they are indeed too weak. Are these 3 Ultramen really the same kind as Ultraman Noah? It seems not every Ultraman is powerful. These 3 in front of us must be weak Ultramen. Oh my god, Ultraman Noah, please come out quickly, I can't stand this anymore. Yes, Ultraman Noah, please come out. These 3 Ultramen look completely unreliable. They can't defeat this monster. Ultraman Noah, only you can save us at this moment. Where are you, Ultraman Noah? Everyone was hoping for Noah's appearance. With thunderous force, he would sweep through the monster and stop this crisis. But Qin Yu was enjoying the show too much right now, and instead of acting urgently, the mysterious person had prepared this monster originally to get Qin Yu to make a move. Who would have thought Qin Yu wouldn't act now? Instead, Li Lingling and the other 2 were actually fighting the insect Genesis Beast with great intensity. This made the mysterious person extremely dissatisfied. 3 idiots with your weak abilities, you dare to compete with my carefully prepared Genesis Beast. Get lost quickly. Don't interfere with me. After those words fell, the insect Genesis Beast seemed to be controlled by some mysterious power. It went wild, much more ferocious than before. Li Lingling and the other 2 were already no match for the insect Genesis Beast. Facing an even more vicious Genesis Beast, it was even harder to resist. Bang! The insect Genesis Beast slashed across Hai Luo's body, with one claw cutting open a wound on his abdomen. Gurgling sounds echoed as golden energy like blood continuously spilled from Hai Luo's abdomen wound. It looked exactly like human bleeding. The insect Genesis Beast's sharp claws could easily pierce even Ultraman Nexus's skin. Cutting through Ultraman Rasso's skin was no more than a simple task. Aunt! Hai Luo screamed in pain. Clutching his abdomen, he retreated to the side. The severe wound made it difficult for him to continue fighting. I'll heal you. Don't panic. Li Lingling the healer finally proved useful. She released a golden healing beam toward Hai Luo. This move was precisely Ultraman Grigio's signature skill. Grigio Charge could instantly heal injuries on other Ultramen and recharge them, extending their activity time. Hai Luo's abdominal wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. The golden blood stopped flowing outward. What amazing healing skills. This is too powerful. The pain disappeared instantly. Hai Luo was extremely surprised. Looking at his abdomen, not a trace of injury could be seen. Qin Yu remarked upon seeing this. If Brother Zhuan had such a healer by his side, I can't even imagine how fierce he would be when fighting those Genesis beasts. Hai Luo, whose wound had recovered, rejoined the battle. Relying on Li Lingling's constant healing, both he and Hai Yong managed to barely withstand wave after wave of attacks from the insect Genesis beast. But they could only barely hold their own against the Genesis beast. The three still couldn't break through its defense. Before long, 2 minutes had passed. The energy of all three Ultramen began to fail. Ding dong, ding dong. The energy indicators on their chests flashed simultaneously, the sounds rising and falling. This situation made the ordinary spectators even more panicked. Why are they starting to flash lights? Could they be running out of energy? I think so. They've been getting beaten up the whole time and haven't really harmed the monster. They probably can't hold on much longer. This team composition has a problem. 2 tanks plus a healer without any DPS output. How could they possibly defeat the boss? Bro, you think this is a game? Look at how fragile those 2 Ultramen are. Do they look like tanks to you? I think they're just pure noobs. Why hasn't Ultraman Noah appeared yet? Does Ultraman Noah really intend to watch helplessly as these 3 Ultramen are defeated by the insect monster? Could it be that these 3 Ultramen aren't even on the same side as Ultraman Noah? That's why Ultraman Noah won't help them. But even if they're not on the same side, shouldn't Ultraman Noah at least care about this monster? Could it be that Ultraman Noah feels he can't defeat this monster either, so he's unwilling to appear? Shit, there's really such a possibility. Has Ultraman Noah become a coward? He definitely has. Even Ultraman Noah doesn't dare to appear. Noah, you worthless bastard, I admired you so much before and even defended you online. Turns out you're just a coward too. I was wrong about you. If Ultraman Noah doesn't appear within 3 seconds, I'll turn from a fan to a hater. Ultraman Noah is no savior at all. Although these 3 Ultramen are weak, they at least dare to face the powerful monster. But Noah just cowered like a turtle afraid to come out. He's a coward. Noah, I despise you. Noah, you worthless bastard. Noah, come out. Noah, are you fucking dead? Why haven't you come out yet? When the calls went unanswered, people's faith in Noah collapsed instantly. They attacked Noah with the most vicious language, attempting to force him to emerge. Yet Noah had never made any promises to them. All of it was merely their own wishful thinking. Yet they took it for granted that Ultramen should slay monsters. That they should protect humanity. Fortunately, Qin Yu was unaware of what these people had said. Even if he had known, it seemed he wouldn't have cared, because he simply didn't care about others' opinions. Li Lingling restored some health to Hai Luo and Hai Yong. She said anxiously, damn it, our transformation time is almost up. If we can't defeat this monster, it's over. Hai Yong suggested, let's go all out. The 3 of us fire our beams at the same spot and see if we can take down this monster. Worth a try? Better than having this monster drain our energy, Hai Luo agreed with his brother. We have no other choice. Li Lingling couldn't think of a better plan. She had no choice but to agree. The 3 of them retreated simultaneously, widening the distance from the insect alien beast. They stood side by side. Then they rapidly gathered energy, unleashing their ultimate beams together. Grigio Ray, Fireball Ray, Yueshue Stream Ray, golden beams, a crimson fireball, and a blue watery stream. 3 distinctly different energy rays shot forth. They converged at a single point ahead, producing an astonishing chemical reaction. The 3 merged into a rainbow-colored energy beam that hurtled straight toward the insect alien beast. Facing the trio's beam attack, the insect alien beast displayed terrifying defensive capabilities. It turned its back, choosing to withstand the combined beam with its sturdy beetle-like shell. The 3 poured out all their power, using every ounce of energy. When they reached their limit, a tremendous explosion erupted. Boom! The blast of fire soared into the sky, rising hundreds of meters high, visible even to people far away. Everything within nearly a kilometer of the insect alien beast was engulfed by the inferno. Fortunately, the mysterious figure had dropped the insect alien beast on the outskirts of the school. Had it been dropped in the center, the entire school might have been completely destroyed in the explosion. If Xiang Yuanlong had seen this, wouldn't he have been furious? The energy indicators on the chests of Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong flashed faster and faster. The 3 knelt weakly. Their final beam had exhausted the last of their energy. They could no longer continue the fight. Did we win? Director Lee stared intently at the screen, his palms unconsciously sweating. Ultraman Noah was still nowhere to be seen. If the three of them couldn't handle this insect alien beast, he dared not imagine the crisis that would befall Beijiang City next. He was not alone. Everyone watching this battle prayed in secret, hoping the three would win. Yet the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. From within the raging flames of the explosion, the insect alien beast dragged its massive body and slowly emerged. The flames could not harm it at all. On its back, a hideous, terrifying wound bled continuously, the damage inflicted by the trio's combined beam. Although each of the three was individually lacking in combat prowess, their martial soul fusion technique still packed some punch. It couldn't obliterate the insect alien beast, but it managed to break through its defense. Roar! Enraged by the severe injury, the insect alien beast let out a furious bellow. It charged madly toward Li Lingling, who stood at the center position. Not good. Seeing this, the brothers Hailuo and Haiyong unhesitatingly stepped forward. They shielded Li Lingling. This scene was almost identical to when Meiji and Shaji's two brothers protected her by blocking the Color Dragon's creation requiem. Bang! Bang! Hailuo and Haiyong were sent flying by the impact of the insect alien beast's charge. They detransformed mid-air, their bodies rapidly fading. They reverted to human form. Damn monster! I'll fight you to the death! Li Lingling shouted defiantly. She wanted to fight, but she no longer had the strength to continue. Ding dong, ding dong, dinged. The energy indicator on her chest stopped flashing, and her body also faded and vanished like the brothers Hailuo and Haiyong. She returned to her human state. We lost. Those three Ultramen actually lost. How is this possible? 3 Ultramen can't beat one monster. Just how strong is this monster? Is this the end of the world? Oi. Stop watching, run for your lives. Beijiang City is doomed. Yeah, hurry and run. Ultraman Noah, where are you? Why won't you come out? Are you really afraid to face this monster? At this point, don't count on Ultraman Noah. If 3 Ultramen couldn't beat that monster, what good would Noah be even if he showed up? That Noah is nothing but a coward. He doesn't even have the courage to face a monster. I despise him. Noah, you useless piece of trash. Even if I die, I'll curse you online before I go. Noah, if I somehow survive, I'll hate you for life. Noah, where the hell are you? Come out now. The defeat of the 3 Ultramen dealt a heavy blow to the people. They were completely in despair. Fear spread through the city, the finest nourishment for the insect alien beast. Roar! The insect alien beast greedily absorbed the surrounding fear. It began to rampage, destroying everything around it to instill even greater terror in the people. Qin Yu watched the insect alien beast's triumphant posture. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The protagonist always appears last. Since those 3 extras have exited, it's time for me, the main character, to take the stage. The evolution trust appeared in his hand. Qin Yu drew it, and a rainbow light enveloped him, erupting with unprecedented brilliance. Seeing that Qin Yu was finally willing to transform and engage the insect alien beast, the mysterious figure was satisfied. No, that's right. This is the grand gift I prepared for you. Only by receiving it personally can you feel the fullness of my sincerity. Ha ha. When the light faded, Qin Yu's transformed form, Ultraman Nexus's young form, appeared before the world. He was like a beam of light in the darkness, rekindling hope in people's hearts. It's Noah. Noah finally showed up. I was scared to death. I thought Ultraman Noah really wouldn't come, but it turns out he was just bluffing. I knew Ultraman Noah wouldn't abandon humanity. Ultraman Noah, take down this monster. Ultraman Noah, I believe in your strength. This monster is no match for you. Ultraman Noah, please, you must defeat this monster. You are our last hope. Ultraman Noah, go for it. Ultraman Noah, you must avenge those 3 Ultramen. Some were thrilled by Noah's appearance, cheering him on. Others were dissatisfied with his belated arrival, cursing him bitterly. Noah, why did you come so late? If you had been any later, the world would have been destroyed. Did you deliberately delay your appearance? Hey, the 3 Ultramen are already dead, and you only show up now. Did you intentionally let them die? Noah, I must have misjudged you. I thought you were a hero who would save the world, but you came so late. I'm utterly disappointed. Noah, is this how a hero acts? Some blamed Qin Yu for arriving too late, while others believed Noah had deliberately refused to save Li Lingling and the other 2. 2 starkly contrasting opinions reached Qin Yu's ears, yet he paid them no heed. He was utterly indifferent, his eyes fixed solely on the enemy before him, the insectoid alien beast. Alien beasts were exceptionally formidable monsters. Each possessed combat power dozens of times greater than ordinary monsters. Even a regular Ultraman without extraordinary power-ups would struggle to defeat such a beast, even with all their might. The recent defeat of Li Lingling and the others perfectly illustrated the alien beast's strength. Yet for Nexum, the degenerate form of Noah, though the alien beast was powerful, it was not invincible. Noah, you're finally here. With you, this battle should be settled right. Director Lee, upon seeing Nexum Ultraman on the screen, felt as if he had taken a stimulant, his heart instantly calming. From past performances, Noah possessed overwhelming power over Grigio. The enemy that Grigio and the other two Ultramen could not defeat might be easily vanquished by Noah. His previous battles had left an indelible impression of invincibility in Director Lee's mind. Qin Yu assumed a combat stance. Though his figure seemed slender compared to the insectoid alien beast, his aura was in no way inferior. Roar! The insectoid alien beast charged at Qin Yu. Qin Yu gathered energy in his hands and fired two golden handblade rays as probing attacks. Bang! Bang! The handblade rays struck the insectoid alien beast, sparking flames and leaving two faint scars on its body. Compared to Grigio and the other two, Nexum's juvenile form possessed many times greater power, yet it still could not fully breach the alien beast's defense. The insectoid alien beast, enraged by the attack, swung its claws wildly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu leaped backward, dodging the strike. Then he retaliated with a handblade slash, but the result was the same. He could not inflict significant damage on the alien beast. Two consecutive ineffective attacks caused many onlookers to doubt Qin Yu's strength. Noah doesn't seem much different from the previous three Ultramen. Yeah, although Noah's attack power is slightly stronger, he still can't break through that monster's defense. That monster is too strong. Even Noah can't defeat it. Is this world truly doomed? Yet some still blindly believe Qin Yu could win. No, I believe in Noah. Noah is the mightiest Ultraman. He will surely defeat this monster. Yes, Noah might have hidden techniques he hasn't used yet. If he gets serious, he can definitely defeat this monster. Noah, you must do your best. Don't let us fans be looked down upon. Noah, you have to prove yourself. Go, Noah. The two sides argued, eventually breaking into a heated quarrel. Director Lee had hoped Qin Yu would toy with the enemy as before, effortlessly winning the battle. But after two attacks, the enemy's defense easily withstood them. This made Director Lee, despite himself, begin to doubt Qin Yu's strength. Noah is indeed powerful. His normal attacks can affect the enemy much better than Ling Ling and the others. But against the enemy's formidable defense, he still seems inadequate. Is this really all he's capable of? Was Qin Yu truly limited to this? Of course not. He still had a trump card, the red juvenile form, which he had not yet used. He was merely warming up with the silver juvenile form against the insectoid alien beast. The alien beast counterattacked, striking wildly with its claws. Fierce and brutal. Facing the enemy's powerful assault, Qin Yu could only dodge repeatedly, barely holding his ground. The battle was fiercely intense. If for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Also watching this fight was the Eagle Nation. They had been planning to expose Qin Yu's identity, but lacked a good opportunity to create a massive sensation and reveal the truth to the world. They needed an explosive catalyst. Thus, the Eagle Nation kept a close watch on the situation in Beijiang City, waiting for the right moment. The appearance of the insectoid alien beast made them realize the opportunity had come. When Li Lingling, Harrow, and Haiyong appeared as Ultramen and fought the beast, they were startled. They hadn't expected that the Dragon Nation secretly possessed three Ultramen, although their individual combat power seemed lackluster. Even the weakest Ultraman was still an Ultraman far beyond ordinary mecha. Even the most powerful SSS-class mecha could not defeat the weakest Ultraman. Ultramen were strategic weapons, and the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation's archrival, possessed three of them. This was far from good news for the Eagle Nation. Beth had fought Qin Yu and deeply understood his formidable strength. Before today, she could never have imagined that a monster could fight Qin Yu to a stalemate. Do you think Noah can defeat that insect monster? Chuck stroked his chin, analyzing. Hard to say. That insect monster's hide is too thick to break. If we had to handle it, it would take at least three of us to secure a victory. Mark, however, saw the issue from a different perspective. In other words, if Noah loses, that's one thing, but if he wins, it means he alone can replace three of us. Is that what you're saying? Chuck raised an eyebrow. You could put it that way. If Noah can still win, that would be incredible. Scott frowned, watching the battle intently. For some reason, he felt that Noah would not be so simple. More than a minute had passed. The battle remained fiercely contested. Qin Yu's attacks still struggled to breach the insect Bigrad's defenses, and the insect Bigrad's attacks could never seem to land on Qin Yu. Feeling that the warm-up was sufficient, Qin Yu retreated backward in steps, creating some distance from the insect Bigrad. The warm-up is over. Now I'll have to show you something real. You will be the first enemy to face my red youth form. This is your honor. Upon finishing his words, a crimson radiance erupted from Qin Yu's entire body as his form began subtly shifting. When the red light faded, Ultraman Nexus in his red youth form materialized before everyone's eyes. It was the first time anyone had witnessed an Ultraman transform into a different form. Utterly novel. He changed color. Ultraman Noah can change colors. What does this color shift mean? Does this mean Ultraman has multiple forms? Could Ultraman Noah have grown stronger? It's just a color change. How much stronger could he possibly be? So if he couldn't defeat the enemy before changing colors, will somehow help him win? That's ridiculous. Noah, skip the flashy tricks and tell us if you can actually take down this monster. I have a feeling the color-changing Noah is even more powerful now. I share that sentiment. Go Ultraman Noah. Do you think Noah turned red simply because he's overheating? Well said. Actually, never say that again. Overheating my foot. How could an Ultraman overheat? He's fighting and suddenly turns completely red. That's overheating, isn't it? Shut up. If your mouth can't produce anything useful, donate it. Had Qin Yu been aware that his transformation into the red youth form would be dismissed as mere overheating, he would have laughed himself to death on the spot. Beijing Mecha Base. Change color. What's happening? Can Ultraman actually change colors? Lingling and the others never mentioned this before. What purpose does this color change serve? Director Lee stared at the screen showing Ultraman Nexus in his red youth form, his mind filled with confusion. At that moment, a subordinate technician spoke up. Director, according to the system readings, after Ultraman Noah turned red, his energy index began rising rapidly. The danger level has far exceeded 10.0, reaching an unmeasurable degree. Hearing the technician's words, Director Lee was utterly astonished. What? Far beyond 10.0, even unmeasurable. So incredible. Does turning red constitute some form of evolution that enhances his combat power? Based on current data, it appears so. With Ultraman Noah's present strength, the probability of defeating the monster is very high. Unbelievable. Ultraman Noah is already strong enough on his own, yet he can still evolve to increase his combat power. Does he have no limits? I wonder if Lingling and the others possess such abilities. Director Lee immediately thought of Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong, the three of them. Although their individual strength was not impressive at present, perhaps they could evolve like Noah and transform into a more powerful state. Combat effectiveness would surge forward. Well, one must have dreams. What if one day they came true? In Eagle Sauce Country, Qin Yu's transformation also left the 5 Ultramen of Eagle Sauce Country dumbfounded. Gray remarked, "Wait, how can Ultraman Noah change colors? And not just any color, he shifted from silver to red, just like us. What kind of nonsense is this?" The 5 of them combined could not even muster a single form-switching ability. This kind of transformation technique truly touched upon their knowledge blind spot. Mark pondered thoughtfully, perhaps this is an inherent ability of Ultramen. You all may possess it too, but simply do not yet know how to use it. From now on, your training focus should emphasize this aspect. See if you can develop stronger forms like Ultraman Noah. Yes. The 5 responded in unison. But they did not know. No matter how much they trained, even unto death, they would never be able to switch forms. Because the Ultramen they transformed into simply did not possess the ability to switch forms at all. Without such an ability, no amount of effort could ever produce it. Noah, I never expected you could evolve into this form. Excellent, truly excellent. Grow stronger as quickly as possible. The more powerful you become, the happier I am. Ha ha. The mysterious figure was also surprised by Qin Yu's transformation. But after the surprise passed, what remained was pure delight. He eagerly hoped Qin Yu would grow ever stronger. Qin Yu briefly sensed the difference between his current state and the silver infant form. The mighty power surging continuously through his body left him in a state of extreme excitement. So this is the power of the red youth form. Truly extraordinary. It's far stronger than the silver infant form. With this I should be able to easily dispatch Bagubazan. Roar. The insect Big Rad was not frightened in the slightest. It charged forward just as before. Qin Yu crossed his arms to gather energy, then rapidly opened them. He launched a crescent-shaped blade of light at the insect Big Rad. This technique, the plate light feather, could only be used by Nexus in his youth form. It possessed extremely potent attacking power. Rumble, rumble. The crescent light blade struck the insect Big Rad. The beetle-like shell that Qin Yu had previously found difficult to breach was easily pierced through. Roar. The insect Big Rad shrieked in pain. Qin Yu harbored no mercy toward this monster whatsoever. He only sought to exploit its weakness and finish it off. He leaped into the air with a flip, landing behind the insect Big Rad, aiming directly at the wound previously pierced by Li Lingling and the others' combined beam attack. He unleashed a continuous barrage of fierce punches. Thud, thud, thud. The tremendous power of the red youth form. Each punch dealt devastating critical damage to the insect Big Rad. The insect Big Rad suffered tremendously. It wanted to turn around and counterattack, but Qin Yu stepped on its tail with one foot, giving it no chance whatsoever to turn. After countless strikes, he finally gathered energy in his palm. A finishing blow, a hand blade blazing with golden light. Rumble, rumble. The insect Big Rad was heavily wounded by this relentless sequence of fierce attacks. Its body collapsed weakly, lying on the ground, half dead, half alive. Just moments ago it had been arrogantly invincible, a mighty monster that had instantly dispatched 3 Ultramen. Now it had been defeated by Qin Yu with such relative ease. People were dumbfounded. Good heavens, Noah is too powerful. He defeated the monster so easily. I knew it. Ultraman Noah must be the strongest. Noah, you are my god. So when Noah enters red mode, he becomes this formidable, truly eye-opening. If I were a monster, I'd flee the moment I saw Noah turn red. I would absolutely not fight him. Do you think monsters are intelligent like humans? They're incredibly stupid and have no concept of such things. We won. Finally we won. No, you didn't disappoint us. You ultimately triumphed. That's wonderful. Still, the monster being defeated was undoubtedly a good thing. Some people had already begun opening champagne in advance. End of chapter. Qin Yu gazed at the fallen insect space beast on the ground. He began gathering energy, preparing to unleash the layered storm beam to end the battle. This finisher could only be used in the youth form. Its power far exceeded the cross storm. Whooshed, whooshed. While Qin Yu was condensing energy, lightning energy accumulated on both of his arms. Just by observing these special effects, one could tell at once how massive the power of this move was. Layered storm. Boom. A blue-white energy beam shot forth from his wrists. It struck the insect space beast. Compared to ordinary beam skills, the layered storm proved considerably more gentle. The struck beast did not explode as one might have expected. Instead, its entire body dissolved into blue-white light particles, dissipating rapidly without leaving a single trace. It appeared almost exquisitely beautiful. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After defeating the enemy, the Nexus Ultraman transformed by Qin Yu finally flashed red for the first time. Although the Crimson Youth form was overwhelmingly powerful, it consumed physical stamina at an extraordinary rate. This was even without activating the meta field. If the meta field had been activated, the burden on his body would have been even greater, and his transformation duration would have been shorter still. Host has eliminated the insect space beast Bagabarzan. The unlock progress of the blue youth form increases by 25%. Current progress, 30%. The difficulty of unlocking the blue youth form was clearly far greater than that of the red variant. A space beast with a danger level of 10.0 could only provide 25% unlock progress. Qin Yu felt a wave of weakness wash over his body. He had no desire to pose or show off anymore. Raising his hands toward the sky, he ascended into the heavens and disappeared from sight. Those who had survived the catastrophe began to rejoice with relief, feeling grateful that Noah Ultraman had been there. Otherwise, that terrifying insect monster could have plunged the entire world into apocalyptic destruction. It was not merely Beijing City at risk. The entire blue star might have ceased to exist. In the United States, Mark watched Qin Yu's battle while simultaneously monitoring developments on Chinese social media. This battle was different from previous ones. Although it had not been broadcast globally, it had occurred in the city center, and many people had witnessed it firsthand. Many individuals opened live streams on their phones, broadcasting the scene to the world. Others captured photographs and videos, uploading them online. Soon a massive sensation erupted across the internet. The hottest topic online was now Noah Ultraman changing colors. Mark felt that the opportunity to expose Qin Yu's identity had arrived. I believe this is an excellent opportunity. Noah Ultraman's battle has already sparked heated discussion across Chinese social media, generating tremendous popularity. If we expose his true identity now, it will surely captivate the entire world. Then let us expose him, Zack replied. Let the whole world know that the immensely powerful Noah Ultraman is actually Chinese. This way other nations with their own ultras will regard China's strength with caution. In the end, China and Noah will become targets of envy and suspicion everywhere. Agreed. Everyone thought this plan was splendid and readily gave their approval. And so from that moment forward, Chinese social media began to flood with posts speculating about Noah Ultraman's true identity. Qin Yu remained completely unaware of the American operation. The recent battle had exhausted his physical stamina severely, and at this moment, he could only recover by eating quickly. The scope of the battle had been confined to the area near the school and had not disrupted the entire city. Many shops remained open for business as usual. Qin Yu casually found a fast food restaurant, where he ate while scrolling through his phone. Online, there were many voices criticizing Qin Yu, but equally many supporting him. Reading through them all, he couldn't help but laugh. Wait, you're saying I transformed into the red youth form because I got angry? Then what about the red ultras like Seven and Taro? Were they all losing their tempers? These netizens are truly amusing. You're also saying I deliberately held back until after Grayo and the other two were defeated, as if I was setting them up. I have absolutely no connection to them, nor did I receive a single cent from them. Why on earth would I care about their well-being? The fact that I didn't steal their energy already counts as the height of mercy. What more do you want from me? If pushed too far, I might just sacrifice all three of them outright to help me upgrade into Noah. That actually sounds like a pretty good idea. What if I train those three, make them stronger, and ideally push them to combine into Grand Ultraman? Then devour their energy. It might prove far more powerful than absorbing each one separately. As he continued scrolling, Qin Yu suddenly spotted a post about unraveling Noah Ultraman's true identity. Recently, many people online have been speculating about Noah's identity and origins. There were countless such posts. Qin Yu had only clicked in out of idle curiosity, But to his surprise, the blogger's very first sentence sent him into shock. Actually, Ultras are merely humans who have obtained special powers. Every single one of them was originally human. Currently, no official government had publicly acknowledged that Ultras were once human. Most people believed Ultras were creatures similar to monsters merely possessing greater intelligence. This was why they would not destroy cities or harm humans like regular monsters did. The blogger's opening statement had exposed the truth that Ultras were indeed human. It was clear the blogger truly knew something. Qin Yu scrolled further down. Nearly all comments in the thread were insulting the blogger, calling their viewpoint absurd. Ultras were humans. That's ridiculous. How could humans possibly transform into dozens of meters tall giants and possess such tremendous power? Blogger, please tell me. Are you also an Ultra? Yes. I admitted I'm an Ultra. I'm done pretending. Does anyone actually believe this? Humans can transform into Ultras. I am human. Therefore I approximately equal an Ultra. So I am an Ultra. Tang Nyo's inequality crushes all. Blogger, keep going. You said Ultras were once human. And then what? Who exactly is Noah Ultraman? The person above, you don't actually believe this, do you? Ultras cannot possibly be human. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. If Ultras truly were once human, I will eat dung while standing on my head. Don't even think about tricking people into buying you food and drinks. After flipping through the comments for a while, Qin Yu noticed the blogger had not engaged in any argument with netizens, but instead allowed everyone to freely express their opinions. Finally, he reached the blogger's second statement in the post. Given that Noah Ultraman has only appeared in Beijiang City, so far we can boldly speculate that Noah likely resides in Beijiang City and may even be a local resident. This viewpoint was relatively easy to guess, and Qin Yu was not at all surprised. The commenters also did not focus much on this particular point. Continuing to scroll down. Noah Ultraman once actively attacked the Beijiang mecha base and destroyed numerous mechas there. This suggests that the host of Noah's transformation likely harbors resentment toward the Beijiang mecha base or toward a specific individual connected to it. This was another piece of information that ordinary people could not know. The matter of Qin Yu attacking the Beijiang mech base. The Beijiang mech base for the stability of Beijiang City had not disclosed it. Even mech bases in other cities might not have learned of this news, let alone ordinary people. And this piece of information stirred up a huge uproar. It sparked heated discussions among netizens. No way. Ultraman Noah actually attacked the Beijiang mech base and dismantled all the mechs there. How come we didn't know about this? Things like this, the Beijiang mech base must have kept it hush-hush. How could they let everyone know? It's not something glorious. That reminds me. Earlier, the authorities announced that they would send 2 SSS-class mechs, Crimson Storm and Flame Dragon War God, to support the Beijiang mech base, but up until now I've never seen them in action even once. Noah is a demon, isn't he? He single-handedly destroyed the Beijiang mech base and dismantled all the mechs there. Given Noah's strength, it's not surprising he could do that. Nonsense. That's absolutely impossible. Ultraman Noah is a hero. How could he attack the Beijiang mech base and dismantle all the mechs there? If he really had a grudge against Ultraman Noah, such a thing wouldn't be surprising. Wow, the blogger really knows something. So does the blogger actually have inside information? I'm getting more and more curious. What is Ultraman Noah's true identity? I still don't believe that Ultramen are actually humans. I'd rather believe they take human form and blend in with the crowd. Isn't that the same thing? After filtering like this, the target seems much smaller. Qin Yu is not the only one drawn to these posts. There were also many high-ranking officials of Longhua and the heads of various mech bases. Director Li was informed by his subordinates that someone online was analyzing Ultraman Noah's identity, and the analysis was quite compelling. At first, Director Li was dismissive, but after reading the first 3 analyses, he fully agreed with the blogger's points. So it seems that Ultraman Noah's identity is not that hard to guess. We just hadn't analyzed it layer by layer before. If we screen eligible people step by step like this, we should be able to find out who Ultraman Noah's host is. With that thought, Director Li immediately ordered his people to analyze everything Ultraman Noah had done so far, find the motives, and then screen suitable target groups based on those motives. This was to narrow down the search. His subordinates set to work at once. Meanwhile, Director Li continued to follow the blogger's posts to see if the blogger could keep providing more useful insights. At the Capital Mech Headquarters base, Yi Yunlong and other high-level officials of the Mech Headquarters were also browsing related posts online. A staff member reported, "Commander, according to our investigation, most of the IPs posting these messages are overseas. It appears that these messages are likely deliberately spread by some foreign entities. Should we block them to prevent further spread and impact?" Yi Yunlong didn't hesitate and immediately rejected the proposal. Not for now. I'd like to see their analysis. It might help us find Ultraman Noah's host. Didn't Ultraman Noah beat up foreign Ultramen before? This could very well be retaliation against Ultraman Noah. Now everyone in the world was curious about Ultraman Noah's true identity, especially the high-ranking officials of Longhua. Such a powerful Ultraman lived right in their own territory, yet they knew absolutely nothing about him. No one could be at ease with that. Understood, Commander. With Yi Yunlong's instructions, various network departments of Longhua allowed these posts to circulate freely. They did not block them. Before long, the poster released a fourth piece of information. Ultraman Noah first appeared in the southern suburbs of Beijiang City. This area is desolate, but it is close to the Beijiang City Mech training base. Perhaps Ultraman Noah's host is related to the Beijiang City Mech training base. As soon as this message was released, the internet exploded. Related to the Beijiang Mech training base. Could it be a staff member of the Mech base? Or maybe a Mech trainee? Couldn't it be an instructor? While the more you say, the more mysterious it gets. If the blogger keeps analyzing like this, I feel like we might actually be able to identify Ultraman Noah's host. Hey, are you guys already assuming that Ultraman Noah is a human? I have some special connections in my family. I can tell you clearly Ultramen are humans. The 3 Ultramen who just appeared in Beijiang City fighting monsters are 3 humans. Not only that, but many countries in the world already have Ultramen. Longhua is not special. In the future, more and more Ultramen will appear before the world. The era of mechs will soon pass. The future is the era of Ultramen. The more Ultramen a country possesses, the stronger it will be. No matter how many Ultramen there are, I believe Ultraman Noah is the strongest. That's right, I also believe Ultraman Noah is definitely the strongest. Looking at the replies under this post, Qin, you couldn't help but frown. The person posting is suspicious. It seems like they are deliberately steering the conversation. The southern suburbs are desolate with only one mech training base. But that doesn't mean Noah is related to the mech training base. After all, Ultramen can instantly cross vast distances to reach where monsters appear. That reasoning is too far-fetched. For example, Li Lingling and the other 2 were originally at the Beijiang Mech base. After transforming, they appeared before the insect Heterobeast in seconds. That doesn't prove anything. Could it be that someone who knows my identity is deliberately using my characteristics to make these analyses? If so, who could it be? Longhua high-ranking officials? Impossible. If they knew my true identity, they would have come to me long ago. They wouldn't be in a hurry to post my identity online. Could it be Bei Si? Yes. It must be Bei Si. She is from Eagle Sauce Country and she knows my identity. Using the power of Eagle Sauce Country, she could easily look up my past experiences. She publicized my identity to stir up trouble for me. Last time she was lucky to escape. If I ever run into her again, she won't have a chance to escape. Qin Yu vowed silently. As long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely eliminate Bei Si. When Director Li read the 4th message, although he also felt it was somewhat forced, he couldn't help but think it had some merit. Acting on the principle of not letting any opportunity slip by, he immediately picked up the phone and contacted the North Jiang Mecha Training Base, asking the person in charge to screen and see if anyone met the specified criteria. Upon receiving the call from Director Li, the person in charge was utterly confused. It was only after Director Li explained the situation that he finally understood what was going on. Learning that this matter was connected to the true identity of Ultraman Noah, the person in charge dared not take it lightly. He promptly ordered all personnel within the base to conduct self-examinations. The goal was to filter out suitable candidates. As the order circulated through the ranks, it quickly reached the examiner who had been responsible for Qin Yu back then. The examiner initially paid it no mind. But after reading the 4 messages published online, a bold idea exploded in his mind. Could it be that the only person who completely meets all these conditions is Qin Yu, the one who transforms into Ultraman Noah? He felt his own thoughts were absurd. Yet after much deliberation, the only person he knew who could satisfy all these conditions was Qin Yu. And the day Ultraman Noah first appeared happened to coincide with the day Qin Yu left the base. If it really is Qin Yu, then everything fits perfectly. Could Qin Yu actually be Ultraman Noah? Unconsciously, he opened his contact list. He wanted to call Qin Yu to verify this. But once he found Qin Yu's number on his phone, he dismissed the idea. No. How could Qin Yu possibly be the transformer of Ultraman Noah? I must be confused. If Qin Yu were Ultraman Noah, why would he have taken the mecha pilot exam? Ultraman Noah's combat power far exceeds that of any mecha. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm overthinking this. The examiner forced himself to believe it. However, he found himself uncontrollably paying attention to the online posts, hoping the information that would be released later would prove his thoughts wrong. In the capital, Lin Jinwei received a report from his subordinate. For some time now, he had kept his men closely monitoring all news related to Ultraman Noah. Given such a major revelation about Ultraman Noah's identity, his subordinates naturally reported to Lin Jinwei. After seeing the 4 messages published online, a strange gleam flashed across Lin Jinwei's eyes. He turned to look at his secretary. I remember there was a very impressive mecha trainee from the same class, as Xiao Yi wasn't there. What was his name again? Although Qin Yu was a perfect score trainee, extremely outstanding, considered a chosen one by many in the eyes of someone like Lin Jinwei, Qin Yu was merely an insignificant nobody. not even worthy of being remembered by name. He had single-handedly altered Qin Yu's destiny, yet didn't even know his name. Hearing this, the secretary pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Sir, I only recall his surname was Qin, something like Qin. Do you think that Brat's surname Qin meets all these conditions? Lin Jinwei asked. The secretary understood that Lin Jinwei was suspicious of Qin Yu. Sir, I will investigate immediately. After speaking, he immediately called his subordinates to probe into Qin Yu's detailed background. When they had targeted Qin Yu before they hadn't even bothered to investigate his background. A young man with no fame and no connections. What background could he possibly have? At that time, they likely never imagined. This insignificant nobody, with no background, someone they looked down upon, would one day become a terrifying powerhouse capable of destroying the world. Soon, a fifth message related to Ultraman Noah's identity appeared online. During a battle, Noah once accidentally killed a mecha pilot. That person became the only one ever slain by Noah. His name was Lin Yi. When Noah attacked the North Jiang mecha base, Lin Yi also piloted a mecha to confront Noah. There seems to be some strange connection between these two. Upon seeing this message, Qin Yu nearly spat out his food. He had a strange connection with Lin Yi. Are you kidding me? How far could these people go to force connections to him? Connection, yes, but it was a cursed connection. Qin Yu finished the last bit of food on his plate. Wiping his mouth, he rose and left the dining hall. They've dug this deep. Surely those who know me will have already connected the dots to me. It seems my identity will be exposed soon. How amusing. I wonder how the Dragon Nation's leadership will handle me. He wasn't afraid. The 2.5 years of training at the mecha base hadn't been for nothing. With his current strength, anyone who tried to capture him would fail if he didn't want to be caught. However, the subsequent troubles would certainly be numerous. He needed to make preparations in advance for emergencies. North Jiang Mecha Training Base. Lin Yi is dead, killed by Ultraman Noah. Could Ultraman Noah's transformer really be Qin Yu? The examiner was now 90% certain. Ultraman Noah's transformer was indeed Qin Yu. He had witnessed firsthand how disappointed and angry Qin Yu had been when he left the base. If Qin Yu truly possessed the power of Ultraman Noah to eliminate Lin Yi and seek revenge for past grievances, that was hardly difficult to understand. He could no longer restrain his impulse. He opened his contact list and dialed Qin Yu's number. The phone rang twice before being answered. There was silence from Qin Yu's end. The examiner hesitated for a moment, then asked the question on his mind. Qin Yu, are you Ultraman Noah? Examiner, since you already have the answer in your heart, why ask again? These words effectively confirmed his identity. The examiner's heart churned with turmoil. He never expected the student he had personally trained would actually turn out to be an Ultraman. He forcibly suppressed his excited emotions and warned, Qin Yu, be careful. Lin Yi's grandfather will not let you go. Take care of yourself. Thank you, examiner. I understand. Speaking of which, Qin Yu paused, his tone carrying an edge of killing intent. But with my strength, I won't be easily handled by them. If I wished, I could crush this entire planet with a single squeeze. The examiner didn't know if Qin Yu was exaggerating. But based on previous performances, if Qin Yu's Ultraman form truly wanted to destroy a nation, it would be as easy as drinking water. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if the Dragon Nation went to war with Qin Yu. How devastating it would be. Don't worry. I will speak on your behalf regarding what happened between you and Lin Yi. They went too far back then. Everything you did was understandable. Qin Yu, don't lose hope in this world. Although this world is dark, there is still a glimmer of light. It was precisely because Qin Yu had been utterly disillusioned with the world that he had acted so recklessly before, because he never intended to save this dark world. But the examiner's words reminded Qin Yu of some beautiful things from the past. Perhaps this world wasn't as terrible as he had imagined. Examiner, I understand. End of chapter. In the capital city, due to Lin Jinwei's urgency over this matter, his subordinates were highly efficient, and soon a detailed dossier on Qin Yu was sent to Lin Jinwei's secretary. Commander, we've found out that fellow named Qin Yu, he's called Qin Yu, has no parents, no background. After the mecha assessment, dissatisfied with the assignment, he refused to become a mecha pilot and angrily left the mecha training base. Moreover, the day he left the base seems to coincide with the appearance of Noah Ultraman. What? After learning Qin Yu's detailed information, Lin Jinwei was extremely furious. His blood pressure surged. He almost fainted on the spot. Like the examiner, through this information, Lin Jinwei could basically confirm that Qin Yu was the host of Noah Ultraman. How could this happen? Why did it turn out like this? The path I arranged for Xiao Yi ended up driving him to a dead end. If we hadn't tampered with Qin Yu's grades back then, and let him become the pilot of the Blazing Dragon War God to fight for the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Yi wouldn't have died. Why did it have to end like this? Xiao Yi, it was grandfather who killed you. I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and listened to you back then. Lin Jinwei, who had always been as tough as iron and never shed a tear, finally wept with regret. At this moment, he was filled with immense remorse. If only he had known the outcome would be like this. He would never have helped Lin Yi tamper with Qin Yu's grades no matter what. causing Qin Yu to be eliminated. The secretary was afraid that Lin Jinwei would cry himself to death. Commander, please accept my condolences. Don't grieve too much, take care of your health. Where is that young man named Qin Yu now? According to the records, after leaving the mecha training base, Qin Yu returned to the university where he used to study and continued his studies. Oh, and the university he attends is the one where the insect monster appeared. That insect monster was likely targeting him. After learning Qin Yu's identity, everything seemed to make sense. Even the reason why the insect monster appeared at Qin Yu's university was also explained. This made Lin Jinwei even more convinced. That Qin Yu was Noah Ultraman. Lin Jinwei closed his eyes. He said painfully, no matter the reason, since my grandson is dead, I want him to be buried with him. Find a way for me. I want Qin Yu dead. He must die. I want him to be buried with Xiao Yi. Hearing this, the secretary showed a troubled expression. Commander, this matter is probably not easy. Since Qin Yu is Noah Ultraman, he must possess power beyond ordinary humans. How could humans possibly deal with him? His words were already quite polite. In reality, the secretary was thinking to himself, you crazy old man, are you insane? You know he's Noah Ultraman, and you still dare to provoke him. How many lives do you have to lose? With just one breath from him, you old geezer would be gone. And you still want me to find a way to deal with him. How to deal with him? Tell me how. Why don't you just go die? You're always giving me impossible tasks. Lunatic. Lin Jinwei sensed that the secretary was reluctant to handle this for him. He shot a cold glance at the other. Even if he is Ultraman, so what? As long as he doesn't transform, he's still human and can be killed. Just find a way to kill him when he hasn't transformed. Isn't that enough? Xiao Yi, you've been with me for so many years, don't you even have such means? Although he had cursed Lin Jinwei 1,000 times in his heart, but on the surface, Secretary, you still dared not defy Lin Jinwei's orders. I understand, Commander. I will do my best to arrange it. I will find a way to make him accompany young Master Lin in death. Having said that, Secretary Yu turned and left. After leaving Lin Jinwei's courtyard, his expression immediately changed. You crazy old man, you want to die, but I don't. You want me to deal with the host of Noah Ultraman. I must be tired of living. Everything you just said, I will relay to the other high-ranking officials for you. I hope your fate won't be too miserable. Secretary Yu had managed to reach his current status and position. Naturally, he couldn't be a fool, helping Lin Jinwei deal with the host of Noah Ultraman. Even if he were mad, he wouldn't do that. What is the other party? An existence comparable to a god. What is he? He's just an ordinary person. For the sake of his own future and life, he had made up his mind to betray Lin Jinwei. If the other high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were to learn of the conflict between Lin Jinwei and Qin Yu, and Lin Jinwei's words just now, those high-ranking officials would naturally take action. The fifth piece of news did not cause much stir online. Netizens had no idea who Lin Yu was, and even less about the enmity between Lin Yi and Qin Yu. They merely expressed deep condolences for this unfortunate soul who was the only one to die at the hands of Noah Ultraman. Many believed that Lin Yi's death at Noah's hands was just an accident. Noah didn't mean it. After all, with Noah Ultraman's power, if he truly wanted to kill a human, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? Lin Yi probably never imagined that he was unknown while alive. After death, he would actually become famous online. The sixth piece of information came relatively late. It wasn't until evening that someone posted it online. Qin Yu guessed that the poster deliberately created suspense to let the post's popularity continue to ferment. Of course, it was also possible that those people didn't know how to fabricate further. So they took some time racking their brains to think of how to make the posted information relate to Qin Yu. Noah Ultraman's previous battles each caused massive destruction, especially the beam that killed the monsters, which would detonate the surroundings every time it eliminated the monster. Only this time, despite his obviously greater power, his beam caused no destruction at all. Perhaps he lives nearby, so he didn't want to cause too much damage and affect his own life. At that time, near the monster, there was only the university where Qin Yu studied. This point essentially directly indicated that Noah's host was someone from the university, either a teacher or a student. The poster also included many photos in the post, respectively showing the destruction caused by the beams in Qin Yu's previous battles and the destruction caused by the beam in the battle with the insect alien beast. A simple comparison. The difference was indeed very obvious, which managed to convince netizens to some extent. Looking at this, it's true. Each time before it would blast a crater, but this time there was no damage at all. Was it deliberate protection? The blogger is something able to get these pictures. What's his background? Can you just tell me who Noah Ultraman's host is? I'm really too curious. Could Noah Ultraman's host be a student? How could it be a student? It should be a teacher, right? But wasn't it said before that Noah's host was related to the mecha training base? How does it connect to the university now? Can he be in two places at once? From this, Noah's host is likely a teacher. He works as a teacher at the university and also handles technical work at the mecha training base. Only then is it possible. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. The chance of a student is slim. Mecha trainees have heavy training every day. They can't possibly also handle university studies right. In that case, it can only be a teacher. More people were inclined to believe that the host of Ultraman Noah was a teacher juggling 2 jobs. But no one could have imagined that in reality the host of Ultraman Noah was actually an exceptional trainee who had given up on becoming a mecha pilot. At the Beijing Mecha Base headquarters, Yi Yunlong finally could no longer restrain himself. He rang up the Beijing Mecha Training Base. He wanted to see if anyone in the Beijing Mecha Base could meet all the conditions. However, the result he obtained from the person in charge left him somewhat disappointed. The subordinates were still conducting internal checks, and for now there were no findings. Yi Yunlong had no choice but to hang up and wait patiently. No sooner had he ended the call than the examiner, who had already learned Qin Yu's true identity, knocked on the door of the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. The examiner pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing that it was the examiner, the director said casually, "Xiao Zhang, it's you. What's the matter?" Examiner Zhang bowed his head, hesitating for a moment. "Sir, I have something I need to report to you." "What is it?" "Speak." "Actually, I already know who Ultraman Noah's host is." Hearing Examiner Zhang's words, the director's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. He strode quickly to Examiner Zhang, gripping his shoulders as if afraid he might run away. "What? You know who Ultraman Noah's host is? Really? Are you kidding me?" "I'm not joking. I've confirmed it. That person is indeed Ultraman Noah's host." "Who is it? Tell me quickly, who is that person? Do you still remember Qin Yu?" The director of the training base had a very deep impression of this outstanding trainee. "Qin Yu. Of course I remember. He was the trainee who almost got a perfect score. How could I forget him? Ultraman Noah's host is Qin Yu." As he spoke, the director realized something and stared at Examiner Zhang in shock. "That's right. Ultraman Noah's host is Qin Yu. This explains why he deliberately attacked the Beijing Mecha Base and why he accidentally killed Lin Yi." The director interrupted Examiner Zhang. "It's all revenge. He's retaliating against those who caused him to lose his perfect score." "Perhaps so. How could this happen? Why is there such a thing? Haha. How could something so absurd happen?" Upon learning the truth, the director felt as if all his strength had been drained from his body. He could barely stand. The malicious downgrading of Qin Yu's performance score and the lowering of his results. It was impossible for him to claim ignorance. Without his tacit approval, such a thing could never have succeeded. The Qin Yu of before was merely a nobody with talent, but no background. The director of the training base naturally could not risk offending Lin Jinwei to uphold justice and help Qin Yu reclaim the score that should have been his. When he learned that Qin Yu had refused to accept the score and withdrew from the mecha training base, he even thought Qin Yu was ungrateful. He had been annoyed about it. Now, knowing that Qin Yu was Ultraman Noah's host, he was filled with immense regret and remorse. If he had stuck to his principles back then and not let Lin Jinwei's scheme succeed, he would now have Ultraman Noah as his backing. He could do whatever he wanted across the entire Blue Star without worry. But regretting it now was too late. The deed was done. What he had to consider now was how to make amends for the mistakes he had made. Suddenly looking at Examiner Zhang, the director clutched at him like a lifeline. "You said you've already confirmed with Qin Yu, so you've contacted him. Did he say anything?" "He didn't say anything special. He only mentioned one thing." "What is it?" "If he wanted, he could easily destroy this planet. If he wanted, he could easily destroy this planet." The director repeated Examiner Zhang's words. With each word that left his mouth, his heart grew colder. By the time he finished the sentence, his feelings were so tangled that he could no longer tell what he was feeling. Indeed, that's right. With the power Ultraman Noah has shown so far, no country in the world can defeat him. If he wanted to destroy the world, it would be a simple matter. No one could stop him. Not even the 3 Ultramen of our Dragon Kingdom. That Qin Yu was stronger than the 3 Ultramen of the Dragon Kingdom was already a settled fact, beyond doubt. The thought only deepened the director's regret. Seeing this, Examiner Zhang spoke his mind. "Sir, I believe Qin Yu is not that kind of person. From what he has done so far, aside from being a bit extreme regarding Lin Yi, he hasn't committed any excessive acts. On the contrary, he has stepped up multiple times to defeat monsters and protect Beijing City. We should inform the higher-ups that Qin Yu is not our enemy, but should be our friend." "Do you mean Qin Yu could become an Ultraman protecting the Dragon Kingdom, like Li Lingling and the others?" The director said this, not even believing it himself. Though Examiner Zhang thought so, he lacked confidence. He said weakly, "At least for now, it's worth a try." "Yes, try. We should try. At least we can try. So should we contact the Beijing headquarters directly or the Beijing branch?" The director was momentarily at a loss. Both Director Li and Yi Yunlong had inquired about the situation. For a moment, he didn't know which side to notify about this matter. Currently, the Beijing branch had 3 Ultramen under its command, and its momentum was already threatening to surpass the Beijing headquarters. However, the Beijing headquarters was still the headquarters one level above the branch. It would be more appropriate to notify the headquarters about this matter. Examiner Zhang thought it over carefully and replied, "My personal suggestion is that it's better to contact the headquarters. The Beijing branch is just a branch, they can't make the decision. The headquarters is the one that truly calls the shots. Yes, that's right. The headquarters is the one that can decide. We should contact the headquarters. The director, as if finding his anchor, immediately called Yi Yunlong. At the Beijing Mecha Base headquarters, Yi Yunlong hadn't expected the director of the Beijing Mecha Training Base to call back so soon. Less than 10 minutes later, he answered the call immediately. How is it? Any news? Sir, we already know who Ultraman Noah's host is. He used to be a member of our training base. Used to be? What do you mean? Did he withdraw from the training base? Why did he withdraw? This withdrawal is related to the deceased Lin Yi. Hearing the evasive, guilty tone on the other end, Yi Yunlong realized that the reason Ultraman Noah's host left the training base was probably not honorable. What exactly is going on? What was that person's identity in the training base? His name is Qin Yu. He was a trainee at the training base. The training base director replied truthfully. A trainee? That seems fine. A young man determined to eliminate monsters. Then why did he withdraw from the training base? What does it have to do with Lin Yi? Could it be that he was bullied by Lin Yi during training? That's why he chose to quit. That was the only thing Yi Yunlong could think of. Only bullying. After all, Lin Yi's status and position were evident. If he bullied other trainees in the training base, it wouldn't be surprising. He could never have imagined. The nature of Qin Yu's withdrawal from the training base was far more severe than a bullying incident. It wasn't bullying. Qin Yu was the best trainee in the base, admired by others, and no one dared to bully him. These words left Yi Yunlong puzzled. Since it wasn't bullying, then what conflict did he have with Lin Yi? So great that he would even destroy the Beijing Mecha Base to take revenge on Lin Yi. How deep must the enmity be? Lin Yi, Qin Yu. Seeing the training base director stammering and unable to speak, Yi Yunlong grew impatient. His tone hardened. Speak. The truth is, Qin Yu once had a great chance to graduate with a perfect score, directly qualifying to pilot the SSS class Mecha Flame Dragon War God. However, Lin Yi also coveted the Flame Dragon War God. To become its pilot, he used his grandfather Lin Jinwei's status and connections, manipulated the results, suppressed Qin Yu's scores, and prevented Qin Yu from obtaining the results he deserved. Ultimately, Qin Yu became utterly disillusioned with the Dragon Nation and the Mecha Base, chose to withdraw, and abandoned his dream of becoming a mecha pilot. Damn. Yi Yunlong never expected the truth to be like this. He was so furious he couldn't help cursing. The world is almost ending, and you're still pulling this kind of stunt. Damn you all, have you lost your minds? And even if that were the case, the main reason is that because of this you offended the host of Noah Ultraman. No wonder he wanted to destroy the Beijing Mecha Base and kill Lin Yi. If it were me, I would have done the same. Your actions completely nullified years of his hard training, wasted all his efforts. Don't you have any conscience? It was the end of the world. The world was on the verge of destruction. Yet there were still people scheming with such despicable means. Yi Yunlong was utterly disappointed in his subordinates. He knew very well such a thing could not have succeeded without the approval of the training base's high-ranking officials. It meant that the base director and other superiors had at least chosen to turn a blind eye and remain silent. They had tacitly allowed Lin Yi's actions. This made him even angrier. For a moment, he even considered shooting the Beijing training base director on the spot. If it weren't for these fools, Noah Ultraman might have already become the guardian deity of the Dragon Nation. The director could fully imagine how furious Yi Yunlong was at that moment. He dared not offer any excuse. I'm sorry, sir. It was our failure to uphold our principles back then. However, what's done is done. Talking about it now is useless. The urgent priority is to find a way to stabilize Qin Yu's emotions and prevent him from doing anything more extreme. Exactly, we must locate Qin Yu first. We need to talk to him and not just talk. We must show our utmost sincerity and let him know that we recognize our mistakes. Let him trust us. Does anyone have a way to contact Qin Yu? Instructor Zhang from our training base has already contacted Qin Yu. For now, it seems Qin Yu still harbors some old feelings for Instructor Zhang, so contacting him shouldn't be a problem. As long as we can still reach him, there's still hope. I'll head to Beijing City immediately. Don't do anything, don't act rashly. Wait until I arrive before any action, understand? Understood, sir. The call ended. The training base director and Instructor Zhang both breathed a sigh of relief. For now, it seemed they had narrowly escaped disaster. They were safe. Yi Yunlong ordered someone to prepare a plane for Beijing City immediately. At the same time, he called Director Li. After all, Director Li was the local power figure in Beijing. With Director Li's help in handling the matter, perhaps the chances of success would be higher. More importantly, Director Li had 3 Ultramen under his command. Although those 3 Ultramen combined were no match for Qin Yu's Noah Ultraman, having them as backup at least gave him a sense of security. He wouldn't be too panicked. The call connected. Hey old you, what's up? You're not trying to ask me about Noah Ultraman's identity, are you? Let me tell you, I still don't know. Director Li had received many calls today. All were inquiring about Noah Ultraman's identity. It got to the point where Director Li, whenever he answered a call, didn't need to guess what it was about. I already know who Noah Ultraman's host is. Oh, you know? Then I don't need to say. Wait, what? You already know? How is that possible? You're in the capital, how did you find out faster than me? Even I don't know. Old you, when did your ears get so long? Director Lee was shocked. Logically, he was in Beijing City, so he should have been the first to know Noah Ultraman's true identity. What the hell is this? That's not important. I've obtained crucial intelligence. The host of Noah Ultraman was once a trainee at the Beijing training base. He should have graduated with a perfect score, but during the final assessment Lin Yi and Lin Jinwei manipulated the results, causing him to lose the Flame Dragon War God. That's why he harbors hatred for Lin Yi. What? He has a grudge against Lin Yi. You mean my Beijing mecha base was destroyed because of that brat Lin Yi? Damn it. Why didn't that bastard die sooner? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. 2 SSS-class mechas and several SS-class mechas. Even if Lin Yi died 10,000 times, it wouldn't compensate for my losses. Damn. Upon learning the truth, Director Lee exploded with rage. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never once considered that the Beijing mecha base was destroyed because of the reckless behavior of that third-generation official Lin Yi. If he had known the truth earlier, he might have personally delivered Lin Yi to Qin Yu to confess. He would have made Lin Yi kneel and kowtow until he died. Yi Yunlong was also furious, but now was not the time for anger. Old Lin Yi is dead. Saying these things now is useless. The key is how we can earn Noah's forgiveness and make him trust our Dragon Nation again. I'm heading to Beijing City right now. We'll go together to meet Noah's host and see if we can move him with our sincerity. Alright, then I'll wait for you to come. After Director Lee finished speaking, the two hung up the phone. Yi Yunlong took the fastest flight to Beijing City. Director Lee went to the hospital intending to bring Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong along. He wanted them to witness the strongest Ultraman. Who exactly was the host? Because Yi Yunlong already knew the true identity of the Noah Ultraman host, there was no longer any need for online exposés. The discussion posts online began to be cleaned up. However, netizens' debates about the true identity of Noah Ultraman did not cease. On the contrary, the trend grew more intense. Soon Director Lee arrived at the hospital. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong were resting in the ward. In fact, with Li Lingling acting as a healer throughout the treatment, the three did not sustain serious injuries. They were merely exhausted and physically weak. After receiving some specially formulated nutrient solution, they would quickly regain their strength. Seeing her father come to visit, Li Lingling lowered her head in shame. Dad, I'm sorry I let you down. I couldn't defeat that monster. Upon hearing this, Hai Luo and Hai Yong's expressions also turned gloomy. This battle, the three of them Ultramen against one monster. They hadn't even won. Spread the word, it was extremely embarrassing. The three of them in the ward didn't even dare to go online or watch TV. They were afraid of seeing netizens' abuse and ridicule. After all, they were just young people with thin skins valuing their pride, unable to withstand cyber violence. How could Director Lee bear to blame his daughter? He walked to the bedside and comforted her. It's okay, it's not your fault. That monster was too strong. You all did your best. After saying that, he did not forget to comfort Hai Luo and Hai Yong, the two brothers. After hearing Director Lee's words, their mood improved a lot. After comforting their emotions, it was time for the main topic. By the way, Lingling, Hai Luo, Hai Yong, we have found out that the host of Noah Ultraman is a former mecha trainee. Due to some reasons, he now has a grudge against the top brass of Longhua and might not like us. Commander Yi from Jingxing headquarters, and I plan to talk to him to resolve the hatred in his heart. At that time, we may need you three to accompany us. Li Lingling became very excited upon hearing this. Dad, you are going to meet the host of Noah Ultraman. Really? She had dealt with Noah more than once. Yet she still didn't know who the host of Noah was, or what he looked like. She was very curious. Hai Luo and Hai Yong were also curious. They were full of admiration for this legendary strongest Ultraman and wanted to know why Noah was so powerful. Director Lee said, Commander Yi has already set off and is coming to our Beijing City. He should arrive soon. You rest well and prepare to go with me to meet him. Great. The three shouted in unison. Learning that they were going to meet the host of Noah Ultraman, they were so excited that it seemed their strength had returned. Qin Yu returned home. He idly played with his phone while watching mindless news on TV. Next, the official authorities of Longhua would definitely send someone to find him. There was no escape. He had already prepared to meet the person they sent. He wanted to see what attitude the Longhua authorities had towards him. Either way, he was ready and could handle any situation. While playing by, Ying suddenly called Qin Yu. Without hesitation, Qin Yu answered. Ying, what's up? Over this period of getting along, Qin Yu had become more intimate in addressing Bai Ying. Bai Ying's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Yu, I saw some posts online about the revelation of Noah Ultraman's identity. Although I don't know other things, some of the conditions seem to match you quite well. I find it very interesting. If I said I am Noah Ultraman, would you believe me? You are Noah Ultraman. Stop joking, Qin Yu, how could you be Noah Ultraman? Noah Ultraman is so tall, how old are you? Don't talk nonsense. Ying, I don't want to lie to you. I am Noah Ultraman. The Beijing Mecha base was also destroyed by me. The things said online are basically true, all done by me. Anyway, his identity had already been exposed. One more person knowing, or one less didn't matter. Bai Yingying had such a good relationship with him. Qin Yu didn't want to deceive her, so he simply told her the truth. Really? Qin Yu, you are Noah Ultraman. Then the monster during the day, was it you who defeated it? It was me. Wait, let me catch my breath. Too many points, I don't know where to start. The information was overwhelming, crashing Bai Yingying's language system. She didn't know what to say. It took her a long time to recover. Qin Yu, when you turned from silver to red during the day, was it really because you got red hot? Qin Yu didn't expect that after all that time Bai Yingying would ask such a question. He was speechless. It's not red hot, it's just a normal operation. When I change from silver to red, my power increases a lot more than in silver form, and I can use more abilities. Don't believe the nonsense online. How could I get red hot? Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I was talking nonsense, don't blame me. It's okay. Can you have dinner with me tonight? I have so many questions to ask you. Sure, I'm free anyway. Okay, I'll come to your place to find you. Wait for me. After saying that, Bai Yingying hung up. Qin Yu didn't expect that instead of waiting for the Longwa officials, he got Bai Yingying first. Since that was the case, he might as well have dinner with the beauty first. Before long, Bai Yingying arrived at Qin Yu's home. She had already ordered some takeout. The two chatted while eating. Qin Yu told her many things about Ultraman. Bai Yingying listened in amazement, as if a door to a new world had opened before her. Late at night, Yi Yunlong arrived at the Beijing Mecha base and met up with Director Li. Director Li had already prepared Li Lingling and the others, as well as the training-based director Instructor Zhang. They were ready to contact Qin Yu at any time. Yi Yunlong was not in a hurry. It was too late today, or it would be impolite to visit. He thought it better to use the evening to learn about Qin Yu and see what kind of person he was, in preparation for tomorrow's meeting. The others also thought this was a good idea. For this purpose, Director Li specifically found an office. In the form of a meeting, they discussed everything about Qin Yu. It was just that time was tight, otherwise they would have prepared some PowerPoints. When Qin Yu's photo was projected onto the meeting room screen, Li Lingling was stunned on the spot. How could it be him? She recognized Qin Yu in the photo. He was the person she had met once before. Lingling, do you know this person? Director Li was stunned. His own daughter actually knew the host of Noah Ultraman. How had he never known about this? Was his daughter keeping secrets, now growing distant from her father? Could it be that this scoundrel would even trick her away? No, absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Li Lingling said honestly. I've seen him before. I happened to encounter him once during my morning jog. He gave me a very strong sense of pressure, so I remembered him. I never expected him to be the host of Noah Ultraman. So that's how it is. Learning that Lingling and Qin Yu had only met once and had no special relationship, Director Li felt relieved. After a night of discussion, everyone finally gained a preliminary understanding of Qin Yu. Yi Yunlong and Director Li roughly knew how to win Qin Yu's favor. The next morning, two fully loaded business vans drove away from the Beijing Mecha base. On the road, Instructor Zhang called Qin Yu. After Qin Yu answered, Instructor Zhang conveyed Yi Yunlong and Director Li's wish to meet him. Qin Yu gladly agreed. He then told them his current address. Soon the car arrived at the building where Qin Yu lived. A group of people went upstairs. They knocked on the door. Dong dong. The door opened. It was Bai Yingying who opened it. Seeing a woman answer the door, Yi Yunlong and the others were surprised. Hello, we're looking for Qin Yu. Is he here? He's here. Come on in. Bai Yingying had stayed up late talking with Qin Yu the previous night. She hadn't gone home and had spent the night at Qin Yu's place. When she heard that morning that someone was coming to see Qin Yu, she became even less inclined to leave. She stayed on purpose, wanting to see what they would talk about. A crowd of people poured into Qin Yu's home. The house, which wasn't very large to begin with, suddenly became rather cramped with so many people. Qin Yu sat in the corner, his back against the wall, his gaze sweeping over Yi Yunlong, Director Li, and the others. When he saw Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong, his gaze lingered a moment longer. He could sense that Hai Luo and Hai Yong were probably the hosts of the Rob brothers. You're here, Qin Yu said coldly with a flat greeting. Li Lingling stepped forward. So you're Noah Ultraman. We've met before, do you remember? I remember. The last time we were at the Beijing Mecha base, I recognized you. Mentioned by Qin Yu, Director Li's expression turned very awkward. The last time Qin Yu referred to was the attack on the Beijing Mecha base. The entire Beijing base was nearly leveled by Qin Yu. Although there were no casualties, having one's home destroyed was humiliating. You already recognized me. Li Lingling had originally wanted to say that she and Qin Yu had a connection. She hadn't expected that he had already recognized her. And with that recognition, he had still taken half of her energy. She was somewhat being too sentimental. Hai Yong was straightforward. When Li Lingling couldn't speak, he immediately chimed in. Noah Ultraman, how are you so powerful? We're all Ultraman, so why is your strength alone greater than the three of us combined? Is there some special method? Humph, Qin Yu snorted disdainfully. The power after transforming into an Ultraman is closely related to the host himself. I am inherently strong, so after transforming into an Ultraman, I am also strong. Of course there's another point because I transform into Noah Ultraman, who is inherently the strongest Ultraman. Far stronger than Grigio, Rosso, and Blue. Even if you three combine into Grob in my eyes, you're still not impressive. The three of us can combine into Grob. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong learned for the first time that they could merge into Grob. They were extremely astonished. Of course what surprised them even more was that Qin Yu seemed to know more about their own power than they did. How strange. Qin Yu had originally wanted to witness Grob's power. Since he had met the three, he simply told them how to fuse into Grob. It seems you have no understanding of the power you possess. Rosso, Blue, and Grigio were originally siblings. When the three Ultramen are of one mind, their powers will merge, allowing them to transform into the powerful Grob Ultraman. Although Grob is not as strong as me, it is certainly stronger than the three of you combined now. Stronger than the three of us combined. How powerful would that be? Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong looked forward with longing, their hearts racing with excitement. For some reason, after Qin Yu finished speaking, a vague figure suddenly appeared in their minds. An Ultraman they had never seen before. It seemed to be the Grob Ultraman that Qin Yu had mentioned. Of course, merging 3 into 1 is difficult. You might not be able to do it right away. You can start with a 2-in-1 merge. For example, Rosso and Blue can also fuse to become Rob Ultraman. Although not as powerful as Grob, it is certainly much stronger than the sum of their individual powers. Rob Ultraman. Hai Luo and Hai Yong looked at each other, both seeing excitement in the other's eyes. If what Qin Yu said was true, then their strength wasn't so bad after all. It just required fusion. Yi Yunlong and Director Li were extremely excited. Just learning that Grigio, Rosso, and Blue could fuse to gain even greater power made their trip worthwhile. It was in fact a tremendous gain. Yi Yunlong said, "Qin Yu, thank you. The information you've shared is very useful to us. Your great kindness is beyond words." Qin Yu's gaze swept over him indifferently. "No need for thanks. I said these things not because of you. I simply wanted to see Grob Ultraman's strength." Yi Yunlong had already prepared himself mentally to play the humble role today, and he wasn't the least bit angry. With a smile still on his face, he said, "Regardless of your purpose, we still owe you our gratitude." "Huh." Qin Yu let out an inexplicable laugh and said nothing. Director Li then said, "Qin Yu, we've learned about what happened to you. We came this time also to apologize. We're sorry. Because of Lin Yi and his grandfather Lin Jinwei, your past efforts didn't receive the results they deserved. From now on, we will vindicate you and return everything that belongs to you. Affection that comes too late is cheaper than grass. You must know that saying, don't you?" Qin Yu looked coldly at Director Li, meeting his gaze. "What's done is done. Do you think that by doing this you can make up for the harm you caused me in the past?" "Sorry, that's impossible. Qin Yu, we came here with sincerity. As long as you are willing to forgive us and the Long Kingdom's authorities, you can name any conditions. We will try our best to fulfill all your requirements." Director Li's expression was extremely earnest. His eyes appeared sincere as well. But the more the other side behaved like this, the more disdainful Qin Yu became. "What you want is not my forgiveness, what you want is to make me obedient, willing to follow your orders, to act according to your will. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it right. Don't treat me like an idiot. I'm not as stupid as you imagine." "We." Director Li wanted to retort, but Qin Yu had put it too bluntly. It left him utterly unable to refute. Just as Qin Yu had said, Qin Yu was not foolish. If he uttered some insincere words that even he himself didn't believe, it would only make Qin Yu despise them even more. At this moment, it was Yi Yunlong's turn to chime in. "Qin Yu, you were once a trainee at the mech training base. You also dedicated days and nights training hard for years to fight against monsters. Your original intention must have been to defeat monsters, protect humanity, and protect the Long Kingdom, right? We don't want to turn you into a tool for us to manipulate. We just hope you can contribute your own strength to protect the Long Kingdom." The Qin Yu who was once wholeheartedly determined to protect humanity and the Long Kingdom is dead. You chose this idol. Since you looked down on me when I was full of passion and sincerity, why say all this now? What you value is not sincerity at all. What you value is only power. If I weren't the transformer of Nuya Aotman, without formidable power, even if I were a perfect, outstanding trainee, would you be here talking this much with me? Faced with Qin Yu's words and his mocking sardonic gaze, Yi Yunlong lowered his head, not daring to meet Qin Yu's eyes. Indeed, as Qin Yu said, even if Qin Yu was a perfect trainee, extremely outstanding, if he were not the transformer of Nuya Aotman, the two of them would not have appeared here today apologizing to Qin Yu, begging for his forgiveness. As they thought about it, Yi Yunlong and Director Li grew even more resentful toward Lin Yi and Lin Jinwei. If it weren't for the mess those grandfather and grandson had caused, the current situation would never have happened. That grandfather and grandson were the real culprits, yet the two of them had to come here, humble themselves, and admit fault to make amends. What kind of nonsense was this? And now, no matter how humble they were, the deeper the hatred in their hearts toward Lin Jinwei and his grandson would be later. Instructor Zhang said in a deep voice, "Qin Yu, what do you plan to do next? Will you continue to retaliate against the Long Kingdom?" He asked one of the questions that Director Li and Yi Yunlong cared about most. Although Lin Yi was dead, Lin Jinwei was still alive. If Qin Yu felt that killing just Lin Yi wasn't enough to satisfy him, he might find a way to retaliate against Lin Jinwei. Then the matter would escalate. I never intended to retaliate against the Long Kingdom. I only targeted Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Li Lingling couldn't hold back. But didn't you destroy the Beijing mech base before? Isn't that retaliation against the Long Kingdom? She had even had half of her energy drained because of that. Li Lingling had always remembered this incident. Qin Yu curled his lips and said helplessly, I only wanted to destroy the Yanlong war god at that time. That mech should have been mine, but you handed it over to Lin Yi. How could I possibly hold back? It was you who overreacted, deploying all mechs, unleashing all firepower, attacking me with full force. What could I do? I had no choice but to fight back. If you hadn't reacted so strongly, the losses wouldn't have been so heavy. You only have yourselves to blame. Damn it. Upon learning the truth, Director Li was struck as if by lightning, frozen and petrified on the spot. After coming to his senses, he was so angry he almost cried. You came charging in aggressively. How was I supposed to know what you were after? If you had directly stated that you wanted to destroy the Yanlong war god, I would have simply given it to you to dismantle as a toy. How could we have suffered such huge losses? What a mess. Qin Yu spread his hands, so it's not my fault. To be honest, after suffering such treatment, I only wanted to dismantle a mech and call it even. That's already pretty kind of me, don't you think? Is there anyone kinder than me? Bai Yingying, who was listening on the side, couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. It was the first time she had learned that kindness could be defined like this. Sigh. Yi Yunlong couldn't help but sigh. He never would have imagined. The truth of the Beijing mech base being destroyed by Nuya was that the resistance had been too fierce. What a state of affairs. Qin Yu, really, is there no possibility at all that you could join us? Become one of us, protect the Long Kingdom, protect humanity, protect the Blue Star together with us, eh? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu directly stated his position. To be honest, I don't trust you at all, so I will never join you. Under the crisis of the end of the world, the top brass of your Long Kingdom could still engage in such self-serving behavior. How can you expect me to trust you? How could I possibly obey your orders? Actually, I'm quite relieved now. Relieved about what? Yi Yunlong asked. I'm relieved that I saw through your true faces earlier. If not for what happened before, I would have become a mech pilot, foolishly obeying your orders. Who knows how many things that disgust me would have happened. Just how disappointed must one be to say such words? Yi Yunlong could fully sense it from Qin Yu's attitude and words. Qin Yu and their Long Kingdom mech department had absolutely no possibility left. I understand, Qin Yu. Yi Yunlong could only reluctantly accept this reality. Qin Yu continued, from now on, as long as you don't actively provoke me, I won't actively cause trouble for you. We'll keep our distance from each other, and I hope we can coexist peacefully. If a monster appears, will you step in to deal with it? Li Lingling asked. It depends on my mood. Qin Yu did not give a definite answer. He didn't want the other side to hold any pointless illusions. Even a little bit of illusion could bring him trouble. Having said that, there was no need to continue talking with them. Qin Yu stood up to see them out. All right, everything that needs to be said has been said. Can you leave now? Yi Yunlong and Director Li exchanged a glance. Both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Continuing to talk with Qin Yu would be meaningless. We're leaving. The group slunk away. After they left, Bai Yingying closed the door and locked it. She asked Qin Yu. Qin Yu, will they come looking for trouble later? They probably won't, but as for others, it's hard to say. From the moment his identity was exposed, Qin Yu had already prepared to become an enemy of humanity. The current situation was far better than he had anticipated. Bai Yingying was deeply worried about Qin Yu. You must be extremely careful. Nothing must happen to you. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. If anyone gets hurt, it will be someone else. Qin Yu smiled, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Having witnessed the cautionary tale of Brother Zhuan, he would never give anyone the chance to harm him. On the way back, Yi Yunlong, Director Li, and Li Lingling rode together in the same car. Old Yi, what do you make of today's events? Do you think we can still try to win Qin Yu over? Impossible. At least in the short term, it's definitely impossible. But perhaps this is for the best. Didn't he say? As long as no one provokes him, he won't attack us. This is about as ideal a situation as we can hope for. As for what comes next, let time take its course. It seems we have no choice but to accept this. The two reached a consensus in just a few words. Neither of them was foolish. They understood clearly that if they pushed Qin Yu too far at this moment. Regarding the Grenubru Ultraman matter, Director Li, I need you to pay close attention. The enemies we face are growing stronger, and we will need greater power as well. Before Director Li could respond, Li Lingling spoke first. Uncle Yi, rest assured. If the three of us can truly combine and transform into a more powerful Grenubru Ultraman, we will strive to make it happen. Yesterday's defeat has also left Hai Luo and Hai Yong burning with determination to find an opportunity to prove themselves. Hearing this, Yi Yunlong smiled and encouraged them. Young people indeed have that fighting spirit and drive. They cannot be easily crushed by difficulties. Lingling, you are all doing great. Director Lee reminded, the one thing I fear is this Qin Yu says he won't provoke us, but if one of ours provokes him first, I'm afraid that will cause serious trouble. You mean? Yi Yunlong's brow furrowed. Guessing what Director Lee intended to say, he hesitated for a moment before adding, Lin Ye's grandfather Lin Jinwei is after all one of the most powerful figures in the military. If he truly wants to do something, I'm afraid we cannot stop him. Lin Yi had died at the hands of Qin Yu. Now Qin Yu's identity had been exposed. Lin Jinwei, in order to avenge his grandson, was very likely to take action. This was not difficult to predict. They were also deeply concerned about this. Even if we cannot stop him, we must try. It took enormous effort to get Qin Yu willing to settle down. If we anger him again, who knows what Qin Yu might do. With his power, our country has absolutely no means to stop him. Director Lee had been so thoroughly defeated by Qin Yu that it left a lasting psychological shadow upon him. He never wanted to stand on the opposing side of Qin Yu again in this life. Therefore, he had to prevent any possibility of anyone opposing Qin Yu. Qin Yu could never have imagined that his previous actions would ironically earn him Director Lee as an indirect ally. Indeed, Yi Yunlong nodded, deeply agreeing with Director Lee's words. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Their phone numbers were all special. By all logic, no outsider should have been able to call in. Anyone who managed to reach them must have had a certain status. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Yunlong signaled Director Lee to be quiet, then answered the call. Hello? Who is this? I am Yulei's secretary to Lin Jinwei. Commander Yi, you should remember my name, right? Upon learning the other party's identity, Yi Yunlong was deeply shocked. The very thing he feared had arrived. He had been worried that Secretary Yu's call was a deliberate move by Lin Jinwei to stir up trouble. He swallowed his inner displeasure and spoke to the other party. Secretary Yu, I wonder what brings you to call me. Has Director Lin something to instruct? He does have instructions, but I am unwilling to carry them out, so I called you directly. The response caught Yi Yunlong completely off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Wait, what do you mean? Lin Jinwei wants to send someone to kill Qin Yu and bury him alongside his grandson. He handed this task to me, but I do not wish to die, nor do I wish to make an enemy of the legendary Ultraman Noah. That is why I specifically called to inform you. Lin Jinwei wants to assassinate Qin Yu. Damn it, this old maniac. Doesn't he think things are troublesome enough? If he truly pushes Qin Yu to the edge, obliterating this entire nation would be as easy as a casual gesture for Qin Yu. Yi Yunlong could no longer hold himself together and cursed outright. Even Director Lee beside him turned pale. They had gone to Qin Yu with courtesy, offering apologies and confessing their faults, hoping to beg for Qin Yu's forgiveness. And Lin Jinwei, far from attempting to make amends, he was pouring oil upon the flames, completely provoking Qin Yu's wrath. Was this not tantamount to begging for death? If Lin Jinwei were before them, they truly would have beaten that old man senseless without a second thought. Commander Yi, this call of mine must be quite important to you, correct? Important. Indeed, most important, Secretary Yu. Your call could even be said to have saved this nation. Yi Yunlong dared not imagine what would have happened if Yulei had not made this call, and instead secretly plotted behind the scenes, sending assassins to kill Qin Yu. How immense would Qin Yu's fury have been? If the assassination had succeeded, fine. But if it had failed, Qin Yu might truly have destroyed all of China. Director Lee and Li Lingling were also gripped by dread. Especially Li Lingling, for as a fellow Ultraman, she could better comprehend just how terrifying Qin Yu was. Then do you know what should be done next? If you do not know how to handle this, I do have a method I can offer you. The reason Secretary Yu had waited until today to make this call was precisely because he had been devising solutions. The previous night, he had pondered it throughout. I wonder what guidance Secretary Yu might offer. Expose everything Lin Jinwei and Lin Yi have done. Let all the other senior leadership know. Then point out to them that this is a private feud between the Lin family and Qin Yu. Lin Jinwei, for his own personal vendetta, disregards the safety of all humanity and the interests of China, seeking to provoke conflict between China and Ultraman Noah. You mean let him become the target of universal condemnation? Although Lin Jinwei is one of the most powerful figures in the military, he is not beyond check. As long as we provoke dissatisfaction toward him among the other seniors and bring them together to sanction Lin Jinwei, both Lin Jinwei and the entire Lin family will be forced to step down. Secretary Yu was also driven to desperation. He would not merely destroy Lin Jinwei, he intended to destroy the entire Lin family. A betrayal, if one was to commit it, should be complete. He understood clearly that once he cooperated with Yi Yunlong, he would have cut off all his own pathways back to the Lin family. For his own safety, he had to utterly crush every member of the Lin family from top to bottom. Otherwise, as long as even one person from the Lin family held a high position, his future days would never be peaceful. Yi Yunlong listened to Secretary Yu's proposal, pondered deeply, and finally made his decision. I know what to do. Secretary Yu, I plan to organize a meeting tonight. Can you attend? I made this call to show my attitude. At least on this matter, I will fully cooperate with you. After this is over, I hope to be transferred to the mecha department. Only with your protection can I feel at ease. Very well, pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Both parties reached a consensus. The call ended. Yi Yunlong glanced at Director Li beside him. Old Li, I'm afraid you'll need to help me out with tonight's matter. Although I hold no significant position, we share the same goal. If there's anything I can assist with, just say the word. I will spare no effort. Lend me Lingling Hai Luo and Hai Yong for a while. Currently, many high-ranking officials in Longhua lack a clear understanding of Ultraman's power. I want them to realize how terrifying Ultraman's abilities truly are. Only then can they fully align with our side. Understood. That works. Have the three of them return to the capital with you. I have only one requirement. Without needing Director Li to articulate it, Yi Yunlong already knew what that condition was. Rest assured they will be perfectly safe in the capital. Director Li nodded with relief. Then it settled. Returning to the Beijiang mecha base, a transport aircraft took off immediately, carrying Yi Yunlong and Li Lingling's three companions toward the capital. In Longwamogu, within a towering office piercing the clouds, a middle-aged man sat beside his computer desk, sliding the mouse. He reviewed files sent to him, which contained information about Qin Yu along with several photographs of him. The one who transforms into Ultraman Noah is merely a green youth. How disappointing. Still, he's somewhat stronger than those three useless Ultramen, at least marginally more interesting. Then deal with Ultraman Noah, first track down those three mediocre Ultramen afterward, and seize their power. At that point I'll become the strongest Ultraman in this world. I am the sole deity. A fervent intensity burned in the middle-aged man's gaze. Yet he remained unaware. The most perilous hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Whether the hunt would end as he imagined was far from certain. The previous day a monster's appearance had caused considerable damage to the school and terrified every student and teacher. Considering everyone's peace of mind and safety, the school decided to close for 2 days. Qin Yu had been wholly absorbed in his studies recently, having not rested properly. He also planned to take advantage of this 2-day break to properly rest. Yet despite calling it rest, he did not intend to do nothing. Since Eagle Nation had deliberately exposed his identity to harm him, he naturally deserved a counterstrike. As for how to respond, it was quite simple. There were satellites flying everywhere overhead. If he happened to destroy a couple, it would surely cause Eagle Nation considerable distress. It would also serve as a small warning to Eagle Nation. Stop harboring such petty schemes in the future. They were useless. If they had real courage, they should come at him head-on. Qin Yu was a man who dared to think and act boldly. Since he had already formed this resolve, he had to act upon it. After lunch, seeing off by Ying Ying, he immediately took the evolution trigger and transformed into the Junie's form of Ultraman Nexus. He flew into outer space. The satellites in space were not fixed in one position, but continuously orbited around Blue Star. Their speed was tremendous. To locate those satellites, merely flying to outer space was insufficient. He also needed extraordinary flight speed capable of catching up with these satellites. Fortunately, Qin Yu possessed such speed. After searching for a while, he finally found a satellite bearing Eagle Nation's flag. He didn't know what the satellite was for. Regardless, since it was a satellite, it became his target. He swiftly approached this Eagle Nation satellite, not in a hurry to destroy it. He trailed alongside it for a distance, first letting the opposing side discover him. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation's satellite monitoring department indeed detected the Nexus Ultraman transformed by Qin Yu through their surveillance systems. When they saw Nexus Ultraman flying shoulder to shoulder with their satellite, the staff were dumbfounded. Mwabwabo. Unbelievable. What was the meaning of this? Ultraman Noah dancing alongside Eagle Nation's satellite. This was far too democratic, far too free. The terrified satellite monitoring department immediately passed this information to other departments. The news quickly reached Mark. Mark and several other Ultraman transformees gathered together. Watching the footage of Qin Yu flying alongside the satellite, they were deeply puzzled. Gray asked, "What do you think he's doing?" "Racing the satellite." Bess's facial muscles twitched. "I don't think Ultraman Noah would be so childish and bored." "Who's to say? Men remain boys at heart. There are many foolish and immature actions that women cannot understand," Howard remarked sarcastically. Scott grew increasingly excited. "Racing satellites. Now that's a novel pastime. I've never tried it. When the opportunity arises, let's do it together, shall we?" Jack was slightly more rational. Stroking his chin, he slowly said, "Could it be that Ultraman Noah is deliberately provoking us?" "That is possible, but why? Why provoke us?" Gray asked in confusion. Bess felt guilty, like a thief caught red-handed. Perhaps he guessed that we were the ones who exposed his identity, so he's deliberately provoking us, hoping we'll go to outer space and fight him. Ironically, Qin Yu truly harbored this very intention. He hoped his actions would be seen by Eagle Nation's high command, drawing their Ultramen into a battle in space. By defeating these Eagle Nation Ultramen, he could absorb their energy, bringing himself one step closer to unlocking the power of Ultraman Noah. Scott's hands itched with anticipation. Clenching his fists, he said, If that's the case, I genuinely want to test myself against Ultraman Noah. The fact that he can suppress Best proves he's a worthy opponent. Jack advised, don't fall for it. There may be an ambush. If he wants to provoke us, let him. We lose nothing by merely watching. Why let anger consume us? Scott, being reasonable, immediately abandoned the idea. You make a fair point. Let's spare him for now. The group simply watched. No one went to fight Qin Yu. After flying alongside the satellite for a while, Qin Yu found it boring. After giving the satellite the middle finger, he fired a sword beam, destroying the satellite. The satellite signal was lost. The screen turned to static. Just as the group thought Qin Yu would stop there, Qin Yu caught up to another Eagle Nation satellite. Seeing the figure of Ultraman Noah once again, the 5 American Ultramen were dumbfounded. Howard couldn't help but mutter, is he insane? Why is he back again? Does he plan to dismantle all of Eagle Nation's satellites today? Scott's personality tended to be rather reckless. When it came to face-to-face provocation, he was the least able to endure it. If he truly dares to do this, then no matter what, we'll have to rush up and fight him. This time, even Chuck didn't stop him. Exactly. If he really destroys all our satellites, it will be a huge problem for us. In this world that heavily relies on technology, the importance of satellites to a nation goes without saying. If a country loses all its satellites, that country would be left blind. They simply could not stand idly by and watch Qin Yu destroy all of America's satellites. Don't panic. Ultraman's transformation has a time limit. Even if Qin Yu really wants to dismantle all the satellites, his transformation time won't allow it. He can only destroy one more satellite at most, so let's send him another one to see what he's really up to. Mark spoke up, steadying the emotions of the others. If they were to truly go to war with Qin Yu, casualties could occur on their side as well. Each Ultraman was a precious asset. They were their capital for surviving the monster disasters to come. Losing even one would break his heart. Upon hearing this, the tension relaxed considerably. Right. Ultramen had transformation time limits on Blue Star. They couldn't just do whatever they wanted. As long as they watched Qin Yu exhaust his transformation time, the problem would naturally resolve itself. This time Qin Yu didn't follow the satellite for too long. He quickly released a handblade beam to destroy the satellite. He should give it up now, right? Mark glanced at his wristwatch. Qin Yu had appeared for nearly 3 minutes. By all accounts, his transformation time should be running out. However, but Chuck noticed something was off. Pointing at the core on Qin Yu's chest, he said, something's wrong. Look, Qin Yu isn't showing any signs of flashing. He hasn't reached the limit of his transformation time yet. No way. Does this guy not only have strong combat power, but also a longer standby time than us? Damn, is he even human? How can he be so extraordinary? Even Gray couldn't help but comment. Strong endurance, incredibly fierce in combat, simply leaving no room for others to survive. Although Mark was anxious inside, he pretended to be calm on the surface. Don't panic, stay composed. Even if his transformation time is slightly longer than ordinary Ultraman, it can't be too much longer. We can just use this opportunity to test how long Ultraman Noah's transformation time limit actually is. The other Ultramen didn't speak. They just stared at the energy core on Qin Yu's chest and the screen. If they knew, as long as Qin Yu didn't fight intensely, his transformation time could last for a very long time. They would probably collapse. The juvenile form of Ultraman Nexus didn't have the same 3-minute limitation on Blue Star as other Ultramen. According to the settings, when Ultraman Nexus is in his silver juvenile form, his stamina consumption rate is very slow, allowing him to remain in transformation for extended periods. The transformation time far exceeded 3 minutes. Only when upgrading to the red youth form or the blue youth form, powerful combat forms that required significant energy expenditure, would the transformation time be shortened to under 3 minutes. As expected, Qin Yu didn't give up. Immediately after, he chased down a third satellite. This time he was even more ruthless. Without any hesitation, he immediately used a handblade beam to destroy the satellite. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. At this moment, a satellite bearing a certain flag design quickly floated past. Seeing this, Qin Yu casually destroyed the satellite as well, completing a quadruple kill achievement. Although he could continue, Qin Yu felt it was enough. If his transformation time was too long, it would alert those Ultramen from America. They would fear Noah Ultraman's power even more and dare not come out at will in the future. To give some confidence to the Ultramen from America, Qin Yu finally gave up, flying back to Long Country. Even so, Mark was stunned. Looking at his watch, he exclaimed in surprise, 3.5 minutes. He actually transformed for 3.5 minutes, and this wasn't even his limit. It seemed he could probably hold on for at least another 30 seconds. Ultraman Noah's transformation time could actually last over 4 minutes. A full minute longer than you. How can he be so extraordinary? How did he manage it? 1 minute of time. It sounded quite short. However, for an Ultraman who possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth, 1 minute was already enough to accomplish many things. Destroying a country was not impossible. It was this very 1 minute that made Mark instantly upgrade the danger level of Ultraman Noah in his heart by several grades. Chuck patted Bess's shoulder and comforted him. Ultraman Noah is truly extraordinary, Bess. It wasn't easy for you to come back alive last time. The more they understood Noah's strength, the more they felt that Bess's escape last time was purely by luck, considering Noah's currently demonstrated abilities. If a powerful monster hadn't suddenly appeared to interfere last time, Bess would never have been able to escape from Noah's hands. Sigh. Bess sighed, deeply wiping away the bitter tears in his heart. Mark clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. All right, anyway, everyone, you must train hard and improve your strength. If there's a chance in the future, I hope you can kill Noah. Eliminate this threat. Yes. Thinking about the possibility of killing Noah in the future and stealing Noah Ultraman's energy. All 5 Ultramen from America became excited. Even the dull training became interesting. That night, Yi Yunlong brought Li Lingling and the other 2 to the highest specification hall in the capital of Long Country. Tonight, Yi Yunlong would here initiate Long Country's highest council to take down the Lin family. To avoid too much time passing and things changing, he needed to deal with Lin Jinwei, this troublesome person, as soon as possible. Yi Yunlong directly used the special authority of the Mecha Department commander. Initiated this meeting. Due to the special responsibilities of the Mecha Department, the commander of the Mecha Department had the right to initiate discussions about humanity's fate when facing life and death situations. All high-ranking figures in Long Country, even if they were not in the capital, they had to participate in this meeting via video. The 4 walked into the venue. Many high-ranking figures had already taken their seats. The leader sat in the middle of the podium at the front of the venue, with a solemn and heavy expression. Just now, Yi Yunlong had already called to brief him. He learned about the despicable deeds the Lin family had committed. Learning that because of the Lin family's actions, Long Country's officials had missed out on Noah Ultraman, a great being who could lead Long Country to prosperity. The leader wished he could skin the Lin family alive. Lin Jinwei was also present, and he was sitting in the first row. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. It wasn't that he had precognitive abilities, but he felt the leader's occasional glances in his direction, seeming to carry some extremely angry and restless emotions. Yi Yunlong entered the venue. Lin Jinwei was not surprised at all. After all, this meeting was convened by Yi Yunlong in his capacity as commander of the Mecha Department. It would have been strange if he hadn't shown up. But when he saw the 3 people following Yi Yunlong into the room, Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong, he was genuinely taken aback. These 3 were the human hosts of the Ultramen. Recently, Director Li had been treating them like precious treasures, utterly unwilling to let them leave Beiji City. Yet today he was actually letting them out. It clearly indicated that something extremely serious had occurred. But Lin Jinwei had no notion whatsoever. This grave crisis was none other than himself. Many of the senior officials present did not recognize Li Lingling and the other 2. They had no idea these 3 were the Grox triplets who had been making waves lately. Seeing these 3 young people somehow gain entry to the meeting only deepened their astonishment. The decision-maker caught sight of Li Lingling and the others from afar. His eyes betrayed unmistakable admiration. These were Long Country's own Ultramen, protectors of Long Country. He felt proud of these 3. Yi Yunlong and the other 4 stepped onto the stage. Li Lingling and the other 2 stood obediently to one side. Having never experienced such an occasion before, these 3 suddenly found themselves under the intense gaze of numerous senior officials from Long Country. Their hearts raced with panic. A hint of stage fright crept in. Yi Yunlong faced the decision-maker. They exchanged a glance. The other nodded slightly, signaling that Yi Yunlong could begin. Yi Yunlong picked up the microphone and began introducing Li Lingling and the other 2. Distinguished guests, before we commence today's meeting, please allow me to introduce the 3 individuals beside me, our Long Country's 3 heroes. The first is Li Lingling, the human host of Ultraman Grigio. The second is Hai Luo, the human host of Ultraman Raso. And the third is Hai Yong, the human host of Ultraman Blue. Upon hearing Yi Yunlong's introduction, the entire assembly was stunned. What? These 3 young people are actually the Ultramen from Beiji City. I never expected them to be so young. I've heard Ultramen are incredibly powerful. No wonder they have the privilege to attend this meeting. With their Ultraman status, they certainly qualify. I hear each of them can easily defeat an SSS-class mecha. Is that true? It must be true. The power of Ultramen is beyond human imagination. Long Country somehow possesses 3 Ultramen simultaneously. Heaven bless Long Country. Long Country is secure. With 3 Ultramen guarding against monsters, what do we have to fear? The murmurs of the crowd reached Yi Yunlong's ears. He could sense it. The majority held a positive view of Ultramen. They believed that with the power of Ultramen at their disposal, Long Country's future was secure. And this was precisely the effect he hoped to achieve. Yi Yunlong sneered, gripping the microphone, and continued. Do you all know that originally our Long Country should have had 4 Ultramen? Because of one person. Due to one person's selfishness, due to one person's foolish actions, we Long Country have lost an Ultraman for nothing. Tell me, how should such a person be dealt with? These words struck like lightning. Lin Jinwei's face instantly paled. It was over. They were talking about me. The content Yi Yunlong mentioned exactly matched the situation involving him and Qin Yu. It couldn't have been more obvious. Yet at this moment, he could not possibly stand up on his own accord. If he did, it would amount to a confession. This left Lin Jinwei writhing in agony, an inexplicable tremor coursing through him. His old hands began to shake uncontrollably. The assembled senior officials erupted in indignation. What? Our long country should originally have had 4 Ultramen. Because of one person's stupidity, we lost an Ultraman. Blast! Who is this person? Such an individual must never be forgiven. Whoever this person is, how dare they harm Long Country's interests? They deserve to be torn apart limb by limb. Yi Yunlong, who is that person? Tell us. An Ultraman. The power of an Ultraman is incomprehensible, and someone's foolishness cost us one. This person deserves death. Absolutely despicable. If I ever find out who this person is, I'll flay them alive. Lin Jinwei listened to what others were saying. He felt even worse. His aged face was so wrinkled that his eyes were nearly hidden. Yi Yunlong pressed on. I know you're all desperate to learn who this person is. But what if I told you that this person is one of us right here among the attendees? How would you feel about that? Everyone present was a senior official of Long Country, the pinnacle of power in the nation. They could never have imagined that the person Yi Yunlong referred to was among them. What? Among us, there's such a scoundrel. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We are all patriots of Long Country. How could any of us do something to harm the nation's interests? Yi Yunlong, don't speak recklessly without evidence. I refuse to believe any Long Country citizen would harm the nation's interests. I won't believe it. Yi Yunlong, do you have evidence? Who is that person? Speak quickly, I'm dying of curiosity. Just tell us who it is already. Stop beating around the bush. Watching the senior officials grow increasingly agitated, Yi Yunlong slowly walked toward Lin Jinwei's position, although Lin Jinwei had long suspected it. Yet as he watched Yi Yunlong draw nearer and nearer, his expression darkened progressively. No words were needed. Yi Yunlong's actions spoke volumes. Every senior official present was shrewd enough to read the situation. Is it Lin Jinwei? How could this be? He wouldn't do something like this, would he, Yao? Could it be a misunderstanding? Judging by Yi Yunlong's demeanor, he seems quite confident. It probably isn't a misunderstanding. But how could Lin Jinwei possibly do such a thing? He's not that foolish. I suddenly find this quite interesting. It seems this meeting was specifically arranged for Lin Jinwei. We're merely the audience. An Ultraman was lost. A full Ultraman, not an SSS-class mecha. If an SSS mecha is destroyed, we can rebuild it. But if an Ultraman is lost, where on earth do we find another? Lin Jinwei, if you truly caused Long Country to lose an Ultraman, then you deserve death. Many could scarcely believe it. They found it hard to accept that Lin Jinwei would harm Long Country's interests without reason. After all, as one of the most powerful figures in Long Country, the nation's interests were inherently tied to his own. To harm Long Country's interests was to harm his own. No matter how foolish he might be, he couldn't possibly be that foolish. But everyone had guessed wrong. Lin Jinwei was indeed that foolish. And because of his stupidity, he had not only caused his grandson's death, but was about to plunge the entire Lin family into an abyss. Master Lin, do you have anything you wish to say? Yi Yunlong's face was grave, his eyes fixed on Lin Jinwei. Me? What should I say? Lin Jinwei refused to yield. Confession brings leniency, imprisonment for life. Resistance brings harsher penalties, you may go home for the new year. Clinging stubbornly, there might still be a sliver of hope. If you admit it, then it will really be all over. Old foxes like them won't bow to fate until the very end. Yi Yunlong had long anticipated this. He did not think the other party would meekly admit fault. He was already prepared. Very well, old Lin. Since you won't speak, I will speak for you. For the sake of your grandson Lin, you sought to help him become an SSS-class mecha pilot by colluding with staff at Beijiang training base, maliciously suppressing the scores of a student who should have been top, forcing them to graduate without a perfect score. Is that the case? Is there any evidence? If you're going to speak, bring the evidence. Lin Jinwei's aura surged, unafraid, meeting Yi Yunlong's gaze. Yi Yunlong replied, the evidence isn't urgent, after I finish detailing everything you did, presenting the evidence can wait. Just yesterday you learned that the student whose scores you suppressed was the Noah Ultraman's transformer. To avenge his grandson, and to cover up past deeds, you ordered your subordinates to kill the Noah Ultraman's transformer, to assassinate him. Is that true? Hearing Yi Yunlong's words, many senior executives were shocked anew. They finally understood what Yi Yunlong had meant from the start. Lin Jinwei's actions had caused Longhua to lose an Ultraman. The truth was this: the Ultraman lost was not an ordinary one. He was the strongest Noah Ultraman known at present. In an instant the venue erupted in an uproar. Lin Jinwei, you deserve to die. You secretly tampered with the scores of the mecha trainees. Are you out of your mind? How dare you? Could you really do such a thing? Not just any ordinary thing. Using power for personal gain would be one thing, but doing this as well. Are you crazy? What a pity. The Noah Ultraman's transformer is so outstanding, yet suffers such unfair treatment. No wonder his methods later were so extreme. The root lies with you. Lin Jinwei, if you hadn't tampered with and suppressed others' scores, your grandson wouldn't have died. This is your retribution. You deserve it. Lin Jinwei, all because of your selfishness you caused Long Guo to miss out on such talent. You are beyond redemption for that sin. Even if he weren't Noah Ultraman, he was an exceptional talent, yet he could not receive the treatment he deserved, being maligned. How cold-hearted must the others be? Lin Jinwei, I spit on you. I move to sanction Lin Jinwei. We must not let Lin Jinwei sit in that position to harm others. Bring Lin Jinwei down for me. You would actually send people to assassinate the Noah Ultraman's transformer. If they can't kill him, won't he wipe out our Long Guo? Lin Jinwei, you would send people to kill the Noah Ultraman's transformer. Have you not considered that Long Guo could be destroyed by this? Billions of people in Long Guo could disappear like this. For your own selfishness you disregard Long Guo's fate. Lin Jinwei, how dare you? Lin Jinwei, you are mad. You must be mad. How could an old fool do such a foolish thing? Everyone condemned Lin Jinwei. It wasn't only about Lin Jinwei tampering with Qin Yu's scores. The real danger lay in his sending people to assassinate Qin Yu. Such acts were far too risky. It frightened the other senior figures. If the men Lin Jinwei sent couldn't eliminate Qin Yu, Long Guo would face Qin Yu's retaliation. A Noah Ultraman unleashed with full firepower and hatred would be terrifying beyond measure. They could not even imagine it. Just the thought sent shivers down their spines. This was playing with all their lives. The person in charge was furious at the matter, facing everyone's accusations. Lin Jinwei wore a stern face and said nothing. Until the accusing voices faded, he spoke. I still say, where is the evidence? Do you have evidence? If you want evidence, you'll see it. I'll show you the evidence. Yi Yunlong lifted his hand. The conference hall doors opened. Yu Lei and his secretary walked into the room. Lin Jinwei's pupils contracted at the sight of Yu Lei. He hadn't expected the man he had raised and promoted to appear here. Yu Lei is Lin Jinwei's most trusted confidant. Some say he is half a son. His words carry weight and are credible. But none believed it. If Yu Lei truly stood against Lin Jinwei, his own future would be ruined. A man who can betray his own greatest benefactor. What could he not do? Who would trust him? Who would hire him? Little did they know that compared to his own life, Yu Lei had little time to worry about his future. If Qin Yu's wrath was stirred. With Qin Yu's power, Lin Ye's fate would serve as the strongest warning. He did not want to end up like Lin Yu, being crushed by Qin Yu as if crushing an ant. Small and humble. This is why Yu Lei asked Yi Yunlong to move him into the mecha department for Yi Yunlong's protection. Even if he could not be used in the mecha department, at least he would not be killed. He would take a quiet post, drift through the days, and in the latter half of his life, there would be a foothold. Yu Lei walked to the podium. The person in charge rose. Since the meeting began, he had not spoken a word. Now at last he planned to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what happened. I have seen the evidence. Oh, I will say only this: Yu Lei's words are credible. With these words from the person in charge, everyone knew Lin Jinwei was finished. The person in charge, upon learning the truth, could quietly deal with Lin Jinwei to quell the matter. But he deliberately put this matter in the open. This can only mean one thing: unless Lin Jinwei is crushed completely, he will not stop. Delving deeper, everyone immediately understood why the person in charge acted so. He intended to use Lin Jinwei as a sacrifice to win the Noah Ultraman's transformer forgiveness. Although it might not fully persuade the Noah Ultraman's transformer to forgive Long Guo officials, it at least shows Long Guo's attitude toward Qin Yu. Thus Qin Yu will hardly dare attack Long Guo's various mecha bases or mecha again unless Qin Yu truly goes mad. He planned to stand in opposition to humanity, becoming a demon who would destroy the world. End of this chapter. With the backing of the moderator, Yu Lei picked up the microphone and began to speak. Everyone, I am Old Lin's secretary. Over the years I have been by Old Lin's side, gaining his deep trust and doing many things for him. If it weren't for what he asked me to do this time, too outrageous, too unbelievable, I wouldn't want to betray him. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinwei could no longer contain his fury. He picked up the microphone and furiously denounced Yu Lei the traitor. Yu Lei, you bastard. How dare you betray me? I raised you with my own hands, giving you your current status and position, yet you turn around and stab me in the back. I'm furious. I won't let you off. You. Before he could finish venting, the moderator spoke in a deep voice, cutting him off. Old Lin, calm down. Let him finish. In Long Guo, no one dared to openly defy this person's will. Not even Lin Jinwei. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Jinwei instantly deflated like a defeated rooster. He shut his mouth and lowered his proud head. Yu Lei continued his account. Old Lin ordered me to send someone to assassinate the host of Noah Ultraman. He was afraid that person would take revenge on the Lin family and on him for the earlier suppression of grades. He didn't want more of the Lin family to die at that person's hands. But I am just an ordinary person. Noah Ultraman is a godlike being with immense power, capable of even destroying the world. How could mere mortals like us possibly deal with him? If I actually did what old Lin said once the host of Noah Ultraman was provoke, the entire Longhua might be doomed. For the sake of Longhua and its billions of people, I had no choice but to betray old Lin and side with justice. Old Lin, I'm sorry. I've failed the cultivation you gave me over the years. But I really can't let you keep making mistakes. After saying this, Yulei bowed deeply to Lin Jinwei. The entire hall fell silent. A wave of fear swept through the many high-ranking officials. Fortunately, Yulei had betrayed Lin Jinwei and did not actually carry out his orders. Otherwise, if Lin Jinwei's actions had enraged the host of Noah Ultraman, they would have died, without even knowing how. These high-ranking officials were all well informed. They already knew that Noah Ultraman had defeated the level 10 giant monster. That was an unprecedented, terrifying monster. Even the combined force of Li Lingling and the other 3 Ultramen couldn't defeat it, yet Noah Ultraman had easily vanquished it. This power was far beyond their imagination. No one could remain unafraid. After a moment of silence, the high-ranking officials began to furiously denounce Lin Jinwei. Lin Jinwei, you damned old bastard. If you want to die yourself, fine, but you actually wanted to drag the entire Longhua down with you. How dare you? You bastard. Because of your selfishness, you nearly killed the entire Longhua. You deserve to die. Lin Jinwei, you're already senile. You'd better step down soon. Lin Jinwei. Lin Jinwei, you're already senile, unfit to stay in this position. Step down now. No, not just Lin Jinwei. The entire Lin family should step down. Lin family, step down. Lin family, step down. Lin family, step down. Gradually, the high-ranking officials reached a consensus. They all demanded that the Lin family step down. Even though they kept saying Lin Jinwei deserved to die. No one actually wanted to see Lin Jinwei dead. The idea that the emperor is subject to the same laws as commoners was just talk. How could they really put a knife to the emperor's neck? If they actually killed Lin Jinwei today, then if they made mistakes in the future, they might also die. No one wanted to die. To force the Lin family out of power and make them unable to recover was already the best outcome in their eyes. The voices reaching his ears constantly stimulated Lin Jinwei's nerves. His face suddenly flushed red. He couldn't catch his breath and collapsed weakly into his chair. Not good. Not good. Someone come quickly. Someone come. The people around him were terrified. They hurriedly called for help. The venue had emergency medical staff on standby. By the time the doctor rushed over to check Lin Jinwei's condition, he had already stopped breathing. He had been angered to death. Yet no one in the hall felt any pity for Lin Jinwei. He had nearly killed the entire Longhua. Dying like this was actually too easy for him. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong were facing this situation for the first time. All 3 were very nervous. They had originally thought they would have some role tonight. But in the end, aside from being introduced at the beginning, there was basically nothing for them to do. Lin Jinwei's death brought the meeting to a close. The moderator spoke, stripping all members of the Lin family of their power, reducing them to ordinary people. Lin Jinwei had been the pillar of the Lin family. With his death, the family's prestige vanished, and the remaining members had lost their power. The once vast family collapsed in an instant. This matter was now settled. News spread quickly. The next morning, Qin Yu was drinking the vegetable congee bought by Yingying, eating soft, fragrant buns, and playing on his phone. He saw the news online. Lin Jinwei is dead. The Lin family has been sanctioned. This is indeed joyful news. Although the culprit Lin Yi was dead, the Lin family and Lin Jinwei had always been a thorn in Qin Yu's heart. After all, Lin Yi had relied on the Lin family and Lin Jinwei to do whatever he wanted. But he hadn't expected that before he could do anything, the Lin family had collapsed on its own. It felt a bit anticlimactic. What are you smiling about? Bai Yingying saw the smile on Qin Yu's face and didn't understand what he was so happy about. Nothing, just saw some annoying people get their comeuppance. Let's eat. After we finish, I'll go shopping with you. Bai Yingying had come so early today to invite Qin Yu out shopping. With nothing going on at school these 2 days, she was free. Thinking she hadn't gone shopping in a long time, she came to ask Qin Yu to go out. After breakfast, the two headed to the largest and busiest mall in Beijiang City. Originally, Qin Yu was accompanying Bai Yingying on her shopping trip, but as they walked, it turned into buying clothes for Qin Yu. When Bai Yingying saw nice clothes, she would have Qin Yu try them on. As long as she thought they looked good, she would swipe her card directly. This made Qin Yu feel a bit embarrassed. Going out with a girl and letting her keep buying things for him. It looked like he was living off her. However, the feeling of being a kept man was indeed very comfortable, addictive. At first, Qin Yu was a bit shy. This isn't right. But later, he got completely used to it and turned into, "Thank you, boss. Boss, you look so beautiful when you swipe the card." In this world, no word sounds sweeter than swipe the card. These words drew constant scorn from the shop assistants, especially the male ones. They only regretted that they didn't have a wealthy older sister to support them, to be able to live off a wealthy woman. By mid-afternoon, both of them were exhausted. They found a milk tea shop to sit, rest, and chat. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, an uninvited guest arrived, shattering the cheerful atmosphere between them. "Hello there, Nuaye Oatman." The speaker was a middle-aged man. His voice was not loud, but just loud enough for Qin Yu and Bai Yingying to hear. Qin Yu looked up and saw the man staring at him with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Who are you? I am also an Ultraman just like you. You're an Ultraman too. Huh, interesting. Then what do you want from me? Trying to recruit me. No, I have no interest in recruiting you. I simply want to obtain your power. Nuaya Aotman, you are incredibly strong, and I am very interested in your strength. The middle-aged man spoke with utmost confidence, as if he had already secured victory over Qin Yu. You want to obtain my power. Qin Yu almost thought he had misheard. It had always been he who seized others' power. When had anyone ever dared to take his? This fellow was far too self-assured. Nuaya Aotman, fight me. If I win, it means you are unworthy of this power. Hand it over to me. And if I win, will you give me your power? Of course, but that is impossible, for I possess the mightiest power and am the strongest Ultraman. Strongest? Your vision is too narrow. You have no idea what true strength means. Qin Yu mused that if this middle-aged man knew the true worth of Nuaya Aotman, he wondered if the man could still be so arrogant. Qin Yu, will you be all right? Bai Yingying was terrified of the middle-aged man, fearing he might set a trap to harm Qin Yu. Qin Yu chuckled, don't worry, nothing will happen. I am the strongest Ultraman always. No matter who I face. Bai Yingying was still anxious, but since Qin Yu had said so, she could say no more. Qin Yu and the middle-aged man went to the rooftop of the shopping mall. It was deserted there, perfect for their transformations. The middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly, let's fight right in the city. Let the thousands of people in the city witness this battle. Let them see how I defeat you, Nuaya Aotman. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. You should know that once two Ultramen start fighting, it will cause immense damage to the city and kill countless innocent people. And you still want to fight me in the city? The middle-aged man sneered contemptuously, so what if a few ordinary people die? These insignificant, despicable humans. What does it matter? Being able to witness this battle is their honor. Such an attitude of treating humans as mere ants reminded Qin Yu of someone, a notorious villain in the Ultraman world. To say something like that, you're really no different from Zhengmu Jingwu. Zhengmu Jingwu. Who is that? Another Ultraman. Hearing the name for the first time, the middle-aged man looked bewildered. He was once an Ultraman, but later he was defeated and stripped of his Ultraman power. One who has been stripped of Ultraman power does not deserve to be called an Ultraman, just like you, Nuaya Aotman. Soon you will no longer be Nuaya Aotman. With that, the middle-aged man pulled out an object that Qin Yu knew all too well, a Huixin Shangguang. Seeing it, Qin Yu was stunned. Huh? A Huixin Shangguang. But that's not right. How does he have another one? The power of the three Ultramen from Guoyu Obu is with Li Lingling and the others, isn't it? Where did this man get his Huixin Shangguang? Which Ultraman can still use it to transform? As he pondered, the middle-aged man provided the answer. He took out a gray-black Ubu origin crystal and placed it into the central slot of the Huixin Shangguang. Qin Yu recognized it immediately. Ubu crystal. Huixin Shangguang. Good heavens, could it be? Anhei Ubu. The super black King Anhei Ubu originated from the Luobu Ultraman series. It was a kind of artificial Ultraman, but unlike ordinary mechanical ones, this one was created from monster crystals, human brainwaves, and elemental powers. A dark Ultraman. Though it was a dark Ultraman, it possessed the complete power of Ubu Ultraman. In theory, it was about as strong as Ubu in his origin form. The middle-aged man pulled the Huixin Shangguang 3 times in succession, summoning the transformation device of Anhei Ubu, the Exine Ubu Circle. Then he activated the Exine Ubu Circle. A surge of gray-black, dark energy enveloped the middle-aged man. His figure instantly soared, shifting sideways a short distance. Finally, he transformed into the super black King Anhei Ubu, appearing in the middle of the street. The dark Ubu's sacred sword, Anhei Ubu's signature weapon, rested on his shoulder. The dark Ubu's sacred sword in his hand was also a counterfeit, not the real Ubu sacred sword, but its functions were nearly identical to the original. It too possessed the power of the 4 elements: earth, fire, water, and wind. The appearance of Anhei Ubu stirred chaos among the people on the street. Is that an Ultraman? Is it a new Ultraman we've never seen before? Why does this Ultraman look so dark? His eyes are red, so scary. I feel like this Ultraman doesn't seem like a good guy. He's got a sword. The way he's carrying that sword on his shoulder is so cool. Ultramen have weapons. I thought all of them fought barehanded. This Ultraman has a weapon. Maybe he's even stronger than Nuaya Aotman. Probably. The difference between having a weapon and not having one is huge. Nuaya Aotman fights with his bare fists, so he's definitely no match for this weapon-wielding Ultraman. Who says Nuaya Aotman doesn't have a weapon? Maybe before no enemy was strong enough to force him to use one. That could be true. But hey, don't you think it's strange? Why did this black Ultraman suddenly show up? Yeah, why is he here? There doesn't seem to be a monster nearby, right? Maybe a monster is about to appear, and this Ultraman came out early to stop it. That's possible. Then what are we waiting for? Run. The monster is coming. Do you want to die? Holy shit. Right? Run. In an instant, people fled in panic. Those who ran were smart enough to save their lives. At the Beijing Mecha base, Director Li was busy with work when a phone call came in, making him somewhat impatient. What is it? Speak quickly. Director, another Ultraman has appeared in the city. This time it's a black one we've never seen before, with red eyes, carrying a formidable weapon. It looks rather sinister and different from normal Ultraman. Actually, one in this world has ever seen what a normal Ultraman looks like. But the Dark Obu is entirely black, its eyes burning crimson. Any ordinary observer could tell something was off about him. An Ultraman with a sinister aura, according to the description. Director Li could hardly imagine what sort of Ultraman that would be. He operated his computer, pulling up the satellite surveillance feed. At last he glimpsed the appearance of Dark Obu. Good heavens, he really looks a bit sinister. So eerie. And Director Li, what should we do? Should we intervene? For now, no. I'll call Ling Ling and the others right away. Since 3 Ultramen stood behind them now. Director Li had already begun to abandon using armored suits in combat. When in doubt, he let Li Ling and the others step in. Li Lu and the others had been idle for a long time. After hanging up, Director Li dialed Li Ling again. Since last night's events, Li Ling and the 3 of them hadn't returned to Beiji City. Yi Yunlong seemed to have something that required the 3 of them to help. Director Li figured it could wait and didn't press them. But now Dark Obu has appeared. Not calling back those 3 would not do. The call connected quickly. Hello, Dad, what's up? Daughter Yu and Hai Luo and Hai Yong hurry back. There is an Ultraman in the city. Ultraman? Noah Ultraman. Are there monsters? No, it's not Noah Ultraman. It's a black Ultraman I've never seen before. Looks quite terrifying. I don't know what the heck is going on. A black Ultraman I've never seen. Got it, Dad. I'll hurry back with Hai Luo and Hai Yong. Realizing how serious the situation is, Li Ling didn't delay at all. Summon Hai Luo and Hai Yong. The 3 transformed together. They would fly back to Beiji City. Flying by plane would be too slow. Only flying back by themselves would be timely. Somewhere in the city, a mysterious figure appeared again, eyeing Dark Obu. A hunger flickered in his gaze. The power of darkness. This little one is quite to my taste. If I swallow him, my power should rise considerably. After the middle-aged man transformed into Dark Obu, he stood there posing for a long, while letting people admire his handsome looks from every angle. Only after his vanity was fully satisfied did he raise the Dark Obu holy sword, pointing the blade at Qin Yu. Noah Ultraman, stop dawdling. Transform now. If you intend to delay my transformation time, I can tell you, as long as we don't fight, my transformation can last for a very long time, unlike those ordinary feeble Ultramen. Most Dark Ultramen can stay on standby for extended periods. Their transformation lasts far longer than ordinary Ultramen. Not just Dark Obu. Other Dark Ultramen are the same. Facing Dark Obu's taunt, Qin Yu smiled slightly, then drew the evolution reliant. Prismatic beams shot into the sky. The silver, juvenile form Ultraman Nexus appeared within the beams. This is right. The Noah Ultraman, my holy sword, is ravenous with anticipation. Dark Obu assumes a solemn battle stance, the Dark Obu holy sword gripped in both hands. The crimson eyes burn with fighting will. Your sword isn't bad. Since I have no weapon, I might as well borrow yours to toy with. It should suffice, Qin Yu said easily. If you want my sword, you'd better have the skill to take it. Watch this. Dark Obu raised the holy sword and slashed toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu sidestepped to dodge, seized Dark Obu's wrist, and with his other hand rose to strike and knock away the weapon from the opponent's grasp. But this Dark Obu wasn't in the same league as Li Ling and the 3 of them. Facing Qin Yu's move, he simply charged forward with his shoulder. His speed was faster than Qin Yu's. Qin Yu could only retreat, stepping back to dodge the shoulder charge, then gathering energy with both hands. He unleashed a palm blade energy beam. Dark Obu raised the holy sword as a shield to block it. Boom, boom. The palm beam was blocked by the blade. Explosive flashes lit the scene, yet not a shred of damage was done to Dark Obu. Round 1 ended without a winner. Then Qin Yu transformed into Noah Ultraman and joined the fray against Dark Obu. Director Li was stunned. What is happening? Why is Noah Ultraman fighting with another Ultraman again? Could this black Ultraman be Ultraman from another country here to challenge Noah Ultraman? Perhaps it's Base's experience from last time, Li mused, making him think the Dark Obu might be another nation's Ultraman. Shall we ask Ling to help him a bit? Forget it, let's not meddle. With Noah Ultraman's strength. If even he can't deal with the enemy. Even if Ling and the others come, it's useless. Right, Ling? We must find a way to tell Ling not to interfere in the Noah Ultraman and the Black Ultraman's battle for now. He tried calling Li Ling again, but Li Ling had already transformed into Ultraman and was hurrying back to Beiji City. The phone couldn't be answered. In the Yingjiang nation, though a bit slower, they too received news of 2 Ultraman clashing. Mark and the others watched the video again. At this moment, the first clash between Qin Yu and Dark Obu had ended. They were brewing for the second round. Base saw Dark Obu's all-black appearance and couldn't help but mutter, "Why is that Ultraman so black? Could he be a Gray State operative after all?" Chuck's face changed. Base never utter such talk about freedom and democracy aloud, or people will criticize you if they hear it. Sorry, understood. Base quickly covered his mouth. Even Ultraman cannot withstand those arguments about freedom and democracy. This black Ultraman dares to challenge Noah Ultraman head-on. He must have some power, I just don't know how strong it is. Can he defeat Noah Ultraman? Scott watched the two Ultraman in the video, his gaze burning. A warlike soul, those two Ultraman in the footage were precisely what he longed to face. Gray offered his opinion. Noah Ultraman can even turn red if he does that. Black Ultraman should not be able to endure it. Indeed, after Noah Ultraman turns red, his fighting power will surge. If the black Ultraman lacks a special trump card, he can't defeat Noah Ultraman. But since he dares to challenge Noah Ultraman, it won't be simple. Let's wait and see. Dragon Nation, Linhai City. This is a coastal city in the southeast of the Dragon Nation. Tourism thrives here, and every summer many people come to visit. At that moment on the beach, a young man who had been basking in the sun and sipping coconut suddenly sat up, turning his gaze toward Beiji City. Strange, why do I feel unsettled? Could it be just my imagination? Long Country, Beijing City. Dark Orb was thrilled. Ultraman Noah, your strength is indeed formidable. My journey to find you is not in vain. The first round was merely a warm-up. Now the true battle begins. Then come at me. Qin Yu's aura did not falter at all, and he even provoked the opponent proactively. Dark Orb activated the power of the Dark Orb Holy Sword, enchanting the blade. In an instant, the Dark Orb Holy Sword became shrouded in fierce flames. With the sword in hand, he charged toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu leaped skyward with all his strength, soaring like a rocket. Don't think you can escape. Dark Orb would never let Qin Yu get away. Both feet pressed down hard as he launched into the sky. The ground trembled violently, and nearby buildings shook with the impact. The two engaged in aerial combat, with Qin Yu firing continuous energy beams at Dark Orb from range. Dark Orb wielded his sword as a shield, deflecting each attack. He swung his sword, unleashing powerful flame-infused slashes aimed at Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu evaded them all with ease. The aerial battlefield provided far more room to maneuver, making evasion considerably simpler. Meanwhile, citizens in the city watched as the two Ultramen clashed in fierce combat overhead. Spectators were left utterly amazed, witnessing this spectacle for the first time. Wow, two Ultramen are actually fighting while flying in the sky. I've never seen anything like this before. It's absolutely spectacular. Mechs could never maneuver and fight so freely in the sky. Only Ultramen possess that ability. Is Ultraman Noah being chased around by the Black Ultraman? It appears so. The Black Ultraman seems to have greater power, and his sword strikes carry tremendous force. Ultraman Noah is incredibly fast. He dodges every attack from the Black Ultraman with ease. If this continues, they'll likely remain evenly matched. It's hard to say for certain. As they say, as long as Noah hasn't activated his red form, he won't lose. He's holding back significantly. Go Noah. You absolutely cannot lose. Ultraman Noah, if you have any weapons, show them to us. Just as Qin Yu and Dark Orb were engaged in fierce combat, Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong finally returned to Beijing City. They hovered mid-air, watching the two Ultramen locked in battle. For a moment, they were unsure what to do. That Black Ultraman is incredibly powerful, Hai Luo said. To fight Noah on equal terms suggests his strength far surpasses ours. Bro, that really stings, Hai Yong said helplessly. It seemed every Ultraman that appeared possessed strength far beyond all three of them combined. This deeply wounded their pride. Yet it also strengthened their resolve. They had to combine to form Ultraman Jeed as soon as possible. With Jeed's power at their disposal, they would no longer need to worry about matching opponent's strength. Let's not interfere. We'll just watch. Ultimately, this doesn't concern us. They fight their battle, and we'll observe afterward. Li Lingling truly proved herself as the director's daughter, quickly assessing the situation and making the most sensible choice. Had they intervened on either side, they would have alienated the other. If they forcibly stopped the battle, they risked drawing attacks from both Dark Orb and Qin Yu. The safest course was to remain passive and observe from the sidelines. That way they avoided unnecessary complications. Both Hai Luo and Hai Yong agreed with Li Lingling's reasoning and chose to stand aside, abstaining from the Ultraman's conflict for now. Dark Orb couldn't land a single blow on Qin Yu. With no other option, he abandoned his fire attribute and shifted to wind instead. The Dark Orb Holy Sword's wind energy derived from the bird-like Kaiju Gervais. After the switch, every attack he unleashed moved with greater speed and possessed enhanced cutting power compared to his previous strikes. Swish! A wind-empowered slash shot toward Qin Yu with remarkable velocity, far exceeding the speed of his earlier attacks. Qin Yu countered by firing a blade-shaped energy beam backward. The opposing attacks collided mid-air with thunderous force. Neither warrior held back, continuously launching long-range assaults at each other. Most of these strikes missed entirely, while a few detonated upon contact, creating dazzling fireworks across the sky in an extraordinary display. The intensity of their exchange escalated dramatically. After exchanging nearly 100 attacks, Qin Yu suddenly activated Mach movement, dramatically increasing his flight speed. Closing the distance, Qin Yu activated the Nexus arms on both forearms and unleashed a powerful crescent beam that slammed into Dark Orb. Boom! Dark Orb was struck by the crescent beam, and the force disrupted his balance, sending him plummeting from the sky. He crashed into the heart of the city, creating a massive human-shaped crater upon impact. The tremendous force of his landing shattered multiple surrounding buildings. Qin Yu seized the opening, gathering energy midair to unleash a cross-shaped light storm capable of dealing devastating damage to Dark Orb. Even if it couldn't destroy Dark Orb outright, it would at least inflict severe wounds. However, before Qin Yu could complete the initial stance for the cross-light storm, before he could charge his attack, a dark, purple beam struck him from behind. Boom! Qin Yu's technique was interrupted. His equilibrium shattered. Qin Yu began falling from the sky. Yet he fared better than Dark Orb, managing to right himself mid-descent. With perfect composure, he landed on one knee, striking an imposing figure. Thud! However, no matter how dramatically he landed, the destruction remained just as devastating. Qin Yu's landing carved a massive crater into the reinforced concrete, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air to obscure his position. Nearby structures trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Who's there? Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong turned sharply toward the source of the attack in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend anyone having the audacity to ambush Qin Yu at such a critical moment. Either this person was extraordinarily brave or completely oblivious to Noah's terrifying power. Hovering in midair was an unusual Ultraman bearing crimson-black markings across his body, pitch-black eyes, and two pointed protrusions on his head. He stood poised with both hands, forming the signature gesture for releasing a small beam. The one who just struck Qin Yu was clearly this mysterious figure. Another Ultraman. Li Lingling stared in shock. This Ultraman looks remarkably powerful as well. Although Hai Luo had never encountered this warrior before, the very aesthetic of his design suggested overwhelming power that likely exceeded their own capabilities. Dark Orb rose from the debris. While the sudden arrival had saved him from defeat, it had also ruined his coveted duel, and that irked him deeply. Dark Orb leveled his sword at the newcomer. Who are you to interfere in my battle? You're overstepping your bounds. Qin Yu also looked up at the figure. Upon clearly seeing its appearance, he was utterly stunned. Dark Faust. There were very few things in this world capable of astonishing him. This figure qualified as one of them. It was Dark Faust, one of the archenemies of Ultraman Nexus. In the television series, Ultraman Nexus had three formidable rivals: Dark Faust, Dark Mephisto, and Dark Zagi. These three Dark Ultras all possessed immense dark power. They had once pushed Ultraman Nexus to the brink of defeat. Among them, Dark Faust's combat prowess was sufficient to completely overwhelm Nexus's childhood form, yet it fell slightly short of the Crimson Youth form. He had caused no small amount of trouble for the early-stage Nexus. Dark Faust's body plummeted rapidly toward the ground, soon planting his feet firmly upon the earth. He gently turned his head, fixing his gaze on Qin Yu. Ultraman Noah, the dark energy emanating from that individual has piqued my deepest interest. Would you be willing to hand him over to me? Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu nearly laughed out of sheer indignation. You think I should just hand him over because you asked? On what grounds? The fact that you just ambushed and attacked me is more than enough reason for you to die. For anyone bold enough to provoke him. Qin Yu was never one to show mercy. Nor was Dark Faust standing before him now any exception. Furthermore, this entity was already an archenemy of Ultraman Nexus. Even if it hadn't launched a sneak attack on him, the mere fact that they had crossed paths meant Qin Yu would never have allowed it to live. Seeing himself completely ignored, and moreover being treated as prey by Dark Faust, the Dark Orb promptly lost his temper. Noah, I find this bastard unbearable. Let's pause our duel for now, and take him out first. Seems fair, doesn't it? Regarding such matters, he could hardly ask for a better opportunity. Qin Yu agreed on the spot. I have no objections either. I dislike him too. Let's take him down together. Deal. The two who had been fighting moments ago now found themselves united by a singular goal: eliminate Dark Faust. Yet faced with the combined might of Qin Yu and Dark Orb, Dark Faust remained remarkably calm. Ultraman Noah, the enemy you truly need to face is not me. With those words, he raised his hand toward the heavens and unleashed a surge of dark energy. The dark energy coalesced into a black vortex portal in the sky, identical to the one that had previously summoned the insect Megahuricles Bagaba. A terrifyingly massive silhouette emerged from the vortex, plummeting rapidly downward. Where it was destined to land stood a towering office building. Rumble. The colossal impact crushed the building under its sheer weight, reducing it to a pile of rubble. Standing atop the wreckage, the creature bared its fangs, brandishing its claws in a display of pure terror. Qin Yu recognized the creature instantly. Demon space monster Nosferu. Good lord, he actually brought this thing out. the demon space monster Nosferu, resembling a grotesque rat in appearance. It wielded sharp claws on both hands and two formidable fangs as its primary weapons. It could also shoot an extraordinarily long tongue from its maw to strike its opponents unexpectedly. Beyond that, the creature's most defining trait was its extraordinarily potent regenerative ability. Within Nosferu's mouth grew a specialized organ. As long as this organ remained intact, the creature could revive endlessly no matter how many times it was defeated. During the events of the Nexus television series, it was precisely this monstrosity that slashed and killed the protagonist Isami Minato's girlfriend Riko Samada, the very human host of Dark Faust. Its combat strength was certainly no joke. Once the demon space monster appeared, Dark Faust pointed a slender finger at Qin Yu. "Seize it. Block Ultraman Noah. Do not let him interfere with me." Roar. The monster responded with a terrifying bellow before immediately charging toward Qin Yu. Faced with such a powerful adversary, even Qin Yu dared not grow careless. He summoned 100% of his focus to confront it. An ultra and a monster erupted into fierce combat. "Fine then. Since you dare covet my power, let me see if you possess the qualifications." Dark Orb was not a man to sit idly by and await his doom. Brandishing his blade, he charged forward to slash at Dark Faust. However, the dark entity deftly evaded every single strike. Simultaneously, he memorized Dark Orb's combat patterns with precision. After successfully dodging over a dozen strikes, Dark Faust had already grasped the essence of his opponent's fighting style. He began his counterattack. Dodging a sweeping slash from Dark Orb, he exploited the brief opening in the monster's second strike, surging forward to deliver a heavy punch straight to Dark Orb's chest. Thud! The blow sent Dark Orb stumbling backward, but Dark Faust showed no mercy. Taking two swift strides forward and executing a precise kick aimed directly at Dark Orb's wrist. Dark Orb's hand went instantly numb. His Dark Orb Brave sword slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the ground. "My holy sword!" Before he could finish his sentence, Dark Faust followed up with a devastating heart-piercing kick. Crack! Dark Orb was sent flying more than 100 meters through the air. He crashed through two more buildings before the smoke from the resulting explosions slowly drifted upward. In a darkened corner of the city, the mysterious observer watched as Dark Orb proved utterly no match for Dark Faust, and grew overwhelmingly excited, nearly dancing with joy. Yes, exactly like that. Attack him, mercilessly defeat him, and seize his dark energy. It will undoubtedly make us far stronger. Perhaps hearing the mysterious figure's voice fueled Dark Faust's assault, making it even more ferocious. Dark Orb was left completely unable to mount a counteroffensive, forced to frantically block or evade. Looking rather wretched, the sudden twist of events left Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong completely at a loss. Hai Yong exclaimed agitatedly, "Wait, where did another Ultra just come from? He's openly declaring war on Noah and the Black Ultra. What are we supposed to do now? We can't just stand by and watch. If they keep fighting like this, the entire Beijing city will be reduced to ruins." At that earlier stage, they could afford to overlook the battle between Qin Yu and Dark Orb precisely because their clashes primarily took place in the sky, causing minimal damage to the urban landscape. But things were different now. 3 Ultras and 1 monster were engaged in direct combat right within the city streets. If they didn't intervene, even if the conflict were eventually quelled, Beijing City would still be left in total devastation. Their duties simply would not allow them to stand idle while such destruction unfolded. Li Lingling surveyed the 4 targets locked in combat. 3 Ultras, 1 monster. The choice of who needed assistance was already painfully obvious. Leave those 2 Dark Ultras for now. Target the monster instead. Eliminating it is our primary responsibility. Understood. Hai Luo and Hai Yong flew swiftly behind the demon space monster and drew their respective weapons. It had only been during these past 2 days that they had discovered they actually possessed usable armaments. Ultraman Rasso's arsenal consisted of 2 blades, 1 large and 1 small, whereas Ultraman Blue wielded a single massive broadsword. Sharing a quick glance, they launched a coordinated ambush from behind. Clang! Clang! Their weapons struck against the monster's hide. Sparks flew, yet not a single scratch was left behind. The demon space monster's defenses were exceptionally potent, rendering ordinary physical attacks largely ineffective against it. What? Hai Luo and Hai Yong were utterly stunned. They had tested their weapons and found their attack power to be formidable, yet a single strike failed to break through the monster's defense. How strong could this monster be? It was absurd. Qin Yu threw a punch at the evil mutant beast's face, sending it reeling to the side. Then he turned to the 2 brothers. There's a regenerative organ inside this monster's mouth that grants it incredible healing capabilities. Unless you destroy that organ, it cannot be killed. I'll find an opportunity to pry its mouth open, attack the organ inside. Do you understand? Hai Yong felt a tremor of fear. What? Attack the organ inside its mouth? That's so disgusting. Qin Yu added, alternatively, you 2 can pry its mouth open while I deliver the strike. Your choice. He glanced at the beast's maw lined with jagged fang-like teeth. The brothers shuddered, then decisively chose the first option. You handle prying its jaws open. TCH cowards. Without these two brothers, Qin Yu would have struggled considerably against the evil mutant beast. He would need to transform into his red youth form. But with the brothers' assistance, perhaps he could defeat the beast even in his silver junior form. In truth, it wasn't entirely impossible. You two go first. Create an opening for me. Right. With newfound courage, the brothers charged without hesitation, aiming their attacks at the evil mutant beast. As expected, the evil mutant beast swatted them aside with single blows. But those strikes bought Qin Yu the crucial moment he needed. Qin Yu executed a flip over the beast's head, seized its upper jaw and lower jaw with both hands, and forcefully pried its mouth open. Hurry! At Qin Yu's command, Hai Luo and Hai Yong sprang to their feet, in unison channeling their energy, one summoning water, the other fire. They aimed for the organ within the beast's maw. However, the two brothers failed to control their angle of attack. As the water and fire energies converged toward the monster's mouth, they collided and detonated simultaneously. The explosion erupted with tremendous force, sending both Qin Yu and the evil mutant beast flying. Qin Yu rolled twice upon impact and regained his footing relatively unharmed. He knelt on one knee to steady himself. The evil mutant beast lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing the two brothers frozen in confusion after their mistake, Qin Yu fought the urge to march over and slap them both. Damn it! These two are hopeless. I shouldn't have trusted them. The evil mutant beast opened its massive jaws and roared as it struggled to its feet. At that moment, Li Lingling, who had held back throughout the battle, seized her opportunity and unleashed her finisher, a beam aimed directly at the regenerative organ in the beast's mouth. Grigio beam. Golden light shot straight into the evil mutant beast's mouth with pinpoint accuracy. Rumble. The beam's energy erupted within the beast, causing it excruciating pain. This strike not only obliterated the regenerative organ inside its mouth, but also destroyed half of the evil mutant beast's head. The creature was already horrifying in appearance, and now it had become even more grotesque. Roar, roar. The immense agony overwhelmed the evil mutant beast, which thrashed and screamed wildly. Cross-ray storm. Qin Yu seized the opening, briefly charged, and released a finishing beam that eliminated the severely damaged evil mutant beast before him. Rumble. The intense explosion reduced the evil mutant beast's body to ashes. Host has defeated evil mutant beast Nosferu. Blue youth form unlock progress at 25, current overall progress at 55. He was one step closer to unlocking the blue youth form. Qin Yu turned his gaze toward Li Lingling, who was still maintaining the pose from her Grigio beam. You performed admirably under pressure. It seems you are not merely suited for healing. You have the potential to be a warrior. Although Ultraman Grigio was primarily a healer, in reality, in terms of base attributes, Grigio was not far behind Crown Prince Taiga. She possessed the qualification to become a fighter. It simply depended on how the human host utilized her. In the original series, the original host Atsushi Mishimo was purely a healer in the early stages, but later developed into a battle-style support, able to tank, heal, and deal damage, a trinity. Once she truly grew in strength, she would become an extremely formidable presence. Thank you for your praise. Being praised by Qin Yu for the first time left Li Lingling somewhat embarrassed. Hai Luo and Hai Yong felt a tinge of dejection. During the previous battle, their combined contribution had been less than that of a single girl. It was utterly humiliating. While the four of them dominated, the evil mutant beast with relative ease, Dark Orb nearby, was faring much worse, being brutally beaten by Dark Faust. He was on the verge of collapse. The energy indicator on his chest began to flash. Normally, Dark Ultramen do not flash their color timers. A flashing light indicated extreme danger. Seeing Dark Orb beaten so mercilessly, Qin Yu could hardly bear to watch. All three of you go help Dark Orb. Don't let Dark Faust kill him. Wants the dark energy on Dark Orb's body. Dark Orb's defeat was not acceptable, but absolutely not at the hands of Dark Faust. If Dark Faust obtained Dark Orb's dark energy, his power would increase dramatically, becoming a serious threat. Even without enhancement, Dark Faust could barely contend with Red Youth Nexus. If he absorbed Dark Orb's dark energy, he might be able to match Red Youth Nexus evenly. Understood. Hai Luo and Hai Yong rallied their spirits. Gripping their weapons, they charged toward Dark Faust. Although their combat ability was mediocre, they were still Ultramen and posed a certain threat. Dark Faust dared not underestimate them and was forced to temporarily abandon Dark Orb. He retreated several paces. Hai Luo and Hai Yong helped Dark Orb to his feet. Qin Yu stepped forward to confront Dark Faust. I have grown quite interested in you, Dark Faust. Shall we settle this one-on-one? Ultraman, know the day of our confrontation has not yet arrived. There is no need to rush. What day? I need no auspicious date to fight you. I strike whenever I please. Qin Yu paid no mind to destiny or timing. He utilized Mach Dash to close the distance in an instant, and threw a punch at Dark Faust. Dark Faust dodged Qin Yu's strike and retaliated with his own counterattack. Qin Yu caught Dark Faust's fist with his open palm, then unexpectedly delivered a headbutt directly toward Dark Faust's skull. Thud! The two Ultraman's heads collided. Qin Yu, having anticipated this, was prepared. Dark Faust, caught completely off guard, was momentarily stunned. The two Ultraman's heads collided with a resounding clang. Qin Yu, prepared for the impact, fared reasonably well. Dark Faust, however, was caught completely by surprise and staggered, dazed. End of chapter. Taking advantage of Dark Faust's momentary daze from the impact, Qin Yu raised his leg and delivered a vicious groin kick. Thud! Dark Faust was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground. Witnessing Qin Yu's relentless flurry of strikes, the crowd of onlookers in the city were left utterly stunned. Did Ultraman Noah just use a headbutt and a groin kick? I thought only street brawlers would employ such tactics. Never expected an Ultraman to pull off something like that. Although I'd rather not admit it isn't that kind of move from Ultraman Noah, a bit too crude. What do you mean by crude? There's no such thing as high level or low level in combat. As long as you can defeat your opponent, that's what matters. Go Noah. Go Noah. That move only works on males. If Dark Faust were female, it probably wouldn't have any effect. Ultraman Noah, can we stop using such underhanded moves next time? It'd be embarrassing if people found out I'm a fan of an Ultraman like this. Ultraman Noah, that move was solid. Just don't use it again. Ultraman Noah, can we aim for something a bit more refined? That dark red Ultraman is an idiot, getting caught in such an obvious trap. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Qin Yu remained completely unfazed. Face? What was face worth? Those who clung to their pride died by it. In the Eagle Nation, Howard Great Scott and Shaq all instinctively covered their Armstrong spiral jet acceleration Armstrong cannons. Who knew how devastating Qin Yu's moves could be against a male Ultraman? From this moment on, Qin Yu seemed no different from a devil in their eyes. No, worse than a devil. Devils wouldn't fight with such horrifying techniques. Basu, as a female Ultraman, was not particularly affected. Seeing the others' reactions, she couldn't help but frown. What are you doing? Stop being such cowards. Feeling embarrassed, they quickly pretended nothing had happened. At the Beijing Mecha base, directorly remarked, so this is Qin Yu's power. That dark red Ultraman could easily overpower another black Ultraman, yet Qin Yu defeated him in just 2 moves. Ultraman Noah is truly unfathomable. This is only his silver form. If he switches to the red form, who knows what he'd be capable of. He didn't care what methods Qin Yu used to take down Dark Faust. Only the result mattered. Since Qin Yu could defeat Dark Faust, that was impressive enough. After knocking down Dark Faust, Qin Yu raised his foot to stomp on him. But Dark Faust reacted swiftly, rolling across the ground to dodge the crushing blow. He quickly rose to his feet, gathering a small dark beam in his hands to strike at Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised his arm, and the Nexus arm on his wrist absorbed the energy of the dark beam. He converted it into light energy and fired a small beam at Dark Faust. This was the special ability of the Nexus arm. It could absorb enemy energy attacks and reflect them back. However, it required active use to be effective. If the Transformee were struck by an energy attack without their knowledge, the Nexus arm could be destroyed. Much like in Ultra Galaxy Mega Monster Battle, where Libera and King Sword combined their forces to damage the Nexus arm on Nexus's wrist, thus breaking the meta field and escaping from within. Boom! Dark Faust was hit by Qin Yu's beam. He fell to the ground once more. Immediately, Qin Yu gathered energy in both hands, preparing to unleash the Cross-Ray Storm to finish off Dark Faust. Just then, a mysterious observer struck from the shadows, firing a dark energy blast into the sky. The energy dispersed midair, forming a luminous curtain. It descended rapidly, aiming to envelop Dark Faust within. Qin Yu recognized the technique immediately. Dark Domain. The Dark Domain was a field ability on par with the meta field. However, where one represented light and the other darkness, their natures were completely opposed. The Dark Domain rapidly unfolded. The moment the Dark Domain took shape, Dark Faust was drawn into it and vanished, leaving only a single message for Qin Yu. Ultraman Noah, our fated confrontation will not end so easily. Qin Yu watched helplessly as the enemy he was so close to defeating slipped away. Qin Yu was deeply frustrated, yet there was nothing he could do. If he had been in his Red Youth form, he could have used his meta field to counter the Dark Domain. He could have taken the opportunity to finish off Dark Faust. But the Dark Domain had unfolded too quickly. He had no time to upgrade to his Red Youth form and activate the meta field. The Dark Domain just now wasn't opened by Dark Faust himself. That means there's someone else in the shadows capable of opening a Dark Domain, watching from afar. My intuition was right. This world hasn't just produced Dark Faust. Dark Mephisto, or even Dark Zagi may have appeared as well. Only 3 individuals possess the ability to unleash the Dark Domain, and among them only 2 could have used it to rescue Dark Faust just now. Either Dark Mephisto or Dark Zagi. The others simply couldn't wield the Dark Domain. Qin Yu had deliberately maintained his Silver Childhood form rather than activating his Red Youth form precisely to guard against this possibility. The red youth form consumed too much energy to deploy recklessly. If he expended all his reserves and others came in to exploit the aftermath, it wouldn't be worth the risk. This incident confirmed his suspicions. Li Lingling flew over to Qin Yu, marveling at how Dark Faust had suddenly vanished. Qin Yu, how did he escape? One moment he was here, then gone. He retreated into the dark domain. Don't worry about him. He'll surface again soon. That bastard sticks around like a plaster on skin. After speaking, Qin Yu turned and approached Dark Orb. Hey, can you still fight? Want to continue deciding the winner? Dark Orb retorted irritably. Looking at my current state, do I look like I can keep fighting? Qin Yu glanced at the energy indicator flashing increasingly rapidly on the other's chest. Never mind. You conduct yourself with honor, so I'll give you a chance. When you've recovered, come challenge me again. If Dark Orb were the sneaky, underhanded type Qin, you wouldn't have shown any mercy. He would have finished him off with a cross-ray storm without hesitation. But the other party had come to challenge him openly with no schemes or tricks. Such a person intrigued Qin Yu. Qin Yu was willing to grant him another opportunity to challenge him. Of course, there was another reason. Dark Orb's energy was dark energy which Qin Yu could not absorb. If the opponent had been the real Orb, he couldn't guarantee he'd resist the temptation to absorb their energy. End of chapter. Ultraman Noah, you are indeed a formidable opponent. Ooh, I haven't misjudged you. Wait until I recover from my injuries. I shall return to settle the duel with you. Only one of us can be the strongest Ultraman. With those words, Dark Ultraman Orb finally collapsed and deactivated his transformation. He reverted to human form. It's over now, isn't it? Asked Hailuo. His own transformation time was also nearly exhausted. And not just him. Except for Qin Yu, Li Lingling, Haiyong. The transformation time of all three was also running out. None of them possessed Qin Yu's ability for prolonged standby. For now it's safe. You can withdraw. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Li Lingling, Hailuo, and Haiyong decisively deactivated their transformations. They returned to human form, leaving only Qin Yu standing amid the city. His tall and upright silhouette in the eyes of many appeared truly divine. Although many Ultramen have appeared, Ultraman Noah remains the most powerful among them, standing unyielding. Ultraman Noah, you are my god. Ultraman Noah, look over here. Let me take a photo. Ultraman Noah, I love you. As the only female Ultraman on the scene, Li Lingling's performance in this battle had also drawn considerable attention. Though Ultraman Noah is incredibly strong, that female Ultraman is no slouch either. The beam she fired blew off half the monster's head. Impressive. Yes, that female Ultraman's performance was truly stunning. In comparison, the blue and red Ultraman's showing was slightly less remarkable. Not less remarkable, just inferior. Those two Ultramen have such vibrant colors. Why are they so weak? Even Ultraman Rosso and Ultraman Blue had drawn some attention. People discussed them. Yet Dark Faust and Dark Ultraman Orb, perhaps due to their designs or lack of outstanding performance, did not garner much attention. Discussions about the two of them were scarce. This battle ignited an unprecedented global fervor for Ultraman. Many witnessed the battle. Even more uploaded the footage via live streams or videos to the internet. The Dragon Kingdom authorities could not control the netizens' actions, so they simply let it be, allowing the battle footage to spread worldwide. The melee of 6 Ultramen, such a magnificent lineup, exhilarated the people. At the same time, it instilled a profound sense of crisis in the Eagle Nation. The astonishing number of 5 Ultramen had long been a source of pride for the Eagle Nation's high command. They believed they possessed the greatest number of Ultramen. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Kingdom suddenly produced 6 Ultramen, and 6 bizarre ones at that. Not to mention the Grub Trio and Qin Yu's Noah. The key point was that Dark Ultraman Orb and Dark Faust, 2 Dark Ultramen, also had distinctive characteristics. The 5 Ultramen the Eagle Nation had found were all uniformly red. Though formidable in strength, they were utterly conventional and lacked any unique flair. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom, which had appeared with silver, black, red, blue, all colors. 100 flowers blooming, truly extraordinary. This instilled a tremendous sense of crisis in the Eagle Nation. They began leveraging their powerful intelligence network, frantically searching for Ultraman hosts worldwide. They sought to draw all these Ultramen into the embrace of the Eagle Nation. More than a month had passed since the previous battle. Qin Yu's life returned to tranquility. Dark Faust did not appear, nor did Dark Ultraman Orb come to challenge him. He lived an ordinary life, placid yet fulfilling. During this time, Li Lingling, Hailuo, and Haiyong, the 3 Ultramen, became the brightest stars across the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. Whenever a large monster of magnitude 5.0 or above appeared within the Dragon Kingdom, the higher-ups would deploy the 3 of them. Compared to deploying mecha, dealing with such colossal monsters with them was clearly more cost-effective. After all, repairing a damaged mecha required money. If these 3 got injured, they could recover by eating a couple more steaks. At first, for safety, all 3 were dispatched together. But gradually, continuous transformations began to strain them. As their combat abilities improved, they started rotating shifts. Monsters below magnitude 7.0 0 were handled by a single person, the other 2 rested. Monsters above magnitude 7. 0 required 2 Ultramen. Only for monsters above magnitude 8. 0 would all 3 be deployed. Qin Yu upon learning this felt like scoffing. If that unfortunate guy and that poor kid had been able to rotate shifts, they would have known just how blissful such an arrangement could be. During this period, news about Ultramen spread like wildfire. Those from various countries could no longer be concealed. One by one they were exposed. The Sakura Kingdom had 2 Ultraman and Ultraman Jack. The Bear Kingdom had won the dismembering maniac Ultraman Ace. The John Bull Kingdom had won the Crown Prince Ultraman Taro. The Gallic Rooster had won the teacher Ultraman 80. The Cold Kingdom had won Ultraman Evil. However, these were only those on the surface. How many Ultramen each country actually possessed in secret remained uncertain. For instance, the Eagle Nation had only revealed Ultraman Beth and Ultraman Scott so far. But in reality, 3 more Ultramen were hidden. And that was only what Qin Yu knew before. Whether they had recently recruited additional Ultramen remained unknown. Among these exposed Ultramen, it was hard to say who was the strongest. But if you asked who was the most arrogant, if Ultraman Evil of the Cold Kingdom claimed second, no one would dare claim first. Ultramen from other countries all wanted to keep their host's identity secret. They hid deep, terrified of being discovered. But the host of Ultraman Evil was different. He openly revealed his identity to the entire world. Since making his identity public, he had completely turned himself into a celebrity, endorsing products, appearing on shows, holding fan meetings. He kept busy ceaselessly. To boost his popularity, he even staged a global transformation livestream, showing his transformation process in front of over 1 billion viewers. Not only did the Cold Kingdom authorities not stop his reckless behavior, they even fanned the flames, incessantly boasting that Ultraman Evil was the strongest Ultraman. Regardless of whether it was Ultraman Noah Beth Taro or 80, none were a match for Ultraman Evil. Ultraman Evil would accept any challenge from any Ultraman. To the Cold Kingdom's braggadocio Qin, you could only sneer. With Ultraman Evil's strength, they actually dared to boast about that. Initially it was nothing. Let him be high profile if he wanted, as long as he didn't interfere with others. Everyone just ignored him. Until the host of Ultraman Evil went too far by destroying a mecha belonging to the Eagle Nation. The nature of the situation began to change. The technological level of the Cold Country was rather inadequate. They were incapable of independently manufacturing combat mechs. Thus, they could only lease expensive combat mechs from their father, the Eagle Sauce Country. Not only did they have to pay the annual leasing fees for the combat mechs, they also had to cover their daily maintenance. The expenses for the related personnel also had to be borne entirely by the Cold Country. The annual expenditure on this front for the Cold Country was astronomical. However, in order to battle the monsters and ensure the nation's continued survival, the authorities could only grit their teeth and bear the burden. The one who transformed into the evil Ultra was named Qin Yu. Originally, he was a third-rate, low-tier idol. Under the oppression of his agency, he lived a hand-to-mouth existence. After obtaining the power of the evil Ultra, he became instantly inflated. He believed himself to be invincible and unmatched under heaven. He found it utterly unacceptable that his country was spending vast sums to maintain other nations' combat mechs. He considered it a waste of money. Rather than pouring so much money into the Eagle Sauce Country's combat mechs, it would be better to give it to him. He was the true savior of the Cold Country. After careful deliberation, the higher-ups rejected Qin Yu's proposal. After all, the Eagle Sauce Country was their father. A son supporting his father. Wasn't that only natural? This incident ignited Qin Yu's fury. Then, he did the same thing as Qin Yu. He dismantled the mech. However, the one he dismantled was only an SS-class mech. Moreover, he wasn't as tough as Qin Yu. Qin Yu dared to charge straight into the mech base and crush his opponents. He didn't dare. He could only play dirty tricks during battle, using a beam to accidentally destroy a mech to vent his anger. After this incident, the Eagle Sauce Country demanded that the Cold Country compensate for the mech's loss and have Qin Yu issue a public apology. But Qin Yu adamantly refused. He thought, I am an Ultra. I merely blew up a single mech. And you dare demand an apology? Are you kidding me? Noah Ultra had also destroyed Dragon Country's mechs, 2 SSS-class mechs in one go. The Dragon Country didn't even ask Noah Ultra to apologize. I only destroyed 1 SS-class mech, and you want an apology? Do you not respect me as an Ultra? But he overlooked one thing: Noah destroyed 2 SSS-class mechs, and the Dragon Country didn't dare utter a word because Noah possessed that level of power. Did the evil Ultra transformed by Qin Yu have such strength? Perhaps after becoming an Ultra, he became arrogant. This time the Cold Country behind Qin Yu actually stood firmly by him. They declared compensation for the mech's loss is acceptable, but an apology is absolutely impossible. An Ultra is a supreme being. An Ultra cannot bow to anyone. Back when we had no Ultra and no mech, we played the sun and licked your boots. But now that we have an Ultra, do we still have to lick your boots and play the sun? Then what's the point of having an Ultra? Seeing that the former son dared to defy them and refuse obedience, the Eagle Sauce Country was also furious. They had hoped that in the future the Cold Country's evil Ultra would lend a hand and become part of their strength. But with the Cold Country's current attitude, how could they wait for the future? If they didn't teach the son a good lesson, the son would rebel and even ride on their heads. Thus, the Eagle Sauce Country issued an ultimatum: the Cold Country must not only compensate for the Mech's loss, but also have Qin Yu make a globally televised apology. The deadline was 3 days. After 3 days, if Qin Yu still refused to apologize, the Eagle Sauce Country would deploy at least 2 Ultras to eliminate Qin Yu, the evil Ultra. In response, Qin Yu declared 2. Even if you add 1 more, 3. So what? Noah Ultra can fight 3 at once. He could too. It was unclear where he got the confidence that his strength could rival that of Qin Yu's transformed Noah Ultra. Regarding this matter, Qin Yu was quite interested. Not for any other reason, but mainly for the 2 Ultras of the Eagle Sauce Country. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to intervene to seize the power of those 2 Eagle Sauce Country Ultras, and thus unlock his blue youth form as soon as possible. Time quickly passed. The Cold Country and Qin Yu remained adamant. An apology was impossible. Never in this lifetime. The Eagle Sauce Country responded, fine. Since you're so ungrateful, this father can only bitterly take out the 7-strip whip. Thus Beth Ultra and Scott Ultra transformed and appeared at the Cold Country's leader's residence. If within 10 seconds, Qin Yu did not transform and appear, the 2 Ultras would immediately release beams to eliminate the leader and all high-ranking officials in the residence. Since the words were out, Qin Yu couldn't back down. He transformed into the evil Ultra and appeared. The 3 Ultras formed a triangle confronting one another around the residence. This battle of 3 Ultras was broadcast globally. Everyone could watch it in the live stream. Beth immediately accused Qin Yu, our Eagle Sauce Country kindly supported your Cold Country with combat mechs to help you through the crisis and eliminate monsters, yet you repay kindness with enmity. How outrageous. Since humans couldn't hear the Ultra's speech, the live stream had a dedicated person adding subtitles so people could follow the conversation. Qin Yu retorted excitedly, it wasn't free, you know. What are you blabbering about? If you said it was free, I'd thank you. But you charge us so much every year. That's just providing a normal service. How is that repaying kindness with enmity? Bullshit. Your mechs aren't worth that much. Eagle Sauce Country's mechs get out of the Cold Country. We don't need you. Scott was furious. Fine. When you needed our combat mechs to save your nation's fate, you begged us on your knees. Now that you have an Ultra and don't need combat mechs, you tell us to get out right. You Cold Country ingrates, I've seen through you. Since that's the case, today we'll take away your power and see if you can still be so arrogant. Evil Ultra, your end is here. The battle was about to erupt. Beth Ultra and Scott Ultra joined forces, charging toward the evil Ultra. Although the evil Ultra was arrogant and conceited, he truly had strength. Having once been a third-rate idol, he practiced dancing diligently every day, which unexpectedly trained him to be extremely agile. After transforming into the evil Ultra, those dance moves became special combat techniques. Facing the pincer attack from Beth and Scott, the evil Ultra gathered energy and fired an evil beam at Beth. This was a small beam skill of the evil Ultra, similar to Qin Yu's favorite handblade beam. Its power was not great, but its advantage lay in a fast launch speed. No need to charge. Beth dodged to the side, and the evil beam flew past her. It missed her and hit the empty ground. Boom. The evil beam exploded, igniting a patch of fire on the ground. Although this move didn't hit Beth, it achieved its effect. It hindered Beth's advance. Scott reached the evil Ultra first. He threw a punch at the evil Ultra. The two failed to form a simultaneous pincer attack on the evil Ultra. Facing Scott's attack, Siedi twisted to the side with a. He propped himself up on one hand, rising to his feet. Not only did he dodge the punch, Siedi also swept his leg to kick the opponent's head. Thud. Scott couldn't react in time and was kicked. He staggered back 2 steps. Siedi landed from a backflip, stabilizing himself. He quickly unleashed an evil beam towards Scott. Boom. Scott took a hit to the abdomen. Base was knocked down in one blow. Damn you. Base roared in anger. He sprang into the air and delivered a flying kick aimed at Siedi's head. Siedi swiftly raised his arms, waiting for the right moment. Just as Base nearly kicked him, he grabbed Base's ankle and executed a 360-degree spin. Neutralizing Base's flying kick, he hurled him with a mighty throw, sending Base crashing through the air. Base landed with a resounding thud. He slammed the ground to create a large crater. That was the first round of the battle. Siedi was nearly victorious, easily toying with the 2 Ultramen. The viewers in the live stream initially thought the 2 Ultramen, sent by the Ingjiang nation, held an absolute numerical advantage. 2-on-1. They were sure they could easily defeat Qin Yu. Unexpectedly, the Siedi Qin Yu transformed into proved to be incredibly formidable. It was truly beyond expectation, and jaws dropped. Qin Yu is so strong. I didn't expect this Ultraman from the Han Nation to have real skill. He can single-handedly take on the two Ultramen from the Ingjiang Nation. Could this really be a master who can challenge Noah Ultraman? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Noah Ultraman is invincible. What is this Siedi? He isn't fit to lace Noah Ultraman's boots. Jin Jingwu, we are behind you. Siedi is surely stronger than Noah. If you don't believe it, have Noah come and try to fight these two Ultraman. Jin Jingwu, come on. Our Han Nation's Ultraman is the strongest. Ultraman from other nations are all trash. What the heck, Noah? Before our Han Nation's Siedi Ultraman, he's nothing. Let the whole world bow before our Siedi Ultraman. Foolish humans, from today onward this world will be ruled by our Han Nation, because we possess the strongest Siedi Ultraman. Siedi Ultraman is invincible. Our Han Nation will surely punch Dragon Nation, kick Ingjiang Nation, becoming the ruler of this world. Siedi Ultraman, let the whole world witness your true strength. Great Siedi Ultraman, you are a god. The Han Nation's netizens on the live stream went wild, spewing trash talk as their excitement neared a collective peak. They demeaned all other Ultramen, praising Siedi's might. It looked as if Siedi had already won the fight. Ingjiang Nation, Base and Scott can beat this Ultraman from the Han Nation. If not, I'll join too. Pawat wondered. Although Siedi was brash and arrogant, he seemed to have real ability. He worried that his two teammates might come to a bad end. Chuck remained calm. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Base and Scott just aren't familiar with Siedi's peculiar fighting style. If we let them adapt a little, Siedi won't cause much trouble. Watch and see. A golden-haired handsome boy said, this Siedi isn't much, but he's got a big mouth, who I ought to go and smash him to bits. His name is Eric. In the meantime, the Ingjiang Nation has successfully recruited two Ultramen, Lord Ultraman and Eric Ultraman. These two Ultramen are the ones featured in Joe Boss Jonia's animated TV series, possessing formidable combat prowess. According to the canon within U40, they are only slightly inferior to Old Joe. After the Ingjiang Nation recruited these two, they had them fight the other five separately. The results confirmed that Lord Ultraman's and Eric Ultraman's solo strength far exceeded the other five Ultraman. They have become the Ingjiang Nation's ace. Mark chuckled. Eric, this arrogant, overbearing guy isn't worth your effort. Your target is Noah Ultraman alone. Eric folded his arms, his head held high with a hint of arrogance. Of course I won't bother with such a guy, but it's fun to teach him a lesson now, and then, isn't it? Latte Ultraman is a taciturn middle-aged man with an exaggerated tall build and muscular frame. He remained silent as he watched the livestream. Silence. Dragon Nation, Beijing Mecha Base. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong along with Director Li were in the office watching the livestream. Director Li, having watched the first bout, couldn't wait to ask, Lingling, with your current strength, how do you compare with these three Ultraman? Lingling glanced at Hai Luo and Hai Yong and replied with confidence, in a solo duel our strength will likely fall short, but if Hai Luo and Hai Yong fuse into Rob Ultraman, they should be able to match him. Over this period of training and battles, Hai Luo and Hai Yong have unlocked the ability to fuse into Rob Ultraman, and their power has grown by leaps and bounds. Nevertheless, they have not revealed it yet. Li Lingling tested the Rob Ultraman forms in combat, and was easily defeated by the opponent. Through technical calculations, Rob Ultraman's danger rating had exceeded 9.0. They could barely contend with the silver, juvenile form of the Nexus Ultraman as transformed by Qin Yu. This greatly energized Director Li. Before the fusion, the two brothers together could not defeat the silver juvenile form of Nexus Ultraman. After the fusion, they would have the strength to contend with it. If Li Lingling were to fuse as well, a three Ultraman fusion would occur. Would that not place them on par with the red juvenile form of Nexus Ultraman? Director Li nodded in approval at Li Lingling's words. That's good, that's good. The fools of the Han Nation, who only have one Ultraman, are arrogant. They don't even know what death means. Director Li's worry returned. If those two Ultramen from the Ingjiang Nation managed to defeat Siedi's power could be taken away by them. Then the Ingjiang Nation would gain another Ultraman, their strength would surge, and that would be troublesome for us. Li Lingling sighed. But this is beyond our control. They have a legitimate lineage and reasons, and no one can stop them. Hai Yong suddenly asked, do you think Qin Yu would take an interest in this battle? If he does, this fight could become incredibly exciting. End of chapter. Li Lingling contemplated Qin Yu's past behavior, and suddenly burst into laughter. It was not a bright, captivating smile, but rather the wicked grin of someone who had just conceived a mischievous plan. He would definitely be interested in this battle. He's probably already prepared to make his move. In such a lively scene, he certainly won't be missing. Although the battlefield was in Hangug, such a distance was nothing for an Ultraman. He could easily fly there at will. Hangug. Siedi spread his arms wide. He stood as proud as a divine spirit receiving worship. Do you see? I am the strongest Ultraman. Neither of you two is my match. Surrender to me now, apologize, seek my forgiveness, and I may spare you. Otherwise wait to have your powers stripped away and be turned back into ordinary humans. Beisai and Saikit rose from the ground one after another. They exchanged a glance and re-established their tacit understanding. Saikit gathered energy in both palms. They transformed into two rapidly spinning blue light wheels poised and ready. Beisai charged at Xiedi, unleashing fierce punches and kicks in a barrage of ordinary but rapid attacks. His assault was sharp and relentless. Xiedi could not ignore Beisai's attacks and could only dodge using strange dance steps. The scene looked so comical that one couldn't help but shout, "Stop fighting. If you want to fight, go to the dance studio." Saikit watched from the side. His head spun rapidly as he analyzed Xiedi's dance steps. He quickly found the flaws in them. Gripping the Ultra Slash while he charged forward, he slashed down at Xiedi's back. Whoosh! The first light will was barely dodged by Xiedi. Bang! The second light will caught him outright. It struck his shoulder. The slash wheel mercilessly carved through his skin. Dark purple dark energy gushed out like blood. Roar! Xiedi let out a blood-curdling scream. Though no one understood his language, just listening to that wail and seeing the wound, one could feel the devastating power of this attack. Thud! Beisai seized the opportunity and kicked Xiedi straight in the chest. Xiedi was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into and demolishing a cluster of residential buildings. This sight terrified the many senior officials of Hangug in the nearby government compound. This is bad. Could Kim Jung-oh be in trouble? We're doomed. Does Kim Jung-oh really can't defeat the two Ultramen from Eagle Sauce? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kim Jung-oh is definitely the strongest Ultraman. This is just an accident. Kim Jung-oh, you cannot lose. If you lose, our Hangug is finished. No, we should surrender immediately. It's not too late to surrender now, right? It hasn't come to that yet. Kim Jung-oh hasn't lost. Is this the time to talk about surrender? What about our Hangug men's spirit? When did we ever have that? You have a point. Everyone shut up. We haven't reached the final moment yet. How can we speak of surrender so lightly? The people of Hangug were traditionally weak-willed. They had believed that possessing Xiedi's power would allow them to flaunt their dominance. They never expected Xiedi to be all show and no substance. All flash and no substance. After looking impressive in the first round, he immediately fell apart. Many people seeing this began to consider giving up. If not for the Hangug leaders holding things together, some would have already capitulated on the spot and knelt before Eagle Sauce. Eagle Sauce. Mark clapped and cheered. Great. Just like that, teach him a lesson. Let that guy know which country is the most powerful in the world. For him, this battle was one he could only win. If he lost, his career would be over. If he couldn't defeat a single Xiedi, even with two Ultramen working together, what use was he as the person in charge? Chuck sneered, "Don't get so excited. Winning is normal. It would be strange if Beisai and Saikit couldn't win." Commander Mark, it seems you have no confidence in them. Of course not. I have great confidence in them. I've always believed in their abilities. Mark could only force a fake smile to ease the awkwardness. Hanguk. Not far from the battlefield, the mysterious person who had been closely observing Qin Yu appeared. In his eyes there were no Beisai or Saikit. Only Xiedi. Not bad, quite impressive. This little one is perfect to become my puppet. You fight, tear each other apart. In the end, it'll all benefit me anyway. The mysterious person let out a sinister laugh. It seemed Xiedi was already in his pocket. On the battlefield, Xiedi clutched his wound and rose again. He used energy to seal the wound, stopping the dark purple energy from flowing out. You two, very good, very strong. I admit I underestimated you before. From now on I will use all my power against you. Bring it on. Let us see how powerful your full strength really is. Saikit provocatively wagged his finger at Xiedi. Xiedi instantly flew into a rage. He continuously unleashed evil beam attacks against Beisai and Saikit. Both simultaneously activated their ultra barriers, easily blocking all of Xiedi's evil beams. Immediately after Beisai covered for Saikit, Saikit withdrew the barrier. He rapidly rubbed his hands together, forming a blue-white ultra energy sphere. He threw it directly at Xiedi. Rumble. Xiedi was hit by the ultra energy sphere. The powerful energy exploded instantly, sending Xiedi sprawling. Ding dong, ding dong. Continuously suffering heavy blows, Xiedi's chest energy indicator light began to flash. In recent times, people had learned quite a bit about Ultramen. They already knew what the flashing of an Ultraman's chest energy indicator meant. Seeing Xiedi flash his lights before Eagle Sauce 2 Ultras, everyone lost faith in him. Seriously, bro, if you're not strong, why pretend to be? I actually thought you were powerful. With your strength, you dare challenge 2 at once. Do you really think you're Noah Ultraman? Hangug's Ultraman is just like Hangug itself. Big talk with no substance. They think they're invincible when they're nothing but clowns. Trash. I actually got excited, and this is it. Trash. A waste of time. This was a battle whose outcome was known from the start. Ultraman Beisai, Ultraman Saikit, stop dawdling. Just finish off Hangug's Ultraman with a single beam. I can't watch this anymore. Yes. Defeat Hangug's Ultraman, then withdraw the mechs, and let Hangug fend for itself. Without the Ultraman, and without SSS-Mech protection, Hangug probably won't last a month. A month? I'd say half a month is generous. A country like Hangug shouldn't exist on this planet anymore. Support the destruction of Hangug. Exactly, just wipe them out. End of chapter. Facing the jeers from the live stream, the people of South Korea were in a state of panic. Many South Koreans began to lose their composure, and various negative emotions started to emanate from the hearts of the populace. These negative emotions coincidentally were the perfect nourishment for the alien beasts. Bess and Scott gathered their strength, then simultaneously raised their hands in a cross shape, unleashing their respective finishing rays. Granium Ray. The finishing rays of the three Ultramen from the USA were all of the same type, identical in power with no difference. The powerful blue-white ray struck Siedi. Siedi struggled to rise, spreading his arms wide to erect an evil barrier, putting up a desperate fight. He resisted the combined finishing rays of Bess and Scott. However, with his level of strength, withstanding a single person's finishing ray might have been possible, but the combined ray of two opponents was something he simply could not endure. Boom! The two Granium rays inevitably shattered Siedi's evil barrier. They struck Siedi, sending him flying through the air. His body rapidly dissipated in midair, deactivating his transformation and reverting to his human form. With Siedi's defeat, the battle seemed to have concluded. Bess and Scott advanced toward the direction where Qin Yu lay. Defeating Siedi was not the primary objective. The most important goal was to strip Qin Yu of his Siedi power, depriving South Korea of this Ultraman. In America, we won. They won. Great. This way our America can gain another Ultraman. Mark was ecstatic. As the overseer of all Ultramen, the more Ultramen under his command and the stronger they were, his status would naturally rise accordingly. His position would inevitably rise with the tide. Chuck smiled and said with relief, Qin Yu's transformed Siedi is no weakling. In a one-on-one fight, the difference in strength between them might not be significant. Fortunately, we didn't underestimate him this time, and sent two, otherwise we would have failed. Following the typical trope of special effects dramas, South Korea only had one Siedi, so America would naturally send only one Ultraman to confront him in a fair duel. Fair competition. But this world was not a world of special effects dramas, so naturally, it couldn't follow those tropes. Sending only two Ultramen to gang up on Siedi was already America being quite restrained. If America had been shameless, it would have directly sent 5 Ultramen to swarm Siedi. Then Siedi truly wouldn't have stood a chance. 5 Ultramen coming at him, each throwing a punch, would have left him dazed and disoriented, unable to tell north from south. In Long Country, Beijing City. Wait, is that it? It ended that easily. Where's Qin Yu? Shouldn't he pop out to assert his presence? How could he let this battle end so effortlessly and blandly? Isn't that too boring? Director Lee had been expecting Qin Yu to transform into Nuya and appear. He wanted to teach Siedi, Bess, and Scott a lesson, to make them witness the overwhelming power of Ultraman Nuya. But even now that the battle was over, Qin Yu had not appeared. This normalcy, however, only made him feel bored. Hai Luo speculated maybe he finds these opponents too weak to bother with. That seems to be the only possibility. How boring, ending so quickly. Let's go eat. Hai Yong patted his growling stomach, preparing to get some food. Just as he reached the door, a change occurred. A mass of black mist suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It rapidly coalesced into the form of Dark Fu Shurda, blocking the path of Bess and Scott. Excuse me, both of you, but I've also set my sights on Siedi's power, so it belongs to me. Dark Fu Shurda was extremely domineering. He wanted to claim the spoils of their hard-fought victory with just a few words. Bess and Scott were forced to halt. Scott asked, "Are you the Black Ultraman who fought with Nuya before?" "Who are you?" Dark Fu Shurda replied coldly. "I am called Dark Fu Shurda. I am the dark side of Ultraman Nuya, an existence similar to him." His voice was very hoarse, possessing a unique charm that evoked mystery upon hearing it. Of course, only Bess and Scott could hear him. Qin Yu would have been able to hear as well, but he was now unconscious, unable to perceive any sound. Dark Fu Shurda, the dark side of Ultraman Nuya. Bess and Scott were taken aback by the name. They had never encountered such a strange Ultraman before. One who styled himself as the dark side of another Ultraman. However, such a claim was not enough to intimidate the two. Scott pointed at Dark Fu Shurda and said scornfully, "No matter who you are, taking our spoils is absolutely impossible. If you insist on taking them, then prove your worth with your strength, that you have the right to take him away. Fine, since you're so eager to see my power, I'll oblige you." Dark Fu Shurda raised his hands to the sky, releasing a burst of dark energy. This dark energy transformed into a massive curtain of light that descended rapidly, enveloping Bess, Scott, and Dark Fu Shurda himself. When the curtain of light fully landed, the 3 Ultramen and the light vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Such a miraculous ability astonished many. What the hell is this? How did 3 Ultramen just disappear? Where did they go? Did they become invisible? It's not invisibility, right? Dark Fu sure used this ability before. How amazing. Could it be teleportation? He moved the two Ultramen away. That's possible. Truly impressive. I've never seen an Ultraman with such an ability. Dark Fu sure is the first. He really lives up to being the dark side of Ultraman Nuya. He's got something special. If he's the dark side of Ultraman Nuya, why doesn't he look like Nuya at all? Who says a dark side has to look alike? Can't he have his own ideas? That makes sense. So what happens now? No more to watch, huh? I was all ready for the climax and this is what I get. How should I put it? This battle gave me the same feeling as South Korean men, short, small, and weak. I really want to know the result. Where did they teleport to? Can I see? In Long Country, Beijing City. Director Lee and the others reading the comments on the live stream also believe that Dark Fu sure had used mass teleportation, marveling at his extraordinary skill. At that moment, Li Lingling said, "This isn't teleportation. I remember, Qin, you mentioned a skill called Dark Domain. Dark Fu sure must have pulled Bess and Scott into his own Dark Domain." Dark Domain? What's that? Director Lee had never heard of such a thing. It sounded incredibly formidable. I don't know what it is either, but during the last skirmish I heard Ultraman Noah mention it once. If possible, Li Lingling would also like to know what the Dark Domain was. Unfortunately, Qin Yu had no intention of explaining it to her at the time. She didn't feel comfortable asking either. Director Lee pondered seriously after hearing this. If Dark Faust can open the Dark Domain, then you as Ultraman should have a similar ability, right? It seems there are still many potentials for you to discover. If Qin Yu knew what Director Lee said, he would probably laugh to death. The Dark Domain could only be used by Dark Faust, Dark Mephisto, and Dark Zagi. To be precise, only Dark Zagi could use it. Dark Faust and Dark Mephisto relied on Dark Zagi's power to open the Dark Domain. Let the three Ultramen of Grub open the Dark Domain. They would probably never be able to do it, even if they tried until death. In South Korea, after Dark Faust took Beth and Scott away, the mysterious man immediately rushed to the place where Kim Jong-woo had collapsed, intending to take the unconscious Kim Jong-woo away. Dark Ultraman, soon you will be mine. He waved his hand, releasing dark energy that turned into a black whip of light wrapping around Kim Jong-woo's body. Then he yanked hard. Kim Jong-woo was pulled by the powerful force to the mysterious man. The mysterious man looked him over twice, very satisfied with Kim Jong-woo. However, just as he was about to leave, a blue-white energy bullet suddenly struck. Boom. The energy bullet hit the mysterious man's shoulder, injuring him. Bright red blood flowed out. The mysterious man turned to look. Qin Yu was actually holding the energy blaster gun, pointing it at him. The energy bullet just now was clearly fired by Qin Yu. The energy blaster gun possessed immense power. It could kill ordinary small space beasts with a single shot. The mysterious man took a hit, but only suffered a minor injury. This surprised Qin Yu as well. "Is it you? Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to appear here. Truly unexpected. I guessed you might show up to steal the Dark Ultraman, so I waited here specifically for you. I didn't expect you to actually take the bait." Qin Yu did not dare to be careless at all. He remained vigilant at all times. The mysterious man was very likely Dark Mephisto or Dark Zagi. Either way, they were formidable enemies of Ultraman Nexus. Unlike those other weaklings, he couldn't afford to be careless. Ever since Dark Faust made a move against Dark Orb last time, Qin Yu speculated that the other party might be interested in these Dark Ultramen. So when he learned that the Dark Ultraman had publicly challenged the United States, he kept a close watch on the situation. Even before the battle began, he arrived in South Korea, riding the stone wings, just to lie in wait here. He hoped to see if he could catch the person behind Dark Faust. Originally, he hadn't held much hope, after all the situation in this world was different from the Nexus TV series. Perhaps there was no one behind Dark Faust, and all actions were his own decisions. Unexpectedly, he actually caught the mysterious man. This was an unexpected surprise. The mysterious man was astonished. "Ultraman Noah, you guessed I would come. Why else would I be here waiting for you?" Qin Yu retorted. "Hee." The mysterious man laughed sinisterly. "Very good, as expected of you. But I also guessed you might come. Guess if I prepared in advance." "What?" Qin Yu frowned. The next second, rumble, the ground shook violently. Before Qin Yu could think, he immediately drew the evolution binder and transformed. A pillar of rainbow light appeared, and Qin Yu transformed into Ultraman Nexus's silver juvenile form. At the same time, near the official residence of the leader, a ferocious monster emerged from underground. It had two huge pincer-like claws and an extremely long segmented tail, its entire body covered in hard beetle-like armor. Qin Yu recognized it at a glance. This was the powerful space beast that faced the younger brother in his first battle. The tank-type space beast Grantera. As the enemy in the younger brother's first battle, this tank space beast was very strong. The younger brother could only fight it to a stalemate in his first battle, and only managed to eliminate it in the second battle with the cooperation of the Night Raid team. For the current Qin Yu, this space beast was definitely a formidable opponent. Ha ha ha. The mysterious man laughed triumphantly. "Ultraman Noah, this is a big gift I prepared for you. Accept it well, or I believe it won't disappoint you. Bastard. Qin Yu didn't expect the mysterious man to be able to conjure up such a powerful space beast. He was furious, but getting angry was useless, because he could no longer afford to worry about the mysterious man. The tank space beast opened 6 vents on its abdomen, preparing to bombard Qin Yu with full force. As a powerful space beast that had put the younger brother in a tough spot, the tank space beast was naturally not simple. Besides its own strong base attributes, it had multiple vents on its body that could fire powerful fireballs. There were 6 vents on the abdomen and 1 on the tail, totaling 7 vents. If these vents unleashed their full power, the damage was enormous and difficult to deal with. Boom, 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 boom. Fireballs were fired in rapid succession, flying toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised an ultra barrier with one hand to block the attacks. Rumble. The fireballs struck the barrier one after another and exploded. Flames erupted continuously. Taking advantage of this moment, the mysterious man fled with Kim Jong-woo. Qin Yu was extremely annoyed. Having finally caught the mysterious man, he was blocked by the tank space beast, causing him to miss the opportunity. This was unbearable. Since he couldn't deal with the mysterious man, he would vent his anger on the tank space beast before him. Qin Yu switched forms while maintaining the ultra barrier. A flash of red light appeared on his body, and he upgraded to the red juvenile form. Then he withdrew the barrier and rolled to the side, dodging another wave of fireball barrages. He gathered golden energy in his hand and shot it into the sky. Clang! The golden energy turned into a golden curtain that descended rapidly, enveloping Qin Yu and the tank space beast, and finally they both vanished. The two sides entered the metadomain that Qin Yu had created. This was also the first time Qin Yu had opened the metadomain. If the tank space beast hadn't been strong enough, it wouldn't have received such treatment. At the Longhua Beijiang city base, as I expected, Qin Yu still went. Seeing that Qin Yu had indeed appeared in South Korea and caused trouble as he had thought, Director Lee felt relieved. Although the process differed from his imagination, at least he had guessed the outcome correctly. Ha Yong had thought there would be excitement, but then Noah and the monster vanished in an instant. They appeared only briefly and then disappeared, leaving him feeling frustrated. He felt he had watched nothing. Why did Noah take the enemy away too? I wanted to watch the battle, but he took the enemy away and we can't see the fight. All we can do is fret. Hai Luo pursed his lips, saying helplessly, has the world really changed? Nowadays it's not enough to just transform into an Ultraman anymore. You've got to master domain expansion as well. Dark Faust had opened his dark domain first. Then Ultraman Nexus followed suit with his meta field. The entire interval between the two events was less than a minute. It suddenly gave people the illusion that every Ultraman must know how to activate a domain. Those who couldn't were simply left behind by the times. Director Lee stared at the livestream screen where the battlefield was completely empty of any Ultraman presence, and something clicked in his mind. All 3 of you, if possible, must study this carefully. Figure out how to open your own domains. If you can pull enemies into your domains for battle, it would be tremendous news for our nation. What's wrong, Dad? Li Lingling was puzzled, unable to understand why her father was so excited. Director Lee pointed at the livestream on the screen. Look at the broadcast. Don't you grasp the significance yet? Grasp it. Li Lingling stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then gradually understood her father's excitement. Dad, are you saying that if we can bring enemies into a domain to fight, we can avoid the massive destruction caused to cities during battles? Exactly. Lingling, do you realize how crucial this is for our nation? Every time a class 6, 0 or above monster appears in a city, even if the 3 of you transform into Ultramen and eliminate it quickly, some degree of urban damage is unavoidable. These losses weigh heavily on both the country and its civilians. But if you can open domains and lure monsters into them for battle, all those losses can be completely avoided. Our nation will truly take off from here on. Indeed, Li Lingling suddenly understood. She grew excited along with her father. Originally, she hadn't thought much about domains, but now things were different. For the sake of the nation, for those innocent civilians, she felt she had to master this domain ability. In Eagle Sauce Country, several Ultraman shifters who had remained calm until now finally began to panic upon seeing Bess and Scott dragged into Dark Faust's dark domain. Gray's eyes fixed tightly on the empty battlefield. Wait, what the hell is Dark Faust doing? Why can he snatch away Bess and Scott in one go? What kind of ability is that? Mark turned to Chuck and asked, Chuck, you have a special connection with Bess and Scott. Can you sense them? Chuck, Bess, and Scott were Ultramen from the same series, which meant they shared a unique bond between them. At the very least, they could sense each other's location. Chuck closed his eyes and used his ultra-psychic power to reach out. To his surprise, he could no longer sense the presence of either Bess or Scott at all. Their traces in this world had completely vanished. No good. I can't sense them. Their existence in this world has completely disappeared. Completely vanished from this world. What does that mean? Are they dead? Howard also had the ability to speak, and his first words always seemed to bring bad omens. Chuck was about to scold Howard for his jinx when Alex spoke up first, refuting him. Not necessarily. It's possible they've been taken to some other space outside this world. Hearing this, Mark felt a glimmer of hope. Taken to another space outside this world. Is there really such a remarkable ability? Can you do it? Wherever they've been taken, we must rescue them as soon as possible. But Alec immediately shook his head and refused. No, the two of us lack such ability. You can't do it either. This is troubling. Mark's brows knit together into a deep furrow. These were two Ultramen after all. If anything happened to them, such enormous losses. He believed the higher-ups would be absolutely furious. Please, nothing must happen to them. Chuck silently prayed for his two companions. Now all they could do was pray. Meanwhile online, although both Dark Faust and Qin Yu had pulled their battlefields into domains, those outside the domains could not see the details. But that didn't stop netizens from engaging in heated discussions. If anything, the lack of visibility only fueled their imagination. This monster seems incredibly powerful. Ultraman Noah went into his red form right from the start of the battle, something we've never seen before. Exactly. For the monster to force Noah into full power immediately, it must be terrifyingly strong. Noah actually used the same ability as Dark Faust, dragging that ferocious monster away. Why haven't we seen other Ultramen use such power before? Perhaps it's a unique ability exclusive to Noah and Dark Faust that other Ultramen cannot wield. Or maybe only Ultramen who reach a certain level of strength can use it. Perhaps the others simply haven't reached that threshold yet. Let's stay civilized, everyone. Dark Faust dared to fight two Ultramen alone. How impressive. Does he truly possess strength comparable to Ultraman Noah? Dark Faust himself said he's Noah's dark side, roughly equal in strength to Noah, so their power levels should be similar. If Dark Faust can defeat two Ultramen, then Noah should be able to as well. Conversely, if Dark Faust can't win, doesn't that mean Noah can't either? Isn't this Noah's first appearance outside Long Country? Does that mean he's not Long Country's Ultraman, just wandering around aimlessly? No way. Didn't the internet already expose Noah's identity? It's confirmed, he's a Chinese citizen, but the authorities still haven't responded officially. It's probably fake, isn't it? Hey, what if Noah and Dark Faust teamed up? Could they dominate the entire world? Whoa, actually, now that you mention it. But looking at the current situation, they seem to be enemies. Have you forgotten the previous battle? That fully proved Dark Faust is no match for Noah. But last time Dark Faust fought another black-clad Ultraman before battling Noah. True, but Noah also defeated a monster before facing Dark Faust. And Noah wasn't in his red form last time either. I don't care. Dark Faust is the most handsome. He must be the strongest. Noah is the most handsome. Noah is the strongest. Hey, isn't anyone going to check on Evil D's condition? That trash. He's weak, and yet he dared to provoke Eagle Sauce Country. Got his teeth knocked out all over the ground. Let's see if he dares to show off again. Evil D and that Han Country scum are both worthless. Although each Ultraman had their supporters based on current performance, there were only two Ultramen that people recognized as the strongest. Either Qin Yu's transformed Ultraman Nexus, or Dark Faust. At this moment, the battlefield was divided into two sides. On one side lay the Dark Domain, where the combatants were Dark Faust, Bess, and Scott. On the other side was the Mida Domain, where the battle raged between Qin Yu and the Meat Shield alien beast. To begin with the Dark Domain side, after Bess and Scott entered the Dark Domain, their light-based energies were suppressed by the dark attributes of the domain, rendering them unable to unleash even half of their true strength. Meanwhile, Dark Faust, empowered by the Dark Domain, saw his combat prowess significantly enhanced compared to when he was outside. Initially, when Bess and Scott first engaged Dark Faust, they were brimming with confidence. They believed that with 2 against 1 victory was assured. However, after exchanging blows, they realized their mistake, a grave mistake. Even fighting together, they were effortlessly suppressed by Dark Faust. Dark Faust overwhelmed them in every aspect, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Moreover, within the Dark Domain, their energy consumption rate was far higher than normal. Not long into the battle, both of their indicator lights began to flash. What's going on? How can he be this strong? I fought Noah before, and even Noah wasn't this formidable. Bess, having previously clashed with Qin Yu, had a more authoritative voice. In her eyes, Dark Faust's combat prowess now far surpassed that of Qin Yu's transformed Nexus Silver juvenile form. Scott glanced at the eerie environment of the Dark Domain. No, it's not that he's strong. It's that we've become weak. Don't you feel that in this place our power cannot be fully unleashed? Bess finally realized something was amiss with the Dark Domain. I thought it was my imagination. I didn't expect you to feel the same way. Could this space suppress our innate power? That's too outrageous, isn't it? Have you finally figured it out? Dark Faust, now channeling his inner honest soul, began to explain. In the Dark Domain, the power of all light-based beings is suppressed, while dark-based beings are enhanced. The two of you can't even muster half your strength outside. With what will you fight me? What? Although they had already suspected as much, having their conjecture confirmed still left them utterly shocked. If that's really the case, then in this space the two of us are probably no match for him. What should we do? We have to find a way to get out of here. Bess appealed to Scott for help. She was at her wit's end and could only hope Scott had a plan. However, Scott was equally panicked. This is my first time encountering such a situation. What can I do? Then what? Are we forced to fight to the death in this space? We can't even flee. This is too unfair. Bess felt like crying. In the past, when she couldn't win, she could always escape. But now with this domain losing meant she couldn't even run. It was a dead end. She had been lucky last time, back when Qin Yu hadn't yet unlocked the red juvenile form. Otherwise, she might have been trapped in the Mida domain and destroyed by Qin Yu. Both of you accept your fate. In the dark domain, you have no chance. Never. Even if we die, we will never bow to a sinister, scheming wretch like you. Since we can't escape, we'll fight you to the death, kill you, and I'm certain we'll find a way out. Bess said, glancing at Scott. Let's launch a combined attack beam. All right, Scott responded. The two immediately assumed the same stance and simultaneously unleashed their finishing beams at Dark Faust. Granium beam. Two blue-white beams shot from their wrists, hurtling straight toward Dark Faust. As they advanced, the two beams intertwined and attracted each other, transforming into a more powerful spiral beam. Facing their ultimate attack, Dark Faust showed no hesitation. He gathered dark energy in his hands, the lightning-imbued darkness crackling and bursting forth. Dark Halo. Boom. A dark purple lightning beam shot from Dark Faust's hands. This was his ultimate move, possessing power comparable to the Nexus Red Juvenile Form's Layered Storm. Already tremendously powerful within the dark domain, the beam was further amplified, vastly increasing its destructive force, truly terrifying. The two beams soon collided. The dark purple lightning beam and the blue-white spiral beam clashed. At first they were evenly matched, the beams constantly battering against each other, neither yielding. The combined beam of Bess and Scott was extraordinarily potent. Even while weakened, it managed to withstand the amplified dark halo. Outside, the power of this beam would have been unimaginable. Yet even withstanding Dark Faust's dark halo, their chances of victory remained slim. Here in the dark domain, the energy cost of releasing their skills was far higher than Dark Faust's. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The energy indicators on their chests flashed ever more frantically. But Dark Faust remained composed, utterly unruffled. Even if the beam clash couldn't defeat them, it didn't matter. He could outlast them, draining their energy until they perished. As their energy dwindled, Bess and Scott gradually felt despair. Bess, it seems we're going to die here together. Don't say such disheartening things. Keep fighting. We can defeat him. We promise to protect Eagle Country together and become heroes. How can we fall now? A hero never gives up. Of course I won't give up. I'll fight to the very end. Even if I die, I'll shatter a tooth of his. Yes, shatter his tooth. With their resolve set on death, they poured all remaining energy into their assault against Dark Faust. Under this momentum, the blue-white spiral beam began to gradually push back the dark purple lightning beam. Dark Faust's ultimate attack started to falter. How can this be? This is utterly irrational. The situation before him defied Dark Faust's understanding. Seriously, you exchange a few words of encouragement and that boosts your output. Is it that simple? Then why bother training to improve strength in the future? Just cheering each other on would suffice, wouldn't it? The blue-white spiral beam gradually closed in on Dark Faust, the dark purple lightning beam shrinking. Victory seemed within reach as the spiral beam was about to strike Dark Faust. Bess and Scott were on the verge of triumph. But at that moment, their energy indicators went dark. Ding, ding, the sound of the lights extinguishing was especially clear. To Dark Faust's ears, this sound was more beautiful than any melody in the world. If those two hadn't run out of energy soon, he would have been the one to extinguish. The combined beam of two Ultramen was no joke. If he took a direct hit, even if he survived, he would be severely injured. As the color timers of Basie and Shikao extinguished the spiral beams they had unleashed, lost their potency, instantly being crushed by the dark aura emitted by Heian Fushide. A thunderous rumbling. A dark purple lightning beam struck Basie and Shikao, sending them flying. After their lights went out, their bodies could no longer move. They fell to the ground resembling two corpses. Their condition was virtually indistinguishable from death. Overreaching fools, you sought your own doom. Heian Fushide sneered at them, completely forgetting that he had nearly been turned the tables and slain by their spiral beam moments ago. Then Heian Fushide approached Basie and Shikao, gazing down at them. Although you two are somewhat weak, absorbing your energy should still bolster my strength a little. Darkness can devour light, but light can only purify darkness, not consume it. The three Ultramen in Nikisi all possess the ability to absorb light power converted into darkness and enhance their own strength. Although in the original storyline they only used this ability against Nikisi, in reality it is not limited to Nikisi, but applies to all Ultramen. They had not attacked other Ultramen earlier because they deemed their energy unworthy. Now that two ready-made trophies lay before them, it would be a waste not to take them. Even as a pre-dinner snack it would suffice. Heian Fushide slowly crouched down and placed his hand on Shikao's color timer. Just as he was about to absorb the energy, Qin Yu transformed into the red youth form of Nikisi, suddenly burst into the dark field, spotting Heian Fushide. Without a word, he launched a crescent-slash-beam straight at Heian Fushide. Boom! Heian Fushide had no time to react. He was struck head-on by the crescent-slash-beam, completely defenseless, and fell to the ground. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The previous battle had already drained him considerably. Now subjected to Qin Yu's full-force attack, his color timer finally began to flicker. Qin Yu surveyed the dark field around him, greatly displeased by the dense dark energy aura. I went through a lot of trouble to find this kennel of yours, and now I've finally found it. Seeing Qin Yu's sudden appearance, Heian Fushide was astounded. How is this possible? How can you break into my dark field? How did you do it? Guess. If you guess right, you get a prize. If you guess wrong, you die. While speaking, Qin Yu's hands were not idle. The ultimate beam overlay storm had already begun charging. Let's rewind a bit. Mida field. After Qin Yu and the tank alien beast entered the Mida field, the field's weakening effect instantly reduced the beast's power dramatically. Yet this did not curb its ferocity. The 6 vents on its abdomen fired continuously, launching fireballs at Qin Yu. On his own turf, Qin Yu would no longer indulge it. Facing the beast's barrage, he raised an ultra barrier with both hands and charged straight ahead. Boom, boom, boom. One fireball after another struck the ultra barrier, but were easily deflected. Qin Yu quickly reached the tank alien beast, but he did not stop. He slammed the ultra barrier directly into its face. Who said the ultra barrier could only be a defensive skill? Offense is the best defense. Thud. The tank alien beast was knocked over by Qin Yu's barrier. Because the force was too great, the ultra barrier shattered like glass. Ironically, this helped cancel the post-cast delay for Qin Yu. Qin Yu pounced on the tank alien beast, pinning it down with one hand, while forming a cutting light wheel with the other, and slashed it down. Bang! Sparks flew. A deep gash appeared on the beast's body. Roar! The brutal method inflicted immense pain. It couldn't help but shriek. Simultaneously, it controlled its scorpion-like tail to strike Qin Yu. Qin Yu knew the tail was not just for show, it could be used to attack. After all, Lian Di had suffered from this before. He dared not be careless. The moment the tail moved, he hurled the cutting light wheel with all his might. Boom! The cutting light wheel struck the tail. Though it didn't sever it completely, it cut a considerable notch. Tail, huh? You like using your tail? Then I'll cut it off first. Let you know what cruelty means. Qin Yu stood up. He went behind the beast, grabbed the tail that was already partially cut, and with all his strength lifted the beast and slammed it onto the ground. Thud! The massive body hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The beast was dazed and disoriented. Seizing this moment of stagger, Qin Yu formed another cutting light wheel and struck the already wounded part of the tail. Boom! Finally, the beast's tail was severed. Despite the protection of its hard shell, the tail could not escape being cut off. Qin Yu had cut it off by sheer force. Roar! Roar! The agony of the severed tail made the beast wail in pain. Qin Yu picked up the severed tail and used it as a weapon, smashing it fiercely against the beast. Thud! 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 One blow after another, utterly brutal. Even a dismemberment maniac like Isolai would be impressed by this fighting style. Would probably give a thumbs up. After more than 10 strikes, the tank alien beast was utterly powerless, trying to get up. But it was suppressed again, never given a chance to stand. Under the relentless assault, the beast was severely wounded. For the final blow, Qin Yu simply threw the severed tail onto the beast. Thud! The beast was battered in agony. It rolled on the ground. Qin Yu stepped back, gathered energy, and unleashed his ultimate beam at the beast. Overlay storm. A blue-white lightning beam shot toward the tank alien beast. The beast had just pushed away the tail on its body and had not yet risen. It was struck by the overlay storm. There was no explosive flame. Under the power of the overlay storm, the beast's body was rapidly quantized. It was instantly annihilated. Host has eliminated the tank alien beast Golantella. Blue youth form unlock progress increased by 30. Current progress 85. Golantella's strength was clearly greater than the alien beasts that had appeared before. Even the reward unlock progress was higher. Only one step remained to unlock the blue youth form. Just a little bit more? Where can I find that little bit? Oh right, isn't Heian Fushide fighting Basie and Shikao? Either of them can satisfy the last little bit. I'll use them as sacrifices. Darkfield, huh? Here I come. Qin Yu closed his eyes and began using the ability of Nikisi's youth form to sense the nearby dark field. Although the dark domain and the metadomain differ in attributes, they share common ground in certain aspects. This is precisely why the Dark Faust could disregard the conflict between light and dark energies. He forcibly breached the metadomain. Meanwhile, senior brother Jun could project his energy into the dark domain to save Asumu, who was on the verge of succumbing to darkness. Under Qin Yu's careful sensing, he quickly detected a peculiar spatial energy fluctuation. In the original Nikki storyline, they called this spatial energy fluctuation a phase conversion wave. So this is the dark domain. Doesn't matter. Let's try it. Let's go. Relying on the captured spatial energy fluctuations, Qin Yu forcibly broke into another dimension. And that was exactly what had just occurred. Time returned to the present. Having charged his layer storm to full power, Qin Yu unleashed it upon the Dark Faust without hesitation. He would never underestimate the Dark Faust. If an opportunity arose to eliminate the enemy, he would seize it without mercy, ensuring no chance for a counterattack. Zap! A blue-white lightning beam surged toward the Dark Faust. The Dark Faust reacted remarkably fast this time. He immediately grabbed the nearby Scott to shield himself, then swiftly retreated from the dark domain. The layer storm struck Scott, instantly dissolving him into particles of light that scattered into nothingness. Thanks to Scott serving as a human flesh shield, the Dark Faust suffered no harm at all. His body rapidly phased and vanished, narrowly escaping disaster. Had he not happened to be preparing to absorb Scott's energy and stood close by at that moment, this strike would have killed him outright at Qin Yu's hands. Host, since you have only destroyed a lifeless corpse devoid of energy, no unlock progress can be obtained. Upon hearing the system prompt, Qin Yu almost cursed aloud. But he brushed it off. After all, there was still base. Even as a corpse, she should still retain some residual energy for him to absorb. Qin Yu walked over to base and performed the same motion the Dark Faust had just executed. His hand reached toward the energy indicator on base's chest. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would have called Qin Yu a pervert. Fortunately, this was the dark domain. No other beings existed here. No one would see. A thread of golden light flowed from the energy indicator on base's chest. It seeped into the energy core at Qin Yu's chest. The golden thread was not strong, barely perceptible. Host has absorbed Ultraman base's energy. Blue Yu form unlock progress increased by 5%. Current progress 90%. The progress was far lower than Qin Yu had imagined. He had originally believed that given base's strength as an Ultraman, she would provide at least 20 to 30% unlock progress. It couldn't possibly be worse than an ordinary space beast, right? To his surprise, it indeed underperformed even a space beast. However, base had already expended all her energy in battle until her color timer went out. The fact that any residual energy remained for him to absorb was fortunate enough. He had no reason to be picky. Qin Yu reluctantly accepted this reality. Stripped of her light energy, base's body rapidly shrank. Eventually, she reverted to her human form. But at this point, she showed no signs of life. She was completely dead. This time, the Yingjiang nation had lost 2 Ultramen in one blow, a devastating defeat. Having absorbed the energy, Qin Yu reverted to his human form and exited the dark domain, riding the stone wing back to Dragon Country. At that moment, Qin Yu was profoundly grateful. Fortunately, the Nexus Ultraman possessed the stone wing as an exclusive mount. It could carry him through the skies, heal his injuries, and restore his stamina. Without it, he would have had to laboriously travel all the way to Han Country on his own. Outside, neither the Dark Faust nor Qin Yu's Nexus Ultraman form ever appeared. No one could discern the outcome of the battle. They could only wait anxiously. But for the Yingjiang nation, the answer was already clear. Base and Scott had failed to return. They had likely lost both Ultramen permanently. The sudden loss of 2 precious Ultramen threw Yingjiang nation's leadership into turmoil. They ultimately decided to take their frustration out on Han Country. If Han Country hadn't caused trouble, they would never have dispatched 2 Ultramen to teach them a lesson. None of this would have happened. All the blame fell on Han Country. Previously, Han Country had an Ultraman and could act arrogantly. But now their Ultraman was gone, whereabouts unknown. They could never dare to be defiant again. From the powerful conglomerates at the top to ordinary citizens below, everyone was thrown into panic. Yingjiang nation first withdrew all mechas deployed in Han Country. This process took approximately 2 days. Throughout, Base and Scott never appeared. This confirmed to Yingjiang nation's leadership that both Ultramen were truly gone. Deprived of mecha protection, Han Country was like a defenseless woman, vulnerable to violation by anyone. Then Yingjiang nation blockaded Han Country's airspace, prohibiting any aircraft from departing. Everyone within the territory was trapped. At this point, those in Han Country sensed something terribly wrong, but they lacked the power to struggle or resist. Finally came the last and most crucial step. Yingjiang nation deployed Guy and Powered Ram. The two joined forces and unleashed a combined beam attack upon Han Country, with both giving their absolute maximum output. Han Country's territory, barely larger than an island, soon sank beneath the ocean floor, taking all people and structures on land with it, vanishing from the long river of human history. During this process, aircraft continuously took off from Han Country. People attempted to flee and escape their fate of annihilation. Alas, Yingjiang nation struck with ruthless efficiency, deploying their most advanced fighter jets to patrol Han Country. For every aircraft that took off, they shot it down. Any attempt to escape only led to a grimmer death. Not a single survivor remained. An entire nation had simply ceased to exist. This news sent shockwaves across the world. What people cared about was not Han Country's destruction by Yingjiang nation, but rather that Yingjiang nation immediately deployed 2 brand new, unprecedented Ultramen. Guy and Power Dram's destruction of Han Country cast a psychological shadow over the entire world. The power of two Ultramen could effortlessly annihilate a nation. Such power was terrifying to people. Netizens engaged in fierce discussions about it. We truly are in the era of Ultraman now. Two Ultramen can casually destroy a nation, something absolutely impossible in the past. Ingjiang Nation is terrifying. After losing just two Ultramen, two brand new ones appear. Just how many Ultramen do they have? Rumors say Ingjiang Nation possesses over a dozen Ultramen. Who knows if it's true? Since the last incident, Ultraman Noah hasn't appeared at all. I really want to see him. And that Dark Faust. After the last battle in Han Country, they simply vanished. What does that mean? Perhaps they were injured in that fight and are recovering now. I really want to see Noah fight again. I hope when they battle next time they won't whisk people away. Exactly. Without seeing the full course and outcome of the fight, it's maddening. Many nations voiced protests against the United States' act of sending Ultramen to destroy South Korea, deeming the Eagle Nation's actions excessively cruel and unjust. In response, the United States declared, "I'm being excessive, so what? If you're not satisfied, come and fight me. I've got plenty of Ultramen at home. If they weren't so arrogant, what would be the point?" Besides, South Korea had killed two of their Ultramen. Unless they annihilated South Korea, the hatred in their hearts would never be appeased. Nations began bickering and trading insults, yet none showed any intention of taking action. The world grew increasingly chaotic. Qin Yu was mildly surprised to see that the United States had dispatched Galay and Pawait, two Ultramen. He had assumed they would send Shake, the remaining one of the three U.S. Ultramen. But they didn't. Director Li, consumed by curiosity about the outcome, sent Li Lingling to the school to inquire of Qin Yu. When Qin Yu saw Li Lingling again, he noticed her demeanor had changed significantly. She had once been a sweet, innocent girl next door, but now she carried an air of heroic grace. "Qin Yu, are you free? Can I buy you a coffee and have a chat?" "Sure." Qin Yu didn't refuse. They went to a cafe near the school, sat in a corner for ease of conversation. The passers-by in the cafe would never have guessed that these two people were actually Ultramen. Li Lingling took a sip of her coffee and asked, "What happened after the incident in South Korea? The whole world is waiting for updates, but probably only you know the truth." "Nothing special. Heian Fushide killed the two Ultramen Basie and Shikaot. After I defeated the monster, I broke into Heian Fushide's Heian domain, seized his spoils, and absorbed Basie's power. As for Shikaot, he was used as a human shield by Heian Fushide and was accidentally destroyed by me. The only regret is that Heian Fushide escaped." Qin Yu, too lazy to conceal anything, told Li Lingling the whole truth. It was just a simple matter, nothing to hide. "You're really something, Qin Yu. You can easily defeat such a powerful monster, break into Heian Fushide's Heian domain, and force him to retreat. But how did you enter his domain? Is your own domain similar to his?" Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, staring straight into Li Lingling's eyes, as if he had seen through everything from her gaze. "Hey, I knew it. You didn't come just to ask about the outcome. Actually, you want to know what that domain is all about and how to activate it, right?" He, caught off guard, Li Lingling felt awkward and could only smile to cover her embarrassment. "Actually, telling you is no big deal. My manhwaedit domain and Heian Fushide's Heian domain are both extremely rare domain skills. Apart from one being light and the other darkness, they are essentially the same. In my manhwaedit domain, every unit except me has its power suppressed, roughly halved. The same goes for the Heian domain. Every unit except you is suppressed by half." "Really? That's insane." After hearing Qin Yu's explanation, Li Lingling was dumbfounded, utterly unable to believe it. How could anyone survive? Outside, Qin Yu was already overwhelmingly strong, with almost no rivals. If the battlefield were moved into the manhwaedit domain, which could weaken all his enemies by half, others would have no chance at all. "Damn, that's too blatant a cheat. Doesn't leave anyone a way out." Qin Yu continued, "It doesn't just suppress the enemy's power, it also enhances my own. The balance shifts, you understand? So on top of weakening the enemy, your own strength gets boosted." "Damn, that's so unfair. How can it be so broken?" Li Lingling finally couldn't hold back. Even with her easygoing nature, she swore. It was enough to imagine how shocked she was. At the same time, she began to fantasize, if she had a similar ability, how strong would her combat power be? Qin Yu took a sip of coffee and smiled slightly. "So now you know why Heian Fushide and I like to drag our opponents into our domains to fight. I get it now. With the domain, enhancing yourself and weakening the enemy, victory is half the battle." Li Lingling then asked, "Is this domain ability something all Ultramen can use?" "No. Only a few special Ultramen can activate it. I know what you're hoping for, but give it up. Neither Jalikio Losawabalu nor your combined form Jelluobu possess the ability to open a domain." Qin Yu revealed the truth, directly crushing Li Lingling's hopes. "So we can't do it." Indeed, upon learning she couldn't open a domain, Li Lingling felt deeply disappointed. Her head drooped. Qin Yu took out his phone and checked the time. It was still about 10 minutes before his dinner appointment with Bai Yingying. "All right, any more questions? If not, I'll be going. One last thing. Did you kill Jin Jingwuai?" Qin Yu, the evil Ultraman, had completely vanished after the last battle, never to be seen again. But he was clearly not dead at the time. Many were curious why he had stopped showing up. Some believed he was killed afterward. And the one who did it was Qin Yu in his form of Nexazi. Others thought Qin Yu, ashamed of his defeat, had gone into hiding. There were even claims that Heian Fushide had stripped him of his power, leaving him a useless waste, and that he died when South Korea was destroyed. All kinds of rumors circulated, but none were correct. Qin Yu said he was taken away by a mysterious figure, the one controlling Heian Fushide from behind the scenes. The mastermind behind Heian Fushide. Wait, Heian Fushide is that powerful, yet he's just a pawn. Then how strong must the one controlling him be? How strong? Let me put it this way, if the three of you combined into Jelluobu in the outside world, you could probably fight him to a 1-9 split. You won him 9. If you were in the Heian domain, it would be a 3-7 split. You 3 him 7. Huh. Why would our odds be better in the Heian domain? How does that work? Isn't the Heian domain supposed to be terrifying? Sorry, my 3-7 split means he cracks you open 7 times in 3 minutes. You're no match for him. Qin, you didn't tell Li Lingling that this estimate was only for Heian Mephizit. If it were Heian Jiaji, even in the real world, he could make Jelluobu suffer a 3-7 split. 3 seconds, 7 cracks. Li Lingling was at a loss for words. So this was the 30-70 split. How embarrassing. Alright, you have asked your last question. I will take my leave now. Let us chat another time. Farewell. Qin Yu rose to his feet and departed directly. Li Lingling watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with nothing but helplessness. After Qin Yu had gone, Li Lingling received a call from Director Li. Hello, father, what is the matter? Lingling, a monster has appeared in Qingshan City. According to calculations, it is approximately an 8.5 level super beast. This time, all 3 of you will likely need to act together. What? 8.5 level. Understood, father, we are heading there immediately. After ending the call, she made her way to an isolated place, took out her riser flash, transformed into Ultrawoman Grigio, and flew toward Qingshan City. At the same time, brothers Hai Luo and Hai Yong also received a call from Director Li. After hanging up, they too transformed into Ultraman and flew toward Qingshan City. News of the super beast in Qingshan City quickly spread across the internet. Live stream rooms were opened, and people witnessed the monster wreaking havoc throughout the city. Due to its overwhelming popularity, the streaming application began pushing related notifications. Qin Yu also received a pop-up alert on his phone. He opened the app and entered the live stream. The monster appearing on screen surprised even Qin Yu. The missile super beast Kiribin. It is actually this creature. Super beasts, as their name suggests, are super monsters far more powerful than ordinary ones. They are creatures born from the combination of cosmic organisms and earth organisms by the Yapul species. Each super beast possesses extremely distinctive characteristics. The missile super beast, from its name alone you can tell it can launch missiles. This creature is covered in missiles all over its body. Once all fired, the destructive power is immense, capable of obliterating an entire city. Furthermore, it can also breathe superheated flames to attack its enemies. Though not particularly powerful among super beasts, it is far superior to ordinary monsters. An 8.5 level danger rating speaks for itself. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong were remarkably fast, arriving in Qingshan City within mere seconds. Since the missile super beast appeared in the city center, a densely populated area, fighting here would cause massive destruction. To minimize casualties, the 3 decided to end this swiftly. Hai Luo and Hai Yong immediately began their fusion upon arrival. 2 merging into 1, transforming into Ultraman robe. This was the first time an Ultraman had fused in public view, and people were witnessing it for the very first time. So Ultramen can actually fuse to become stronger. The internet erupted instantly. No way can Ultramen really fuse together. I feel like this fused Ultraman seems even more powerful than the previous ones. However, this fused Ultraman has such small eyes, so unattractive. If a single Ultraman is already that strong, I dare not imagine how formidable this fused Ultraman must be. No wonder these 2 Ultramen performed so poorly before. It turns out their true strength lies in fusion, and they can only unleash their full power when combined. Good heavens. If Ultramen can fuse, how devastating would it be if Ultraman Noah and Dark Faust were to merge? What is the name of this newly fused Ultraman? One is called Rosso, and the other Bruno, so the fused Ultraman must be called Lulu. Lulu. Does that not sound awkward? Busua sounds pretty good too. What about Buluo? Buluo, if you add Grigio, wouldn't that be Buluoli? Actually, Luo Bu sounds better. Names do not matter, power is what truly counts. I feel this Ultraman does not quite carry the aura of a warrior. Let us just watch first, perhaps it is quite impressive. Meanwhile, in Eagle Sauce Country, all the Ultramen there had gathered once again to watch the livestream. Due to their wariness of Qin Yu, Eagle Sauce Country had been closely monitoring Dragon Kingdom. Whenever anything stirred in Dragon Kingdom, they would convene immediately. At the same time, they could also study the abilities of other Ultramen. When they saw Rosso and Bruno fuse to become Ultraman Rub, everyone present was taken aback. Wait, how can they even fuse? Mark asked, confusedly glancing around at those present. He had never heard them mention this before. He suspected they were concealing something. Under Mark's searching gaze, everyone present shook their heads. I do not know. Even Alec and Lawrence, the most philosophical among them, looked completely bewildered by the matter of fusion. Let us observe their performance after fusing. If fusion can significantly enhance combat effectiveness, we can attempt to research methods of Ultraman fusion in the future. Mark was filled with anticipation for Bruno Ultraman's upcoming performance. Yet these words brought tears to the eyes of the others. Ever since Qin Yu and Dark Faust successively used their domain abilities last time, Eagle Sauce Country had been forcing them to study domains. But they had no idea what a domain was at all, only able to research something they completely did not understand. Now here comes Ultraman fusion. This is truly pushing them to their limits. They do not know how to fuse. If they are truly forced to fuse, then they would have to resort to physical fusion. In Qingshan City, on the streets of the downtown district, a young man in his 20s fearlessly watched the missile Super Beast and two Ultramen appear in the city. His calm and composed demeanor stood in sharp contrast to the panicked civilians fleeing for their lives nearby. I hope you can give it your all and finish this monster quickly. I truly do not wish to intervene. Once I make a move, my peaceful life will be gone. In the young man's hand, he still gripped a special object. If Qin Yu were here, he would recognize it at a glance. It was the transformation glare, the transformation device of Ultraman Tiga. However, the one in the young man's hand was not the normal gold and white. It was entirely black. Clearly this was the dark Tiga version of the transformation glare. The battle officially commenced. Colorful light gathered in Rub's hand, transforming into a uniquely shaped, vibrantly colored saw-like weapon, the Rub Caliba. Upon seeing this, the missile Super Beast unleashed a powerful flamethrower at Rub. Boom! Roaring flames swept across the city sky, charging toward Ultraman Rub. The surrounding buildings were all blackened by the intense heat of the fire. Witnessing this, Ultraman Rub held the Rub Caliba forward and infused it with energy. In an instant, the Rub Caliba formed a powerful seven-colored barrier, effortlessly blocking the missile Super Beast's flame attack. Not only that, all the flames were completely absorbed by the barrier. Once it reached its limit, Rub released all the absorbed flames back at the missile Super Beast. A far more ferocious wave of flames struck the missile Super Beast. The creature's entire body was engulfed in fire. The excruciating pain sent the missile Super Beast leaping and thrashing about uncontrollably. Such a brilliant performance drew exclamations from the livestream viewers. No way, this is too awesome, right? I admit I spoke too loudly before. These two guys aren't extras, they've got real skills. After fusion, they're actually this strong. So this is their true power. A seven-colored energy barrier, that's so cool. His serrated weapon is also badass. Feels like they're qualified to challenge Nuaya Ultraman. Awesome. I'm going to become their fan. So incredible. So two Ultramen fused can be this strong. I've really broadened my horizons. Although Luobu Ultraman's appearance is a bit abstract, but netizens are very pragmatic. As long as combat power is strong, they can overlook some aesthetic issues. Longwa Beijiang City. Director Lee was so excited he nearly jumped up. Good. Good. Very good. That's it, Luobu Ultraman. Show off fiercely before the world. Let them know you are no weaker than Nuaya Ultraman. This time they truly held their heads high. Luobu Ultraman's strength was even stronger than he imagined. An attack from an 8-5 level super giant monster could be suppressed so easily. In the past, this would have been absolutely impossible. However, if Qin Yu heard his words, he would probably laugh. No weaker than Nuaya. What gave you such an illusion? Thinking that a mere Luobu can match Nuaya. In Eagle Country, Mark and other Eagle Country Ultraman hosts were also startled by Luobu Ultraman's initial performance. After these two Ultramen fused, their strength is tremendous. I estimate they might not be weaker than us, said Goulet. Chaku stroked his chin and analyzed. After fusion, their combined power has increased by at least several times. This is definitely not an effect that 11 can achieve. Hearing this, Mark narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of jealousy. I thought Nuaya Ultraman was our greatest enemy, but now it seems Luo Suo and Bulu might also pose a threat to us. AI Lei could gently smooth his golden hair. I wonder if they can perform a second fusion after this. If they can stack infinitely, who knows what kind of monster they could create. His words shocked everyone. Hearing AI Leiku's words, all others were stunned. No way. How could there be such an absurd thing? One fusion is already this strong. If they can do a second fusion, wouldn't they be invincible? Mark stammered. If they could really stack infinitely. Wouldn't that be even stronger than Nuya? Longwa Capital City. Watching Luobu Ultraman's stunning performance in the live stream, Yi Yunlong felt a different thought arise in his heart. I wonder how Luobu Ultraman's current power would fare against Nuaya Ultraman. Is there any chance of winning? Although Yi Yunlong and the leader had jointly sacrificed the Lin family, trying to resolve the conflict between the authorities and Qin Yu, But in reality, Yi Yunlong and the authorities had never relaxed their vigilance against Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu had a precedent of forcibly demolishing the Beijing base. They found it hard to fully trust Qin Yu. It's just that Qin Yu's strength is too great now. No one could deal with him. So the authorities could only temporarily restrain themselves. Once an opportunity arose allowing them to grasp a power stronger than Qin Yu's, they would never allow Qin Yu's such powerful, terrifying, and uncontrollable force to run rampant outside. The flames on the missile super beast burned continuously. Pain made it berserk. Ignoring the fiercely burning flames on its body, it released all its missiles to attack Luo Bu. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles flew one after another toward Luo Bu Ultraman. Seeing this, Luo Bu immediately used a speed-boosting skill similar to Mach movement. He quickly flew into the sky trying to dodge the missile bombardment. But these missiles had homing capability. No matter how Luo Bu Ultraman dodged, they would chase after him. They directly followed Luo Bu Ultraman into the sky. After flying some distance, Luo Bu saw the missiles relentlessly pursuing him. Annoyed, he threw out a bunch of small cutting light wheels to detonate the chasing missiles. Rumble. Rumble. The missiles were detonated in the air one after another like splendid fireworks. Too bad it wasn't night. Otherwise it would have been a spectacular fireworks show. Li Lingling transformed into Guli Qiao was not idle either. After the missile super beast had released all its missiles, there would be a period of weakness. This was the best chance to strike it. Although Li Lingling didn't know this, she, to prevent the missile super beast from releasing missiles again, directly charged forward and fought the missile super beast. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, although Li Lingling had trained and improved compared to before, but compared to such a brutal monster, she was still far behind. In the battle, she mainly focused on defense and dodging, rarely taking the initiative to attack. After a few exchanges, she was basically dealing superficial damage to the missile super beast. After Luo Bu Ultraman dealt with those missiles, he directly dove down from the sky, planning to perform a palm technique descending from the sky. Dodge quickly. Hai Luo and Hai Yong warned Li Lingling in unison. Hearing the warning, Li Lingling quickly dodged. Luo Bu Ultraman used the Luo Bu light wheel in his hand to strike the missile super beast's head with full force. Thud. The missile super beast was heavily injured by the blow. Its head was stunned, disoriented. It fell to the ground and rolled. You finish him off. Li Lingling voluntarily gave up the kill. Okay. Luo Bu Ultraman didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately gathered power and released a finishing beam. Luo Bu Vortex Beam. Using his weapon, the Luo Bu Light Wheel, Luo Bu Ultraman fired a 7-colored spiral beam. The dazzling light nearly blinded the eyes. The powerful beam struck the missile super beast, instantly shattering its defense. Boom. The missile super beast was blown up. Flames soared into the sky, even affecting the 2 nearby buildings. The viewers in the live stream saw the monster defeated and all cheered. We won. Great. An 8.5 level supergiant monster actually so easily defeated. The new Ultraman after fusion is really too strong. Although we could defeat 8.0 level and above supergiant monsters in the past, it was always strenuous, never once this easy. Great. Truly great. Ultraman fusion is amazing. Nuaya, sorry, let's not contact each other. I'm afraid this new Ultraman will misunderstand. What? Already betraying. Nuaya Ultraman is the strongest. This new Ultraman definitely can't compare to Nuaya. I will always be a fan of Nuaya. This so-called new Ultraman can't even compare to a single hair of Nuaya. You all betray, go like the new Ultraman, then Nua, you will be mine alone. Can I like both? With its powerful combat ability and cool skill effects, Luo Bu instantly attracted a large wave of fans. Its popularity is almost rivaling Ultraman Nuaya transformed by Qin Yu. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. The formidable performance of Luo Bu Ultraman had drawn the attention of the world, yet at the same time it secretly attracted unseen troubles. Several days after defeating the missile super beast, the public's fervent discussion about Luo Bu Ultraman showed no signs of abating. In fact, it grew even more heated. Naturally, this was not without the official hand. The might of Luo Bu Ultraman could instill tremendous confidence and self-assurance in the people of Longwa. When facing the disasters and dangers brought by monsters, the populace gained greater faith in the authorities, significantly enhancing national cohesion. Some even set up a dedicated voting website. They listed all known Ultramen for the public to vote on, gauging which one the Longwa citizens supported. The approval rating for Luo Bu Ultraman had already far surpassed that of Qin Yu's Nuya Ultraman. To this Qin Yu could only sneer. High popularity was never a good thing. The higher the popularity, the more troubles it often brought. Soon Longwa felt the complications of such fame. Supergiant monsters above level 8.0 emerged within its borders with increasing frequency. In the past, monsters of level 8.0 or above appeared only once every few months or even years. But recently, they showed up almost every 2 days. Although Luo Bu Ultraman's strength combined with Jelly Chao's assistance could defeat these monsters, With the increasing number of battles, the stamina of Hai Luo, Hai Yong, and Li Lingling began to falter. Later, they even experienced the situation where the energy indicator would start flashing immediately upon transformation. This meant the hosts' bodies were nearing their limits. If they continued such high-intensity battles, the hosts might even directly exhaust their lives. Consequently, many high-ranking officials in Longwo were baffled, unable to understand why their country was plagued by so many supergiant monsters above level 8.0. But there was no choice. Regardless of why the monsters appeared to protect Longwo, the officials could only order Li Lingling and the others to grit their teeth and continue fighting. Qin Yu observed all this silently. He sensed that some hidden force was brewing a conspiracy, but it was unclear who the target was. It seemed to be aimed at Longwo, yet he could not be certain. So during this period, he did not intervene even once. He remained a cold observer, waiting for events to unfold. He also noticed one thing: although monsters appeared throughout Longwo, the place where supergiant monsters emerged most frequently was Qingshan City. In a single location, 3 level 8.0 or above monsters appeared within a short time. This was clearly abnormal. Just as in Beijiang City, where the high frequency of supergiant monsters was due to Qin Yu constantly stirring up trouble, attracting those monsters. In all likelihood, the situation in Qingshan City was similar. Something there was continually luring those supergiant monsters. As expected, after a day of calm, supergiant monsters appeared again in Qingshan City. And this time not just one, but 2 at once: the rock monsters Gakoma, one with a single horn, the other with 2. Both monsters were above danger level 8.0. They could not be taken lightly. To deal with them, the authorities immediately dispatched Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong. The 3 transformed and arrived at the scene. Then Hai Luo and Hai Yong merged into Luo Bu Ultraman. Beep, beep, beep. The moment they transformed, Luo Bu Ultraman's energy indicator began to flash. Seeing this, Li Lingling immediately fired a recovery ray at him, helping restore his stamina. The energy indicator on Luo Bu Ultraman's chest turned blue. Thanks to Li Lingling's role as a power bank, she could recharge Luo Bu Ultraman. Otherwise, Luo Bu Ultraman would not have been able to withstand such high-intensity battles. However, the cost was that Li Lingling herself could not fight. She had to conserve her own strength to recharge Luo Bu Ultraman. If she also fought, she would not have time to recharge herself. After Li Lingling fired a recovery ray at Luo Bu, her own energy indicator began to flash rapidly. To recover her stamina as quickly as possible, she had to immediately deactivate her transformation. So the 2 rock monsters before them had to be dealt with by Luo Bu Ultraman alone. In Longwo's capital, Jingqing, Yi Yunlong watched the live broadcast anxiously. Against 2 level 8.0 supergiant monsters, Luo Bu's strength should be enough, right? Under normal circumstances, he would not worry about Luo Bu's power. But the recent high-intensity battles had consumed not only his stamina, but also his spirit. Stamina could be restored, but spirit was not so easily recovered. Yi Yunlong felt uneasy, sensing that this battle might lead to trouble. In the global live stream, a massive audience poured in to watch the battle. Seeing Luo Bu Ultraman again, viewers seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Some were hoping to see Qin Yu's Nexus Ultraman appear, as he was the first Ultraman to appear before the public. People always held a special sentiment for the first. Luo Bu Ultraman is truly our Longwo war god. Every time a monster appears, he's the one to take it on. He's absolutely incredible. But can he withstand such high-intensity battles? I'm starting to doubt. No need to doubt. Luo Bu Ultraman has Jelly Qiao Ultraman to help recharge him. He can definitely hold up. Luo Bu Ultraman, don't let us down. Keep it up. By the way, we haven't seen Nuya Ultraman or Heian Fushide for a long time. Where did they go? No idea. I feel like they might be preparing something big. Nuya Ultraman is Longwo's nuclear weapon. He can't be used lightly. He only appears when our survival is at stake. You guys don't understand a thing. Yeah, whatever. It's been so long since he showed up. Who knows if Nuya is even still alive. Maybe Heian Fushide already killed him quietly. He's nowhere near as strong as Luo Bu Ultraman. What did you say? Nuya Ultraman is the strongest. He's definitely still alive. You're just a blind fan of Nuya. So what if I am? I'm a blind fan of Nuya. Nuya is handsome and powerful, and you're a blind fan of Luo Bu. Oh, you're that arrogant. Want to fight? Sure, come on, let's fight. Name the place. Fine, I'll DM you later. Let's fight, and whoever backs down is a coward. Some radical fans were even on the verge of coming to blows over which was stronger, Luo Bu or Nuya. In Longwo, Qingshan City, on the rooftop of a tall building, 5 people stood at the edge, quietly watching the confrontation between Luo Bu Ultraman and the 2 rock monsters. Among them were 1 woman and 3 men. The 5th figure was shrouded in a black robe, his face concealed. This was the mysterious individual who had repeatedly targeted Qin Yu. And among the 3 men, one was the long-missing host of the Xie Ultraman, Jin Jingwu. At this moment, however, Kim Young-woo had lost his former brilliance and arrogance. His eyes were completely devoid of any spark. He stood there like a puppet, motionless. Zajai, you promised to help me find that guy, but it's been so long, and he still hasn't shown up. Are you playing me? The woman's tone carried clear impatience. Unfazed by her interrogation, the mysterious figure replied, with a playful edge, Camila, don't rush this. We should see if we can force him out tonight. But tell me, can you really bring yourself to kill him if he does appear? I wonder if you still harbor feelings for him. Camila narrowed her eyes, a palpable killing intent radiating from her. Harbor feelings. You flatter him. He dared to betray me and be with another woman. No matter what, I won't let him go. If I don't kill him and rip out his heart, it would be a disservice to the feelings I once had for him. Zajai's final cynical laugh spoke volumes. Two additional men stood nearby. One was towering and imposing with a resolute expression, while the other had shifty eyes and a bitter, cunning face. These two were the transformees of Ultraman Terrace and Ultraman Hytila respectively. As for their target, it was clear. Tiga. The battle began as the two rock monsters fired petrifying beams from their mouths at Ultraman Ribbit. Ultraman Ribbit had no knowledge of the monster's abilities. He could only raise the Ribbit ring and deploy its defensive barrier to block the monster's beam attacks. The seven-colored barrier unfolded. Yet, the once powerful energy shield upon contact with the monster's beams rapidly petrified. It transformed into a massive stone formation resembling a serrated barrier. What? Ribbit's heart sank. This was his first encounter with such peculiar monsters capable of turning energy itself into stone. Undeterred, the two monsters fired again. But this time Ribbit dared not withstand the attack head-on. He executed a sidelong flip. With graceful agility, he evaded both beams. The attack struck two buildings behind Ultraman Ribbit instead. Reducing the buildings to stone statues, Ribbit immediately gathered his energy and unleashed a small cutting beam from the Ribbit ring targeting the horn on the one-horned rock monster's head. Though he didn't understand the horn's purpose, removing them would surely diminish both monsters' capabilities. Having experienced numerous battles, Hyroa and Hyong had evolved into seasoned Ultramen who understood how to fight different types of enemies. Against horned foes like these, severing the horns was essential. Boom, boom. Two cutting beams struck the one-horned rock monster's horn. He had expected an easy victory, but unexpectedly the creature's horn proved incredibly resilient. Despite taking two direct hits, the horn didn't break. It only cracked. What? It's this hard. The two-horned rock monster charged at Ribbit. Charging headlong, Ribbit leaped into the air, performing an acrobatic flip that carried him over the two-horned monster, narrowly dodging its assault. He landed before the one-horned rock monster raised the Ribbit ring, channeled energy into it, and slashed down hard at its horn. Bang! The creature's horn couldn't escape its fate. Roar! The agony of losing its horn sent screams echoing from the one-horned rock monster. Roar! The two-horned rock monster recoiled in sympathy for its companion. It turned and spat a petrifying beam at Ribbit. Though he detected the attack in time and dodged aside, yet he couldn't fully evade it. His left foot was struck by the petrifying beam and began to slowly turn to stone. The petrified leg made Ribbit's movements stiff and awkward. Upon landing, he struggled to maintain his balance and stumbled to the ground. The global live stream erupted. Oh no, Ultraman Ribbit's leg has turned to stone. Could he be done for? It's over, it's over. Could our Longwell War God fall here? Ribbit, pull yourself together. How can you miss such a simple petrifying beam? What are you even doing? Less talk, more action. If you're so capable, you go ahead. Fine, I'll go. I'd definitely perform better than him. We're done for. Won't Ribbit end up turning to stone like this? Doesn't this mean Longwell will suddenly lose two Ultras? It's all over. GG. Ultraman Noah, come out quickly. We're counting on you to save the day. Ultraman Noah, if you don't show up now, we're finished. Ultraman Noah, you're the only one we can rely on. Come out and save the world. Many viewers watched as Ribbit's foot began to petrify and immediately grew worried. Even many of Ultraman Noah's fans were calling out for him in the live stream. Qin Yu was also in the live stream. Watching the constant calls flooding through the stream, he remained unmoved. It was merely petrification, not exactly a catastrophic situation. What concerned him more was the possibility of Ribbit's defeat and what consequences would follow. The mastermind pulling the strings likely desired Ribbit's defeat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been causing disturbances day after day. In Qingshan City, Longhua, among the city streets, the young man holding the dark fire prism watched the scene before him. His heart burned with urgency. Ultraman Noah, come quickly. If you don't arrive soon, I'll have to intervene myself. He still held some hope for Noah. He hoped Noah would emerge to rescue Ultraman Ribbit and defeat the two rock monsters, allowing him to continue maintaining his hidden identity and avoid exposure. The petrification spreading from Ribbit's foot began extending to other areas. Soon his entire leg had turned to stone. Perhaps for the first time facing such a situation, Ribbit had no idea what to do. Terrified beyond measure, his mind went completely blank. He could only watch in fear as his body gradually turned to stone. Li Lingling desperately wanted to transform and rescue Ribbit. However, she had just transformed moments ago and couldn't transform again so soon. All she could do was anxiously watch. Watching as the petrification spread toward Ribbit's abdomen, the young man could no longer bear to look away. He raised the fire prism in his hand. Whooshed! A black pillar of light shot straight into the sky, surrounded by lightning effects. It appeared overwhelmingly majestic. Within the black pillar of light, a dark ultra never before seen made a brilliant appearance. It was Dark Tiga. The moment Dark Tiga appeared, many people became excited. For instance, the trio of Camila standing on the rooftop. Camila gazed at Tiga with feverish intensity. You've appeared. You've finally shown yourself. Tiga, after searching for so long, can you no longer hide? I've kept my end of the bargain, Zajai seized the moment to say. I hope you'll keep yours as well. Camila glanced back at Zaki and said, don't worry. As long as you help me defeat Tiga, I will fulfill my promise to help you defeat Noah. Zaki said no more. The group silently watched Dark Tiga's next performance. In Beijiang City Dragon Country, seeing Dark Tiga appear, Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. Why did Dark Tiga show up? Could this Dark Tiga be the target of the mastermind? If so, then who specifically brought him out? Was it the mysterious person who stole Evil Tiga, or someone else? From some of the mysterious person's previous actions, it was clear that he was collecting Ultramen from the dark side. Dark Orb Evil Tiga. Dark Tiga before them could also be considered an Ultraman of the dark side. If the mysterious person was interested in Dark Tiga, it didn't seem impossible. However, the monsters that had appeared recently were either ordinary monsters or super beasts. Not a single space beast. This made Qin Yu suspect someone else. After all, that mysterious person usually liked to use space beasts when causing trouble, seemingly looking down on these ordinary monsters. Little did he know, the mysterious person was actually using this very point to dispel Qin Yu's doubts. At the Beijiang Mecha base, Director Li's heart was in his throat when he saw Luo Bu gradually being petrified. He hadn't expected that the two monsters that appeared this time, though of low danger level, would be so formidable. They could even make the powerful Luo Bu Ultraman fall into a trap so easily. Yet they had no more Ultraman to send as reinforcements for Luo Bu. They could only watch helplessly. When the dark pillar of light appeared, Director Li thought Qin Yu had finally acted and was thrilled. But to his surprise, what emerged was a black Ultraman, which made his heart sink. Dark Tiga style. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a normal Ultraman of light. Instead, it seemed like a major villain. Oh no, oh no, oh no. This black Ultraman shows up at this moment. Could he be here to deliver the final blow to Luo Bu? Noah, Qin Yu, my heavens, where are you? Please appear now and save the day. Don't let Luo Bu be killed. Though he said that, Director Li knew in his heart that it was already a blessing that Qin Yu didn't cause them trouble. He couldn't expect Qin Yu to help them eliminate the enemy. He certainly couldn't hope that Qin Yu would save Luo Bu Ultraman. He just wished for a miracle to happen. In Qingshan City Dragon Country, after Dark Tiga appeared, Luo Bu was startled. Luo Bu immediately asked, "Who are you?" "I am Tiga. I'm here to help you." After introducing himself, Dark Tiga gathered energy in his hands and fired a dark purple beam at Luo Bu. The beam struck the energy indicator on Luo Bu's chest. Boom. As the dark purple energy entered Luo Bu's body, the petrified parts on his surface instantly shattered, exposing Luo Bu's unharmed body. "It's okay." Luo Bu was astonished. He hadn't expected this black Ultraman, who didn't look like a good guy, to actually come to his rescue. He seemed to have judged by appearance. Not all these pitch black Ultramen were bad guys. Luo Bu quickly got up. "Thank you, Tiga." "You're welcome. Hurry up and deal with these two monsters, or else I'm afraid someone will come after me." "Someone after you? Let's not talk about that now. Let's go." "All right." The two tacitly assigned each other's opponents. Luo Bu took on the single-horned rock monster. Or rather, now it should be called the no-horn rock monster, since the horn had been cut off. Dark Tiga faced the double-horned rock monster. Luo Bu had difficulty fighting two rock monsters, but dealing with one was more than enough. Knowing that the beam fired from the monster's mouth could petrify an Ultraman, he directly grabbed a tree and stuffed it into the rock monster's throat, blocking its mouth, preventing it from spewing petrifying rays. Without the ability to shoot petrifying rays, the rock monster naturally posed no threat. After giving the rock monster a thorough beating, Luo Bu hurled a fully charged Luo Bu light wheel at it. One blow destroyed it. The explosion's flames soared into the sky, accompanied by a rainbow holy light. As for Dark Tiga, it was even simpler. His fighting style was extremely brutal. He rushed forward, grabbed the rock monster's mouth with one hand, preventing it from opening its mouth and spewing petrifying rays. Then, with the other hand forming a knife hand and gathering energy, he chopped off both horns of the double-horned rock monster with two strikes. The rock monster writhed in pain, wanting to scream, but its mouth was clamped shut, unable to make a sound. It was utterly cruel. After that, he even lifted the double-horned rock monster and tossed it into the air. Then he fired the dark Superior beam, ending the battle. Any discerning person could tell at a glance from their performance. Dark Tiga's combat power far surpassed Luo Bu Ultraman's. Luo Bu looked at Dark Tiga. "Thank you, Tiga. If it weren't for your help, I might not have been able to defeat these two monsters." Would you be interested in joining us and becoming a guardian of Dragon Country? I'll pass. I'll bring you a lot of trouble. I don't want to add to your burden. What trouble? Don't worry, as long as you join us, we'll handle any trouble for you. At that moment, Luo Bu had no idea what kind of nightmare his words would bring him. If he knew, he would probably slap himself hard several times right now. Dark Tiga repeatedly refused, better not. No, my trouble is not something ordinary people can handle. Before he could finish, 3 black pillars of light appeared in the city, exactly the same as when Dark Tiga had transformed. Then Camilla Darum and Hitra, 3 dark Ultramen, appeared in the city. Seeing these 3 Ultramen, Dark Tiga was utterly helpless. I knew it. Brother C, here comes my trouble. Can you handle it? Hey buddy, your trouble is that big. Luobu began to regret his earlier words. If he had known, he wouldn't have said that. To recruit 1 Ultraman, he would offend 3 Ultramen. No matter how he looked at it, this deal didn't seem worthwhile. Dark Tiga laughed awkwardly. Camilla, one hand on her hip, pointed at Dark Tiga, with the other her movements full of coquettish charm. Tiga, you finally showed up. After hiding from us for so long, you couldn't resist protecting humans after all. Dark Tiga was so anxious he almost stomped his foot. Sister, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? I don't like you. There's no chance for us. Why won't you listen? Humph. Upon hearing Dark Tiga's words, Camilla let out a disdainful sneer. But I have also said that if you cannot be with me, I will kill you and take back Tiga's power. Tiga's power can only belong to my partner. Sis, this is a bit unreasonable. It was Tiga's power that chose me. You insist on snatching it away? Is that right? When did I ever say I was a reasonable person? In my world, my will is the only law. Everything else is nothing but nonsense. Choose for yourself. Dark Tiga clenched his fist in secret. He now faced Camilla Daramu and Hitra all at once. He had no confidence in their odds. Swish. Camilla casually flicked her wrist, and a blue light whip appeared in her right hand. The choice has always been yours. You chose this path yourself. Who do you have to blame? Daramu and Hitra also assumed their battle stances, fully prepared for combat. Seeing that a peaceful resolution was impossible, Dark Tiga turned to Rob. Bro, run while you can. These 3 are formidable. Even our combined efforts might not be enough. If no one had known, they could have simply fled. It would have been fine. But right now their situation was being broadcast live to the entire world. If they backed down and ran now, it would amount to admitting defeat before every viewer across the globe. How could that be possible? Even if it meant death. He couldn't show fear at this moment. Otherwise, he would never be able to face anyone again. Rob declared with conviction, Tiga, you just helped me. How could I abandon you now? Even if we can't win, I will fight alongside you. Dark Tiga was deeply moved and gave Rob a thumbs up. True, brother. You have real loyalty. If we survive this, I will join the official forces and become your comrade. Rob nodded through tears. Honestly, he would have preferred not to get involved in this mess at all. 2 against 3. On paper, they had no advantage. In Beijing, China, Yi Yunlong watched Dark Tiga and Rob's movements and guessed that Rob intended to help Dark Tiga face the 3 Dark Ultramen. He stamped his foot in anxiety. What is Rob doing? What's he thinking? Does he really want to help that black Ultraman against the other 3? Is he crazy? 4-1 Ultraman offending 3 others. This makes no sense. Run. Run now. Don't throw your life away. Rob was currently China's strongest combat asset. If Rob were lost, China would lose its ability to face powerful enemies and would be left defenseless. Under these circumstances, Yi Yunlong could not allow Rob to suffer any loss. Even though he had just witnessed Dark Tiga saving Rob's life, he still hoped Rob would go against his conscience and ignore Dark Tiga's troubles entirely to preserve himself. Even he knew such behavior was shameful, but he still wished Rob would do it. At the Northern River base in China, no way. Hai Luo and Hai Yong, are they really planning to help that black Ultraman fight the other 3? How foolish. Truly foolish. Still, they did save his life not long ago, so repaying that debt is only natural. God, please protect them. Please don't let anything happen. Noah, oh my God. Qin Yu usually loves stirring up trouble and joining the fun. Where are you now? Director Lee prayed continuously in his heart, hoping Qin Yu would step forward. With Noah's strength plus Dark Tiga and Ultraman Rob, they could easily defeat those 3 Ultramen. And at this very moment, what was Qin Yu doing? He was watching the drama unfold. He knew the love-hate entanglement between Ultraman Tiga and the Dark Trio better than anyone. But he never expected such emotional entanglements would spill over into this world. The Camilla of this world had decided that Ultraman Tiga was her destined partner. If the current host refused, she would simply kill him and find another. Such domineering behavior was absurd, yet oddly compelling. He genuinely wanted to see whether Camilla could bring herself to deal a fatal blow to Dark Tiga. In Linhai City, China, a young man lounged on a beach chair sipping coconut water while watching the live broadcast. The host of Ultraman Tiga is a decent person. He lent me his power before. Now that he's in trouble, would it be right for me to stand by and do nothing? Sigh. I really don't want to get involved. But I have no choice. I'm a man who repays both kindness and grievance. I'll help him this once, and then I'll stay out of it. The young man set down his coconut, put away his phone, and drew the orb origin blade. Unlike the dark version wielded by Dark Orb, the blade in his hand was of pure normal coloring, the true orb origin blade. Orb. The young man raised the orb origin blade and called out its name with great force. Immediately, a rainbow-colored light burst forth. Enveloped by the radiance, the young man transformed into Orb Origin, colloquially known as the Brief's form. There were also several onlookers nearby. They were all stunned. Is that Dark Orb Ultraman? No, that's not Dark Orb. The colors look different. But he looks exactly the same, even carrying the same weapon. Could Dark Orb have turned good? That's possible. Can a redeemed Dark Orb still be called Dark Orb? Why has this Ultraman suddenly appeared? Could a monster be approaching? Bad news. Run. Chaos erupted on the beach. Orb paid no mind to the panicked people below. He transformed into a streak of 7-colored light and sped toward Qingshan City. In America, seeing the sudden appearance of several Ultramen, Mark drooled with envy. So many Ultramen. If only they could join our country, how incredibly powerful we would become. Alec chuckled. Managing so many Ultramen won't be easy. Haven't you noticed they're about to fight each other? Chuck asked, do you think the Black Ultraman and Rob standing together can defeat the other three? Without hesitation, Powerade replied, I doubt it. 2 against 3. Unless there's a massive gap in individual strength, they stand no chance. I agree, it's unlikely. Gray nodded in agreement. Lot stroked his chin and proposed a bold idea. What if we wait until they've exhausted each other, then strike and steal their powers? Mark's eyes lit up. You know what? That could actually work. In a free-for-all among 5 Ultramen, if we play our cards right, we could probably claim at least 2 of them. End of chapter. Once a person has an idea, they cannot restrain their urge to court disaster. Mark was no exception. The recent defeats of Bei Si and Shi Cao Te. This caused the Eagle Country to suddenly lose 2 great generals. Mark had been seeking an opportunity to make up for the loss. The current chaos was exactly the chance he needed. What do you all think? Mark's gaze swept over the crowd. He didn't have the final say. Whether it could succeed depended on whether the Ultramen in front of him were willing to help. I have no objection. If there's an opportunity, I can make a move. AI Lei Ku was the first to speak up. He was inherently a warlike individual. Fighting only monsters had long grown tiresome. Occasionally, he wanted to fight other Ultramen. Luo Te, needless to say, was the one who proposed this idea. He naturally agreed. The remaining ones were only Pa Wa Te Gulei and Cha Ko. The 3 exchanged glances and also felt that the Eagle Country urgently needed to replenish its power. To seize the power of 2 Ultramen from the Dragon Country to supplement themselves was a good choice. They immediately agreed. Seeing that everyone was so cooperative, Mark was very gratified. Dragon Country, Qingshan City. The battle began. Kami La lashed a whip toward Haendija. Haendija dodged and then attacked Kami La. The 2 immediately engaged in combat. De La Mu and Shi Te La very tacitly took on Luo Bu. One of them was skilled in strength and attacked Luo Bu from the front. The other was skilled in speed and launched sneak attacks from behind. They beat Luo Bu unbearably. From the very start, he was overwhelmed by the combined assault. De La Mu's heavy fists landed on Luo Bu blow after blow, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Shi Te La used his weapon, the Shi Te La fork. Seizing the opportunity, he dealt a powerful blow to Luo Bu. Boom! The Shi Te La fork instantly broke through Luo Bu's defense, leaving a wound on his back. Golden blood continuously flowed out. Luo Bu was wounded. Anger surged in his heart, but facing the combined pincer attack of 2 Ultramen, he was helpless. Shi Te La and De La Mu, both Dark Ultramen, each possessed strength not inferior to his. Now that they joined forces against him, they left him no chance to resist. As for Haendija and Kami La, Haendija's situation was not optimistic either. Haendija was a Dark Ultra. The host must have a dark heart to fully unleash its power. Unfortunately, this host was not a pure villain. His kind heart suppressed the originally powerful dark energy of Haendija. This prevented Haendija from releasing its full power. Thus he was no match for Kami La and could only barely hold out against her attacks. He saw Luo Bu's miserable state and wanted to save him, but unfortunately he truly could not spare a hand. I'm sorry, brother, I've dragged you into this. Watching Luo Bu being beaten repeatedly, Haendija could only say sorry. Under the torment of De La Mu and Shi Te La, Luo Bu soon couldn't hold on. The energy indicator on his chest began to flash. De La Mu seized an opportunity, lifted Luo Bu, and slammed him heavily onto the ground. Thump! Luo Bu crashed to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. The surroundings shook violently. The viewers in the live stream saw Luo Bu's miserable state of being beaten repeatedly. All were cheering for Luo Bu. Go Luo Bu! Ultraman Luo Bu! Defeat these 2 Ultramen. Luo Bu, you are our Dragon Country's war god, representing the face of the Dragon Country. You cannot lose to these 2. Luobu, as long as you can beat these two, I'll switch to being your fan. Luobu, if you win, I'll immediately leave the Noah fan group and become your fan. Luobu, don't hold out, run away quickly, what if you get killed? Of course, there were also those who felt sorry for Luobu, urging him to flee for his life. Don't fight De La Mu and Shite La. Unfortunately, Luobu couldn't see what the audience said in the livestream. If he knew how much the audience understood him, he might have actually slipped away. Back on the battlefield, Luobu slowly got up from the ground. His severe injuries made his movements sluggish. Seeing this, Shite La began to charge his ultimate move. When Luobu finally managed to stand up, Shite La raised his hand and released a blue-purple beam with one hand, aiming at Luobu. Xiujia La Si Gale. This move was Shite La's ultimate beam. Its instantaneous destructive power was not strong, but it could output continuously. The longer it lasted, the higher the damage. Just as the beam was about to hit Luobu, at the critical moment, a multicolored energy descended from the sky. Obu Holy Sword Shield. The energy transformed into a giant ring-shaped barrier in front of Luobu, blocking the Xiujia La Si Gale, released by Shite La. What? Shite La was shocked. At this moment, someone could still block his attack. He looked up. A multicolored light streaked across the sky, landed beside Luobu, and transformed into Ultraman Obu. He supported Luobu's arm. Brother, are you okay? Who are you? Seeing the Ultraman Obu before him, Luobu was astonished because he still remembered the last time Dark Obu had caused trouble. How could he have changed his color after not seeing him for a while? And his voice had changed too. Perhaps afraid of misunderstanding, Obu quickly explained, I am Ultraman Obu, different from the previous Dark Obu. Don't think of me as the same person, we are two completely different Ultramen. Dragon Country Modu. The host of Dark Obu was enjoying red wine, watching the battle in the livestream. He didn't expect that an Ultraman who looked exactly like him except for the color would suddenly appear in the livestream. He was stunned on the spot. No. Is this guy stealing my identity? Why does he look exactly like me? And even the weapon Obu Holy Sword in his hand is the same. Damn, where did this guy come from? He, the real counterfeit, actually called the original a counterfeit. It was completely upside down. He even got angry because of this. No, I cannot allow someone else to be the same as me, to transform into the same Ultraman. It seems that before defeating Noah, I must first defeat this guy. He then took out the Obu Origin Crystal, transformed into Dark Obu, and rushed to the battlefield. The situation of this battle, due to Obu's arrival, instead became complicated. Dragon Country, Beijing City. Yo, how strange, this battle actually attracted Obu. What is he here for? Could it be that he wants to borrow power from these Ultramen to print cards? Hey, perhaps due to the stereotype of the Det King, Qin Yu felt that Obu's appearance was solely for card printing. More and more Ultramen arrived at the battlefield, making Qin Yu excited. In his hand, the Evolution Trust device appeared at some unknown time. He could transform at any time and head to the battlefield to join the fight. A global livestream. Many viewers still held a deep impression of the dark orb that had appeared earlier. Now the authentic orb made his entrance. Many people mistook him for Dark Orb. Wait, isn't this Ultraman the Dark Orb that appeared before? No, why has his color changed? Wasn't he completely black before? Why is there red on his body now? Could it be that this Dark Orb, like Ultraman Noah, can also evolve? This red form is stronger than the pure black form from before. No way. That's actually possible. If that's the case, then Dark Orb would be the second Ultraman capable of evolving. Why is Dark Orb appearing at this moment? Is he here to help? Could Dark Orb also belong to our Longwa's Ultraman? Judging from the scene, it seems so. The moment he appeared, he blocked an attack meant for Ultraman Rogue. If he weren't one of their own, how could he do something like that? Our officials are keeping a remarkably low profile. With such a powerful Ultraman, they managed to keep it completely secret without any exposure. I suddenly think Dark Orb looks quite good with some red added. I'm switching my fandom to Dark Orb. Dark Orb's domineering entrance just now was so cool. Orb probably has no idea that his appearance is actually helping Dark Orb gain a whole wave of new fans. In Qingshan City, Longhua, seeing Orb arrive, Dark Sagi showed some surprise. Orb, why have you come? Orb released his grip on Rogue's hand and greeted the battle-worn Dark Sagi. Hey brother, you lent me your power before, so how could I stand idly by when you're in trouble now? Thank you so much. Dark Sagi sincerely expressed his gratitude. In this dire situation, anyone willing to step forward and offer help was truly a good person. Orb gripped the sacred blade and assumed a combat stance. Rogue, that red one is quite powerful. I'll handle him. The purple one is yours. Any issues? Rogue desperately wanted to say no, but a man cannot say no, so he could only say yes. Fine. I'll take the purple one. Rogue gritted his teeth. His color timer was flickering increasingly faster. His condition was dire. Orb charged toward Darum's sword in hand. Rogue wielded the ring brave and launched an attack against Hizuru. The battle intensified, growing even fiercer. Orb's combat prowess was even more ferocious than the Dark Orb that had appeared before. Wielding his sword, he mercilessly slashed at Darum. In terms of raw power, he was no inferior to this warrior of immense strength. Darum also favored opponents who could engage in direct confrontation. The two were evenly matched. They fought with reckless abandon. With one enemy, neutralized Rogue could barely hold his own against Hizuru. The two clashed fiercely in aerial combat relying on speed. They exchanged blows continuously in the sky, neither gaining the upper hand, for now. But it was enough to turn the tide for Rogue. He finally had a chance to shine. The audience watched this spectacular battle utterly transfixed. Cries of exhilaration rang out. What a pity. If only I could combine with Rogue and become Grace, or perhaps this battle would have turned out differently. Li Lingling watched from the ground as Ultraman Rogue fought. Her eyes were filled with envy, since Ultramen from various realms had begun appearing. Her combat effectiveness as a healer had grown increasingly inadequate. Hai Luo and Hai Yong barely managed to catch up by combining into Ultraman Rogue. They had barely reached average combat power. Yet she still had no idea when she would catch up. She had thought Orb was the final Ultraman to arrive. But when Dark Orb appeared, the atmosphere on the battlefield reached a new peak. A red sphere descended from the sky and landed in the city. It transformed into the appearance of Dark Orb. Pointing his sacred blade at Orb, he loudly rebuked, "You counterfeit. I will never allow you to steal the glory that belongs to me by wearing my face." In Beijiang City, Longhua, the moment Dark Orb appeared, Qin Yu nearly applauded in delight. Excellent, excellent. How thrilling. Even Dark Orb has arrived. It seems he's displeased with the real Orb and is going to fight him. Truly a sight I've never seen in my life. What a rare spectacle. This pirated version actually went to trouble the genuine article. What was he thinking? Qin Yu had been wrestling with whether to intervene in this battle himself. But the moment Dark Orb appeared, his urgency vanished. Watching Dark Orb fight the real Orb seemed like a rather entertaining spectacle after all. At the Beijiang base, director Li was completely stunned. Wait, why is there another Dark Orb? Could this one be the real Dark Orb? Then who was the red Orb that appeared earlier? How can there be two orbs? Which one is the real one? Could the same Ultraman come in different color versions? This is too bizarre. Good heavens. So many Ultramen are battling in Qingshan City. They won't destroy the entire city, will they? You Ultramen, I beg you, please stop. If 7 Ultramen were truly allowed to rampage through Qingshan City, by the time the battle ended, Qingshan City would likely be gone. In Yingxiang country, Mark was utterly dumbfounded. That's 7, the 7th Ultraman to arrive. How many Ultramen is Longhua hiding within its borders? What are they planning? He had always believed Yingxiang country possessed the most Ultramen. But compared to Longhua, they were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Longhua's hidden Ultramen were countless. And these 7 Ultramen didn't even include Grace, who had withdrawn early, nor the still absent Dark Faust and Noah. If those 3 were to appear, the total number of Ultramen appearing within Longhua would exceed double digits. A figure he didn't dare imagine. Zack stared at the screen, watching Orb and Dark Orb. He could not understand it. Why have 2 identical orbs appeared? Aside from their color, these 2 Ultramen are exactly the same. Even their weapons match. What is going on? Could it be that the same Ultraman can have 2, or even multiple versions? If that's the case, then the number of Ultramen must far exceed what we imagined. Mark's eyes gradually filled with dread. If there were too many Ultramen, it might not be a good thing at all. After all, every Ultraman possessed world-destroying power. If too many Ultramen were to clash in a chaotic brawl, just like what was happening in Qingshan City now, it could lead to the destruction of Planet Blue. It might even be destroyed faster than by those monsters. I wonder if there's another version of me, Alec murmured softly. The other Ultraman changers shared the same confusion. End of chapter. The global livestream. The audience was dumbfounded. Wait, why are there 2 Ultraman orbs? Is the black one the Dark Orb from before? And what about the red one? Is the red one a fake orb? No. This can't be right. Why are there 2 versions of the same Ultraman? What kind of nonsense is this? These 2 Ultraman orbs are identical except for the color. So what's the point of having 2 of them? Could it be that each Ultraman is not unique? Maybe the same Ultraman can have different individuals. The Ultraman Noah we saw earlier might also have different forms. Will these 2 Ultraman orbs fight each other? How could they? They look exactly the same. They must be brothers. Why would they fight? A loving family, right? What do you think? Could these 2 orbs fuse into a stronger Ultraman orb? You know, that might actually be possible. Ultraman Rosso and Ultraman Blue can fuse to transform. Why can't 2 identical orbs? I've lived long enough to see this. Am I hallucinating? 2 Ultraman orbs. From now on, let's call the red one Orb and the black one Dark Orb. We need to distinguish them. I feel like Orb is stronger than Dark Orb. Nonsense. Dark Orb is definitely stronger. Look at his design. How cool he is. The original Orb fans immediately split into 2 factions upon seeing both Orb and Dark Orb. Most fans chose to continue supporting Dark Orb. Some, however, chose to support Orb. After all, compared to the pitch black Dark Orb, the red Orb appeared much more righteous. In Beijiang City Dragon Country, Orb was busy fighting Doramo and had no time to acknowledge Dark Orb. Seeing Orb's silent, Dark Orb felt insulted. Hey, at least acknowledge me. I'm talking to you, and you won't answer. That's rude, you know. Orb dodged Doramo's attack and said in passing, bro. Don't you see I'm in the middle of a fight? How can I talk to you now? Why don't you wait around until I'm done, then we can chat, okay? No sooner had he spoken than distracted Doramo landed a punch on Orb. Boom. Orb was sent flying. He crashed into a nearby building. You have the nerve to talk to someone else while fighting me. You don't respect me at all, Doramo said, displeased. Dark Orb, hands on his hips, said to Doramo. Hey, I don't know your name, but let me make a deal. Hand him over to me, okay? Let me fight him first. I'm in a hurry. Doramo flatly refused. No way. Once I've set my sights on prey, I never let go. If you want to fight him, get in line. That is if he's still alive after I'm done with him. Hey, are you even listening? I told you he's my target. Let me go first. If you don't let me, I'll fight you instead. Believe me. Dark Orb's temper flared. He didn't back down. Instead, he raised the Dark Orb Holy Sword and pointed it at Doramo. This act was seen by Doramo as a declaration of war. How dare you point a weapon at me? What do you want to fight? Fight. I'm not afraid of you. Just because you're big and muscular doesn't mean I can't beat you. Fighting isn't about size. Dark Orb showed no fear. He had dared to provoke even Qin Yu, the Ultraman Noah, and even sought him out to fight. Facing a mere Doramo, there was no way he would back down. Orb struggled to his feet, watching the two bristling at each other, and tentatively said, how about you two fight first? Whoever wins, I'll duel with them first. What do you think? Fine. Dark Orb agreed without hesitation. I have no problem with that. Doramo assumed a combat stance against Dark Orb. Then Dark Orb charged at Doramo with his sword raised. Doramo didn't hold back. He attacked Dark Orb with full force. The two erupted into a fierce battle. Orb became a bystander, helplessly scratching his head with an innocent expression. On the rooftop, Zaki watched Doramo and Dark Orb actually start fighting and was speechless. What the hell? Is Dark Orb insane? Where did he come from? What does tonight's business have to do with him? Why does he have to jump in and seek attention? Damn it. Not catching him last time was a disaster. This time I absolutely cannot let him get away. His mindset is too abnormal. If I don't capture him and turn him into a puppet, he'll keep ruining my plans. Zaki barely suppressed his fury and began to secretly stir up trouble. He had thought tonight's business would be resolved easily. Unexpectedly, it was becoming more and more complicated. In the global livestream, the audience couldn't hear the Ultraman's conversation and there were no subtitles. They had no idea what the Ultramen were saying. They could only see Dark Orb inexplicably start fighting Doramo. Suddenly, many people began to make up their own stories. Dark Orb is fighting for Orb. That means Dark Orb came specifically to help Orb. Maybe they're brothers. Dark Orb is the older brother and Orb is the younger brother. The big brother has to protect the little one. Dark Orb's big brother energy is off the charts. I wish I had a brother like that. Brotherly love, I ship it. If those two Ultramen teamed up, they could definitely wipe the floor with the enemy. Of course, not all viewers were unable to hear the Ultramen. Some could understand and complained in the live stream. Is it possible that Orb and Dark Orb aren't brothers? Dark Orb is helping Orb fight the other Ultraman simply because he's brainless. Dark Orb is just a lunatic. This had nothing to do with him, but he butted in anyway. A guy, stop making up stories. This is so cringy. Dark Orb is a pure nutcase. Why do you have to conjure up such awkward plots? These truth-telling remarks drew criticism from viewers who didn't know the truth. What do you know? Do you have proof? If they weren't brothers, why would Dark Orb help Orb fight? You're the lunatic. Dark Orb is so powerful. How could he be a lunatic? Are you an Ultraman? How else would you understand what they say? If you're not an Ultraman, shut up and stop messing with my ship. Dark Orb will definitely beat the opponent and protect his little bro Orb. The situation in the sky battlefield between Luo Bu and Shitila was not optimistic. After an initial period of evenly matched combat, his physical strength began to falter under the intense battle. Seizing the opportunity, Shitila landed a small light beam, sending Luo Bu plummeting from the sky. Boom. Crash. The thunderous impact of Luo Bu's fall shook the heavens and earth. It not only crushed two buildings, but also left a massive human-shaped crater in the ground, causing the surroundings to tremble. Go to hell. Shiojialasi Hurricane. Shitila gathered power in the sky, rapidly releasing a beam to attack Luo Bu. It seemed he was determined to kill Luo Bu. A blue-white beam descended from the sky. Not good. Seeing this, Bu couldn't stand by and immediately rushed over, raising an ultra barrier, helping Luo Bu block Shitila's Shiojialasi Hurricane. Luo Bu, are you alright? Sorry, I think I'm done. As he finished speaking, a ding sounded and his light just went out. Luo Bu's body rapidly faded and disappeared, forcibly deactivating his transformation. His body had reached its limit. The transformation time was up. He became the first Ultraman to exit this battle. It's you again. You bastard ruined my plans earlier. Go to hell. Shitila intensified his output, the rate of the Shio-Geolasi hurricane visibly accelerating. In that case, it seems I'll have to borrow the power of other Ultramen. The host inside Obu's body pulled out 2 cards beginning the traditional skill of Obu the Det King, borrowing power. Ultraman Dijia. Ultraman Daina. Fusion upgrade. Ultraman Obu Shining Form. The supernova of a new era. Fly higher. Together with the shining radiance. Obu's body radiated an extremely dazzling golden light. Even in broad daylight, it was exceptionally intense. Shrouded in light, Obu switched forms, transforming into the shining form that possessed the power of both Dijia and the robed Daina. In this form, Obu could use a variety of powerful beam techniques and could unleash incredible miraculous power beyond his limits in battle. After switching forms, the ultra barrier in Obu's hand instantly turned from blue-white to gold and began to absorb the Shio-Geolasi hurricane unleashed by Shitila. When it reached a certain level, Obu launched the absorbed energy along with his own power back at Shitila. An extremely dazzling golden beam shot toward Shitila. What the hell? Shitila hurriedly dodged, but still couldn't completely avoid it. Grazed by the golden beam, he fell from midair. Boom. Another earthquake-like tremor. Then, Obu began to charge his finishing move. Composite Shining Slash. The moment Shitila got up, Obu launched a massive golden cutting disc at Shitila. Puchi. The golden cutting disc sliced Shitila in 2. No. Shitila died miserably, letting out a resentful roar before his death. He became the first Ultraman to be eliminated in this battle. In the global livestream, viewers were shocked by Obu's form switching and his formidable combat power. Obu is so strong. He can even transform into different forms. Isn't that just like Ultraman Nuaya? Incredible. It seems someone who can challenge Nuaya's authority has appeared. If Obu can switch forms in battle, can Dark Obu do the same? Probably they're both similar. Obu is too strong. He easily took down an Ultraman. I've only seen that kind of combat power from Nuaya before. But Obu really is weak, becoming the first to be eliminated. If Obu hadn't saved him, he'd probably be dead by now. This Obu is really a good guy. He helped twice and saved Obu. Obu should bow to him. Ultraman Obu is handsome, strong, and helpful. He's a role model of the era. I declare that from now on I'm a fan of Ultraman Obu. Nuaya hasn't come out yet. Could it be that he's afraid of Obu's power and doesn't dare to show up? Ultraman Nuaya, you don't need to come out. With Obu he's enough. Obu will become the strongest Ultraman, surpassing Nuaya. Perhaps because Qin Yu hadn't acted for so long, many people had forgotten the oppressive feeling that Ultraman Nai C once brought. Many even believe that Obu's power far surpassed Nuaya's. Seeing the comments in the livestream, Qin Yu could only express, haha. In the Dragon Kingdom, Jingxing, Yi Yunlong was deeply shocked by Obu's performance. Ultraman Obu is truly too strong. We must win him over. If he joins us, then our official side will no longer have to fear Nuaya's power. Although the high-ranking officials represented by Yi Yunlong had temporarily given up on dealing with Qin Yu and Nuaya, it didn't mean they had no other thoughts. In their hearts, Qin Yu and Nuaya had always been the Dragon Kingdom's hypothetical enemies. Thus they had been constantly seeking power stronger than Nuaya's, hoping to restrain Qin Yu and Nuaya. Now he finally saw hope in Obu. If Qin Yu knew Yi Yunlong's thoughts, he would probably laugh to death. Have Obu fight against his own transformation, Nai Kusei. Obu would be fighting for his life. In the Eagle Nation, Mark looked at the others in confusion. That Ultraman called Obu seems to gain special abilities by switching forms, similar to how Nuaya turns red. What's the principle behind this? Do you know? The Ultraman hosts all shook their heads. They had also seen the Det King for the first time. Who knew what kind of principle it was? Seeing this, Mark couldn't help but complain. Come on, we're all Ultramen. Look at those Ultramen from the Dragon Kingdom. They can switch forms, combine, and upgrade, even open realms, all kinds of fancy tricks. Why can't you do anything? If you're not satisfied with us, I can leave right now. Eric narrowed his eyes, a fierce aura bursting from his gaze. Unlike the others present, Eric's host was very young and had the most irritable temper. If you dared to provoke him, he would truly walk away. Mark panicked upon hearing this, nearly kneeling to Eric. No, I'm sorry, I was wrong, it was my fault. I was just venting a little. Please don't take it to heart. I'm really sorry. Please don't be angry. Seeing Mark back down, Eric nearly laughed. Come on, if you're not capable, why are you putting on airs? You're just embarrassing yourself. Why bother? Why bother? The others almost laughed when they heard Eric's words. In fact, not only Eric, but also the hosts of several other Ultramen were increasingly looking down on Mark as their commander. You're just an ordinary human. What gives you the right to command us, Ultramen? When one acquires power far beyond that of ordinary humans, it is rare for them to maintain a balanced state of mind. Qin Yu himself, for instance, had begun to view everything in the world from a god's perspective, rather than from the viewpoint of a common mortal. The few Ultraman hosts from the Eagle Country could still address Mark as Sir, which was already a considerable courtesy. Mark was fully aware of the current situation, yet he refused to accept it. Previously, he had been the leader of these Ultraman hosts capable of controlling and managing them. But now he had gradually lost his ability to control these hosts. His once lofty attitude had slowly transformed into one of supplication. This shift in status also stirred other thoughts within Mark. For instance, why couldn't he himself become an Ultraman? Especially after hearing what Eric said, Mark's desire for the power of Ultraman grew even stronger. In Qin City. You bastard. You dare to kill Zatila. Seeing his comrade slain by Orb Dalamu was furious. He began to regret. He should not have been impulsive earlier and fought against that lunatic Dark Orb. Otherwise Orb would never have had the chance to kill Zatila. Your opponent is me, don't get distracted. Dark Orb struck Dalamu with his sword, sending him staggering back. Dalamu clutched his wound. He glared at Dark Orb and Orb with hatred. After Orb killed Zatila, he switched back to his original form. The two Ultramen looked exactly alike. They were like twin brothers. The more Dalamu looked, the angrier he became. You too. You deserve to die. Both of you. Oh, Jaji. Help us now. Do you intend to watch us die? Despite his rage, Dalamu still had enough sense to know that fighting 2-on-1, he would most likely lose to Dark Orb and Orb. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Jaji. If Jaji lent his aid, they might still have a chance to win. As if answering Dalamu's call, a black-red radiance appeared in the city. Boom! Then the black-red light burst forth and Dark Fu Sure materialized. Everyone, come with me into the abyss of darkness. Upon appearing, Dark Fu Sure immediately activated his dark domain, dragging Dark D Jia, Kami La Dalamu, Dark Orb, and Orb inside. The Ultramen vanished from Qin City, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. After the chaotic battle among several Ultramen, a third of the city center had been destroyed and required rebuilding. Everywhere was like a doomsday catastrophe. The sky above the city was filled with smoke from the fires. It would likely take people many years to gradually forget this disaster. Under normal circumstances, once Dark Fu Sure pulled everyone into the dark domain, the show would be over. So the viewers in the live stream began to complain. Hey, I was just getting into it, and now it's gone. Dark Fu Sure, you bastard, can you stop opening the dark domain every time? You're making me miss the best part. Go eat shit. I want to see. Can you release the rest of it? Why does such a domain exist? It ruins my viewing experience. Bad review. Damn it. Can someone badass show us what's happening inside the dark domain? Yeah, can we see what's going on in there? Such an exciting fight, and we can't watch it to the end. Just as the viewers were complaining, the live stream's footage changed. Before their eyes appeared a mysterious space they had never seen before. Inside there was nothing but void, barren land, and desert, nothing else. The sky was also an eerie dark red, exuding a sense of oppression. The Ultramen, including Dark Fu Sure, who had just disappeared, all appeared in this mysterious space. Without a doubt, this mysterious space was the legendary Dark Domain. The viewers could clearly see what was happening inside the Dark Domain, which thrilled them. No way, every wish is granted. We wanted to see inside the Dark Domain, and now we actually can. Great. Finally we can see what's going on in there. The excitement continues. Dark Fu Sure, go. Crush these Ultramen. Show them who's the boss. Dark Fu Sure, if Noah doesn't act, you're the strongest. Let them all witness your power. Fight. Let them all fight and decide who is the mightiest. In Beijing City. Broadcasting the situation inside the Dark Domain live. That kind of thing can probably only be pulled off by that guy Jaji. Qin Yu immediately saw that the current scene in the live stream was definitely the work of Dark Jaji. The only ones who could reach into the Dark Domain and the Meta Domain were either him or Jaji. Of course, Dark Mei-Fei Site could also do it. But Dark Mei-Fei Site had not yet appeared. Even if he did, he would only be a puppet in Jaji's hands. The mastermind behind the scenes was still Jaji. There was no difference. Since Dark Fu Sure has shown himself, I have no reason to remain a bystander any longer. Let this farce end completely under the hands of Ultraman Naikusei. Qin Yu finally decided to draw the evolution trust and transform. A burst of colorful light erupted, and a ball of light flew toward Qin City. Inside the Dark Domain, Dark D Jia, Kami La Orb, Dark Orb Dalamu, and several other Ultramen temporarily stopped fighting and looked at Dark Fu Sure. Dark Fu Sure, what are you trying to do? Asked Dark D Jia. He could clearly feel his power being suppressed by an invisible, mysterious force. He was much weaker than when outside. This made him dare not act rashly. D Jia, I promised Kami La I would help her kill you. What do you think I'm trying to do? The cold, merciless voice of Dark Fu Sure made Dark D Jia's heart tighten. What? You're collaborating with Kami La? He truly hadn't expected that the Dark Trio would have an alliance with a big shot like Dark Fu Sure. The Dark Trio was already troublesome enough. Now with Dark Fu Sure added, he might very well meet his end here today. D Jia, you really know how to stir up trouble. How did you get involved with Dark Fu Shirda? Orb wanted to cry. If he had known earlier, he would never have waded into this muddy water. He had just killed Zatila thinking he could secure a victory. But unexpectedly Dark Fu Shirda had popped up to help Kamila. Worse, they were now trapped in the dark domain with no way to escape. This was a huge problem. Dijia's favor was really hard to repay. He should never have borrowed Dijia's power. Dark Orb, upon seeing Dark Fu Shirda, became extremely agitated. Dark Fu Shirda, you treacherous dog. I still remember the grudge from last time. You dare show your face again. This time I will avenge that old score. In the previous battle, Dark Faust nearly killed Dark Orb. Had Qin Yu not intervened, Dark Orb would have likely become a puppet under Zejai's control, just like the evil Tiga. Dark Orb had never forgotten that grudge. Whether he could defeat Dark Faust or not, since they met he had to have a clash. If he didn't, how could he swallow the indignation in his heart? Last time you were lucky to escape with your life. Since you don't cherish it, then this time return the life you snatched back to me. Dark Faust raised his hand and gently beckoned Dark Orb with his index finger. How could Dark Orb tolerate such a provocative gesture? If he could tolerate it, he wouldn't be the Dark Orb who dared to fight Qin Yu. He directly charged forward with his sword, attacking Dark Faust. To avoid further complications, Dark Faust fought seriously this time, without any hesitation. Dark Orb rushed in front of Dark Faust and slashed down with his sword. Dark Faust sidestepped to dodge, then instantly raised his hand and fired a small light beam, striking Dark Orb's abdomen and sending him flying. With a heavy thud, Dark Orb crashed to the ground. Dark Faust used an acceleration skill similar to Mach movement and dashed to Dark Orb's side. He stomped on Dark Orb's ankle. Dark Orb screamed in agony, and the sacred sword of Dark Orb slipped from his hand. It fell to the ground. Bastard. Enraged, Dark Orb extended his other hand, trying to grab Dark Faust's ankle. Dark Faust kicked him away, sending his hand flying, then fired another small light beam at Dark Orb's head. With a thunderous roar, the small light beam struck Dark Orb's head and exploded. This time Dark Orb's scream was even more piercing. Dark Orb. Seeing Dark Orb being beaten so badly, Ultraman Orb wanted to help. Although Dark Orb was a bit crazy and had a screw loose, he was still a decent person. Ultraman Orb couldn't bear to watch him die at Dark Faust's hands. You still have the time to worry about others. Worry about yourself. I will avenge Zatila. Darum blocked Ultraman Orb's attempt to rescue, and the two resumed their unfinished battle. Ultraman Tiga and Camilla also began to fight. As soon as they clashed, Tiga noticed something was wrong. Just moments ago outside they were evenly matched. But inside the dark domain his power was completely suppressed by Camilla. Camilla was terrifyingly strong, and he could barely defend himself. He could only dodge Camilla's attacks over and over. No, how are you so strong? Don't you know? In this dark domain, Dark Faust can designate a target to become stronger or weaker. Your power is suppressed by the dark domain while mine is enhanced. Camilla was honest. She answered whatever was asked. She directly revealed the secret of the dark domain. However, she didn't know that the dark domain could indeed weaken a designated target, but in terms of enhancement, it could only strengthen those who wielded dark power. After all, this was the dark domain. Light-based beings were lucky not to be suppressed. How could they be enhanced? Is that so? Ultraman Tiga was deeply shaken. Their strength was already inferior to Camilla's side, and now with the dark domain's traits, he believed that the three of them would be lucky to leave alive today. Darum, relying on the boost from the dark domain, completely suppressed Ultraman Orb, making him extremely uncomfortable. As for Dark Orb, he was being brutally beaten and tormented by Dark Faust. Though not dead, yet he was basically worse than dead. In the global live stream, Zejai thoughtfully added subtitles, allowing the audience to see what every Ultraman said. When Camilla explained the nature of the dark domain, the viewers were stunned. What the hell did I just hear? So that domain isn't just for show. It has such a powerful ability, weakening the enemy and enhancing yourself and your teammates. If you get pulled into the domain, how can you even fight? Dark Faust's combat power is already insane, and with this domain, who can beat him in a one-on-one? Does that mean Ultraman Noah's domain has the same effect? Oh my god, how strong would Noah be in his own domain? I'm sorry, I admit I was too loud before. Ultraman Noah, you are my god, the eternal god. If I hadn't known the nature of the dark domain, I would never have realized how ridiculously strong Ultraman Noah is. He's been so low-key. No matter how the meta changes, Ultraman Noah is always the true god of the version. His status as the strongest Ultraman is unshakable. If Dark Faust can dominate everything in his domain, then Ultraman Noah must be absolutely unstoppable. Some even started discussing which of Noah and Dark Faust had the higher domain authority. Hey, if both Ultraman Noah and Dark Faust can open a domain, what would happen if they were in the same domain? Domain clash. Maybe whoever's stronger gains control of the domain. That sounds plausible. Whoever is stronger should control the domain. So between Noah and Dark Faust, who is stronger? Definitely Noah. Last time Noah beat Dark Faust senseless in his red form, doesn't that settle it? Yeah, Noah is definitely stronger. Noah is the eternal god. You sure didn't say that when you were trashing him before. Nonsense. I've always been Noah's fan. Always. In Longwa, Jingxing Yi Yunlong, upon learning the effect of the dark domain, was terrified. That domain has such a terrifying ability. No wonder Noah and Dark Faust prefer to fight inside their domains. This means our Longwa will never have a chance to surpass those two Ultramen. He had hoped that after Longwa recruited more Ultraman hosts and grew stronger, they could suppress Noah, or even pose a threat to him. But the revelation of the dark domain's power instantly shattered all his thoughts. No matter how many Ultramen they recruited, once pulled into Noah's domain, their strength would be weakened. How could they fight? It was blatantly unfair, no pretense at all. Will Longwa and the entire launching forever live under Noah's shadow? Although Qin Yu seemed to have no intention of destroying launching or Longwa, having such an overwhelming existence above them would always suffocate those in power. No ruler would ever want such a situation. In the Eagle Nation, that domain, could it actually enhance allies and weaken enemies? No wonder Dark Faust and Noah were so fond of fighting within their domains. If it were merely to avoid collateral damage to the city, it would hardly seem necessary. This explanation made far more sense. Latte spoke, his eyes brimming with envy. Simply dragging the enemy into a domain, avoiding damage to the city. Perhaps it held great value for the nation. Yet for them its worth was not substantial. After all, they did not particularly care about the destruction their battles wrought upon the city. But if it could enhance their own strength while weakening their opponents, that would be an entirely different story. It would be a godlike ability, especially in team battles. It would be utterly invincible. Alec was also immensely envious. If only we could master this domain ability. Why should only Dark Faust and Noah possess such a powerful skill? Is there something special about them? Chuck stroked his chin deep in thought. Perhaps they truly do have something that sets them apart from us ordinary Ultramen, something we have yet to discover. It is certainly worth studying. Gray asked, how would we study it? Should we capture Noah and Dark Faust and dissect them? When they activate their domains, doesn't a black or golden barrier appear? That barrier might hold the secrets of the domain. We could discreetly deploy more space and energy detectors across the Dragon Nation. Whenever they activate their domains, we can analyze the energy fluctuations and spatial distortions for our research. Chuck's words made Mark's eyes light up. I understand. I'll have it arranged immediately. Arranging such things was not particularly difficult. In truth, the Eagle Nation had long ago through certain means installed some of these devices within the Dragon Nation's territory. Only they were not very numerous. They were limited to a few major cities. The main reason was the exorbitant cost with little return. The cost effectiveness was too low. It was not worthwhile. But now things were different. To uncover the secrets of the Dark Domain and the Mighty Domain, they could spare no expense. Howard exclaimed excitedly, once we can master this ability, then this world will be ours. He said, we Eagle Nation. Mark keenly caught this shift. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. But he dared not show any sign of being perturbed. He could only pretend not to have noticed the slip. For now he was no longer in a position to dictate to these few. In the Dragon Nation Qingshan City, Qin Yu transformed into Ultraman Nexus in his silver juvenile form appeared in the city as a beam of light. The people had thought that after the Ultraman entered the Dark Domain no new Ultraman would appear. Unexpectedly, the strongest Ultraman in their hearts, Noah, arrived at this moment. Is that Ultraman Noah? Why is he here? Has he come to fight? But the other Ultramen have already entered the Dark Domain. What is he doing here? Idiot Ultraman Noah can open his own domain. How hard is it for him to enter Dark Faust's Dark Domain? That's true. If Ultraman Noah joins this battle, it will be spectacular. Ultraman Noah dominates everything. Ultraman Noah is invincible. Yes, Ultraman Noah is invincible. Ultraman Noah, go ahead. Wipe out Dark Faust and the others. The surviving citizens in the city cheered for Qin Yu. At that moment, he was their light, the savior, who would end this battle. Qin Yu looked at the people genuinely cheering for him and gave a thumbs up. This was the first time he had responded to humans while in his Ultraman form. The people were ecstatic. Unfortunately, the viewers in the live stream could not see this scene. Otherwise, they would have been electrified by Qin Yu's thumbs-up gesture. Then a red light emanated from Qin Yu, and he directly switched to Ultraman Nexus's red juvenile form. The residual energy fluctuations from the Dark Domain still lingered. Sensing them, Qin Yu raised his hand and tore the spatial barrier. A rift in space leading to the Dark Domain appeared. The people witnessed this and were once again profoundly shocked. Ultraman Noah tore apart space with his bare hands. Is he so terrifying that he can rend space itself? Tearing apart space with bare hands. I've only ever seen that in anime and novels. Today I finally saw it for real. Ultraman Noah truly deserves to be the god of Ultramen. His power far exceeds our imagination. Indeed, no matter how the version updates, Noah remains the god. Your father is always your father. Ultraman Noah, go. Show them your might. Many people also took photos and videos of the space Qin Yu had torn, posting them online. Within the dark domain, several Ultramen were originally engaged in combat. Suddenly space tore open. Qin Yu transformed into Ultraman Nexus's red juvenile form, stepped through the space-time rift, and appeared opposite the dark domain. Everyone was stunned by this sight, including Dark Faust himself. Noah, you can tear through the spatial barrier of the dark domain. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How did you do it? Simple. As long as my power surpasses yours, it can be done. With that, Qin Yu stepped forward, entering the dark domain. The space-time rift behind him closed automatically. The moment he entered the dark domain, Qin Yu felt the suppression of dark power coming from all directions. This sensation made him extremely uncomfortable. In the livestream room, Qin Yu's majestic entrance of tearing space with his bare hands instantly captivated all viewers. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What did I just see? Noah directly tore through space and entered the dark domain. Is he that awesome? So cool, so freaking cool. Noah, you are my god, my one and only god. Look how domineering Noah's words are. As long as I am stronger than you, I can open your domain. That's the aura of a true powerhouse. Will Dark Faust's dark domain affect Noah? Noah dared to voluntarily enter Dark Faust's domain. Does that mean he completely disregards the domain's weakening effects? Noah, show them your true strength. Let them know that you are the one true god. Noah, you finally arrived. I've been watching all this time, just waiting for you to come. Where are the haters now? Those who question Noah's power. Come out. Look, this is what strength really means. Dark Faust's domain. Noah enters and exits as he pleases, easier than coming home. That's true power. My Noah is invincible. Bring it on if you disagree. Sorry I spoke a little softly before, but now I will say it loud. Noah is the strongest god of Ultramen. He will never be surpassed. Noah is awesome. Screaming. The Dark Obu, who had been viciously beaten by Hei and Fu Shida. The moment he saw Qin Yu transform Kusei, it was as if he had seen a savior. If anyone could deal with the Dark Faust, it would seem to be Qin Yu. Yet he did not expect Qin Yu actually into the Dark Realm. To place himself in an environment favorable to the foe. Isn't that courting death? Nuo, what are you doing rushing in by yourself? Don't you know that your power is suppressed in the Dark Realm? It in my own realm has the same ability. How could I not know? Qin Yu remained unfazed. Although he had long known that Nuoya's realm possessed the same power, it wasn't until Noah heard the confirmation from Qin Yu's own lips that the truth registered. The crowd was still shocked. After all, guesswork and confirmation are two entirely different concepts. Then you still dare to come in? Do you have confidence that even if your power is suppressed you can defeat the Dark Faust? Obu asked, then isn't having a hand enough? Besides, with my own realm I can topple Hei and Fu Shida's realm, can I? Don't make a fuss. Saying so, Qin Yu raised his hand and unleashed a golden energy shooting toward the sky. The golden energy condensed into a light screen and spread in all directions. He began gilding everything within the dark realm with gold. Hei and Fu Shida could clearly feel his dark realm being dissolved by Qin Yu. What? How is this possible? You actually toppled my realm. Since when has your power become so strong? My power has always been stronger than yours, you simply didn't realize it. Or perhaps you refuse to admit it. Qin Yu sneered. Hei and Fu Shida is merely a puppet crafted by Hei and Mei Fei Site. And Hei and Mei Fei Site in turn is a puppet crafted by Hei and Jiaji. All in all, Hei and Fu Shida was but a puppet's puppet. His combat power hovered between the silver juvenile form and the red youth form. That is all. The string of escapes from Qin Yu's hands had given Hei and Fu Shida an illusion, believing his strength was enough to rival the red youth form. Impossible. This is impossible. Hei and Fu Shida raised both hands. He unleashed his own dark energy with all his might, attempting to stabilize the Dark Realm. If the Dark Realm is toppled by Qin Yu's meta realm, they would have no chance at all. Even escaping would be difficult. Is resisting to the bitter and interesting. TCH. Qin Yu also began to exert himself. A golden light burst forth from him. He activated the power of light to replace the Dark Realm. The Dark Realm was dissolved bit by bit. Even a layperson could tell that Qin Yu the Nuoya was stronger. Global livestream. Although Qin Yu and Hei and Fu Shida did not clash directly, the intense scene of contest for domain control between the two was far more thrilling to viewers than ordinary fistfights. Before this, they had never had the chance to see combat in this mode. Noah is really strong, tearing open a domain inside someone else's domain and toppling theirs. What's the difference between that and burning down someone's home and then building a high-rise there? Man upstairs, you really know how to make metaphors. Nuoya is really awesome. Originally, I thought Hei and Fu Shida was formidable, but compared to Nuoya, he's a total waste. Noah and Hei and Fu Shida contesting for domain control is the key to this battle's outcome. I bet Noah will win. Noah will definitely win. Dark Faust, give up resisting. Most of your dark realm has been toppled. What are you still resisting for? Noah's power is too strong. Even if He and Fu sure to struggles, he cannot withstand the domain being toppled. One can only say that Noah truly lives up to Noah. Whoever stands before him would only be a little brother. Longhua Beijing. Yi Yunlong's gaze burned as he watched the video showing the clash of dark and light powers. At this moment his understanding of Noah's power deepened again. Tearing space with bare hands forcibly, seizing control of the other's domain, turning their domain into one's own. Is this Qin Yu's true strength? Perhaps I should forever shelve those little schemes. Qin Yu is the strongest AOT man. He is absolutely invincible. Any plots or tricks are too ridiculous before him. Prior to this, he still held some unrealistic notions. But after seeing the state of the Dark Realm, all his thoughts vanished. He became utterly honest. Longhua Beijiang base. Director Li, taking advantage of there being no one in his office, shouted, Lin Yi, Lin Jinwei, you two are crazy. It's all your fault. If you hadn't gone mad plotting in the shadows to suppress Qin Yu's achievements, Qin, you would now be the guardian god protecting our dragon nation. With Qin Yu's strength. Even if it means our dragon nation dominates Blue Star, becoming its sole ruler, it's not impossible. I greet your ancestors for 8 generations. It's all your fault. Damn, Qin Yu grows stronger, and the more he hates the Lin family. If not for the Lin family's foolish stunts, Qin, you would have been the dragon nation's mightiest guardian protecting Longhua for all ages. In Jianghua, Nuaya Aot man can actually tear space and enter the Dark Realm. It seems our understanding of his power isn't enough. He is far stronger than we imagined. Alec, who previously thought Noah's power was exaggerated, was also completely stunned by Qin Yu's performance after seeing Qin Yu's display. Tearing space, bypassing into others' realms. Such powers they wouldn't even have heard of, let alone seen. Yet Qin Yu can do all of it with ease. He cannot possibly be a mere nonentity. Luote spoke to Ma Ku. Rather than studying how to possess domain abilities, I personally suggest studying how to restrain domain abilities or how to prevent their domains from activating. As long as Nuaya Aot man can't open his domain with AI likes help plus Gule Pa Wate Chaka's assistance, our chances of defeating Noah are still great. Ma Ku, understanding the severity of this matter, did not hesitate. I know. I will have the research department accelerate related studies. If Qin Yu were to know their idea, he would probably laugh. Trying to restrain the meta realm. Dream on. If it were that easy to restrain it. This skill would not be called a divine technique anymore. Even the Night Raid team and the visitors can't handle it. Can you handle it? Within the meta realm. Under Qin Yu's full output, the Dark Realm had been toppled by 90% by the meta realm. The original effect had already failed, replaced by the meta realm's indiscriminate suppression of all others save for Qin Yu himself. All other powers were crushed by the meta realm, including Obu, the only light attribute Ultraman present. Strangely, there are 7 Ultramen in the field now. Except for Qin Yu and Obu, all are Dark Ultramen. It is as if someone poked a hornet's nest of Dark Ultras. End of this chapter. Dark Faust, having been suppressed, severely began to rage impotently. Bastard. I won't let you have your way so easily. Don't think I'm helpless against you. I still have the space beasts. Ha ha. Amidst Dark Faust's sinister laughter, 2 identical liquid space beasts Petalong materialized out of thin air within the domain. These space beasts were extremely grotesque, resembling the Marginia from the Fog episode of Ultraman Tiga, both modeled after mollusks and amoebas. However, they lacked the numerous spherical organs that Marginia possessed. The Petalong themselves were not particularly powerful among space beasts. Their special abilities were also unremarkable. They could spew combustible gas to seal off an opponent's close-range energy attacks. They could also launch fireballs for long-range strikes. The whips on their arms were formidable offensive weapons. Although their lethality was not overwhelming, they could unexpectedly restrain an enemy. However, even the weakest space beast was still a space beast, not something ordinary monsters could rival. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was their incredible reproductive capacity. In the Ultraman Nexus TV series, even a year after Dark Zagi was eliminated, the Night Raider team had still not eradicated them. They continued to wreak havoc in the world of Nexus. Roar! Roar! Under Dark Faust's command, the 2 liquid space beasts charged toward Qin Yu. Ha! Experienced mobs are here. Qin Yu showed no fear even regarding the 2 liquid space beasts as mere experienced mobs. He prepared to eliminate them and completely unlock his blue young form. However, just as the 2 liquid space beasts were about to reach Qin Yu, Dark Orb, who had finally recovered his strength, dashed forward to block the creature's advance. Dark Faust. You son of a bitch. I won't let you have your way. Once Noah's domain devours yours, you're as good as dead. The 2 liquid space beasts, hindered by Dark Orb, could not ambush Qin Yu, so they vented their fury on Dark Orb, brutally beating him. Dark Orb might have been able to resist 1 liquid space beast, but facing 2 simultaneously exceeded his capabilities. Having just been thoroughly thrashed by Dark Faust, Dark Orb was now under full assault from both liquid space beasts, suffering immensely. Finally unable to endure any longer, the energy indicator on his chest began to flash rapidly. Damn it! How are these things so powerful? Dark Orb had initially thought he could easily dispose of the two liquid space beasts, but their strength far exceeded his expectations. These monsters could not be compared to ordinary ones. Qin Yu remarked, these are called space beasts. They are several tiers above regular monsters. An ordinary Ultraman is already considered impressive if he can eliminate one space beast at a time. Facing two at once, of course you can't hold out. I refuse to accept that. Today I'll prove that I can take down these two monsters. Dark Orb's competitive spirit flared. Steeling himself, he thrust the Dark Orb Caliba into the ground and began to charge his power on the spot. Dark Stobium Explosion. This technique was similar to the Burning Bomb of Ultraman Orb's burning form, both being suicidal moves that charged forward to self-destruct along with the enemy. Although it wouldn't actually kill him, using it would inflict severe damage on himself. It was a last resort technique. Blazing flames engulfed Dark Orb's entire body. Transformed into a living torch, he rushed forward and embraced the two liquid space beasts. Noah, watch this. This is my true power. Just two measly space beasts. Take this. With that, he detonated himself on the spot. Boom. The terrifying explosion of Dark Orb's self-destruction instantly triggered the detonation of the two liquid space beasts as well. Interesting. He actually managed to fight those two liquid space beasts to a draw. I underestimated him before. Qin Yu had never really taken Dark Orb seriously, thinking he was just an average Ultraman like any other. Now he realized that this guy was actually a ruthless one. After the explosion, dark purple light particles reassembled into Dark Orb's form. But by now Dark Orb didn't even have the strength to stand. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The energy indicator on his chest flickered rapidly, threatening to undo his transformation at any moment. Noah, how was that? Not bad, huh? Very good. You managed to take down two space beasts at once. That's impressive. Receiving Qin Yu's acknowledgement, Dark Orb was satisfied. Being praised by an opponent was the most gratifying. I can't hold on any longer. The rest is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Dark Orb's body collapsed and disintegrated into dark purple light particles. The one who had transformed into Dark Orb fell unconscious to the ground. With the time Dark Orb had bought for him, Qin Yu finally succeeded in seizing control of the Dark Domain, turning it into his own meta field. Boom. Having lost control of the domain, Dark Faust was sent flying by an invisible force. Qin Yu could finally act. Dark Faust, the long-standing feud between us ends here. Are you ready to be taken down by me? Dark Faust, after falling, performed a kip up and stood. Noah, I will kill you and seize your power, becoming the supreme being that wields both the strongest light and the strongest darkness. Big talk for someone so weak. Let's see about that. Die. The two charged at each other. Just as they were about to close in, they both raised their fists and punched each other in the face, their movements almost identical. Thud. Thud. Both faces were struck simultaneously. Qin Yu only stepped back once, but Dark Faust was knocked down by Qin Yu's punch. The gap in their strength was clear. Heh, you're dead. Qin Yu rubbed his face, and before Dark Faust could get up, he pressed the attack, mounted him, and pinned him to the ground, pummeling him. Dark Faust was powerless to resist, only able to protect his head with his arms to minimize the damage. In Longhua, Qingshan City, Li Lingling stood on the city street watching the live stream on her phone. Seeing the battle between Qin Yu and Dark Faust, she found it extremely familiar. I remember the last time Qin Yu beat that Beth Ultraman from the Eagle Nation, he used the same move, didn't he? Is this move that powerful? Should I try to learn it? But as a girl, wouldn't fighting like this be uncivilized? Besides, this kind of fighting style only works when your own strength far exceeds the opponent's. If you're weaker, you can't overwhelm them. No wonder he's Ultraman Noah, able to easily suppress Dark Faust. Standing beside Li Lingling were the already heavily injured and eliminated brothers Hailuo and Haiyo. Upon hearing this, Hailuo couldn't help but sigh. If only our combined grove were this strong. The Eagle Sauce Nation. That Dark Orb is truly unhinged. He detonated himself on purpose, perishing alongside two mutation beasts. If we ever cross paths with him again, we'd better keep our distance lest he take us down with him. Alike's heart clenched at Dark Orb's self-detonation. He wasn't afraid of a formidable enemy. He was afraid of a deranged one, who would deliberately provoke someone bold enough to self-destruct. It was pure suicide. The others nodded in agreement. A self-destructing truck. No one wanted to mess with that. Luo Te added, but his self-detonation was oddly strange. Why could he revive afterward? By all rights, self-detonation should result in total annihilation, both body and spirit. In their understanding, self-detonation was supposed to be a one-time ability, but judging from Dark Orb's condition, it seemed he could resurrect even after detonating. That was ridiculously absurd. The Ultramen emerging in Dragon Country are becoming more and more unhinged. Compared to them, we're as simple as primitives. Jellery complained. The Ultramen that appeared in Dragon Country, Noah, Dark Faust, Dark Orb Rob. each one more astonishing than the last. Their gimmicks kept multiplying. They constantly delivered fresh surprises, leaving one dazed and dazzled. Yet they themselves, while possessing decent strength, had pitifully few skills. Special abilities. Basically none at all. Compared to those Ultramen in Dragon Country, they didn't seem like products of the same era at all. One belonged in ancient times, the other in the future. It felt utterly ridiculous. Global livestream. The audience was moved by Dark Orb's self-detonation to buy time, while simultaneously thrilled by Qin Yu's might. Dark Orb, I salute you as a real man. I never expected Dark Orb would choose self-detonation to help Noah. I'm really shipping this. Friends shipping everything will only destroy you. Didn't Dark Orb and Noah fight each other previously? Why did their relationship suddenly improve so much? Perhaps they grew fond of each other through combat. This is the bond between men. Noah, you must avenge Dark Orb. Noah, eliminate Dark Faust and avenge Dark Orb. Dark Faust is merely trash, no match for Noah whatsoever. Noah is so overwhelmingly strong, he's completely overpowering Dark Faust. They're on entirely different levels. From the moment Noah seized domain control, this battle was already decided. Noah wins for certain. I'll pop the champagne early to celebrate. You fool upstairs. Opening champagne mid-battle is a cardinal military mistake. How can you not understand? Screw it. Let's get hyped first. Dark Faust has been causing trouble everywhere. His doomsday has arrived. Almost everyone believed today would mark Dark Faust's end. Inside the meta field, the other four battles had all reached a deadlock. Only Qin Yu was overwhelmingly dominating Dark Faust, brutally beating him. Dark Faust couldn't find his bearings. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed unprecedented power to push Qin Yu off his body. Then, rapidly accumulating energy, he fired a dark purple beam straight into the sky. The beam exploded mid-air, dispersing into countless energy droplets that rained down. Rumble, rumble. Upon hitting the ground, the energy rain triggered massive violent explosions. Dark Tiga, Camilla Orb, and Thal all sustained varying degrees of damage from the barrage. Qin Yu promptly erected a protective barrier, shielding himself from the energy rain's devastation. Vain struggle. After the explosions, it was Qin Yu's turn to counterattack. Without charging, he simply raised his hand and fired a cross storm. Cross storm. Boom. The golden beam struck Dark Faust, blasting him backward with terrifying force. Such an uncharged beam could hardly kill Dark Faust. It would at most inflict severe wounds. Qin Yu had long anticipated this and made no expectation of ending Dark Faust with a single cross storm. Immediately after releasing the cross storm, he seamlessly transitioned into charging the layered storm. That was the killing move he had reserved for Dark Faust. Dark Faust had barely risen to his feet when he couldn't even steady himself. Qin Yu's layered storm was already fully charged. Layered storm. Boom. A blue beam crackling with electricity shot toward Dark Faust. What? Dark Faust's heart lurched. He had no time to think. Instinctively, he erected a dark barrier to withstand the layered storm. The beam struck the dark barrier and didn't detonate immediately. It was actually blocked. You cannot kill me. Noah, you will never kill me. You talk too much. Die. Qin Yu intensified the layered storm's output. The beam instantly doubled in width, instantly shattering Dark Faust's dark barrier. No. Boom. Dark Faust's body was struck by the layered storm and dissolved into blue light particles, vanishing without a trace. This enemy who had plagued Qin Yu for so long was dispatched so easily. Host has eliminated Dark Faust. Blue Youth form unlock progress increases by 10%. Current unlock progress 100%. Congratulations, host. Nexius Blue Youth form has been unlocked. System entering next phase. Opening Noah Ultraman Wingless form unlock progress. Wingless Noah current unlock progress 0%. After eliminating Dark Faust, Qin Yu had finally accumulated enough unlock progress for the Blue Youth form. Global livestream. Seeing Qin Yu finally eliminate Dark Faust, every viewer felt thoroughly satisfied. Dark Faust is finally dead. Noah is truly the strongest Ultraman. With Dark Faust gone, Noah is now the only Ultraman capable of opening domains. Noah is awesome. Invincible. Let me see who can rival Noah now. Dark Faust had the audacity to claim he's Noah's dark side. Compared to Noah, he's worlds apart. How dare he say such things? From now on, Noah is the one true god among all Ultramen. Noah is incredible. With Noah protecting Dragon Country, we're secure from now on. Dragon Country Jinxian. Dark Faust has been eliminated. From now on, no one can rival Noah. The destruction of Dark Faust left Yi Yunlong with mixed feelings of joy and concern. Admittedly, Dark Faust's demise was a positive development, but from then on there would be no force capable of countering Noah. For him, and for the authorities, this was not entirely favorable. An invincible supreme existence was not what he wished to see. Of course, the primary reason was that Qin Yu had not accepted the government's recruitment offer. If Qin Yu had joined the official ranks, He would have gladly wished for Qin Yu to be invincible across the entire universe. In truth, he simply didn't trust Qin Yu. They feared Qin Yu, yet were powerless to eliminate him, so they could only appease him, treating him like a revered ancestor. This was a profoundly complicated emotion. End of chapter. Global livestream. The audience was moved by Dark Orb's self-detonation to buy time, while simultaneously thrilled by Qin Yu's might. Dark Orb, I salute you as a real man. I never expected Dark Orb would choose self-detonation to help Noah. I'm really shipping this. In the meta field, Qin Yu, having dispatched his opponent, did not cease his assault. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the other 4 Ultramen engaged in combat. Ladies and gentlemen, you seem to be having quite the spectacle here. Why don't I throw my weight into the fray as well? Upon hearing these words, Dark Tiga, Camilla, Orb, and Darum all ceased their attacks. They turned their attention toward Qin Yu. Given his strength, whichever side he chose to join would be guaranteed annihilation for the opposition. At this moment, the outcome was no longer determined by themselves, but entirely by Qin Yu. Ultraman Noah, what do you want? I simply wish to eliminate Tiga. That has nothing to do with you, should it? I hope you will not interfere, Camilla stated. Humph, Qin Yu sneered. Indeed, the love-hate entanglement between the two of you concerns me not. However, it seems you have formed an alliance with that figure behind Dark Faust, correct? That is because... Camilla found herself momentarily speechless. Had she not been utterly foolish, she would have seen clearly that Qin Yu and Zhejiai stood in absolute opposition. Since she had cooperated with Dark Zhejiai, how could Qin Yu possibly spare her? Qin Yu continued, have you ever seen Zhejiai? Who is the one who transforms into him? Tell me, and I may let you live today. Otherwise, neither you nor Darum will ever leave the meta field alive. I do not know. I have never seen his true face. He always remains concealed beneath a black robe, shrouded in mystery. Even if I wished to tell you, it would be of no avail, Camilla replied coldly. In that case, you are of no value to me. It appears you too must perish. Qin Yu clenched his fists, preparing for combat. Ultraman Noah, they say you are the strongest Ultraman, a god among Ultras. I refuse to believe it. Today I shall test you myself, and see whether you truly live up to the legends. The stubborn Darum knew nothing of fear. He charged directly at Qin Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Due to his overwhelming power, every step he took upon the ground produced thunderous impacts. As he drew near, he launched a straight punch, brimming with raw force. Qin Yu raised his hand and caught Darum's powerful strike. With effortless ease. What? This is impossible. How could you catch my punch so effortlessly? You have no conception of what true power is. As he spoke, Qin Yu's other hand formed a fist erupting with red luminescence before driving a brutal blow straight into Darum's midsection. Bang! Energy erupted from the impact. Darum was sent soaring over 100 meters into the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. The warrior of immense strength. Your power hardly lives up to your title, does it? Without pause, Qin Yu delivered another devastating kick. Thud! Darum was sent flying through the air. Beep, 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 upon landing. He tumbled awkwardly across the ground several times before his color timer began flashing. Darum, who had just been exchanging blows with Orb for an extended period without sustaining significant injury, had been reduced to flashing and merely 2 strikes from Qin Yu. The terrifying power on display left Orb, Dark Tiga, and Camilla thoroughly stunned. They could not quite explain why, but they felt that the current Qin Yu seemed far more ferocious than before. What they failed to realize was that after unlocking the Blue Nexus Youth form, all of Qin Yu's base attributes had received a comprehensive enhancement. Though his form had not changed, his strength had indeed increased considerably compared to moments earlier. You wretched being, I will fight you to the death. As his teammate, Camilla naturally could not stand by idly and watch Darum be crushed by Qin Yu. She flicked the light whip in her right hand, which instantly hardened into a glowing sword. She then swung it toward Qin Yu in a fierce attack. Qin Yu responded by launching a small beam backward. Camilla cleaved through the beam with her sword. Boom! The small beam was severed in one strike. Just as she was about to gloat, Qin Yu immediately fired another small beam at even greater speed. Kraboom! The small beam struck Camilla squarely in the chest, sending waves of excruciating pain through her body. She staggered backward 2 steps. Then Qin Yu launched himself into the air. He delivered a devastating flying kick aimed directly at Camilla. Thud! Camilla had no time to dodge and was knocked off her feet. Qin Yu relentlessly pressed his assault upon her, refusing to give her a single moment to catch her breath. He pummeled Camilla until she could offer no resistance, forcing her to merely endure one blow after another. This was entirely unlike the powerful female warrior she had displayed while battling Dark Tiga earlier. Dark Tiga and Orb could only silently retreat to the sidelines and watch, utterly unable to intervene. Damn Noah. Die. Maximum flaring. Darum caught his breath. Rising to his feet, unable to bear the humiliation of being grievously wounded in just 2 moves, he directly channeled his energy for his ultimate technique. A crimson energy wave surged along the ground toward Qin Yu. This was Darum's most devastating finishing move, one of tremendous power. Humph. Qin Yu sensed the disturbance behind him and let out a scornful snort. He seized Camilla, whom he had been pummeling, and yanked her behind him. Defensive descent. Up. The devastating energy of maximum flaring struck Camilla's body. Qin Yu remained completely unharmed. Camilla bore the full brunt of the attack on his behalf. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Energy exploded as flames shot skyward. You damned fool. Darum could not believe his ultimate technique had struck his own comrade. In that moment it felt as though the Reaper himself was summoning him. Through the raging inferno, Qin Yu slowly emerged, dragging the nearly lifeless Camilla in his wake. Beep, 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 beep. Camilla's color timer flashed rapidly on her chest. Your technique indeed carries considerable power. Unfortunately, it struck your own ally rather than me. Now it is your turn to bear the consequences of my wrath. I do hope you can withstand it. Qin Yu hurled Camilla toward Darum with great force. Acting on instinct, Darum reached out and caught her, seizing this brief window. Qin Yu quickly completed his charge and released his finishing beam. Core impact. Boom. Qin Yu planted himself in a forward stance, bracing himself to withstand the recoil. From the energy core in his chest erupted a powerful golden beam. This technique was one of the signature finishing moves available only to Ultraman Nexus in his youth form. Its power fell slightly short of Layer Storm, but exceeded that of Cross Storm. Its advantage lay in its rapid charge time and devastating force. Its disadvantage was the equally formidable recoil. A moment's lapse in control could result in being knocked airborne by the backblast. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden beam struck both Darum and Camilla, and detonated instantly, reducing both to ashes. Both perished. Host has eliminated Camilla and Darum, gaining 10 unlock progress. Current wingless Noah unlock progress 10. Camilla and Darum had perished at Qin Yu's hands so swiftly. Orb and Dark Tiga watched in utter astonishment. These had been their adversaries, fighting them to the death in a fierce struggle. Yet they had been dispatched by Qin Yu with such alarming ease. Qin Yu's strength was simply too terrifying. It filled both Ultramen with genuine dread. They could not help but begin to tremble, fearing that Qin Yu, in the fervor of battle, might casually decide to eliminate the two of them as well. After all, so many Ultras had already perished today. That two more should die seemed hardly significant. It was not only Dark Tiga and Orb who worried about this issue. Everyone watching the live broadcast was equally curious. Would Qin Yu, in a burst of excitement, simply eliminate both Dark Tiga and Orb? A quadra-kill and beyond. The global livestream erupted. He's on a killing spree. Noah, go for it. Kill those remaining two Ultramen. Wait. Tiga and Orb seem like good guys, not villains. Noah, don't kill them carelessly. Noah, please don't kill Tiga and Orb. They helped Rosso. They're good people. Don't kill the wrong people. Exactly, Noah. Tiga and Orb are Ultramen who've come to our aid. Don't kill them. Kill. Noah, hold back nothing. Take them all out. Shall we keep them for the new year? Noah, I beg you, spare Tiga and Orb. Tiga, Orb, what are you just standing there for? Attack together and defeat Noah. You'll gain power beyond his. What's there to hesitate over? Fight. Only one Ultraman can survive today. Essentially anyone in Long Country hoped Qin Yu would spare Tiga and Orb. Judging from their recent actions, these two Ultramen were clearly friendly toward Long Country. Meanwhile, foreigners all hoped Qin Yu would take the opportunity to eliminate Tiga and Orb, preventing them from joining Long Country and becoming its protectors. In the meta field, Qin Yu regarded Orb and Dark Tiga for a moment. His gaze made both of them uneasy. It felt as though a terrifying monster had locked onto them. Fortunately, Qin Yu showed no intention of striking. Gentlemen, I assume neither of you wishes to continue fighting. Shall we call it here for today? His tone and demeanor remained calm and measured. Dark Tiga and Orb welcomed the suggestion. Agreed, they responded in unison. Then Qin Yu dispelled the meta field, returning both to Qingshan City. This also included the unconscious Dark Orb Transformer, who was deposited there as well. With that, the calamity came to an end. Eagle Nation. What a pity. Noah showed mercy at such a critical moment. Why didn't he eliminate Tiga and Orb? Mark spoke with indignation. If Long Country secured the aid of these two Ultramen, the threat to Eagle Nation would only intensify. This was a scenario Mark could never tolerate. Though Noah's Transformer may have strained relations with Long Country's leadership, he is still Long Country's citizen. The outcome you're hoping for is impossible. No sane person would expect it. Lot's sidelong glance as he spoke seemed to mock Mark's foolishness. Mark found himself at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. Deep down, he also knew such possibilities were slim. Yet a sliver of hope persisted within him. Chuck spoke slowly. Noah's power is far too overwhelming. To oppose him, our current strength is insufficient. Noah just mentioned that behind Dark Faust there seems to be someone even more powerful. If we could ally with that being, perhaps we'd have the means to challenge Noah. I recall Noah referring to them as Zajai Gray said. That's the name. I remember it. Lot agreed. Mark was stirred by Chuck's words. Given this, perhaps we could find a way to reach out to Zajai. Since we share a common enemy, I imagine they would be willing to cooperate. If Mark had known what manner of being Dark Zajai truly was, he would never have dared entertain such thoughts. That demon brought about the end and devastation of the world. The enemy of all life. An alliance with Dark Zajai meant certain death. No, something far worse than death. For a being of utility, Dark Zajai would not allow them to die. They would be turned into puppets under his control, manipulated at his whim. Back in Qingshan City, Dark Tiga and Orb exchanged glances. They then seamlessly reverted from their transformations and met in the city. Hello, Tiga. We meet again. Orb, it's been a while. You're as free-spirited as ever. I envy that quality. Thank you for coming this time. No need for such formality. Had I known it would be so dangerous, I wouldn't have come. I apologize for putting you in peril. It's all right. I've never forgotten your willingness to lend me your power. By the way, Camila and the other 3 have been dealt with as well. What are your plans now? At this mention, Dark Tiga grew hesitant. I once only wished to hide my identity and live an ordinary life. But now I see that's no longer possible. There are more and more Ultramen in this world, including figures like Dark Faust. Forget living normally. Even surviving safely has become a struggle. True. Unless we could possess power akin to Noah's, but that's merely a fantasy. That's why I've decided to join the authorities and seek their protection. What? You're joining the official forces? Becoming an official Ultraman? Hearing Dark Tiga's decision, Orb was astonished. Exactly. Only then can I live with some measure of safety and stability. The decision is made. All right. Do your best. Protect Long Country. As for me, I'll continue my travels around the world. Each follows their own path. Dark Tiga desired a more peaceful life, and Orb could not interfere with that choice. He could only respect it. After all the previous favor had been repaid. From this point forward, they would be ordinary good friends, neither owing the other anything. Orb departed with his characteristic carefree stride. Dark Tiga took out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, the Dark Orb Transformer was taken away unconscious by urban search and rescue personnel. Because he carried the transformation gear Reguloisk, and the Orb Origin Crystal officials immediately recognized him. His identity had been exposed. Qingshan City had no experience handling Ultramen and didn't know how to process the Dark Orb case. They could only transfer the Transformer to the capital headquarters to see what arrangements they would make. This battle, while causing enormous losses to Long Country, also brought significant gains. They had acquired 2 new Ultramen allies, Dark Tiga and Dark Orb. On the rooftop, Dark Zajai stood at the edge, gazing upon the city like an apocalyptic wasteland, letting out a cruel, merciless laugh. Humph. No, you're far too early to challenge me. Since Dark Faust is dead, it's time for Dark Megaflare to make his entrance. The game will only grow more entertaining. Be prepared. He felt no sorrow or regret over Dark Faust's demise. That was merely a puppet that could be discarded at any time. What he cared about was only whether his own objectives could be fulfilled. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye since the battle in Qingshan City. During these 2 weeks, a major event occurred in the Dragon Kingdom. Dark Tiga announced its allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom, becoming the Ultraman that protects the Dragon Kingdom. For the Dragon Kingdom, this was undoubtedly excellent news. Under the current circumstances, even having 1 more Ultraman could bolster the country's strength. However, none of this had much to do with Qin Yu. Since Dark Faust was eliminated, Qin Yu had enjoyed a period of peace. When monsters appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, he didn't need to intervene. Tiga and RB combined were already sufficient to deal with 99% of the monsters. Dark Zajai was plotting some unknown scheme, but had made no move for a long time. Until one day, Qin Yu received a phone call that shattered his peaceful life. The caller was Su Ting, his high school girlfriend. After all, Qin Yu had lived 2 lifetimes. In this life, since he had the chance, he wanted to try a training relationship to see if he could cultivate a perfect partner for himself. In high school, Su Ting was already tall and curvaceous with a beautiful face. Although still a bit childish, she possessed almost all the qualities of a top-tier beauty. Qin Yu pursued her for over a year, and in the 2nd year of high school, he successfully confessed to Su Ting and became her boyfriend. At that time, they were the couple everyone in school envied. Qin Yu was outstanding, with a single-minded ambition to become a top mecha pilot. Su Ting was beautiful, dreaming of becoming a big star. Although they were in a romantic relationship, they never neglected their serious pursuits. Later, like all high school couples, they went their separate ways to chase their dreams. Su Ting went to the art academy in the capital. Qin Yu was admitted to a top university in Beijiang City. At first they kept in touch, but gradually Su Ting began to look down on Qin Yu, disdaining his lack of a good family background, which could not provide any help for her future career. She resented that Qin Yu wasn't in the capital, unable to give her companionship and care. She resented his poverty, unable to give her expensive gifts like the boyfriends of her other classmates. At that time, although Qin Yu was very fond of Su Ting, the rationality of an adult told him that Su Ting could no longer be his. He had confidence in himself, knowing that his future was boundless and he would surely shine brilliantly. But Su Ting clearly could not wait until that time, She lacked the patience and had no faith in Qin Yu. To preserve face for both of them, Qin Yu chose to break up with Su Ting before things completely fell apart. Su Ting did not hesitate. She agreed immediately. From then on, Qin Yu and Su Ting never contacted each other again. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Su Ting had become a somewhat famous actress. Although she hadn't skyrocketed to fame, she was still young. As long as she developed steadily, her future was promising. As for Qin Yu, he ultimately failed to realize his original wish of becoming the best mecha pilot. Instead, he became Ultraman Noah. With the power to dominate the entire world and make all beings tremble. He could only say this world was truly damn magical. When he received Su Ting's phone call, Qin Yu was astonished because he never imagined that Su Ting would take the initiative to contact him. He thought after so many years, Su Ting had long forgotten him completely. Of course, he wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think that because of a single call, Su Ting still harbored old feelings and wanted to rekindle the flame. He very rationally asked Su Ting why she was calling him. Su Ting told Qin Yu that she happened to have work in Beijiang City recently and would need to stay there for a few days. So she wanted to meet up with him, an old friend, to reminisce. Since it was just a casual meeting, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, they had once been in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, having seen each other at their most vulnerable. Even if they had broken up, they were still friends. There was no reason not to meet. They agreed to meet at the cafe they used to frequent on their dates. Back then, Qin Yu was the most brilliant top student in the school. Although Su Ting was beautiful, her grades were average, even poor. Originally, she wouldn't have been admitted to the art academy. It was only with Qin Yu's patient tutoring and help that she was able to achieve excellent results among the top cultural scores and enter the art academy. The place they liked to stay the most back then was this cafe. Because it was very quiet, they could study without distraction. Qin Yu, dressed in clean and casual attire, went to the innermost seat of the cafe, sat down, ordered an iced Americano, and waited for Su Ting to arrive. A few minutes passed the agreed time. Just as Qin Yu was about to call and urge Su Ting, a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses with long wavy hair and a black tight bodycon dress pushed open the cafe door and walked in. And she immediately spotted Qin Yu sitting in the innermost seat. The eyes of those nearby involuntarily fell on her. "Qin Yu, you're here," the beautiful woman said, who was none other than Su Ting. As soon as she spoke, her voice was enough to send tingles down one's spine. The Su Ting of now was completely different from the Su Ting in Qin Yu's memory. If the former Su Ting was a bud yet to bloom, the current Su Ting was a fully blossomed, most beautiful, most radiant rose. Qin Yu responded indifferently, lightly waving his hand in Su Ting's direction. Su Ting, in her high heels, quickly walked over. She pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Qin Yu. "After all these years, you haven't changed at all, just like the you in my memory." Qin Yu frowned. "Are you implying that I'm not striving for progress, that I haven't improved compared to before?" Su Ting laughed, but didn't deny it. "Qin Yu, I heard from others that you dropped out of college and went to the mecha base as a trainee. So how about it? Did you achieve your dream? Are you already an excellent mecha pilot now?" "Sorry to disappoint you. I didn't become a mecha pilot. Moreover, I've given up my former dream and will never become a mecha pilot. Currently, I've returned to school to continue studying, hoping for a decent future." Qin Yu's words were the plain truth. He told Su Ting his most recent state. Of course, not the whole story. The part about being an Ultraman. He couldn't be bothered to tell Su Ting. He didn't expect that after knowing he was Ultraman Noah, she would come crying and begging to return to him. That was pointless. Since the breakup, he had held no illusions about Su Ting. Upon hearing this, Su Ting raised her hand and gently took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful, lively big eyes. At this moment, there was a trace of sorrow and melancholy in her gaze. "Qin Yu, don't be like this. I know that my attitude back then hurt you, and I apologize. But at that time I was young, just a little girl, immature, and not strong-willed. After entering the art academy, I got exposed to that environment and was immediately assimilated by the glamorous atmosphere. You should understand, right?" Qin Yu picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. "Of course I understand. That's why I took the initiative to break up with you. Don't worry, I didn't hate you back then, and I don't now. We're not enemies, we just weren't right for each other, and it was a peaceful breakup. I definitely won't expose your dirty laundry. You don't need to come talk to me about this." Qin Yu, hearing Su Ting's words, thought she was afraid he would expose her scandals, and thus came to appease him. After all, she was a celebrity and such. What celebrities fear most is being exposed with scandals that could ruin their careers. This could be a fatal blow to them. Qin Yu had to admire Su Ting's strong awareness of damage control. She actually knew how to nip problems in the bud. "Qin Yu, do you really think I came to see you today, just to shut you up? In your heart, is that the kind of person I am? Otherwise, we haven't been in touch for years. If not for that, why would you come to see me? Don't tell me it's because you're rekindling an old flame." Qin Yu said offhandedly, but Su Ting's face suddenly changed. Her eyes were filled with regret and grievance. This expression startled Qin Yu. You're not serious, are you?" Su Ting's eyes reddened. "Qin Yu, do I look like I'm joking? Actually, I really regret it. Since we broke up, I've often thought of you. After experiencing everything, I've come to realize that the pure feelings we once had are truly the most precious thing to me. Unfortunately, I learned this lesson too late. So you want to pick up what you once thought was important. Do you think that's possible? Qin Yu sneered. Whether Su Ting truly regretted it, or had other motives, he could never get back together with her. He now had Bai Yingying by his side. Although the two had not yet fully defined their relationship, he had seen all the kindness Bai Yingying showed him. In comparison, Su Ting, aside from her beauty, was utterly useless. She was completely crushed by Bai Yingying. Rejected by Qin Yu, Su Ting was unwilling to accept it. Qin Yu, I heard you've been single all these years, never in a relationship. Aren't you waiting for me? Sorry, I wasn't waiting for you. I was just focused on my own pursuits and had no interest in dating. Why would you have such an illusion? You're too confident, aren't you? Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder. He didn't remember Su Ting being so blindly confident before. How had she become like this? Had her years in the entertainment industry inflated her ego? Did she think everyone should like her and covet her beauty? Couldn't the entertainment industry have any normal people anymore? Su Ting could no longer hold back. She stood up, walked over to sit beside Qin Yu, and tugged at his arm, pleading. Impossible, Qin Yu. How could you not like me? You used to love me so much. I know you're still angry about what happened before, so you're saying this on purpose, aren't you? Qin Yu, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Now I have everything I once wanted except for you. I don't want to lose you. I want you by my side. Qin Yu, don't abandon me, please. Perhaps because her voice was a little loud, it drew the attention of others in the cafe. Someone recognized Su Ting. That person, isn't that Su Ting? I've seen her in TV dramas. She's even prettier in person. Wait, what is she doing? She looks like she's begging that guy. That guy deserves to die? What did he do to deserve a beauty like her crying for him? Could it be they're filming a drama? Maybe. Let's see where the cameras are. It doesn't look like a drama. They would have cleared the area if it were. Could there be a scandal between Su Ting and that guy? I smell gossip. The other patrons in the cafe began pointing and whispering. Qin Yu disliked the atmosphere. He pushed Su Ting away with a bit of force. Sorry, if you came to see me just for this, then there's no need to continue talking. With that, Qin Yu left without giving Su Ting any room. As she watched his figure grow distant, a trace of sorrow in her eyes turned into venom. Qin Yu, since you've chosen this, I hope you won't regret it. If I can't have you, I'll make sure no one else does. Somehow that very evening, a video of Su Ting meeting a mysterious man in secret spread everywhere online. In the video, Qin Yu's face was clearly visible, as were their tussling movements. Any discerning person could tell that this was likely a couple having relationship issues. Longguo Beijiang City Mecha Base. Director Li was originally handling official business when Li Lingling excitedly rushed in with a tablet. Dad, quick look, big gossip, huge gossip, come eat the melon with me. Li Lingling used to share scandalous entertainment news with Director Li, which often shocked him. Director Li thought it was the same this time. Without looking up, he said, Lingling, Dad is busy with work. I don't have time to watch those boring entertainment news. Go play by yourself, or let me finish my work first. Dad, no matter what you're busy with, you have to see this news. It's a big story about Qin Yu. You have to see it. Hearing it was about Qin Yu, Director Li perked up instantly. What? About Qin Yu? Let me see. That's more like it. Li Lingling brought the tablet to Director Li and showed him the trending post. After putting on his reading glasses and reading it, he was stunned. So this actress named Su Ting is Qin Yu's ex-girlfriend. They broke up years ago and recently rekindled their romance. And there's more. According to online leaks, Qin Yu worked so hard to qualify as a mecha pilot just to match Su Ting's status. What do you think? If we use Su Ting as a link, could we indirectly get closer to Qin Yu? Director Li pondered the feasibility. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes grew. Well, it's actually possible. Compared to controlling Qin Yu, the god of Ultraman, controlling Su Ting would be a piece of cake. She's not an Ultraman, just an ordinary person. This idea wasn't unique to Director Li. Yi Yulong had similar thoughts, and he had already started taking action, sending people to investigate the history between Su Ting and Qin Yu to see if this was feasible. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Bai Yingying were out eating and chatting. He hadn't taken the day's events seriously, considering them just a minor episode. Little did he know that this small matter he thought nothing of would soon bring him enormous trouble. At a few nearby tables, some young people kept glancing toward Qin Yu. At first he didn't notice, but after a while he finally became aware of the other's strange looks. Strange, has my identity been exposed? Why are so many people looking at me? He would rather suspect that his identity as Ultraman Noah had been exposed than think it might be because of Su Ting. Bai Yingying took a bite and noticed Qin Yu's expression. Qin Yu, what's wrong? Bai Yingying had been busy lately. Today she finally had some time to rest and came to find Qin Yu for a meal. She hadn't yet had the chance to look at the news online. Qin Yu lowered his voice and whispered, I don't know what's wrong, but I keep feeling like people around me are staring at me. It's really strange. Is that so? Bai Yingying glanced skeptically at the nearby tables. Sure enough, she noticed some people sneaking furtive looks like thieves, stealing glances in their direction. Huh, strange. How could this be? Has your identity been exposed? Bai Yingying immediately pulled out her phone and searched for trending topics online. A flood of news related to Qin Yu and Su Ting appeared. There's an actress named Su Ting. Is she your ex-girlfriend? Did you see her today? Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong? Take a look for yourself. Bai Yingying handed her phone to Qin Yu. He took it and glanced at the screen. He nearly fainted from anger. He didn't know if Su Ting had hired paid trolls to smear him, but online it was a unanimous chorus calling him a scumbag. They said he had found a new love and abandoned the old one. They claimed Su Ting was devotedly waiting for him. They alleged that as soon as he entered university, he started flirting with Bai Yingying and dumped Su Ting for her. In short, they tore Qin Yu to pieces, making him seem utterly unworthy of being human. Are they crazy? Qin Yu cursed angrily. He knew deep down, this kind of thing could never be a coincidence. If someone hadn't paid to stir up hype, it would have been impossible for this to explode in such a short time. Moreover, the person stirring up the hype was very likely Su Ting herself. But he couldn't understand why she would do this. What benefit did it bring her? Bai Yingying teased. Qin Yu, you're something else. You kept it so well hidden. I had no idea you had such a beautiful girlfriend before. Hidden. I broke up with Su Ting shortly after starting college. Was I supposed to grab a megaphone and announce to the whole school that she was my ex? Even Qin Yu, who had never been troubled by the dark Fushide or the dark Jiaji, now found himself agonizing over his ex-girlfriend's affairs. Indeed, women were the most terrifying creatures in the world. So what are you going to do? The internet is calling you an irredeemable scumbag. Aren't you going to speak up and defend yourself? Qin Yu handed the phone back to Bai Yingying, pursed his lips, and gave up. Forget about speaking up. I've only got one mouth. They've paid for so many trolls. How could I possibly out-argue them? Let it be. Let them say whatever they want. I don't care. It's not like it affects me anyway. What had been a cheerful meal was now ruined. Because of Su Ting's affair, the mood was instantly dampened. Bai Yingying couldn't stand being pointed at and gossiped about. Qin Yu had no choice but to cancel the movie plan and take Bai Yingying home first. On second thought, if Su Ting was slandering him like this, and he did nothing, would that be too merciful to her? After some deliberation, he decided it was better to find Su Ting and clarify things. Otherwise, who knew how she would blacken his name next? He took out his phone and dialed Su Ting's number. The phone rang a few times before being picked up. Qin Yu, are you calling because you've come around? Su Ting, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to drain the last bit of affection I have for you? Qin Yu, I don't know what I'm trying to do. I only know that I can't lose you. Qin Yu, really, I can't live without you. Please come back to me. Su Ting on the other end was extremely agitated, her voice almost screaming. Impossible. I will never turn back. Take down the trending topic immediately. Don't force me to fall out with you. Qin Yu. Oh. Just as Su Ting was about to say something else, a scream came from the other end of the line. Hello? Su Ting. What's wrong? Hello? Talk to me. What happened to you? There was no response for a long time. After about half a minute, a familiar voice finally came through. Hello, Nuya Ultraman. Your ex-girlfriend is in my hands. If you want to save her, come to the place I designate. This voice was exactly the same as the mysterious person Qin Yu had dealt with in Han Country. Back then, Qin Yu had suspected that the mysterious person might be the Dark Mephisit or the Dark Jiaji. In their last battle, he had confirmed it. The mysterious person was the Dark Jiaji. You are the Dark Jiaji. To be remembered by the strongest Ultraman god. It's truly my honor, Nuya Ultraman. Jiaji candidly admitted his identity. Qin Yu frowned upon hearing this. The more confident the other party was, the more dangerous he felt. You captured Su Ting to set a trap for me. Do you think I'm stupid enough to walk right into it? All for a woman. I'm not sure how important this woman is to you, but she's just an ordinary person. It was easy to catch her. Even if she's useless, it's no loss to me. I'll just kill her. Nuya Ultraman, tonight at midnight, I'll be at the designated place awaiting your arrival. I hope you'll come. Of course, if you don't, I'll send her corpse to you. With that, the Dark Jiaji hung up the phone and sent Qin Yu a location. Qin Yu glanced at the location. It was in the mountains on the outskirts. A remote area with few people. If he wanted to set a trap, this was the perfect place. Sorry, but I'm not going to fall into a trap for Su Ting. Humph. If this had happened before today's events, he might still have been willing to save Su Ting out of past affection. But now her life or death no longer mattered to him. Qin Yu deleted the location the Dark Jiaji had sent and went straight home. On the other side, at the Beijing Mecha base, Director Li received a report. The person reporting was none other than Su Ting's agent. Su Ting's agent reported to the Beijing base that Su Ting had been captured by a monster. Not only that, but she also told them that the culprit had left an address blatantly. If you want to save her, go to this address. The deadline is midnight. No extensions. But by then it was already 11 o'clock at night. They had little time to think. Director Li immediately called Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong to discuss a plan. As for the Dark Dijia's host, he was stationed at the capital headquarters and had little connection to the Beijing base. As for the Dark Ubu's host, after treatment, he had woken up and his injuries were mostly healed. However, because he was unwilling to join the authorities and become an Ultraman protecting Dragon Country, he was currently detained. Someone was giving him ideological education every day. His transformation device had been taken away, so he couldn't transform. He lived like a prisoner, every day not doing well. When they learned that someone had used a monster to capture Qin Yu's ex-girlfriend Li Lingling, and the other two were shocked. They felt that something was off, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Director Li had more experience seeing the problem right away. Hey, don't you think things are a bit too coincidental? Qin Yu's ex-girlfriend was exposed one moment, and the next she was snatched away by a monster. Could this be some kind of intentional trap? After Director Li's hint, Li Lingling immediately caught on. I think it's very likely that the target was Qin Yu. Hearing this, Hai Yong immediately spoke up. If this is a conspiracy targeting Qin Yu, do we even need to get involved? With Ultraman Noah's power, he probably doesn't need our help, right? He wasn't holding any grudges against Qin Yu or Ultraman Noah. Quite the opposite. He knew exactly how powerful Ultraman Noah was. That was precisely why he didn't want to involve himself. During their last battle, aside from Grigio, who appeared briefly to recharge and then retreated, Ultraman Robus, their transformation, was the first to be taken out. Although they managed to defeat the monster and had something to show for it, they still felt it was humiliating. Online opinions about them were equally lukewarm. People thought they were just free bonuses with a phone plan purchase, unnecessary extras. This left both of them severely lacking in confidence, and whenever problems arose, they'd rather just give up. Director Li was somewhat tempted by Hai Yong's suggestion, but after thinking it over, he felt it wasn't right. Even so, the report was filed directly with us. We can't just stand by and do nothing. After all, that actress named Su Ting had some fame. If her agent went around spreading rumors and accusing us of inaction, and her fans caused a stir, it would only cause trouble for us. In these times, reputation is everything. Their Beijing base commanded 3 Ultramen representing the face of Longhua. If they encountered someone being taken by a monster and did nothing out of fear, the public would surely doubt their capabilities. They'd be seen as unable to protect citizens. Once public opinion turned against them, Director Li wouldn't be able to answer to his superiors. At that moment, Hai Luo, who had remained silent throughout, finally recalled the crux of the matter. Since this involves Qin Yu, why don't we ask about his stance? If he has plans for this, then even if we don't intervene, it should be fine. What do you think? That's right. Since this was connected to Qin Yu, why were they worrying about it? The one who should be stressed was Qin Yu. Director Li immediately asked Li Lingling to call Qin Yu. Among the 4 people present, she was the only one who could talk to Qin Yu easily. She had no choice but to summon the courage and call him. The call was answered quickly, and Qin Yu's voice came through the other end. Who is this? Qin Yu, it's me, Li Lingling. Oh, it's you. What do you need? Qin Yu, we just received a report that a girl named Su Ting was kidnapped by a monster. I believe you know her, right? The ex-girlfriend label was awkward. Though Li Lingling was innocent, she wasn't foolish either, so she didn't mention it directly. I know. The one who took Su Ting came to see me, but I couldn't be bothered. You want to rescue her? Makes sense. Protecting citizens is your mecha base's duty anyway. Go ahead, and I wish you a safe journey. Hearing his indifferent tone, Li Lingling was stunned. Wait, weren't you and Su Ting close? Are you really going to stand by and let her die? Don't you care at all? The internet's already calling me a scumbag, saying I abandoned her and trampled on her feelings. Since everyone's already decided I'm trash, I might as well play the part. A proper ex should be dead to the world. Just consider me dead. Although Li Lingling wanted to lecture him, she paused to think about it. His words were twisted, but strangely enough, they made sense. Everyone already called him a scumbag. If he went and saved Su Ting, wouldn't that contradict all the accusations? You really aren't going to help? No. Goodbye. He hung up immediately. The dial tone echoed through the receiver as Li Lingling stared blankly at her call log. She couldn't believe he'd hung up so fast. Was he truly this heartless? What should we do? If Qin Yu won't help, should we still go? Hai Yong asked. Li Lingling's eyes suddenly grew determined. Yes, we have to go. We can't abandon innocent people to their fate. Even knowing there's danger, we must go. Protecting every innocent person is our original intention, isn't it? Hai Luo and Hai Yong exchanged glances, moved by Li Lingling's compassionate spirit. All right, let's go together. Let's save Su Ting. Seeing all 3 were determined, Director Li didn't object. As Li Lingling had said, to save every innocent person. That was the foundation upon which the mecha base was built. Danger should never be an excuse to abandon others' lives. He had full gear prepared for the 3 of them. Several elite special forces members were assigned to accompany them to Zhejiai's designated location. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Qin Yu stood by the window drawing out his energy blaster. Tonight should be quite lively. I happen to enjoy excitement. Wonder if Zhejiai can surprise me. If Li Lingling hadn't made that call, Qin Yu would have ignored the whole affair. It would have been a waste of time. But since she did call, regardless of their reasons, they couldn't possibly abandon Su Ting to her fate. Especially Li Lingling, who held Grigio's healing power and possessed an exceptionally kind heart. She wouldn't turn a blind eye to innocence in need. Once they got involved, things would become interesting. Li Lingling and the others drove 2 jeeps to the designated location. As soon as they stepped out, a group of small liquid life forms called Pedron surged from all directions, attacking them immediately. Facing these small life forms, they calmly deployed the officials' latest powerful blasters. These firearms compressed plasma energy into powerful energy bullets. The destructive force was astonishing. Even small life forms couldn't withstand it. 2 or 3 shots could take down each one. Through their fears, fighting the surrounding Pedron were quickly cleared away. You 4 stay here and wait. We're going in to rescue her. If danger arises, run immediately. Don't hesitate, understood? Before departing, Li Lingling gave instructions to the Special Forces members who had come with them. They all agreed. Then the 3 of them, Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong, rushed into the wasteland. Soon they reached a flat, spacious area. There they found Su Ting bound in a remarkably professional manner along with Kim Jong-o with a Zodiac Transformer who had been missing for quite some time. Jin Jingwu, how could it be you? Li Lingling and the other 2 were greatly astonished. They had originally believed that Jin Jingwu had perished along with the fall of the Han Kingdom. Little did they expect that he would actually come to the Dragon Kingdom to stir up trouble. This was not right. Not right at all. Jin Jingwu gave a sinister smile. Jalikio Ultraman, Lasua Ultraman, Baloo Ultraman, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Li Lingling spoke sternly. What do you want? Let Su Ting go. If you have any issues, come at us. Don't harm the innocent. Jin Jingwu glanced sideways at Su Ting. He truly worthy of being Noah's ex-girlfriend. For her, your Beijing mecha base even went so far as to dispatch 3 Ultramen. Don't talk nonsense. The 3 of us came not because she is Noah's ex-girlfriend, but only because she is an innocent ordinary citizen. That's all. Hai Luo retorted. Fine. Regardless, you've come anyway. Now hand over your transformation devices. The spiral flashes. The dagger was revealed. Jin Jingwu stated his true purpose. Li Lingling flatly refused spiral flashes. Impossible. We will never hand over the spiral flashes to you. If they surrendered the spiral flashes, the 3 of them would lose their ultra power. To sacrifice the power that protects millions for the sake of one person. Though she was kind-hearted, she was not so naive as to miscalculate such a simple equation. Is that so? You really don't want to hand over the spiral flashes? Jin Jingwu produced a gun and aimed it at Su Ting. Anything except this condition, you can change it. Hai Yong said urgently. Change it. Fine. Then the 3 of you go defeat Noah. Upon hearing this, Hai Luo instantly broke down. You never intended to negotiate with us at all, did you? The 2 conditions he offered were each more absurd than the last. Both were things they could never agree to. It was clearly a deliberate mockery. Congratulations, you guessed it. Summoning you 3 here was to kill you and forcibly seize the ultra power within you. I never expected you to obediently hand it over. He. Bang. 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 With that, Jin Jingwu pulled the trigger repeatedly. The bullets struck Su Ting. In an instant, a large pool of blood flowed out. Bastard. You're killing the innocent. You beast. Hai Luo and Hai Yong couldn't bear to watch. They immediately took out their spiral flashes and transformed. A rainbow of light shot into the sky, forming a pillar of light. Within the pillar, Rob Ultraman appeared. Jin Jingwu raised both hands to the sky. A black pillar of light emerged. Jin Jingwu transformed into Shieti. Hey, I recently learned a new trick. Let me show you. Shieti raised his hand and shot a dark purple energy beam into the sky. The dark purple energy descended as a dark purple curtain. This scene was exactly the same as when Qin Yu and Dark Faust activated their domain. What? You can also open a dark domain. How is this possible? This is the power bestowed upon me by that great one. As the dark domain was about to take shape, Rob tried to escape its coverage. But Shieti gave him no chance. He charged forward and entangled Rob. The 2 Ultramen clashed. The dark domain took shape, taking away Li Lingling, Rob, and Su Ting, who was already a corpse. A few seconds after they disappeared, the rustling sound of leaves was heard. Qin Yu emerged from the woods beside. He walked to the spot where Su Ting had lain. Why did he take away Su Ting's corpse? This question surfaced in Qin Yu's mind. Whether it was the dark domain or the meta-domain, both could select targets when activated. Su Ting's corpse entering the dark domain must have been deliberate on Shieti's part. But why would Shieti do that? Qin Yu couldn't guess. He slowly crouched down, reached out, picked up a pinch of blood-stained soil, and brought it to his nose to smell. Amidst the scent of blood, there was a faint, hard-to-detect stench. This blood has already begun to rot slightly. It's not fresh blood. Was it prepared in advance? Blood is extremely difficult to preserve. Left in the natural environment, it will develop an off odor after a short while. Ordinary people couldn't detect it. But as the human form of an Ultraman, Qin Yu's 5 senses were beyond ordinary, allowing him to discern it slightly. Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Su Ting isn't dead, and they were putting on an act? Why? No. Perhaps everything that happened today wasn't meant to target me, but to target Li Lingling and the other 2. The enemy deliberately spread rumors online to make me dislike Su Ting, causing me to ignore her life and death. Then they lured Li Lingling and the others here, defeated them, and made them lose their ultra power. But why go through all this trouble? Is it just for Li Lingling and the other two? That seems unnecessary. However, no matter what, since the enemy has made a move, I can't let their scheme succeed. Ha, Dark Domain, here I come. Qin Yu drew the evolution trust and transformed into Ultraman Nexus Silver Juvenile form. Without delay, he upgraded to the Red Juvenile form and began using its power to invade the Dark Domain. In the Nexus TV series, it was usually Zhuangga and Liandi's meta-domain that was repeatedly invaded by enemies. But here with Qin Yu, he was always the one invading the enemy's Dark Domain. It was a complete reversal of the natural order. Inside the Dark Domain, Rob Ultraman and Xieti were fighting. Fused Rob Ultraman, when unleashing his full power, could fight on par with Xieti. Both sides were extremely strong. Li Lingling still didn't know that Su Ting's death was fake. Worried, she ran to Su Ting's side, wanting to check if Su Ting was truly dead after being shot, and whether she could be rescued. However, just as she turned over Su Ting's body, Su Ting, who should have been dead, suddenly opened her eyes. She broke free from the ropes, lunged forward, and grabbed Li Lingling by the throat, also locking one of Li Lingling's arms. Her attack was so vicious that it was unlike a normal person. Li Lingling was choked painfully, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes filled with confusion, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Su Ting, I was trying to save you. Why are you treating me like this?" Hee. Su Ting laughed sinisterly, a dark red gleam flashing in her eyes. "Sorry, but because I'm Xieti's companion." With her throat constricted, Li Lingling could barely speak, forcing out a voice from her throat. "What? You're Xieti's companion? How can that be? He just shot you." Su Ting's smile turned even more sinister. "Is it possible that the shooting was just a facade to let your guard down? What exactly are you trying to do?" "We want to strip Noah Ultraman of all his allies, then surround and kill him. We will slay Noah, the god of Ultramen." Su Ting revealed the truth, as if possessed. Her words left Li Lingling utterly astounded. Hearing Su Ting's words, Li Lingling was dumbfounded. "What? If you want to deal with Noah, go confront him yourself. Why are you coming after us? We're not Noah. Are you out of your mind?" "Huh?" Several enormous question marks appeared above Su Ting's head. "Wait, something about this script seemed off. Aren't you officials on friendly terms with Ultraman Noah? If you don't eliminate all of you Ultras, first won't you come to his aid when we confront Noah? Why would we help him? Ultraman Noah is one thing and our government is another. They share no connection whatsoever. Ultraman Noah even destroyed our Beijing mecha base at one point. Why would you assume we maintain a friendly relationship with Noah?" Su Ting wanted to argue back, but as she thought it over, she realized there was merit to the point. Currently, there was no evidence proving that Ultraman Noah has any cooperative relationship with the Longwa government. Moreover, aren't you Qin Yu's ex-girlfriend? Why are you helping them fight against Noah? Don't you know that Noah is actually Qin Yu transformed? At the mention of this, Su Ting's fury surged dramatically. The strength of her grip intensified. "Of course I know. I gave Qin Yu chances, but he refused to cherish them. He wouldn't reconcile with me. Since that's the case, I'll simply lend my support to Zeijai and the others. If I can't have him, nobody should. At the very least, Zeijai can grant me power far beyond ordinary reach, far better than Qin Yu. So because Qin Yu won't be with you, you want revenge against him. You vile woman. It seems Qin Yu was right to stay away from you. You simply don't deserve him. You're asking for death." Su Ting was enraged by Li Lingling's words. She tightened her grip further, intent on strangling Li Lingling to death. Just then, a golden radiance erupted across Li Lingling's entire body. Her Lycurgus flash and Ultra Crystal automatically flew out and activated on their own. "What's going on? Why is your converter transforming automatically? This shouldn't happen." Seeing Li Lingling about to transform, Su Ting released her and stepped back several paces. If she hadn't dodged, Li Lingling might very well have stomped her to death after transforming. Enveloped in golden light, Li Lingling transformed into Ultraman Grigio. She looked down at Su Ting. "You vicious woman. I truly want to deal with you, but I have no time right now. Just wait. I'll come for you after I help them defeat Evil Tiga." Li Lingling was inherently kind-hearted. Though her words were harsh, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to attack Su Ting in her human form while transformed as an Ultraman. Instead, she charged toward the ongoing battle between Ultraman Root and Evil Tiga. With Li Lingling's addition, the tide of battle began to tip in their favor. Evil Tiga was being pummeled by the two Ultras in tandem. Whoosh! Qin Yu, transformed into Nexus Ultraman Red Youth form, entered the dark field. He immediately spotted the three Ultras locked in combat. Grigio and Root held absolute dominance. "Well, it seems your situation is going quite well. I was overthinking this. If he had known the three of them could handle it, he wouldn't have come. All that wasted effort." Just then, Su Ting's voice rang out. "Qin Yu, is that you?" Qin Yu turned his head and looked towards Su Ting. "What exactly are you trying to do? Aligning yourself with Dark Zeijai and the others? Do you want me to kill you with my own hands? Qin Yu, must you be so merciless toward me? I still love you, yet you refuse to accept me. Is it because you're this exalted Ultraman that you think I'm unworthy? I've said it before. From the moment we broke up, it was over between us. Can't you understand? This has nothing to do with my Ultraman identity. No matter how much you cling to me, it will make no difference. Have fun. Qin Yu, you're ruthless. Since that's how it is, then I have nothing left to cherish. Qin Yu, if I can't have you, then I'll kill you with my own hands. Overcome with passion, Su Ting drew from behind her back something Qin Yu had never anticipated. The Dark Evolutor. The moment he saw it, even Qin Yu couldn't help but be startled. Zheji actually entrusted the power of Dark Mephisto to you. Qin Yu, let me show you just how powerful the darkness within my heart truly is. Aya! Su Ting roared and activated the Dark Evolutor. A dark purple vortex of darkness energy appeared. Su Ting shattered through the energy vortex and transformed into Dark Mephisto, standing opposite Qin Yu. In Su Ting's right hand was Dark Mephisto's weapon, the Dark Claw wielding immense destructive power. You never expected this, did you, Qin Yu? That one day you'd be fighting me. I genuinely didn't expect it. This world is simply too absurd. Even Qin Yu couldn't have predicted events would spiral to this point. Su Ting can transform into an Ultraman. Li Lingling and the Hayato brothers were taken aback. What they could scarcely believe was that Su Ting dared to challenge Qin Yu. Was she seeking death? Didn't Su Ting know that Qin Yu was the strongest Ultraman currently alive? Even Dark Faust was no match for him. What made her think she stood a chance? Fighting head-on with sheer willpower. Little did she realize, with the power of Dark Mephisto, she could indeed contend with Qin Yu's Nexus in Red Youth form. Facing Dark Mephisto, Qin Yu dared not grow careless. He assumed a combat stance. Su Ting, lacking such restraints, charged toward Qin Yu with great speed. Qin Yu responded as he always did, firing his signature blade beam to test his opponent. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 golden micro beams shot forth. Su Ting didn't slow her advance for those 2 small beams. She swung her Dark Claw and obliterated both projectiles in a single strike. The momentum was devastating. She closed the distance, rapidly forcing even Qin Yu to dodge her attacks. Weren't you in the entertainment industry? A celebrity? Why is your combat ability so formidable? This shouldn't be possible. This is all thanks to that noble one. He bestowed tremendous power upon me and granted me mastery over it. Qin Yu, you're dead today. Su Ting's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, her speed accelerating rapidly. This truly caught Qin Yu off guard. Qin Yu could only deploy his full strength to counter her. The two clashed fiercely in close combat. The darkness energy of the dark field was suppressing Qin Yu's own light energy, causing him discomfort. Otherwise, his battle against Su Ting would have been considerably easier. Seeing that Qin Yu couldn't easily gain the upper hand against Su Ting, her terrifying combat prowess truly stunned Li Lingling. Is Su Ting really this powerful? Far stronger than Dark Faust. When facing Qin Yu, Dark Faust could only be brutalized, unable even to mount a proper defense. Yet Dark Mephisto could contend with Qin Yu head-on, and even suppress him. Who was stronger and who was weaker was immediately apparent. End of chapter. While Qin Yu was engaged in combat, with Su Ting, Li Lingling, and the other two were ganging up on Xiedi, injuring him. The energy indicator on Xiedi's chest flashed rapidly. Ding dong, ding dong. Seeing that Xiedi was about to be defeated, Ge Liqiao and Luo Bu exchanged a glance, preparing to unleash their finishing moves. To end the battle completely. Ge Liqiao Ray. Luo Bu Vortex Beam. The energies of the two Ultramen merged, transforming into a more powerful 7-colored spiral beam that flew towards Xiedi. Just as they were about to kill Xiedi, a red light emerged, blocking in front of Xiedi. Cosmic Mirror Barrier. A red and golden energy barrier appeared. It easily blocked the combined beam released by Luo Bu and Ge Liqiao. Boom! The energy exploded. Amidst the flames, an Ultraman with a green star on its head, a large white head, and a red body appeared in front of Luo Bu and Ge Liqiao. The moment they saw him, a terrifying sense of oppression instantly overwhelmed them, making the two Ultramen feel as if a boulder was pressing on their hearts. Who are you? Asked Luo Bu. I am Qiao Niasi, Ultraman Qiao Niasi. Qiao Niasi's voice was deep with a leader-like authority. Qiao Niasi. Hearing Qiao Niasi's self-introduction, even Qin Yu was startled. He immediately released a small beam to attack Su Ting. Forcing some distance from Su Ting after seeing Qiao Niasi's appearance, Qin Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It really is Qiao Niasi. Ultraman Qiao Niasi in the Ultraman world is the leader of Planet U40. In both status and strength, he is comparable to the peak of the Father of Ultra. His combat power was extremely formidable. Even the golden figure Tatartelosi could only suffer losses when facing this big shot, not daring to act rashly. Among all the current Ultramen, aside from the mysterious 4 Ultramen and some special fusion Ultramen, Qiao Niasi's combat power is definitely among the top 5. Dark Mephizit Qiao Niasi, this seems like a truly high-end game now. As for Xiedi, sorry. He wasn't even considered a threat. Just an ordinary Ultraman level. Li Lingling and Luo Bu could easily take him down. What threat could he be? Su Ting saw her teammate intervene and immediately became smug. Qin Yu, you are doomed today. Xiao Niasi's strength is not weaker than mine. I'd like to see how you can turn the tables. Facing a formidable enemy, Li Lingling instinctively regarded Qin Yu as an ally and asked him, Qin Yu, what do we do now? Do we have a chance to win? If it were just a dark manhwaedit and a Siedi, Qin Yu was confident he could easily defeat them. Now there was an additional Xiao Niasi. Even with Qin Yu's strength, he would feel immense pressure. There was only one way now. Team up with Li Lingling and the others. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. There is a chance. In a moment, I'll take on both of them, holding off Xiao Niasi and dark manhwaedit. You two quickly take down Siedi, then come help me hold off one of them, that way we can win. Qin Yu was not afraid of letting Xiao Niasi and dark manhwaedit know his plan. Even if they knew, so what? Even if they joined forces. They couldn't defeat him in a short time. Su Ting heard Qin Yu's words as if she heard a joke. You fighting too to hold off me and Xiao Niasi. Qin Yu, do you even hear yourself? Your strength is at most equal to mine. What makes you think you can boast and try to hold off both me and Xiao Niasi? Are you crazy? Sorry, but to this day, I have never shown my true strength. If you thought that was all I had, then I apologize. With that, a layer of rippling blue light emerged on Qin Yu's body surface, replacing the original red parts. His body markings also changed. Qin Yu evolved into Ultraman Neki CZ Blue Youth form. This was the first time Qin Yu unleashed the power of Ultraman Neki CZ's Blue Youth form. The red and blue forms of Ultraman Neki CZ are vastly different from the color changes of other Ultramen. When other Ultramen switch colors, they redistribute their attribute points, weakening other aspects to enhance their power or speed. But when Ultraman Neki CZ changes from red to blue, it is a comprehensive attribute increase and evolution. At this moment, Qin Yu, compared to the previous red youth form, his power had increased by at least half. Moreover, in this form, he could not only use all skills from the red youth form, but also had some even more powerful skills. The actual combat power increase might even be more than half. Change color. Qin Yu changed color again. This time it's blue. What is this blue form about? Li Lingling was stunned. Qin Yu had revealed a completely different form in battle. What did this mean? It meant Qin Yu had been hiding his true strength all along, never revealing his real power. Su Ting also hadn't expected Qin Yu to unveil a form never seen before at this moment. But now that things had come to this, there was no backing down. He had to kill Qin Yu. Qin Yu, at this point, what difference does changing color make? Do you think changing color can double your strength? Why not? Qin Yu's rhetorical question made Su Ting's heart tremble. Qin Yu's strength in the red youth form was already terrifying. If it doubled, then what was the point? They were probably done for. Bluffing. Su Ting forced down her fear and tightened her grip on her weapon. Only the weapon in her hand gave her a bit of security. Li Lingling, give me a power boost. Okay. Li Lingling obediently complied, releasing a golden beam toward Qin Yu, instantly replenishing his energy and stamina. At this moment, Qin Yu's strength reached its current peak. Then now the real battle can begin. As he spoke, Qin Yu placed his right hand in front of his chest. Swoosh! The Nexus armor on his wrist automatically extended a golden light blade. This light blade was called the Storm Blade, possessing the terrifying power to instantly kill powerful alien beasts. Taking advantage of the opponent's unfamiliarity with his ability, Qin Yu planned to ambush Su Ting and kill her in one blow. The battle officially began. Qin Yu charged towards Su Ting swiftly, leaving a trail of blue afterimages. Such speed. Su Ting was extremely shocked. Qin Yu's speed now was nearly twice as fast as before, making it hard for her to react. In desperation, Su Ting could only fire dark energy bullets at Qin Yu, trying to see if she could block his advance. Dark energy bullets were instant small beams. They were not powerful, but very fast, and required no charging. Several dark energy bullets shot toward Qin Yu at once. Facing the dark energy bomb hurled by Su Ting, Qin Yu showed no fear. He raised his sword and swung directly, meeting the attack head-on. Boom, boom, boom. All the dark energy bombs were shattered by his blade strikes, failing to harm Qin Yu in the slightest. Qin Yu charged towards Su Ting and delivered a single sword strike. Su Ting instinctively raised the dark claw to block. The dark claw erupted with bright green light. Boom! Light and dark energy collided. The storm sword unleashed terrifying power that Su Ting could hardly withstand. Her body was knocked backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, the dark claw helped absorb most of the impact. Otherwise, that strike alone would have left her critically injured. So powerful. Qin Yu's display stunned everyone present. Just moments ago, the crimson form Qin Yu had been merely matching Su Ting's transformed Dark Mephisto in a stalemate. Now he could outright dominate her. The gap in power was simply too vast. Just as Qin Yu was about to press his advantage and finish Su Ting off completely, Jonathan, unable to stand by, intervened to aid Su Ting. Pranamum beam. Multiple white energy spheres surged toward Qin Yu. Although the pranamum beam bore the name of a beam, it was actually a technique that released orbs of light to attack enemies. The more orbs released at once, the weaker each one became. Jonathan had once used this technique to gain the upper hand against Little Golden Man in an energy exchange. The power of this move was self-evident. Confronted by Jonathan's barrage of light spheres, Qin Yu did not dare underestimate the threat. He could only temporarily spare Su Ting and focus entirely on the incoming spheres. Swinging his sword, he cleaved through them. Rumble, rumble. Several of the energy spheres detonated under Qin Yu's storm sword strikes. The force of the explosions drove Qin Yu backward multiple steps. Meanwhile, Li Lingling and Rob recalled what Qin Yu had just said. Their immediate priority was to eliminate Xie before he could interfere. Rob activated his super speed movement, instantly repositioning himself behind Xie. He unleashed the Rob Slash to strike Xie. Li Lingling raised her hand and immediately fired the Grigio beam at Jonathan. She knew her beam could not possibly harm Jonathan. This attack was primarily to buy time for Rob. Jonathan raised a single-handed barrier and easily blocked Li Lingling's ultimate strike. Xie was struck by Rob's spinning slash, once again suffering further damage and losing the ability to counterattack. Seeing this, Jonathan placed his other hand on the star-shaped mark on his forehead. He fired a barrage of star-shaped energy projectiles from his forehead. Li Lingling dared not face Jonathan's energy attack head-on and immediately abandoned the Grigio beam. She dodged to the side. All the star-shaped energy rounds missed their mark and failed to hit Li Lingling. Seizing this opportunity, Jonathan moved to assist Xie against Rob. But at that very moment, Qin Yu launched an ultra-flying kick straight at Jonathan. Jonathan turned his head and nearly froze in shock. Because the foot kicking toward him radiated golden light, it carried visual effects. If he failed to block it, someone could die. Jonathan did not dare to withstand it. He scattered at maximum speed. And this very reaction played exactly into Qin Yu's plan, for the ultra-flying kick was never meant for Jonathan in the first place. His true target was Xie. Qin Yu passed straight through Jonathan's former position and kicked directly at Xie behind him. Xie was being savagely beaten by Rob and had neither the time nor the reflexes to counter Qin Yu's attack. He was struck squarely by Qin Yu's golden augmented ultra-flying kick. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A massive explosion of fire erupted skyward, sending sparks flying in all directions. Xie was completely eliminated by Qin Yu. Host has eliminated Xie. No-wing Noah unlock progress increases by 5%. Total current progress 15%. Awesome. Rob couldn't help but give Qin Yu a thumbs-up gesture of approval. At this moment, even one fewer enemy ally was a welcome relief. Jonathan and Su Ting regrouped and stood side by side. Noah is far too powerful. I suggest we retreat, Jonathan said, his courage wavering. Though he had not yet directly clashed with Qin Yu, what Qin Yu had just displayed made him realize that Qin Yu was a formidable opponent. With just the two of them, if they fought to the death here, even if they somehow managed to defeat Qin Yu, the likely outcome would be mutual destruction. He still did not wish to die. I'm not leaving. You go if you want to. I will kill Qin Yu today, even if it means dying alongside him. I care not for the consequences. Su Ting was consumed by rage. To obtain the power to take revenge on Qin Yu, she had sacrificed everything, without hesitation falling into darkness. If she could not avenge herself against Qin Yu, then everything she had done would have been for nothing. Fine, if you wish to throw your life away against him, then go ahead. I will not interfere. Jonathan had never truly considered Su Ting an ally. Since Su Ting was determined to seek her own destruction, he was too lazy to stop her. He simply left the dark domain and slipped away. Qin Yu made no move to intercept him. Eliminating Su Ting was his true immediate priority. Now Su Ting had fallen into an absolutely disadvantageous position, opposing Qin Yu, Li Lingling, and Rob all on her own. Su Ting glanced at Li Lingling and Rob beside her, and said, Qin Yu, the grudge between us should be settled between ourselves alone. Let them not interfere. Agreed. I will grant you this opportunity. Qin Yu accepted readily. After all, in a one-on-one duel, he also felt confident he could defeat Su Ting. There was no need to let Li Lingling and Rob steal his kill. The two of them assumed fighting stances, while Li Lingling and Rob took position to one side. Are we really just going to watch and do nothing? Rob asked. His voice was a blend of both Hai Luo and Hai Yong speaking in unison. Li Lingling said helplessly, if you do not wish to be caught in a crossfire between Qin Yu and Su Ting, it would be wisest to obey and remain spectators on the sidelines. Having known Qin Yu for so long, she had come to understand him somewhat. What Qin Yu despised most was being ignored or having his words treated as wind passing his ears. Since Qin Yu wished to duel Dark Mephisto one-on-one, they should not interfere. If Rob were to step in and disrupt the fight, he would certainly face Qin Yu's ruthless retaliation. Alright then. Rob shrank his neck slightly. The Noah form that Qin Yu had transformed into was even more terrifying than before. He had no desire to experience firsthand just how strong Qin Yu had become. Qin Yu curled his finger towards Su Ting in a beckoning gesture. The provocative meaning was unmistakable. Su Ting could no longer bear it, and charged directly at Qin Yu. She threw a fierce punch. Qin Yu dodged it swiftly, then immediately countered with a backhand strike aimed squarely at Su Ting. Thud! The fist crashed into Su Ting's abdomen. The violent blow forced Su Ting to stagger backward involuntarily. After regaining her footing, she still wanted to fight back. But Qin Yu's second strike was already coming. A kick to her chest. Boom! This kick sent Su Ting flying to the ground. Once Su Ting fell, Qin Yu intended to unleash War Stomp and trample her with several heavy steps. Unexpectedly, Su Ting rolled across the ground several times, managing to evade Qin Yu's attack range, and quickly rose to her feet. She flew upward into the sky. Qin Yu, savor this technique. Dark Ray Cluster. After rapidly charging dark purple energy, Su Ting unleashed a rain of energy projectiles at Qin Yu. This technique was one of Dark Mephisto's signature moves. The power and quantity of those energy rounds depended on the duration of the charging time. Su Ting's furious attack was unleashed. Its power was certainly not to be underestimated. Qin Yu dared not be careless. He raised his hands, activating the Ultraman barrier to defend. Luo Bu and Li Lingling also activated their Ultraman barriers simultaneously to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Boom! Boom! After the rain of energy bullets landed, a violent explosion ensued. The power was terrifying. Relying on the defense of his Ultraman barrier, Qin Yu easily blocked all attacks. He suffered no damage. The defensive barrier jointly released by Li Lingling and Luobu Ultraman was also not weak, barely withstanding the explosion. After all the energy bullets had landed and detonated, Qin Yu did not retract his Ultraman barrier. Instead, he struck it with his knee, breaking his Ultraman barrier into two pieces like glass. Then he threw the pieces with full force towards Su Ting. Poochie! Poochie! The broken edges of the Ultraman barrier were extremely sharp, instantly piercing into Su Ting's body. Su Ting screamed in agony. Li Lingling and Luobu watched Qin Yu's outrageous move dumbfounded. Wait, isn't the Ultraman barrier a defensive skill, eh? Why can it be broken apart like glass and used to stab people? That's too amazing. Is this the power of the Ultraman god? Luobu exclaimed crazily. Qin Yu is really a crazy guy. Li Lingling had no other words to describe Qin Yu. Crazy, simply crazy. Su Ting, pierced by the Ultraman barrier, fell from the sky. She crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Yu placed his right hand on his chest. Energy gathered. The Nai Kusei Sea armor on his right hand expanded into a golden bow and arrow. This was one of the ultimate moves of the Nai Kusei Sea. Blue Youth formed the arrow storm. Qin Yu aimed at Su Ting. He made a pulling motion with his left hand. Instantly, multicolored light energy began to gather within the bow and arrow. When Qin Yu pulled it to the maximum, he released his left hand. A powerful energy multicolored with a hint of gold shot out, heading straight for Su Ting. Su Ting had no time to get up before she was hit by Qin Yu's arrow storm. The body of the dark Mei Fei Si Te was instantly cut in half. As fragile as paper, the mighty power of the arrow storm disintegrated the dark Mei Fei Si Te's body into light particles, vanishing without a trace. According to the setting, the arrow storm is more powerful than the layered storm, and like the layered storm, it can annihilate enemies at the molecular level. An enemy hit directly by this move could never survive. What a powerful skill. It instantly killed the dark Mei Fei Si Te, who was stronger than the dark Fu Shida. Is this the power of the Nua Ya Ultraman's blue form? How terrifying. Li Lingling and the other two watched with trepidation. Qin Yu's strength once again surpassed their imagination. If it weren't for Qin Yu's timely arrival, the three of them would never have survived under the hands of the dark Mei Fei Si Te and the Siedi. Not to mention there was a hidden Xiao and Ai Yasi. Swish. After defeating Su Ting, Qin Yu put away the golden bow and arrow, turned to look at Li Lingling and Luobu. Without a word, the dark domain disappeared. The group returned to the barren mountain from before. Qin Yu nodded at them and then deactivated his transformation. He approached the dying Su Ting. Li Lingling and Luobu Ultraman also deactivated their transformations. Prior to this, Qin Yu had never imagined that Su Ting, his ex-girlfriend, would die at his own hands. Seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him, Qin Yu was filled with mixed emotions. Why did you do this? It was you who changed your mind first back then. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Su Ting still showed no remorse. I just made a mistake that all girls make. You could forgive me for all my other past mistakes, so why can't you ever forgive me for this one? Why? Such an outrageous statement left Qin Yu utterly speechless. He didn't want to talk to this woman anymore. It would only waste time. It seems we have nothing more to say. Rest in peace. Qin Yu, I hate you. I hate you. In resentment and anger. Su Ting's body dissolved into dark purple light particles, leaving no trace. Host eliminated dark Mei Fei Si Te. Wingless Nua Ya unlock progress increased by 15%. Current wingless Nua Ya unlock progress 30%. Poor fool, used by Dark Jia Ji as a weapon against me, yet unaware. How foolish. Qin Yu had already figured it out. It must be that Dark Jiaji chose Su Ting because she was his ex-girlfriend. He made Su Ting cooperate with him to deal with Qin Yu. Unfortunately, Dark Jiaji miscalculated one thing. Qin Yu had long lost interest in Su Ting. If he had any lingering attachment to Su Ting, he might have fallen into Su Ting and Dark Jiaji's trap and then plunged into an irredeemable abyss. Indeed, as the old saying goes, women only slowed down the speed of drawing a sword. Better to stay away from women. Qin Yu, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have been in danger this time. Li Lingling thanked Qin Yu. Whether Qin Yu had done it intentionally or not, he had indeed saved them tonight. By all rights and reason. She should thank him. Qin Yu turned around, coldly glancing at Li Lingling and the other two. No need to thank me, I don't care. But let me remind you of one thing. Jiaji is now cooperating with Xiao and I. You see, you might be in danger. Be careful from now on. Xiao and I. You see, strength was no joke. Even if the three of them combined into Galuo, they would most likely be no match for Xiao and I. You see. Got it, Qin Yu. We'll be careful from now on. Next, our Dragon Kingdom will also strive to collect more Ultramen, hoping to strengthen our power. I'm leaving. With that, Qin Yu turned and walked away very casually. Li Lingling and the other two also left the place. That night, nothing happened. Everything was peaceful. Until the next day, when Bai Ying called and woke Qin Yu up. Only then did Qin Yu learn. The real trouble had begun. A video suddenly appeared online. The main characters of the video were still Qin Yu and Su Ting. But this time the video showed Su Ting's dying moments. In the video, it was clearly visible that Su Ting was lying on the ground, appearing to be on the verge of death. Qin Yu stood beside Su Ting, looking at her with cold eyes. The video had deliberately cut off the earlier part, leaving only the final moments. Qin Yu told Su Ting to rest in peace. Su Ting said she would hate Qin Yu forever. Then her body disintegrated into light particles. It was very obvious that Qin Yu had killed Su Ting. Yesterday, the whole internet was condemning Qin Yu, calling him a scumbag. Now with this video surfacing, it was even worse. Qin Yu was not only a scumbag, but also a murderer. He killed Su Ting just because he no longer loved her. That was even more despicable than a scumbag. Almost the entire internet was furiously attacking Qin Yu. The things people said online were as nasty as could be, even though Qin Yu had been through many storms. Seeing those insults online, he almost couldn't help but get angry. Helpless, he could only temporarily put down his phone and pretend not to see them. As long as he didn't see them, those words had no effect. However, he clearly underestimated those idle netizens. In one night, someone had already doxed Qin Yu's home address and was preparing to confront him in person. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rudely banged upon. Qin Yu walked to the door and peered through the peephole. Several heads were visible outside. It was impossible to determine how many people there were at first glance. Qin Yu, come out. Qin Yu, we know you live here, come out quickly. Qin Yu, you coward, dare to do things, but not come out to face us. Qin Yu, you beast, how could you kill such a girl who loved you so much? Are you even human? Qin Yu, open the door quickly. Open up water meter reading. Open up community welfare inspection. Qin Yu, you have a package. Qin Yu, your takeout order. Qin Yu, you damn well get out here, or we're coming in with force. Seeing the people outside the door growing increasingly frantic, Qin Yu pulled out an energy blast gun, aiming it at the main entrance. But he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't pull the trigger. He lowered the energy blast gun. Forget it, these people are probably just ordinary folks who've been misled. Killing them wouldn't help anyway. Better not to make an issue of it with them. Let's slip away for now. Qin Yu ran into the room, gathering his more important documents. Then he came to the window and fired the energy blast gun into the sky. Boom. An energy blast exploded in midair with 7-colored light. Stone Wing responded to the summons and arrived, releasing a beam of blue light toward Qin Yu, drawing Qin Yu inside. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Stone Wing departed without delay, carrying Qin Yu away from this place of trouble and disputes. Not long after Qin Yu left, someone forcibly knocked open the door to his apartment and rushed inside. Unfortunately, there was no one in the room at all. Qin Yu had long since fled. Nothing could be done about it. Those who had broken into Qin Yu's home could only vent their anger by smashing and breaking things, burning all the clothes and books Qin Yu had left behind. One of the men walked to the window, looking toward the distant sky. A sinister smile spread across his face. Qin Yu, it seems no matter how powerful you are, you're still human after all. Your humanity ensures you'll never be able to defeat Lord Zhejiai. Now Qin Yu had become a rat crossing the street. Everyone chases and hoots at him. After learning of Su Ting's death, some celebrities claiming to be Su Ting's friends have started speaking out on her behalf, whipping up fans to continuously attack Qin Yu online. This storm grows more intense with each passing day. Even celebrities who never knew Su Ting have joined in demanding justice for her. An increasing number of celebrity fanbases are mobilizing. As a result, almost everyone now knows that Qin Yu killed Su Ting. Qin Yu has nowhere left to hide. At this point, Qin Yu only has two options. Either cower and hide, never seeing another soul again. Then nothing would happen to him. But that behavior doesn't fit Qin Yu's nature. He's never been someone willing to shrink back or compromise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to leave the Beijing Mecha base in the first place. So there's only one path left now. Find a way to clear his name. And there are two options for clearing his name. First, reveal his identity. Let everyone know that he is Ultraman Noah. Once the public learns, he's Noah's host. No one would dare to provoke him again. However, unless absolutely necessary, Qin Yu doesn't want too many people to know he's Ultraman Noah. In that case, there's only one thing he can do right now. Go find the top officials of the Dragon Kingdom and have the authorities step in. To clear his name. The government definitely has the means to do it. It's just a matter of whether they're willing to help. To that end, Qin Yu went straight to the Beijing Mecha base. Last time he came here, he destroyed the Beijing Mecha base to ruins. But after the construction over this period, the base has basically been restored. You couldn't tell it had been a battlefield before. When Qin Yu stepped out from Stone Wing and appeared on the open ground of the Beijing Mecha base, alarms immediately went off throughout the entire base. The shrill alarm echoed, filled the base. Soon a group of armed guards charged out, pointing their weapons at Qin Yu. The guns in their hands had a distinctive and unusual design. They looked powerful, but Qin Yu wasn't afraid. He faced them calmly. I want to see Director Li and Li Lingling and the others. His tone was as casual as if he were returning home. One of them barked, "Who are you?" Director Li and Special Assistant Li aren't just anyone you can demand to see. I am Ultraman Noah. The moment Qin Yu revealed his identity, everyone present was stunned. What? You're Ultraman Noah? Ultraman Noah is actually such a young person. Could he be a fake? I thought Noah's host would be a muscular man. I never expected it to be this young boy. Is this real? He can't just be talking nonsense, can he? Seeing these people whispering, clearly skeptical. Qin Yu said, "Do you want me to transform to prove myself? Last time I transformed, I dismantled your entire base. Do you really want me to transform again here?" At the mention of last time, several people showed terrified expressions. Last time, Qin Yu nearly tore apart the entire Beijing Mecha base. That was every person at the Beijing Mecha base's nightmare. Even now, just recalling it brought overwhelming despair. Wait here. I'll report to our superiors. Ultraman, no, don't do anything reckless, absolutely don't lose control. The speaker didn't dare to delay any longer, immediately contacting his superiors. Upon hearing that Noah's host had arrived, his superior also immediately contacted their own superiors. After reports went up through multiple levels, it wasn't until nearly 10 minutes later that Li Lingling arrived, driving a base vehicle, appearing before Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, what are you doing here?" Li Lingling asked curiously after getting out of the car. Qin Yu had no habit of beating around the bush. He got straight to the point. "I've saved you all so many times before. Asking for a small favor this time shouldn't be too much to ask, right? You're here because of what's happening online. Looks like you've already figured it out. This matter is a bit complicated. Get in the car first, let's talk on the way." Li Lingling showed a troubled expression, inviting Qin Yu to get in. Qin Yu wasn't afraid or worried at all. He casually took the passenger seat. Li Lingling drove toward Director Li's office. Those guards who had just pointed guns at Qin Yu, without realizing when their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. That person really does seem to be Noah's host. Good heavens, what have we just done? We actually pointed guns at Ultraman Noah. That's the strongest Ultraman in the world today, hailed as the god of Ultras. One casual wave of his hand would be enough to kill us 800 times, and we actually dared to point guns at him. I guess we just walked right past the gates of hell. This is terrifying, truly terrifying. Noah's host is really just such a young person. I remember now, there was an online expose that said Noah was a trainee at the mecha training base. Seems it wasn't wrong after all. A perfect score mecha trainee isn't something just anyone can achieve. No wonder he's so powerful. End of chapter. Qin Yu could hardly have known that the guards had nearly wet themselves from fear. Li Lingling drove, taking Qin Yu to a small within the base. She even showed him around. "This building was rebuilt after you destroyed the last one. It's now my father's office." "Nice construction," Qin Yu commented. Qin Yu casually remarked, as if the one who had destroyed the Beijing Mecha base hadn't been him. The two got out of the car. Qin Yu and Li Lingling arrived at Director Li's new office. Seeing Qin Yu, Director Li's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. Now the entire Longhua leadership held a love-hate stance toward Qin Yu. In times of danger, Qin Yu is Longhua's most solid and reliable backing, capable of keeping Longhua from sinking completely. But when there is no danger, Qin Yu is the greatest danger. No one knows what he might do. "Qin Yu, I roughly know your intention, but I'm afraid we can't help this time," Director Li said. When he heard this, Qin Yu instinctively felt Li was unwilling to assist. Director Li speaking frankly, "Although I destroyed Beijing Mecha base, I have saved Longhua many times, and I have even saved Li Lingling and the others. By any measure, my merits outweigh my faults. So won't you do this small favor?" "Qin Yu, I am not saying I said we can't help this time. Among those sowing online rumors and smearing you, a large portion are driven by overseas forces. You don't know, when the news broke last night, we acted immediately, but unfortunately we failed to stop the spread of those rumors. The official crackdown on remarks isn't solely for Qin Yu. It is to preserve the authorities' prestige. If everyone knew Qin Yu was a killer, yet the officials turn a blind eye to this killer and take no action, which would deal a severe blow to their prestige. But taking action against Qin Yu, if they possessed the capability, they would have done so long ago. This would not have dragged on until now. So since the issue can't be resolved, then target the ones who raised it. At first they planned to suppress online chatter and handle it quietly. When the wind dies down, it should be over. But when they moved, they found it wasn't that simple. Qin Yu's brow furrowed at the words. If even you can't suppress it, it seems the other side is pushing me to reveal my identity. Qin Yu now finds himself in a dilemma. Either he keeps hiding his identity, despised by the world, and perhaps on the street, he will be pelted with rotten eggs and rotten vegetables. Or he reveals his identity, and those fanatical followers will not know how crazy they might become. These two scenarios. Neither is what Qin Yu wants to see. However, by comparison, the second option seems a little better. Rotten vegetables and rotten eggs are truly gross. Seeing Qin Yu in a worried mood, Director Lee quickly comes up with an idea. Qin Yu, you could actually choose to cooperate with us. You worry that identity exposure will bring trouble, but we can offer protection. You help us eliminate the monsters and defeat the enemies. We gain mutual benefit, a true win-win. Huh? Qin Yu sneers, rolling his eyes. Mutual benefit win-win. When you can release Enhei Obu, then I'll believe your nonsense. Since the last time Enhei Obu has been kept under guard by Long was Mecha Division, not allowed to contact the outside world. Qin Yu knows this. Enhei Obu is different from you. His identity is more special. Until safety can be confirmed, we cannot release him. Why is his identity so special? Qin Yu asks, curious, having known Enhei Obu for a long time. He knows nothing about the Transformers' true identity of Enhei Obu. He only knows the other is a middle-aged man. Aren't you the one who dealt with Enhei Obu before? You don't even know his true identity. Why should I know? I have only met him twice. You all know those two meetings. Since that's the case, you should know the alter ego of Enhei Obu is the chairman of Tianxia Tech Company. You should know what Tianxia Tech Company represents, right? So Tianxia Tech Company, no wonder you're so cautious. With Enhei Obu's power and Tianxia Tech Company's technology, you worry he would cause trouble. Tianxia Tech Company Long was most renowned tech company. Its production of a special superalloy is one of the main materials Longwei uses to manufacture mechs. Besides the special superalloys, Tianxia Tech Company also holds top-tier technologies in energy weapons and several other fields. If we compare, they are almost Stark Industries from Marvel films. If they want, they could even manufacture SSS-grade mechs on their own. Such swagger. After spending so long at the mecha training base, Qin Yu knows that Long was upper echelons have long coveted Tianxia Tech Company. Only they lacked a suitable opportunity. When they finally seized one, they naturally wouldn't let it slip away. He also guesses. Dragging on for so long, the upper echelons likely want Enhei Obu to serve Longhua, and perhaps even hand Tianxia Tech Company over. Although Qin Yu has guessed it, he does not openly voice these thoughts. After all, he must still spare those high-ups some face. He cannot say it too bluntly. Qin Yu, I come with sincerity. If you won't trust the higher-ups, you can work with me as an intermediary, coordinating your relations with them. I promise you won't be forced to do anything you do not want. Is that all right? You guarantee you won't let me do anything I don't want it? Are you sure you have such power? Qin Yu doesn't doubt Li's sincerity, mainly doubting his ability. Although Director Li is the head of Beijing Mecha Base, to many ordinary people, he is a powerful figure. But in the eyes of the true upper echelons, he is merely a higher-tier lackey. Qin Yu, our Beijing base, can independently command Jalikio Luoso and Bulu, 3 Ultraman. This should prove you should trust my ability and give me a chance. Qin Yu, upon hearing this, did not answer directly. He looked instead to Li Lingling. Compared to Director Li, he found Li Lingling more trustworthy. Li Lingling and Qin Yu met eyes for a moment, then she spoke calmly into Qin Yu's gaze. Qin Yu, please give us a chance. Li Lingling's sincere attitude was far better than Director Li's. Qin Yu finally relented. All right. As long as this matter can be handled properly, I will give you a chance to cooperate. End of chapter. Cooperating with Director Li. Actually, it wasn't entirely because his identity was about to be exposed. There was another very important reason: the appearance of Lao Qiao. Ultraman Kainiyasi was absolutely a heavyweight and formidable presence. Dark Zhaji had actually managed to recruit this big shot as a teammate. Who knew how many more allies there were lurking in the shadows? Continuing to fight alone was extremely disadvantageous for Qin Yu. This very situation was a case in point. If he had to face both Dark Mephizit and Kainiyasi at the same time, even Qin Yu lacked absolute confidence in defeating both Ultramen. Finding another Ultraman he could trust enough to cooperate with became especially crucial. Particularly Li Lingling, the healer. As an extremely rare healer among Ultramen, having such a power bank by his side would bring much peace of mind. After the agreement, Director Li went to report to the higher-ups. Qin Yu temporarily stayed at the Beijing Mech base mainly because he couldn't go anywhere else. The online denunciation against him had reached a level of universal outrage. If recognized on the street, someone might even challenge him to a duel in the Imperial City. Hai Luo and Hai Yong were thrilled to hear that Qin Yu was at the Beijing mech base, able to get up close with the Ultraman god Ultraman Nuya, and without any fear of being attacked by Qin Yu. It was simply wonderful. The two stuck close to Qin Yu, chattering incessantly, constantly seeking advice on all kinds of Ultraman-related matters. Especially the slick move from last night, where Qin Yu shattered the Ultra barrier and used it to stab someone's flank. That left the pair utterly astounded. Since he had nothing better to do, Qin Yu decided to teach the two various combat techniques, imparting abilities that Ultramen should possess. Li Lingling watched from the side, her eyes fixed on Qin Yu, unable to look away, perhaps without even realizing it herself. Qin Yu, the strongest Ultraman, had already left a deep mark on her heart. On the other side, after receiving Director Li's report, Yi Yunlong and the other high-ranking officials took it very seriously. Cooperating with Ultraman Nuya, this was fantastic news. Ultraman Nuya was currently recognized worldwide as the strongest Ultraman. Whether it was true or not, just the title alone was enough to intimidate. If the Dragon Kingdom could have Ultraman Nuya backing them, they couldn't even imagine how stable the Dragon Kingdom's future would be. However, Director Li had some understanding of Qin Yu. He knew that the cooperation Qin Yu spoke of was definitely not the same as what the high-ranking officials imagined in their minds. The cooperation they imagined was to make Qin Yu the Dragon Kingdom's ultimate biological weapon, to strike wherever they pointed obediently. But the cooperation Qin Yu proposed was that he would not actively attack Dragon Kingdom targets, and when in a good mood, he might help them deal with some troublesome monsters. That was already quite generous. He would never be as obedient as Hai Luo, Hai Yong, and Li Lingling. To avoid future troubles, Director Li directly spoke his mind. As expected, this drew dissatisfaction from the higher-ups. Many even accused Director Li of not prioritizing the Dragon Kingdom's interests. Instead, he was favoring Qin Yu, an outsider, until Director Li mentioned that the Ultraman Qin Yu transformed into had unlocked a brand new blue form, with combat power nearly doubled compared to the previous red form. All the high-ranking officials fell silent. Since last night's battle wasn't broadcast live, people still didn't know about Qin Yu's transformed Ultraman Nepotism unlocking the blue young form. They still viewed Qin Yu with old eyes. If they had known Qin Yu had a stronger blue form, they would probably have knelt long ago. The red young form of Ultraman Nepotism was already virtually invincible. Currently, no Ultraman in the world could confidently claim to defeat it in single combat. Now that he had unlocked the blue young form, his combat power had reached another level. Such terrifying strength was beyond their imagination. At this point, the high-ranking officials were no longer thinking about making Qin Yu strike wherever they pointed. Rather, it was about how to prevent Qin Yu from attacking them. With such a terrifyingly powerful Qin Yu, as long as he didn't regard the Dragon Kingdom as an enemy and didn't strike to destroy it, that alone was already a cause for celebration. As for anything else, they didn't dare to hope. Some high-ranking officials even said that as long as Qin Yu agreed to cooperate, any request could be granted. Director Li had long anticipated that the higher-ups would relent, so he wasn't surprised at all. After the video conference ended, he relayed the good news to Qin Yu. Qin Yu remained very indifferent. He had been nonchalant from the start. If the Dragon Kingdom agreed to cooperate, he would lend a hand. That would be better. But if the Dragon Kingdom insisted on causing trouble and threatening him with conditions he didn't accept, then he could simply go live in another country. After all, with his abilities, he could teleport to any place in the world in a single thought. He had stayed in the Dragon Kingdom only because he had lived there for over 20 years and was used to it. Next was preparing for a global live stream to expose Qin Yu's identity. Originally, Qin Yu wanted to simply reveal his identity and declare to the world that he was Ultraman Nuya. He had killed Su Ting not because of some emotional entanglement. However, Director Li felt that this approach lacked spectacle. He suggested waiting for a monster to appear. Then Qin Yu would appear, slay the monster, and then de-transform in front of the whole world, letting everyone see the face of Ultraman Nuya's human host. That would be more shocking. Qin Yu didn't mind either way. Since Director Li said so, he would give it a try as Director Li suggested. The online uproar continued to ferment. Qin Yu patiently waited for the right moment for a monster to appear. 2 days later, the Super Beast Balaba appeared in an eastern city of the Dragon Kingdom, wreaking havoc. Qin Yu's opportunity to perform had arrived. A global livestream room was opened. In the livestream, the danger level of the Super Beast Balaba was displayed. A level 8 supergiant monster. The monster this time is actually this strong. Even if Ultraman Jalikio and Ultraman Lubu joined forces, they would struggle greatly against a monster of this level. Could it be that Dark Dijiao will make a move? Since Dark Dijiao became the guardian Ultraman of our Dragon Kingdom, although he hasn't fought often, his record is strong: 5 battles, 5 victories, all easily defeating monsters without a single failure. I really look forward to Dark Dijiao and Ultraman Labu joining forces again to eliminate the monster. That scene will surely be spectacular. For them to join forces, the monster would have to be at least level 9, 0, or above. If the danger level doesn't reach 9, it's not worth them acting together. That's true. It's been a long time since we saw Ultraman Nuya in action. I wonder when Ultraman Nuya will display his divine might again. Ultraman Nuya, the god of Ultramen. Is he someone who appears casually? Once he acts, it's always a high-stakes game. That's right. As the audience speculated which Ultraman would intervene, Qin Yu drew the evolved Trust, transforming into a beam of light and soaring toward the location of the assassin Super Beast Baraba. Then, under the expectant gaze of the viewers, a massive golden foot descended from the heavens, stomping directly onto the short sword atop the assassin Super Beast's head. With a thunderous boom, the short sword horn on the assassin Super Beast's head was snapped off by Qin Yu's kick, sparks flying as the broken blade embedded itself into the roof of a nearby skyscraper. Because of that short sword, the building would later become one of the city's iconic landmarks. The horn was a crucial weapon for the assassin Super Beast. It could be controlled telepathically, delivering long-range strikes against enemies. Even Ultraman Z had struggled to withstand it. That's why Qin Yu's first move was to showcase his prowess as a hornbreaker. First, he kicked off the short sword on the assassin Super Beast's head. When the audience in the livestream caught sight of the Ultraman, they were all stunned. Ultraman Noah. It's Ultraman Noah. Is this monster really that powerful? To actually make Ultraman Noah intervene. Any monster that draws Ultraman Noah's action must be extraordinary. This beast probably has some formidable special abilities. Then let's wait and see. Will Ultraman Noah use a domain? If he enters one, we won't be able to watch the battle. Ultraman Noah kicked off the monster's horn as soon as he appeared. So cool. Have you noticed? It seems like Ultraman Noah is particularly keen on severing protruding parts of monsters. Finally, someone noticed. I've noticed too. Any monster with a tail, Noah will cut it off. Any with a horn on its head, he'll break it. Breaking horns, severing tails, cutting off limbs. Ultraman Noah's methods are truly terrifying. The audience engaged in heated discussion in the livestream. After steadying himself, Qin Yu turned back to look at the assassin Super Beast, whose horn had been kicked off. The beast was now clutching its head in agony, howling in pain. Watching the beast leap and thrash, Qin Yu uttered the classic line of the hapless ace. Any living creature when attacked will feel pain, fear, or reveal openings. But super beasts do not experience such sensations. Therefore, when fighting a super beast, one must destroy it with the strongest force in the shortest time, without giving it a chance to catch its breath. Though people couldn't hear Qin Yu's words, the livestream had subtitles. After reading them, all viewers simultaneously typed question marks. After a string of question marks, someone voiced skepticism. Is the super beast Noah mentioned the one in the livestream? If super beasts don't feel pain, then why is this one jumping around clutching its head? Is it dancing? Maybe it's just happy. Nonsense. The monster is clearly in unbearable pain. How can Ultraman Noah say such a thing? Perhaps it's not that super beasts have no pain, but that Ultraman Noah believes they don't. No, it's not that Ultraman Noah thinks they don't feel pain. It's that he simply doesn't care whether they do or not. Too cruel, absolutely brutal, but I love it. Ultraman Noah, go all out and finish off that monster. In the land of the bear, the host of Ultraman Ace, after hearing Qin Yu's words, inexplicably felt a deep sense of agreement. His words make so much sense. The host of Ultraman Ace was a burly, middle-aged man with a thick, bushy beard. He had once fought the assassin Super Beast, and after a hard-won battle defeated it, leaving him with a profound impression of such creatures. On the battlefield, the assassin Super Beast angrily fired a missile at Qin Yu. The missile possessed formidable power enough to challenge even an Ultraman. But facing the attack, Qin Yu casually slapped the missile away, sending it flying. Then his body radiated a blue light. He evolved into the Blue Youth form and channeled energy into the Nexus armor, activating the meta field. The livestream audience, seeing Qin Yu transform into an unprecedented blue form, grew even more excited. Look, Ultraman Noah has turned into a brand new form. First silver, then red, now blue. How many colors does Ultraman Noah have? Is this blue form stronger than the red one? It's possible. Shouldn't be right. Ultraman Noah is already the strongest. If he can become even stronger, what level would that be? Maybe the blue form is comparable to the red, just with a different combat style. Yeah, that guess seems more plausible. Ultraman Noah always manages to surprise us. Too bad. Once he opens the domain, we won't see the rest of the fight. No, Ultraman Noah, don't be so cruel. I want to watch your fight. Please don't activate the domain. Without the domain, the city will be destroyed. It's not my city anyway. Let it be destroyed, doesn't matter to me. Whoa, that's actually a valid point. I'm speechless. Just as the viewers thought they would miss the thrilling battle, something miraculous happened. The livestream screen jumped to the meta field. Previously, the livestream had shown the dark field, which people had thought was an accident. But now it displayed the meta field again. This delighted the audience, as it meant future battles within domains could be enjoyed in full. In the Eagle Nation, several Ultramen from the Eagle Nation gathered again to watch Qin Yu's fight with the assassin Super Beast. Besides the 5 from before, 2 more had joined them. One was a robust, handsome, middle-aged man with flowing blonde hair, and the other was a similarly muscular young man holding two large dumbbells, clearly a fitness enthusiast. These two were the hosts of Ultraman Jonius and Ultraman Titus, respectively. Seeing Qin Yu evolve into the Blue Youth form, the Eagle Nation Ultramen found it extremely troublesome. Seriously, how can Ultraman Noah still have a hidden form? How many forms does he have? Great was the first to complain. Jonius said solemnly, Noah's blue form is very strong. Though I haven't fought him directly, I can sense that in a one-on-one confrontation, it would be difficult for me to defeat his blue form. Mark narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, revealing a sharp, murderous intent. It seems allying with Dark Zagi was indeed the right choice. Without his help, our chances of defeating Ultraman Noah would be slim. Among the various forces behind the public opinion manipulation and slander against Qin Yu, the Eagle Country was the biggest contributor. If not for the intervention of Eagle Country's power, this incident wouldn't have escalated to such a scale. To cooperate with Dark Zagi's plan, Eagle Country even went so far as to deploy all the 500 agents they had cultivated in Dragon Country. Otherwise, the Dragon Country's government wouldn't have been unable to suppress this public opinion. Jonius and Titus were the ones Eagle Country managed to recruit with Dark Zagi's help. Previously, Dark Zagi had Dark Faust kill Beth and Scott. To express sincerity in allying, he specially helped Eagle Country's authorities find these two Ultramen to compensate for the lost power. Although Eagle Country also had the intention to ally with Dark Zagi due to the deaths of Beth and Scott. Actually, they harbored resentment towards Dark Zagi. However, with the addition of Jonius and Titus, the complaints from high-ranking officials of Eagle Country towards Dark Zagi had significantly decreased. After all, Jonius alone could match the power of USA's 3 Ultramen, not to mention Titus, who also had decent combat strength. This wave elevated Eagle Country's power to an unprecedented height. The high-ranking officials of Eagle Country were more than grateful to Dark Zagi. Any trace of resentment had long vanished. In their eyes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Chuck's expression turned serious. I hope this plan succeeds. As long as we eliminate Noah, Eagle Country can rest easy. Even Chuck, one of the USA's 3 Ultramen, didn't see any problem. After all, they were just plastic brotherhood, not the true bond of the USA's 3 Ultramen. Dragon Country, capital city. Is this Ultraman Noah's blue form? So it's true, Ultraman Noah has indeed unlocked a stronger blue form. Yi Yunlong was extremely shocked. Although he already knew about this, seeing it with his own eyes was different from just hearing about it. This made Yi Yunlong even more determined to cling tightly to Qin Yu's coattails. After all the effort, his relationship with Qin Yu had eased a bit. After all the effort, he could finally cooperate with Qin Yu. Although he couldn't order Qin Yu around and had to eagerly help him deal with troubles. But at least he had taken a step closer in his relationship with Qin Yu. As long as he didn't act foolishly or seek death in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about getting beaten up. Mida Domain. The assassin super beast, entering an unfamiliar environment, felt extreme panic. It sprayed powerful flames at Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised an ultra barrier with one hand. Easily blocking the flames, he gathered energy in his other hand and released a small beam in retaliation. Boom, boom. 2 golden beams struck the assassin super beast's abdomen, interrupting its attack. Then Qin Yu vigorously rubbed the ultra barrier he had opened with both hands, shaping it into a thin energy spear. The inspiration for this move came from Blazer the Light Savage. His light spear abilities were versatile, very powerful, making Qin Yu want to try it too. After the spear was formed, Qin Yu held it in a reverse grip and hurled it with all his might towards the assassin super beast. Whooshed! The spear like a javelin cut through the air and shot towards the assassin super beast. This time the assassin super beast had learned its lesson. It raised the iron hook on its left hand and slammed it down. Dong! The spear thrown by Qin Yu was shattered in an instant. After all, it was just a makeshift experimental creation. In the end, it couldn't compare to the power of the original. Dragon Country, Beijing Mecha Base. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong saw Qin Yu once again using the ultra barrier in a novel way. They were dumbfounded. Last time Qin Yu had shattered the ultra barrier and used the pieces as daggers to stab people, which they already found outrageous. They thought that was the ceiling of the ultra barrier. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu had another trick. He shaped the ultra barrier into a spear and threw it to stab people. Is this a move a normal person could conceive? What is his brain made of? Does he truly have no limits? Hai Luo smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems that in the future we can also learn from Qin Yu and develop the ultra barrier. If this defensive technique is used for attack, ordinary enemies will definitely not expect it catching them off guard." Li Lingling and Hai Yong nodded repeatedly, expressing deep agreement. Eagle Country. Good heavens, the ultra barrier can be used like this. Can you guys imagine it? Gray looked at the others present. Among these Eagle Country Ultramen, although Gray's combat power was not the strongest, he had the most skills. Even he hadn't thought that the ultra barrier could be used this way. The others were even less likely. In the future, when we see Ultraman Noah using the Ultra Barrier, we must be damn careful. He uses a defensive skill as an offensive one. Who can stand that? One mistake, and you'll be hit. Howard was forced to curse, mainly because Qin Yu's move was too insidious, impossible to defend against. Who could withstand that? Global livestream room. The audience was also amazed by Qin Yu's slick move. Ultraman Noah rubbed and produced a spear. That's so interesting. It seems that apart from Ultraman Noah, no other Ultraman has done this. Ultraman Noah lives up to his name. He always brings surprises. That barrier, which seems to be a defensive skill, can actually be developed into an offensive attribute by Ultraman Noah. Ultraman Noah is amazing. Maybe in Ultraman Noah's eyes there is no defense. Offense is the best defense. This monster being able to withstand 2 moves from Ultraman Noah is quite impressive. This is not a monster, it's a super beast without pain, don't forget. Right, this thing is a super beast, seems different from ordinary monsters. What's the difference? In Ultraman Noah's hands they're all the same, only destined to be completely annihilated. Mighty domain. Seeing his thrown spear shattered by the assassin super beast, Qin Yu was not at all anxious. He quickly rushed towards the assassin super beast. The assassin super beast swung its right hand, throwing the meteor hammer from its right hand to attack Qin Yu. Qin Yu had long known that the assassin super beast had such a move. He continued charging forward slightly, tilting his body to dodge the meteor hammer's attack, then grabbed the chain of the meteor hammer with one hand followed by both hands. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he swung the assassin super beast like a meteor hammer. Because the power of the blue youth form was overwhelmingly strong, the assassin super beast couldn't withstand it at all. Its body began to move uncontrollably. Thud. It slammed into the ground once. Thud. Another time. Thud. 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 Qin Yu showed no mercy, brutally abusing the assassin super beast, swinging it and smashing it into the ground over a dozen times. The assassin super beast was dizzy and almost vomiting. It was worse than Loki being slammed by the Hulk. Until the final blow. Boom. After being slammed heavily onto the ground, the assassin super beast could no longer stand up. It lay on the ground writhing. Global livestream. Seeing the assassin super beast being beaten by Qin Yu, the audience couldn't help but sympathize with the assassin super beast. Good heavens, this super beast better not have a sense of pain. If it does, it must be suffering a fate worse than death. Look at the monster writhing on the ground. Does it seem like it's without pain? It's probably an excruciating pain, right? Although I know I somehow feel a bit sorry for the monster. What's going on? So tragic, this monster is absolutely tragic. I offer my sincere condolences. No wonder Ultraman Noah is Ultraman Noah. His strikes are ruthless. Could it be that Ultraman Noah's brutality is related to his color? How come the more Noah's color changes, the more brutal his fighting style becomes? Wow, that's a blind spot. You've pointed it out, Watson. Noah finished the monster in one go. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Too tragic. These monsters should pray that they never face Ultraman Noah, or else they'll truly suffer a fate worse than death. In the mega field, Qin Yu released his grip on the chain. He placed his right hand on his chest. Nexus Armor deployed a golden bow. Then he made a drawing motion toward the assassin super beast before him. Multicolored energy continuously gathered, forming a rainbow arrow of light. As the assassin super beast attempted to rise, Qin Yu released his left hand. The rainbow energy arrow shot toward the beast, its formidable power raging fiercely. As it advanced, it seemed to tear space itself apart. The assassin super beast took the attack head-on, its body instantly turning ethereal. It dissolved into particles of light and vanished. The assassin super beast was no more. A monster that could have pushed Zeta into a fierce struggle was so easily handled by Qin Yu. After the battle, the audience cheered for Qin Yu. He dismissed the mega field and returned to the city. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the viewers, he made a move that no one expected. He crossed his arms before his chest, released energy, and detransformed. Nexus's body swiftly faded and disappeared. The livestream's camera rapidly zoomed in. Amidst the ruins at the very spot where Ultraman Nexus had stood, Qin Yu remained in the same pose as when Nexus vanished, standing there quietly. In the global livestream, the viewers who witnessed this scene all went wild. Is that person the host of Ultraman Noah? Oh my god, what am I seeing? I actually saw Ultraman Noah's host. So young. Ultraman Noah's host is such a young man. Wait, why does Noah's host look a bit familiar to me? That person, isn't that Qin Yu? Who is Qin Yu? Yes. It's him. The ex-boyfriend of female star Su Ting, Qin Yu, and the one who personally killed Su Ting. Wait, female star Su Ting's ex-boyfriend is Ultraman Noah, and Noah personally killed her. What kind of crazy plot is this? Was female star Su Ting killed by Ultraman Noah? Why would Ultraman Noah kill female star Su Ting? Their styles don't match at all. Could it be that female star Su Ting was actually a monster, not human, so Noah killed her? Wow, that's actually possible. If that's the case, then I think Noah did the right thing by killing her. I'm sorry, I admit I was too loud before. I cursed Qin Yu online. I apologize for my previous words and actions. Ultraman Noah, please don't kill me. I didn't know. What is going on here? Wait, who are you talking about? Brothers from the Dragon Kingdom, can you explain? Why does it seem like you all know Ultraman Noah's host? Is he some famous person? Am I out of the loop? It feels like everyone knows Noah's host except me. The audience engaged in heated discussion, and the hype suddenly exploded. Almost everyone online was discussing the matter. Those celebrities or influencers who had claimed to be Su Ting's friends and had stepped forward to criticize Qin Yu. All released videos to clarify, stating that they were not close to Su Ting, didn't even know anyone named Su Ting, and that their previous criticism of Qin Yu was just a misunderstanding. They hoped Qin Yu would be magnanimous and not hold grudges. They even began to say that they had long suspected Su Ting was not a good person. That Qin Yu killed Su Ting was an act of divine justice, ridding the people of a pest. The speed of their about-face left netizens in the dust. In the Eagle Country, seeing Qin Yu reveal his identity, the Eagle Country Ultraman and Mark were not surprised at all, as if they had anticipated it. Chuck said, Ultraman Noah has indeed revealed his identity. With this, Zaki's plan can proceed to the next step. Eric showed a sinister smile. The time to hunt Ultraman Noah is coming. Everyone prepare. When the time comes, whoever seizes Noah's power keeps it. Titus, while lifting dumbbells, said, I'm not interested in Noah's power, but I am very interested in fighting him. His strength is immense, he's an interesting opponent. Jonias saw that the other Ultramen seemed to have already taken Qin Yu for granted. Couldn't help but warn. Everyone, let me remind you, don't think that just because we're allied with Zaki you can be careless. Ultraman Noah is not a simple character. Even if we have united over 10 Ultramen, this battle could still be extremely brutal. Don't take it lightly. Mark finally managed to interject. Right, Jonias is right. Moreover, Zaki is not a fully trustworthy partner. When we kill Noah, he might cause trouble. You need to watch out not only for Noah, but also for Zaki. Understood. Thinking of the mysterious and treacherous Zaki, everyone dared not be careless. As strong as Qin Yu's Ultraman Nexus was, it was strength displayed, openly visible to all. However, Dark Zaki's cunning and power had yet to be experienced by many. He was a venomous snake, patient and unprovoked, ready to strike at any moment. In the Dragon Kingdom capital city, Yi Yunlong watched the video of the spirited Qin Yu. He murmured under his breath, I hope nothing else happens from now on. If anyone wished for this matter to be settled as soon as possible, it was definitely Yi Yunlong. He was even more anxious than Qin Yu because he had to be constantly on edge, praying that no one would be foolish enough to provoke Qin Yu. If they angered Qin Yu, he would go on a killing spree, attacking indiscriminately, without distinguishing friend from foe. That would be a truly terrifying disaster. As the nominal strongest Ultraman in the world, Qin Yu's power was so great that no one could stop him. He was 1000% unwilling to confront Qin Yu. Qin Yu's face lingered on the live stream for a full minute before the broadcast ended. However, even after the stream closed, the online discussions about it showed no sign of abating. On the contrary, the fervor escalated, even spreading abroad. In an instant, the entire world became aware of what had transpired with Qin Yu. Qin Yu's phone was inundated with calls. Everyone who knew him was dialing his number, seeking confirmation that the person who appeared in the final moments of the live stream was indeed him. A previous expose posted by the Eagle Country was also dug up. After cross-referencing, some people discovered that the content of that expose was strikingly similar to Qin Yu's experiences. This was the final nail in the coffin. There was no doubt now. Qin Yu was the host of Ultraman Noah, and that was that. Fans of Ultraman Noah began rallying online in defense of Qin Yu. They argued that if Qin Yu had killed Su Ting, then Su Ting must have deserved it. Qin Yu could not possibly be at fault. Most netizens, ever the weathercocks, quickly switched sides upon realizing that Qin Yu was a formidable figure they couldn't afford to offend. They groveled before Qin Yu online. His public perception underwent a dramatic reversal. No one dared to criticize him anymore, fearing that angering him would result in being crushed underfoot by Ultraman Noah. However, amid all this chaos, neither Qin Yu nor the authorities responded immediately. To achieve a truly effective outcome, one had to let the dust settle. It wasn't until evening, after a long delay, that the authorities stepped in to clarify matters on Qin Yu's behalf. They issued an official announcement informing the public. Su Ting was a dark Ultraman manipulated by others to aid hostile forces against the host of Ultraman Noah, Qin Yu, and was ultimately slain by him. The truth was laid bare, and the world was stunned. I deserve to die. I actually cursed at the host of Ultraman Noah. I'm not even human. The actress Su Ting was actually an Ultraman. Su Ting had it coming. She had the power of an Ultraman, yet instead of protecting the Long Country and its people, she used that power against Ultraman Noah. If she didn't die, who would? Ultraman Noah did the right thing. For such a person, there should be no mercy. Kill her outright and be done with it. Ultraman Noah, no Qin Yu. Whatever you do, we support you. Ultraman Noah, I want to invite you to endorse our company's products. Name your price for the endorsement fee. Qin Yu, everything you do is right. I'm your fan, and I'll always support you. Most people believed Qin Yu's actions were justified and supported him, but there were also those who knew nothing and played the role of the impartial observer. They were completely ignorant of the situation and spouted remarks that made one's blood boil. You're wrong. Su Ting was after all a citizen of the Long Country. Even if she made a mistake, why couldn't she be given a chance to serve the Long Country? Exactly. No matter what, Su Ting was our Long Country's Ultraman. This action weakens our nation's strength, and yet you support Qin Yu. Are you even citizens of the Long Country? If you ask me, Qin Yu's actions are unforgivable. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the power of Ultraman Noah. He should be put on trial. He should be punished by everyone. The power of Ultraman Noah is too great, it shouldn't be held by someone like Qin Yu. It should be handed over to the authorities to find a suitable wielder. And against these people, Qin Yu's supporters naturally did not hold back. Damn it. The power of Ultraman Noah is strongest only in Qin Yu's hands. Give a chance. Su Ting was about to kill Qin Yu, and you talk about a chance. Qin Yu did the right thing. He should have killed Su Ting. Ultraman Noah is always right. I support him no matter what. Only Su Ting is allowed to kill Noah, but Noah can't kill Su Ting. What kind of twisted logic is that? Do the people who say that even have a brain? Come on, those who think Qin Yu is wrong, step forward. I'll stab you twice first. If you can graciously forgive me, then we can talk about the rest. With the help of fans and supporters, the negative remarks about Qin Yu were quickly suppressed. The authorities also played a significant role in this. Many of those supporting Qin Yu were actually bots operated by the authorities. Without their involvement, the public opinion would not have turned around so swiftly. Before long, 2 days had passed. The netizens' enthusiasm had not waned, instead it grew even stronger. Even the past injustices that Qin Yu had suffered were dug up. People learned that Qin Yu was supposed to become a top-tier mecha pilot, but due to suppression, he was disheartened and abandoned his dream. Many netizens expressed indignation at Qin Yu's plight. In their eyes, he was someone who had once burned with passion to protect the world only to have his dreams stripped away. Ultimately, he became disillusioned with the Long Country, trusted no one, and could only protect the Long Country and humanity in his own way. Judging from his past actions, it did seem to be the case. The netizens felt even more pity for Qin Yu. Some even came close to attacking the authorities, but fortunately the higher-ups issued a timely announcement. They informed the public that the culprits who had maliciously suppressed Qin Yu had long since been punished. Only then did the netizens relent. Qin Yu finally had his name cleared. He no longer had to be labeled a scumbag, nor worry about being pelted with rotten eggs and vegetable leaves on the street. However, he could no longer appear directly in the public eye. Given the popularity of Ultraman Noah, if he dared to show his face on the street, he would likely be mobbed by a crowd. Qin Yu was not Jin Jingwu. He lacked Jin Jingwu's flamboyance. He disliked that kind of atmosphere. So during this time, he went nowhere, spending most of his time at the SSS-Mech base. He trained Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong. The three still could not merge into Grub, which disappointed Qin Yu, who was eager to see Ultraman Grub. He finally could not hold back any longer and decided to take matters into his own hands. He wanted to see if under his guidance Li Lingling and the other two could improve their synergy and merge into Grub sooner. The training plan he devised left people dumbfounded and scratching their heads. Most of it consisted of trivial games like the three-legged race, Dance Dance Revolution for 3, and Pictionary. If the plan had been proposed by anyone other than Qin Yu, Li Lingling and the other two would have definitely thought it was nonsense. Is this training? It's clearly just a company team-building activity. But since it was Qin Yu's plan, the three dared not object. They could only assume that Qin Yu was unfathomably profound and must have his reasons. After 2 days of training, almost imperceptibly, the three had indeed developed a strong synergy. Qin Yu felt as if he could already see the prototype of Grub. At noon, after finishing the morning training, Qin Yu left the SSS-Mech base to find food on his own, allowing Li Lingling and the others free time. Having learned from the lessons of his predecessors, Qin Yu was wary of being poisoned. Hence he never ate or drank anything from the base. Li Lingling and the other two collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, to rest. Although most of the training exercises were just small games, playing them seriously was also exhausting. Shortly after Qin Yu left, a message reached the SSS-Mech base. In the northern city of Haicheng, a strange monster had appeared. The danger level exceeded 9.0. Such a powerful monster was extremely rare. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong dared not slack off. They immediately transformed into Jalikio Ultraman and Luobu Ultraman and rushed to Haicheng. Originally, Director Li had also called Qin Yu, but Qin Yu's phone was switched off, and he didn't receive it. Recently, in order to avoid harassment, Qin Yu's phone was mostly turned off, and few people could reach him. With no other choice, he could only let Li Lingling and the other two go first to stop the monster's actions. In Haicheng, the Ultraman forms of Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong appeared in the city. A bizarre monster with 2 horns on its head and 2 special glowing organs on its chest appeared before them. The monster kept making strange grating sounds that made one feel irritable. If Qin Yu were here, he would recognize it at a glance. The monster now before them was the space dinosaur Jidoon. It was a boss-level monster that appeared in the original Ultraman series. The space dinosaur possessed extremely strong individual combat power. It had killed Ultraman single-handedly many times in the Ultraman world with a verifiable track record. However, Li Lingling and her companions, being young and fearless, were not intimidated. They did not know the space dinosaur's strength and were not afraid at all. I'll go first, Sister Lingling. Find an opportunity later to release a light beam and attack the monster's weak point. After saying that, Luobu Ultraman charged at the space dinosaur with a Luobu light wheel in hand, striking with full force. The space dinosaur immediately activated the Jidoon barrier. Translucent energy barriers appeared around its body, blocking Luobu Ultraman's attack. Boom! The Luobu light wheel struck the Jidoon barrier. Sparks flew, but it failed to cause any damage to the barrier. Can't break it. Such a tough barrier. This was the first time they had encountered a monster with barrier ability. They were extremely shocked. Just as Luobu Ultraman was still reacting, the space dinosaur withdrew its barrier and slapped Luobu Ultraman. Boom! Luobu Ultraman was knocked down by the slap. Not good. As the space dinosaur was about to attack Luobu Ultraman again, Li Lingling, quick-witted and swift, released a small cutting light beam to attack the space dinosaur and stop its action. As everyone knows, the space dinosaur's signature skill was to reflect Ultraman's light beams. However, for this kind of small skill beam, the space dinosaur before them was too lazy to reflect it. It simply teleported, vanishing from its original spot and appearing behind Li Lingling, then raised its large hand. It slapped Li Lingling on the back. Boom! The immense power was irresistible, and Li Lingling was also knocked down by the space dinosaur. In the global live broadcast room, the audience was seeing such a terrifying monster with both barrier and teleportation abilities for the first time. They were all shocked by the powerful combat capability of the space dinosaur Jidoon. What a strong monster! This monster has teleportation and barrier protection. It's definitely not an ordinary monster. Nonsense, could an ordinary monster be this strong? I think Jalicio and Luobu Ultraman are probably no match for this monster. At this moment, it's up to Nuya Ultraman to step in. Don't be too pessimistic, everyone. The battle has just begun. How can you conclude that Jalicio and Luobu Ultraman cannot defeat this monster? I would rather see Nuya Ultraman step in and instantly kill this monster, showing his power to the world. Jalicio and Luobu Ultraman can only clear some minor enemies. For a truly powerful super monster, we have to rely on Nuya Ultraman's performance. This monster can teleport. Facing such a powerful monster, even Nuya Ultraman might not necessarily win, right? Maybe the abilities this monster has shown so far are not all, but it might have stronger abilities it hasn't used yet. Look, the monster's danger level has increased. It was just 9. 0, now it's 9. 5. Oh my god. This monster didn't reveal its full power from the start. Its danger level might even exceed 10. 0. What kind of monster is this, so incredibly overpowered? They're done for. Jalicio Ultraman and the others are in danger. Nuya Ultraman, come save them quickly, they're about to be finished. The monster's danger level was not fixed. The technical personnel would update it in real time based on the monster's performance and energy fluctuations. In just 2 rounds of combat, the space dinosaur's danger level was about to approach the maximum of 10. 0. This shocked the audience greatly. In the past, many people would probably have despaired, but now it was different. With Qin Yu transformed into Nikizz Ultraman, it seemed that no matter how powerful the monster, it was no match. The audience was full of confidence in Qin Yu's strength, and not only were they not afraid. On the contrary, they were looking forward to seeing Qin Yu's brilliant performance. In Ingwa, in a secret underground base, the original Ultraman's human host was watching the live broadcast together with the Jekka Ultraman's human host. The original Ultraman's human host was a young man in his 20s, very ordinary looking, the kind that would be completely unnoticed in a crowd. The Jekka Ultraman's human host was 9 meters tall, with flowing long hair and handsome features, a standard handsome face. Seeing the space dinosaur easily knock down Jalicio Ultraman and Luobu Ultraman, the original's host trembled inexplicably. I don't know why, but seeing this monster fills me with an inexplicable fear. Is it my imagination? Jack's host looked at the original's faintly panicked expression and said teasingly, although this monster is very powerful, it shouldn't be so frightening that one look makes you terrified, right? The original suppressed his fear and pretended to be calm. I don't know why either. I clearly don't know this monster, it's just strange. Jack saw that the original didn't seem to be faking, so he changed the subject to divert his attention. By the way, if the 2 of us teamed up to deal with this monster, would we be beaten as badly as Jalicio and Lu? The original thought for a moment and smiled. Our strength at least is a bit stronger than Jalicio and Luobu, right? Even if this monster can teleport and has a powerful barrier, we should still be able to handle it, just a bit more trouble. Jack replied confidently, that's right. The 2 of us together are an invincible combination. Even Nuya Ultraman cannot be our match. With Jack's encouragement, the original's fear vanished, completely replaced by confidence in their duo combination. Eagle Country. 7 Ultramen from Eagle Country gathered again to watch the live broadcast. Although the cosmic dinosaur had already displayed formidable power, but Pa-Wait remained skeptical. Is this monster called the cosmic dinosaur Zeton that Zaki brought reliable? Does it really have the power to kill an Ultraman? Kaineyasi said, perhaps it's unlikely to kill an Ultraman of Noah's or my caliber, but defeating small fries like Labu and Jalikio should be no problem. Even if we can't kill Labu and Jalikio, it doesn't matter. As long as we can severely injure them, our next plan can be smoothly implemented. Alike's expression was excited, as if he could already see the scene of Qin Yu's transformed Ultraman Nexus falling. Taitasi made a muscle-flexing gesture. I really want to try fighting this monster. Its barrier is quite powerful. I wonder if my strength can break it. The others didn't respond. They just looked at Taitasi's muscle-flexing pose with disdainful expressions. You're so fond of showing off muscles and working out. Being an Ultraman is a waste of your talent. You should be a fitness coach. Long Country, a certain city. Qin Yu sat by the roadside eating the snacks he had just bought, holding his phone to watch the live broadcast. Seeing Jalikio and Labu successively knocked down by the cosmic dinosaur on the screen, Qin Yu complained, actually releasing beams when fighting Zeton. You are really asking for death. Fortunately, it wasn't a finishing beam. If it were, Li Lingling might have been gone just now. As everyone knows, when fighting against the cosmic dinosaur Zeton, you must never release beams. This is a lesson the original Ultraman learned with his life. Li Lingling, however, attacked Zeton with beams right from the start. She was simply courting death. After finishing his complaint, Qin Yu suddenly smiled. With Zeton's strength, it should be able to stimulate your potential and make you combine into Jelluobo. In order to see Jelluobo, Qin Yu made a secret resolution before the 3 of them were completely defeated. He would absolutely not intervene. He must completely force out their potential. Long Country Haching. After the cosmic dinosaur knocked down Li Lingling, it continuously stomped on her, treading on her until she was unable to resist. She could only raise her hands to protect her head. Labu stood up. Seeing Li Lingling so brutally beaten by the cosmic dinosaur, he immediately couldn't hold back. Stop it! Labu imitated Qin Yu's previous move, leaped forcefully, extended his right foot, and delivered a powerful flying kick toward the cosmic dinosaur. Thump! The cosmic dinosaur's head was hit, and it tilted sideways, crashing into a building and collapsing it. Explosive flames instantly burst out. Thick black smoke drifted into the sky. If Xiang Yuanlong saw this scene, he would probably be furious again. Then Labu quickly helped Li Lingling up. Sister Lingling, are you okay? I'm fine. Though she said fine, in reality Li Lingling could barely stand steady. How powerful was the cosmic dinosaur Zeton? The previous attack had made her somewhat overwhelmed. The cosmic dinosaur that had been kicked down quickly got up. I've roamed the universe. When have I ever been bullied like this? In anger, it unceremoniously released Zeton's destruction beam toward the 2. A powerful wave-like beam shot rapidly toward the 2. Jalikio barrier. Li Lingling, quick-eyed and nimble, quickly raised her strongest ultra barrier to block the attack. Zeton's destruction beam struck the Jalikio barrier. Boom. After a loud explosion, the Jalikio barrier was actually shattered by Zeton's destruction beam. Fortunately, Labu had reacted by then. He quickly raised his rob wheel and released a wheel barrier to continue blocking Zeton's destruction beam. However, even the Zeton destruction beam that had been weakened once by the Jalikio barrier still possessed terrifying power. After a stalemate of 1 or 2 seconds, the wheel barrier was broken. The Zeton destruction beam struck Li Lingling and Ultraman Labu. Rumble. A powerful energy explosion occurred. Li Lingling and Ultraman Labu were blasted away by the Zeton destruction beam. A large surrounding area was leveled by the force of the Zeton destruction beam's explosion. It turned into ruins. Flames burned everywhere in the city. People fled in panic. The entire city was like an apocalyptic scene. Li Lingling and Ultraman Labu lay on the ground in agony. The energy indicators on their chests kept flashing. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sound was particularly piercing. Global live broadcast room. When the viewers saw Li Lingling and Ultraman Labu defeated, they couldn't bear it. Don't continue fighting Ultraman Jalikio. Ultraman Labu, run away. If you keep fighting, you'll die. Where is Ultraman Noah? Ultraman Noah, where are you? Shouldn't you come out to save Jalikio and Labu at this moment? Noah, make a move quickly. It's time for your show. Ultraman Noah, if you don't come, Jalikio and Labu will be done for. Ultraman Noah, you can make your entrance now. Don't drag it out anymore. Ultraman Jalikio, Ultraman Labu, you must hold on. You must persist until Ultraman Noah appears. It's too tragic. I can't bear to watch. Most viewers were calling for Qin Yu, hoping he would make a move as soon as possible to take down Zeton. Only a few viewers sympathized with Li Lingling, and the other 2 feeling heartache over their miserable state. Eagle Country. Seeing Jalikio and Labu flashing their lights, Galay was very happy and excited. It looks like this round is solid. Jalikio and Ultraman Labu are no match for Zeton. Next on the long countryside, either Ultraman Noah will act and get his power drained, or Ultraman Tiga will come and be trampled by Zetan together with Jalikio and the others. Jake, who was usually more rational, was not as happy as Galay. On the contrary, through Zetan, he developed a deep awe and fear of Zaki. The monster Zaki Brat is too ferocious. Truly a terrifying fellow. Kainiasi squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of killing intent. After we deal with Noah, Zaki will be our next enemy that must be eliminated. Although he had become a member of the Eagle Country official team through Zaki's mediation, in reality, he had no good feelings toward Dark Zaki at all. This had been clearly evident since the last time they teamed up with Dark Mephisto to fight Qin Yu. Zaki was insidious, cunning, and unfathomable. Any normal person would not like him. Moreover, if Noah, Zaki, and Dark Mephisto were gone, Kainiasi would be the strongest Ultraman in this world. Long Country. Qin Yu saw the situation of Li Lingling and the other two being beaten and flashing their lights. Seeing them beaten so badly, yet still showing no signs of fusing into Geluobu, Qin Yu decided to give them a little push. He closed his eyes and used his ultra telepathy to communicate with the three. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, Hai Yong, can you hear me? The three, already severely injured, lay on the ground, unable to get up. Hearing Qin Yu's voice, they immediately asked for his help. Qin Yu, come quickly. This monster is too strong. We are no match for him. Only you can defeat him. No, this time I will not intervene. You must rely on your own strength to overcome him. Qin Yu's tone was very resolute. What? You're not coming. But Qin Yu, this monster is too strong, we can't defeat it. If you don't come, this city will be doomed. The people in the city will be finished too. You can't stand by and watch them die. Li Lingling replied in a panic. This monster is called the Cosmic Dinosaur Jeduin. It is indeed powerful, but you are not incapable of defeating it. Believe in your own abilities. If you can merge into Grob Ultraman, you can win. Whether Grob Ultraman could defeat the Cosmic Dinosaur Jeduin was uncertain. To be honest, even Qin Yu didn't know. After all, the two had never truly fought in Ultraman's official history. It was hard to say who was stronger. But in terms of combat prowess, Grob was definitely capable of defeating the Cosmic Dinosaur. Merge into Grob. But we can't do it yet. We can't, Qin Yu. At a time like this, stop joking. I'm not joking. With your chemistry and your strength, you are already capable of merging into Grob. The reason you haven't done it yet is that you don't believe in yourselves. If you can truly believe in your own ability, believe in your comrades, then you can do it. I know you better than you know yourselves. You can definitely do it. Of course, this was just to encourage Li Lingling and the others. He had no idea what conditions were required to merge into Grob Ultraman. Friendship bonds and such things were all very idealistic. He was just trying to see if his encouragement could work. To ignite the idealistic nature of the Ultraman. If it worked, that would be truly remarkable. After hearing Qin Yu's inspiring words, Li Lingling, Heiluo, and Haiyong asked themselves from the depths of their hearts, Can we do it? Can we merge into Grob Ultraman and defeat such a powerful monster? As long as we believe in ourselves and our comrades, we can merge into Grob. Yes, believe in yourselves and your comrades. Having come this far, we have grown so much. We are no longer who we used to be. Now we can do it. Encouraged by Qin Yu's words, Li Lingling and Grob Ultraman managed to stand up. The energy indicator on their chests was still flashing. They approached each other. Li Lingling said excitedly, Grob Ultraman, Heiluo, Haiyong, lend me your power. This time we will defeat this monster with our own strength. We will prove to the whole world that we can. All right. Heiluo and Haiyong replied in unison. Grob Ultraman seemed to sense something and extended both hands toward Li Lingling. She gently grasped Rob's hands. At that moment, with the support of idealistic bonds, the three of them finally achieved complete unity of mind. A dazzling radiance of multicolored light burst forth. The bodies of Grigio Ultraman and Grob Ultraman turned into orbs of light and began to merge. In the global live stream, the audience was stunned by the sight of Grigio and Grob, unable to comprehend what was happening. What's going on? What are Grigio and Grob trying to do? Do they have some secret trump card? Maybe they're about to unleash some kind of martial soul fusion technique. This looks like a big deal. I have inside information. I heard that Grigio and Grob can actually fuse again, evolving into a more powerful form. Maybe that's what's happening now. No way. Rosso and Blue already fused once. If they fuse again, they're just stacking layers upon layers. Could they fuse with 4 Ultramen and end up as some kind of little Calabash hero? Stop joking. I think it's probably some powerful finishing move. I agree, it must be a finishing move. Maybe it really is a fusion. Could this be the debut of Broly? If it's a real fusion, it should be Grob, not Broly. 3 Ultramen merging into one. Could this give birth to a new Ultraman powerful enough to threaten Noah's status as the god of Ultramen? Even if they're stronger than Noah after merging, it's a victory by unfair means. Anyway, as long as they can defeat this monster, that's all that matters. The audience chattered, but their attention was fixed on the live stream, expecting a miracle. Qin Yu put down his food. He watched the screen intently. Seeing the changes in Li Lingling and Rob Ultraman, Qin Yu smiled confidently. This is a sure thing. It seems Grob Ultraman is about to appear. Let me witness the power of your family bonds, Grob Ultraman. Qin Yu was very much looking forward to Grob Ultraman's performance. After all, he was an ultimate-level Ultraman with extraordinary combat power. In the Eagle Sauce country, Jake frowned. Trouble. Could the news from the Dragon country be true? Can Grigio and the other two Ultramen really merge into one, Grob Ultraman? Qin Yu had once told Yi Yunlong and others about Grob's existence. After returning, they reported it to the high-ranking officials of the Dragon country. Once the news spread, it inevitably reached the Eagle Sauce country. But they had never taken it seriously before. They believed it was impossible for the three to merge into Grob. After all, making two brothers perfectly synchronized and united in mind was relatively simple. But as for Li Lingling, she had only recently met the brothers Hai Luo and Hai Yong. They had only experienced a few battles together. To accumulate enough chemistry to merge into Grob Ultraman would take an eternity. It posed no threat at all. Little did they know Grigio Rosso and Blue Ultraman had the advantage of Ultraman bond buffs. The time needed for them to build chemistry was far shorter than imagined. Galay said worriedly, if they can really merge into Grob Ultraman, we'll be in trouble. According to Qin Yu, Grob's strength is at least comparable to Noah Ultraman's red form, a formidable enemy not to be underestimated. Kainiasi, however, remained unfazed, maintaining his composure as a strong warrior. Let's wait and see. We still don't know Grob's true strength. We can't jump to conclusions. Maybe Grob isn't as powerful as we think. Right, Rob Ultraman wasn't all that impressive. Even if they add a healer, I doubt it'll make much difference. Maybe just make them tougher to beat. It's not like they can turn the world upside down. Alike strongly agreed with Kainiasi. Until they witnessed it with their own eyes, they refused to believe Grob Ultraman could be that strong. Long Kingdom, Northern River City. Are they going to merge into Jeluobo? Director Li's eyes burned with barely concealed excitement and fervor. The existence of Jeluobo Ultraman had always been something he eagerly anticipated. After all, this was an Ultraman Qin Yu himself had personally recognized as possessing extraordinary combat power. It could even rival the Nexus that Qin Yu transformed into. For now, the Long Kingdom was sorely lacking such high-end combat strength. If Jeluobo Ultraman were to appear, then the Long Kingdom's might would be greatly enhanced. Lingling, keep it up. You have to become Jeluobo and defeat that monster. Come on, come on. Director Li watched, praying silently for Li Lingling and the other two, hoping they would successfully transform into Jeluobo Ultraman. Long Kingdom, Black City. The space dinosaur saw Li Lingling and Luobu Ultraman turn into light and merge. Naturally, it would not just stand by. It placed its hands over its chest, gathered energy, and unleashed its signature ultimate move at the two, the 1 trillion degree fireball. Boom. A blazing ball of fire like a miniature sun flew toward the multicolored radiance. Wherever it passed, the windows of surrounding buildings shattered from the intense heat. After all, these residential windows were ordinary glass, far inferior to the scientific special forces windows that could withstand a 1 trillion degree fireball unscathed. Just as the fireball was about to strike, the multicolored light burst forth with unprecedented ferocity, halting the 1 trillion degree fireball in midair. The fireball floated motionless in the air. Within the light, an Ultraman never seen before materialized, shocking the world. This Ultraman wore a crown of red, orange, and blue on his head. His simple yet profound body patterns exuded a hint of mystery. Surrounded by a halo of multicolored sacred light, he appeared like an angel descending from the heavens, bringing hope to the people. Jeluobu Ultraman had finally arrived. At this moment, Jeluobu was dominated by Li Lingling's consciousness, with Hai Luo and Hai Yong's minds as supplements. Hence his movements were slightly more feminine. His figure was also softer than the original Jeluobu's, with fewer muscle lines. This change, however, made his form more delicate and aesthetically pleasing. After appearing, Jeluobu raised his left hand and made a gentle pushing motion toward the 1 trillion degree fireball released by the space dinosaur. Boom. Invisible force surged forth, and the 1 trillion degree fireball was effortlessly pushed back by Jeluobu, traveling even faster than when it was launched. Whooshed. Even the space dinosaur dared not withstand its own ultimate move. Seeing this, it instantly teleported away. The fireball missed and flew onward. If left unchecked, it would explode in the city, causing devastation greater than a nuclear blast. Jeluobu could not just stand by. Jeluobu's body erupted with multicolored light, and with incomprehensible speed, he caught up to the 1 trillion degree fireball. He kicked it with immense force. The fireball did not explode, but was sent hurtling into the sky, detonating high above. Boom, rumble. Fierce, brutal flames blanketed the city's sky. At that moment, the entire Black City was bathed in the fiery glow of the explosion. People dared not imagine what tragedy would have occurred if the fireball had detonated within the city. The entire Black City would have been leveled to the ground. But it was not over. After kicking away the fireball, Jelluobo Ultraman raised the Luobu light wheel in his hand and slashed fiercely behind him. The scene shifted rapidly with his motion. Only then did people realize that the space dinosaur had somehow teleported behind Jelluobu, attempting another sneak attack. Jelluobu had anticipated the space dinosaur's move. Bang! The Luobu light wheel struck the space dinosaur, cleaving the glowing organ on its left chest. The space dinosaur staggered back, staring at Jelluobu in disbelief. It could not understand why two Ultramen merging could increase their combat power so dramatically. In the global live stream, the Long Kingdom's audience erupted in collective ecstasy. So cool. Both powerful and handsome. Is this the strength of Jelluobu Ultraman? Finally, a new Ultraman that can threaten the status of Nuya Ultraman. He is Jelluobu Ultraman. 3 Ultramen merging into one can boost power this much. Terrifying. Jelluobu Ultraman, if you raise your banner, we will support you as the new god of Ultramen. Why can't it be called Buloli? I object. Jelluobu Ultraman is too amazing. He can even predict teleportation. The move where he kicked the fireball was so cool. Screenshot for keepsake. This monster is no match for Jelluobu Ultraman at all. Invincible. Jelluobu Ultraman is invincible. Our Long Kingdom has Jelluobu Ultraman on the left and Nuya Ultraman on the right. With these two great gods, we are unbeatable. Conversely, netizens from other countries were extremely sour. What's so great about Jelluobu? Our Man Ultraman First Generation and Jack Ultraman are also very strong. Our Eagle country has so many Ultramen that you Long Kingdom can't even compare. No matter how strong Jelluobu is, he can't be stronger than our dismembering fiend AC Ultraman. One slicing beam, and even your Jelluobu would be cut in two. Maybe he's just a facade. Looks impressive, but actually nothing special. Stop bragging until Jelluobu actually defeats the monster. He hasn't won yet, so why the hype? Yeah, if you pop the champagne too early and then lose, you'll be crying. What are you crowing about? So what if 3 Ultramen merged into a new super strong one? I'm not envious at all. Really not at all. Not envious. User above, you're actually really envious, right? Ugh, I'm broken. Is it too late to become a Long Kingdom citizen now? First Nuya Ultraman, then Jelluobu Ultraman. Although the Long Kingdom doesn't have many Ultramen, they all seem incredibly strong. So frightening. Over at Qin Yu's side, after seeing Jelluobu appear, he finally revealed a gratified smile. Jelluobu Ultraman, you have finally appeared. Let me witness what level an Ultimate Ultraman can truly reach. Now that he had formed a cooperative relationship with the Long Kingdom, he felt it would be inappropriate to act. Otherwise, he would have already transformed into Nexus's Blue Youth form and rushed to Black City to fight Jelluobu. Long Kingdom capital city. This is Jelluobu Ultraman. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Jelluobu Ultraman, you have finally appeared. This is the glory of our Long Kingdom, the true strongest Ultraman belonging to our Long Kingdom. Although it was still unknown whether Jelluobu's strength surpassed Qin Yu's, Yunlong had already begun to regard Jelluobu as the strongest Ultraman. After all, Jelluobu was truly one of their own, while Qin Yu was merely a partner in a mutually beneficial relationship. He hoped Jelluobu's power could suppress Qin Yu. Dragon Country Hay City. Grabus gazed at the cosmic dinosaur Zeton before him. At this very moment, Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong inside Grabus's body were equally shaken. Even they hadn't expected it. The Grabus formed by the fusion of 3 Ultras was so overwhelmingly powerful. Its combat strength exceeded that of Ultraman Robus by several times over. Strike with all our might. Eliminate this monster. This debut of ours as Grabus Ultraman must show everyone the true strength of Grabus. The 3 spoke in unison. 3 voices merged seamlessly. Not a single deviation. An understanding beyond words. Golden light erupted from Grabus's body as it charged toward the cosmic dinosaur. The cosmic dinosaur unleashed its ultimate destruction beam to strike Grabus. Grabus held up the Raso blade in its hands to block the attack. It fought through the barrage and surged forward until it stood before the cosmic dinosaur. Its left fist blazed with golden radiance, smashing into the cosmic dinosaur's face. Boom! The beast was pummeled backward by that single blow. It crashed into a sea of ruins. The refugees in the city witnessed this scene and, fueled with adrenaline, began cheering wildly for Grabus. Grabus waved to acknowledge the citizens' cries of support. Then it launched another assault on the cosmic dinosaur. Armed with the lessons learned previously, the cosmic dinosaur rose. It immediately stood to its feet and deployed the Zeton barrier, a 360-degree defensive dome. Grabus's Raso blade slashed against the barrier, sending sheets of fire bursting outward. Even though their power had been significantly enhanced, their strikes still proved insufficient against the cosmic dinosaur's Zeton barrier. The barrier effortlessly deflected every attack. Grabus refused to accept defeat and continued pressing its assault, but to no avail. The cosmic dinosaur watched Grabus relentlessly hammering at the barrier from without, unable to break through. It grew smug, letting out an eerie cackling laugh as its body twitched sporadically. Enraged, Grabus roared, "You damn monster. How dare you mock us? Then let us see just how tough your turtle shell truly is. Let us see if it can withstand our full power strike." Following those words, Grabus stepped back several paces and began charging. It intended to unleash a finishing beam to shatter the Zetan barrier and prove itself. Triple Energy Ray. The so-called triple form represented the combined power of Grigio Rosso and Blue, 3 Ultras. This technique fused the strength of all 3 Ultras into one devastating beam attack of enormous power. Grabus briefly gathered its energy, then spread its arms wide. From its color timer, a spiraling annihilation beam of intertwined crimson, orange, and azure colors erupted forth. Boom! The terrifying beam slammed into the cosmic dinosaur. The sheer recoil was so immense that it even caused Grabus's body to drift backward slightly. The much-anticipated triple energy ray struck the Zetan barrier. Yet, it failed to shatter the barrier in a single blow. This only made the cosmic dinosaur even more conceited. It believed Grabus Ultraman's power was nothing remarkable and that the Zetan barrier was impenetrable. Just as it reveled in its arrogance, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the Zetan barrier. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed incessantly. If the cosmic dinosaur had a face, its expression would have frozen solid right then. One of its greatest trump cards was proving to be so fragile before Grabus Ultraman. Crack! With a thunderous explosion, the Zetan barrier shattered. The triple energy ray struck the cosmic dinosaur squarely. Grabus poured every ounce of power into its output. The tricolor beam blazed with even greater brilliance. Ultimately, the cosmic dinosaur could not withstand Grabus's finishing ray. Rumble! In a colossal explosion, the cosmic dinosaur perished. Its body was consumed by flames exceeding hundreds of thousands of degrees, reduced to nothingness. Grabus turned gracefully. A true warrior never looks back at the explosion. Across global live streams, Dragon Country's viewers erupted in celebration. Incredible! Grabus Ultraman is simply too powerful. This is the strength of a triple fusion Ultra. Grabus's abilities have undoubtedly surpassed those of Ultraman Noah. Even Noah himself could not defeat this monster so effortlessly. I declare Grabus Ultraman my god. I don't think Grabus even used its full strength in that fight. Such a supremely powerful Ultra belongs to our Dragon Country. What fortune! Compared to Grabus, all other Ultras are mere trash. Grabus is fully qualified to compete for the title of strongest Ultra. Judging by its performance, it's hardly inferior to Ultraman Noah. This is our Dragon Country's true, strongest Ultra. So handsome, so devastating in battle. I find it impossible not to adore Grabus Ultraman. From its debut, Grabus acquired a massive fanbase. Its popularity rivaled that of Qin Yu. After all, most people are drawn by appearances. Whether Grabus was stronger than Qin Yu remained uncertain. But in terms of looks, many felt Grabus far outshone the Nexus Ultraman transformed by Qin Yu. Viewers from other nations could only watch with envy. Grabus possessed dazzling skill effects, formidable combat prowess, and a striking appearance. It was the perfect Ultra. Many found themselves wishing, what if Grabus Ultraman had appeared in our country? In the Eagle Sauce Nation, Grabus's combat power is terrifying. Among us, only Jonias might stand a chance of matching it. After Great spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Jonias, hoping the man himself would offer his thoughts. Others similarly turned their gaze toward Jonias. They hoped this authority figure would assess Grabus's fighting ability. Based on current performance, Grabus can exchange a few moves with me. However, defeating it should not prove difficult. As for all of you, if you combine forces 3 or 4 against 1, your chances of victory are considerable. The triple Ultra fusion is indeed no joke. It exceeds my expectations. Jonias spoke these words not out of arrogance. As the representative of U40 from another world, he possessed both the strength and the qualification to say so. Alec remarked, "How enviable. If only we could fuse as well." Any two of us Ultras combining should undoubtedly surpass Grabus. Although the fused Grabus was undeniably powerful, if its 3 constituent Ultras were separated, each one individually was rather lackluster in combat. Had any of them been stronger, Alec certainly wouldn't have looked down upon them so dismissively. I wonder whether Grabus's appearance will affect our plans. With Grabus as an additional variable eliminating Noah, we'll have one more obstacle in our way, Mark said anxiously. The plan he had once deemed flawless was now beginning to seem less secure because of Grabus's emergence. Titus set down the dumbbell in his hand and spoke seriously. On the other hand, if our plan succeeds, we gain the power of Grabus Ultraman as a prize. Consider that. Doesn't it make you quite pleased? Titus makes a valid point. Opportunity and risk always go hand in hand. Greater danger means greater reward. Chuck sneered, as though Grabus's power were already within their grasp. End of chapter. The battle concluded. Zhou Yuobu returned to the Beijiang Mech base. He cancelled his transformation. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong appeared in the base's open space. The 3 of them could barely stand. Though their bodies were weak, they were all extremely excited now, for they had finally accomplished it. They had transformed into Jelluobu Ultramen, possessing power sufficient to rival Qin Yu. Of course, this was merely their delusion of being able to match Nuya's strength. At that moment, Qin Yu, holding a cup of milk tea, leisurely strolled over to the three of them, as if taking a walk. You performed quite well, actually defeating Jieduan. That's indeed progress. Qin Yu, thank you for your help. Without you, we could never have fused into Jelluobu Ultraman. Li Lingling sincerely thanked Qin Yu. She was different from those high-ranking officials. She didn't have so many ulterior motives. She was clear in her loves and hates. As for Qin Yu, she had never harbored any hatred toward him. Even though she had once had half of her power taken by Qin Yu, on the contrary, she had a rather favorable impression of him. Because up to now, Qin Yu had never actively harmed innocent people. At least in her eyes, that was the case. Qin Yu took a sip from his milk tea straw and smiled. It's all your own efforts. I merely guided you. With that, Qin Yu waved his hand and departed with elegance. Li Lingling and the other two watched him walk away until he completely vanished from sight. Hai Yong suddenly asked, do you think our transformed Jelluobu can defeat Qin Yu? Hai Luo glanced sideways at his foolish younger brother and said in a deep voice, don't underestimate Qin Yu. Although Jelluobu is strong, I always feel that Qin Yu should be even stronger. He hides his true depth, and no one knows to what extent his real power has reached. Xiao Yong, can you be sure that the blue form is Qin Yu's limit? Hai Yong shrank his neck. Brother, your words are a bit frightening. Qin Yu already has 3 forms, silver, red, and blue. Could he possibly transform into another, even stronger form? At this moment, Li Lingling said, because he is Qin Yu and the Ultraman, he transforms into his Nuya Ultraman. So nothing is impossible. No matter what, don't provoke Qin Yu. Being able to become his eternal friend is the best choice. Understand? Got it. Hai Luo and Hai Yong said in unison. In the Ultraman world, Jellicchio Ultraman is the little sister beloved by all. She needed the protection of her brothers. But in this world, Li Lingling's version of Jellicchio had become a big sister figure. Even transforming into Jelluobo was led by her. In Longwa's capital, Jingqing, the appearance of Jelluobo Ultraman stirred the minds of some high-ranking Longwa officials once again. Many high-ranking figures, keeping it from the leader and the mech department, secretly held a small meeting. Because the current leader and the head of the mech department, Yi Yunlong, were clearly inclined toward a friendly attitude toward Qin Yu. As for these people, they harbored great dislike or suspicion toward Qin Yu. In the final analysis, it was because Qin Yu was unwilling to completely submit, like Li Lingling, Heian Dijia, and the others. Today, the high-ranking officials present accounted for 1/3 of all Longwa's high-ranking officials. A considerable number. Everyone now, we have the powerful Jelluobu Ultraman. His strength is there for all to see. I believe we no longer need Nuya Ultraman's help. I admit Jelluobo is very strong, but whether his strength can surpass Nuya Ultraman is still a question. For now, we don't need to push such a powerful ally to the opposite side. Qin Yu's attitude is unclear. He is ultimately not a trustworthy person. Such a person could turn against our Longwa at any time. If there is a chance to eliminate him, we must do so. Although I think so too, we have to consider Nuya's formidable power. Even if Jelluobo is not enough, we still have Heian Dijia. With the combined strength of Jelluobu and Heian Dijia, do you think there is a chance to defeat Nuya Ultraman? If you put it that way, it's indeed possible. If we could seize Nuya Ultraman's power and have it used by someone we trust, that would be perfect. Everyone, we can wait for an opportunity. Although Nuya Ultraman is known as the god of Ultraman, he is not a true god. He can also be injured. Once he is injured, we can have Jelluobu seize the chance to attack him and make this Ultraman god fall. Great idea. But Nuya Ultraman's strength is immense. Making him injured is no easy task, is it? That doesn't matter. We can wait, we have time. But Jelluobu Ultraman is not under our control. That's also a problem. Even if Nuya is really injured, what if Jelluobu is unwilling to act? Wouldn't it be in vain? We can unite more people and have everyone on our side. As long as our power is strong enough, even if Yi Yunlong and the leader are unwilling to move against Nuya, they will have to. Right, exactly. Longwa is not a one-man show for the leader. He can't do whatever he wants. If we so many people unite and pressure him, he can't ignore it. But wouldn't that be a coup? Wouldn't it be inappropriate? There's nothing wrong with it. Everything we do is for Longwa. Right, exactly. We are all for Longwa. For Longwa, even if the means are a bit extreme, it's justifiable. We cannot let Qin Yu act recklessly. Longwa belongs to us, not to him. Right? Exactly. For Longwa, we must punish this reckless Qin Yu. For Longwa. The many high-ranking officials present shouted the slogan for Longwa. It had been only one day since the appearance of the cosmic dinosaur Jieduan. A major disaster struck a coastal city in southern Longwa. A terrifying tsunami was approaching. According to the mech department's detection, the tsunami was caused by a monster in the deep sea. If not stopped, the coastal city would be completely submerged by seawater, and tens of millions of people could lose their lives. Li Lingling and the other two were assigned the task in a critical moment. They were dispatched to the coastal city to kill the monster and prevent the tsunami from making landfall. The injuries from their previous battle with Jidouin had not yet fully healed. Yet to protect the coastal city and the tens of millions of innocent people, the three of them had no choice but to set out to stop the disaster. Director Li sought Qin Yu for help. However, Qin Yu believed that this level of disaster was well within the handling capacity of Li Lingling and her two companions. There was no need for him to intervene personally. Although Director Li found Qin Yu's aloof attitude irritating, there was nothing he could do. After all, when the partnership was proposed, they had agreed that Qin Yu could choose what he wanted to do or not do. They had no authority to demand or command him. Li Lingling and the other two descended over the sea 100 kilometers off the coast of the coastal city. Towering waves surged forward, reaching hundreds of meters in height. The sight filled the three Ultramen with awe. Staring at the waves, Li Lingling quickly devised a plan. The monster is in the sea. Let me first try to hold back the waves. If I can, you two fuse into Rub and kill the monster quickly. If not, the three of us will combine into Grub, slay the monster first, and then stop the tsunami from reaching the shore. Agreed. Okay. Hai Luo and Hai Yong could think of no better plan and agreed to Li Lingling's proposal. As for Director Li, he had no objections, for he knew nothing about the Ultraman's abilities. Letting the individuals involved devise their own strategy was certainly better than having outsiders do it. Li Lingling flew forward, spreading her arms to create an unprecedented giant Ultraman barrier, halting the advance of the waves. Gulu, gulu, gulu. The waves churned noisily, but were blocked by Li Lingling's barrier, unable to move an inch further. As a healer, though Li Lingling was not strong in combat, she excelled in every other aspect. I can do it. I can hold on. You two go. Her voice was strained, indicating that sustaining the barrier against the waves was no easy task. Can you manage? Can you hold? Hai Yong sensed her difficulty. Li Lingling exclaimed, I'll hold even if I can't. Go kill that monster quickly. I'll be fine for 1 minute, but beyond that I'm not sure. All right. Hai Luo and Hai Yong wasted no time. They exchanged a glance, fused into Rub, and plunged into the sea. In the global live stream, many viewers watched the event, seeing Li Lingling single-handedly erect a barrier against the 100-meter waves. The audience was deeply impressed. Gridman is truly a heroine who rivals men. She is no less than the male Ultraman. With such a petite frame, she can still shield the Dragon Kingdom. Gridman is amazing. Gridman, keep it up. The Ultramen are incredible. They can even withstand tsunami waves. Is there anything they can't do? Since the satellite's detection couldn't capture the deep-sea scene, the live stream only showed Li Lingling battling the waves. This made many viewers curious about the fight between Rub and the tsunami monster. In the deep sea, the fused Rub quickly found the tsunami monster Simas and the tornado monster Siglas. These two monsters, one male, one female. The tornado monster male, the tsunami monster female. Together, they could create massive tsunamis and terrifying tornadoes. In the Ultraman world, they had once caused a tsunami that drained Jack Ultraman of his energy. However, in a land battle, they were ultimately defeated by Jack, who had the advantage of facing two opponents, and fled back to the sea. Seeing both monsters appear together, Rub was instantly overwhelmed. Until now, the three Grub Ultramen had always ganged up on others. This was the first time they were outnumbered. After all, they weren't Jack a specialist in fighting 2-on-1. Anyone facing two enemies at once would feel a bit panicked. But panic aside, Rub could not retreat, for all this was to protect the city and humanity. Golden light erupted from Rub's body as he charged toward the two monsters. In the sea, the monsters had home field advantage, their combat power far greater than on land. Facing Rub's attack, the two monsters acted in unison, discharging lightning from their horns at Rub. As everyone knows, water conducts electricity. When the monsters released their lightning, the surrounding sea turned into a lightning field, leaving no room to dodge. Zap! Zap! Rub was instantly struck. The intense current paralyzed his body, rendering him immobile. Damn! Our bodies are frozen. These monsters are powerful. They can discharge electricity. What do we do now? I don't know. We've never faced this situation before. Hai Luo and Hai Yong were at a loss. They were not used to underwater combat, and the enemy's abilities were so bizarre and troublesome. Under the monster's continuous electric discharge, the energy indicator on Rub's chest soon began to blink. No, we can't keep this up. We have to escape. Adrenaline pushed them to their limits. With a roar, Rub unleashed all his energy, transforming into a beam of light. Ignoring the electric attacks, he shot toward the surface. Boom! The light burst from the sea, coalescing into Rub behind Li Lingling. Seeing Rub, Li Lingling thought they had succeeded. How did it go? Did you defeat the monsters? No, we failed. There are not one but two monsters, and they can attack with electricity. Once they discharge in the water, the entire sea becomes electrified. We couldn't withstand the shock. Our bodies were paralyzed, unable to move or fight. Hai Luo and Hai Yong felt frustrated. The monsters had the home advantage in the sea. On land, they wouldn't have been defeated so quickly and miserably. So that's the case. This is really troublesome. Li Lingling didn't blame Rub. She was only worried about the dire situation, her heart racing. In Beijiang City Dragon Kingdom, Qin Yu watched the live stream. Seeing Rub emerge from the sea while the tsunami persisted, he immediately guessed that Rub had failed to defeat the pair of monsters. What are they doing? The tsunami is still over 100 kilometers from the coast. Why did they assign someone to hold back the waves? Isn't it better to kill the monsters first and then deal with the tsunami? It seems they can't handle it. I'll have to step in after all. Sighing, Qin Yu pulled out the evolution thruster, transformed into Ultraman Nexus, and flew toward the coastal city. Flying at full speed, within a few seconds, Qin Yu crossed the thousands of kilometers and appeared over the sea. You seem a bit overwhelmed. When Qin Yu's voice reached her ears, Li Lingling nearly burst into tears. Qin Yu, you're finally here, thank goodness. If you hadn't come any sooner, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Luobu, standing nearby, felt quite embarrassed. He had rushed into the sea, but accomplished nothing, fleeing back after being subjected to a barrage of electric shocks from the two monsters. How embarrassing. Qin Yu looked at the two Ultramen. One was flashing his warning light. The other was on the verge of collapse. He felt a surge of disappointment in their lack of capability. With the performance you two have shown, if I hadn't arrived when I did, you'd likely be dead at the hands of those monsters. How inept can you be, unable to handle something like this? Qin Yu, stop making snide remarks and act quickly. Defeat those two monsters. I can't hold out any longer. The moment Li Lingling finished speaking, the energy indicator on her chest began to flash as well. Fine, then I'll show you what should be done in situations like this. Pay attention and learn. When Qin Yu spoke these words, Li Lingling and Luobu assumed Qin Yu was about to eliminate the two monsters to resolve this crisis. However, Qin Yu's subsequent actions completely caught both them and all the viewers in the live broadcast off guard. Qin Yu was seen flying toward Li Lingling's side. Blue water ripples appeared around his body. He upgraded from silver juvenile form to blue youth form. Next, he spread both hands. His palms touched the ultra barrier that Li Lingling had erected. Li Lingling couldn't comprehend Qin Yu's actions and urged anxiously, Qin Yu, what are you doing? Are you going to help me resist the tsunami with me? This is useless. Go eliminate the monsters quickly. I have my own method. Mind your own business and watch me operate. Qin Yu impatiently shot back at Li Lingling. Li Lingling dared not say anything more. She silently used her remaining energy to sustain the ultra barrier. After all, every moment of resistance counted. After several seconds of charging, Qin Yu's entire body suddenly burst with golden light. Immediately following, he waved his hand. The ultra barrier actually pushed the seawater back. Along with the monsters in the sea, they were pushed away as well. What? Li Lingling, Luobu, and countless viewers in the live broadcast were all stunned. Global live broadcast. Wait, is Ultraman Noah really this impressive? Ultrawoman Grigio could only barely block the waves, preventing them from advancing, but he directly pushed the waves back. This is too overpowered. Simply put, as expected of Ultraman Noah. Ultraman Noah is indeed Ultraman Noah. When he doesn't act, he doesn't act. But when he does, it's earth-shattering. Pushing a massive wave with his bare hands adds another glorious feat to Ultraman Noah's record. Ultraman Noah. Awesome. But can we just push this wave back like this? Where will this wave be pushed to? Wouldn't it hit another country? Long Country Capital City Mecha Headquarters Base. Yi Yunlong had the same confusion as the netizens. Check immediately and see where this wave will be pushed. The staff had been monitoring all activity on the battlefield. After Yi Yunlong posed the question, the computer calculated the result within seconds. Based on the current situation, assuming nothing unexpected occurs, the wave will be pushed into Japan's territory. This wave could submerge 1/3 of Japan's land. Japan, huh? It's actually Japan, huh? Damn, Qin Yu. Well done. Yi Yunlong nearly laughed out loud. If it weren't in front of his subordinates, he needed to maintain seriousness and authority. He really wanted to laugh out loud. This move was definitely killing two birds with one stone. Not only could it eliminate the disaster, but also disgust Japan. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Capable of such things. He even wanted to praise Qin Yu as a genius. Fortunately, such a person was born in Long Country. If it were from another country, then their Long Country would suffer greatly. Above the sea area, Li Lingling watched the wave being pushed further and further away. It took her a long time to react. Wait, Qin Yu, you pushed this wave away, but the wave won't disappear. What's the point? Qin Yu shrugged and spread his hands. As long as it doesn't flood Long Country cities, isn't that good enough? It's not bad, but you should have the ability to handle those two monsters and completely prevent the tsunami disaster, right? Of course, the tsunami monsters aren't very strong. It wouldn't take much effort to deal with them. Then why did you do this? Li Lingling was a bit confused. Because I want to. Is that not allowed? Facing Qin Yu's such arrogant attitude, Li Lingling didn't know what to say either. Alright, then will this wave disappear in the ocean? No, it will cross hundreds of kilometers and hit Japan. Huh. Will this wave turn around and attack Japan? That's correct. What about those two monsters? They should be the same. Oh, then it's fine, Qin Yu, well done. learning that the wave would hit Japan. Li Lingling instantly put away all her sanctimonious thoughts. She even wanted to give Qin Yu a thumbs up. Inside Luo Bu Ultraman's body, the brothers Hai Luo and Hai Yong also repeatedly praised Qin Yu's approach, believing Qin Yu did well. Such a genius idea. Only Qin Yu could come up with it. The three turned and flew back to Beijing City. Global live broadcast. Viewers learned through subtitles that Qin Yu had pushed the wave toward Japan. All long country viewers were giving Qin Yu a thumbs up, believing Qin Yu was right. Truly befitting of Ultraman Noah awesome. Pushing the wave toward Japan to discuss them, Ultraman Noah really knows how to stir up trouble. This move may harm individuals, but not the collective. Great praise. On behalf of all long country people, I thank Ultraman Noah for his kind act. Japan, are you ready to receive the big gift Ultraman Noah has prepared for you? What the hell? I love this inhumane Ultraman Noah even more. What should I do? I've also fallen deeply in love with Ultraman Noah. Ultraman Noah, well done. Huh. Let Japan be submerged by the wave. Countdown to Japan's submersion. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries felt deep fear. Some even condemned Qin Yu's actions. How can Ultraman Noah do this? His behavior is so irresponsible. This is clearly long country's disaster, yet it's transferred to Japan. Is Ultraman Noah a demon? Ultraman Noah clearly has the power to eliminate the monsters and stop the tsunami, yet he sits idly by watching the tsunami harm humans. What qualification does he have to be an Ultraman? Ultraman Noah. I'm going to work early. Those who could say such things were obviously only Japan's viewers. As for viewers from other countries, they were all watching this as entertainment. Those who truly condemned Qin Yu's sanctimony were few. After all, the water hadn't flooded to their doorstep. Who cares about you? Some even proposed. Anyway, Japan also has two Ultramen. Why not have the two Ultramen work together? Simply push the tsunami back toward long country. Both sides pushing the ball back and forth. See who is stronger. This viewpoint gained much agreement. End of chapter. The man from Japan. You. The two transformation users of Ultraman and Ultraman Jack cursed each other with the foulest of language. The tsunami surged toward the Japanese coast. The trouble naturally fell upon them. But facing such a colossal natural disaster, even they found it daunting. They were reluctant to confront it. While the two were still hurling insults, a call came from the top brass of Japan. They were ordered to sortie and stop the tsunami at all costs lest Japan be swallowed by the waves. With no choice, the two sprang into action. They set off to face the tsunami and the monsters within it. Meanwhile, the global livestream feed switched to Japan. Having witnessed the disastrous example of Ultraman Rosso, they decided not to engage the two monsters in the sea. Deliberately fighting in water where the enemy held an advantage would be sheer madness. After consulting with Japan's high command, they resolved to sacrifice a portion of land. They would allow the tsunami and the monsters to come ashore. Then Ultraman would hold back the waves like Grigio had done, while Ultraman Jack would drag the two monsters out of the sea, leveraging his 1v2 buff to eliminate them. The high command found the plan sound. They immediately ordered all residents near the coast to evacuate as quickly as possible, clearing the battlefield. The audience in Longwa, upon learning of Japan's predicament, rejoiced greatly. Some even hung lanterns and set off firecrackers in celebration. Soon the pre-battle preparations were complete, and the tsunami arrived. Ultraman and Ultraman Jack transformed before the cameras. Two towering stalwart figures stood amidst the city like war gods reaching for the heavens. Gyulinglong. The tsunami made landfall. Buildings near the coast were instantly crushed by the waves. Before the hundreds of meters high wall of water, no structure could withstand it. The tsunami surged triumphantly onward, crashing into the city and demolishing building after building. Some who had not yet evacuated were swept away by the current, eventually swallowed by the deluge. In the face of such a catastrophe, human strength seemed so pitifully small. Ultraman and Ultraman Jack did not act hastily. They stood still, waiting for the two monsters to climb ashore. To strike prematurely might frighten the monsters into staying in the sea, causing even more trouble. As the waves advanced, finally the two monsters crawled onto land. They came into view. The people finally saw the true faces of the two monsters. Many were astonished. The monsters looked unremarkable, yet they had proven so formidable, capable of unleashing such terrifying natural disasters, inspiring awe. Jack. Now. All right. The two Ultramen finally moved. Ultraman positioned himself before the waves, deploying a massive ultra barrier to halt their advance. After the tsunami had surged ashore and been weakened by successive obstacles, it had lost nearly half its power. Ultraman found it far easier to hold back the waves than Li Lingling had done earlier. Ultraman Jack soared into the air. Once he pinpointed the two monsters, he removed his ultra bracelet and transformed it into an ultra spear. Aiming at the tsunami monster Samant's, he hurled the spear. Whooshed! The spear tore through the sky, shooting toward the tsunami monster with incredible speed. It struck the tsunami monster squarely in the back, piercing through and pinning it to the ground. Roar! The The tsunami monster let out a piercing shriek from the sudden brutal attack. The agony of a body impaled. No creature could endure it. Roar. The tornado monster was enraged beyond reason. To see its mate attack like this, who could tolerate it? It immediately fired lightning bolts at Jack. Unfortunately, on land, its lightning attacks were far less effective than in the water. Facing the incoming lightning, Jack casually raised an ultra barrier, with one hand deflecting it with ease. Then in retaliation, he fired a specium ray at the tsunami monster. Boom. Rumble. The tsunami monster, pinned and unable to dodge, took the full blast and exploded violently. It was shattered by the specium ray. The ultra spear reverted to the ultra bracelet and flew back to Jack's hand. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The consequence of going all out from the start. Ultraman Jack's chest energy indicator began to blink immediately after taking down one monster. He had to finish off the tornado monster within the next extremely short window. Otherwise, Japan would have to face the boundless fury of the tornado monster. The death of its mate drove the tornado monster into a complete frenzy. It unleashed its power, whipping up a massive tornado determined to destroy everything in sight. Jack remained calm as the tornado monster opened its mouth to roar. He aimed at the gaping maw and hurled the ultra bracelet into it. The bracelet entered the monster's mouth, causing it to choke momentarily. Then instinctively it swallowed, sending the bracelet into its stomach. Die. Jack immediately detonated the ultra bracelet. Boom. Rumble. The ultra bracelet exploded from within the tornado monster's belly, unleashing energy. In an instant, the tornado monster was blown to pieces. This bracelet bomb technique was one of Ultraman Jack's most iconic skills. In battles against monsters, it often achieved surprising results. However, the trick was useless against Ultramen, as few of them could open their mouths to swallow anything. The ultra bracelet flew back to Jack's hand. Jack hovered in the air, striking an MVP pose for the audience. Across the global livestream, many marveled at Jack's power and the versatility of the ultra bracelet. That ultra bracelet is incredible. It's practically a divine artifact. It can become a spear and detonate inside enemies. This thing is even more powerful than Orb's sacred sword. I never thought much of Japan's two Ultramen before, but now they seem to be hiding their true strength. They took down two monsters effortlessly. Jack's combat ability is that strong. But it looks like Jack's fighting style depends entirely on his bracelet. Without it, he'd probably be useless. Whether he relies on it or not, his strength is undeniable. It seems that to defeat Ultraman Jack, you have to steal his bracelet first. Otherwise, he's quite troublesome. I was hoping this tsunami would drown a third of Japan, but it only flooded a small city. What a pity. Yet truly a shame. In Beijing City, Qin Yu was munching on a bag of chips while watching the livestream. Li Lingling and the other two sat beside him, also watching. Hearing Qin Yu crunching on chips, the three swallowed hard. To keep their bodies in peak condition, their diet was strictly controlled. Junk food like chips was forbidden. To suppress her craving, Li Lingling tried to change the subject. Qin Yu, do you know about Ultraman Jack? Qin Yu finished the chip in his mouth and replied, I do. He's a weapon master. The bracelet is his true body. 80% of his combat power comes from that bracelet. If you fight him, steal the bracelet first, and he's done for. It's obvious that killing those two monsters was entirely thanks to the bracelet. Hai Luo remarked. Qin Yu added, also, when fighting against Ultraman Jack, never engage him 2 against 1. Absolutely never under any circumstances. Fight him 1-on-1, 3-on-1, or even more, ganging up on him, but never 2-on-1. Why? What's the reasoning behind that? Hai Yong asked curiously. Hai Luo rubbed his chin, pondering. Just now, when Jack killed the two tsunami monsters, it seemed like a 2-on-1 situation, and he annihilated them instantly. Extraordinarily powerful. Qin Yu curled his lip. It's a matter of mystical logic. Anyway, whenever Ultraman Jack faces two opponents alone, he always manages to draw upon miraculous strength in desperate situations to defeat them. Just remember that. He couldn't say too much. After all, he couldn't blurt out that in the Ultraman universe, any team that dared to fight Jack 2-on-1 had ended up perished right. If he said that, Li Lingling and the others would probably think he was insane. Hai Yong pressed further. Then what about when facing Ultraman Man? What should we be careful about when dealing with him? Qin Yu shrugged. Man, there's nothing special to note. His attributes are all well balanced. No obvious weaknesses, but no exceptional strengths either. Just fight normally. Seeing Qin Yu speak with such confidence, Li Lingling sensed something off. Qin Yu, how can you be so familiar with these Ultramen? Do you know a lot of Ultramen? Previously, Qin Yu had known about the existence of Rub and Grub before the three of them had even fused into them. Later, he displayed an uncanny familiarity with the monsters and the Ultramen who appeared one after another. Now he could even rattle off the characteristics of Ultraman Man and Ultraman Jack, whom he had never encountered before. It was hard not to suspect that Qin Yu might know every Ultraman and their abilities. Since someone calls me the god of Ultraman, it's not that extraordinary for me to know all the information about every Ultraman, is it, eh? Qin Yu did not deny Li Lingling's speculation. In fact, he tacitly admitted that he knew everything about all Ultramen. Li Lingling and the other two were astounded. You actually know all the information about every Ultraman. Then you must know the traits of Dark Tiga as well. Hai Luo asked. Since they were inquiring, they might as well start with someone they knew. Qin Yu was in a good mood, so he patiently answered their questions. Dark Tiga can only unleash his full power if the host possesses a dark heart. The current host isn't evil or dark enough, so he can't bring out Dark Tiga's true strength. He's actually somewhat underwhelming. Moreover, Ultraman Tiga doesn't have only Dark Tiga as a form. He has many other forms, but the host just hasn't unlocked them yet. Many other forms. How many? Altogether about 6 or 7. That many. Hai Luo, Hai Yong, and Li Lingling were stunned. So far no Ultraman had ever possessed that many forms. As far as they knew, the one with the most forms was Qin Yu's Ultraman Nexus, which had 3 forms. As for their fused forms Rub and Grub, those weren't considered forms. They were entirely new Ultramen. You think that's a lot? The truly prolific ones have hundreds of forms. You just don't know about them. Qin Yu wasn't boasting. Ultraman Jade, Ultraman Orb, Ultraman Zeta. These Det Kings who borrow power. If they borrowed power from every possible Ultraman and combined them into forms, the total would be hundreds of forms. It's just that the TV series didn't show all of them. Otherwise, why would they be called Det Kings? Qin Yu, do you know who the hosts of those Ultramen are? Li Lingling asked this question. If she could learn the identities of all Ultraman hosts from Qin Yu, that would be absolutely thrilling. Their Dragon Kingdom could use the list to recruit those Ultraman hosts in advance, turning them into allies for the nation. Sorry, I only know the information about the Ultramen themselves, but I really don't know who their hosts are in this world. I know what you're thinking. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. I see. Li Lingling's voice was laced with undisguised disappointment. Hai Yong wasn't thinking that far. His mind was full of questions. Among all Ultramen, is there one who can triple fuse like us? Yes, there are not only double and triple fusions, but even quadruple, quintuple, sextuple, septuple, and even 11-fold fusions. The more you fuse, the stronger you become. 11-fold fusion. That was another bombshell, leaving Li Lingling and the others utterly stunned. Their triple-fused Grub was already incredibly powerful. If it were an 11-fold fusion, how formidable would that be? What kind of supreme being could achieve an 11-fold fusion? Li Lingling tentatively asked. Qin Yu, could that 11-fold fusion Ultraman defeat you? You guess. Qin Yu replied with a smile. That ambiguous answer sent a chill down Li Lingling's spine, because she saw absolute confidence in Qin Yu's smile. What did that mean? It meant that the so-called 11-fold fusion powerhouse was very likely no match for Qin Yu. And Qin Yu's current blue form hadn't yet displayed such terrifying power. Combining these two facts, a bold idea formed in Li Lingling's mind. Beyond the blue form, Qin Yu surely had other forms. A form even stronger than the blue form. Gulp. Li Lingling swallowed hard. Her heart was pounding violently. After a struggle, Li Lingling managed to suppress her fear of Qin Yu. Qin Yu, if we wanted you to help us establish an Ultraman archive, what price would we have to pay for your help? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Li Lingling understood that. Although Qin Yu had already formed a cooperation with the authorities, that didn't mean they could order him around. Everything depended on Qin Yu's mood. So she asked Qin Yu to name his price directly. If the Ultraman archive could be established, the Dragon Kingdom would gain a decisive advantage when dealing with other Ultramen. This was a tremendous opportunity. No matter the cost, it had to succeed. An Ultraman archive. Sounds interesting. I'm not greedy. How about this one small goal? Give me one small goal, and I'll tell you everything I know about all Ultramen. Alright, I'll call my father right away to apply. Li Lingling stood up and took out her phone to call Director Li. One small goal was no small amount. She couldn't decide on her own. Li Lingling didn't dare to act without authorization. She had to let Director Li make the decision. Director Li agreed without hesitation. From his position, he could clearly see how valuable the Ultraman archives would be. If he could gather intelligence on all the Ultramen beforehand, he would be prepared to face any of them in the future. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. The Ultraman archive project was set in motion. Barring any mishaps, Qin Yu's days ahead would prove remarkably full. However, in reality, Qin Yu's life was even more demanding than he had imagined. The appearance of the tsunami monster served as a harbinger. It marked the beginning of frequent monster disasters across Dragon Country. Ever since the tsunami monster appeared, a Class 8, 5 or higher super beast emerged almost daily within Dragon Country's borders. No one knew where these monsters were coming from. They simply materialized without warning. Li Lingling's trio and Dark Tiga took turns rotating through missions to eliminate them. At first they managed, but as time wore on, their bodies were not made of iron. Eventually they could no longer hold out. Until now, the fighting had been relentless for half a month. Qin Yu watched all of this unfold. However, he did not intervene against the monsters. Instead, he dedicated himself to building the Ultraman archives alongside the staff. He described the appearance of each Ultraman through verbal narration, and the staff, then sketched them onto paper, capturing the distinctive look of every Ultraman. Finally, Qin Yu would recite all relevant information about each Ultraman, and it was compiled into the records. Over half a month, Qin Yu had helped Dragon Country document more than 30 Ultramen. That averaged 2 or 3 per day. Most of these Ultramen had already appeared in this world. Just after lunchtime, today's monster appeared. It was Megaflow, the Nautilus Anuvas from the Nexus series, a powerful Anuvas known for its formidable abilities. It possessed strange abilities that specifically countered Nexus. During its first appearance, it overwhelmed and severely wounded Nexus in Ray's form. Only with the Night Raider's assistance did Ray barely manage to repel it. 2 more confrontations followed, and only during the third battle was it finally killed. The moment the Nautilus Anuvas appeared, it delivered a catastrophic blow. Spinning at high speed, it plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily into the city. It triggered massive shockwaves and earthquakes, leveling more than half the city in an instant, sending tremors across the entire world. Then it fired a special rainbow undulation beam toward the sky. The beam engulfed the entire city, forming a breathtaking dome. The more beautiful something appears on the surface, the deadlier it often conceals. The dome created by the Nautilus Anuvas was no different. Within the range of the dome, any beam-based technique was nullified. Even the laser beams from the Night Raiders' fighter jets were annihilated. It was essentially a forbidden magic domain. Without question, Ultramen unable to use light-based attacks would see their combat effectiveness severely diminished. If Ace were to face this monster, he would curse endlessly. To render a spell's word powerless to channel light. What difference was that from killing them outright? Dragon Country's leadership was unaware of the true terror of the Nautilus Anuvas. Upon learning of its destruction of half the city, they felt extraordinary rage. They ordered Grosso Ultraman to mobilize immediately, demanding the Nautilus Anuvas be eliminated at all costs. Li Lingling, Hai Luo, and Hai Yong had grown physically frail from recent high-intensity battles. But faced with the ferocious beast, they could not shirk their duty. Gritting their teeth, they transformed into Grosso and flew toward the eastern district where the Nautilus Anuvas had made its lair. Director Li remained uneasy and had someone fetch Qin Yu, who was taking his lunch break. For the past 2 days, Qin Yu had been helping build the Ultraman archives. Qin Yu was mentally exhausted. Every day, he strained his memory to recall details about each Ultraman. Someone who never used to take lunch breaks had gradually formed the habit. Qin Yu was still dozing when he saw Megaflow, the Nautilus Anuvas, on the screen, and instantly he was wide awake. His eyes widened in alarm. What the? How could this thing show up? It's pretty brutal. Hearing Qin Yu say this, Director Li felt a surge of panic. Qin Yu, if even you think this monster is fierce, just how dangerous is it? It's quite formidable. Did you notice those rainbow-colored lights hovering over the city? You mean the Rainbow Dome enveloping the entire eastern district? Rainbow Dome. I suppose that's one way to put it. Within the range of that thing, no one, not Ultraman, not anyone else, can unleash beam or light attacks. Not even me. It is specifically designed to counter Ultraman abilities. The moment Director Li heard that light-based skills were useless, he immediately panicked. How could this happen? If they can't use light skills, then Ultraman's combat effectiveness would be severely compromised. Exactly. And its shell is exceptionally hard. Without light-based attacks, using only conventional strikes makes it nearly impossible to break its defense. Just as the two were speaking, Grosso had already arrived at the eastern district and charged headfirst into the Rainbow Dome. Inside the dome lay the domain of the Nautilus Anuvas. The moment Grosso entered, he could immediately sense his opponent. Without warning, it launched a lightning strike at Grosso. Lightning was the Nautilus Anuvas' most proficient and primary attack method, possessing devastating power. Even Nexus, in his juvenile blue form, would take injury from a direct hit. Facing the lightning attack from the Nautilus Anuvas, Grosso barely paid it any mind. He extended his left hand, intending to raise an ultra barrier to block it. But the situation exceeded Grosso's expectations. The ultra barrier appeared, and then immediately collapsed. It had no effect whatsoever. What? Grosso stood bewildered, unable to comprehend what had happened. The next instant, the lightning struck him. Boom. Grosso's entire body went numb, and he fell from the sky, creating a tremendous impact. Thud. A massive cloud of dust rose. Fortunately, the surrounding area had already been nearly destroyed by the Nautilus Anuvas. Grosso's crash caused relatively little additional destruction. Inside Grosso's body, Li Lingling and the others found the previous events difficult to understand. Something's wrong. Our abilities seem to have been restricted. Li Lingling was the first to notice the anomaly. Could it be that we've been fighting too hard lately, leaving us physically weakened and unable to channel our skills normally? Hai Luo speculated. Li Lingling immediately dismissed the guess. Impossible. We clearly activated the ultra barrier, but it vanished. The problem isn't us. It must be some external interference. Then what do? Their lightning attacks are devastating. If we can't use the ultra barrier, our upcoming battles will be incredibly difficult. Hai Yong was panicking. Unable to deploy the ultra barrier meant abandoning all defense. This approach was far too reckless, sending chills through their hearts. Li Lingling clenched her teeth. Then we can only try our best to dodge the incoming lightning. We must evade it. Without understanding their enemy's capabilities, they had no better option. End of chapter. Whiz. The Nautilus alien beast once again unleashed a crimson lightning attack. With the experience just gained, Grob dared not make contact with the opponent's attack this time. He immediately dodged, avoiding the beast's lightning strike. Then he charged straight at the Nautilus alien beast. The beast's first strike missed. It launched another attack. Grob's reflexes and speed were swift. He evaded again. He was now closing in on the Nautilus alien beast. At that moment, the Nautilus alien beast suddenly rammed forward. Its sturdy shell crashed head-on into Ultraman Grob. Boom. Grob was sent flying by the impact. The Nautilus alien beast pressed the attack, unleashing a torrent of lightning. It gave Grob no respite. Boom, boom, boom. One lightning bolt after another struck Grob, forcing agonized cries from him. He writhed and rolled on the ground. In the global livestream, viewers were stunned by the Nautilus alien beast's overwhelming power. This monster is so powerful, it's actually suppressing Ultraman Grob. I feel like it's not that the monster is strong, but rather Grob has become weak. Is it just me? Do you guys feel the same? The Ultraman Grob is incredibly strong, capable of contending with Ultraman Noah. That he's struggling against this monster shows just how terrifying it really is. Ultraman Grob, why don't you use the Ultra Barrier to block? The Ultra Barrier should definitely stop its attacks. Everyone latest news: the rainbow energy this monster releases into the sky can create a magic forbidden zone. Inside that zone, many of Ultra's abilities are unusable. Grob's combat power is limited there. So it's not that the monster is too strong, but that Ultraman Grob's combat power is weakened. So that's it. Can't use skills, only pure physical attacks. Fighting like that is indeed tough. Is there no way to counter the monster's magic forbidden zone? Maybe only Ultraman Noah's domain can counter this monster's magic forbidden zone. This monster's ability is too overpowered. Even if Noah came, he'd have trouble dealing with it. Impossible. Noah is forever the strongest. No matter what monster, Noah can definitely handle it. What's a mere magic forbidden zone? With Noah's strength, he could smash it to pieces with his bare fists. In Beijing City, Director Li watched Grob struggle with growing anxiety. Qin Yu, you have many ideas. Is there any way to counter the monster's magic forbidden zone? Or maybe you could personally intervene and help Grob. Please, I beg you. Actually, this monster is not that strong. With Grob's power, it's absolutely enough to defeat it. He just needs to find the right method. Method? What method? For example, have your people quickly launch missiles to attack the monster and assist Grob. The magic forbidden zone only blocks light beams, not missiles. Use your strongest missiles to damage the monster, focusing on the openings on both sides of its head. Destroy those, and its magic forbidden zone will automatically disappear. Huh, that works. Ever since the advent of Ultraman, the Dragon Kingdom had rarely used modern weapons against super monsters above level 8-0. Mainly because super monsters above level 8-0 had thick hides. The damage modern weapons could inflict was quite limited. The cost effectiveness was extremely low. Hardly worth it. Dozens of missiles might not even deal as much damage as a single punch from Grob. Why not? I heard that your officials recently developed some kind of super destruction bomb with power almost equal to a full power light beam from an ordinary Ultraman, right? Fire that thing. Why keep it? For the new year. The problem is that thing is still in the experimental stage and hasn't been officially deployed yet. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to test its power? If it can wound this monster, it can be put into service immediately, right? That makes some sense. Right away, I'll contact headquarters. Director Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out his phone to call Yi Yunlong. Upon learning that Director Li wanted to deploy the super destruction bomb to help Grob against the Nautilus alien beast, Yi Yunlong was quite straightforward. He agreed without hesitation. 2 super destruction bombs were prepared. They were launched immediately, flying toward East City. In East City, Grob had completely lost the initiative. He was being brutalized by the Nautilus alien beast. The beast showed no mercy, beating Grob until he could barely stand. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Under the beast's violent assault, Grob's chest light soon began flashing. Viewers' hearts tightened for Grob. Dragon Kingdom spectators prayed incessantly, hoping that Dark Tiga or Ultraman Nexus transformed by Qin Yu would come to help. However, even in extreme disadvantage, Grob did not give up hope. Just as he was struggling, he suddenly saw a white arc streak across the sky. Something was flying toward him at tremendous speed. Not only Grob saw it, but the global live stream also captured the moment. What is that? Is it Ultraman Noah? No, it doesn't look like Ultraman Noah. That's a missile. What use could an ordinary missile have at a time like this? Only Ultraman Noah can make a difference. No one believed those 2 missiles would accomplish anything. Many thought that if even Ultraman Grob couldn't defeat the monster, what good could 2 missiles do? Some even accused the Dragon Kingdom's high command of being foolish. At this moment, why not send another Ultraman to assist? What was the point of launching 2 missiles? Waste of money. Amid the audience's skepticism, the 2 super destruction bombs rapidly pierced through the rainbow dome created by the Nautilus alien beast. They homed in on the openings on both sides of the beast's head. The moment the missiles passed through the rainbow dome, the Nautilus alien beast sensed their presence. But it paid them no mind. Like everyone else, it believed that mere missiles could not harm it. At most they would tickle its shell. Little did it know, soon, it would pay for its arrogance. Boom. Boom. The 2 missiles struck the Nautilus alien beast, as intended, hitting the openings on both sides of its head with precision. A massive explosion engulfed the entire beast. From within the flames came the beast's agonized shrill screams. The rainbow dome in the sky gradually dissipated. The magic forbidden zone vanished. Brat rose, holding the rubious light wheel, and charged at the Nautilus alien beast. He circled behind the beast, slashing repeatedly with the rubious light wheel. Sparks flew. All the frustration from being pummeled earlier. He would now vent completely. In Beijing City, Director Li watched the screen as Luobu hacked at the Nautilus anomalous beast with the Luobu light wheel. He couldn't help but cover his eyes and let out a long sigh. When one is utterly speechless, this is the reaction one displays. Qin Yu nearly died of laughter. Ha ha ha. Hey, maybe someone should remind Luobu that he can use the Ultra Beam now instead of smashing it with that Luobu light wheel. The speechless Director Li finally snapped out of it. Right, remind him. Quick, connect me to the city broadcast system of Dongqing. Hurry. Yes, sir. His subordinates worked swiftly. Soon they connected to the Dongqing city broadcast system. Director Li picked up the microphone. He roared into the microphone, "Stop smashing that monster with that broken wheel. Your light beam ability is available now. Use it to blast that monster to hell." Director Li's voice echoed through the city. Luobu was momentarily stunned by the frustrated tone, then quickly realized the situation. He gathered energy into the Luobu light wheel in his hand. With a whoosh, the wheel radiated a rainbow of brilliant light, its power surging. Luobu tentatively touched the Luobu light wheel with his hand. Bam! The moment of contact sent sparks flying. Luobu's finger was cut by his own weapon. He howled in pain. In the global live stream, silence became the mother tongue of many Dragon Kingdom viewers. What is he, insane? He knows his own weapon's power, doesn't he? Why did he have to touch it with his bare hand? This Luobu is a clown. I thought Luobu was awesome last time, and that our Dragon Kingdom had hope. Now that hope is completely dead. It's over. Dragon Kingdom is hopeless. Dragon Kingdom is completely doomed. I never trusted Luobu. Nuya Aotman is the reliable one. He's insane. This is too hilarious. At that moment, Luobu became the biggest joke in the world. In the capital of Dragon Kingdom, Jingqing, Yi Yunlong and the other base staff were also dumbfounded by Luobu's actions. After a long pause, Yi Yunlong shook his head with a wry smile. These kids sure know how to put on a show. He didn't know how else to describe it. It was just a spectacle. In Beijing City. Awesome barehanded chainsaw touching. Gotta hand it to them, brilliant. The last one to pull such a stunt was Tao Lucy. Qin Yu laughed without restraint, caring not for others' dignity. Director Li's face flushed with anger. He could see all the comments from the live stream viewers. Seeing everyone treat Luobu like a fool, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. After all, one of the components of Luobu was his own daughter Li Lingling. In Dongqing, Luobu, through his own physical pain, finally confirmed that the light beam skill was unsealed. He then eagerly slashed the enchanted destructive Luobu light wheel into the Nautilus anomalous beast. Boom. The strike was immensely powerful, instantly cracking the shell of the Nautilus anomalous beast. Then, Luobu continued to slash repeatedly, causing the Nautilus anomalous beast to cry out in pain, but remain helpless. Close combat was the beast's weakness. Once engaged at close range, its attack methods were limited. After venting his emotions, Luobu unleashed his killing move, channeling all his energy into the Luobu light wheel. Luobu light wheel flying slash. The rainbow radiant Luobu light wheel was swung by Luobu, slashing out a massive orange cutting light wheel. Boom. The Nautilus anomalous beast's proud hard shell was instantly cleaved. Then Luobu slashed twice more. He slashed out a blue cutting light wheel and a red cutting light, while both hitting the Nautilus anomalous beast in succession, finally finishing it off. Rumble. The explosion's fire soared into the sky. The terrifying blast spread, igniting vast ruins. Luobu stood amidst the wreckage. Surrounded by flames, his posture was like that of an apocalyptic war god. In the global live stream, viewers cheered. He won. Luobu Aotman truly won. I knew it, this kid would deliver. He didn't let me down. Who would have thought that human weapons could play a role in such a battle? If those 2 missiles hadn't damaged the monster's organ and disabled its magic suppression field, it's hard to say who would have won. Don't underestimate human power. Humans are the masters of this world. Other countries watch and learn. Perhaps the future lies in humans and Ultraman fighting side by side against monsters instead of relying solely on Ultraman's power. Ultraman's power is limited. With human help it can become even stronger. Ultraman's power is limited. Nuya Aotman is an exception. So far he has never lost. Please enlighten me. Nuya Aotman is a monster. Who can compare to him? This powerful monster has finally been defeated, albeit with difficulty. This battle was significant. It was not just about defeating a powerful monster, it also meant that in this era of supergiant monsters, humanity still had the power to protect their homeland with their own hands. They could no longer rely solely on Ultraman to protect Blue Star. In Beijiang City, Fuey 1 finally won. It wasn't easy. Director Lee had been on edge for a long time. When the Nautilus anomalous beast was destroyed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Qin Yu. If it weren't for the intelligence you provided, we would have been finished. If Qin Yu hadn't told them to use missiles to attack the monster's mouthparts and disable the magic suppression field, Zheluo would likely have been killed by the Nautilus anomalous beast today. The tens of millions of innocent citizens in Dongcheng would have been slaughtered by the beast. Qin Yu's intelligence not only defeated a monster, but also saved the lives of tens of millions in Dongcheng. Alright, nothing left for me to do. I'm going back to sleep. Yawning. Qin Yu left the operations command room with a lack of interest. In Dongqing, looking at the flame-engulfed city, Zheluo Bu's heart ached. He released gentle energy, extinguishing the fires in the city. For an Ultraman, it was a trivial matter. Easy to accomplish. But if left to ordinary people, it might come at a terrible cost. Zheluo Bu, who had little energy left, drained the last of his power. This time he could no longer hold on. His body rapidly faded and vanished, forcibly exiting the transformation state. Li Lingling, Haluo, and Haiyon were extremely weak, collapsed in the ruins, unconscious. At that moment, a sturdy, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, middle-aged man appeared nearby, his eyes fixed on the three. He was the host of Jonia Aotman. Although the process deviated from the plan, the outcome is much the same. The power of Ultraman Grub will soon belong to our nation. Jonias boasted to himself smugly. Then he strode toward Li Lingling and the other three. But before he had taken 2 steps, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Excuse me, but you won't be taking these 3 with you today. Hearing this voice, Jonias stopped in his tracks. His brow furrowed slightly. Not even bothering to glance at the speaker, he replied confidently, I advise you not to meddle in matters that are beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. How can you be so certain that I am an ordinary person? The man's voice sounded again. Jonias turned his head and looked. He saw Qin Yu standing not far away, looking utterly carefree. He held an energy dispersal rifle in his hand, pointed directly at him. The exposure of Qin Yu's identity had been the work of an alliance between Eagle Nation and Darkseid. Jonias naturally recognized Qin Yu. He genuinely hadn't expected this. That Qin Yu would actually appear here. Noah, you actually came all the way here. This isn't really your style, is it? Qin Yu's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly replied, My style is quite changeable. If you think you can guess my thoughts and predict my actions, then I'm afraid you'll be deeply disappointed. I am a man who cannot be foreseen. Jonias's eyes flickered. Ultraman Noah, you truly are a troublesome opponent. If it weren't for necessity, I would prefer not to stand opposite you. As soon as those words left his lips, Qin Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. He swiftly dodged aside. The very next moment, a blue energy bolt shot toward the spot where Qin Yu had just been standing. Boom! The energy bolt detonated, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A bit of debris inevitably splattered onto Qin Yu's clothes. But fortunately, he was unharmed. Qin Yu instinctively fired back, targeting the attacker. Boom! Boom! The energy dispersal rifle unleashed 2 orange-red vacuum shockwave attacks at the ambushers. Then Qin Yu focused his gaze sharply. To his astonishment, the attacker had single-handedly raised an ultra barrier blocking his assault. As the flames from the explosion dissipated, Qin Yu finally got a clear look at the attacker's figure. The attacker was an ultra warrior tall as a man. His appearance differed somewhat from ordinary ultras, appearing quite peculiar. Qin Yu racked his brain and finally recalled who this was. Ultraman Lot. The newcomer was indeed one of the ultra warriors from U40, Ultraman Lot. He was the second most powerful ultra warrior on U40, surpassed only by Jonias. This particular ultra belonged to the extremely obscure niche, even less known than the American Trio. After all, the American Trio had at least the status of protagonists and a certain level of fame, while Ultraman Lot was merely a supporting character who appeared in Jonias' episodes. He had only appeared a handful of times, nor did he have any particularly outstanding feats or battle records. If not for appearing alongside Jonias, Qin Yu probably wouldn't have been able to recall such an ultra at all, although Jonias had not transformed at this moment. From their previous encounter, Qin Yu had memorized his voice. Just from the voice alone, he could identify Jonias' identity. Ultraman Lot was not at all surprised that Qin Yu could recognize him. He remained perfectly composed. Ultraman Noah, our target is the 3 Grub Warriors. Your relationship with Dragon Country is hardly amicable. Why protect those three? Hand them over to us, and it will be beneficial for both you and us. Beneficial for you perhaps, but not necessarily for me. Your furtive behavior makes it obvious you harbor ill intentions. Very well, since you've both shown up together, then today neither of you shall leave here alive. As he spoke, Qin Yu drew out the evolution tector and prepared to transform. Boom! Lot fired an energy blast at Qin Yu, attempting to interrupt Qin Yu's transformation. But the sacred energy light encircling Qin Yu's body absorbed the attack. Qin Yu suffered no harm whatsoever. With a flash of light, Qin Yu transformed into an ultra warrior of the same towering stature as Lot. Then, a blue ripple effect shimmered across his entire body. He directly upgraded into his blue youth form. Seeing that Qin Yu intended to fight seriously, Lot immediately cast a pleading glance toward Jonias, wondering whether to stand and fight or flee. Jonias briefly weighed the situation. He felt that fighting on someone else's turf was hardly advisable. He signaled to Lot with a subtle look. Lot immediately understood the meaning. He transformed into a streak of red light, scooped up Jonias, and fled at full speed, showing no intention of giving Qin Yu the chance to strike. Qin Yu had just finished condensing energy into his Nexus arm, preparing to open a metaverse field, to drag both Jonias and Lot into battle, cutting off any possibility of escape. Alas, they fled too decisively. Before Qin Yu could release the condensed energy, the two had already disappeared into the distance. It was too late to deploy the metaverse field now. Qin Yu could only silently curse his misfortune. If they hadn't run, today he might have had the chance to drain all of Jonias' energy. Jonias was an absolute powerhouse in the Ultra world, holding a status equal to Father of Ultra himself. His energy reserves were vast and boundless. If he could absorb all of Jonias' energy, he might even be able to fill the remaining progress bar completely. Even one Jonias wasn't enough on his own. Combined with Lot, it would basically suffice. And now he could only watch them escape helplessly. Qin Yu felt far from pleased. He even felt bitterly frustrated, regretting letting two walking experience pools slip through his fingers. Oh, what a waste. Qin Yu sighed softly. Then he summoned light energy to envelop Li Lingling and the other three, returning to the northern river base. Meanwhile, in Eagle Nation, Jonias and Lot returned in disgrace. Chuck and the others had assumed they would successfully bring back the three grub warriors. To their surprise, they returned with empty hands. This left Chuck and the others bewildered. Where are the three grubs? Were you not tasked with bringing them back? Why have you returned empty-handed? They've lost all their energy. It's impossible they could have resisted. Mark asked. Jonias, whose plan had failed, did not seem particularly angry. He remained emotionally stable. His expression was no different from usual. Those three indeed could not have resisted, but Qin Yu appeared. He seemed to have guessed our intentions regarding the grub warriors. The moment I revealed myself, he appeared to block my actions. Fortunately, we retreated quickly, or else we would have engaged in a full-scale battle, with Ultraman Noah right there on the spot. Upon hearing this, Gray found it strange. How could Qin Yu have known? Could it be that someone among us has leaked the plan? As he spoke, he cast suspicious glances around at the others, acting entirely convincingly. Chuck analyzed the matter rationally, and said, "It is likely not our fault. Recently, monster appearances within Dragon Country have been far too frequent. The space beast that appeared today happened to be exceptionally powerful, severely wounding Ultraman Grub. It is only natural that Qin Yu would grow suspicious. He is not a fool. It is truly a pity that we failed to obtain Ultraman Grub's power." Mark said, his tone overflowing with regret. If they could have obtained Grub's power, combined with another Jonias, then Eagle Nation would have truly taken flight. End of chapter. Jonias cast a glance at Mark, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. It doesn't matter. As long as we can destroy Noah even without the power of Jelluobu, we can still dominate this world. In Jonias' eyes, Jelluobu had never been a threat. Only Qin Yu was. Qin Yu's strength was unfathomable. He was the only opponent Jonias acknowledged. In Longhua, Beijiang City, Qin Yu threw Li Lingling into the base's medical room, letting the three receive treatment. Due to their injuries and physical weakness, the three would not wake up for a while. Director Li saw his unconscious daughter. His heart ached. Tears streamed down his aged face. Yet he did not forget to thank Qin Yu. Qin Yu told Director Li about Jonias' appearance and how he almost took the three away. Learning that Qin Yu had saved the three, Director Li was overwhelmed with gratitude and thanked him repeatedly. Qin Yu never cared for such formalities. He responded a couple of times and left. In the evening, Dongqing. This city, which had just endured a disaster, was filled with refugees everywhere. Urban search and rescue teams, along with rescue teams spontaneously formed by citizens, were searching for survivors amidst the ruins. A young man stood at the edge of a pile of rubble, watching the constant stream of people rushing about to save others. His eyes were filled with self-reproach. "I'm sorry. If I had been braver and transformed to help, maybe things wouldn't have gotten so bad. I hope everyone won't blame me." The young man's name was Long Kong. He was the one who transformed into Ultraman Ikisi, possessing the transformation device Ikisi Terminal. The reason he was reflecting by the ruins was that during the day's battle he had been too afraid to act. After the fight ended, he felt deep regret, believing that his cowardice had caused the city to suffer such severe destruction. If he had stepped in to help, perhaps things wouldn't have been so dire. Just as Long Kong was wallowing in self-pity, a burly man called out to him, "Young man, can you come and lend a hand? We don't have enough strength to move this big rock." Coming. Long Kong put aside his sorrow and rushed over to help. With the collective effort of the group, the large rock was pushed aside. Beneath the rubble, a little girl was revealed. The girl was covered in dirt. There were also some bloodstains suggesting she was injured. Two professionals carefully climbed down and rescued the girl. Someone brought a stretcher, and the people quickly placed the girl on it, then sent her to a designated treatment point for emergency care. "Young man, you're really something. If it weren't for your help, this little girl might not have been saved." The burly man who had called Long Kong brought a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to the sweating Long Kong. Long Kong took the water, a bit embarrassed. "I didn't do much. It was all thanks to you all. No, each of our strengths was indispensable. Without any one of us, that girl couldn't have been rescued. This is everyone's achievement." Hearing the man's words, something stirred in Long Kong's heart. Everyone's strength indispensable. The man didn't notice Long Kong's change. He patted Long Kong on the back and said cheerfully, "All right, young man, stop thinking. Take a rest, and then come with us to save more people." "Okay." Long Kong agreed without hesitation. He seemed to have finally found his purpose in life. In the dark corners of the city, Hei and Jaji looked up at the sky, grinning savagely. "Noah, Ultraman, the ultimate gift I've prepared for you is finally about to be complete. I hope you can handle it." Ha ha. Amid his maniacal laughter, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. Boom. Thunderclaps exploded across the city. Everyone in Dongqing looked up and saw the black vortex spiraling in the sky. "What is that? It looks terrifying. I remember a scene like this before. Before, when powerful monsters appeared, there was also a huge black vortex in the sky. Could it be the same this time? Heavens. It's too terrifying. Oh my god, we just finished a battle, and now another monster. What kind of karma is this? What are you standing there for? Run. Do you want to die here? Get out of here fast. Everyone drop everything and evacuate immediately. This place might soon become a battlefield again. Don't linger, run." In an instant, Dongqing fell into chaos again. Everyone was evacuating in a hurry. The burly man was about to run too. But Long Kong stood still, staring blankly at the black vortex in the sky. The man rushed over and pulled him away. "Long Kong, what are you waiting for? Run. If you don't, it'll be too late when the monster appears." Long Kong shook off the man's hand. He had chosen cowardice before. This time he wanted to be brave. "Uncle, you go first. I have something I must do. I have to stay and face this." "Long Kong, you." Suddenly the man noticed the Ikisi terminal in Long Kong's hand. By now the existence of Ultraman was no secret. Any bizarre object could be an Ultraman's transformation device. He guessed Long Kong's identity, and his expression turned astonished and delighted. Long Kong smiled faintly. "Uncle, please leave. If I end up fighting the monster, remember to cheer for me." "All right. I understand. I will definitely cheer for you." The man left with the others. Before leaving, he gave Long Kong a thumbs-up gesture. Before all the survivors could evacuate, the entity brewing in the dark vortex grew impatient. Boom. A terrifying purple lightning bolt, unprecedented in power, struck down from the vortex. The intense electric light blinded everyone. When their vision cleared, what they saw was a horrifying monster. This monster bore the characteristics of several defeated monsters from the past. Its entire body was covered with the heads of alien beasts. The head of the reptilian alien beast Lazarius Segura, the head of the Nautilus alien beast Megafurash, the head of the demon alien beast Nosfer, and so on. More than a dozen alien beast heads and special elements were all manifested on this monster's body. This was Yizumeru, the fusion of the abilities of over a dozen alien beasts, hailed as the strongest alien beast. Just from the terrifying heads on its body, one could see how different this alien beast was from other monsters. Long Kong, who had already mentally prepared himself, was instantly intimidated by Yizumeru's aura the moment he saw it. His body trembled involuntarily. What kind of monster is this? So disgusting, so terrifying. Fortunately, he quickly recovered and reaffirmed his resolve to fight. "No matter what monster you are this time, I will not back down." The emergence of Yizumeru plunged all survivors in the city into an unprecedented state of panic. Almost anyone with eyes could see it. This beast was more powerful and terrifying than any monster before. Roar! Yizumeru let out a long howl toward the sky. His voice alone caused severe damage to the city. Glass windows of distant buildings were shattered. Survivors who were slightly closer and hadn't managed to flee were even knocked unconscious by the sound. Long Kong shouted out the name of Ikisi, activated the Ikisi terminal, and transformed. Multicolored light shone in the city. Streams of electronic light flickered. Amidst the light, the earphone baby Ikisi appeared. Thumped. He landed heavily. A tremor shook the earth. Yizumeru turned its gaze toward Ikisi, emitting a terrifying aura. 4 dark creatures like them. Ultramen with the power of light were the most disgusting and intolerable existence. Boom. A fireball shot out aimed at Long Kong. Long Kong's transformation effects had just ended. Before he could react, the fireball was already in front of him. Boom. The fireball struck Long Kong, unleashing astonishing power. It blasted Long Kong away. Long Kong screamed in pain. His body uncontrollably flew several kilometers. When he landed, another huge impact occurred, creating a massive crater in the ground. The burly man who had just been watching saw Long Kong blasted away by the fireball and unconsciously stopped in his tracks. Is this Ultraman the same Long Kong from before? Go for it, Long Kong. You must defeat this monster. He kept his earlier promise. He cheered for Long Kong. Long Kong seemed to hear the man's cheering, and his morale soared. I cannot fall. Ooh, I am also an Ultraman. Other Ultramen can fight and defeat enemies. Ooh, I can too. I must stand up and continue fighting. Little did he know, other Ultramen start weak and gradually grow stronger. But he, on the contrary, jumped straight into a high-difficulty battle, taking on a boss-level monster. He was even mentally abusing himself. That was truly something. Long Kong endured the intense pain, forced himself to stand up again. Yizumeru saw that this little fellow hadn't been killed in one blow, and was not stingy at all. It immediately fired another fireball. Boom. The blazing fireball streaked across the sky, rapidly hurtling toward Long Kong. This time Long Kong was not foolish. He immediately raised an Ultraman barrier. Boom. The fireball struck the barrier and exploded. With the defense of the barrier, Long Kong easily withstood the attack. However, the blazing flames obstructed his vision, preventing him from seeing Yizumeru's movements. After the flames subsided, Long Kong saw that Yizumeru had launched another attack. A crimson lightning bolt aimed at him. This ability came from the Nautilus alien beast Mike-Filashi, which had just been defeated by Jelluobu earlier that day. The attack was extraordinarily powerful. Even Jelluobu couldn't withstand it. Long Kong roared, reinforcing his Ultraman barrier's output. He enhanced his defense. Zapped. The crimson lightning struck the barrier, shaking Long Kong back 2 steps, but the barrier did not shatter. He still managed to block the attack. I can do this. I can hold on. Long Kong silently cheered himself on and continued to maintain the barrier. After the previous 2 moves, he had realized that if he honestly focused on defense with the barrier, he could withstand a few more moves from Yizumeru. If he recklessly attacked, he would surely be instantly crushed by Yizumeru. The enemy's attack power was too strong. It was far beyond what his current strength could contend with. Seeing Long Kong's tenacity, Yizumeru grew irritated. It continuously unleashed various ranged attacks, specifically targeting Long Kong's barrier. Today it was determined to shatter Long Kong's barrier, making this reckless Ultraman realize its might. In Beijiang City, Longwu, the appearance of Ikisi temporarily alleviated the situation in Dongqing, giving the High Command some time to react. Facing the strongest alien beast, Yizumeru, Director Li's first thought was of Li Lingling and the other 2. But after contacting the hospital, he learned that the 3 were still in a coma. It was impossible to have them combine into Jelluobu to engage Yizumeru. Next, he could only pin his hopes on Qin Yu. He turned to call Qin Yu, but Qin Yu's phone was unreachable. He couldn't be contacted. Damn, where did Qin Yu go at a time like this? Can't reach him. What the hell is going on? This monster's danger level far exceeds 10. It's the strongest monster ever seen. With only the power of Djia Ultraman, I'm afraid it can't be dealt with. Only Qin Yu transforming into Nuya Ultraman can fight it. Damn it. Forget it, since we can't reach Qin Yu, let the Dark Djia go first. Hold the line by as much time as possible. At least stop the monster's advance. It looks like this Ultraman is about to give out. Someone must step up. Director Li reported the situation of Li Lingling and the others being unable to fight to the Jingxing headquarters. The headquarters immediately ordered the Dark Djia to transform and rush to Dongqing. Inside the Stone Wings, Qin Yu, whom Director Li couldn't find, was currently inside the Stone Wings adjusting his state. The events of the day had made Qin Yu realize that Dark Jiaji might be planning a major move next. So after returning to the Beijiang base with Li Lingling and the others, he had been in the inner space of the Stone Wings adjusting his state. He hoped to face the coming difficulties in his strongest form. When Yizumeru appeared, even inside the Stone Wings, Qin Yu sensed an unprecedented surge of powerful dark energy. This dark energy far surpassed even Dark Mephiest. What the hell is that? Such strong dark energy. Is Dark Jiaji here? No, it shouldn't be him. With his style, he wouldn't act so easily. Forget it, whatever it is, let's go check it out. Qin Yu controlled the Stone Wings to fly toward the source of the dark energy, Dongqing. To conserve energy for the coming enemies, he couldn't afford to waste it on traveling. The global livestream channel. Viewers were already watching the battle in the livestream. Many found the first appearance of Ikisi Ultraman quite novel. Who is this Ultraman? Never seen him before. Is he a newly recruited Ultraman from Longhua? His ears are so interesting, like he's wearing earphones. Let's call him Headphone Ultraman. This headphone Ultraman is quite handsome. Hey, everyone, shouldn't your focus be on the battle? Headphone Ultraman is about to give out. This monster is so strong, Headphone Ultraman is completely suppressed, only able to defend. Headphone Ultraman, go for it. Don't give up so easily. Headphone Ultraman, hold on. You must hold on. Unconsciously, everyone had accepted the nickname Headphone Ultraman. Some viewers were also frightened by the terrifying appearance and aura of Yizumeru. Did you see? This monster has many other monsters' heads growing on its body. I saw it. Those monster heads seem to be from monsters that have appeared recently. Could it be that this monster has fused with some of the monsters that appeared before? Is it a chimera? Oh my god, how powerful must such a monster be? Look, a monster possessing the traits of a dozen monsters. Invincible. Even Nuya Ultraman might not be able to defeat such a monster, right? Poor Urgi Ultraman facing such a powerful monster on his first appearance. Could it be that his first battle is also his last? Looking at it, it's quite possible. No, monster, stop. Don't hurt Urgi Ultraman. Donchin. Yizumeru unleashed a berserk barrage for half a minute. Finally, Long Kong was about to collapse. Ding dong, ding dong. The energy indicator on his chest began to flicker shamefully. I can't do it anymore. This monster is so strong. I'm no match at all. Must my first battle end in failure? No, I don't want that. Please, Nuya Ultraman, I beg you to come out and help. I've barely overcome my fear of monsters, and I don't want to die so soon. As if the call was answered, a small purple beam descended from the sky. It struck Yizumeru's head. Bang! The small beam exploded. Sparks flew. However, to Yizumeru, such an attack was nothing but a mere tickle. It caused no damage at all. Yizumeru stopped attacking Long Kong and turned to look in the direction of the attack. There stood Heian Dijia in the distance. He was imposing and upright, almost as if the word handsome was written on his face. Heian Dijia clenched his fist and declared war against Yizumeru. Monster, no matter your origin, as long as I'm here, I will never allow you to wreak havoc within Longwa. Roar. In response, Yizumeru let out a furious roar. Heian Dijia immediately charged at Yizumeru. He threw a punch. Yizumeru raised a claw, easily blocking Heian Dijia's attack. Then with a backhanded clamp, he sent Heian Dijia flying. Heian Dijia was almost stunned by Yizumeru's blow. He fell to the ground, staring at Yizumeru in disbelief. This monster has such immense power, completely different from any monster I've encountered before. He had thought the monster before him was only slightly stronger than ordinary monsters. Now he saw, it was far more than just a little stronger. This damn thing was leagues beyond ordinary monsters. It was not something he could handle alone. Hey Ultraman over there, let's join forces to fight this monster, can we? Sure, that's what I was thinking. Long Kong dared not mock Heian Dijia. Yizumeru's strength was terrifying. Right now, only by joining forces might they stand a chance. Perhaps there was still a slim chance of victory. The two separated and took positions, firing small beams from left and right at Yizumeru as probing attacks. Boom, boom, boom. One beam after another struck Yizumeru. The beams exploded on his body. But the damage they caused was still very limited. Yizumeru's hide was extremely thick, and he had a powerful regenerative ability. Ordinary attacks were nothing but tickling to him. However, if such tickling attacks accumulated, they would also annoy him. Since you want to play ranged attacks, I'll show you what real firepower suppression is. In his fury, Yizumeru. From every organ on his body capable of ranged attacks, such as some monster heads, some monster horns, some monster tails, and some monster tentacles and claws. All released attacks targeting Long Kong and Heian Dijia. Long Kong and Heian Dijia were stunned. Such a massive, powerful barrage was impossible to dodge. They could only activate the Ultraman barrier to withstand it. But the barrier could only block the front, not other directions. The two were soon knocked over by explosive blasts from other directions. Their true bodies were exposed to Yizumeru's attacks, bombarded relentlessly. After a few hits, Heian Dijia also began to flash red. Long Kong's condition was even worse. His red light flickered more and more urgently. It seemed he was about to lose his transformation. At the Jingxing Mech headquarters in Longwo, watching the two Ultramen being suppressed by Yizumeru's firepower and about to be killed. Yi Yunlong was frantic like an ant on a hot pan. He paced without stopping. Damn it. Even with Heian Dijia and that unknown Ultraman joining forces, they couldn't last 2 rounds against this monster. Is this monster really that strong? Could it be that heaven wants to destroy Longwa? Is our Longwa finished like this? A subordinate said, "It's not over yet, Minister. Qin Yu hasn't come out yet. Perhaps he can deal with this monster." Another said, "But we can't contact Qin Yu at all. He hasn't appeared. Maybe he's afraid of this monster and has already run away, not daring to fight it." Given that Qin Yu was unreachable, Yi Yunlong couldn't be sure whether Qin Yu was delayed by something else or truly dared not face this terrifying monster. "Qin Yu, are you really afraid?" In Beijiang City, Director Li had prepared for the worst. "Pass down my order. Once Heian Dijia and the other Ultraman are defeated, and if Nuya Ultraman does not appear to stop the monster, then we must awaken Lingling Haluo and Haiyong at all costs, even if it means sacrificing their lives to destroy this monster. Otherwise, not only Longhua, but this world might be finished. Li Lingling was Director Li's own daughter and his only child. Heaven knows how conflicted and pained his heart was when he made this decision. But there was no choice. They bore the fate of a nation on their shoulders. For this country, for the lives of over 1 billion people. At certain times they must make sacrifices. Global livestream. Seeing the two Ultramen being beaten so miserably by the monster, the viewers couldn't bear to watch. How can this monster be so powerful? 2 Ultramen combined couldn't even fight back. Who can defeat it? Dijia Ultraman, Urgi Ultraman, don't give up. Stand up. Nuya Ultraman, where are you? Why haven't you come to save them? Eagleland chickens of the Basin Bearland, are you really just going to watch? If this monster really destroys Longhua, you'll be the next target. Forget about national boundaries now. All countries should join forces quickly to destroy this monster, or the whole world will be finished. Isn't your Longhua so proud of having Nuya Ultraman? Now you realize your mistake. If you're so capable, let your Nuya Ultraman come and destroy this monster. Yes, let Nuya come out. Isn't Nuya the god of Ultramen? Maybe if he comes out he can destroy this monster. Whether intentional or not, many in the live stream were calling for Noah to face this monster. Some viewers from the Dragon Kingdom saw these words, which seemed like provocations. They felt deeply uneasy, because now everyone knew that the Ultraman Noah transformed by Qin Yu was not the Dragon Kingdom's guardian Ultraman. He fought monsters purely on a whim. He would fight if he wanted to, and wouldn't if he didn't. No one could command him, no one could direct him. And the root cause was the misdeeds of the Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials. Some high-ranking figures had once suppressed Qin Yu, leaving him disheartened. That was why he was unwilling to wholeheartedly protect the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, there was the previous incident with Su Ting, and the cyberbullying on the internet had further hurt Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was willing to take on the monster, it was because he was magnanimous. If he stood by and did nothing, they had no right to condemn him. Ultraman Noah, please act. Ultraman Noah, only you can destroy this monster. I'm sorry, Ultraman Noah, for following the crowd and attacking you online. It was my fault. Please don't abandon our Dragon Kingdom, save us. Ultraman Noah, are you really unwilling to save the Dragon Kingdom once more? Ultraman Noah, don't wait any longer. If you don't act now, the Dragon Kingdom is finished. Amid the continuous calls from the audience, a miracle occurred. In the sky over the eastern city, a golden light descended at incredible speed. Yizumeru was furiously attacking Dark Tiga, and X, not noticing the light in the sky. The golden light coalesced and transformed into the silver juvenile form of Ultraman Nexus. Appearing before everyone's eyes, Qin Yu had finally arrived. Ultraman spinning flying kick. Whooshed. Golden energy gathered at Qin Yu's right foot. At the same time, Qin Yu's body spun at high speed, turning into a human drill that charged straight at Yizumeru. By the time Yizumeru reacted, Qin Yu's big foot was already on Yizumeru's head. Boom. Terrifying energy exploded instantly. Yizumeru's massive body was kicked uncontrollably, flying over 10 kilometers by Qin Yu's kick. The fire suppression was forcibly halted. Long Kong and Dark Tiga had a moment to catch their breath and barely escaped with their lives. Qin Yu landed stylishly, striking a cool pose. Ultraman Noah, Long Kong and Dark Tiga, upon seeing Qin Yu, were moved to tears of excitement. If Qin Yu hadn't come, they would probably have been doomed today. Qin Yu turned and saw Long Kong transformed into X and the pitch-black Tiga beside him. Yo, Earphone Baby, new face. Earphone Baby. Hearing this nickname, Long Kong instinctively touched his own ears. He clearly realized that the decorative shape on his ears looked like earphones. Thump. Thump. In the distance, Yizumeru, who had been kicked away, got up, making quite a commotion. Long Kong and Dark Tiga quickly ran to Qin Yu's side. At this moment, only Qin Yu, the big shot, could give them a sense of security. Listen to me, this space beast is very strong. It's the strongest fusion space beast, combining the full power of over a dozen space beasts. Yizumeru. To defeat it, the three of us must work together. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Long Kong and Dark Tiga's hearts trembled. Even Noah, hailed as the god of Ultraman, had to rely on their power to defeat the enemy. Just how strong was this space beast? But I'm almost at my limit, said Long Kong. The energy indicator on his chest was flashing rapidly, on the verge of going out. No problem, a small issue. Qin Yu casually flicked his finger, shooting out a golden energy that entered the X-shaped energy indicator on Long Kong's chest. In an instant, Long Kong's body was filled with energy. The indicator stopped flashing immediately. Such powerful energy. Long Kong was astonished. A mere flick of Qin Yu's energy could fully recharge him. He couldn't imagine how strong Qin Yu's true form was. Qin Yu turned to look at Dark Tiga. Want some? Me? Is that possible? Dark Tiga was self-aware. He possessed dark energy, which was opposite to the light energy of normal Ultramen. Theoretically, it should be possible. Alright, then give me some. Hearing Qin Yu say that, Dark Tiga didn't doubt and accepted Qin Yu's kindness. Then here's a bit for you. Qin Yu raised his hand and flicked another golden energy into the energy indicator on Dark Tiga's chest. Unlike Long Kong transformed into X the moment Qin Yu's golden energy entered Dark Tiga's body, Dark Tiga's entire body began to emit golden light. The light lasted for 2 seconds. When it faded, Dark Tiga's body was no longer its original black, but had turned into a strange silver gray. And there was no other mixed color, pure silver gray. Qin Yu looked and felt uncomfortable. How come giving you a little energy dyed you gray? Thank you, Ultraman Noah. I don't know what happened, but I feel much stronger now, far stronger than before. Being a veteran Ultraman, Qin Yu guessed the reason after a glance. Well, it should be that you absorbed my energy and transformed your own attribute to light. Now you can fully use the power of Ultraman Tiga, unlike before when your dark heart wasn't pure enough, and you could only use half of Dark Tiga's power. That's possible. You forcibly turned me from dark to light. It seems that's exactly what happened. Thank you. I was already tired of that pitch black look. Now this silver form feels pretty good, though it would be even better if it had more colors like red or blue. Adding red and blue would just make it the composite form. What? Nothing. Focus on fighting the monster. Qin Yu suppressed his random thoughts and concentrated on facing Yuzumeru. In the global live stream, seeing Qin Yu appear and deliver a powerful kick to Yuzumeru, dealing the highest damage since the battle began, all Dragon Kingdom viewers erupted in excitement. Great! Ultraman Noah has finally arrived. Ultraman Noah is not afraid. Even the strongest space beast cannot make him retreat. I knew it. Ultraman Noah wouldn't abandon our Dragon Kingdom. He would definitely act. I've always believed in him. Ultraman Noah, that kick was incredibly cool. You'll always be the most handsome hero in my heart. Ultraman Noah, beat this monster and show him whose territory this is. Ultraman Noah, thank you for giving us hope in our darkest moment. Noah, you are our light. Ultraman Noah, activate the meta field and drag the monster into it to beat him up. Yes, drag the monster into the meta field and beat him to death. Monster, you're doomed. Once Ultraman Noah acts, victory is guaranteed. Along with the Mecha headquarters base in the capital city. Excellent. He's here, he has finally arrived. With Qin Yu making his move, this round is secure. Seeing Qin Yu finally appear, Yi Yunlong's heart instantly settled. From the countless battles in the past, Qin Yu had established his status as the Ultraman God through his formidable combat prowess. It seemed that no enemy was invincible before Qin Yu. Any foe under his hand was nothing more than a mere chicken or dog. Qin Yu could dispatch them with ease. The undefeated war god was the most fitting description for him. It wasn't just Yi Yunlong who felt this way. The other high-ranking officials of Longhua shared similar thoughts. The moment they saw Qin Yu appear, some were already so moved that tears nearly streamed down their faces. Dongqing. In the shadowy recesses of the city, Dark Zagi caught sight of Qin Yu's arrival and couldn't help but let out a triumphant chuckle. Noah, Ultraman, you finally come. Enjoy the lavish gift I've prepared for you. Today marks your end. After Dark Zagi uttered these words, an inexplicable tremor ran through Qin Yu's heart, and his body began to quiver, as if something horrifying was about to unfold. Yet Qin Yu dismissed this fleeting sensation, steadying his mind. Roar! Izumeru rose and let out a furious bellow. The terrifying sound carried an overwhelming coercive force that made one's hair stand on end. What's all the noise? It's not a contest of who's louder. Qin Yu grumbled as he released his energy. His entire body was enveloped in a blue radiance as he ascended into the blue youth form. Then, he concentrated the energy into the Nexus armament on his right hand, raised his arm toward the sky, and released it. The energy descended as a curtain of light, activating the meta field. Although Izumeru possessed some traits of the Nautilus alien beasts, he could not unleash a rainbow dome to seal light-based skills or the meta field like the Nautilus alien beasts could. In the TV series of Nexus, when Lien Di faced Izumeru, he refrained from using the meta field because his physical condition at that time was too dire, rendering him unable to even activate it. It was not due to suppression of his abilities. The meta field sealed off, and Qin Yu, Izumeru, Dija, and Long Kong, 3 Ultramen and 1 monster, were all transported into the meta field. Dongqing gained a brief respite. Within the meta field, just as Qin Yu was about to direct the other 2 to launch a righteous assault on Izumeru, a sudden anomaly occurred. An exceptionally powerful dark energy emerged, corroding the meta field that Qin Yu had released. The dark purple energy expanded at a visible rate. Damn it! Dark Zagi, is that you? Seeing this, Qin Yu's first suspicion fell on Dark Zagi, for only he could accomplish such a feat. But the moment his words faded, a pitch-black void appeared on the ground beside Izumeru, and a familiar figure emerged from within. Upon seeing the figure, Qin Yu felt a chilling sensation crawl across his scalp. Dark Mephisto, didn't I already take you down? How did you crawl back? Dark Mephisto plus Izumeru. This battle was going to be a desperate struggle. I have risen from the depths of hell to seek revenge on you, Noah, Ultraman. A low, hoarse male voice emanated from Dark Mephisto's mouth. Clearly this was not Su Ting, but another puppet selected by Dark Sage-Eye. Becoming Dark Mephisto 2. The first battle was already this intense. Long Kong's heart pounded uncontrollably. Noah Ultraman, what do we do now? One Izumeru and one Dark Mephisto. Both were immensely powerful. How are we supposed to fight this battle? Qin Yu looked at Dark Mephisto, then at Izumeru, and gritted his teeth. We have no choice but to fight with everything we've got. Listen to me, you two, by any means necessary hold off Dark Mephisto. I don't expect you to win, just find a way to delay him. I'll try to take down Izumeru as quickly as possible, and then come to help you. Any problems? We'll do our best. DJ responded. As for whether they could succeed, even he had no confidence. After all, he had never directly clashed with Dark Mephisto. Fine. Then let the battle begin. At Qin Yu's command, Dijia and Long Kong immediately raised their shields. They charged toward Dark Mephisto with shields raised, a tactic they had learned from Qin Yu. Charging with shields up meant they didn't have to worry about their advance being interrupted. Qin Yu also sprang into action. He executed a backflip landing behind Izumeru. Izumeru swung its tail at Qin Yu. Qin Yu grabbed the tail and tucked it under his arm, attempting to free one hand to unleash a cutting skill and sever the tail. Izumeru struggled fiercely, thrashing its tail. The immense force made Qin Yu lose his footing. Thud. In the end, Qin Yu could not maintain his balance. He was flipped over by Izumeru's tail. Such formidable strength, truly worthy of the strongest alien beast. I've underestimated this creature. Qin Yu had originally believed his power could match Izumeru's, but after the clash he realized that the opponent's pure physical strength far surpassed his own. Overpowering it through brute force was impossible. Seeing Qin Yu down, Izumeru raised its tail and slammed it down viciously at him. Qin Yu immediately rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the tail strike. He then rapidly gathered energy, forming a rotating cutting light wheel in his palm. When Izumeru's tail came swinging again, Qin Yu seized the moment and slashed the rotating cutting light wheel against the tail. Thwack! Blood sprayed as the rotating cutting light wheel severed most of Izumeru's tail. The severed tip fell to the ground. It twitched twice. Roar! Roar! In excruciating pain from the severed tail, Izumeru howled incessantly, all its heads gathering energy simultaneously. Sensing the danger, Qin Yu raised his shield at once. Ultra Barrier. The moment he activated the barrier, Izumeru's attack came. Boom! 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 Scorching fireballs, violet destructive rays, crimson lightning bolts, and a variety of ranged energy attacks were unleashed without restraint. With his shield up, Qin Yu managed to block all the assaults. At the same time, he deliberately extended his other hand, using the Nexus armament to absorb the incoming energy attacks and convert them into his own power. He was preparing for the next strike. However, Izumeru's barrage made things difficult for Long Kong and Dijia. Even working together, they were no match for Dark Mephisto. They were overwhelmingly suppressed by Dark Mephisto. While Izumeru bombarded wildly, Dark Mephisto had ample time to raise his own shield for protection. But the two of them didn't even have a moment to catch their breath, let alone activate their shields. They took several of Izumeru's fiery blasts head-on, enduring the pain. Gritting their teeth, they managed to activate their ultra barriers, barely escaping disaster. If they had fully absorbed one of Izumeru's furious strikes, they would likely have been finished. After completing one round of attacks, Izumeru paused briefly to prepare a second wave. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu deactivated his ultra barrier. He converted all the energy absorbed by the Nexus armament into a powerful blue destructive ray and fired it straight at Izumeru. The blue destruction beam struck Ijaluma head-on, unleashing tremendous force and carving a massive gash into his frame. Flesh and blood were mangled, a horrifying spectacle. Every joule of that devastating impact originated from Ijaluma himself, merely repurposed by Qin Yu. The energy was simply returned to its source. Roar! Ijaluma let out a pained howl. The excruciating agony drove him further into a frenzied rage. He charged at Qin Yu with a gaping maw, thrashing like a mad beast, intent on crushing Qin Yu to bits. Qin Yu erected an ultra barrier, then wielded it like a blunt hammer, smashing it down heavily upon Ijaluma's head. With a thunderous crash, the blow carried immense weight, shattering Qin Yu's ultra barrier instantly. Even Ijaluma was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opening, Qin Yu wielded the shattered fragments of his barrier as a blade, dragging it swiftly and mercilessly across Ijaluma's neck. Schlick! Schlick! The two shards sliced deep into Ijaluma's throat, inflicting fresh wounds. Roar! Enraged beyond measure, Ijaluma swiped a massive palm toward Qin Yu. This time Qin Yu failed to evade, taking the full force of the monstrous blow squarely. He was sent flying. Upon landing, Qin Yu was momentarily dazed, his senses reeling. Fortunately, his combat instincts remained razor-sharp. The moment he stabilized himself, he immediately raised an ultra barrier for protection. Boom! Ijaluma unleashed a crimson lightning beam directly at Qin Yu. Had Qin Yu been even a fraction slower, the crimson lightning would have struck him. Once again, the ultra barrier successfully absorbed Aijaluma's assault. Next, Qin Yu dismissed the barrier. He brought his hands to his chest, summoning 2 storm swords. 2 blades radiating a brilliant golden light extended from his nexus arms. Radiating an overwhelming aura, Qin Yu fixed his gaze upon Aijaluma. Once fully locked onto his target, he launched himself forward at full speed. This strike would be decisive. He intended to completely finish Aijaluma. Sensing the impending threat of death, Aijaluma disregarded his battered body. Desperately spewing fireballs to hinder him, Qin Yu swung his storm swords with relentless precision, deflecting every attack. He had already resolved to end Aijaluma. Nothing could obstruct his advance. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu closed the distance and unleashed a rapid flurry of slashes with his storm swords, striking at Aijaluma. Storm Dancing Fury. Qin Yu had coined the name himself. Twin storm swords flashed from both hands, carving through Aijaluma's frame with over a dozen swift strikes. Enough to tear Aijaluma's body apart. Yet due to the sheer velocity of the attacks, his flesh remained stubbornly intact. Instead, the wounds knitted together seamlessly. Then Qin Yu leaped backward, creating distance before retracting his storm swords. After a brief charge, he unleashed a layered storm as the finishing move. Boom! A golden destruction beam crackling with electricity shot toward Aijaluma. By now, Aijaluma was completely depleted, his body paralyzed and immobile. He could only stand frozen, letting Qin Yu's finishing beam pierce through him. Upon impact, the layered storm reduced Aijaluma's body to molecular dust, making him vanish entirely. This monster, renowned as the strongest space beast, was reduced to nothing, slain by Qin Yu's own hands. Host has eliminated Aijaluma. Wingsless Noah unlock progress increased by 20%. Current Wingsless Noah unlock progress 50%. True to his reputation as the strongest space beast, Aijaluma provided more unlock progress than Dark Mephisto by a full 5%. The consecutive deployment of the dual storm swords and the layered storm had begun to tax Qin Yu's stamina. The color timer on his chest started flashing. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Up to this point, Qin Yu had barely experienced a flashing timer. It only attested to the sheer ferocity of Aijaluma. Across the global live stream, Qin Yu's climactic surge and swift elimination of Aijaluma sent many viewers into a frenzy. Noah Ultraman truly lives up to his title as the strongest among the Ultra Gods. To defeat a beast that powerful, absolutely incredible. Noah Ultraman, the Eternal God, and Dark Mephisto. Noah Ultraman, finish him. Secure the double kill. You all saw that, didn't you? Noah Ultraman's strength is beyond question or challenge. Noah Ultraman, I want to become your disciple. Noah. Incredible. Voice cracking. As long as Noah Ultraman stands with us, our Dragon Nation remains unbreakable, impregnable. Noah Ultraman is the one true God protecting our Dragon Nation. Chinese netizens dominated the live stream chat, leaving viewers from other nations completely unable to interject. At this moment, envy toward the Dragon Nation reached its peak across the globe. Everyone harbored the same thought. It would be ideal if Noah Ultraman had been born in their own country, in the Dragon Nation's capital. This is wonderful. One down, it really is great. With Aijaluma dispatched, Dark Mephisto will be much easier to handle. Yi Yunlong breathed a sigh of relief. Aijaluma had been his greatest concern. Now that Aijaluma was gone, Qin Yu would face Dark Mephisto in a 3-on-1 advantage alongside Tiga and X. How could Justice possibly lose in such a scenario? It was an insurmountable advantage. How could they possibly lose? Most others shared this conviction, believing victory was already sealed. This is wonderful. The crisis has finally passed if our Dragon Nation is saved. Thanks to Noah Ultraman. As long as Noah Ultraman is with us, we will face no issues. Though Noah Ultraman holds some grievances against our authorities, he is fundamentally one of our own. When the Dragon Nation faces dire peril, he will not stand idle. Come on, Noah Ultraman, go get them. In Beijiang City, Bai Yingying sat at home, anxiously watching the live stream alone. Seeing Qin Yu finally overcome Aijaluma, the tension on Bai Yingying's face eased slightly. Excellent, Qin Yu, you must keep pushing. I believe in you. You will surely defeat all enemies and claim victory. Qin Yu, stay strong. Just as she was completely absorbed in the broadcast, a pale golden light drifted in through the window. It quietly merged with Bai Yingying's body. Not even she herself noticed it. Within the meta field, by now the field had been eroded by dark energy for the most part. However, since Dark Mephisto had been continuously engaged in battle with Tiga and Long Kong, he had never managed to free a hand to seize control of the domain. Therefore, the meta field had never fully fallen under Dark Mephisto's dominion. Had Dark Mephisto succeeded in corrupting the meta field into a domain of darkness, Qin Yu certainly could not have eliminated Aijaluma so smoothly. It would have been considerably more difficult. But none of that mattered now. Aijaluma had been dealt with. Only Dark Mephisto remained. He would be easily crushed. Long Kong and Di Jia had been replenished with a bit of energy by Qin Yu refilling their energy to full. However, they had just been battling Dark Mephisto. To hold him back and allow Qin Yu to focus on dealing with Yizumeru, the two of them fought with all their might. In no time, they were battered by Dark Mephisto again, their energy indicators beginning to flash. But fortunately, they did manage to successfully stall Dark Mephisto. At this moment, the scales of victory tilted completely in Qin Yu's favor. Di Jia, Long Kong, and Qin Yu encircled Dark Mephisto. Qin Yu clenched his fists and spoke with fervor. Dark Mephisto, before we strike, do you have any last words? Even while facing the combined assault of 3 Ultramen, including Qin Yu, Dark Mephisto remained undaunted. He even believed he could turn the tables. Last words. Who will win is still unknown. All 3 of you are in poor condition with over half your energy depleted. I, on the other hand, am still in perfect form. My combat power surpasses yours. Is that so? Then let's see. AI Kusi Di Jia attack. At Qin Yu's command, AI Kusi and Di Jia struck simultaneously. They lunged at Dark Mephisto from left and right, attempting to seize him. Dark Mephisto reacted swiftly, leaping straight up into the air like a springing hare, ascending rapidly. Qin Yu had already anticipated Dark Mephisto's move, jumping almost at the same time, then clasping his hands together and smashing down. Thud! Dark Mephisto plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Long Kong and Di Jia immediately delivered the finishing blow, stomping fiercely on Dark Mephisto. Still trying to act tough. You had fun beating us earlier, didn't you? Aren't you so cocky? Keep showing off. Still think you're tough. Sing conquest for us. Kick you to death, kick you to death. The two had been suppressed by Dark Mephisto earlier, taking many blows. They had been utterly frustrated, now finally able to vent their emotions. They were determined to thoroughly ravage Dark Mephisto. Move aside. After rapidly gathering energy, Qin Yu unleashed his most basic finishing move, the cross storm, at Dark Mephisto on the ground. Long Kong and Di Jia obediently dodged away. Dark Mephisto had no other way to respond, so he could only cross his arms and barely withstand the onslaught of the cross storm. Rumble. Golden energy erupted. After enduring the cross storm, Dark Mephisto's condition plummeted rapidly. The energy indicator on his chest began to flicker. Now all 4 Ultramen within the metafield were flashing their energy indicators. The alternating sounds of the flashing created a strange sense of tension and excitement. Long Kong and Di Jia also began to charge their respective finishing beams. Dark Mephisto rose, roaring furiously. Damn it. Even if I die, I'll take you all with me. I want you to die with me. Oh. Dark Mephisto began to accumulate dark energy, his entire body emanating a dark crimson glow, trying to unleash your ultimate. I won't give you that chance. Night kick. No Ultraman kick. Qin Yu descended rapidly from the sky, extending his right foot, which shone with golden light, and kicked Dark Mephisto squarely on the head, forcibly interrupting his energy accumulation. At that moment, Long Kong and Di Jia had also completed their charging and immediately released their respective finishing beams at Dark Mephisto. Zanadium beam, Superior beam, blue and purple beams struck Dark Mephisto from 2 directions. Oh, Dark Mephisto was in excruciating pain. Being hit by 2 powerful finishing beams was an extremely unpleasant sensation. However, these 2 attacks were not enough to kill him. The final blow, of course, had to be delivered by Qin Yu. Placing his right hand before his chest, Qin Yu materialized a golden bow, aimed at Dark Mephisto, drew the bow to its full extent, and finally released, shooting a multicolored arrow beam. Arrow storm. Rumble. Dark Mephisto, already at the end of his tether, was struck by Qin Yu's arrow and exploded directly. The explosive force was immense, unprecedented. Even Yizumeru had not been subjected to the finishing beams of 3 Ultramen, but Dark Mephisto had been honored with such treatment. This privilege was truly unparalleled. This Mephisto was significantly stronger than the Su Ting version, providing more energy as well. Had it not been for the assistance of Di Jia and Long Kong facing these 2 enemies solely by himself, even if Qin Yu could win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, possibly costing him half his life. In the global live stream, we won. Ultraman Noah won. That's wonderful. I knew Ultraman Noah would win. Dark Mephisto is truly pitiful, ganged up on by 3 Ultramen, unable even to release his finishing move before being blown up. No choice. He provoked Ultraman Noah. This was his destined end. Ultraman Noah is the strongest. No one can challenge him. Yes, Ultraman Noah is invincible. Another glorious achievement added to Ultraman Noah's record. Ultraman Noah, it's so good to have you. Everyone, don't get too excited. This is just routine. I believe this is only the tip of the iceberg of Ultraman Noah's power. Right? Ultraman Noah's true strength has yet to be fully revealed. The viewers in the live stream had lost count of how many times they had been awed by Qin Yu's power. Every time Qin Yu used his formidable might to annihilate monsters. No matter who the enemy was, no matter how many foes there were, Qin Yu could eliminate them. It seemed as if Qin Yu was truly invincible. Now, if anyone dared to claim that Qin Yu was not the strongest Ultraman, many would likely tear that person apart. In the Dragon Kingdom at the headquarters of the mech department in the capital, we won great, we won finally we won. Thank heavens. Our Dragon Kingdom is safe. Yi Yunlong, who had been tense and focused just moments ago, finally breathed a sigh of relief the moment Dark Mephisto was destroyed. His entire body seemed to lose all sensation, collapsing limply to the ground, gasping heavily, while his clothes were soaked with cold sweat without his notice. The other staff members were also celebrating this hard-won victory. Surviving a calamity is the most joyful thing. However, before the joy could last long, a terrifying event occurred. One after another, beams of light lit up in the eastern city. Each beam represented an Ultraman: Jonius, Lodo, Elec, Chuck, Great Powered, and Titus. All 7 Ultramen from the Eagle Country appeared. Not only them, but also the first Ultraman and Jack from Chickenfoot Country, Taro from Bull Country, 80 from Rooster Country, and over a dozen other Ultramen, including Neos and 721, all appeared in the eastern city. The subordinate, upon seeing the situation on the screen, exclaimed excitedly, "Minister Ultraman has appeared in Dongqing. So many Ultramen. There have never been so many Ultramen appearing at the same time." Look quickly. Yi Yunlong's attention was entirely focused on the Mida domain. He had not yet noticed the situation in Dongqing. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he immediately looked toward the monitor displaying Dongqing. Indeed, more than a dozen Ultramen appeared in Dongqing. Their colossal forms stood towering within the city. The scene, words could not describe how magnificent it was. Unprecedented. What's going on? Why have Ultramen from other countries suddenly appeared in our long country? What is this situation? Could it be that they have come to help us defeat Yizumeru? The moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dismissed by Yi Yunlong. No, impossible. In this day and age, it's already good enough that they don't come to cause trouble. How could they possibly take the initiative to help us deal with Yizumeru? What exactly do they want to do? Yi Yunlong was utterly perplexed. Or rather, he already had some conjectures. It was just that he was unwilling to accept it. "Minister, could it be that these Ultramen have appeared here for the sake of Ultraman Noah?" said a subordinate. In this subordinate's view, the only Ultraman worthy of such a luxurious lineup was Qin Yu. As for Long Kong and Dijia, they were utterly unworthy. For Ultraman Noah, they couldn't be, could they? Yi Yunlong furrowed his brow. His expression was grim. Another subordinate said, "Minister, what should we do? If they are truly here for Noah, should we help Noah? Or should we stand by and do nothing? Should we help Noah or stand by?" These two thoughts clashed repeatedly in Yi Yunlong's mind. Judging by the stance today, it would definitely not end peacefully. If they chose to help Qin Yu, it would be tantamount to making enemies of the entire world. If Qin Yu were to be besieged and killed by these more than a dozen Ultramen, then the fate of Long Country would likely be sealed. If they chose to stand by, what if Qin Yu unleashed astonishing combat power and annihilated these dozen Ultramen in one fell swoop? From then on, there would be no possibility for Long Country to draw closer to Qin Yu. They had already missed Qin Yu once. Could they afford to miss him a second time? How should they choose? It concerned the national destiny of Long Country. Yi Yunlong could not decide for the moment. Call the leader. But time was already too short. There was no moment for further deliberation. What to do? Cold sweat continuously streamed from Yi Yunlong's body. At this moment, another subordinate said, "Minister, let's take a gamble. Believe in the power of Ultraman Noah. If Ultraman Noah can annihilate all these dozen Ultramen, then from now on Blue Star will be led by our Long Country." Hearing this, Yi Yunlong finally made up his mind. Believe. All right, then let's believe in the power of Ultraman Noah. Prepare all the mecha bases and military bases across the country. Aim at those dozen Ultramen. Open fire. Help Ultraman Noah. Just as this subordinate had said, if Qin Yu could truly eliminate those dozen Ultramen by clinging tightly to Qin Yu's coattails, they could soar in one go. They had already missed Qin Yu once. This was the second chance granted by heaven. If they still couldn't seize it, then they would be truly foolish to the core. For a moment, all military bases and mecha bases in Long Country received orders to launch tracking missiles, locking onto those dozen suddenly appearing Ultramen. This wave was tantamount to a huge gamble. If Long Country could not rise together with Qin Yu, then they would have to descend into hell together with him. There was no third possibility. Inside the Mida domain, after unleashing his finishing move, Qin Yu was so weak that he could barely stand. But fortunately, he had defeated the two formidable enemies, Heian Mephizit and Yizumeru. Everything was worth it. Ikisi Dija, thank you. With your help, I was able to defeat those two fellows. Qin Yu rarely thanked others. In this battle, although Long Kong and Dijia did not deal much damage, the role they played was indeed considerable. You're welcome, Noah. Dijia was not interacting with Qin Yu for the first time, so he was not so restrained. As for Long Kong, upon seeing Qin Yu, he had the expression of a devoted fan seeing his idol. Ultraman Noah, fighting alongside you has been a long-cherished wish of mine, and today it has finally come true. Wonderful. There should be more opportunities in the future. Qin Yu smiled. Then he retracted his energy and dispelled the Mida domain. The moment the Mida domain vanished, more than a dozen Ultramen immediately formed an encirclement, trapping the three in the middle. Long Kong and Dijia, who had just escaped the tiger's jaws, saw the scene before them. Were nearly scared out of their wits. What's going on? How come there are so many Ultramen? What do you guys want to do? Are you having a team-building event today? So many people. Even though Long Kong was terrified, he remained a chatterbox. In contrast, Qin Yu was much calmer. He swept his gaze around, surveying the Ultramen around him, and finally his eyes landed on Qin Yu. I never expected that I would be worthy of such a grand display from you. It seems that the Izumeru just now was your doing, wasn't it? Although the energy indicator on his chest was flashing continuously, Qin Yu's aura was not weak in the slightest. In fact, it overwhelmed every Ultraman present. Qin Yu couldn't help lifting his head, wearing an expression of confidence and victory. That's right, Ultraman Noah. To deal with you, all this was necessary. Now that you have fallen into an unprecedented state of weakness, facing the combined might of over a dozen of us Ultramen, you have no hope of victory. I advise you to surrender. Seeing that the dozen Ultramen were targeting Qin Yu, both Long Kong and Dijia did not abandon him. Instead, they moved closer to Qin Yu. They made their stance clear, forming a united front with Qin Yu. Ultraman Noah, what do we do now? Can the three of us defeat so many of them? Long Kong was panicking inside. He had a realistic understanding of his own strength. Under normal circumstances, dealing with one or two ordinary Ultramen, he might not be defeated. But now he was low on health. He probably couldn't even beat a single ordinary Ultraman. Qin Yu said in a deep voice, "You two leave. This battle is beyond your involvement. Don't throw away your lives for nothing." His tone was extremely tragic and heroic. Under normal circumstances, facing these dozen Ultramen, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But now his own energy was depleted to the extreme. He could barely maintain his transformation time. To escape was utterly impossible. The current situation was already at a dead end. Long Kong was unwilling to give up on Qin Yu. "Noah, is there really no way? Aren't you the god of Ultramen? Aren't you the strongest Ultraman? You should have a way, right?" Qin Yu was about to say something. At this moment, countless missiles rained down from the sky. This volley of missile strikes consumed more than half of the Dragon Kingdom's missile reserves. Yi Yunlong had launched it with an all-or-nothing mindset. Succeed or die trying. As long as it could protect Qin Yu, even sacrificing the entire eastern city was worth it. Qin Yu saw the Dragon Kingdom insignia on those missiles. He realized that the higher-ups had likely exerted their influence to help. This was the only chance for survival. He had to seize it. The opportunity is here. Lend me all your power. Long Kong and Dijia did not hesitate. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, they immediately transferred all their remaining energy to him. Two streams of golden energy surged into Qin Yu's body. This gave Qin Yu, who was nearly drained of energy, the qualification for a final desperate struggle. At the same time, Qin Yu and the other Ultramen noticed the missiles rapidly descending from the sky. Defense. Those are the Dragon Kingdom's defense missile swarm. Their power is immense, even an Ultraman cannot withstand them. More than a dozen Ultramen raised their hands. They released Ultraman barriers to withstand the attack from the sky. Long Kong and Dijia, having lost their last energy, automatically disintegrated and vanished. Qin Yu summoned the stone wing and absorbed the two into its space. If he didn't move them away when the missile swarm landed, their human forms, now devoid of energy, would be doomed. After all, they were comrades who had fought together. To Qin Yu didn't want to see them perish so rashly. This round is a life-or-death game. I'll fight you to the death. Qin Yu did not like the other Ultramen deploy an Ultraman barrier for defense. It wasn't that the missile swarm held no threat to him. On the contrary, with his remaining energy, he could not withstand the bombardment at all. If he didn't shield himself and endured a round of bombardment, even he would either die or be severely wounded. But now he had no choice, only one path lay before him. Use his final strike to kill as many Ultramen as possible, gathering the remaining 30% of the unlock progress. If he could successfully unlock the No-Wing Noah form, the current predicament would be resolved effortlessly. If not, an unknown fate awaited him. Qin Yu placed his right hand on his chest. The Nexus armament extended into a golden great bow. However, this bow was different from usual. Normally, the bow Qin Yu summoned had only the bow, no arrows. He had to draw the bowstring and accumulate energy to shoot an arrow of light. But this time, the great bow Qin Yu summoned already had a long sword knocked in the middle. That's right, not an arrow but a sword. This move was the strongest killing technique of the Blue Youth form, merging the Storm Sword and Arrow Storm into one. The ultimate light Arrow Storm. In the Nexus TV series, Lien D also used this move to instantly kill Izumeru when on the verge of death. He brought a perfect conclusion to his own battle. And Qin Yu would use this move to carve out a path to the pinnacle of the universe for himself. The missile swarm descended, striking the Ultramen. Boom, boom. The blaze of the explosions instantly illuminated the entire city. The originally pitch-black city became bright as day. This was the best opportunity. The Ultramen were troubled by the missile swarm and could not free themselves to deal with him. Qin Yu endured the aftershocks of the explosions, chose a perfect attacking angle, drew the longbow, accumulated energy, and with the last bit of his remaining strength, unleashed this ultimate strike, the ultimate light arrow storm. Whooshed! A multicolored arrow of light like a phoenix spreading its wings shot out at unimaginable speed. Blocking the way were Ultraman Galay, Ultraman Nyusi, and Ultraman Saiwan Urshii. The light arrow first pierced through Galay's body. It met no resistance. Then it flew toward Nyusi. Similarly, the light arrow pierced through Nyusi without hindrance. It continued toward Saiwan Urshii. After passing through the previous two, Saiwan Urshii had already noticed the incoming light arrow. Without hesitation, he erected an Ultraman barrier before himself. He chose to endure the missile attacks head-on. Being hit by a missile would at most cause severe injury. But if he was struck by Qin Yu's attack, he would likely lose his life. He knew which was more important. The light arrow struck the Ultraman barrier that Saiwan Urshii had raised. Having already taken down Galay and Nyusi, the light arrow had expended most of its energy. With the remaining energy, it was difficult to break through Saiwan Urshii's barrier in one go. The two entered a stalemate. To undermine Qin Yu's confidence, Saiwan Urshii, struggling to maintain his barrier, taunted him. "Ha! Ultraman Noah, stop your last-ditch struggle. Today, no matter what, you cannot leave here alive. Accept your fate. Death is your destiny. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Die." Qin Yu was not one to accept fate. Even though he had no energy, he still used his last strength to deliver a flying kick. It hit squarely, perfectly striking the tail end of the light arrow he had shot. Saiwan Urshii had been barely holding back the light arrow storm. Qin Yu's kick was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Saiwan Urshii's Ultraman barrier shattered instantly. The light arrow storm struck him. Boom, boom, boom. Then Galay, Nyusi, and Saiwan Urshii, the three Ultramen hit by the ultimate light arrow storm, exploded one after another. Qin Yu fell to the ground in a mess. He no longer had the strength to stand. The energy indicator on his chest finally stopped flashing, and the light in his eyes went out. The missile bombardment ended. The remaining Ultramen joined forces to extinguish the surrounding flames. People saw that Qin Yu transformed into the blue youth form, next lay on the ground, his lights out, motionless like a dead man. In the global livestream, all viewers were awed by Qin Yu's powerful performance, skewering three Ultramen with a single arrow. They also felt sorrow for the end of Qin Yu, the god of Ultramen. Ultraman Noah is so strong. He actually killed three Ultramen with one move. Those are three Ultramen, not three pigs. How powerful is Ultraman Noah? Even in a weakened state, he can take down three Ultramen in one blow. If he were at full power, I can't imagine how brutal he would be. Ultraman Noah's lights have gone out, and he's not moving. Could he be dead? Oh my god, is the legend of the god of Ultraman about to end here? No. Ultraman Noah, get up. Get up. I believe you can stand up. Impossible. An Ultraman whose lights are out can never stand up again. Noah may be called the god of Ultraman, but he's not a real god. How could he defy common sense and stand up again? Ultraman Noah, rise up. Kill them all. You are too despicable. Ultraman Noah had been fighting powerful enemies one after another, and you dozen of you took advantage of his weakness to gang up on him. Your victory is dishonorable. If you have the guts, fight Noah one-on-one. Ganging up on him, what kind of skill is that? I am ashamed of you. Ganging up on Ultraman Noah like this. Do you even deserve to be called Ultraman? Ultraman Noah, get up. Defeat them all. Ultraman Noah, you can definitely do it. In Longwa Jingxing. Even though Yi Yunlong was not an Ultraman, he knew what it meant when an Ultraman's light went out. Watching the video screen, he saw Qin Yu lying on the ground, his light extinguished, motionless. Yi Yunlong's body instantly froze and stiffened like a stone statue. Qin Yu has fallen. How could it be? How could Qin Yu fall? Isn't he the strongest Ultraman? Isn't he the god of Ultraman? How could he fall? How can he fall? If he falls, what will happen to our Longwa? That round of attacks just now has already offended those Ultramen. If Qin Yu falls, our Longwa will be completely finished. How? How could it end like this? I am truly a sinner. If Longwa is truly destroyed, the blame is all on me. Yi Yunlong could hardly accept the fact that Qin Yu had fallen. He was almost frenzied. This high-stakes gamble. He lost. He lost utterly. Minister Noah, Ultraman has fallen. What should we do next? His subordinates were also panicked. Qin Yu's fall brought an unprecedented great crisis to Longwa. They did not know where the future of Longwa would go. Their hearts were filled with confusion and unease. Yi Yunlong's body slumped weakly, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. His eyes were dim. What can we do? What can we possibly do? Even if we exhaust all our strength, we cannot defeat a dozen Ultramen. Give up resisting. Maybe. There might be a way to survive. Now they don't even have a single Ultraman capable of fighting. Facing a dozen Ultramen, what utter despair. Yi Yunlong no longer wanted to struggle. The more they angered those Ultramen, the worse Longwa's fate might become. In Maoxiong country, the host of Ace Ultraman watched the live broadcast. A hint of sadness showed in his eyes. How tragic. Noah Ultraman besieged by so many Ultramen. I'm afraid the next one to face this situation will be me. This incident was obviously orchestrated by Yingjiang country. First they dealt with Longhua and Noah Ultraman. Who would be next? It was obvious even to a fool. Although Ace could not stand by, he was truly powerless to help. With his strength alone facing these dozen Ultramen, he could do nothing. Even wanting to take Qin Yu away and save his life was impossible. In Longhua Dongqing, Dark Zheji saw Qin Yu, who had fallen to the ground, lost all energy like a dead man. He seemed insane. Excellent, excellent, ha. Noah Ultraman, you have finally died. Your energy will be taken by me. I will surely make good use of your power to bring absolute darkness and destruction to this world. Ha. The long-planned scheme had finally succeeded. The excitement in Dark Zheji's heart far exceeded what he showed. Gulp. Dark red energy surged forth. It transformed into a black pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Dark Zheji's figure rapidly enlarged until it fully restored his true form and stopped. The terrifying great demon king Dark Zheji finally appeared before the world for the first time. Qin Yu saw Dark Zheji and was not surprised at all. After all, this incident was their conspiracy. Dark Zheji, is it you? As soon as Noah died, you came out. How impatient. Dark Zheji's eyes flickered with eerie red light, appearing extremely terrifying. Qin Yu, according to our original agreement, we each take half of Noah Ultraman's power, no problem. At this moment the Crown Prince Taro said, I have a problem, Dark Zheji. There are so many of us here, yet we only get half of Noah's power, while you alone take half. Isn't that unfair? The reason Dark Zheji was able to rally so many Ultramen to attack Qin Yu was naturally not due to his personal charm shining. It was real tangible benefits. As for what these benefits were, naturally the energy of Qin Yu, the god of Ultramen. Only this could attract so many Ultramen from different factions to act together. Before the plan succeeded, everyone was easy to talk to. Now that the plan had succeeded and Noah was dead, the issue was how to distribute the spoils. This became the problem at hand. Clearly the Ultramen summoned by Dark Zheji were not willing to hand over half the power to him. What do you mean? Are you going back on our agreement? Dark Zheji's tone was grim, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Like sneered. Dark Zheji, to be honest, even if we go back on our word now, what can you do? Do you think you alone can be a match for the 10 of us? If you accept reality obediently, we might still give you a share. If you refuse, today will be your death day. Ha ha ha. Fine, fine, very good, very good. You've mastered the art of burning bridges. But do you really think you 10 can defeat me? Dark Zheji released a powerful, terrifyingly oppressive dark energy, making the hearts of all Ultramen present feel as if crushed by a huge rock, almost unable to breathe. Sorry, but you will be disappointed today. My power is stronger than Noah's. Killing all 10 of you is a mere trifle. You overestimate yourselves, actually trying to sideline me and monopolize Noah's power. Since that's the case, none of you will leave today. You will all become my nourishment. Ha ha ha. Hearing Dark Zheji's words, all Ultramen present, including Qin Yu, were cast into a shadow. They had never imagined that Dark Zheji, this schemer hidden in the shadows, could possess such immense power. This far exceeded their expectations. Dark Zheji, how are you so strong? You were playing the fool. Qin Yu finally realized. Dark Zheji had been pretending to be weak all along, silently conserving his power all for today. If they had known earlier that Dark Zheji had such strength, they would definitely have found a way to ally with Qin Yu and eliminate Dark Zheji first, because they had always believed Qin Yu was stronger. Unfortunately, realizing it now was too late. Qin Yu was gone. The only being capable of opposing Dark Zheji was no more. Dark Zheji laughed loudly. Ha! Since things have come to this, before absorbing Noah's power, I'll first devour you appetizers. The main course I like to save for last. All Ultramen present, as if facing a great enemy, assumed fighting stances, despite their anxiety. But to survive, they prepared for battle. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense, as if they would strike at any moment. Just at this tense moment, a relaxed voice out of place sounded. Excuse me, who said I was dead? I was just lying down to rest for a while. Is that not allowed? A sudden voice caused the atmosphere of the entire venue to freeze instantly, because they all knew that voice very well. Everyone knew it. They all involuntarily lowered their heads and looked at the corpse lying on the ground. The global live broadcast room. The audience discussed intensely. Know what's going on? Nuya's body came back to life. Oh my god, wasn't Nuya dead? How can he speak again? What's happening? Can someone tell me? Does the extinguishing of the Ultraman's light not mean death? But that's not right. Didn't some Ultraman explain before that the light going out means death? You idiots, Nuya is the god of Ultraman, a god. How can he be the same as ordinary Ultraman? Maybe for Nuya the light going out is just closing his eyes to rest. Oh my god, Nuya is so terrifying. Even after being beaten until his light went out, he can still move. Is he an indestructible cockroach? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Nuya has transcended common sense. This is damn awesome. That Heianjaji looks so strange, completely different from ordinary Ultramen. What the hell is this? I didn't expect that the one behind everything plotting to harm Nuya was actually Heianjaji in various countries. Now they're screwed. Hey, you thought you could kill Nuya and divide his power, but you don't know that Nuya is invincible and cannot be killed. You're stunned now, aren't you? Nuya just took down 3 Ultramen with one move. If he can get up and fight again, that would be truly godlike, awesome as hell. Nuya, stand up. Stand up quickly. Kill them all. Let them see the weight of the god of Ultramen. Lungwood Jingxing. The continuous ups and downs and UPS nearly drove Yi Yunlong insane. Qin Yu isn't dead. The Ultraman whose light went out is actually not dead. How is this possible? Could it be that there is still hope? Is Qin Yu going to create a miracle? A subordinate overheard Yi Yunlong's muttering. He said nervously, even if Nuya Ultraman isn't dead, with his current state facing both Heianjaji and those 10 Ultramen at the same time is still very dangerous. As soon as he said that, instantly everyone glared at him with murderous eyes. He was so frightened, he almost pissed himself. Hey everyone, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Nuya is invincible. Nuya is the best. Nuya is the most awesome Ultraman. He can definitely defeat all enemies. At this moment, Nuya is the last hope of Longwa, regardless of whether Nuya can truly eliminate all enemies. At least before the outcome is decided, they still hold some expectation in their hearts. Almost everyone silently cheers for Nuya for Qin Yu. Beijiang City. Great Qin Yu, great, you're not dead. Bai Yingying heaved a sigh of relief. She wiped away the tears on her face. Just now Qin Yu's light went out, and he lay on the ground. She thought Qin Yu was really dead. She was almost in despair. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu was not dead. There was no better news than this. She clasped her hands together and silently prayed, hoping Qin Yu could break through the current predicament. This was the only thing she thought she could do now. Lungwood Desert City. The host of Ultraman Orb, disguised as a herder, rode on a camel, wandering in the desert leisurely, watching the live stream on the video. I really didn't expect that after the light went out you could still move. Nuya Ultraman, you are truly beyond imagination. If only I could borrow a part of your power. Keep up the good work. Break through the current predicament. With my limited power, I can't help you much. I can only cheer for you. He didn't have much connection with Qin Yu. They had only met once and fought together once. If it was a small favor, perhaps he would have helped out of past goodwill. But this kind of situation was almost a death sentence. He didn't need to risk his own life to help Qin Yu. Just cheering for Qin Yu was already the best he could do. After all, Qin Yu hadn't lent him power like Ultraman Tiga had. Lungwood Dongsheng. This time, even Heianjaji was stunned, because he had never encountered such a situation. Nuya, you're not dead. You're still alive. Even if you were dead, I wouldn't be dead. Heianjaji, if I hadn't played dead, would you have shown yourself peacefully? As he spoke, Nuya, who had been as still as a corpse, actually moved. He slowly got up from the ground, even though the energy indicator on his chest and the lights in his eyes were not lit. Still dark, but he looked just like a normal Ultraman. No difference. Such an abnormal phenomenon was unacceptable to Qin. Are you really still alive? How is this possible? Even if you are the god of Ultraman, once the light goes out you should be dead. And just now no Ultraman transferred energy to revive you. How can you still be alive? I guess. If you guess right, there's a prize. Qin Yu was still in the mood to joke with them. In fact, his revival was entirely due to the last arrow that pierced through 3 Ultramen, completing the remaining 30% progress of Wingless Nuya. Let's rewind time a bit. After Qin Yu delivered the last kick, he fell to the ground completely exhausted, losing consciousness and falling into a death-like state. At this moment, Qin Yu had no resistance, could not move, and had no awareness. In fact, there was no difference from being dead. He only retained his body as an Ultraman. It was an electronic mechanical voice. It forcibly awakened Qin Yu's consciousness, allowing him to move again. Host eliminated Ultraman, Great Ultraman Neos, Ultraman 721. Wingless Nuya unlock progress increased by 30. Current Wingless Nuya unlock progress 100. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the Wingless Nuya form. Complete Nuya unlock progress initiated. Current complete Nuya unlock progress 0. Qin Yu had guessed correctly. That last arrow had pierced through 3 Ultramen, finally completing the remaining unlock progress of Wingless Nuya. At this moment, Qin Yu's power had been elevated to an unprecedented level of strength. It filled him with confidence even when facing Heianjaji, the ultimate TV final boss, and more than 10 Ultramen, including Qin. He even felt he could counterkill. 1 against 11. The advantage was mine. Back to the present. Facing Qin Yu, who could still move even after his light went out. All Ultramen present were dumbfounded, including Heianjaji and Qin. Even having his light extinguished didn't kill him. What else could be done to kill Qin Yu? Would they have to annihilate Qin Yu's body and soul? If they really did that, they wouldn't be able to absorb Nuya Ultraman's energy. Today's effort would be wasted. It must be said these people had quite a lot of thoughts. Qin Yu had already come back from the dead, and they weren't thinking of running. Instead, they were still thinking about dividing Qin Yu's power. Jake stepped forward and said, Ultraman Nuya, even if you didn't die, what difference does it make? Do you think you alone can defeat all of us? Do you really think you're a god? Give up resisting and accept your fate. Why bother struggling? He said, attempting to probe Qin Yu's true strength. He wanted to see Qin Yu's current condition, but Qin Yu's lights had dimmed, making it impossible to gauge his state from the outside. To be honest, I've never considered the 10 of you a threat. Didn't you see me pierce 3 Ultramen with a single arrow just now? Even if you all join forces, I still have 4 arrows to spare. Your menace is less than half of Dark Jiaji's. Don't overestimate yourselves. With that, Qin Yu turned his gaze toward the distant Dark Jiaji. Dark Jiaji, long time no see. Last time you escaped, but this time we can finally have a real fight. Dark Jiaji felt a chill run down his spine as Qin Yu's lightless eyes fixed on him. Nuya, did you fake your death just to lure me out? What else? If I hadn't died, would you have dared to show yourself? You're like a stinking cockroach in the sewers, forever hiding in dark corners, never daring to appear. Qin Yu's fists clenched unconsciously. Up until now, every trouble that had befallen him was related to Dark Jiaji. The enmity between them was irreconcilable. If he didn't eliminate Dark Jiaji today, who knew how many more calamities he would cause in the future? Dark Jiaji was both surprised and amused by Qin Yu's words. Nuya, do you think your power has surpassed mine? Ridiculous. Do you know how strong I am? I know your strength, but you know nothing of mine. Qin Yu's tone was confident and resolute. This instilled an inexplicable unease in Dark Jiaji's heart. Clearly Qin Yu's power was inferior to his own, yet he couldn't fathom where Qin Yu's confidence stemmed from. You're bluffing. Nuya, do you think you can scare me away with words? I tell you it's impossible. I wasn't raised on fear. Since you're not dead, I'll kill you again. Then come. Qin Yu raised his hand and beckoned Dark Jiaji with a curl of his finger. The provocation was palpable. Enough. Do you two take us for nothing? Zhonia's feeling insulted finally erupted. From the exchange between Qin Yu and Dark Jiaji, it was clear they didn't regard the others at all, treating them as if they were invisible. Could anyone tolerate that? They were also Ultramen. Though individually they might not match Dark Jiaji or Qin Yu, 10 Ultramen gathered together formed a formidable force. To be treated like this, any normal person would find it unbearable. Lot spoke with murderous intent. Dark Jiaji, Ultraman Nuya, tonight the 10 of us will unite to slay gods and take you both down. This night is your end. Kill. The other Ultramen voiced their agreement, surging with powerful battle intent. An unprecedented melee of over a dozen Ultramen was about to unfold. Ha! Excellent. Excellent. What a lively affair. Since that's the case tonight, I'll show you a power you've never witnessed before. My true power. As Qin Yu spoke, golden energy began to emanate from his body. This golden energy was filled with an overwhelming righteous aura, vast and boundless. It represented the ultimate light in the universe. Even the darkness in the sky was dispelled by the golden radiance bursting from Qin Yu. In the global livestream, all viewers were ignited by Qin Yu's display. Is Ultraman Nuya about to unlock a new form? Since his blue form, Ultraman Nuya hasn't opened a new form for a long time. What will it look like? Truly exciting. I knew it. Ultraman Nuya is the strongest Ultraman, the god of Ultraman. How could his pinnacle be merely the blue form? Could it be that Ultraman Nuya will perform a miracle tonight, slaying all these Ultramen in one battle? If Ultraman Nuya can do that, he would truly become a god. Can Ultraman Nuya do it? Though I'm from the Eagle Nation and Nuya is about to fight Ultramen from my country, I'm looking forward to the miracle. Ultraman Nuya. Go for it. Ultraman Nuya. Gambat. Password correct. Big account logged in. Ultraman Nuya takes the stage. In Dongqing, when the radiance from Qin Yu reached its zenith, his appearance began to change, transforming into a form no one had ever imagined. People had initially thought Qin Yu's new form would just be a different color, perhaps orange or something. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu changed his entire appearance. At first glance, it seemed utterly unrelated to his previous Nexus form. The only similarity was the energy core on his chest. Had they not witnessed the transformation with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe that these two Ultramen were the same entity. Gradually, the light converged. All the radiance was absorbed back into Qin Yu's body. For the first time, Qin Yu appeared before the world in Ultraman Nuya's true form. At this moment, Qin Yu finally lived up to the name of Ultraman Nuya. Zhonia's and the other Ultramen were stunned when they saw Qin Yu transform into Nuya's form. Wait. Nuya, why did you turn into Dark Jiaji's form after evolving? What's going on with you two? Zhonia's glanced between Dark Jiaji and Qin Yu. Apart from the color scheme, one black, one silver, they were absolutely identical, as if born from the same mother. Could you two be brothers? Tailuo couldn't help but ask. This remark instantly displeased Qin Yu. Sorry, but this guy doesn't deserve to be my brother. He's just a counterfeit made in my image. Aside from appearance, we have nothing in common. Don't misunderstand. You, Dark Jia was furious, yet for some reason, he couldn't refute it, as if Qin Yu's words were the truth. In the global livestream, viewers were already numb. So this is Ultraman Nuya's true form, and that imposing Dark Jia is just a counterfeit made in Nuya's image. If a counterfeit is this powerful, how strong must the original Ultraman Nuya be? Ultraman Nuya is awesome. This battle is a sure win, bro. Nuya, 1 against 11. Wipe them all out. No, not 1 against 11. There were 3 before, so it's 1 against 14. Nuya, destroy them. This is taking off. Woo, I'm getting fired up. This battle will be the cornerstone of Nuya's deification. Counterfeit. Feel the pressure of the original. Seeing Dark Jia enraged by his actions, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable exhilaration. Alright, enough nonsense. Tonight none of you will escape. I will make sure you all perish here. With that, Qin Yu gathered energy in his hands and released it toward the sky. A golden burst of energy expanded, descending as a curtain of light. But this time the golden curtain's range covered the entire East City. Within this area, all targets designated by Qin Yu would be pulled into the meteor field. Such a vast range directly eliminated any possibility of escape for the Ultramen present. They could never leave the East City in such a short time. All the Ultramen could only watch helplessly as the meteor field expanded, enveloping them. At this moment, the meteor field had evolved to its complete stage. It could continuously absorb the energy of all Ultramen within the field and channel it back to Qin Yu. Theoretically, as long as there was life within the field, Qin Yu could keep fighting indefinitely free from energy constraints. Just this one aspect made the current meteor field far stronger than before. Hence Qin Yu named it the Noah field to distinguish it from the ordinary meteor field. Within this field, he was a perpetual motion machine. The moment they entered the Noah field, all Ultramen clearly felt the suppression from the field, including Dark Jia. How is this possible? Your field can actually suppress my power. Impossible, impossible. My power should surpass yours. I should be stronger than you. I should be the one suppressing you, not you suppressing me. Oh, Dark Jia unwilling to be suppressed by Qin Yu. His dark energy surging released a powerful burst of dark energy that struck the canopy of the Noah field, attempting to corrupt and erode it, turning it into his own Dark Field G. Dark Field G was an upgraded version of Dark Field, possessing even stronger attributes, far surpassing the meteor field of Ultraman Nexus. If it were the previous Qin Yu, he would truly have been afraid of Dark Jia using this move against him. But unfortunately for Jia, Qin Yu had evolved into Noah. Although he was wingless Noah, his combat power had not yet reached its peak. Yet it was sufficient to suppress Dark Jia. Qin Yu raised his hand and released a golden beam into the sky, easily dispelling Dark Jia's dark energy, preventing Dark Field G from expanding within this space and covering Qin Yu's Noah field. Stop struggling, Dark Jia. In this space, darkness will forever be suppressed by light. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. No, you die. Dark Jia charged madly at Qin Yu, his fist brimming with powerful dark energy aimed at Qin Yu's head. Seeing this, Qin Yu charged his right fist. A blazing inferno instantly enveloped it. Zetton's 1 trillion degree fireball, said to have a temperature of 1 trillion degrees, could easily destroy a planet. Although its performance was lackluster, its setting was still impressive. The move Qin Yu used now was called Noah's Hellfire. It shared the same setting as Dark Jia's 1 trillion degree fireball. Though the flames around Qin Yu's fist appeared unremarkable, they possessed an ultra-high temperature of 1 trillion degrees. In the TV series, Noah once used this punch to send Dark Jia flying from the ground to outer space. It had a stunning performance. Watching Dark Jia approach, Qin Yu calmly accumulated energy in his right fist until it reached its peak. Then he threw a punch, clashing with Dark Jia's fist. Noah's Hellfire. Boom. A terrifying explosion of energy. Unparalleled, irresistible force struck Dark Jia's fist, instantly crushing all his struggles with devastating momentum, sending Dark Jia flying. His body uncontrollably hurtled through the air until it hit the spatial wall of the Noah field and stopped. The spatial wall rippled like water, as if even space could barely withstand the force. So terrifying a punch. Titus, the fitness coach, was stunned. Although the punch was not aimed at him, just the residual force from it was enough for him to feel how powerful it was. He even doubted whether he would be instantly blasted to pieces if he took such a punch. Is this the true power of Ultraman Noah? The power of the god of Ultraman? He really is a god. Chuck couldn't help but utter these words. To ordinary people, Ultramen like them were godlike beings, omnipotent, possessing incredible magical powers. But Noah, whom Qin Yu had transformed into, was also a godlike existence in the eyes of these Ultramen. Their scalps began to tingle. Qin Yu glanced at his fist, and then at Dark Jia, who had been sent flying. He chuckled lightly. Jia, as expected of you. To survive a punch from me, you are indeed strong. These words sounded like praise for Dark Jia, but they felt oddly off. Surviving a punch from you makes him strong. You're clearly praising yourself. Jack narrowed his eyes. Taking advantage of Qin Yu's focus on Dark Zagi, he decided to take a gamble. He removed the Ultra Bracelet, transformed it into the Ultra Cross Lance, and hurled it with all his might towards Qin Yu. More than a dozen monsters had fallen to this lance. Though the move looked unimpressive, its lethality was extraordinary. Especially in a sneak attack, it struck without a sound. If Qin Yu didn't react in time, Jack was confident he could impale him. However, before the Ultra Cross Lance had even flown halfway, it was halted midair by a mysterious force unable to advance an inch. Return man's Flash Legend's head falls. Unfortunately, I am Noah, not Legend. Jack, your attack is useless against me. Qin Yu, with his back to the lance, didn't even turn his head. He gently curled his finger, and the lance floated lightly towards him. Landing in Qin Yu's hand, it reverted to the Ultra Bracelet form. This thing is controlled by Ultra Psionic power. Unfortunately, my psionic power far exceeds yours, so this toy is mine now. The power of Ultraman Noah was all-encompassing with no weaknesses. Even the most inconspicuous Ultra Psionic power was beyond the reach of ordinary Ultraman. Qin Yu had just used his psionic power to seize control of the Ultra Bracelet, which is why it obediently followed his command. Jack was horrified to find he had lost control of the Ultra Bracelet. What? My Ultra Bracelet? Why you thief. Give me back my Ultra Bracelet. That's mine, you can't take it. In the past, when he threw the bracelet, he could use his psionic power to recall it. But this time his psionic power seemed to have vanished. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the Ultra Bracelet return as usual. Qin Yu turned around, pointing his hand in the direction of Ultraman Jack, and said, yours. How absurd. Then call its name. See if it answers. Damn it. Jack once again exerted his Ultra Psychokinesis, attempting to control the Ultra Bracelet in Qin Yu's hand and bring it back to himself. But the situation remained exactly the same as before. The Ultra Bracelet lay quietly in Qin Yu's hand, utterly still, like a lifeless object. Don't waste your effort. Just watch me. Seeing Jack struggle so hard, Qin Yu decided to lend him a hand. He activated his Ultra Psychokinesis, and the Ultra Bracelet in his hand, under the control of his will, transformed once again into a golden spear radiating a brilliant golden light. Not to mention anything else, just the special effects on this spear alone already made Ultraman Jack appear utterly defeated. Your spear, I'll return it to you. Catch it well. With that, Qin Yu hurled it with all his might, flinging the golden spear toward Jack. Whoosh! The golden spear streaked through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom. Dodge it! Ultraman Jonias saw the unusualness of this attack. He quickly warned Jack to evade. But Jack was already burning with rage, with eyes only for his own Ultra Bracelet, completely ignoring Jonias' advice. He deployed an Ultra Barrier, intending to withstand Qin Yu's attack, and then reclaim the Ultra Bracelet. Unfortunately, the idea was good, but execution did not always go as planned. The golden spear struck the Ultra Barrier Jack had erected, pierced through it instantly, and drove straight through Jack's chest. It impaled Jack through and through. Jack looked down in disbelief at the wound on his chest. This is impossible. I clearly activated my Ultra Barrier. Why could your attack still penetrate the barrier and hit me? This is impossible. Qin Yu, as if he had done a trivial thing, remained calm. You know nothing of my power, Jack. Go peacefully. Soon they will all join you. No. Jack finally fell unwillingly. The energy indicators on his eyes and chest went dark. He was not like Qin Yu, who could still stand even after his lights went out. For Jack, once his lights went out, he was basically gone. Host destroyed. Ultraman Jack. Complete Noah unlock progress increased by 5%. Current complete Noah unlock progress 5%. Such terrifying power. He killed Ultraman Jack in one blow. Ultraman Jonias felt as if he were facing a great enemy. He had finally witnessed the true power of Ultraman Noah. Dark Zagi, who had just been blasted away by Qin Yu's punch, quickly scrambled to his feet. He incited the others. Let's attack together. Kill Ultraman Noah. Seize his power, and then we can become as strong as Ultraman Noah. Become the rulers of the universe. Greed is the original sin. It can make people forget fear and do anything. As soon as Dark Zagi said this, all the other Ultraman's hearts were stirred. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. If they succeeded in slaying the dragon today and inherited Noah's power, then the next god of Ultraman would be them. Kill Noah. Go all out. If we join forces, we can definitely defeat Noah. Everyone charge. Under the enormous threat of Qin Yu, the 9 Ultramen on Jonias' side and Dark Zagi once again formed a united front. Planium Beam. The first to act were Elec and Lotto. The 2 Ultramen joined forces, firing a barrage of energy blasts at Qin Yu. This attack appeared ordinary on the surface, but it was actually profound. It was one of Jonias' strongest finishing moves, possessing terrifyingly immense power. In the Ultra Galaxy fight, old Jonias had once used this move to cancel the absolute destruction of the small golden being. It was truly a full display of status. Originally, Lotto and Elec didn't know the Planium Beam. They each had their own finishing moves. Clearly Jonias had passed on his own signature technique to the two, tasking them to unleash it at the critical moment. The aim was to achieve a surprise effect. Planium beam, huh? Interesting. Qin Yu deployed a golden ultra barrier with one hand. He easily neutralized all the energy blasts, then retaliated with two cutting beams aimed at the duo. With the lesson of Jack fresh in mind, no one dared to casually take Qin Yu's attacks now. Even a seemingly ordinary small cutting beam made everyone cautious. At this moment, they were facing the legendary god of Ultramen. A single moment of carelessness could cost them their lives. The two evaded just in time. The small cutting beams Qin Yu fired did not hit them. Under Qin Yu's control, they dissipated into the air. Dark Zagi took the opportunity to fire two dark cutting beams at Qin Yu from a distance. Qin Yu had been on guard against Dark Zagi. When the dark cutting beams were about to hit him, he quickly extended his hands, caught the two dark cutting beams, and with a flash of golden light, transformed them into normal light attribute cutting beams. He then flung them back at the more cumbersome Ultraman Titus and Ultraman First. The first's predictive ability was strong. The moment Qin Yu made his move, he guessed that Qin Yu might be targeting him, and quickly dodged, barely evading the attack. Titus, however, was not so fortunate. The fitness trainer Titus, with his bulging muscles, was even slower than the average Ultraman. The cutting beam Qin Yu fired was extremely fast. So fast that he could hardly dodge. He had to try to withstand it. He clapped his hands together in a barehanded blade catch, but failed. The golden cutting beam struck Titus's abdomen, slicing it open and spilling golden energy blood. Ugh! Titus clutched his stomach and immediately dropped to his knees. Seeing Titus's miserable state, Qin Yu felt no pity. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Sorry, I might have used a bit too much force, but I did it on purpose. These people were taking advantage of the chaos. They were all bad guys deserving death. Qin Yu's power was clearly far beyond what everyone had imagined. With a casual move, he left other Ultramen either dead or crippled. The game was no longer playable. Ultraman Noah, take our attack. Ultraman 80, the first Ultraman Taro, and Ultraman Power joined forces. They unleashed a combined beam of the four Ultramen attacking Qin Yu. The power of this move was terrifying and unpredictable. It far exceeded the destructive power of any single beam from the four. Multiple rays interwove into a spiral shape and flew toward Qin Yu. The dazzling energy effects made Qin Yu cautious. He summoned all his concentration, raised his hands to form an ultra barrier, and absorbed all the energy of the four-man combined beam. He then transformed that energy into his own beam and fired it at Ultraman Chuck. The reason he chose Chuck was that among all the Ultramen present, Chuck was the weakest in setting. You always pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. The enemy outnumbered him, he would take them out one by one. Holy crap. Chuck obviously hadn't expected to suffer such an undeserved disaster without even throwing a single attack. His defense was a bit sloppy. He barely managed to open an ultra barrier. A thunderous boom. The reflected light struck the Ultraman barrier. In less than half a second, Shake's Ultraman barrier was instantly shattered by the ray. After all, this beam was a combined attack unleashed by four Ultramen. An ordinary Ultraman could never withstand it. Even Nikisizi in his blue form would find it extraordinarily difficult to take it. How could Shake, an ordinary Ultraman, possibly create a miracle? No. Shake screamed in terror. Boom. The sound of explosion. Blazing flames. After shattering the Ultraman barrier, the beam struck Shake directly, blowing him up. Another Ultraman died at the hands of Qin Yu. Host eliminated. Shake Ultraman complete form Nuya unlock progress increased by 5. Current complete form Nuya unlock progress 10. It had only been 2 or 3 moves, and already 2 Ultramen had died at Qin Yu's hands. Qin Yu's formidable performance shocked the entire world. Longwa Jingqing. Too strong. So this is the true power of Ultraman Nuya. I truly underestimated him before. Just from this display, Yi Yunlong knew he had won his bet. He had won big. In the most difficult of times. He firmly chose to stand with Qin Yu in the same camp. To help Qin Yu. Even though this help might not be of great use. But at least it demonstrated Longwa's stance. He believed Qin Yu was not an iron-hearted person. He could feel the attitude of both himself and Longwa now. With the protection of Qin Yu, the Ultraman god Longwa's future was secure. The entire Blue Star would become Longwa's Blue Star. Yi Yunlong, who had been extremely dejected, suddenly became radiant. His whole being seemed to exude a second spring. Longwa Beijiang City. Li Lingling suddenly woke from her coma. She gently turned her head and looked out the window. It was the direction of Dongqing. Qin Yu, is that you? Such a powerful life force. Compared to him, I am as weak as a mayfly. Is this the true power of Ultraman Nuya? Li Lingling had previously had half of her power absorbed by Qin Yu. Since then, she seemed to have formed some kind of mysterious connection with Qin Yu. Occasionally, she could sense Qin Yu's state. This time, it was also because Qin Yu evolved into Ultraman Nuya that she was forcibly awakened from her coma. The global live stream room. The audience was getting hyped. 2 Ultramen taken down in one go, plus the previous 3 Ultraman Nuya has gotten a pinnacle over the top. Today might be the day with the most fallen Ultramen in history. Can Ultraman Nuya really create a miracle and kill all these Ultramen? Impossible. Even if Ultraman Nuya could do it, would he be so cruel? The fact that you can say that shows you don't understand Ultraman Nuya at all. When he's ruthless, he even strikes his own people. Once someone tampered with Ultraman Nuya's record, and he demolished an entire mecha base. Ultraman Nuya is a god, the Ultraman god. Gods are not defined. Don't look at Ultraman Nuya with your narrow perspective. Given Ultraman Nuya's consistent style, if he can kill all these Ultramen, he will definitely leave no survivors. An indecisive, whiny, saintly style is not suitable for Ultraman Nuya. Don't overthink it. The Ultramen in the domain today, not one will escape. They all must die. Ultraman Nuya, kill them all. In this world, as long as our Longwa has Ultramen, that's enough. Other countries don't need them. Kill, kill, kill. Especially the Longwa viewers. Each one wished they could transform into Nuya and take Qin Yu's place in this battle. Slaughter all the remaining Ultramen. Such a frenzied attitude made the countries whose Ultramen participated in this incident tremble in fear. If Ultraman Nuya truly had such a great killing intent, as the live stream viewers said after dealing with these Ultramen, would he take down those countries one by one? Dare not think too much. A little thought, and some people were already panicking, wildly wanting to immigrate to Longwa as soon as possible. Longwa City. A bespectacled, scholarly, middle-aged man sat alone in his office watching the live stream. Ultraman Nuya, your strength is truly formidable. If I could turn you into a fire puppet, it would surely be the most perfect work. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will make you into a fire puppet. On the desk in front of the middle-aged man, there were many palm-sized monster and Ultraman puppets. Among them, occupying the center position, were the puppets of Inha Ultraman and Heian Lijiair. If Qin Yu were to see these puppets, he would certainly be greatly shocked, because these puppets were all fire puppets that could be summoned or transform. Each one possessed astonishing power, especially the central Inha Ultraman and Heian Lijiair. Inha Ultraman, the big brother of the new generation, was known as the mysterious Fifth Ultra, the god of war of the Back Mountain. He was an Ultraman from the future. His abilities in official settings had no upper or lower limits. He possessed incredible miraculous power. When weak, he could be beaten badly by the Ultra Brothers. When strong, he could single-handedly demolish Heian Jaji with one hand. As for Heian Lijiair, there was no need to say more. One of the most prestigious bosses among the new generation. He once sparked the fire puppet war, turning all the Ultramen in the entire Land of Light into fire puppets, achieving the feat of wiping out the Land of Light. He was one of the few dark beings in history to achieve this feat. His combat power was ridiculously strong. Both of these fire puppets were in the hands of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's ability was almost unfathomable. Nuya Domain. Seeing Qin Yu absorb his own skill and bounce it back to Chake, instantly blowing Chake up. 80 panicked and quickly said, Nuya's skills are very powerful. Don't compete with him in skills. Try to fight him in physical techniques. Maybe his close combat ability is weak. So far, Qin Yu had only displayed light beam skills. He had not shown any physical techniques. Although Nuya's Hellfire was launched in the form of a fist, ultimately, it was still a light beam ability. This gave them the illusion that Qin Yu's physical techniques might be lacking. Speaking of physical techniques, Taitasi got excited. He stood up with one hand covering his abdominal wound. Let me try. Ultraman Nuya, feel my fist. I hope you won't dodge and take my punch head on. Let me see your strength. Kainiasi quickly stopped Taitasi, who was about to rush to his death. Taitasi, don't panic. In your current state, charging in would be suicide. Let me heal you. Qin Yu did not stop him either. He just watched. After all, heal or not, it made no difference. They were all doomed. It was just a little more struggle. Well, thank you then, Jonius. Titus released his grip, exposing his wound. Jonius gathered golden light in one hand and released it toward Titus's abdomen. Under the healing golden light, Titus's wound mended at a visible rate. Soon it was completely healed. All done. I feel my strength has returned. Thump, thump. Titus pounded his fists together, then turned and strode resolutely toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu watched Titus approach him. The sheer muscularity of his physique left even Qin Yu in awe. Do you truly think my physical combat skills are so weak? No, I do not consider you weak. But crossing fists with you has always been my dream. Even if it means death, I wish to experience your supreme power. Ultraman Noah, please fight me with all your might. Fine, as you wish. I'll give you a chance. You make the first move. Then I won't hold back, Ultraman Noah. With that said, Titus threw a powerful punch aimed at Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu raised his hand with seemingly effortless grace, yet he caught Titus's fist firmly. Then he clenched his other hand and drove it into Titus's abdomen. Thump. Titus took the blow to the stomach, his expression contorting in excruciating pain. He could not utter a single word, only releasing meaningless strange sounds. Seeing this, Qin Yu shook his head and released his grip on Titus's fist. Titus immediately dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach, unable to move from the agony. Bang! Qin Yu showed no mercy. He delivered another kick, sending Titus flying. Don't waste time. All of you attack together, and maybe you'll manage to entertain me a little. These words ignited the battle. The remaining Ultramen, including Dark Zagi, all began to move. Jonia's Lot and Elec consecutively unleashed Granium rays, firing a barrage of blue energy spheres at Qin Yu from a distance. This time Qin Yu did not rely on his Ultra Barrier for defense. Because the other Ultramen were also in motion, if he used the barrier to block the attacks, he would become a stationary target vulnerable to a coordinated assault. So Qin Yu chose to take the offensive. In a flash his body radiated white light and erupted with unimaginable speed. He dodged all the energy spheres and charged at Ultraman 80. 80 had intended to circle around and launch a surprise ultra-flying kick from behind. But Qin Yu was upon him in an instant. Caught off guard, 80 could only counter with punches and kicks. Yet Qin Yu was faster. He executed a direct Iron Mountain shoulder, ramming his shoulder into Ultraman 80's chest. Thump. Ultraman 80 was sent flying. Dark Zagi, surrounded by black aura, also accelerated, instantaneously charging to Qin Yu's rear and throwing a punch. Qin Yu had already anticipated this. He quickly crouched and followed up with a powerful sweeping leg. Dark Zagi's ankle was caught by the sweep, throwing his body off balance. Qin Yu gathered power into his fist as he rose. A rising uppercut struck Dark Zagi. Boom. The fist, enveloped in golden energy, slammed into Dark Zagi, sending him flying. Ultra Dynamite. Ultraman Taro seized the moment, using the forbidden ultimate technique, Ultra Dynamite. His entire body burst into raging flames. He charged forward and embraced Qin Yu. Ultra Dynamite is one of Taro's most powerful finishing moves, a dreadful technique meant to annihilate both user and enemy. Its destructive power was astounding. Even Qin Yu, now evolved into Ultraman Noah, had no desire to endure an Ultra Dynamite. The moment Taro seized him, Qin Yu erupted with terrifying strength, breaking free from Taro's grasp in an instant. He then grabbed Taro's shoulders and hurled the living bomb toward Lot, who was charging up another Granium ray. Taro uncontrollably collided with Lot, interrupting his charge. Both crashed to the ground. Since the Ultra Dynamite, once activated, is irreversible, Taro could not stop it now. As the moment arrived, no. Boom. Rumble. Amid the terrified screams of Taro and Lot, Taro self-destructed, unleashing a cataclysmic blast that shook the heavens and earth. In one blow, he took down his own teammate Lot, who was blasted to pieces. Elec and Jonias only narrowly avoided being caught in the explosion, though Taro was also reduced to ashes. He possessed the Ultra Heart. After self-destruction, he could revive. The flames of the explosion died down and red light particles rapidly coalesced, reforming into the figure of Ultraman Taro. However, after unleashing the Ultra Dynamite, Taro was severely wounded and his energy heavily depleted. The energy indicator on his chest began to flash rapidly. Damn, didn't the system count the kill for Ultraman Lot, who was wiped out by the Ultra Dynamite? Qin Yu, not hearing the system prompt, cursed under his breath. Did he have no direct contact with Lot, so Lot wasn't considered his kill? Even if Taro was the one who killed Lot, shouldn't Qin Yu at least get an assist? The system started to mock him. Post, you didn't even touch a single hair of Ultraman Lot, and you still want to claim the kill. Ultraman and Power joined forces and charged, attempting to seize Qin Yu's arms and restrict his movements, buying a brief opportunity for the others. But the two clearly underestimated Qin Yu's current arm strength. Granium Ray. As Ultraman and Power grabbed Qin Yu's arms, Jonias and Elec unleashed their fully charged Granium rays, again bombarding Qin Yu. This time the Granium rays, reduced in number, each sphere boasted several times the power of before, with even greater lethality. Guard Descent. Qin Yu employed the long-lost Guard Descent. With astonishing arm strength, he pulled Ultraman and Powered in front of himself, using them as shields to absorb the Granium ray spheres. Ultraman and Powered were stunned. Even with their combined strength, they had no power to resist. They were pulled forward by Qin Yu in an instant. The disparity in strength was terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Several spheres struck Ultraman and Powered and exploded. The two took the full brunt of Jonia's and Elec's killer rays. Though not instantly obliterated, they were in dire straits. Their chest energy indicators flashed their health bars nearly at the execution threshold. Thanks to the two meat shields, Qin Yu was completely unaffected by the Granium ray explosions. He remained unscathed. Then Qin Yu flung the two critically wounded fighters aside and briefly gathered energy in his hands, releasing two slashing beams at them. Noah slash. Shoo. Shoo. Two crescent-shaped slashing beams shot from Qin Yu's hands, striking Ultraman and Powered. Although this technique was not a finishing move, but merely a common small-scale beam skill when unleashed by Ultraman Noah. Even a minor skill possessed power comparable to an ordinary Ultraman's ultimate technique. The critically wounded Ultraman and Powered could not withstand it. The Noah slash cut them down. They fell on the spot. Host has eliminated the first Ultraman and Ultraman Powered. The full-body Noah's unlock progress increased by 10%. Full-body Noah's current unlock progress 20%. 2 more Ultramen had died at Qin Yu's hands. The audience, initially shocked, had gradually grown numb. The global livestream. How can Noah kill other Ultramen as easily as drinking water? How powerful is Ultraman Noah really? So many Ultramen teamed up, yet he still slaughters them indiscriminately. His strength is terrifying. Lot is truly unfortunate. He was blown up by his own teammates' attack. Taro is ruthless. When he goes berserk, he even kills his own teammates. Man and Powered are also pitiful, used by Noah as human shields to block their teammates' attacks. Is Jack any less tragic? Noah killed Jack using Jack's own weapon. That's the real tragedy. Great Neos and Ultraman 721 suffered the most. They never even witnessed Noah's strongest form. Noah is creating a miracle. Noah has already killed nearly half of these Ultramen. The rest will probably be gone soon. After this battle, Noah will truly ascend to godhood and become the god of Ultramen. I'd like to see who still dares to call themselves the strongest in front of Noah. Go Noah. Kill all the remaining enemies too. Invincible Noah is invincible. It gets my blood boiling. I have to wake my son up and give him a beating. The audience now couldn't help but sympathize with the Ultramen who had opposed Noah. They were all trapped inside Noah's domain. There was no escape. Like beasts caged in a zoo, they awaited their doom in silence. In the Eagle Nation, Mark was stunned. Watching one Ultraman after another belonging to the Eagle Nation die at Qin Yu's hands, Mark's heart ached. In this battle, the Eagle Nation had sent out all its Ultramen. If they were all killed by Qin Yu, the Eagle Nation would be thrown back to the pre-Ultraman era, becoming a nation without the protection of Ultraman. Please don't die, mighty ones, I beg you, don't die. If you all die, I'm finished, and the Eagle Nation is finished. Noah, you bastard. If you had such great power, you should have shown it earlier. If we had known you were this strong, we would never have dared to scheme against you. You bastard. You deliberately pretended to be weak to lure us and to stir our greed, then attract enemies so you could kill them, right? Damn it. Stop. Stop killing. If you keep this up, there will be nothing left. If he had known the outcome would be like this, he would have stopped Jonias and the others no matter what. But it was too late for regrets now. Chicken Feet Island. It's over, it's over. Both of our country's Ultramen are dead. The high-ranking officials of Chicken Feet Island were wailing and crying. Their country now had only 2 Ultramen, the First and Jack. These 2 were the ones who held the line and protected the nation. Once these 2 Ultramen died, they would completely lose the protection of Ultraman. Moreover, unlike the Eagle Nation, which could still defend itself without Ultramen, the Eagle Nation, even without Ultramen, still possessed considerable strength and could somewhat protect itself. Chicken Feet Island couldn't even manufacture a single battle mecha on its own. Without the guardianship of the 2 Ultramen, they would be in grave danger. Just then a subordinate delivered news. Bad news. Tornado monsters and tsunami monsters have appeared again, heading our way. It seems they want to avenge the previous 2 monsters. Now Chicken Feet Island had no means to resist those 2 monsters. Hearing this news, all the high-ranking officials fell into despair. They all knew that Chicken Feet Island was finished. This time no Ultraman could save them. Dragon Nation Capital Mecha Base. Pop. Yi Yunlong opened a bottle of champagne. The bubbly liquid sprayed from the bottle. Awesome. Truly awesome. Invincible. Ultraman Noah is too strong. This is a total win. Although opening champagne mid-game was a major taboo, Yi Yunlong simply couldn't contain his excitement. Especially after experiencing such intense emotional fluctuations earlier, he urgently needed to let loose. That's why he took the lead in breaking the rules, celebrating with champagne in the base. All the base staff were overjoyed as if it were New Year. This battle of Ultraman Noah not only solidified his own status, but also established the Dragon Nation's position on Blue Star. From now on, even if Qin Yu did nothing, just standing there would be a tremendous deterrent to other nations. Moreover, if Qin Yu killed all the Ultramen trapped in Noah's domain, even without counting Qin Yu himself, the Dragon Nation would become the country with the most Ultramen in the world. In the past, Yi Yunlong wouldn't have dared to imagine such a good thing. But now it had come true. How could he not be thrilled? Inside Noah's domain, Dark Zagi pushed to the edge, cursed at Jonias and Elec. Damn it. Stop throwing those beams. They can't even hit Noah, and they keep hurting our own people. Just fight melee, will you? Since the start of the battle, Jonias and Elec had been firing their planium beams. Although the attack was powerful, it had never once struck Qin Yu. This made Dark Zagi completely distrustful of their beams. If they fired another planium beam, to save his own life, he felt it necessary to take down these 2 traitors first. Got it. Jonias himself felt embarrassed. After all, Qin Yu's ability to kill the First and Powered was largely thanks to him. If he and Elec hadn't severely wounded Powered and the First with their planium beams, those 2 wouldn't have been finished off by Qin Yu's mere cutting beam. He finally gave up on beam attacks and charged at Qin Yu together with Elec. Preparing to try close quarters combat, Dark Zagi also rushed at Qin Yu. He knew Jonia's strength well. If he teamed up with Jonias and Alec in melee combat, there might be a chance to defeat Qin Yu. Facing the combined assault of the three Ultramen, Qin Yu smiled. How interesting. Then, he raised his right hand to his chest. A beam sword extended from his wrist, clearly the Storm Blade, a finishing move of Nexus's blue juvenile form. Melee. I'm invincible too. When Jonia's Alec and Dark Zagi saw Qin Yu deploy the beam sword, none dared to face it head-on. They all hesitated inwardly. Dark Zagi, being cunning, took advantage of Alec's distraction. He shot a dark whip binding Alec's body and hurled him like a meteor hammer at Qin Yu. Dark Zagi, you bastard. What are you doing? Damn it. Alec, unable to resist, could only vent with curses. Watching the thrown like Qin Yu showed no mercy. He directly struck out with his sword, the Storm Sword, cleaving into Alec. Alec could not withstand the might of the Storm Sword and was slashed apart by Qin Yu. Host has eliminated Ultraman Alec. Complete Noah unlock progress increased by 5%. Current complete Noah unlock progress 25%. Boom. The explosion's blaze momentarily obstructed Qin Yu's vision. And this was the opportunity Dark Zagi sought. Dark Zagi rapidly gathered power, unleashing a series of small dark beams. Boom. 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 These small dark beams were extremely swift. Qin Yu had just cleaved Alec apart and had no time to react. The small dark beams struck his body. He staggered back 2 steps. Good. At last an attack had taken effect on Qin Yu. Dark Zagi finally found the confidence to defeat him. However, before he could make his next move, his teammate Jonia Si turned hostile first. Dark Zagi, what are you doing? You killed Alec. Though Jonia Si had not known Alec long, the two were particularly compatible and had a good relationship. Seeing Dark Zagi senselessly cause Alec's death, Jonia Si was furious. Most importantly, he felt that Dark Zagi might betray him at any moment. Dark Zagi ignored Jonia Si. His eyes were fixed solely on Qin Yu, nothing else mattered. Intense black aura erupted from his body. He burst forth with unprecedented speed, appearing before Qin Yu almost instantaneously. Qin Yu possessed such speed as well. Golden radiance blazed from his entire body as he matched Dark Zagi's rhythm. Zagi's Inferno. Noah's Inferno. Both launched similar attacks at each other. Dark Zagi's fist struck Qin Yu's abdomen first. Qin Yu endured the blow and while withstanding the attack likewise struck Dark Zagi's abdomen. Boom. Terrifying light and dark energy erupted. Both Qin Yu and Dark Zagi were sent flying by each other's attacks. If this technique had struck any other Ultra, it would surely have been fatal. Yet the two were far beyond ordinary Ultras. Taking each other's skill, they only sustained minor injuries which did not hinder the battle. They both steadied themselves almost simultaneously. Dark Zagi immediately urged the others to act. Attack Noah. Don't give him a chance to breathe. This is our only path to victory. Except for Jonia Si, the remaining Ultras, upon hearing this, exchanged glances, steeled their resolve, and launched their skills at Qin Yu. Astro Beam. Tidus fired a powerful destructive beam from the star emblem on his forehead. This was one of Tidus's ultimate techniques. Buckle Beam. Ultraman 80 unleashed countless small light arrows from the Ultra Buckle on his abdomen. This move appeared ordinary, but its power was terrifying. In the Ultra Galaxy fight, 80 even used this to defeat the creation requiem of the Crimson Dragon Lugoger. The Crimson Dragon Lugoger was the final boss of Ultraman RB's TV series, with devastating destructive power. Strium Beam. Taro unleashed his signature beam skill at Qin Yu, albeit a simplified version. For the sake of speed, he forewent the energy gathering startup, so its lethality was less than the full version. Jonia Si hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not bear to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed this chance, there might truly be no possibility of defeating Qin Yu. Astro Beam. Jonia Si, like Tidus, chose to fire the Astro Beam from the star emblem on his forehead. This technique had a fast startup and high speed, making it more suitable for the current situation. Facing 4 simultaneous beam finishers from the Ultras, Qin Yu remained very composed. Ultraman Noah possessed countless skills enough to handle any scenario. Noah's Radiance. The light emanating from Qin Yu's entire body intensified dozens of times, in an instant becoming blindingly brilliant. The 4 beam skills aimed at him, upon striking, his body vanished into the vast sea without stirring a single ripple. Instead, they made the light on Qin Yu's body even more dazzling and radiant. At the same time, the temperature rose higher and higher. In just a moment, the surrounding temperature escalated to an unimaginable, terrifying degree. Ultraman 80, Otaro, and Tidus could not withstand such intense heat, and were completely melted away, meeting a gruesome end. This technique, Noah's Radiance, was an extremely special move. It could only be used within Noah's domain. It was absolutely forbidden on Earth, because after using this technique, Qin Yu's own temperature would become countless times hotter than the sun. Earth could not endure the power of this move. Even the residual shockwave would instantly cause its collapse. Thus Noah had never used this technique, it existed only in the setting. Fortunately Qin Yu was familiar with all of Noah's abilities and settings, so he could employ this forbidden move at the critical moment. Host has eliminated Ultraman 80, Ultraman Taro, and Ultraman Titus. Complete Noah unlock progress increased by 15%. Current complete Noah unlock progress 40%. Jonia SI as one of the strongest ultras below the God 4. Even when facing Qin Yu's Noah's Radiance had the means to protect himself. By activating his Ultra Barrier, he barely managed to withstand the power of Noah's Radiance. Unlike the other 3 Ultras who were melted. However, he expended considerable energy to block Noah's Radiance, and the energy indicator on his chest began to flash. What a powerful attack. In that instant Ultraman Noah's temperature was hotter than the sun. Is this the true strength of Ultraman Noah? We ants daring to challenge a god. Truly overestimating ourselves. Jonia SI couldn't help but sigh. He had a premonition that he might not leave Noah's domain alive today. However, Dark Zagi thought otherwise. Seeing Qin Yu use such a powerful forbidden technique as Noah's Radiance. Dark Zagi didn't believe Qin Yu could still maintain his peak condition. Noah, that move of yours must have consumed a lot of energy, right? I wonder how long you can last now, Yu. Qin Yu could naturally see that Dark Zagi was probing his current state. I can last until I beat you to death, Dark Zagi. Don't test me. Rest assured I will not spare you today. You are doomed. Noah's Radiance indeed consumed a great deal of energy. Dark Zagi was not wrong about that. But he overlooked one thing. Just moments ago many Ultras had died within Noah's domain. After those Ultras were eliminated, the residual energy was all absorbed by Noah's domain and then fed back to Qin Yu, replenishing the energy he had expended. Thus Qin Yu's current condition was not much worse than at the start. He was not as weakened as Dark Zagi imagined. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Dark Zagi was secretly delighted, for he believed Qin Yu was bluffing. Noah, no need to put on a brave front. I am you and you are me. I know you too well. That move must have drained a lot of your strength. The scales of victory are tipping in my favor, haha. Then come on. Seeing Heian Zhaji's arrogant and rampant appearance, Qin Yu was not at all hurried. He smiled, raised his hand, and beckoned with his finger toward Heian Zhaji. The provocation was unmistakable. Nuya, your time of fall has come. Heian Zhaji was enraged, his body surging with vast amounts of dark red and black mist. It enveloped his entire body. The terrifying pressure of the Dark Lord immediately surged forth. A faint golden light emerged on Qin Yu's body as he entered battle mode, like a war god guarding the world's light. Just as everyone thought a great battle was about to commence, Heian Zhaji made an unexpected move. He performed instantaneous movement, appearing behind the unsuspecting Kainiyasi. He grabbed Kainiyasi by the neck. Heian Zhaji, what are you doing? Kainiyasi instinctively swung a punch at Heian Zhaji, but Heian Zhaji caught his arm. Although his strength was formidable, it was still somewhat lacking compared to Heian Zhaji. I want your energy. Kainiyasi, with your energy, defeating Nuya Aotman will be certain. Heian Zhaji's hand seemed to possess a magical power, continuously drawing light energy from Kainiyasi and transforming it into his own dark energy. People could clearly see wisps of golden light threads flowing from Kainiyasi's body into Heian Zhaji. Heian Zhaji, you bastard. You actually attacked me from behind. Are you insane? I'm not insane at all. I'm perfectly clear-headed. Kainiyasi, you are nothing but tools I use. Did you really think I regarded you as partners? Don't be naive. Become a part of me. Oh. With that, Heian Zhaji increased the suction force. Kainiyasi's energy was instantly drained dry. Qin Yu simply watched from the sidelines, making no attempt to stop it. This kind of dog-eat-dog scene was his favorite. Delightful, loved it, want to see more. Having lost his energy, Kainiyasi could no longer control his body. He collapsed heavily to the ground. The energy indicator on his chest stopped flashing. His eyes went dark. Heian Zhaji, I'll be waiting for you in hell. I believe you will surely die at the hands of Nuya Aotman. You will come to no good end. After uttering his final words, Kainiyasi met his end. Qin Yu glanced at Kainiyasi's corpse and shook his head. Tisk, 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 what a pity. This kill should have been mine, but he died at your hands. You bastard actually stole my kill. You kill-stealing dog, you're truly inhuman. After absorbing Kainiyasi's energy, Heian Zhaji had clearly become much stronger than before. The aura emanating from his body was completely different. Nuya Aotman, now that those troublesome fellows are gone, the real battle can begin. Are you ready? As he spoke, Heian Zhaji's 10 fingers transformed into claws. Heian Zhaji, already brutal and savage, now took on an even more ferocious aura. Sorry, dealing with you I don't need any special preparation. It's a simple matter. Although his words were contemptuous, Qin Yu still warily assumed a battle stance. Roar. Heian Zhaji let out a beast-like roar at Qin Yu. Frenzied to the extreme. The powerful impact like a hurricane swept over Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu stood firm as Mount Tai, unmoved. A monumental battle was about to begin. In the global livestream, viewers were all marveling at Qin Yu's feat. Today's battle. Qin Yu had virtually eliminated all the Ultramen on the surface of launching, completely changing the global landscape. Goodness, Nuya Aotman has worked a miracle. So many Ultramen, and he actually killed them all. Not a single one left. He truly practiced what he preached. As expected of the Ultraman god, he said he would kill all enemies, and he did. Not one left. Awesome. This Heianjaji is truly a beast, backstabbing 2 teammates in a row. Whoever becomes his teammate is really unlucky. Aren't teammates meant to be sold out? A teammate that can't be sold is not a good teammate. Kill, kill, kill. He's gone mad. Nuya has gone mad. He killed over a dozen Ultramen. Now there are hardly any Ultramen left in the world. From now on, launching belongs to Longhua. Other countries have no Ultramen. Only Longhua has them. Longhua is invincible. Nuya Aotman. Finish off Heianjaji. Put a perfect end to today's battle. Go for it. Nuya Aotman. Defeat your final enemy. After this battle, Nuya Aotman will be invincible for eternity. Is Nuya Aotman really a human transformed? I feel like he's no longer human. All Ultramen are not human. Nuya Aotman is even less human than the others. He is a god. Nuya, I want to be your disciple. Please let me be your disciple. Hey upstairs, who are you? What right do you have to ask Nuya to take you as a disciple? Are you an Ultraman too? I am Siluo Aotman, the strongest Ultraman in the future universe. You all remember that. Siluo Aotman. Never heard of him. Someday you will hear of my great name. Before that, you should remember my great name. I am Jetta Aotman. Among the countless viewers, it seemed that some strange beings had mixed in. Ingjiang country. Dead, huh? All dead. All Ultramen are dead. Nuya, you bastard. You actually killed them all. How dare you? How could you do this? It's over. Ingjiang country is finished. I'm finished. It's all over. Everything is over. Over. Mako crazily smashed everything around him that could be smashed. Losing these Ultramen meant losing everything. From this moment on, all that he once had no longer mattered to him. Under this extreme despair and madness, a ball of dark red light was attracted, quietly merging into Mako's body. Mako's eyes flashed with an eerie dark red glow. He stopped his destructive behavior. His entire demeanor underwent a drastic change. Nuya Aotman. Ultraman god. Very interesting. Nuya Aotman, just wait. I will drag you down from the altar, trample you underfoot, and let you know who the true Ultraman god is. I Zwafei am the true strongest Ultraman god. Mako was eroded by the power of that great being. He had already become abnormal. In the Nuya domain, the final battle finally began. Qin Yu and Heianjaji struck almost simultaneously. Their bodies respectively blazed with intense golden light and dark red light, representing the extremes of light and darkness. Boom. Fists clashed. Terrifying energy erupted. The space around them was instantly torn apart by the expanding energy. A portion of the energy leaked into the real world, causing a cataclysmic upheaval in the real world. Having absorbed the darkness of Giannis, Dark Zajai's power had increased significantly compared to the beginning. Just earlier, Qin Yu had been able to decisively overwhelm his opponent with an absolute advantage in strength. He sent his opponent flying. But now, with fists clashing against each other, Dark Zajai had merely retreated 2 steps. Not bad. Your power has improved. It's not that I've improved, but that you've grown weaker, Noah. In this battle, victory will undoubtedly be mine. With a powerful leap, Dark Zajai soared into the sky. He unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles toward the ground. A dense storm of energy shells rained down on Qin Yu from all directions, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Yet Qin Yu showed no intention of dodging. He raised the ultra barrier, absorbing every energy shell that came his way and converting it into his own power. He fired a golden reflecting beam directly at Dark Zajai. Damn it! Realizing the danger, Dark Zajai immediately attempted to dodge, but the beam had traveled too swiftly. He failed to completely evade the strike. A graze tore across his shoulder, and the searing pain only fueled Dark Zajai's growing fury. With a wave of his hand, 2 streams of dark energy coalesced around him, taking the forms of Dark Faust and Dark Mephisto under Dark Zajai's command. Dark Faust and Dark Mephisto charged toward Qin Yu, who rapidly gathered energy in both hands and unleashed twin cutting beams. With sharp hissing sounds, both figures were bisected by the cutting beams, in an instant dissolving into crimson light particles that scattered into nothingness. They weren't real, just illusory projections. Had these been the true Dark Faust and Dark Mephisto, they never would have fallen so easily to a casual pair of cutting beams. Dark Zajai's true intention was simply to buy himself time, exploiting the moment when Qin Yu was occupied dismantling the phantom duplicates. Dark Zajai had finished gathering his power and released his strongest beam, the Zajai Lightning, straight at Qin Yu. The dark red lightning surged forward with devastating force, carrying an aura of utter destruction. There was no time for Qin Yu to gather energy and counter with his own beam. He could only raise the ultra barrier with both hands to withstand the incoming assault. The Zhejiai lightning struck the ultra barrier with a tremendous impact, causing golden ripples to spread across its surface like waves on water. Despite the relentless assault, the barrier held firm. Die? Noah, die. Dark Zhejiai intensified his power, pouring everything into the attack. Yet Qin Yu managed to withstand it. Is this your limit? Then it's my turn. Humph. Qin Yu let out a cold snort. He unleashed his full power, braving the Zhejiai lightning, while advancing with the ultra barrier, closing the distance step by step toward Dark Zhejiai. Before Dark Zhejiai's horrified eyes, Qin Yu charged forward and brought the ultra barrier crashing down onto his head with a devastating blow. Dark Zhejiai was sent flying. Meanwhile, the ultra barrier in Qin Yu's hands shattered into fragments that scattered like broken glass. Now it's my turn. Noah Lightning. Qin Yu rapidly gathered his energy and released his ultimate technique, the Noah Lightning. An incomprehensibly dazzling and blazing golden beam shot across the void toward Dark Zhejiai. Dark Zhejiai hadn't even had time to land. Seeing the Noah Lightning bearing down on him, Dark Zhejiai was terrified. His intense desire to survive unleashed astonishing power, forcing him to stabilize himself mid-air. He raised the dark barrier with both hands to block Qin Yu's Noah Lightning. The roles reversed as the golden beam collided with the dark barrier. Dark Zhejiai couldn't withstand the sheer force of the Noah Lightning and was pushed backward relentlessly, yet he refused to let his barrier shatter. Noah, is that all you've got? You're far from killing me. Despite giving everything he had, Dark Zhejiai still refused to admit defeat, using words to provoke and frustrate Qin Yu. He tried to bait Qin Yu into revealing an opening. Unfortunately, Qin Yu wasn't fall for it. Is that so? Then let me show you a technique you've never seen before. Light flickering art. The light flickering art. By rapidly shaking his wrist while firing a beam, he forced the light to sway and curve left and right, achieving the effect of bending its trajectory. It allowed the beam to bypass the enemy's barrier and strike their true body. Originally created by Ultraman Arc, Qin Yu's wrist began vibrating rapidly. The Noah Lightning he fired began swerving left and right. Just as Dark Zhejiai stared in confusion, the oscillation amplitude of the Noah Lightning grew too extreme. It actually curved around his dark barrier and struck him directly. No. What kind of heretical technique is this? No. Dark Zhejiai was extremely unwilling. But he could no longer take any action. The Noah Lightning continued its powerful output, ultimately detonating Dark Zhejiai. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The explosive firelight spread in all directions, absolutely terrifying. Had this occurred in the real world, Dark Zhejiai's explosion would have likely flattened an entire city. Host has eliminated Dark Zhejiai. Complete Noah unlock progress increased by 40%. Current complete Noah unlock progress 80%. Dark Zhejiai truly lived up to his name. The unlock progress he provided alone equaled that of 8 ordinary Ultra Warriors. This sufficiently demonstrated how formidable Dark Zhejiai's strength was. Then Qin Yu waved his hand, and the flames from Dark Zhejiai's explosion were instantly extinguished. Within the Noah domain, it was as if nothing had happened, calm and peaceful. If one didn't know better, who would guess that more than 10 Ultra Warriors had just perished here? And Qin Yu, having slain so many Ultra Warriors, hadn't even flickered a light. His condition remained perfectly stable. He could continue fighting. Unfortunately, there were no enemies left for him to fight. It's over. Everything is over. Qin Yu gazed at the empty Noah domain and sighed. For a long time he had been plagued by Dark Zhejiai. This creature caused trouble after trouble, endlessly bothering him. But now that Dark Zhejiai was truly eliminated and gone, he felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Just as Qin Yu was lost in melancholy, a black vortex appeared in the sky above the Noah domain. Crackling with thunder and lightning, the black vortex contained incomprehensibly terrifying dark energy, even more powerful than the dark energy Dark Zhejiai had possessed. What the hell is that? Qin Yu instinctively gathered his energy and released 2 handblade beams to probe the newcomer. A bolt of dark lightning shot from the black vortex with astonishing power. It not only shattered Qin Yu's handblade beams, but still retained enough strength to strike at Qin Yu. Qin Yu released golden energy from his right hand and slapped outward. The dark lightning was smashed apart by Qin Yu's palm. Who are you? Qin Yu gazed at the black vortex above, feeling an impulse to unleash the Noah Lightning directly at it. The other party did not answer Qin Yu's question. Instead, they released a powerful suction force, absorbing a portion of the residual dark energy within the Noah domain. All of this dark energy belonged to Dark Zhejiai. The residual dark energy of Dark Zhejiai was soon completely absorbed by the other party. Is it not a bit impolite to snatch my spoils right before my eyes and then ignore me? If you're going to play like this, don't blame me for being rude. Noah gravity. Qin Yu gathered power in his hands and unleashed a powerful golden beam toward the black vortex in the sky. The black vortex seemed to sense that this move was not easy to take. It dared not withstand it head-on. It opened a spatial portal below. The Noah gravity beam shot into the portal. It was teleported to an unknown place. Noah, my power hasn't recovered yet. Just wait. Once my power is restored, I will definitely come for you. My name is Dark Lucifer. After leaving these words, the black vortex vanished. Qin Yu could no longer sense any trace of dark energy. Dark Lucifer. I never expected this guy to actually exist. I thought he was only in the setting. Upon learning the name Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. Dark Lucifer was originally intended to be the final boss in Ultraman Nexus. His combat power surpassed that of Dark Zagi. He was on par with the complete Noah who bore the wings of Noah. His combat prowess was terrifying. He was one of the most powerful enemies in Ultraman history. However, because the Nexus TV series was abruptly cut short, Dark Lucifer never actually appeared. He only existed in the settings. Qin Yu had thought that his enemies would end with Dark Zagi, but unexpectedly Dark Lucifer had emerged. This made things interesting. No matter, Dark Lucifer or not, I'm only 20% away from unlocking the complete Noah. By then, even Dark Lucifer won't be a match for me. As one of the strongest Ultramen in the Ultraman universe settings, Noah was more than capable of facing any enemy. With this power, Qin Yu feared no challenge. The Noah field was dispelled. Qin Yu returned to the real world, gazing at the once prosperous eastern city, now reduced to a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and the countless innocent corpses that lay scattered. Qin Yu's heart ached with compassion. Finally, he resolved to undertake a monumental task, reversing time. Noah himself possessed the power of time and space, able to traverse the endless dimensions and travel freely through time. Qin Yu wanted to emulate the starlight drive of Zero's shining form and see if he could directly reverse the flow of time in the real world, to restore Eastern City to its state before the destruction and revive all those who had been killed. Moreover, the primary energy source of Zero's shining form was the ultimate bracelet bestowed upon him by Noah. This was the fundamental reason Zero's shining form could wield time powers. Qin Yu reasoned that if Zero could reverse time, there was no reason Noah, with his innate mastery of time and space, could not. Starlight Drive. Qin Yu raised his right hand, releasing a surge of powerful golden energy. The energy condensed into a small sphere. Like a miniature planet, it hovered above Qin Yu's head. Radiance burst forth from his entire body as he transformed into a true giant of light. His form was too dazzling to behold. The sphere's light spread across all of Eastern City. Every place touched by the radiance was affected by the Starlight Drive. Time began to reverse. It actually works. Damn, I'm amazing. Qin Yu had only tried on a whim, never expecting success. Even he was astounded. However, with the global live broadcast ongoing, he maintained his composure to avoid embarrassment. He began to employ the Starlight Drive to reverse time. Behind Qin Yu, a nebula disk materialized, rotating counterclockwise. As the disk revolved, the light enveloping Eastern City grew increasingly brilliant. Finally, the radiance completely consumed the entire city. No one could see what was happening within Eastern City. In the global live stream, viewers watched Qin Yu's actions, speculating about his intentions. What is Noah doing? His light is covering all of Eastern City. Could he be trying to revive it? Impossible. This disaster alone claimed at least 1 million lives in Eastern City. If he could bring them all back, he would truly be a god. Maybe he's just using his light energy to purify the souls, preventing the city from becoming a city of resentful spirits. I think so too. Even Noah can't possibly resurrect 1 million innocent dead at once, right? Purification would be good. Otherwise, Eastern City will become a ghost town. I believe Noah wouldn't do something meaningless. He's not just purifying, he's resurrecting them. Don't forget, Noah is the god of Ultraman. Nothing he does should surprise us. Holy cow, Noah just finished fighting and killed over a dozen Ultramen. If he can also casually resurrect 1 million people in Eastern City, he'd be absolutely godlike. Is there anything he can't do? I'm sure Noah can't give birth by himself. Wow, that comment leaves me with no rebuttal. I don't know why, but this move looks really familiar. I feel like I can do it too. Zero, stop bragging. That's clearly a forbidden technique of Noah. How could you possibly do it? Gee, just wait. We'll have a fight, and I'll beat you up. Noah, I don't know if you can do it, but I really hope you can bring them all back. Go Noah. Create a miracle, Noah. Many viewers cheered for Qin Yu. They hoped he could truly reverse time and resurrect the dead of Eastern City. In the capital of Dragon Country, is Qin Yu really resurrecting those people in Eastern City? Noah, the god of Ultraman, are you truly a god? Can you do it? Yi Yunlong's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had always refused to acknowledge Qin Yu as the god of Ultraman, because he didn't believe in gods. Even though Ultramen possessed incredible powers, he considered them merely higher-dimensional beings. Absolutely not gods. But now he began to hope that Noah was indeed a true god, because only a true god could revive the 1 million innocent souls and restore Eastern City to life. In the base, the staff who had been celebrating moments ago began to pray, hoping Qin Yu could create an unprecedented miracle. In Star City Dragon Country, a middle-aged man discerned what Qin Yu was doing. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Noah, for the sake of these humans, you are willing to expend energy and use the forbidden ability of time reversal. Interesting. I'm getting more and more eager to turn you into a spark doll and add you to my collection. That would be the perfect collectible. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Dark Lucifer Noah, neither of you will escape. Little did Dark Lucifer know. While he had set his sights on Noah, someone else had already set their sights on him. When the brilliance reached its peak, everything, including time itself, seemed frozen in place. Then the light rapidly faded away. Dongsheng emerged before everyone's eyes, completely renewed. The destroyed buildings rose again throughout the city. The corpses buried under the rubble came back to life one by one. The damaged streets and the ruined city were restored to their original state. Of course, the Nautilus space beast killed by Ultraman Grub earlier, as well as Geed Nexus and 721, who had been pierced by Qin Yu's single arrow strike, were also conveniently revived by Qin Yu. They appeared throughout the city. Qin Yu looked at the resurrected city with satisfaction. However, when his gaze fell upon the Nautilus space beast Geed Nexus and 721, his expression instantly changed. The only downside of the star drive is that it reverses time indiscriminately within its range. I accidentally revived all of you by mistake. But it doesn't matter, killing you all again is merely a trivial task. Geed Nexus 721A and the Nautilus space beast just revived. They were completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. What's going on? Why are we here? What were we doing before? Across the global livestream, the audience was utterly numb, unable to describe their feelings. Tonight, Qin Yu had created one miracle after another, continuously challenging their nerves. They've revived. Those who died have actually been brought back to life by Ultraman Noah. But while Noah resurrecting humans makes sense, why did he revive the monsters and those 3 Ultramen too? Perhaps Noah wants to bring them back only to kill them again. Unbelievable. He's killed them once and now wants to revive them only to kill them again. Is that really necessary? This is too fascinating. Noah has completely lost himself in the killing. He won't stop even after reviving them. But why were only these 3 Ultramen revived? Where are the others? Why weren't they brought back? Perhaps because the other Ultramen perished within Noah's domain while these 3 died within the city. Noah was reviving the city's inhabitants and happened to bring them back along with them. Good heavens, can someone really revive people as an afterthought? Noah truly is extraordinary. I've lost my voice from saying awesome, but I'll say it again. Noah, truly awesome. Since they're alive again, killing them once more would be trivial anyway. It won't take much time. These 3 Ultramen are about to face Noah in his strongest form. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces. Noah, don't hold back. Take all 3 of them out. Just when everyone thought tonight's spectacle had concluded, an unexpected twist emerged. The audience surged back into a state of heightened excitement. Longwa Capital Mecha Base Headquarters. They've revived, truly revived. Unbelievably, they have truly been resurrected. Ultraman Noah, you are my god. Take my knees. Yi Yunlong dropped to his knees. This time he knelt willingly. Qin Yu had resurrected over 1 million people in Dongsheng. This was an immense virtue. For Longwa, it represented an unfathomable grace beyond words. From this day forward, all citizens of Longwa would remember Qin Yu's merits. Dongsheng. Roar. The terrifying roar of the Nautilus space beast. It pulled Nexus 721 and Geed back to reality. Only then did they notice the Nautilus space beast. And Qin Yu, who had already evolved into his wingless Noah form. A monster. And an Ultraman I've never seen before. What's happening here? Who are you? Geed asked Qin Yu. Qin Yu replied, I am Noah Ultraman. As for the 3 of you, you were already dead. When I resurrected the victims in Dongsheng, I happened to bring you back as well. You have been revived from death. Revived from death. We were already dead. The 3 were utterly shocked to learn they had died. Yet no matter how hard they tried to recall, those memories simply did not exist in their minds. Because Qin Yu's time reversal reached too far back, their memories had partially eroded along with it. They had forgotten what had happened before their deaths. It doesn't matter. You'll be dying again shortly anyway, so there's no need for such surprise. Qin Yu adopted a combat stance, preparing for battle. Perfect timing. Having just expended massive energy using the star drive, these 4 were like free supplements to replenish his power. Seeing Qin Yu prepare to strike, Nexus panicked immediately. What are you doing? Noah Ultraman, we don't wish to be your enemy. Whether you consider me an enemy or not, I've already killed you once. I won't rest until you're thoroughly eliminated. It's better for you to die again. I can only feel at peace then. Qin Yu was never one to hesitate. Since these 4 were already dead, it would be better to let them remain at rest. That way there would be no future complications. Whoosh! Golden light erupted from Qin Yu's entire body. Moving at breathtaking speed, he charged toward the 3 Ultramen and swung his fist at them. The 3 Ultramen attempted to deploy their Ultra barriers to block Qin Yu's attacks, but found themselves unable to activate them. Each was struck down with a single blow and sent flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Qin Yu had deliberately controlled both the direction and force of his strikes. He sent the 3 Ultramen flying into a nearby park, ensuring the city wouldn't suffer further damage. After all, he had worked so hard to resurrect this city. If the city were destroyed again, all his efforts would have been in vain. What's going on? Why can't I use my Ultra Barrier? Look over there. That's the monster prepared by Dark Sage-Eye. As long as he's present, no light-based or barrier-type abilities can be used. We're left to fight hand-to-hand. 721's reminder triggered their memories. The Nautilus Space Beast possessed the ability to suppress energy-based attacks. At this moment, Jeed suddenly felt a surge of confidence. If we can't use energy attacks, then Noah's abilities must be severely limited too. We have a chance to defeat Noah. Let's fight him to the death. Agreed. Since Noah won't let us go, we might as well fight for our lives. If we're going down, we'll take him with us. Nexus steeled his resolve. He too decided to fight to the death against Qin Yu. There was no question for 721 either. The 3 of them were now bound together by fate. With a powerful leap, Qin Yu arrived inside the park. It seems the 3 of you are already prepared to be destroyed by me. Excellent. Having some resistance makes this worthwhile. All 3 of you attacked together. Qin Yu produced the Ultra Bracelet he had just taken from Jack, transforming it into an Ultra Spear. He twirled the weapon gracefully, assuming a combat stance. Gulei Niusi and Saiwan Urshi each charged at Qin Yu simultaneously. Qin Yu with all his might hurled the Ultra Spear in his hand towards Gulei. The Ultra Spear was as swift as lightning. Gulei kept charging forward, never expecting that Qin Yu would resort to such a move. In an instant, the spear pierced through his body. It left a conspicuous through-and-through wound on his chest. How could this be? Gulei couldn't believe he had died so carelessly. He looked down at the wound on his chest. That one glance finally allowed him to die in peace. His energy indicator and eye lights went out. Gulei perished. He fell backward onto the ground. Host has eliminated Ultraman Gulei. Complete body Noah unlock progress increased by 5%. Current complete body Noah unlock progress 85%. This was an unexpected bonus. The Ultraman whom Qin Yu had killed once before had now been revived and could still provide unlock progress. This even surprised Qin Yu. What? Niusi and Saiwan Urshi were startled. Gulei's strength was not weak. Being killed by Qin Yu with a single spear, how terrifying must Qin Yu's power be? Nuya Aotman, how can you be so strong? Niusi asked unwillingly. Obviously the previous Nuya Aotman did not possess such power. Where did this power come from? Is this world gone mad? A dead man doesn't need to know too much. Just die in peace. Qin Yu instantly moved in front of Niusi. Radiant golden light gathered. He threw a punch. Boom. Niusi was sent flying, leaving a long scrape on the ground. His skin was nearly scraped off. Despite his shock, Saiwan Urshi, to survive, still took action and leaped forward. He wanted to suppress Qin Yu, attempting to restrain him. But his speed was far too slow compared to Qin Yu. Qin Yu turned and delivered a spinning kick. His big foot kicked Saiwan Urshi's head. Thud. Saiwan Urshi was also sent flying. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After the 2 Ultramen stopped, the energy indicators on their chests began to flash. All told, the 2 had only taken 2 hits, yet they were already flashing. Such terrifying combat prowess not only instilled fear in the 2, but also amazed the entire world. Qin Yu's power continuously reshaped people's perceptions. Whoosh! Qin Yu gestured with his hand, and the Ultra Spear returned to his grasp. You 2 who dies first. Upon hearing this, Niusi and Saiwan Urshi couldn't help but glance at each other. Obviously neither wanted to die. Roar! At that moment the Yingwu Luo Yishingshu let out a roar, angrily asserting its presence. It had been acting under the orders of Heian Jiaji. Now that Heian Jiaji was dead, no one commanded it. It stood there dumbfounded, only howling, not knowing what to do. Noisy. Qin Yu gathered energy, and with a backhand throw hurled the Ultra Spear toward the Yingwu Luo Yishingshu. Swish! The Yingwu Luo Yishingshu was not foolish. It knew to release Crimson Lightning to intercept the Ultra Spear's attack. However, the spear thrown by Qin Yu possessed the power to pierce through everything in the world. Even the Yingwu Luo Yishingshu's attack could not shake it. The Ultra Spear passed through the released Crimson Lightning and struck the creature's most prideful hard shell. It pierced the Yingwu Luo Yishingshu through in one go. The Yingwu Luo Yishingshu perished. Rumble. Explosive flames soared into the sky. Host has eliminated the Yingwu Luo Yishingshu. Complete body Noah unlock progress increased by 5%. Current complete body Noah unlock progress 90%. Qin Yu was getting closer to transforming into complete body Noah. With the death of the Yingwu Luo Yishingshu, the magic sealing domain was lifted and all ray abilities could be freely used. Qin Yu teleported and appeared beside Niusi and Saiwan Urshi. He grabbed the shoulders of the 2 Ultramen and threw them with force. He threw the 2 Ultramen into the air. Then quickly gathering power, he released a finishing ray. Nuya Gravity. Boom. Golden light shot from Qin Yu's hands, heading toward the 2 Ultramen in midair. Niusi and Saiwan Urshi were powerless to resist. They could only be hit obediently. Rumble. The two Ultramen were blasted by Nuya gravity, exploding into brilliant, dazzling fireworks in midair. These guys were truly miserable. Dying once wasn't enough, they had to die a second time. Host has eliminated Ultraman Nai Usi and Ultraman Saiwan Urshii. Complete Body Noah Unlock Progress increased by 10%. Current Complete Body Noah Unlock Progress 100%. Congratulations, Host. You have unlocked Complete Body Noah. From now on, eliminating enemies will continuously strengthen yourself and enhance your basic attributes. Current Basic Attribute Enhancement 0. Finally, I can transform into Complete Body Noah. It wasn't easy. Finally, I can walk sideways across the world. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Hey on Luxifa, come on, I'm waiting for you anytime. Let's see if you can still be arrogant when facing Complete Body Noah. Qin Yu, who had finally upgraded to Complete Body Noah, was so excited, he almost cheered. But as the god of Ultraman, his dignity had now risen. Shouting and cheering to express joy would be somewhat unbecoming. He could only suppress the excitement in his heart. His body turned into light particles, deactivating the transformation, and returned to Beijing City. Global Livestream Room. Wow, Nuya Aotman is really ruthless. He actually killed those revived Ultramen and monsters again. How deep must the grudge be? Killing once wasn't enough, he had to kill a second time. Awesome. This means that enemies who offend Nuya Aotman in the future might not just be killed once. If Nuya Aotman enjoys killing, he can kill twice, 3 times, or even keep reviving and killing until he's satisfied. Too perverted, right? What kind of perverted mind could do such a thing? Perverted. You dare call Nuya Aotman perverted? You're dead meat. I'll definitely make sure Nuya Aotman sees your words. FCK, you bastard, don't frame me. I didn't mean that. Nuya Aotman is awesome. I love Nuya Aotman the most. Too late. You're dead. That conch monster put Ultraman Grub in a tough fight, but Nuya Aotman casually pierced it with a spear. Nuya Aotman is truly amazing, so powerful. No kidding, if Nuya Aotman isn't awesome, who is? A new era has arrived. This era is the era of Nuya Aotman. Almost the entire world believed that the global landscape would undergo earth-shaking changes with Qin Yu's rise. Longwa Shachin. A handsome young man sat on a rooftop, quietly gazing toward the east of the city. Nuya Aotman, your strength is indeed impressive. Even Heian Jaji is no match for you. Just wait. When my power returns to its peak, I will definitely come for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. The battle between light and darkness will never cease. After the young man spoke, a dark red light flashed in his eyes. A dark aura enveloped his body. The next second, with a whoosh, he vanished as if he had never appeared. Long Kingdom, Northern River Base. Qin Yu appeared in the open ground of the base. Director Li and others spotted Qin Yu's figure. Many people rushed out to welcome Qin Yu's return. This battle had fully established Qin Yu as a hero in the hearts of all Long Kingdom people. Qin Yu greeted the crowd, then raised his energy blast gun and fired into the sky. With a bang, a burst of energy shot into the sky. The stone wings summoned by his call hovered beside Qin Yu. He gently touched the stone wings. With a whoosh, the stone wings radiated light, releasing the host of Diga and Long Kong. The two lay quietly on the ground. They were still unconscious. Qin Yu, are they all right? Director Li asked worriedly. These two were both Ultramen. They were precious assets of the Long Kingdom, not to be lost. Qin Yu replied, they're fine. They just exhausted themselves by lending me their power. They'll recover after a day or 2 of rest. That's good, that's good. Director Li immediately arranged for Long Kong and Diga to be taken to where Li Lingling and the others were recuperating. As for Qin Yu, he went with Director Li to the latter's office. Although Dark Zajai had been dealt with, it was not yet time to relax. An even more powerful darkness than Dark Zajai, Dark Lucifer, still lurked in the shadows, ready to bare its fangs at any moment. Only Qin Yu and Director Li were in the office. Director Li probed cautiously, Qin Yu, with your current strength, there should be no one who can match you, right? Qin Yu glanced at him sideways, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I know what you're driving at, Director Li. No need to beat around the bush. You just want to know my true power. I can tell you plainly as I am now, though there are few opponents who can threaten me, they do exist. For instance, the primordial darkness that appeared after I eliminated Dark Zajai. What is that primordial darkness? Even you find it difficult to destroy. Director Li had no idea how strong Dark Lucifer was. But he knew Qin Yu's strength. Having killed over a dozen Ultramen and a powerful dark boss, Qin Yu remained as calm as ever. With such terrifying power, even he showed a hint of caution when speaking of Dark Lucifer. The might of Dark Lucifer was beyond doubt. Undoubtedly. That being is called Dark Lucifer, in existence even more formidable than Dark Zajai. Even Dark Zajai was corrupted and deceived by him. He and I are on the same level. On the same level as you. So even you cannot easily defeat Dark Lucifer. Director Li was greatly shocked. This was the first time Qin Yu had admitted to facing an enemy he could hardly overcome. Previously, no matter what foe appeared, Qin Yu's attitude had been utterly dismissive, never showing such wariness toward any being. Qin Yu said seriously, under normal circumstances, yes. But he seems to be in a weakened state now. If we can find him before he recovers, we can easily kill him. That's what I want to ask of you. I hope the Long Kingdom can help me locate that bastard. Director Li's expression turned grave. That guy. How great a threat is he? If left unchecked, what would be the consequences? At times like this, to get the other party to wholeheartedly help, one had to exaggerate the consequences. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. He smiled and said, if he truly recovers to his peak and comes for me once we go to war, the entire Blue Star will be annihilated by the aftershocks of our battle. Mind you, I'm not exaggerating. With our combined power, if we really cut loose, the scale of destruction would be measured in galaxies. Otherwise, why do you think I always open a domain when fighting? For me, opening a domain hardly makes a difference. It's just to protect Blue Star from being destroyed. Hearing this, Director Li's face changed. That terrifying. You just witnessed my strength, didn't you? By the way, just a reminder, what you saw wasn't even half of my true power. Half? You just killed over a dozen Ultramen, and that was only half your real strength. How strong are you in your complete form? Director Li was dumbfounded. He knew Qin Yu was strong, but he hadn't imagined him to be this powerful. Slaughtering over a dozen Ultramen with ease, and that was only half his power. How formidable would a full-power Qin Yu be? Wiping out a galaxy with a flick of his hand seemed no exaggeration. A meaningful smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Believe me, you don't want to see my true strength. Once I unleash all my power, that would be the most terrifying disaster of all. Understand? Director Li pondered and instantly grasped Qin Yu's meaning. As long as Qin Yu didn't use his full power, it meant the situation was still under control. It wouldn't be too dire. If he were forced to go all out, it would mean the situation had become so severe that even he could no longer contain it. By then, what would become of things, even Qin Yu wouldn't know. I understand. I'll have people track down Dark Lucifer immediately. When he appeared earlier, there was a strong energy fluctuation. Tracing that energy signature should lead us to him. Director Li wasted no time and reported the matter to the Capital Mech headquarters. After Yi Yunlong learned of it, he promptly instructed all staff to hunt for Dark Lucifer's dark energy fluctuations worldwide. After hanging up with Yi Yunlong, Director Li said, Qin Yu, there's something I'm not sure if I should bring up. Go ahead. Whether I listen depends on my mood. Qin Yu picked up his teacup and took a light sip. After all that talking, he was thirsty. You just eliminated so many Ultramen, each belonging to different countries. Your actions will certainly incur their hatred. Though they may not dare to act openly, behind the scenes they might stir up trouble against you or the Long Kingdom. I figured that much. So what do you want to do? Have me help you conquer the world? If needed, I can step in. It's no trouble at all. No, that's not necessary. The Long Kingdom has always loved peace. Conquering the world isn't our intention. But I think it's necessary to deter other nations, to make them fear us and not dare to act rashly. What do you think? For example, since so many Ultramen ganged up on you, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to demand an explanation from each country? I get it. I'm good at that. No one was better at demanding explanations than Qin Yu. The Northern River Mech base was a living example. As for Director Li, having been soaked by the rain himself, he clearly didn't want to let others off. After the conversation with Director Li, Qin Yu left the Beijiang Mecha base. The intensity of this battle was the highest he had ever experienced since becoming Ultraman. The peril involved was also unprecedented. Had it not been for the critical moment when Qin Yu combined the remaining power of Dijia and Erji Baobao to unleash the ultimate arrow storm, piercing through Gulei Niusi and Saiwan 21 in one strike, Heian Ji and Xiao and Ayasi would have fully succeeded. His taut nerves needed relaxation, and his depleted strength required recovery. After eating and drinking his fill casually, Qin Yu returned to the Shiji to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Qin Yu rested within the Shiji for a full 3 days. To him, this time passed in a flash. But for the entire Longhua, a cataclysmic transformation had occurred. All 7 Ultramen of Ingjianghua had perished at Qin Yu's hands. The Ultramen of Zhaopanji, Yuehanyo, and other nations were also slain by him. Now, without the protection of their Ultramen, a wave of panic swept through the populace, especially in Ingjianghua, which had contributed the most to this siege against Qin Yu. They had dispatched 7 Ultramen, fearing that Qin Yu would retaliate. The leader of Ingjianghua immediately contacted the leader of Longhua, insisting that the matter had nothing to do with Ingjianghua. It was all Heian Ji's doing. Any fault lay solely with Heian Ji, not with Ingjianghua. Such a flimsy excuse. Naturally, Longhua would not entertain. After a few perfunctory remarks, they stated that Longhua could not control Qin Yu. Whatever he wished to do was his own freedom. Even if he truly sought revenge, that was Qin Yu's affair. They neither wanted to nor could interfere. In doing so, they completely washed their hands of the matter. Upon hearing Longhua's response, the leader of Ingjianghua immediately understood that Qin Yu's retaliation would surely come. As for when, it was uncertain. Perhaps he intended to let them languish in fear for a time, tormenting their spirits before exacting his revenge. Jiang was stood on high alert, making thorough preparations. They even brought out their previously undisclosed secret weapon, the artificial Mecha Ultraman. The revelation of this weapon shocked the entire world, including Longhua. Had it not been for this crisis, no nation in the world would have known that Jianghua had secretly developed such a thing. Even many high-ranking officials within Jianghua were unaware. This time, to counter the potential threat, they exposed 5 artificial Mecha Ultramen at once. All 5 were modeled after the Nikisi into which Qin Yu transformed. The artificial Mecha Nikisi Silver Juvenile form, the red young form, the blue young form, the orange young form, and the tricolor mixed young form. The latter 2 were clearly Jianghua's own modified versions. From these 5 artificial Mecha Ultramen, it was evident that Jianghua had long harbored ulterior motives. They had long desired to seize Qin Yu's power. If they couldn't obtain the original, a fake to fantasize about would suffice. Superficially, these artificial Mecha Nikisi bore no great difference from the Nikisi Ultraman that Qin Yu transformed into. They were essentially a one-to-one imitation. If anything seemed off, it was that these artificial Mecha Ultramen, being mechanical constructs, had eyes devoid of emotion. They looked somewhat uncanny. Jianghua publicly claimed that these artificial Mecha Nikisi possessed power entirely equivalent to that of Nikisi. With these artificial Mecha Nikisi for protection, humanity would no longer need Ultraman. In Longhua, at the capital headquarters, Yi Yunlong was extremely anxious upon learning of the artificial Mecha Nikisi's emergence. If the artificial Mecha Nikisi truly possessed power equal to the original Nikisi, it would become the greatest threat to Longhua. Yi Yunlong would never allow such a situation to unfold. Yet Qin Yu was still resting within the Shiji Yi, and no one could reach him. This only heightened the anxiety. With no other choice, Yi Yunlong sought Director Li's counsel to see if a good solution existed. Director Li was also worried about the matter. He summoned Li Lingling and the other 2 along with Long Kong and Di Jia to discuss countermeasures and see if a way could be found. They needed to test the actual capability of the artificial Mecha Nikisi manufactured by Jianghua. Long Kong had now joined Longhua and become its guardian Ultraman. After the previous battles, he had completely overcome his fear of monsters and grown into a qualified Ultraman. After a brainstorming session, Hai Luo proposed a suggestion. Actually, I think since He and Jiaji could drop monsters into our Longhua cities to destroy them and force our Ultramen to act, why can't we drop monsters into Jianghua cities? If a monster appears in their own city, they will have to send out the artificial Mecha Nikisi to eliminate it, right? In fact, this proposal had already occurred to Director Li and Yi Yunlong earlier. However, to maintain their image of being noble, lofty, and peace-loving, they could not voice it themselves. They needed the Ultraman's human hosts to speak up, and then they would put up a token resistance. With both sides feigning reluctance, the matter would be settled without harming their image. Director Li's heart was already rejoicing, but his mouth said sternly, "Isn't that a bit too much? After all, our Longhua is a peace-loving nation. Doing this doesn't align with our consistent stance. Perhaps we should think of another way." "Yes, exactly. Let's see if there are other options first," said Yi Yunlong, who was participating via holographic video, also wearing a sanctimonious expression. In truth, he was inwardly hoping that Hai Luo would insist more and be more persistent. Just a little more insistence, and they would agree. But they didn't anticipate that Hai Luo was an honest man. When they said it wasn't a good idea, Hai Luo actually stopped pushing. "Oh, I see. Then I'll think again." "Wait, kid. Are you too socially inept? Could it be that we were just being modest? Do you understand what modesty means? We're not really opposed, we just find it hard to admit it openly. Can't you see through our modesty and be more forceful?" But the words had already been spoken. To backtrack now in front of so many young people would be a bit embarrassing. They couldn't afford to lose face. They could only grit their teeth and ask the others to think of another way. Unfortunately, no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't come up with a better plan. Sending Ultramen directly to test those artificial Mecha Nikisi. If those artificial Ultramen turned out to be really strong, they would suffer a great loss. Seeing no better solution, Hai Luo brought up the old matter. "I say secretly tossing a monster over there is the most reliable plan. As long as we keep it low-key, no one will know it was us. What do you think?" "Good. All right." Yi Yunlong and Director Li agreed simultaneously. They dared not hesitate any longer. These young people were all straightforward without a shred of cunning. If they hesitated again, they might truly miss the chance. And so the decision was made. They would toss 2 monsters into Eagle Country to test the waters. However, where to obtain the monsters became another new challenge. These ordinary Ultramen were not Dark Zagi, who could casually summon alien beasts. Under normal circumstances, there were 3 ways monsters appeared: first, by accidentally falling into Blue Star from a dimensional rift; second, arriving from the cosmos; and third, through biological mutation. Ordinary Earth creatures mutated into monsters due to interference from some special energy. In this world, most monsters that appeared were based on the third scenario. The monsters born from this method were also the weakest. unlikely to produce supergiant monsters. Given Li Lingling and the others' current abilities, none of these methods seemed feasible. Long Kong scratched his head and said helplessly, so we just have to stupidly wait for a monster to appear. What if it takes a long time? Then we're screwed. Who would have thought that one day we'd be troubled by the absence of monsters? In the past, if no monster appeared, I would have celebrated joyfully. But now, humans are just pathetic. Director Li also felt a headache. They had finally decided to abandon their moral boundaries and do something inhuman, yet heaven didn't even grant them the opportunity. Just then Yi Yunlong had a flash of inspiration. Oh, I've got it. There are 2 ready-made monsters that perfectly fit our goal. What monsters? Everyone asked in unison. Yi Yunlong immediately replied. You know the 2 monsters that destroyed the Chickenfoot Nation, right? Reminded by Yi Yunlong, everyone instantly recalled. During this period, aside from the news of Noah Ultraman killing over a dozen Ultramen, the destruction of the Chickenfoot Nation by monsters was also a significant headline. The Tsunami Monster and the Tornado Monster had joined forces to attack the Chickenfoot Nation, triggering massive tsunamis that flooded vast areas. Without the protection of Ultramen, relying only on the remaining mechas to deal with 2 supergiant monsters was nothing but a fantasy. Through the relentless efforts of the 2 supergiant monsters, the Chickenfoot Nation was completely destroyed with most of its land submerged underwater. However, after destroying the Chickenfoot Nation, the 2 monsters did not leave. As if exhausted, they lingered in the area to rest. The Dragon Kingdom kept a close watch on the 2 monsters, every move fearing they might turn around and attack Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, they now came in handy. Long Kong's eyes lit up. Those 2 monsters are excellent. Strong combat power, perfect for testing the combat effectiveness of those artificial mecha Ultramen. Clearly this guy was also a bit of a schemer, engaging in such matters without the slightest hesitation. Alright, then let's toss those 2 monsters over to Eagle Country and see if their artificial mecha Ultramen truly possess the same strength as Nexus. Li Lingling was no pushover either. She immediately agreed to the plan. Though kind-hearted, she was not foolish, since they had already come knocking at their doorstep. Remaining blindly kind would be suicidal. The decision was made in the morning. That very night, the Tsunami Monster Simmons and the Tornado Monster Siglas appeared in a coastal city of Eagle Country. Forcibly thrown there, the 2 monsters were extremely unsettled by the unfamiliar environment and became highly agitated, immediately summoning a massive tornado, causing destruction to the city. High-rise buildings were toppled by the whirlwind, and the city was filled with panicked people fleeing for their lives. At the Eagle Country leader's residence, the leader convened a group of subordinates to discuss how to deal with the crisis. Among those present at the meeting was Mark himself. Since all Ultramen in Eagle Country had fallen, Mark, now without any Ultraman under his command, had completely lost his influence, sitting in an obscure corner. He had not revealed to anyone that he had become the host of Ultraman Zoffy, for he knew well that with his current strength he was no match for Qin Yu. He must not expose his identity, though otherwise it would surely incur Qin Yu's wrath. With Qin Yu's power, killing him would leave him no chance to escape. To survive and to avenge Qin Yu, he could only endure. The high-level officials argued noisily. Some believed they should immediately seek help from Dragon Kingdom, even arrogantly assuming that Dragon Kingdom, now with the largest number of Ultramen in the world, should take responsibility for protecting all nations. Others argued that they should immediately deploy all 5 artificial mecha Ultramen, swarm the 2 monsters, and swiftly annihilate them with overwhelming force. To demonstrate Eagle Country's strength and let the world know that even without Ultraman, Eagle Country remained formidable, still the world's hegemon. The root of this disagreement was simple. The 5 artificial mecha Ultramen were extremely expensive, and many high-level officials were reluctant to see these precious assets damaged in battle, wasting huge sums of money. Ultimately, the Eagle Country leader overruled all objections and chose to deploy the 5 artificial mecha Ultramen to eliminate the 2 monsters. There was no other choice. The Eagle Country leader was also helpless. The deaths of 7 Ultramen had been a tremendous blow to the nation. If they couldn't restore the people's confidence, the country would be doomed. And now this was a golden opportunity to rebuild national confidence. The 5 artificial mecha nexuses received the command and deployed to the coastal city to suppress the monsters. In the past, countries transported mechas to battlefields via transport aircraft, mainly to maintain sufficient energy and sustain prolonged combat. However, the 5 artificial mecha nexuses were not transported by aircraft. Instead, they flew directly to the battlefield at a speed far exceeding the fastest fighter jets, reaching the standard flight speed of ordinary Ultramen. In less than half a minute, the 5 artificial mecha nexuses arrived at the battlefield. Among them, the blue artificial mecha nexus flung its arms, extending blue electric plasma, swords from the nexus armaments on both arms. Clearly, these were weapons developed in imitation of Nexus's young blue form's ultimate storm sword. The surface of the 2 swords crackled with dazzling electric light, appearing even more intimidating than the original storm sword. It was not merely the blue artificial mecha nexus that possessed weapons. Each of these differently colored artificial Mechanexus units held its own unique specialties. The orange artificial Mechanexus unleashed a plasma field from the Nexus armaments on both arms, forming a protective barrier. Clearly, it was imitating the Ultra Barrier. The tricolor artificial Mechanexus deployed an electric ion crossbow from its right arm. This was obviously modeled after the Arrow Storm technique of Nexus's Blue Youth form. Perhaps due to technical limitations, Eagle Nation had been unable to integrate both weapons onto a single artificial Mecha Ultraman. Thus, they were forced to split them apart. Equipped onto two separate artificial Mecha Ultraman units. The red artificial Mecha Nexus released blue electric ion whips from the Nexus armaments on both arms. This device bore some resemblance to the energy light whip that Qin Yu had previously used. However, Qin Yu had employed it mainly for entangling enemies, focusing on crowd control rather than dealing damage. As for the remaining silver Nexus, it did not summon any special weapons. From the looks of it, this one was a close combat fighter. These 5 artificial Mechanexus units combined to form a perfect lineup: a warrior, a tank, a controller, a marksman, and an all-around support fighter. An almost ideal team composition. Evidently, Eagle Nation had put considerable thought into developing these artificial Mechanexus units. They had even considered team synergies. The global live stream was activated. For this battle, Eagle Nation, adopting a do-or-die mindset, prepared to showcase their achievements to the entire world. Viewers flocked in. Upon seeing 5 differently colored Nexus units wielding various weapons appear on Eagle Nation's territory, everyone was stunned. What is going on? Why are there so many Noah Ultras appearing? Am I losing my mind? 5 of them. A full 5. With so many Noah Ultras, are they trying to destroy Blue Star? No, you backwater folk, haven't you been watching the news? These are not the real Noah Ultras. They are artificial Mecha Ultras developed by Eagle Nation, possessing power capable of rivaling Noah Ultra. They are absolutely devastating. Artificial Mecha Ultras. Are they the same thing as combat mechas? No, completely different. It is said that artificial Mecha Ultras represent an entirely epic-making creation, far surpassing ordinary Ultras. Stronger than Ultras? I don't believe it. That's just boastful nonsense. I can't fathom how an artificial creation could surpass Ultras. Even if these mechas are stronger than ordinary Ultras, they still couldn't possibly surpass the real Noah Ultra. Noah Ultra is extraordinary and invincible existence. I believe Noah Ultra remains the strongest. If these 5 artificial Mecha Ultras truly can rival Noah Ultra, then the world's balance of power will likely be completely reshuffled. Good heavens, there has been so much sensational news lately. I wonder whether Noah Ultra will intervene. These 5 artificial Mecha Ultras should surely pique Noah Ultra's interest, right? Of course. These 5 artificial Mecha Ultras are all modeled after Noah Ultra's appearance. They are infringing upon Noah Ultra's likeness rights. Shouldn't they compensate him? Regardless of what the viewers were discussing, one thing was beyond doubt. They were all eagerly anticipating the first combat performance of these artificial Mecha Ultras. Dragon Nation Beijing Mecha Base. Eagle Nation's technology is truly terrifying. Not only have they created artificial Mecha Ultras, but they have also replicated certain abilities of Noah Ultra through technological means. It is almost indistinguishable from the real Noah Ultra. Li Lingling gazed at the 5 artificial Mecha Nexus units on the screen, utterly awestruck. They had originally presumed that these 5 artificial Mecha Nexus units were at best mere facades. But judging from the current situation, these things actually possessed genuine capability. They looked quite intimidating indeed. Light swords, bows, skills that even I cannot wield. Yet these artificial Mecha Ultras can execute them. Are they mocking me? Long Kong lamented. Even these artificial Mecha Ultras knew more techniques than he did. By comparison, he, the genuine Ultra, appeared utterly inadequate. Tiga looked bewildered. I cannot wield light swords or bows either. I fail to see the issue. As long as I can unleash beam attacks, isn't that sufficient? No, I must find a way to learn from Qin Yu. I'll let the bow go, but I absolutely must master the light sword. It is so magnificent. Long Kong's gaze was filled with determination. Whether one was strong or not was secondary. Looking magnificent was a lifelong matter. He could scarcely imagine how breathtakingly cool he would appear wielding a light sword skill, cleaving a kaiju in 2 with a single strike. He would undoubtedly win over the hearts of countless admirers. I want to learn too. Me as well. The brothers Hai Luo and Hai Yong also expressed their yearning for the light sword. After all, who would not desire to master such an extraordinarily impressive skill? Seeing that everyone still had the leisure to chat directly, spoke sternly, enough with the idle chatter. Pay close attention to the upcoming battle. It is of great importance to us. You must all focus and refrain from getting distracted. Everyone fell silent, intently observing the scenes unfolding in the video. In Eagle Nation, after the 5 artificial Mecha Ultras displayed their weapons, the Tsunami Kaiju and Tornado Kaiju sensed intense hostility. The 2 monsters took the initiative, launching lightning attacks toward the artificial Mechanexus units. The orange, artificial mecha nexus raised the shields on both arms, charging forward to meet them. All of the lightning attacks unleashed by the two monsters were completely blocked by its energy barrier, causing no damage whatsoever. The tricolor artificial mecha nexus and the red artificial mecha nexus acted independently. The tricolor artificial mecha nexus leapt high into the sky. Aiming at the single horn atop the tornado kaiju's head, it drew its bow and released a powerful electric ion energy arrow, striking directly at the monster's horn. Boom! The horn atop the tornado kaiju's head was blasted apart by the electric ion energy arrow, leaving only a short broken stump behind. Roar! Roar! The tornado kaiju, suffering the agony of a severed horn, let out an agonizing shriek, its cry piercing and harrowing. Meanwhile, the red artificial mecha nexus swiftly approached from behind the tsunami kaiju. It whipped out the energy light cables from both arms, wrapping them around the two front legs of the tsunami kaiju. Then with a powerful tug, it yanked backward. Thud! Deprived of support from its front legs, the tsunami kaiju collapsed face first into the ground. Its face slammed against the earth, yet it refused to yield. Struggling desperately with its front legs, it locked strength with the red artificial mecha nexus. However, raw power was never the tsunami kaiju's forte. In the contest of strength against the red artificial mecha nexus, it was completely outmatched. Rather, it was being dragged forward, pulled helplessly toward the red mecha by its relentless force. Unable to control its own body, the blue artificial mecha nexus seized the opportune moment. Raising its dual swords, it charged toward the tsunami kaiju. Both swords struck in unison, targeting the tsunami kaiju's neck. Schlock! The neck of the tsunami kaiju was cleanly severed. Its head fell to the ground. Crimson blood gushed forth, drenching the entire body of the blue artificial mecha nexus in red. Decapitating a colossal beast with such swift and decisive efficiency. That was the power possessed by the blue synthetic mecha nexus, far beyond anyone's wildest imagination. The destructive capacity didn't seem inferior to the original nexus transformed by Qin Yu. At least that was how the audience perceived it. The battle was not yet over. The silver synthetic mecha nexus took a few steps forward, maneuvered into an optimal attack position, and then mimicked Qin Yu's motion to release overforce. Charging up. Then, aiming at the tornado monster whose single horn had been shattered, it fired an imitator version of overforce. A golden beam erupted from its wrists, wreathed in piercing lightning. It truly did resemble overforce. Upon striking the tornado monster, the beam detonated instantly. Boom! The explosion's destructive force was catastrophic, leveling everything within a radius of several kilometers, leaving not even a shred of debris behind. The two beasts were thus eradicated by 5 synthetic mecha Ultramen working in concert. The entire process was remarkably effortless. Even the original Ultraman and Jack had struggled considerably against these two monsters. Now these 5 synthetic mecha Ultramen could dispatch them with ease. Regardless, it proved their combat power was at the very least not inferior to the originals. This level of combat capability was simply absurd, far exceeding everyone's expectations. After eliminating the two monsters, the 5 synthetic mecha Ultramen departed with nonchalant grace, achieving victory without seeking renown. Inside a certain military base of the Eagle Nation, everyone was rejoicing and celebrating. In the center of the crowd stood a middle-aged man. He accepted everyone's praises. This middle-aged man was the lead developer of the Synthetic Mecha Ultraman project, and the sole designer behind the 5 synthetic mecha nexuses. His name was Callie, a mecha development engineer who had joined the Eagle Nation's mecha division at an early age, designing numerous formidable combat mechs. Later, for reasons unknown, he experienced a sudden epiphany and decided to abandon traditional combat mechs, instead dedicating himself to developing synthetic mecha Ultraman. This idea was initially met with skepticism. After all, Ultraman's immense power was undeniable, and everyone believed that even if synthetic mecha Ultraman could be developed, their combat capability could never surpass that of a true Ultraman. There was no need to waste time and effort on such a pursuit. But later, Callie persevered, and through his own talent eventually earned his opportunity. Gaining the support of certain high-ranking officials, he launched the Synthetic Mecha Ultraman Development Program and ultimately succeeded in creating these 5 synthetic mecha nexuses. Witnessing his creation's extraordinary combat performance far beyond expectations, Callie was deeply thrilled. He celebrated alongside his colleagues. Shortly thereafter, the phone call from the Eagle Nation's supreme leader reached the base, declaring full support for Callie's Synthetic Mecha Ultraman project. In the future, the Eagle Nation would pour massive funding and resources into the Synthetic Mecha Ultraman initiative, seeking only one thing: from Callie to develop even more powerful Synthetic Mecha Ultraman in the shortest time possible. His arduous efforts had been recognized. Callie was overjoyed and made his way to the storage facility housing the 5 synthetic mecha nexuses. The more he gazed upon these synthetic mecha nexuses, the more satisfied he became. He could not restrain his excitement. "Excellent, all of you, truly excellent," You are worthy of being my masterpiece. Huh. With you I shall become the most brilliant genius across the entire planet. I will develop even more powerful synthetic mecha Ultraman. What is mere power? The wisdom within one's mind is what truly makes an Ultraman invincible. I am the smartest person in this world, the smartest Ultraman. By the end, Callie rolled up his sleeves, revealing the transformation device on his wrist, the Noseer Heart. This was the same device crafted by Hikari, the #1 arms dealer and cheap manufacturer from the Land of Light. Staring at the Noseer Heart, the corners of his mouth turned upward uncontrollably. Thank you, Ultraman Hikari. Thanks to your power, I have realized my life's ambition. Perhaps no one outside would ever fathom that the person developing synthetic mecha Ultraman was himself an Ultraman transformer. Such behavior was tantamount to stealing his own livelihood. How unconscionable. In Beijiang City Dragon Nation, those 5 synthetic mecha Ultramen are extraordinarily powerful. Li Lingling frowned, her beautiful face twisted with concern. She had fought alongside Hai Luo and Hai Yong against those 2 monsters. She was in the best position to comment. If Qin Yu had not intervened at that critical moment, the 3 of them might well have perished at the hands of those 2 beasts. Although they were fighting away from home, and the 2 monsters enjoyed the advantage of their territory, their strength was undeniable. They were certainly no ordinary monsters to be trifled with. Hai Yong analyzed. Judging from their performance and appearance, their abilities are remarkably singular, but each has been developed to its absolute limit. In particular, the pure silver synthetic mecha Ultraman, though unarmed, the beam it fires is incredibly potent, potentially matching or even surpassing the power of Rob's beam. Damn it, Director Lee exclaimed, unable to suppress his frustration upon hearing their words. How on earth did the Eagle Nation produce these bizarre contraptions? And they're disgustingly strong. That defies all logic. Long Kong shrank his neck slightly. If we were to face all 5 of them in a one-on-one battle, I seriously doubt our group of 5 could defeat those 5 synthetic mechanexuses. He was completely terrified by the performance of those 5 synthetic mechanexuses, especially the blue one. Employing dual swords, it had severed the tsunami monster's head in a single strike. He certainly did not believe his own neck was any tougher than that beast's. If the blue synthetic mechanexus struck him with one of those blades, the outcome would undoubtedly be identical, his head rolling across the ground. I had thought that with Ultraman gone, the Eagle Nation posed less of a threat to us. Instead, the danger has only intensified. Synthetic mecha Ultramen are unlike real Ultramen. True Ultramen are few in number, but synthetic mecha Ultramen can be mass-produced. Director Lee envisioned a future where Eagle Nation's synthetic mecha Ultramen swarmed across the skies, and a wave of despair washed over him. Forget the blue planet. Perhaps no rival could be found across the entire universe. It probably isn't that exaggerated, right? Long Kong whispered timidly. Not exaggerated. 5 synthetic mecha Ultramen are already standing before us, and you still think it's not exaggerated. What would you call exaggerated? Should they march out an entire army? In that case, the whole world would likely come to bear the Eagle Nation's banner. What do you mean, bear the Eagle Nation's banner? No sooner had Director Lee spoken than Qin Yu's voice rang out from the doorway. Hearing Qin Yu's voice, everyone turned toward the entrance. Long Kong had long since become a devoted follower of Qin Yu. Upon seeing him, he immediately rushed forward and clung to his leg. Boss, you're finally back. We cannot survive without you. The days without you were filled with sheer terror and dread. Although Qin Yu had not formally announced his intention to join the mecha division of Long Country, his formidable combat prowess and his feat of slaying more than a dozen Ultramen had not gone unnoticed. Now the Guardian Ultramen affiliated with Long Country had all spontaneously made Qin Yu their leader, regarding him as their big brother. Whoa, don't get so excited. I'm not into men. Qin Yu was startled by Long Kong's enthusiasm and took 2 steps back, keeping a certain distance from the other party. He then asked, wait, judging by your expression, something seems to have happened, and it doesn't look like an easy problem to solve, does it? Indeed, it's somewhat troublesome. Director Lee nodded heavily. A question mark seemed to appear above Qin Yu's head. Even Glub can't handle it. I've already taken care of Dark Sage-Eye. What enemy could possibly be beyond Glub's capability? Has Dark Lucifer surfaced or something? Glub was after all at the level of an ultimate Ultraman. Even if he wasn't the strongest among them, his combat prowess was no joke. Across the entire Ultraverse, few beings or monsters could stand against him. If even Glub couldn't handle whatever this issue was, then it was indeed a major problem. It's not a matter of the enemy's strength. This situation is a bit troublesome. Take a look at this and you'll understand. Li Lingling walked over, unlocked her phone, and handed it to Qin Yu. He took the phone. It displayed a video that Li Lingling had just recorded. Wait, what are these things? AI-generated videos. Why is there an orange version of me and 3 colored versions? I don't recall transforming into so many colors. I'm not a palette, where would I get so many colors? Qin Yu was dumbfounded upon seeing the video. The first thing he noticed in the video was the artificial Mecha Ultraman. At first, Qin Yu hadn't considered the possibility of artificial Ultraman. He had simply assumed it was some parody video someone had made online. Qin Yu, that's not an AI video. It's real. It just happened in a certain city in America. Those 5 Ultramen who look exactly like you really gave us a lesson. What the hell? Those 5 multicolored Ultramen who look exactly like me are real, not AI generated. Wait, are you joking? How is that possible? Wait a moment, those Ultramen are man-made. As Qin Yu was halfway through speaking, he noticed the bullet comments on the livestream. He finally understood. Those 5 artificial mecha nexuses. They were man-made products, not real Ultramen. It's just that they were crafted with such realism and accuracy. That's why he hadn't recognized them as artificial mecha at first glance. Director Lee walked beside Qin Yu and said, "That's right, Qin Yu. Those Ultramen are the latest artificial mecha Ultramen developed by America. They have also publicly claimed that each artificial mecha Ultraman possesses combat power equivalent to yours, and that these artificial mecha Ultramen will replace the original true Ultraman, creating an era that belongs to them." The last sentence was purely fabricated by Director Lee to fan the flames. Of course, America's top officials likely thought exactly that, but they had never publicly claimed as much. Had these guys from America really know how to push my buttons? Qin Yu suddenly smiled a particularly brilliant and gentle smile. "Do you know what I hate the most, eh?" "What?" everyone instinctively asked in unison. "I hate artificial Ultramen the most. Want to know why?" "Why?" Still in unison. "When you saw Dark Zagi and my latest evolved form, didn't you have any questions?" "Are you saying Dark Zagi and your latest evolved form look exactly the same?" Li Lingling's mind raced. She immediately guessed what Qin Yu was trying to convey. "Exactly. Dark Zagi and my latest transformation form are identical. Apart from the color difference, everything else is exactly the same, including nearly all the skills we use reproduced in a one-to-one manner." Hearing Qin Yu say this, everyone recalled. It was indeed true. Dark Zagi not only shared the same appearance as the Noah form that Qin Yu transformed into, even his skills were exactly the same. This was too coincidental. There must be some special relationship between the two. They could almost be brothers. "Does Dark Zagi have a special relationship with you? Are you brothers?" Iroha asked. "My brother. Does he deserve to be?" Qin Yu's tone was filled with disdain. "Let me tell you. He is a biological weapon created by aliens from another planet who completely replicated my appearance and the skills I once used reproduced in a one-to-one manner. However, due to being contaminated by dark energy, he developed his own consciousness and went on a frenzied rampage wanting to destroy everything he saw. The first thing he destroyed was the group of aliens who created him." "What? Dark Zagi is actually a biological weapon created by aliens?" The shocking truth left everyone stunned. Dark Zagi was extremely powerful. He was currently the most powerful Ultraman apart from Qin Yu. If it weren't for Qin Yu, with Dark Zagi's strength, destroying or conquering this planet would have been a matter of minutes. Now Qin Yu told them that Dark Zagi, so powerful, was nothing more than a biological weapon developed by extraterrestrials modeling after Qin Yu's appearance. This shattered their worldview for a moment. It was hard to accept. That guy has the same appearance as me, but doesn't act like a human. He always causes me trouble, which makes me extremely dislike these artificial Ultramen or artificial biomechanical creatures. I never expected that someone on Blue Star would also know how to court death, and what's worse, they're modeling after me. Good. They really know how to play. How can they be so playful?" Qin Yu laughed. While clapping his hands. From Qin Yu's behavior, Li Lingling and the others felt an intense killing intent. This time, America had really pushed their luck to the limit. Director Lee asked timidly, Qin Yu, you wouldn't get so excited and destroy all of America's territory, would you?" "Please don't. If you really do that, Blue Star is finished too." Qin Yu didn't answer the question, but instead asked, "Setting that aside for now, tell me first, where are those 5 artificial mecha Ultramen? What are you going to do?" "I'm going to tear them apart with my bare hands." An terrifying aura emanated from Qin Yu. The smile on Qin Yu's face instantly disappeared, replaced by an expression so cold it made people shudder. Everyone was seeing Qin Yu's expression like this for the first time. This also indicated just how angry Qin Yu was at the moment. After the battle, those 5 artificial mecha Ultramen seemed to have returned to the mecha base in Florida, America. "Are you going to directly rush to America to fight those 5 artificial mecha Ultramen? What else should I do? Keep them for the new year. I've had enough rest these past 2 days. I'm full of energy. I'll go to America and tear apart 2 artificial mecha Ultramen to warm up and entertain everyone. Master, those 5 artificial mechas seem quite formidable. Do you need our help?" Long Kong said this, then immediately wished he could slap himself. With Qin Yu's strength, did they really think he needed help? If that were the case, the world would be doomed. "No need, I'll go alone. Tearing apart 5 artificial mecha Ultramen with my bare hands. That's the real thrill." Qin Yu revealed a cruel smile. Everyone present shuddered. They could fully imagine the terrifying scene that would soon unfold in Eagle Nation. And that scene had already been witnessed by the Beijing Mech base. Qin Yu, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention." Before Qin Yu set off, Director Li hesitated as if burdened with a secret. Don't mention it. Qin Yu already guessed what Director Li was about to say. He bluntly refused. Huh. Director Li looked bewildered. He hadn't even said anything yet, and already he was rejected. Wasn't that too heartless? At least hear him outright. No need to think about it. I know what you're after. You want the technology for the artificial Mecha Ultraman, don't you? Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Director Li, seeing through his thoughts. Haha. Well, couldn't we discuss it? Sure, we can discuss. I'll bring back the technology for the artificial Mecha Ultraman and hand it over to you. Then you develop and manufacture them. But every single one you make I'll smash to pieces. If you have money to burn, go ahead. I'll use them as practice. Forget it. Haha. Director Li could only force an awkward smile. When he saw those 5 artificial mecha nexuses, he had been terribly envious. He dreamed of Dragon Country having such magnificent things. But judging by Qin Yu's attitude, he loathed those creations. Director Li had no doubt that Qin Yu would do exactly as he said. After all, Qin Yu had done such things before. And right on the very ground they stood. The psychological shadow it had cast on Director Li at that time still hadn't fully dissipated. Qin Yu pulled out his energy blast gun, aimed at the sky, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A blast of energy soared into the air, summoning the stone wings. The stone wings emitted a radiance that enveloped Qin Yu, drawing him inside. Then they swiftly flew away, disappearing into the vast night sky. After Qin Yu left, Long Kong asked curiously, why didn't the master transform and go directly? With his abilities, he could teleport there in an instant, right? Director Li, being a seasoned veteran, could guess some of Qin Yu's thoughts. Perhaps Qin Yu not only wants to destroy those 5 artificial Mecha Ultramen, but also wipe out the people who manufactured, developed, and designed them, so that Eagle Nation will never have the capability to produce such things again. That fits Qin Yu's style perfectly. Li Lingling nodded, seriously agreeing with her father's opinion. The next morning in Florida City, Eagle Nation, Qin Yu strolled down the city streets, a cup of coffee in his left hand and a donut in his right. He walked boldly without any pretense. After he left the bakery, a middle-aged man also emerged, holding his phone and live streaming. He kept saying the donuts are delicious. Since Qin Yu had shocked the world by defeating over a dozen Ultramen in a single battle, his face had become widely recognized. After all, he was the most powerful being on Earth, a super powerhouse who could obliterate the entire planet in minutes. Not knowing anyone else was fine, but no one dared not know him. Are you Ultraman Noah? 2 blonde girls recognized Qin Yu and mustered the courage to approach him. Yes, it's me. Qin Yu smiled back at them. He hadn't come to sneak around this time. He intended to be open and clear to announce his stance to the world. He could not allow the existence of artificial Mecha Ultramen, especially those imitating his own appearance. If anyone dared to do so, he would never show leniency. Wow, it's really you, Ultraman Noah. Can we take a photo with you? Of course you may. Qin Yu agreed to the 2 girls' request. They excitedly posed for photos with him, taking many pictures. While snapping, one of the girls asked, Ultraman Noah, why are you here in Eagle Nation? Are you here to help us fight monsters? Is there another monster coming? Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony and directly told them his purpose. Not to fight monsters, but to destroy the artificial Mecha Ultramen produced by Eagle Nation. I detest such things and cannot allow them to exist. Upon learning Qin Yu's mission, the 2 girls weren't scared at all. Instead, they were extremely excited. Wow. So you're here to destroy the artificial Mecha Ultramen. You've got to do it. We're your fans, and we hate those things too. The girls' unexpected reaction left even Qin Yu a bit dumbfounded. But then he thought this was the free Eagle Nation where all kinds of people existed. He quickly shrugged it off. After taking souvenir photos with the girls, he strolled away leisurely, as if on a casual walk. Meanwhile, the 2 girls immediately posted their photos with Qin Yu and his intention to destroy the artificial Mecha Ultramen online. In a very short time, their posts garnered massive likes and were shared countless times. Even high-level officials from various countries saw the relevant content. At the Eagle Nation president's residence, the leader was leisurely eating breakfast and playing on his phone, scrolling through videos of blonde, blue-eyed, wavy-haired beauties. Though he was over 70 and well past his prime, that didn't stop him from still feeling young at heart. Suddenly, a push notification popped up at the top of his phone screen. Ultraman Noah has arrived in Eagle Nation and is preparing to attack the country's artificial Mecha Ultramen, aiming to destroy them. The headline was long. The Eagle Nation leader saw the odd title and thought it was fake news concocted by some media outlet to attract attention. He casually clicked on it, and the red wine he had just taken a sip of nearly sprayed out. What the hell? Qin Yu is already in Florida City. How is that possible? Why didn't anyone report this to me? Are those intelligence agents a bunch of idiots? He ignored everything else and immediately called the head of his most trusted intelligence department to verify the news. However, the answer he received was devastating. Qin Yu had indeed arrived not only in Florida City, but was already nearing the base where the artificial Mecha Ultramen were manufactured and stored. They were now placing the base on full alert, preparing to face Qin Yu's wrath. Upon hearing this, the Eagle Nation leader nearly fainted. It's over, it's all over. We finally have a few artificial Mecha Ultramen to bolster our strength, and now Ultraman Noah is going to destroy them again. Why does Noah always have it out for us? As he said this, he conveniently ignored the fact that it was they who had always provoked Qin Yu in the past. This was the first time Qin Yu had taken the initiative to come after them. A subordinate witnessed his leader on the verge of tears and hurried over to offer comfort. My lord, remain calm. We possess 5 powerful artificial Mecha Ultraman units. Perhaps this time we may triumph over Noah Ultraman. We must have confidence in ourselves. Do you even believe those words, eh? The Eagle Nation's leader gazed at his subordinate with a pitiful expression. This subordinate didn't even believe his own words. His expression turned instantly awkward. At least the situation cannot get any worse, right? The Eagle Nation's leader pressed his hand against his forehead. Issue my order. Have Carrie depart from Florida base immediately. If the base is lost, it is lost. As long as Carrie survives, we can create more artificial Mecha Ultraman. Carrie is our only hope now. Oh, he must not come to harm. Understood, my lord. The subordinate immediately relayed the Eagle Nation's leader's command. Florida base. Qin Yu's arrival. It sent the entire base into utter chaos. All defensive weapons were activated, except for the 5 artificial Mecha Ultraman units. Other fighter mecha previously developed and manufactured by the Eagle Nation were also brought out. Among them were not a few combat mecha that Qin Yu had once dreamed of possessing. For instance, the Cosmic Sword Saint, bearing the title of the strongest SSS class mecha. This mecha possessed extraordinary mobility. In combat, it could fly at supersonic speeds, and its dual ultra-ion energy blades reached temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. It could slice through any conventional carbon-based organism in an instant. Naturally, supergiant monsters certainly did not qualify as conventional carbon-based organisms. Online forums speculated that the energy blades of the blue artificial mecha Nexus might have been upgraded from the technology of this mecha. If Qin Yu had possessed a combat mecha of this caliber back then, perhaps the events that followed would never have occurred. Qin Yu appeared outside the perimeter of Florida base. A group of fully armed soldiers leveled their weapons at him, aiming at Qin Yu. Even though they knew their actions would be utterly futile, there was no alternative. This was their duty. Noah Ultraman, we do not wish to oppose you, but I urge you to leave immediately. This is a military-restricted zone, closed to the public. Qin Yu held the evolution trigger in his hand, his sharp gaze fixed upon the group before him. Although they pointed guns at him, the terrifying aura emanating from his body made his opponents extremely tense. I do not wish to slaughter the innocent, so I advise you to leave before I take action. This place will soon be reduced to a colossal crater. Before his words had even settled, whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of rocket shells, missiles, sniper bullets, and electromagnetic energy projectiles came flying toward Qin Yu. Their speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Qin Yu. Then they were halted by an invisible force floating silently no more than a meter away from him. These things cannot even kill ordinary monsters. Do you truly believe they can kill me? How laughable. You struck first, so everything that follows cannot be blamed on me. I am merely defending myself. This time, after Qin Yu finished speaking, he drew the evolution trigger. Clang. Multicolored radiance burst forth, transforming into a pillar of light shooting straight toward the heavens. The silver juvenile form of Nexus Ultraman took shape within the pillar of light, rapidly solidifying its physique. Upon completing the transformation, the radiance dissipated. Qin Yu did not look at the insignificant humans before him. They were not yet worthy of his attention. Thump! Qin Yu leaped with both feet pressing down hard, propelling himself hundreds of meters away, arriving at the outer perimeter of Florida base. The spot where he had stood moments before erupted with seismic force, knocking down all the soldiers who had intercepted him, and those rockets and missiles that had not detonated, once freed from Qin Yu's power, instantly exploded. Boom rumble. Blazing flames roared wildly. The tremendous explosion echoed in all directions. The battle began from this moment onward. Attack. Boom boom boom. All defensive firepower within the base operated at maximum capacity, launching every possible maximum strength attack at Qin Yu. Qin Yu held up the ultra barrier with one hand, blocking all attacks completely. The explosive flames obscured his figure, making it impossible for others to see clearly. When the burning flames and smoke finally cleared, what appeared before the people's eyes was Nexus Ultraman having evolved into his blue adolescent form. That's Noah Ultraman's blue form. Oh no, Noah Ultraman has lost his temper. He truly intends to flatten this place. He's going to destroy everything here. How terrifying. We actually declared war against Noah Ultraman. Good heavens. We're all doomed. The base's defenders were completely panicked, shivering with fear, their legs turning to jelly. The terrifying presence before them was far beyond anything mere humans could possibly resist. No matter how powerful human weapons might be, none could ever slay a deity. Perish. Although this barrage of attacks failed to harm Qin Yu, it succeeded in arousing his fury. It also pushed his killing intent to its peak. Qin Yu dispersed the ultra barrier, rapidly gathering energy with both hands, launching a sphere of light skyward. This technique, he had learned it from Dark Faust and Dark Mephisto. Although its destructive power was mediocre, it was particularly effective for clearing out troops and tidying the battlefield. Beam cluster. The sphere of light scattered across the sky, transforming into countless small energy projectiles that rained down rapidly. Boom rumble. The dense explosions echoed through the clouds. Their vision was completely filled with the firelight from the explosions. Nothing else could be seen. All defensive firepower of the base was utterly destroyed in this single strike by Qin Yu, collaterally demolishing nearly half of Florida base. When the explosions subsided, amid the rolling thick smoke and blazing flames, Qin Yu walked into the base area with the ease of one treading through an empty field. His massive physique radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. This day, people recalled the terror once inflicted upon them by the giants. My apologies, I seem to have mixed up the scenes. At the center of Florida base lay a vast open area. The 5 artificial mecha Ultraman units and other fighter mecha had long been ready for battle. The beam cluster released by Qin Yu earlier had also reached this area. Fortunately, the orange artificial mecha Nexus timely deployed a colossal energy shield, blocking the explosions from the beam cluster, allowing these artificial mecha Ultraman and fighter mecha to escape unscathed. Otherwise, the artificial mecha Ultraman might not have survived, but the fighter mecha would undoubtedly have been completely destroyed in that barrage. Qin Yu finally beheld those 5 artificial mecha Nexus with his own eyes. Their lifelike exteriors made Qin Yu seethe with anger. Excellent, excellent, truly splendid. Artificial mecha Nexus. Aren't these simply punching bags specially prepared for me? The base commander was located in the underground section. The previous attack had destroyed much of the surface, but its impact on the underground facilities was minimal. All functions remained operational. Seeing Qin Yu facing off against numerous mecha, the commander decisively issued his order. Attack. Target Noah Ultraman. End of chapter. I wonder what courage the base commander mustered to issue the order to attack Nuya Aotman. Anyway, the mecha pilots who received the command, all of them charged at Qin Yu with the determination to risk their lives. At the forefront was none other than the Cosmic Sword Saint, the strongest SSS-class combat mecha that Qin Yu had once admired most. Shwa, shwa. The Cosmic Sword Saint extended its 2 soul-stirring electric ion longswords and charged at Qin Yu with utmost speed. It aimed at Qin Yu's neck, attempting to recreate the famous scene of the blue artificial mecha Nikisi decapitating the tsunami monster. Unfortunately, the enemy he faced was not the tsunami monster, but Qin Yu, who possessed terrifying power. Qin Yu gathered energy in his hands. He released 2 not too strong cutting rays at the joints of the Cosmic Sword Saint's shoulders. Bang, bang. Under Qin Yu's precise strike, the Cosmic Sword Saint's 2 arms were severed by the cutting rays and fell to the ground. The blades of the electric ion longswords quickly scorched the earth black. The pilot tried to control the Cosmic Sword Saint to stop, but due to its high speed and strong inertia, it simply could not halt. Thus it rushed empty-handed in front of Qin Yu. It wanted to attack, but having lost its arms, the Cosmic Sword Saint had no means of attack left. The scene was extremely awkward. This mecha was designed specifically for close combat. To be as lightweight as possible, it carried no long-range firepower weapons. If only it had a gun barrel, it could at least spit at Qin Yu. But alas, it had none. Qin Yu chuckled. He grabbed the Cosmic Sword Saint and hurled it toward the area with the most mechas. Boom. Several mechas collided, under the immense force of impact. All were wrecked. Now Qin Yu's power was far greater than before. Previously, dismantling these combat mechas would have required some effort. Now with a single slap, if a combat mecha could still move, it would be considered sturdy. The remaining combat mechas were all swiftly dealt with by Qin Yu in a few moves. Only 5 artificial mechas Nikisi remained standing there motionless, beneath the Fulua base. Kali was in the laboratory watching the scene of Qin Yu fighting the combat mechas. Behind him, a staff member was earnestly trying to persuade Kali. Professor Kali, please just leave quickly. You can't stay here any longer. Nuya Aotman is here, and it's very dangerous. Kali's eyes were full of fanaticism. He was completely deaf to the persuasion of others. No, I believe in the artificial mecha Aotman I developed. Nuya Aotman may be strong, but facing my artificial mecha Aotman, he is definitely no match. Each of them has combat power comparable to Nuya Aotman. 5 against 1, how could we lose? Tell the others not to be so nervous. We are sure to win. Sure to win. Sure to die. On the ground battlefield, the artificial mecha Aotman was different from other combat mechas. Normal combat mechas were piloted and controlled by humans, while the artificial mecha Aotman was controlled by intelligent AI, abandoning the traditional pilot mode, as long as there was sufficient data support. Its combat ability was far stronger than that of an average pilot. After all other combat mechas were cleared, the 5 artificial mecha Aotman finally moved. They seem to have been collecting and analyzing Qin Yu's combat patterns. The 5 artificial mechas Nikisi arranged themselves in a special formation. The orange tank stood at the front ready to activate its shield to block Qin Yu's attacks. The blue artificial mecha Nikisi and the red artificial mecha Nikisi stood on either side. One on the left, one on the right, apparently protecting the orange artificial mecha Nikisi. The silver artificial mecha Nikisi and the tricolor artificial mecha Nikisi stood at the rear. They were experts in long-range attacks suitable for ranged output. Qin Yu watched the 5 artificial mechas Nikisi positioning themselves. He sneered coldly. What's the point of formation? A pile of scrap metal, they can't escape the fate of being dismantled. The first to act were the tricolor artificial mecha Nikisi and the silver artificial mecha Nikisi. The tricolor artificial mecha Nikisi drew its bow and shot an energy arrow wreathed in lightning at Qin Yu. The silver artificial mecha Nikisi gathered energy and fired an energy bullet at Qin Yu. Both attacks were probing strikes. They were not powerful, but very fast. Qin Yu paid them no heed. He raised his hands and used the Nikisi armament on his wrists to absorb the enemy's attack energy. Transforming it into his own energy, he fired a blue light beam forward, targeting the orange artificial mecha Nikisi. He deliberately wanted to test how tough the orange artificial mecha Nikisi's shield really was. Boom! The blue light beam struck the orange artificial mecha Nikisi's energy shield and exploded. The powerful explosion was enough to reduce a building to dust. Yet the shield of the orange artificial mecha Nikisi actually withstood this wave of attack. Moreover, it appeared completely intact. This piqued Qin Yu's interest. Such formidable technology seemed unlike human science. Based on the information he knew before, human technology was still incapable of producing such a powerful energy shield. Even the energy shield of the strongest defensive SSS-class mecha could barely withstand a single ordinary beam from an Aotman or a supergiant monster. Most of the time, they had to rely on the mecha's own thickness to endure such attacks. To upgrade the energy shield technology so drastically all at once, Qin Yu believed that humans should not be able to achieve this. After all, this was not the world of X, nor did it have those cheaters of Geo. Interesting. Seeing this, Qin Yu decided to play seriously. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom secretly opened a global livestream, broadcasting the battle globally. This was the best opportunity to dampen the Eagle's arrogance. Once the whole world saw Qin Yu taking on 5 and defeating the 5 artificial mecha Aotman made by the Eagle's nation, it would deliver a fatal blow to the Eagle's morale. Didn't you say each artificial mecha Aotman could match Nuya Aotman? Then let them see how Nuya Aotman takes on 5 and tears all these artificial mecha Aotman apart. As for winning or losing, the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials never considered it. No way. Nuya Aotman himself has intervened. How could he lose? Lose with his head. Viewers received the notification and flooded into the livestream. Holy crap. The artificial mecha Aotman can actually withstand Blue Nuya's small skill. So awesome. That's not Blue Nuya's small skill. Blue Nuya just absorbed the enemy's attack and reflected it back. That's the enemy's own attack. Don't get it wrong. Nuya Aotman fights 5 counterfeit knockoffs. This battle is so thrilling, so interesting. Wow, the Eagle's nation made artificial Aotman, but why copy Nuya Aotman's design? Isn't that asking for death? Probably didn't pay the copyright fee. If they paid more, perhaps Nuya Aotman would have agreed. So many Nuya Aotman. Nuya fans are celebrating.